Chapter 1. The Perfect Freedom Technique and the Transcendent Bloodline. In the vibrant world of Dragon Ball, the bustling metropolis of West City was teeming with life, a splendid tableau of activity. Yifeng gazed at the unfamiliar scene before him, feeling a surge of irritation as he observed the hurried passers-by, his heart heavy with melancholy. Sigh, I must be the most unfortunate among all the travelers, right? A bitter smile crept across his lips as Yifeng mocked himself indeed. He was a woeful transmigrator, finding himself in the very Dragon Ball world he had once yearned for with utmost passion. Yet, at this moment, Yifeng felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. For 3 long days, he had awaited the arrival of the quintessential perks and systems that accompany such a journey, but none had manifested. Not even a single ding. In a realm where planetary destruction lurked around every corner, lacking strength rendered one no different from a lamb awaiting slaughter. Well, if there's no system, then so be it. Fortunately, I still possess an advantage after all. I have a considerable understanding of the Dragon Ball universe. After venting his frustrations, Yifeng realized he needed to take action. He couldn't simply resign himself to inaction. Given his knowledge of the Dragon Ball world and its characters, he pondered, perhaps I can locate Goku and his friends. They might offer me some protection. Yifeng reflected on his own merits. He knew the method to transform into Super Saiyan form. Moreover, he was aware of how to achieve the Super Saiyan God transformation. Surely, these 2 transformation techniques would pique the interest of Goku and Vegeta. Ding! Sign-in system, initializing system, loading system, loading complete. Just as Yifeng was about to seek out Goku, a sudden electronic synthesized voice resonated within his mind. His body stiffened momentarily, and then elation flooded his features. I'm so incredibly thrilled my system has finally appeared. The shadows that loomed over his heart dissipated in an instant. A sign-in system, I wonder how powerful it is? Overwhelmed with excitement, Yifeng swiftly inquired within his mind, System, do you have a beginner's gift pack or something similar? Having read numerous novels featuring such systems, he was well acquainted with their workings, replying to the host, would you like to activate the beginner's gift pack? As soon as Yifeng posed his question, the electronic voice responded promptly, activate. Yifeng, he felt his body tremble with exhilaration. What treasures might the new book gift pack hold? Surely, it wouldn't be too lackluster. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the Transcendent Bloodline and the Imperfect Perfect Freedom Technique. Boom! In an instant, Yifeng's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and even his breath quickened. This beginner's gift pack was astonishingly generous. Firstly, it is the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan. In the realm of Dragon Ball, it is a world where lineage holds paramount importance. The formidable strength of Goku and Frieza is largely attributed to their bloodlines. Ordinary Earthlings, no matter how many years they train, can never attain the heights of a deity. In contrast, Saiyans like Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza can reach divine realms in mere years, or even months. This illustrates the limitations imposed by bloodlines in the Dragon Ball universe now. With the system bestowing upon me the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, I have surpassed the common Saiyans like Goku and Vegeta. Thus, I am certain that my journey to divinity will not take an excessive amount of time. Furthermore, the Ultra Instinct technique is even more formidable. It is noteworthy that even the most powerful god of destruction, Beerus, after billions of years, has yet to achieve perfect mastery, which speaks volumes about its potency. Even an imperfect form of Ultra Instinct is exceedingly powerful. Originally possessing the bloodline of an ordinary Earthling, I have now suddenly transformed into one of the legendary Super Saiyan lineage. Moreover, having acquired Ultra Instinct, I already possess the foundation necessary to thrive in the Dragon Ball world. Ding. Would the host like to proceed with bloodline fusion? Affirmative. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifeng responded. Had I remained with the bloodline of an ordinary human, even with Ultra Instinct, significant achievements would be difficult to attain. Therefore, it is imperative that I alter my bloodline to fully exploit the potential of Ultra Instinct. In due time, I shall carve out my own domain within the Dragon Ball universe. In the next moment, Yifeng felt a piercing agony surging through his body, as though the meridians within him were on the verge of bursting. For the next 10 minutes, he was engulfed in an endless torment. Phew, I finally succeeded. Only through enduring great hardships can one rise above the rest. From this moment forth, I shall grow ever stronger. Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surge of power within him, and murmured to himself. Chapter 2. Arrival at the Sacred Realm. Oh, the Dragon Ball world I have longed for, I have arrived. At this moment, Yifeng felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Merely possessing the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan and Ultra Instinct is sufficient for me to thrive in the Dragon Ball world. However, although I'm now powerful, I'm still not on par with Goku and the others, it seems I must dedicate myself to further training to solidify my strength. Fortunately, I am aware of an exceptional training ground. That is the hyperbolic time chamber. Before that, I must learn to control my ki and master my own power. Of course, it will not take long. As days turned into weeks, a month swiftly passed for Kuan Yin. Yifeng gently exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his gaze. After a month of diligent training, he had completely mastered the control of Qi and the art of flight. He had also come to realize that he now resided in the Dragon Ball universe, not in the original Dragon Ball Z realm, but rather in the timeline of Dragon Ball GT. This meant that the adversaries he would face were exceptionally formidable. The parasitic baby, the ultimate android number 17, and the super one-star dragon. Even the likes of Super Saiyan 4 Goku, Vegeta, and Gogeta were undoubtedly powerful beings. The road ahead is long and fraught with challenges. Although he had acquired the bloodline of a transcendent Super Saiyan, he understood that further rigorous training was imperative, otherwise peril would still loom large. Having mastered the control of Qi and the art of flight, it seems I must pay a visit to the hyperbolic time chamber. Yifeng resolved within himself outside. A single day equated to a year within the chamber, making it an ideal locale for training. If he could train there for a decade, he would undoubtedly surpass Super Saiyan 4 Goku and the others. With this thought in mind, Yifeng dispelled any hesitations and soared directly towards the sacred world of the Kais. Whoosh! 1 minute later, Yifeng arrived at the sacred world of the Kais. Who are you? What business do you have at the sacred world? The Kai dandy regarded Yifeng with caution, aware that anyone who could reach this place was not to be trifled with. He felt an aura of danger emanating from the man before him. There's no need to be so tense. Dandy, I merely wish to borrow the hyperbolic time chamber for a few days, Yifeng replied with a smile, addressing Dandy. You know my name? Who exactly are you? Dandy inquired, surprised that Yifeng had mentioned him by name. I am Yifeng, a friend of Goku and the others. They recommended me to come here, Yifeng casually stated, sensing that Goku was not currently present in the sacred world. Oh, so you're a friend of Mr. Goku. Please, follow me. Dandy nodded and proceeded to guide Yifeng towards the hyperbolic time chamber, though he was not entirely certain if the stranger was indeed a friend of Goku. He sensed no malevolent aura from him, suggesting that he was likely not a threat. Thank you. Yifeng acknowledged Dandy with a nod as he followed Mr. Yifeng. This is the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber. You may enter on your own, Dandy said, leading Yifeng to the door of the chamber. Very well, Yifeng replied, stepping inside. Is he truly a friend of Goku? Dandy's companion, the Kai, inquired after Yifeng had entered the chamber. I cannot be certain. I have never seen him before. Dandy responded. I am about to journey to Earth to confer with Mr. Wukong and the others. You shall remain in the heavenly temple to monitor the situation, Dandy stated with a grave expression initially. He merely intended to keep the individual named Yifeng occupied before checking in with Wukong and his companions, as neither he nor his partner stood a chance against. Yifeng understood. Heavenly One nodded, realizing that the divine had already formulated a strategy upon entering the hyperbolic time chamber. Yifeng surveyed his surroundings. It bore a striking resemblance to the depiction in the Dragon Ball anime. Apart from a small room for rest, it was an expanse of white. Certainly, the tenfold gravity posed no challenge for Yifeng, who had now fused with the bloodline of the Super Saiyan. Very well, let the training commence. Yifeng steadied his mind. Spending several years in such solitude would undoubtedly be excruciatingly dull and lonely. Yet, contemplating the formidable strength he would acquire became his driving ambition. With that thought, a silvery aura suddenly enveloped him. Indeed, this was Yifeng's ultra instinct. Though not yet perfected, it still fell short of the pinnacle achieved by Son Goku in Dragon Ball Super. The distinction lay in his ability to fully control this state, free from inconsistencies. Chapter 3. Vegeta and Gohan. Thus, 2 days swiftly elapsed in the outside world. Aunt Shishi, has Mr. Goku returned yet? Dandy inquired anxiously, gazing at Shishi. In the span of these 2 days, he had visited 3 times, yet Mr. Goku was nowhere to be found. Not yet. It infuriates me that Goku has taken up and vanished without a trace. Shishi lamented. Goku was truly neglectful of his family upon his return. She was determined to have a serious conversation with him. By the way, Dandy, do you have something of importance to discuss? As the Supreme Kai, Dandy's search for Goku must indeed bear significance. Indeed, a few days ago, a human from Earth unexpectedly arrived at the Heavenly Temple, claiming to be a friend of Mr. Goku. I came merely to verify this, Dandy explained candidly. I see. Perhaps you should inquire with Gohan and Vegeta. If Goku knows him, they surely do as well. Oh, how could I forget Gohan and Vegeta? Aunt Shishi, I must take my leave. With that, Dandy set off to find his son Gohan and Vegeta. Meanwhile, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Yifeng found himself in a rather disheveled state, his garments tattered and torn. Nevertheless, he appeared remarkably invigorated at this moment. Yifeng's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, distinctly different from the previous 2 days. With my current strength, I should be capable of defeating Goku's Vegeta, right? Yifeng paused his training and mused aloud. 2 years had enlightened him to the realization that the system's reward of the Ultra bloodline did not pertain to Broly's lineage from Dragon Ball Z, but rather to the Ultra bloodline of Broly from Dragon Ball Super. This signified that his combat prowess would not inherently strengthen with the passage of time. Instead, it would intensify through battle itself. He possessed an extraordinarily potent fighting talent. It seemed that Super Saiyan 4 Goku, Super 17, and Super Ishin Long would serve as stepping stones for Yifeng's ascension in power. Clearly, there is no longer a necessity for solitary training here. Having discerned the nature of his Ultra bloodline, Yifeng resolved to exit the hyperbolic time chamber, for it was through combat that he would attain greater strength. Creak. The door of the hyperbolic time chamber swung open. Dressed in tattered garments, Yifeng emerged from the chamber. Upon his exit, he was met with several familiar faces: Gohan and Vegeta. Indeed, aside from Dandy and Mr. Gohan and Vegeta were also present. Gohan, Mr. Vegeta, do you know this Earthling? Dandy inquired as he observed Yifeng stepping out of the chamber, directing his question toward Vegeta and Gohan. I've never seen him before. Gohan shook his head. I have no recollection of him either. Vegeta crossed his arms haughtily, his voice cold since neither of you recognizes him. It appears he is lying. Dandy furrowed his brow, gazing at Yifeng. Hey, who exactly are you? Vegeta stepped forward, confronting Yifeng. Though this individual was an Earthling, there was something undeniably extraordinary about him. An indescribable sensation lingered. Me? I am merely an ordinary Earthling. Yifeng shrugged and replied to Vegeta with a cheerful smile. There's always an unsettling feeling, and this fellow's smile is particularly off-putting. Vegeta grimaced from the very first glance at Yifeng. He had felt this aversion. Uncle Vegeta, I can sense a formidable pressure emanating from him, yet I cannot perceive his energy. Gohan frowned, speaking softly to Vegeta. This was indeed a peculiar phenomenon. Such pressure was something he had never experienced before. If he had, it would have been reminiscent of Broly from decades past. Gohan, Mr. Vegeta, judging by your expressions, is this individual difficult to contend with? Observing the countenance of Gohan and Vegeta, Dandy quickly inquired clearly. He is merely an Earthling, not a rival to the likes of Gohan and Vegeta, is he? I'm uncertain. There's an unsettling feeling I cannot shake off, Gohan replied, shaking his head as he spoke to Dandy. Hey, who exactly are you? What is your purpose for coming to Earth? If you do not speak honestly, I shall not be courteous to you, Vegeta threatened, clenching his fists as he directed his ire towards Yifeng. Chapter 4. Confrontation with Vegeta. I've already told you, I am just an ordinary Earthling. As for your threats, I doubt you possess the capability to follow through. Yifeng retorted with a smirk, his lips curling in amusement as he addressed Vegeta. Though he was uncertain about the extent of his power compared to Vegeta's, he was confident that his innate combat prowess far surpassed that of the Saiyan Prince. After engaging in battle, he would undoubtedly surpass him swiftly. Oh, such arrogance is a rarity I have not encountered in many years. Vegeta scoffed, his anger morphing into a twisted smile. Ever since his confrontation with Majin Buu, few dared to speak to him in such a manner, and to think it came from an ignorant Earthling. I shall teach him a proper lesson and discover what abilities he truly possesses. Is that so? Then you ought to be grateful to me for allowing you to hear words you so relish. Yifeng maintained his composure, seemingly unfazed by Vegeta's threats. You insufferable wretch. You are even more detestable than that cockroach fellow. Vegeta's muscles twitched in fury, clearly incensed by the exchange. Uncle Vegeta, son Gohan, wanted to stop Vegeta, but Vegeta had already leaped out and instantly appeared in front of Yifeng. He threw a punch at Yifeng. Since he didn't know the opponent's strength yet, Vegeta didn't hold back fully. He wanted to see what kind of extraordinary being this human, who gave him an uncomfortable feeling, was. As he watched Vegeta's fist rapidly approaching, Yifeng also threw out a punch. He naturally knew that Vegeta wasn't using his full power, as he hadn't transformed into a Super Saiyan yet. Boom! In the next second, their fists collided heavily, and almost at the moment of collision, they separated again. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Yifeng and Vegeta each took a dozen steps back before stabilizing their bodies. What? That bastard actually possesses this kind of strength? A look of shock appeared on Vegeta's face. Although his punch was merely a test, it was definitely not weak. He never expected it to be countered and for him to be pushed back. So strong, he actually managed to push Uncle Vegeta back. Son Gohan also had a face full of astonishment. Their current strength was definitely very powerful. They were among the top existences in the entire universe. And there was no way the humans on Earth could have such a terrifying guy. Vegeta, if you hold back, you won't be able to defeat me. Yifeng shook his arms and smiled. Although his arms felt a bit sore and numb after the collision, it was undeniable that this feeling was absolutely amazing. He was actually fighting against his favorite anime character, and he even possessed strength comparable to or surpassing theirs. At this moment, Yifeng could clearly feel the blood in his body boiling. He had an intense desire for a thrilling battle to calm that feeling. Don't get too carried away. If you think this is all I've got, you're dead wrong. Vegeta glared at Yifeng and said loudly, "Of course, you haven't transformed into a Super Saiyan yet, so you certainly haven't given it your all. Yeffing, but don't naively think that just because you became a Super Saiyan, you can defeat me. Even Super Saiyans know that you actually know quite a bit. Arrogant thing, today, Vegeta, will definitely teach you a good lesson. But this place isn't suitable for fighting. Follow me." After Vegeta finished speaking, his body transformed into a golden flame and flew down from the heavenly temple. Sun Wukong quickly followed suit. It was clear that today there was no battle that could be resolved, but he couldn't let Uncle Vegeta kill this human. Just as I wished. Yifeng also jumped up, following closely behind. Although he believed that his strength was not inferior to Vegeta's, there was still a significant gap in combat experience and skills between them. After all, Vegeta had hovered on the brink of death countless times and had even been to hell. Yifeng could take advantage of the battle with Vegeta to enhance his own combat experience. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three arrived at a desolate glacial area, with no humans or animals for miles around. Such a place was indeed very suitable for battle, as it wouldn't cause too much destruction. Oomph. You really have the guts to follow me. Vegeta turned around, a cold smile on his face, and said to Yifeng, "Isn't it just Super Saiyan? What is there to be afraid of? Oh really? I hope you can still be so arrogant in a moment." Vegeta gritted his teeth tightly. Looking at this bastard's confident expression made him extremely angry. Then he clenched his fists tightly, and a terrifying golden aura erupted from his body. Huh! Accompanied by a deep roar, Vegeta's hair turned golden, and a whirlwind centered around him swept out in all directions. Chapter 5. Looked down upon by Sun Wukong. The ground beneath Vegeta's feet instantly cracked, and rubble floated in midair. He was surrounded by golden flames and blue lightning. What a strong aura. Has he directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2? Feeling that terrifying aura, Yifeng said excitedly. But then again, Vegeta was different from Sun Wukong. When it came to real combat, he usually didn't test the waters, but unleashed all his power in an instant. "What's wrong? Are you scared by the aura I'm emitting?" Vegeta said triumphantly to Yifeng. "My current strength is definitely not something you could compare with just a moment ago. You're too full of yourself, Vegeta. I'm just excited. My blood is boiling with excitement," Yifeng said. At this moment, Vegeta's combat power was indeed higher than his, but that was not a problem. Soon, he would be able to surpass him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, in another desolate valley. What? Is that Vegeta's energy? Sun Wukong, who was training with Ub, suddenly stopped and said in surprise, "Master Wukong, is an enemy appearing?" Ub quickly asked. He also sensed Vegeta's energy. "I don't feel any other strong energy, but some enemies don't have energy signatures," Sun Wukong replied. "Just like the androids, they have no energy at all. Since Vegeta has raised his energy to the extreme, it must be for a reason. Hold on to me. Let's go take a look." After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he pointed his index and middle fingers to his forehead and used instant transmission, and then the two instantly disappeared from their original spot. Just as Vegeta and Yifeng were about to prepare for battle, Sun Wukong and Ub suddenly appeared in front of them. "Kakarot? Dad!" Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Yifeng shouted almost simultaneously. "I can't believe I finally see my favorite Dragon Ball character, Sun Wukong. Hey Kakarot, what are you doing here? This is my battle." Vegeta coldly reprimanded. This guy always liked to jump into battles before him. This time he would definitely not agree. Huh? A battle? With him? Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta in confusion, then turned to Yifeng and asked. He didn't sense anything special about this guy in front of him. "What? Do you look down on me, Sun Wukong?" Yifeng said. Sun Wukong's tone and expression clearly showed that he looked down on him. You really aren't a match for Vegeta," Sun Wukong said bluntly to Yifeng. "Is that so? Then open your eyes and take a good look." Yifeng was too lazy to argue with Sun Wukong, because he knew that soon he would not be able to defeat Vegeta. Even Sun Wukong was not his opponent. "Well, Since you say that, I'm actually looking forward to it. Sun Wukong smiled. Since this guy in front of him was so confident, he should have some skills. Seeing that Sun Wukong had no intention of competing for opponents, Vegeta finally breathed a sigh of relief. Come on, Vegeta. Let me feel the power of Super Saiyan. Yifeng waved at Vegeta, although there was no intention of provocation. However, in Vegeta's eyes, it was a provocation against him. TCH, seeking death. The moment Vegeta's voice fell, he charged directly at Yifeng. When he fought, he wouldn't use energy balls to attack unless he was up against a very powerful opponent. So fast. Yifeng was greatly shocked. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's speed and strength had indeed seen a tremendous increase. He appeared in front of Yifeng almost in an instant. This left Yifeng, who had little combat experience, unsure of how to respond, and he could only instinctively raise his fist to block in front of him. Bang! Vegeta's fist landed heavily on Yifeng's arms, and an overwhelming force, like the vastness of a cosmic explosion, surged into his arms. Whoosh! Yifeng's body flew out like a meteor, leaving 2 deep trenches on the ice surface. Boom! Then his body directly crashed into an iceberg. Ouch, that hurts. Yifeng quickly rubbed his arms. Although it hurt a lot, there were no signs of injury on his body at all. This is the benefit of having the Saiyan bloodline. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Vegeta reappeared in front of Yifeng, his fists moving like phantoms, launching a flurry of attacks. Each punch made Yifeng feel pain in his arms. If Yifeng were to use the Ultra Instinct technique, he could easily dodge all of Vegeta's attacks and defeat him. However, Yifeng didn't want to do that right now. He wanted to train his combat skills. He also aimed to improve his strength through this battle. Thank you, everyone. This is my first time writing a Dragon Ball fanfiction, and I didn't expect so many flowers and monthly tickets from everyone. I'm really very grateful. Thank you, excited, thrilled. Chapter 6, Super Learning Ability, shocking everyone. Boom! Yifeng's body shattered icebergs, and a severe burning pain spread across his arms as if they were on fire. However, he felt extremely comfortable, incredibly comfortable. The blood within him was boiling even more vigorously, reaching a peak of excitement. He could clearly sense that the energy within his body was increasing at an incredibly fast rate. Moreover, Vegeta's punching speed appeared to be slowing down in his eyes. He could see every punch clearly. Yifeng was confident that he could easily handle the next part. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta was getting more and more excited with each punch. Usually, he was the one getting beaten up, but now that he had found someone so tough, he had to let off some steam. Uncle Vegeta seemed very excited. Son Gohan watched the battle between the two and spoke up. He knew very well that Uncle Vegeta hadn't fought this freely in a long time. Vegeta might lose. Son Wukong said seriously. What? Uncle Vegeta has always had the upper hand. How could he lose? Son Gohan and Bu looked confused at Son Wukong. Right now, Vegeta was completely in control. As long as he kept attacking like this, the guy named Yifeng would definitely not hold on. In this situation, there was no possibility of losing. I underestimated that guy, just watch. He's about to counterattack. Son Wukong watched the battle between the two very seriously. He indeed misjudged this time. On the surface, Vegeta was in control the entire time, overwhelming that little guy with no chance to fight back. But in terms of strength, he had completely mastered and even learned Vegeta's combat experience and skills. Moreover, he could feel an uncontrollable fighting spirit within that little guy, a feeling he had experienced before. Oof, what's wrong? Weren't you just very arrogant? Can you only passively take hits now? Where did that arrogant spirit go? Vegeta wildly swung his fists, a smug smile on his lips as he shouted disdainfully at Yifeng. Want me to counterattack? That's easy. Yifeng, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly looked up, a hint of an excited smile on his face. The excitement he had been suppressing before could now be released freely. Bang! The moment the sound dropped, Yifeng grabbed Vegeta's fist. What? Vegeta was instantly shocked. Just now, this guy was completely suppressed by him. How did he suddenly catch his attack? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. After fighting for so long, he should be tired. It's my turn now. Still in a state of shock and confusion, Vegeta was directly thrown by Yifeng. Bang! Boom! The ground was smashed into a huge ice pit. What? Uncle Vegeta was thrown away. Son Gohan was just as shocked as Vegeta. To him, this was a battle without any suspense at all. After all, there was a huge gap in bloodline between Earthlings and Saiyans, which couldn't simply be compensated by training. And considering Yifeng's age, he should be even younger than him. It was expected. It was very likely that this little guy had strength beyond mine. Son Wukong first frowned. Then a smile appeared on his lips. It was excitement, the thrill of encountering a rival. Surpassing Dad? Surpassing Master? That's impossible. Son Gohan and Ub exclaimed almost simultaneously. In their subconscious, Sun Wukong was the strongest warrior in the universe, and now a human stronger than him had appeared. Are you kidding me? Boom! The next moment, the ground began to tremble violently, and the ice surface beneath their feet cracked in a spiderweb pattern radiating from the ice pit. The moment the ice surface exploded, Vegeta leaped into the air. Damn it! I will never forgive you. Vegeta's forehead was bulging with veins, his fists clenched tightly, glaring at Yifeng. He was obviously at the peak of his anger. An annoying human had made him so embarrassed. It was simply unforgivable. No need to fight anymore, Vegeta. You're no longer my opponent. Yifeng straightened his somewhat tattered clothes and spoke to Vegeta, his voice filled with a cold detachment. To Vegeta, it naturally sounded like disdain. Damn it, don't get too carried away with yourself. Don't think just because you coincidentally blocked one attack that you can talk big. Vegeta growled, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. Then, he lunged forward again, launching another assault at Yifeng. Coincidence. That had to be a fluke just now. Vegeta reassured himself inwardly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fist shadows swept through the air like wind as punches rained down on Yifeng like a storm of bullets. Yet, each one was effortlessly dodged by Yifeng. Of course, Yifeng didn't even need to activate Ultra Instinct at this point, because during an earlier exchange, he had already completely mastered Vegeta's combat techniques and punching patterns. Additional note, I'm really excited, so excited, because everyone has been incredibly supportive. I've only written 2 books, and this 1's performance in just 2 hours has already surpassed the other one that had tens of thousands of words. Thank you. Thank you again. Flowers, review votes, and even monthly votes have all come in. I want to name each of you individually, but I'm truly grateful. I'm relieved and satisfied. However, since I still can't leave comments, I can't respond to your messages. I hope you all don't mind. Chapter 7. Vegeta's Strongest Strike. Vegeta attacked relentlessly for over 10 minutes, yet he failed to even graze Yifeng's body, not even his clothes. This only fueled Vegeta's fury further, causing his punches to lose all form and discipline. Huff huff, his stamina rapidly depleted, leaving Vegeta gasping for breath. As his energy waned, his speed dropped significantly, making it even more impossible for his attacks to land on Yifeng. All right, Vegeta, let us end this here, Yifeng said calmly. After Yifeng finished speaking, he pressed the palm of his right hand directly against Vegeta's. With a forceful push, Vegeta was sent flying out. Bang! His body was then embedded into the iceberg, causing a huge crack to appear in the entire iceberg. What incredible power. This guy is too terrifying. Sun Wukong clenched his fist and said in a low voice. To be honest, even he might not be able to knock Vegeta away so easily. Meanwhile, Son Gohan and OOB were left speechless in shock. Is there really such a person on Earth? And they had never noticed it before. This is too frightening. I never expected that one's power could increase so rapidly during battle. Yifeng clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within his body, suppressing his excitement as he muttered to himself. According to his plan, after fighting Vegeta, his strength would surpass that of Vegeta. But he never expected to be able to crush Vegeta already. Impossible. How could I lose to that little brat? Absolutely unforgivable. Embedded in the iceberg, Vegeta's eyes burned with fierce anger. It was bad enough that he was surpassed by that bastard Kakarot. Now, even a mere earthling was riding on top of him. How could he possibly accept this? As the angry voice fell, Vegeta spread his palms, gathering 2 energy spheres in his hands. Then they fused together, and a deep roar followed. Final flash. That's right, this is his strongest attack. If he can withstand this attack, then he is truly lost. Vegeta, what are you doing? Seeing Vegeta directly unleashing the final flash, Sun Wukong suddenly felt anxious. At this moment, Vegeta was positioned higher than Yifeng, and if he unleashed the final flash like this, and Yifeng dodged it, it would definitely cause immense damage to the Earth. Uncle Vegeta, stop it now. Sun Wufan quickly shouted to stop him. Damn it, you bastard, get down. Yeah. The moment the deep roar fell, the energy wave in Vegeta's hand shot directly towards Yifeng. Come on. Yifeng let out a long breath, and a serious expression appeared in his eyes. Vegeta's strongest attack was indeed very terrifying. One could feel the dangerous aura emanating from that energy wave. At that moment, a silvery white aura enveloped Yifeng's body. In almost an instant, the energy wave rushed forward at lightning speed. In the moment when Yi Feng's palms pressed against the energy wave, his body was shaken back repeatedly by the terrifying impact. His legs had completely sunk into the ice, leaving 2 long trails on the surface. In fact, he could have completely dodged Vegeta's attack, but there was no need to, and he wouldn't dodge it anyway, because such a powerful attack would make him even stronger. Suddenly, Yi Feng's pupils turned silver gray in an instant. The muscles in his arms visibly changed, and an overwhelming power erupted from his body. Then, Yi Feng's feet sank, and his body came to a complete stop, forcibly taking on Vegeta's strongest attack. Incredible. He actually caught Vegeta's attack with his bare hands, which was truly exciting. Sun Wukong looked at Yi Feng in shock, unable to believe it. Just retreating a few meters, even he couldn't achieve that. Sun Gohan and Ub swallowed hard. This guy's a monster, right? What? Impossible. What kind of creature is this? Vegeta's eyes nearly popped out. Although he didn't want to admit it, having his strongest attack caught by Yi Feng in this manner meant that there was a significant gap between them. It seems things are a bit different from the anime. Vegeta's ultimate flash is indeed very strong. Yi Feng flicked his right hand, and the energy wave shot straight out of the earth. When watching Dragon Ball, it always felt like Vegeta's final flash was rather weak, unable to instantly defeat enemies. But after actually experiencing it, he realized just how powerful the energy wave was. Whoosh. The next second, Yi Feng appeared directly in front of Vegeta. He raised his right knee and heavily drove it into Vegeta's abdomen. Wow. As his pupils constricted, a mouthful of blood was directly spat out from Vegeta's mouth. He then returned to his normal state, clearly injured. He had used his strongest move, and not give him a lesson felt a bit unfair. Chapter 8, Goku's Challenge. Bang! Vegeta clutched his stomach, falling to the ground, his pupils constricted. A look of pain mixed with anger appeared on his face. Vegeta. Goku quickly flew in front of Vegeta, fearing that Yi Feng would deliver a fatal blow. After all, who he was, whether good or bad, and what his intentions were, they had no idea. Gohan and Ub also approached to help Vegeta up. Meanwhile, Goku's gaze was fixed on Yi Feng. Are you really a human from Earth? Goku asked with some skepticism. If he really was, then having such terrifying power, without Goku noticing, was indeed well hidden. Sort of. Yi Feng's answer is ambiguous. Is he an Earthling? In his previous life, he was an ordinary Earth person, and after crossing over, he can be considered an ordinary Earth person in the Dragon Ball world as well. However, after merging with the bloodline of a Super Saiyan, he should no longer be considered a complete Earthling. From your expression, it seems you know a lot about us? Sun Wukong asked again. Just now, Gohan had already told him that when Yi Feng and Dandy were talking, he referred to himself as their friend. This proves that he knows him, and he probably knows Vegeta and Gohan as well. Of course, it's not an exaggeration to say that I understand you better than you understand yourselves. Yi Feng smiled and said, I didn't lie. As a typical Dragon Ball fan, I know a lot about both the fighters from Dragon Ball GT and those from Dragon Ball Super. Is that right? Hee. I seem to be more interested in you now. Sun Wukong also smiled, feeling that Yi Feng seemed to have no hostility. You're probably more interested in my strength, right? As a battle fanatic, when Sun Wukong encounters an opponent stronger than himself, excitement appears in his eyes. And now his eyes were shining with that kind of light. You could say that. Since you defeated Vegeta, can we have a match? Sun Wukong nodded, not hiding his thoughts at all. He had felt a bit eager when he saw Yi Feng fighting Vegeta. With you? Yi Feng smiled. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. Every battle would make him stronger. Fighting against strong opponents would only enhance his strength. It was clear that Sun Wukong's power far exceeded Vegeta's, making him a formidable opponent. Such an opportunity, even if Sun Wukong didn't mention it, he couldn't possibly miss. After all, it was something he desired. Yi Feng then nodded. Dad, are you going to fight him? Son Gohan asked with a serious expression, glancing at Sun Wukong. He was very aware of his father's strength, and Yi Feng had just demonstrated power far surpassing Vegeta's. Their battle would likely cause significant destruction to Earth. Don't worry, Gohan, I know what I'm doing. Sun Wukong reassured him, understanding his son's concerns. If he truly lacked control, Earth would have been destroyed many times over by now. Seeing Sun Wukong's confident expression, Sun Gohan nodded. Yi Feng, right? Then let's keep it at that. Sun Wukong then turned to Yi Feng and said with a smile. Okay. Yi Feng spat out a word. He still had to live on Earth and wouldn't deliberately destroy it. Moreover, his goal was to become stronger through battle, not to cause destruction. So it began. Sun Wukong shook his arms and directly transformed into a Super Saiyan. The golden aura surged up. However, Sun Wukong had only transformed into a Super Saiyan, not in his Super Saiyan 2. Therefore, his aura was still not as strong as Vegeta's from earlier. You really are overestimating yourself. Just now, Vegeta in Super Saiyan 2 lost to me, and you're actually using Super Saiyan to challenge me? Although Sun Wukong's actions were expected, Yifeng couldn't help but ask. Well, just warming up first, Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly. Then he clawed with both hands, one in front and one behind, taking a combat stance. Come on. Yifeng also assumed a fighting stance. Since Sun Wukong did not transform into Super Saiyan 3, there was no need for him to use Ultra Instinct. After all, his current power could easily defeat Super Saiyan 2 Sun Wukong. As Yifeng's voice fell, both of them simultaneously stomped their feet on the ground, and their bodies instantly flew out. Bang, bang, bang. Then, sound waves appeared in the air, and the surrounding icebergs continuously collapsed, creating huge cracks in the ground. Yifeng controlled his power just right. His goal was not to defeat Sun Wukong quickly, but to learn from his fighting style, techniques, and experience during the battle. Compared to Vegeta, Sun Wukong had much richer combat experience and skills. Chapter 9. Initial Trial of the Ultimate Instinct. Bang, bang, bang. The two were exchanging punches incessantly, constantly enhancing their strength during the fight, but not to the point of overwhelming each other. What a strong learning ability. This guy is learning my fighting techniques. Sun Wukong truly is a combat genius. Within a few minutes, he completely understood Yifeng's intentions. His own fighting style was actually being learned by him, mixed with Vegeta's combat techniques. Boom! Another violent collision. And Sun Wukong was directly knocked back dozens of meters by a punch, his feet scraping the ground and leaving 2 long marks. It's been a long time since I've felt this excited. After being knocked back by Yifeng's punch, Sun Wukong was not worried at all. Instead, he felt even more exhilarated. Over the past 10 years, although he had often trained with Ub's strength was ultimately very limited. He had never been able to fight freely. Accompanied by a roar, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3. His golden hair flowed down to his waist. His brow ridge disappeared, and his long eyes appeared somewhat enchanting. That was just a warm-up. Now is the real contest. Are you finally ready to go all out? Leaf Maple looked at Sun Wukong, smiled, and said, after warming up, I know that even the strength of Super Saiyan 2 can't win against you. So now the real battle begins. Sun Wukong raised the corner of his mouth and calmly replied, all right, if it's the real battle, then I'll take it seriously too. Yifeng's face also showed a serious expression. The strength of Super 3 Sun Wukong is definitely not something that Vegeta can compare to. Whoosh. In the next moment, Sun Wukong shot out directly, his speed incredibly fast, almost instantaneously appearing in front of Yifeng. He threw a punch at Yifeng. Yifeng didn't prepare to dodge at all. Instead, he met it head-on with a punch. Bang! At the moment their fists collided, Yifeng felt an overwhelming force akin to that of a king rushing towards him, and his body was sent flying back in an instant. Boom! 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 His body smashed through several ice mountains before finally coming to a stop. Such immense power. Is there really such a big difference between Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3? Yifeng shook his arm and said in surprise, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's normal fighting power should be about the same, so it can completely be used to measure the difference between Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3. Since that's the case, let me take a good look at your moves. Yifeng slowly raised his head, and in that moment, his black pupils suddenly turned silver gray. Wisps of aura, like silver threads, began to rise around his body. It was time to feel the power of the Zizai Ji Gong. Had something changed? His aura was as calm as the clear stream behind Baozi Mountain. Sun Wukong looked at Yifeng in surprise and said softly. At this moment, although Yifeng's energy had not increased, it was extremely calm, to the point that it was impossible to sense even the slightest fluctuation. What was that layer of silver aura? Sun Wufan and OOB looked at Yifeng in shock. Although his aura had not grown stronger, there was an indescribable feeling of sacredness and inviolability. They had never seen such an aura before. OOB shook his head. He had never encountered anyone who could control their aura so calmly. Tap, tap, tap. Sun Wukong stepped toward Yifeng, a smile on his face. It seems you're also ready to give it your all. Looking at Yifeng, Sun Wukong said, you are worth me using my full strength. Yifeng smiled and said to Sun Wukong, Super Saiyan 3 Goku is indeed very strong. Although I'm not sure what changes you've gone through, the power of Super Saiyan 3 is definitely more powerful than you can imagine. Sun Wukong said with great confidence. So I'm really looking forward to it. Yifeng nodded, standing still with a calm expression as he spoke to Sun Wukong. All right, I will attack. Seeing Yi Feng's equally confident expression, Sun Wukong directly tapped his toes on the ground, and as the ground instantly cracked, his body disappeared without a trace. At least Sun Wukong's companions could no longer see him clearly. Yi Feng simulate faintly. After performing the free and easy extreme skill, Sun Wukong's speed seemed slow in his eyes. Still not dodging? Sun Wukong was a bit surprised. His fist was almost touching Yi Feng's body, yet he still didn't move. What was he trying to do? Was he stunned by his own speed? Impossible. Yi Feng was so confident that he would definitely not be frightened by his own speed. But what on earth was happening was quickly cleared up. Chapter 10. The Burden of the Free and Extreme Intent Technique. Just as Sun Wukong's fist was about to touch Yi Feng's body, Yi Feng's figure vanished like a ghost. What? Sun Wukong was shocked, his fist tearing through the silvery gas. Yi Feng's body reappeared behind Sun Wukong, and then he struck out with a punch in midair. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Sun Wukong turned around, he was hit by dozens of punches to his chest. The terrifying force knocked Sun Wukong back several steps. How powerful! I can't see how he moved at all. Sun Wukong covered his painful body and frowned as he spoke. Just now, he thought his attack would definitely hit Yi Feng. But in that instant, Yi Feng seemed to disappear into thin air, and he completely failed to see his figure. That incredible speed was simply too fast. Is this guy really human? Sun Wufan and OOB were already shocked beyond measure, their mouths agape. This is too terrifying. Surprised? Come again. Yi Feng suddenly smiled faintly and said to Sun Wukong. Although his speed was incomprehensibly fast, it only made the excitement even greater. Sun Wukong released his hand from covering his mouth and suddenly laughed, with flames of excitement burning in his eyes. He then attacked Yi Feng again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shadows of his fists swept by like a machine gun, but he could never touch Yi Feng's body. It was no good. The consumption of his Zai Ji Gong was truly terrifying. Yi Feng frowned, feeling the energy in his body depleting rapidly. In just 2 minutes, he was already experiencing a sense of exhaustion. If he continued to exert himself, he would likely run out of energy to maintain his Zai Ji Gong. Moreover, he would enter a state of significant weakness afterward, although he knew that Sun Wukong was not the type to take advantage of others in danger. In such a perilous world, he absolutely could not allow himself to be in a dangerous situation, even if the risk was only 1 in 10,000. If he pushed Zai Ji Gong to its limits, he would have to bear an enormous burden, one that could completely render him unconscious. With this in mind, Yi Feng decided he could no longer delay, as he had already learned most of Sun Wukong's combat techniques. In the next moment, Sun Wukong's fist suddenly rushed towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng easily dodged Sun Wukong's punch, then landed a punch on the side of Sun Wukong's head with just the right amount of force. Bang! The moment the deep sound echoed, Sun Wukong flew sideways and crashed directly into the ice mountain. After the strike, Sun Wukong completely lost his fighting ability, as the side of the head is a vital area for a person. Even though Yi Feng did not use too much strength, his power naturally increased under extreme speed. After easily incapacitating Sun Wukong, Yi Feng took a deep breath. The silver aura around him gradually disappeared, and his pupils returned to their normal black color. Hiss! At this moment, Yi Feng felt a tearing pain in his muscles all over his body. This was the after effect of using the imperfect ultimate freedom technique. Although the ultimate freedom technique is very powerful, it is not without cost. Gulp! Dad was actually defeated in an instant. So strong. My master was taken out in seconds. Son Gohan and OOB were stunned into shock. Everything that happened today was indeed too shocking for them. The strongest Sun Wukong in their hearts was actually defeated by a light punch. Wow, it hurt so much. Sun Wukong struggled to stand up, rubbing his head vigorously. He still felt a bit dizzy. He was very certain that if Yi Feng had attacked with all his strength just now, he would have had a high chance of being killed. You are too strong. Walking up to Yi Feng, Sun Wukong still maintained an excited demeanor, even after being defeated. You were too careless. Because you were focused solely on attacking, you completely neglected your defense, which gave me the opportunity to strike. Vegeta is much better than you at this. Yi Feng also endured the intense pain in his body and spoke. Although I admit that I was negligent in my defense just now, your speed is indeed too fast. Even if I were to defend seriously, I might not be able to withstand it. Sun Wukong was very honest. If I can't win, I can't win. There's really no excuse at all. You actually have quite a good sense of self-awareness. Yi Feng smiled, and his fondness for Sun Wukong increased greatly. Of course, he had always liked the character of Sun Wukong, especially the one from Dragon Ball Z. By the way, do you live in West City too? Sun Wukong suddenly asked. As of now, yes. Why? Do you want to compete with me? Yifeng immediately saw through Sun Wukong's thoughts. This belligerent guy, having finally found such a strong opponent, definitely wouldn't let it go easily. Hee, of course, fighting with you will give me a long-lost sense of excitement. As expected, it was exactly as Yifeng had guessed. Chapter 11. Entering the Time House again to consolidate power. In the coming days, I might stay in the Divine Palace. If you want to fight, I'm always at your service. Yifeng said to Sun Wukong that there were two reasons for going to the Heavenly God Temple. First, although he currently possesses immense strength, he still does not have a stable place to stay. With his current power, even controlling the entire Earth would be a trivial matter, but after gaining such strength, he no longer has that desire. With a different height comes a change in perspective and goals. Second, the Heavenly God Temple has food and drinks, as well as the Spirit Time House for training, making an excellent place to be. After witnessing his strength, the Heavenly God Dandy should welcome him warmly. The Heavenly God Temple? That's great, Sun Wukong said with some excitement. However, before that, he needed to train well. He couldn't afford to be so embarrassed in the next battle. All right, I have other matters to attend to. See you later. After Yifeng waved his hand at Sun Wukong, his body flashed and disappeared right in front of everyone. What a powerful guy. I hope he won't become our enemy. Looking at Yifeng's disappearing figure, Sun Gohan said with a worried expression. Don't worry, Gohan. That guy may be very mysterious, but I believe he means no harm to us or the Earth. Sun Wukong said with a smile, pausing before continuing. As long as we don't provoke him first. I hope so. Sun Gohan and OOB could only reassure themselves like this. As for Vegeta, he had actually woken up early, but after losing so badly just now, he could only pretend to be unconscious. However, seeing that Kakarot was also defeated made him feel much better. Heavenly Temple. Whoosh. Yifeng suddenly appeared, startling Dandy and Mr. Yifeng. Dandy called out nervously and respectfully. He had witnessed everything that happened on Earth from the Heavenly God Palace. He had sensed from the very beginning that Yifeng was extraordinary, but he never expected him to defeat both Goku and Vegeta. Moreover, he did so with such ease. A powerhouse like him could destroy Earth in an instant, so Dandy naturally approached him with great caution. You don't need to be so nervous, Dandy. I'm just staying here in your Heavenly God Palace for a few days, Yifeng said with a warm smile, looking at the tense Dandy. He was not a man-eating beast, nor did he want to become that kind of person just because he had strength. Just consider me a friend of Goku and the others. Yifeng continued, aldikt me Yifeng. Dandy quickly nodded. In front of such a powerful stranger, it was impossible to feel at ease. Sir, please tidy up a room, Dandy hurriedly said to him. Yifeng was polite, so I couldn't let my guard down even more. Good heavens. After nodding, he walked away. I need to go to the Spirit Time House again. It should be fine, right? Yifeng looked at the hyperbolic time chamber and asked Dandy. He still felt a bit unwell due to the aftereffects of using the ultimate freedom technique, and he needed to take good care of himself. Moreover, he needed to find a way to eliminate the burdens that came after using the ultimate freedom technique. If every time he used the technique he ended up in this state, he would be too passive when encountering strong opponents. That's right, Mr. Yifeng. Each person can only stay in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 days, Dandy said, looking at Yifeng. He then let out a wry smile and added, but with your strength, you could indeed break through the dimensional barrier. Back in the day, Majin Buu and Gotenks managed to escape the hyperbolic time chamber by relying on their overwhelming power to break through the dimensional barrier. Yifeng's strength far exceeds that of Majin Buu and Gotenks at that time, so it's no problem. Well, I'll go in now. Yifeng finished speaking and walked directly into the time chamber. He naturally knew what Dandy was talking about. With his current strength, breaking the time chamber was a trivial matter. After entering the time chamber, Yifeng began to continue his training, repeatedly practicing the combat moves and techniques of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Not only did he need to master them, but he also needed to refine them, even surpassing them based on their foundations. Thus, in this continuous repetition, 2 days quickly passed. Free and unfettered extreme skill. A calm voice emerged from his throat, and strands of silver aura drilled out from Yifeng's body, surrounding him. Ultimate Flash. A golden energy wave gathered in his palms, which were finally compressed together, forming a huge energy ball. In an instant, as he exerted force with his palms, the energy ball flew out. Almost at the moment the energy ball was launched, Yifeng's body shot out like an arrow. He instantly surpassed the energy wave, placing his palms against it, and his feet slid along the ground for over 10 meters, successfully blocking the energy wave. In 2 years, his free and unfettered extreme skill had progressed from barely lasting 2 minutes to now being able to last 7 minutes. Moreover, the burden after casting it was not as great anymore. Chapter 12. System issues a mission. Work and rest in moderation. The monotonous training ends here. After returning to his normal state, Yi Feng took a shower, changed into the clean clothes prepared by Dandy, and walked out of the time chamber. Mr. Yi Feng, have you finished your training? Dandy and were waiting outside, respectfully addressing Yi Feng. Yi Feng was very polite to them, but they could not let down their guard and respect just because Yi Feng was polite to them. Well, that's it. The clothes fit well, thank you. Yi Feng looked at his clothes, which were a set of black practice clothing that fit him very well. Mr. Yi Feng, there's no need to be polite. Has prepared some food. Would you like to eat a bit? Dandy knew very well that the food in the Spirit Time House was usually just enough to fill the stomach. As for the taste, it's hard to describe. As for his cooking skills, I would like to give it a try. Yi Feng smiled and looked at the pitch black and said, in Dragon Ball, S cooking skills and those of a North Kai are quite impressive. Please, this way, sir. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Dandy quickly made a gesture inviting him. Ding. The system issued a task. Please proceed to the Kaioshin realm to sign in and receive the corresponding rewards. Task duration, 10 days. Just as Yi Feng was about to go eat, the electronic synthesized voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Yi Feng was taken aback, including the time spent in the Spirit Time Room. He had been in the Dragon Ball world for over 4 years. He almost forgot about the sign-in system. Unexpectedly, a sign-in task was suddenly issued at this moment. The King Kai's realm seems a bit far away. Yi Feng murmured to himself. His current strength was indeed very strong, but reaching the Kaioshin realm was quite difficult. Even the most advanced spaceships would likely take a long time, and Divine Realm spaceships might not even be able to reach it. In the original Dragon Ball, the location of the Kaioshin realm was not clearly stated. However, based on his own speculation, the Kaioshin realm should have some connection to the underworld, just like when Majin Buu appeared, and Gohan was taken to the Kaioshin realm by the Kaioshin. On Earth, everyone felt that Gohan's energy was gone, as if he'd already been killed. However, when Goku was heading to the underworld, he sensed Gohan's energy. Of course, this was just his own guess. If he could instantaneously move, then getting to the Kaioshin realm would be very easy. Thinking of this, Yi Feng suddenly remembered Goku. Although he couldn't instantaneously move, Goku definitely could, and he could definitely take him to the Kaioshin realm. It seemed that the ability to instantaneously move was still very important for him. What's wrong, Mr. Yi Feng? Dandy asked, noticing Yi Feng lost in thought. It's nothing, let's go. Yi Feng nodded, deciding to fill his stomach first. The task deadline is 10 days, and there's still plenty of time, so there's no need to rush. The chef's skills are indeed quite good, at least much better than the food in the Spirit Time House. After finishing his meal, Yi Feng took a stroll in the lower realm. He couldn't spend all day cultivating in the Spirit Time House. That kind of life was far too dull. Just like that, 6 days quickly passed. It surprised him that Sun Wukong hadn't come yet. In the Divine Hall, Yi Feng muttered to himself. He originally thought that with Sun Wukong's combative personality, he wouldn't be able to resist coming to spar with him within 3 days. But now, 6 days had passed, and he still hadn't come, which truly exceeded Yi Feng's expectations. Since he wasn't coming, it seems that he needed to go find him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to complete the task assigned by the system. He certainly didn't want to miss out on this opportunity for a check-in. After all, the system's beginner's gift pack was so generous. The task gift pack shouldn't be too shabby, right? Just as Yi Feng was about to get up and actively look for Sun Wukong, he suddenly felt Sun Wukong's aura. Moreover, it was coming from the direction of the Divine Hall. He's here. Yi Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed that Sun Wukong couldn't contain his fighting spirit any longer. Whoosh. In the next moment, Sun Wukong appeared right in front of Yi Feng. Mr. Wukong. Dandy greeted when he saw Sun Wukong. Hey, Dandy. Long time no see, Yi Feng. Sun Wukong first waved at Dandy, then smiled at Yi Feng and said, long time no see? It's only been 6 days, right? This guy Sun Wukong must have been holding back quite a bit these past few days. Hee hee. But I feel like it's been a long time. I can't wait to fight you again. Sun Wukong said excitedly while clenching his fist. He had been training hard these past few days, especially focusing on his speed, all in preparation for the battle with Yi Feng. That's not urgent. I want you to take me to a place first. Yi Feng waved his hand and said to Sun Wukong, huh? Where to? Sun Wukong was taken aback. With Yi Feng's strength, did he still need someone to take him somewhere? The Kaioshin realm. Chapter 13. Nice to meet you, Lord Kaioshin. What? You want to go to Lord Kaioshin's planet? Sun Wukong asked, looking at Yi Feng with some surprise. Although he was familiar with Lord Kaioshin and the old Kaioshin, it intrigued him that Yi Feng knew them as well. Also, what do you want to do on Lord Kaioshin's planet? Yeah, is there a problem? Yi Feng smiled and continued, when we fight on Earth, we all worry about damaging the planet, so we can't go all out. You wouldn't want to fight me while being restricted, would you? The Kaioshin realm is indeed harder than Earth and more suitable for battle. This is what Kaioshin Asin himself said. It seems to make sense. The planet of the Kaioshin is indeed more suitable for fighting. Sun Wukong rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and said. Meanwhile, far away in the Kaioshin realm, Jebbet and the old Kaioshin suddenly sneezed, feeling as if something bad was about to happen. But I can't teleport to the Kaioshin realm, Sun Wukong said, somewhat troubled. His instantaneous movement could only reach a place if he sensed the energy there. However, he couldn't perceive the divine energy of the Kaioshin, so he couldn't go there at all. The last time he went was because he suddenly sensed Gohan's energy while on Snake Way, which allowed him to teleport there. Damn, how did I forget about that? Yi Feng patted his forehead and cursed under his breath. He only wanted to remember that Sun Wukong could teleport, but he forgot that Sun Wukong's teleportation had its limitations. Now there were only 4 days left. How was he supposed to get to the King Kai's realm? By the way, Dandy, you are the god of Earth, so you should be able to contact King Kai, right? Yi Feng had a sudden inspiration and remembered Dandy beside him. Since the Supreme Kai had often come to Earth, Dandy should be able to contact him. Yes, I can indeed contact Lord Supreme Kai. Dandy nodded and turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong. Obviously, Dandy still did not fully trust Yi Feng. Please, Dandy, Sun Wukong said to Dandy. He really wanted to compete with Yi Feng again. All right then. Seeing that Sun Wukong said this, Dandy could only nod and then began to communicate with the Supreme Kai telepathically. Time passed second by second, and 5 minutes went by. Yi Feng and Sun Wukong were getting a bit impatient. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Feng, wearing strange clothing with light purple skin, pointed elf ears, and long white hair flowing behind, adorned with a pair of patera earrings. Is it Jebbet God? That's right. The person in front of them was the fusion of Kaioshin Asin and his attendant Jebbet, Jebbet God. Kaioshin-sama. Sun Wukong greeted him familiarly. Wukong-san, Dandy, who is this gentleman? Jebbet God looked at Sun Wukong and Dandy, and finally turned his gaze to Yi Feng. His name is Yi Feng. Sun Wukong's introduction was very simple and straightforward. Nice to meet you, Kaioshin-sama. Yi Feng cupped his hands in front of God Jebbet. Although he was a weakling, he was still a god, so he had to show some respect. Hello, Mr. Yi Feng. God Jebbet was quite humble as well, returning the greeting before turning to Sun Wukong and asking, Wukong-san, Dandy said you have something to discuss with me? Yes, I want to have a battle with Yi Feng, but it's too noisy on Earth. So I thought of going to the Kaioshin realm. Sun Wukong said matter-of-factly. What? Battle in the Kaioshin realm? A black line appeared on God Jebbet's forehead. I knew it. I just sneezed twice, and I knew something bad was going to happen. Then God Jebbet looked at Yi Feng a couple more times. Someone who could make Wukong actively propose a battle was definitely extraordinary. Unfortunately, he hadn't checked on Earth through the crystal ball recently, so he was unaware of Yi Feng's background. All right then, just try to restrain yourselves a bit, God Jebbet sighed, knowing he couldn't dissuade Wukong. The Kaioshin realm is probably going to suffer again. With God Jebbet's instant transmission, Yi Feng and Sun Wukong arrived in the Kaioshin realm in an instant. A large, grass-green planet appeared before them, its size far exceeding that of Earth. In front of Yi Feng stood a grand hall with a large character for realm written on its door, clearly the residence of the Kaioshin. Besides that, there were some mountains and trees resembling Earth's environment. Yo, old man, long time no see. Sun Wukong greeted the old Kaioshin enthusiastically. After all, he had given him 1,000 years of life. So it's you who came. I knew something bad was going to happen when I sneezed just now. Compared to God Jebbet's tact, the old Kaioshin was clearly very direct, giving Sun Wukong a cold shoulder. Chapter 14. You want me to unlock my potential? Huh? Who is he? The old Kaioshin turned his gaze to Yi Feng. His eyes, previously half closed, suddenly opened wide in surprise as he looked at Yi Feng. Such strong potential. This guy's potential is even more terrifying than that little guy Gohan. The old Kaioshin thought in shock. Gohan was already the most talented human he had ever seen, and this little guy in front of him felt unfathomable, like a bottomless pit, making it impossible for him to see through. My name is Yi Feng. It's an honor to meet you, old Kaioshin. Just a small token of respect. Yi Feng walked up to old Kai with a smile, handing him a small book he had in his hand. From old Kai's expression just now, it was clear that he had sensed his own immense potential. This comic book was something he bought a few days ago while shopping, just to please him. If old Kai could help him develop his potential, his strength would definitely undergo a qualitative change. Old Kai looked at Yi Feng, then opened the book for the first time, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, this is so deep and it's so big. A smile of excitement appeared on old Kai's face, and he almost drooled. His fingers hurriedly flipped through the pages. Ahem, ancestor. Please be a bit more serious. Jebbet blushed and found it hard to watch. The ancestor's expression was quite blatant. Cough. Well, what brings you to the Kaishin realm? Hearing Jebbet's reminder, old Kai slightly restrained himself and asked after clearing his throat. Hee, we're here to fight. Sun Wukong said with a grin, speaking frankly. What? Fight? Old Kai was taken aback. Were they planning to tear down the divine realm in his place? System, I have arrived at the Kaishin realm. Can I sign in now? Yi Feng silently said to himself. The purpose of his coming here was to sign in and then receive the system rewards. He was no longer very interested in fighting with Sun Wukong. Ding. The sign-in duration is 15 days. So the host needs to stay in the Kaishin realm for 15 days to claim the sign-in reward. Damn, are you kidding me? Yi Feng felt like he was being toyed with by the system. How could signing in take so long? This is a system task. Please do not complain, host. After the electronic synthesized voice fell, the system completely disappeared. Damn, do I really have to stay here for 15 days? Although he was very unhappy, there was nothing he could do. Since he was already here, he could only wait for half a month. Perhaps during this time, he could have the old Kai help him develop his potential. Although the old Kai strongly disagreed, Yi Feng and Sun Wukong still fought in the Kaishin realm. The result of the battle was naturally Yi Feng's victory again. After all, he had spent another 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, and Sun Wukong's fighting skills had been completely studied by Yi Feng. Moreover, he could now use the Zai Ji Gong for a longer time, and the burden was relatively reduced. Wow, you're incredible. You've become much stronger in just a few days, exclaimed Sun Wukong after being defeated by Yi Feng. A few days ago, Yi Feng was definitely not this strong, but now it was like he had become a different person, and he was very familiar with Sun Wukong and Vegeta's fighting styles, which caught him off guard. That Yi Feng even defeated Wukong, but he seems to be just an earthling. God Jebbet was also very shocked. Fool, that guy's not an earthling. I can feel something very similar to Wukong and the others from his body, scolded the old Kai, who found Jebbet to be quite clueless. An earthling could never reach this level. Does this mean that Yi Feng is a Saiyan like Wukong, my ancestor? Jebbet was even more astonished. That's unlikely. It's still hard to determine, but I feel he definitely has some connection with the Saiyans. The old Kai said seriously for once. As for what kind of connection, he still couldn't figure it out. I hope he has no ill intentions. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for the entire universe. After his defeat, Sun Wukong left the Kaishin realm, preparing to train in the hyperbolic time chamber and challenge Yi Feng later. However, Yi Feng chose to stay in the Kaishin realm, using the excuse of training here, but the real purpose was to wait for the sign-in. Lord Kaishin, can I ask you for a favor? During lunchtime, Yi Feng looked at the old Kai and said, Speak, but I may not be able to help you with your request. The old Kai replied perfunctorily while eating. It's a big favor for me, but just a small matter for you. Yi Feng smiled and said. Hearing Yi Feng's words, the old Kaishin narrowed his eyes and saw Yi Feng seriously asking, Do you want me to help you unlock your potential? Chapter 15. The time chamber is destroyed. Pilaf takes advantage of the chaos. Lord Kaishin is indeed insightful. What I meant by being busy was indeed helping me unlock my potential. Yi Feng smiled and clasped his fists. The old Kai looked somewhat lecherous and disheveled all day long, but his perspective and insight were indeed very sharp. He was definitely not someone that the god of destruction could compare to. You came to the Kaishin realm for this purpose, didn't you? The old Kai stared intently at Yi Feng and asked. With Sun Wukong's carefree personality, he would never specifically come to the Kaishin realm just for a fight. This idea must have been proposed by Yi Feng. Yes, that's exactly the reason. Yi Feng nodded. Although his true purpose was to sign in at the King of all realms, he naturally would not say that out loud. Your strength has already surpassed Goku by a lot. There is really no need to develop your potential anymore, the old Kai said, recovering his usual demeanor and speaking. He actually did not want to help Yi Feng develop his potential because he couldn't understand him, his strength, potential, and even his identity. This was a very dangerous thing. He was not as pure as Goku or Gohan. If he became so strong that no one could restrain him, it would not be good for the entire universe. Others may not know, but you should be aware that Saiyans absolutely have strength beyond just Super Saiyan 3. Goku's potential is limitless. Yifeng had a mature smile at the corner of his mouth and said lightly, "It's important to know that the reason Sun Wukong could transform into Super Saiyan 4 was all thanks to the old Kaishin. Knowing the method of transformation and understanding that the power of the Saiyans is concentrated in their tails. You really know quite a bit, don't you? You're quite an enigmatic little guy." The old Kaishin hunched over, gently shook his head and said, "This little guy seems to know a lot. All right, I agree to help you." After pondering for a few seconds, the old Kaishin nodded. "Ancestor, are you really ready?" Jebet looked at Yifeng, clearly still on high alert. Helping someone whose background is unknown yet possesses great potential is a dangerous thing. Why has the ancestor suddenly become confused? "Don't speak. I have my own plans." The old Kaishin shot a glare at Jebet, indicating him to be quiet. "Then I thank the Kaishin Lord in advance." Hearing the old Kaishin's agreement, Yifeng respectfully cupped his fists. No matter what his plans are, they're trivial in the face of absolute power. If he dares to play tricks on me or deceive me, I will definitely make him feel the consequences of his actions. I can be neither servile nor arrogant towards them, even respectful, but if they deceive me, I can also show them my ruthless side. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Your potential is very strong. Although I have agreed to help you develop your potential, I don't have much confidence in whether it will be successful." The old Kaishin waved his hand and said honestly, "Yifeng's potential is like a bottomless pit. I really don't have complete confidence. Just do your best. It's hard work." Yifeng similed. If the old Kaishin really couldn't help him unlock his potential, then so be it. The old Kaishin stared intently at Yifeng, nodding his head. He seemed to want to glean something useful from Yifeng's expression. However, after a few seconds, aside from a calm smile, he gained nothing. "Your potential is quite special. It might take about 10 days. Is that a problem?" The old Kaishin spoke again. "No problem. I have plenty of time." Since he needed half a month to sign in, 10 days was naturally no issue for him. "Good. Then let's get started. During these 10 days, you need to maintain a particular posture." Time passed day by day. In the hyperbolic time chamber of the sacred world of the Kais, Sun Wukong and OOB were diligently training. Eager to catch up with Yifeng, Sun Wukong trained even harder. Boom! The hyperbolic time chamber suddenly exploded, leaving the entire sacred world in ruins. Sun Wukong and OOB, both battered and bruised, helped each other out. "Sorry, Dandy, I messed up the sacred world again," they said awkwardly, looking at the wreckage. "Huh, you guys finally finished training?" Dandy said with a wry smile. He had already expected this outcome. He just knew he and Mr. Popo would have to suffer again. "All right, I'll help you heal your wounds, then prepare some food for you." After saying this, Dandy walked over to Sun Wukong and OOB. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the chaos in the sacred world, Pilaf and his companions sneaked into the sacred world. They had learned that the Black Star Dragon Balls created by the old Kaishin were hidden deep within the sacred world. If they obtained the strongest Black Star Dragon Ball, they would be able to rule the earth. Chapter 16. Sun Wukong becomes small, potential unlocking complete. "Master Wukong, Dandy, Mr. Popo, I'm leaving now. I can't stop worrying about my younger siblings at home." After finishing his meal, OOB bid farewell to the three, as he had many things to attend to at home. He then looked at Dandy with an embarrassed expression and said, "I'm really sorry, Dandy, for making such a mess of the sacred world." It's fine, Mr. Popo, and I will fix it up quickly." Dandy waved his hand and smiled. They were already accustomed to repairing the hyperbolic time chamber regularly. "Well then, goodbye. Thank you all for taking care of me during this time." After OOB finished speaking, he transformed into a beam of light and jumped down from the sacred world. "I need to go too, Dandy. I bet Chi-Chi will be furious this time." Sun Wukong scratched his head and said, "Being away for so long, Chi-Chi will probably be livid." "Okay then, see you later, Mr. Wukong." Dandy waved at Sun Wukong as he too had to start cleaning up the mess. Just as Sun Wukong was about to leave the sacred world, a sudden burst of light occurred. "Huh, what is that glowing?" Sun Wukong noticed a dazzling golden light coming from a room in the sacred world. He quickly approached and discovered several familiar faces. "You guys are Pilaf's gang, right?" Sun Wukong thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. It had been a long time since he had seen them. "What are these bad guys doing in the sacred world?" Sun Wukong, how did you get here?" The moment the three saw Sun Wukong, panic appeared on their faces. Why did someone always show up to disturb them whenever they gathered the Dragon Balls to make a wish? "Pilaf, what should we do?" Sun Wukong looked stronger than before. "My said in terror. This guy could deal with them when he was younger. Now that he'd gotten stronger, weren't the three of them in danger?" "Hey, I'm asking you bad guys if you have any bad plans here?" Sun Wukong looked curiously at Pilaf and the others and asked. "We have no choice. Attack." Pilaf ordered directly, determined not to let this little brat ruin his grand dream of world domination. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 missiles shot directly at Sun Wukong, but were easily caught by him. What the heck? You guys are still the same, quick to resort to violence. Sun Wukong tossed the missiles aside and smiled. Damn it, if only he could shrink back down his old size, I could definitely stomp him down. As Pilaf's words fell, the red Shinran hovering in the sky above the sacred world suddenly glowed brightly. All right, understood. After the deep voice of Shinran echoed, a golden light enveloped Sun Wukong. At the same time, Sun Wukong's body began to shrink rapidly. What? Shinran, what's going on? Before Sun Wukong could fully react, his body had already returned to when he was 11 years old. The 7 Dragon Balls turned into gray stones, shooting off in 7 different directions, scattering throughout the universe. Idiot, Wukong, that big fool, why didn't he resist at all? In the Kaioshin realm, Jabber looked at the tiny Wukong in the crystal ball and scolded loudly. Although Pilaf and his gang had made a wish to Shinran, Wukong had the ability to resist. It was unexpected that he just waited to become small, curious, as if it had nothing to do with him. The most important thing was not that his body had shrunk, but that if the scattered black star Dragon Balls were not found within a year, the Earth would explode. This was no small matter. Being angry is useless. If he were that clever, he wouldn't be Wukong. The old Kaioshin scolded Jabber while drooling over a comic book. Naturally, Yi Feng, who was meditating with concentration, also knew what was happening. He didn't expect Sun Wukong to shrink after all, but it didn't matter. It had little to do with him. Don't think about anything. Focus. The old Kaioshin glanced at Yi Feng and said, Does this old man even know what I'm thinking? Yi Feng thought with some surprise. For the past few days, he had been sitting still while the old Kai was reading comic books all day long. If it weren't for knowing his abilities and successfully drawing out Son Gohan's power, he would really suspect that he was some kind of swindler. Then Yi Feng continued to concentrate and began to meditate. Just like that, Yi Feng meditated for a full 10 days. As 10 days finally passed, it seemed like his buttocks had developed calluses. Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes and murmured softly. Although sitting like this for 10 days was nothing for him, it was still quite a test of patience. If he hadn't spent time in the mental time house, it would have been really hard to endure. However, the time had come, and it was time to assess the strength gained from unlocking his potential. With that thought, Yi Feng slowly stood up, clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes sparkled with a fierce light. Chapter 17. Unlimited Instant Movement. Swish. His black hair suddenly stood upright, and his gaze had completely changed from before, becoming exceptionally sharp. There was a sense of innate confidence and pride. Buzz. At the moment, Yi Feng clenched his fist tightly. The entire air was with a buzzing sound. Then, a terrifying hurricane swept outwards from Yi Feng's center in all directions. The old Kai and Jebbet were immediately blown away by that powerful force. Streams of fierce wind cut through the surroundings like sharp steel blades, turning the originally grass-green ground into a dusty yellow, with dust swirling everywhere. What immense power! Yi Feng released his hand, his face showing an indescribable excitement. Just now, he had unleashed less than 1/10,000th of his energy, and it had already reached such terrifying destructive power. It absolutely far exceeded his potential before development. He felt very confident now. With this power alone, he could defeat Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Of course, this was without using the Ultra Instinct technique. It was likely that the old guy was hiding something or had limited abilities. How could my potential, fused with the bloodline of the Transcendent, only amount to this level of power? Although the increase in power was significant, this was definitely not his full potential. It's important to remember that before his potential was unlocked, Gohan only had the strength of a Super Saiyan 2, and Majin Buu could easily kill him. However, after his potential was developed, Gohan had the strength to stand toe-to-toe with Gotenks Buu. Therefore, compared to Gohan's increase, his own improvement wasn't that substantial. The old Supreme, Kai, must still be wary of him. Well, even with his current strength, he could handle many enemies. Yi Feng thought to himself. Before he had completely determined the path he wanted to take, there was no need to unleash all of his potential. This approach was no different from drinking poison to quench thirst. He could currently choose the path of the gods, the Saiyan path, or the human path like Son Gohan. But it was difficult to make a decision now. Hey, you little brat, are you trying to kill us? After the hurricane completely subsided, the old Kaioshin walked towards Yi Feng with a sway, complaining. My old bones can't take this kind of torment anymore. Lord Kaioshin, I haven't even said that you're not considerate yet, and you're already complaining. Your method of unleashing potential is too perfunctory, isn't it? Yifeng squinted his eyes, a faint smile on his face, and said to the old Kai. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the old Kai's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he quickly replied, "How is that possible? I have done my utmost. Is that so? Why can't I feel it?" Li Feng smiled and asked, "Was helping Sun Wukong unlock his potential the limit of your abilities?" Upon hearing this, the old Supreme Kai was momentarily speechless. Who exactly is this guy? I have never seen him before, but he seems to know so much. After a moment of thought, the old Supreme Kai replied, "All right, to be honest, your potential is too powerful. If it were during my peak, I might have been able to guide it out, but now I'm old." After saying this, the old Supreme Kai glanced at Li Feng. "Is it really like that? All right, I believe you." Li Feng still smiled lightly and nodded. That smile made the old Kai feel a bit guilty, because although Yi Feng said he believed him, his face clearly showed the words not believing. Anyway, it could be considered as having passed the test. Yi Feng did not leave the King of Worlds realm, but continued to wait for 5 more days. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at the King of Worlds realm for 15 days, completing the sign-in task. Hoa, unlimited instant transmission. The system's electronic, synthesized voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Although he knew today was the day to receive the reward, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Unlimited instant transmission. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although it wasn't a power that directly enhanced combat strength, the ability to teleport was definitely not weak. Just like half a month ago, if he had learned unlimited teleportation, would he still need to ask Zeno to take him there? Moreover, in Dragon Ball Super, it's known that while Whis and the others need to fly for hours to reach certain places, Supreme Kai Shin can arrive in an instant. The king of all S Palace, the Null Realm, and other universes, etc. Without teleportation, ordinary people would probably find it impossible to reach these places. The system truly did not disappoint. He was increasingly looking forward to the next sign-in. Yifeng's mouth curled up in a smile, revealing an expression of anticipation on his face. After completing the task and bidding farewell to the Kaioshin, Yifeng returned to Earth. As there was no longer a need to stay in the Kaioshin realm, back on Earth, he could properly cultivate and solidify his strength, and also enjoy some leisure time and savor life. Chapter 18. Baby appears on Earth. Due to the mischief of Pilaf, Ashur, and Xiaowu, the Black Star Dragon Balls scattered across 4 galaxies in the universe. If the Black Star Dragon Balls are not found and returned to the sacred world within a year after making a wish, Earth will explode and completely disappear. Therefore, Sun Wukong, along with Trunks and the secretly following Xiaofeng, set out into the universe to search for the Dragon Balls. It has been a month since they departed. On this day, after finishing his training in the sacred world, Yifeng prepared to descend to the lower realm for a feast. He finally found this sushi restaurant. Yifeng looked at the sushi restaurant in front of him and revealed a happy smile. It's important to enjoy life appropriately when there are no enemies around. Then Yifeng walked into the sushi restaurant. Coincidentally, Nobita was also inside, accompanied by a small beauty with brown wavy hair. She had a naive and innocent look, which was quite cute. However, she wasn't Yifeng's type. "Oh, Mr. Yifeng, you also came here for sushi." Sun Wukong actively approached Yifeng to greet him. He had naturally heard Yifeng's name from Sun Wufan, the super expert who could defeat his dad and Uncle Vegeta. Yifeng nodded and looked at Sun Wukong. Teasingly said, "As a Saiyan, you can't neglect your training like this, Sun Wukong. Without strength, how can you protect the adorable girls around you? The descendants of Earth Saiyans are getting weaker with each generation. Sun Wufan is alright. At least his Super Saiyan 2 and God form were high points. Even though he later became a shadow of his former self, Sun Wukong and Trunks are completely useless. Mr. Yifeng is right. I will work hard to train in the future." Sun Wukong smiled awkwardly and nodded in agreement. Although he verbally promised, the world is peaceful now, and training seems pointless. Besides, with Dad and Uncle Vegeta protecting the Earth, they don't need to suffer like that. Isn't it nice to go on dates and shop with the girls every day? Yifeng put a sushi into his mouth and shook his head slightly. A child cannot be taught. Such a strong cultivation talent of a scion wasted for nothing. Whose aura is this? Suddenly, Yifeng sensed a faint yet sinister aura. "What's wrong, Mr. Yifeng?" Seeing Yifeng's expression suddenly become serious, Sun Wukong quickly asked, "Don't you feel it?" Yifeng retorted. This malevolent energy had just appeared on Earth, and the resentment was particularly intense. "If I am not mistaken, it should be the remnants of the Zypher people, baby. And if I calculate the time, it fits perfectly." Boom! At that moment, a huge explosion suddenly occurred in the center of Satan City. At first, Many people thought it was a gas explosion, but later realized it was caused by a middle-aged strongman. How dare he cause trouble in Satan City? It's like an old man hanging himself, asking for a longer life. This was everyone's evaluation of the man. After all, with the world's #1 fighting champion, Satan, stationed in Satan City, there were rarely any fools who dared to offend. I felt it, a wave of evil energy coming from Satan City, Sun Wukong suddenly said. What are you planning to do? Yifeng stared at Sun Wutian and asked. Sun Wutian naturally understood Yifeng's meaning. I have something very important today, so I might not be able to help, he said awkwardly, glancing at the cute girl beside him. It's an important day today, and it absolutely can't fall through. Besides, my brother is in Satan City, and he will handle it. This is the difference between you and Sun Wufan. Yifeng shook his head, then ate a few more sushi before leaving the sushi restaurant. That parasite baby was quite interesting to him, especially after it had parasitized Vegeta's body. It was still rather powerful. Satan City. The savior Satan was so frightened that he crouched down on the ground, as a huge, deep pit appeared in front of him. The faces of some ordinary people showed fear and disappointment toward Satan. Whoosh! Yifeng instantly teleported and appeared among the crowd. Is it really baby? Yifeng looked at the middle-aged man with yellow hair, whose eyes had completely turned red. The resentment was emanating from this body. Over there, one was being controlled, and here there was another, along with that one. Yifeng's gaze swept around and quickly found 4 or 5 earthlings controlled by baby. This guy's speed is really impressive. Just then, a muscular man controlled by baby suddenly walked towards Yifeng, his eyes glowing red. Hey, do you know where the Saiyans are? Baby asked coldly as he stood in front of Yifeng. Chapter 19. Satan's Little Thoughts. Science? Do I look like one? Yifeng suddenly tilted his head and said with a smile. The little baby in front of him was someone he could easily eliminate in an instant. However, he had no intention of doing so for the time being. After all, having lived a peaceful life for so long, he needed a decent opponent to stimulate his life. Moreover, these were all opponents of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong could have completely wiped out Baby the first time he met him, even during their multiple encounters. He had enough strength to kill Baby, but he didn't. Rowing without oars, one relies entirely on waves. Since they enjoyed the waves, he would naturally let them bear the consequences of the trouble he had sown. You? A Saiyan? Baby suddenly froze, and then a crimson light appeared in his eyes. Filled with anger, he could indeed sense something similar to Sun Wukong from your body. It seems you're also a Saiyan. Then all Saiyans must die. As the angry voice fell, Baby directly punched towards Yifeng. He could naturally feel that the guy in front of him was very strong. However, as long as he could inflict a little injury on him, he would seize the opportunity to invade his body. Controlling this powerful body would make his own strength even greater. After all, this ordinary human body was simply too weak. TCH, overestimating oneself. Yifeng Sikofut. Not to mention the current Baby, even if it were Vegeta Baby, he could defeat him in an instant. When Baby's fist came crashing in, Yifeng simply extended a finger and blocked Baby's punch. Get lost. With a loud shout, Yifeng delivered a heavy kick to Baby's chest, sending his massive body flying out. He left a long trail on the ground and crashed through the glass of a building before landing on the ground. How powerful! He actually defeated that big guy in an instant. It seemed that Mr. Satan was also startled by that guy just now. When did such a powerful person appear in Satan City? I don't know. Maybe he could replace Mr. Satan as the savior. As Baby was sent flying, the fearless spectators around began to chatter, causing a commotion. They then looked at Satan with strange expressions. Feeling the gazes around him, Satan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. No, his honor absolutely cannot be shattered like this. Satan's eyes shifted as his mind raced. Got it. Use the same trick again. With this thought, the worry on Satan's face disappeared, replaced by excitement. What he was about to do would probably be even more impressive than defeating that big guy himself, because the one who would defeat that big guy would be his disciple. Once his mind was made up, Satan hurriedly walked towards Yifeng with small steps. He wanted to loudly announce to everyone that this impressive young man was his closed-door disciple. With his prestige and status, as long as the young man wasn't foolish, he would surely be willing to become his disciple. Stop. Just as Satan was imagining his next moment of glory being admired by everyone, a cold voice suddenly rang out. The source of the voice was none other than Yifeng. What? Satan was taken aback and looked around in a daze. It couldn't be directed at him, definitely not. After a moment of self-comfort, Satan slowed his pace and walked towards Yifeng. Did you not hear me telling you to stop? Yifeng cast his gaze at Satan, his eyes narrowing slightly as he coldly said, He didn't have much affection for this lucky guy in Dragon Ball. At first, he found him quite annoying, but gradually he felt indifferent. Satan doubted he had heard wrong. This young man didn't recognize him? Absolutely impossible. His reputation was known to every person on Earth. However, Yi Feng's icy gaze instantly petrified Satan, leaving him unable to move even an inch. I don't know you, nor am I your disciple, so whatever plans you have, you should dispel them as soon as possible. Yi Feng spoke again. He could still guess what little schemes Satan had. If today's events were caused by those Z fighters on Earth, then the credit and glory would definitely go to Satan. He didn't care how Sun Wukong and the others wanted to act or what they did. He was too lazy to get involved. However, he didn't want Satan to take advantage of him, even if he didn't want to enjoy such worthless glory at all. How do you know? Satan's shocked pupils turned into small green beans as he gulped and murmured. Could it be that he could read minds? No, it must be an illusion. Meanwhile, the crowd nearby, unafraid of death, began to point fingers at Satan. What does Mr. Satan want to do? He doesn't want to get close to that young man, does he? It turns out Mr. Satan is actually this kind of person. It seems he has no real strength. Chapter 20. Son Gohan faces off against Baby. Feeling the doubts and accusations around him, Satan began to panic. The situation had instantly spiraled out of his control, and if this continued, he might lose his reputation today and fall from grace. What to do? What should I do? Satan looked around, and all he saw were skepticism and insults. It turned out he was just a big fraud, having deceived them for so long. We must resolutely resist this kind of fraud. What savior? World's #1 fighting champion? It's all a scam, a typical situation for a hero after their downfall. Moreover, Satan knew very well that he was not a hero at all. He had merely stolen the fruits of others' labor each time. It's over. This time it's really over. Satan crouched down, holding his head. There was no room for a turnaround this time. Even though his mind was filled with various schemes and countermeasures, it was completely useless against Yi Feng at this moment. Lies will always be exposed. He would reap what he sowed. Looking at Satan's desolate and panicked face, Yi Feng felt not a shred of sympathy. These honors and status never belonged to him in the first place. Yi Feng just shook his head, then his expression suddenly changed as he looked up at the sky. Unable to hold back, he cursed, "Damn, is Satan's luck really that good? Or did he step in dog poop?" Because Sun Wukong's aura was coming this way. Once Sun Wukong arrived, Satan's predicament would be resolved. That old guy really has extraordinary luck. Whoosh. In just 2 seconds, Sun Wukong landed between Yi Feng and Satan. "Mr. Yi Feng," Sun Wukong greeted Yi Feng respectfully. "If I had known you were here, I wouldn't have come." "Wukong, it's Wukong who's here. I'm saved, that's great." Upon seeing Sun Wukong, the disappointment on Satan's face instantly vanished, replaced by excitement and joy. "Dad, you're here too." Sun Wukong looked at Satan with some helplessness. His father-in-law, knowing he had no real power, still loved to join in and act like a hero. "Ha ha, Wukong, you finally came, ha ha. Everyone, let me introduce my closed-door disciple, Sun Wukong." Satan immediately straightened his back, affectionately placing his hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder, proudly introducing him. With Wukong here, all his troubles would be solved. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong wore an awkward expression, not even knowing how many times he had pretended to be Satan's closed-door disciple. The onlookers still looked skeptical, wondering why Satan always relied on his disciple. Did he never act himself because he had no strength at all? "You really came just in time. Your father-in-law is quite lucky." Yi Feng glanced at Sun Wukong lightly, shook his head and said, "Since Sun Wukong is here, there's no need for me to take action." Although he didn't like Satan, he had no interest or time to deliberately expose him. "Haha, sorry for the trouble, sir," Sun Wukong said with an awkward smile. His father-in-law was really too much to handle. "All right, I'll take care of myself." After Yi Feng finished speaking, his body flashed and disappeared, leaving behind his unfinished sushi. Once Yi Feng vanished, Sun Wukong looked seriously at Baby. Although the energy felt weak, there was a sense of danger. This guy must be treated with caution. "Saiyan." Baby stood up again, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Sun Wukong with an angry expression. Feeling energy similar to that of Sun Wukong. "You must be that little brat's son," Baby asked Sun Wukong. "There's no way I could forget the energy of Sun Wukong. Do you know my dad?" "That's right, I am Sun Wukong." A serious look appeared in Sun Wukong's eyes as he stared intently at Baby and replied, "Who are you? What is your purpose for coming to Earth? This is getting interesting. Then I will absorb your energy now and defeat Sun Wukong. And that bastard from earlier," Baby said, mixed with excitement and anger. "Not a single Saiyan will be left." This is the revenge of the Zephyrians. Dad, take all the humans and leave quickly. This guy is very dangerous. Sun Wukong turned to Dandy and said, "All right." Dandy quickly nodded and then gathered all the spectators to leave. He had witnessed the battles of Wukong and the others, and calling it world-destroying would not be an exaggeration. If they were caught in the crossfire, they would be killed on the spot. "All right, the crowd has been evacuated. Defeating me won't be that easy. Just wait and see," Sun Wukong said with a smirk, clenching his fist. It has been a long time since he has had a proper workout after becoming a scholar, and today is just right for him to stretch his body. Chapter 21, maybe he also likes to be flamboyant? Really? Arrogant Saiyan, your Saiyan energy is very strong. I will claim it. A charming smile appeared on Baby's lips as he tightened his fists, and suddenly a purple cyclone began to swirl around him. Accompanied by gusts of wind, the destructive power was immense. Boom! Under that terrifying whirlwind, the city beneath their feet turned into ruins. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, with anger flashing in his eyes. "Damn bastard! How dare you do this? I will never let you go." The moment the deep voice fell, Sun Wukong flashed and directly punched Baby in the face. Baby was smashed into the ground by the punch. "Humph, get angry, Saiyan. Anger will elevate your energy to its peak, allowing me to fully control your energy." Baby was not worried about his strength being inferior to Sun Wukong's. Instead, he was exceptionally excited. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong kept pressing Baby down against the ground. Although he held a significant advantage, he still suffered some superficial injuries in this battle. What Sun Wukong didn't understand was that these injuries, which he couldn't even feel, were actually very fatal. Meanwhile, on Yi Feng's side, "Wow, I'm so full. This place's sushi is really delicious." Yi Feng patted his belly and said contentedly, "Esteemed guest, may I ask if you have finished eating?" At that moment, a waiter approached cautiously and respectfully asked Yi Feng. Damn, the attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. Yi Feng was a bit confused. The attitude was clearly different from when he arrived just now. Moreover, it seemed that this waiter was a bit afraid of him. "Well, have you finished eating? Is there something you need?" Yi Feng asked. "It's nothing. Welcome to visit next time," the waiter said cautiously. He seemed a bit afraid of Yi Feng, yet also respectful. Nervous, Yi Feng muttered to himself, and, as he walked out of the sushi restaurant, suddenly saw the footage of himself kicking Baby off the big screen across the street. Huh, so that's how it is. Seeing this footage, Yi Feng finally understood why there was such a big difference in the waitstaff's attitude before and after. All right, now that he's full and satisfied, it's time to take care of some serious business. A serious expression appeared on Yi Feng's face. Then his body directly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the Heavenly God Palace. "Mr. Yi Feng, you are here." Then he greeted Yi Feng respectfully. I have something important to discuss this time." Li Feng nodded in response. As a traveler, he understood that Baby would soon control all of humanity on Earth, including the Supreme, Kai, and Mr. Satan. He could allow Baby to control all humans on Earth because he wanted to fight against Baby in his strongest form. However, this did not include the Supreme Kai. If the Supreme Kai were to be controlled and handed over the Black Star Dragon Balls to Baby, Earth would face the danger of destruction. This was something he could not allow to happen, at least not before leaving the Dragon Ball G world. "You said," looking at Li Feng's serious expression, "that it should not be a trivial matter. You saw that guy on Earth who fought against Gohan, right? He has the ability to control everyone, including Gohan, Vegeta, even Goku, and you all. Everyone can be controlled. But as the Supreme Kai, you cannot. Do you understand?" Yi Feng finished speaking in one breath. "Yes, Mr. Yi Feng. However, my strength is far inferior to Gohan and the others. If they're all controlled." Danny didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. If Gohan is controlled, what ability do I have to resist? The Super Divine Water can eliminate the live eggs left by Baby. If you feel any abnormalities in your body, just take a drop of Super Divine Water. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he directly disappeared from the Heavenly God Palace. "I understand now. Thank you, Mr. Yi Feng." Although Yi Feng had already left, Dandy nodded heavily and expressed his gratitude. "Lord Ancestor, from Yi Feng's actions just now, he shouldn't be a bad person." In the King of Worlds realm, Jebit and the old King of Worlds were observing the situation on Earth through a crystal ball, especially paying more attention to Yi Feng's actions. You don't know anything. If Yi Feng really didn't want Earth to be in trouble, he could have wiped out that Ziffer person in an instant. The old King of Worlds immediately scolded, feeling uncomfortable if he didn't scold this guy for a day. Maybe Yi Feng is like Goku and the others. He enjoys the thrill. Jebit boldly speculated. The old King of Worlds rolled his eyes at Jebbit, thinking that this guy really wasn't suited for the position of King of Worlds. His IQ was too low. Meanwhile, in the universe, Sun Wukong, Trunks, and Xiaofang had successfully found all the Black Star Dragon Balls and were on their way back to Earth. Author's note: readers with opinions can voice them. If 3 people have the same opinion, I will make immediate corrections. Lastly, I shamelessly ask for a wave of rewards. Chapter 22. If you can't get stronger, you might as well die. A day quickly passed, and at this moment in the Heavenly God Palace, Dandy was anxiously pacing back and forth. Mr. Yifeng, please help us. It's only been a day, and all the Earthlings have already been controlled by Baby. After wandering for a long time, Dandy could only seek help from Yifeng. Not only the Earthlings, even Gohan, Goten, and Vegeta have been controlled by Baby. And Goku and Trunks are not on Earth right now. The only one who can save Earth is Yifeng. Have they all been controlled already? Yifeng was eating when he suddenly stopped, raised his head, and asked. The day had enslaved the entire Earth, and Baby's speed was indeed very fast. Yes, please help. Sir. Dandy quickly nodded and said, keep an eye on the super divine water. It is the key to whether everyone on Earth can recover. Yifeng stood up, finished speaking to Dandy, and walked out of the temple, leaping directly down from the heavenly temple. It seemed that Baby had successfully taken control of Vegeta's body, and with his strength, he estimated that he had reached the level of Super Saiyan 3. If he absorbed Gohan and Goten Saiyan energy, he could likely reach the limit of Super Saiyan 3. He was indeed qualified to be called his opponent. After returning to Earth, the entire atmosphere had completely changed. The scent of hatred was clearly detectable. Lord Baby, I found Yifeng's energy. Gohan, who was under Baby's control, suddenly spoke up. Is that the bastard who attacked me? Baby gritted his teeth and asked. The 2 people he hated the most now were the Saiyan son Goku, who had attacked him, and that arrogant one who had also attacked him. It seemed to be called Yifeng? Yes, Lord Baby, Gohan replied respectfully. Then, a wicked smile appeared on his lips, and his whole demeanor underwent a dramatic change. Find him. I want him to wish he were dead. Baby's voice was chilling. Soon, the group headed in the direction of Yifeng. Finally here, huh? But this energy seems a bit disappointing. Feeling several energies approaching him, Yifeng scoffed to himself. Gohan and Goten had already become like useless beings, not worth mentioning at all. He could take them out with just a finger. But Baby, who had invaded Vegeta's body, surprisingly had such weak energy. He had indeed set his expectations too high. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost as soon as Yifeng's voice fell, the 3 appeared right in front of him, their eyes glowing with a crimson light and bloodthirsty smiles on their faces. Damn little mouse, you really are easy to find, Baby said to Yifeng, his eyes burning with fierce flames. At this moment, Baby, who had invaded Vegeta's body, looked the same as Vegeta, but his hair had turned white. There were several blood-red tear marks vertically on his face, clearly indicating he was not a good entity. Looking for me? Do you think you've lived too long? Yifeng smiled faintly and said, if it weren't for the fact that I see potential in him, I could destroy him in an instant, even though he had invaded Vegeta's body and become stronger. Damn it. How dare he be disrespectful to Lord Baby? Please allow me to kill that arrogant guy, Lord Baby. The controlled son Gohan eagerly volunteered, seemingly having completely forgotten the fear he felt when dominated by Yifeng before. Step back, I will personally twist his neck, Baby shouted at Son Gohan. Only by doing so could he quell the anger in his heart. An arrogant fool. Yifeng looked at Baby with a hint of sympathy. Not even able to distinguish the situation in front of him, he truly was an ignorant baby. I have to admire your ability to provoke me. You're just an oblivious ant. As Baby's cold voice fell, a light purple energy ball shot directly toward Yifeng. Boom! The energy ball exploded, instantly enveloping Yifeng's body in thick black smoke. Baby smirked, feeling pleased to have resolved things so easily. I have to admit Vegeta's body is indeed strong. It's just a pity that I didn't get to properly torment that annoying thing. Did I celebrate too early? You think you can hurt me with this? Suddenly, a cold voice emerged from the black smoke. Whoosh. Then, a figure shot out from the black smoke, moving at incredible speed, pulling a long tail of black smoke behind it. Bang! In the next second, Yifeng's fist directly sank into Baby's abdomen, causing his entire back to arch wild. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Baby's mouth as his body curled up like a cooked shrimp, terror flashing in his constricted pupils. What has happened? He struck me in an instant. I didn't even have time to react. Meanwhile, Yifeng's fingertips were already pressed against Baby's forehead. Can you still grow stronger? If not, you can die. The cold voice resonated in Baby's ears like the call of death, sending chills down his spine. Chapter 23. You should die. No, it's impossible. Baby's pupils constricted, barely able to contain the invasion of himself after taking over Vegeta's body, only to be defeated in an instant. And now, his life hangs by a thread. He was supposed to be the strongest person in the universe. Who is this ant before him? Why does he possess such immense power? A multitude of questions flooded Baby's mind. Lord Baby, Son Gohan and Son Goten went mad upon seeing Baby being controlled by Yifeng, desperately wanting to save him. Get lost. Yifeng casually struck out with his other hand, directly forcing back Son Gohan and Son Goten. Who exactly are you? At this moment, a tone of panic appeared in Baby's voice. That's right, he was indeed scared. After planning for so long, his grand goal of transforming the entire universe into Ziffle was about to be realized. And now, a variable had suddenly emerged, and his life was in someone else's hands. Can you still grow stronger? If not, you will completely disappear soon. Yifeng did not answer Baby's question, but instead coldly asked again, Can you? Baby quickly nodded. From Yifeng's tone, he felt a strong sense of killing intent. If he couldn't become stronger again, he might really be killed. Good. Then show me how strong you can become. Don't let me down again. If you're still this weak, then there's no need to keep you around. After Yifeng finished speaking, he retracted his finger. Baby instantly felt the intense, killing intent vanish, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Lord Baby, Son Wukong and Son Goten quickly returned to Baby's side, looking very loyal. It seems that Baby's control methods are indeed very powerful. You too, channel all of your Saiyan energy to me, Baby said coldly. As long as he completely absorbs the Saiyan energy of Son Goten and Son Wukong, he might be able to kill Yifeng. This is his only hope. Yes, Lord Baby. The two brothers, Son Wukong and Son Goten, nodded without hesitation and then channeled all their energy to Baby. The three were enveloped in a golden energy sphere. A powerful aura emanated from the energy sphere. After a full 2 minutes, the energy sphere finally began to disappear bit by bit. Bang bang. Son Wukong and Son Goten fell to the ground, looking weak. Lord Baby, this is all our energy. Such powerful energy, haha. This power is truly exhilarating. Baby completely ignored Son Wukong and Son Goten and instead tightly clenched his fists. A vast power surging from his body. Absorbing the energy of Son Wukong and Son Goten was definitely not as simple as just adding 3 energies together. It was a multiplication of dozens of times. At this moment, Baby's appearance also changed. The tear marks on his face became thicker, his eyes turned light blue, and he developed something that resembled a vest, but wasn't quite a vest, and armor that didn't quite look like armor. His appearance was now closer to Baby's. Now I possess the strongest Saiyan energy, Baby said confidently with a smile. He then looked at Yifeng. Are you ready to die, insect? TSK, TSK, TSK. Have you become so arrogant just because you gain a little power? It seems the destruction of planet Ziver was not a coincidence. Yifeng shook his head while looking at Baby with sympathy. Still stubborn at this point. I'll let you feel the strongest power in this world. After Baby said this, he directly launched a punch at Yifeng, with purple light swirling around his fist. Even if he couldn't kill Yifeng, as long as he could inflict even a small wound on his body, he would consider it a success. Bang! A deep collision sound echoed as Baby's fist heavily struck Yifeng's chest. What? Baby exclaimed in shock, because Yifeng stood firmly in place like a rock. His attack was completely ineffective. What a pathetic parasite, having gained the power of 3 Saiyans, yet still weak as an ant. Yifeng grabbed Baby's fist and violently slammed it to the ground. Boom! The entire earth shook violently, and Baby's body was directly buried into the ground. Yifeng's palm was aimed at Baby, and a ball of destructive energy from his palm. Originally, I thought you could at least provide me with some practice. But now it seems I've wasted so much time for nothing, so you deserve to die. Yifeng has already lost hope for this parasite anyway, as there are many powerful beings in the Dragon Ball world. Chapter 24. The choice is yours. Wait a minute, I can still get stronger. As long as I absorb Trunks Ion energy, I will become even stronger. Baby quickly looked up at Yifeng in panic. He could clearly sense Yifeng's killing intent. Yifeng would not hesitate to kill him. Sorry, I have no expectations for you anymore. Yifeng shook his head. The energy ball in his hand was still continuously gathering. At that moment, a flash of light suddenly streaked across the sky. And then Yifeng felt several very familiar auras. Did Son Wukong and the others come back? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Yifeng's voice fell, Son Wukong, Trunks, and Xiao Fong suddenly appeared in front of him. Yifeng, what's going on? Dad, what happened to Gohan and Goten? Son Wukong and Trunks asked in confusion as they looked at the scene before them. Just now, they suddenly felt the auras of Yifeng, Vegeta, and Gohan together. So they teleported over as soon as they arrived on Earth. Why did Vegeta suddenly become like this? There's also a very strange aura coming from Gohan and Goten. What's going on? Isn't it because of the trouble you caused yourselves? Yifeng said. What does it have to do with us? Son Wukong looked at Yifeng with some confusion and asked. Although Vegeta and the others indeed had problems, he had been on other planets for the past few months. So it couldn't possibly be related to them. There's a guy named Baby. Do you all remember him? Yifeng explained it. Baby? That ugly thing created by Dr. Mew? Son Wukong suddenly spoke up. Didn't he run away after being defeated by me on planet Bidru? How are Vegeta and Gohan related to this? But when Bebe was defeated by Uncle Wukong on planet Bidru, he escaped by himself. How could he come to Earth? Xiaofang and Trunks also said with puzzled expressions. You underestimate him too much. He is currently possessing Vegeta's body, and all the humans on Earth are already under his control. After Yifeng finished speaking, he turned to Son Wukong and Trunks and continued. I can completely erase him right now, but the cost is that Vegeta will also die. You can choose for yourselves whether you want me to take action. He was also quite conflicted. On one hand, he really wanted to kill Baby, this parasite. On the other hand, Baby could help Son Wukong break through to Super Saiyan 4, allowing him to fight against Super Saiyan 4 Son Wukong. It was such a dilemma, so he decided to leave the choice to them. Will Dad also be killed? Trunks frowned, clearly unable to accept such a cost. That Baby doesn't seem that strong. I was able to force him out, and Dad, being so proud, could surely do the same. Vegeta. Son Wukong looked seriously at Vegeta, who was being stepped on by Yifeng, and a determined look appeared in his eyes. He said to Yifeng, since Baby was released because of us, then I will take care of it. Moreover, it seemed that this guy became very strong after controlling Vegeta's body. He felt a bit excited. All right, this is your choice. You will bear any consequences. Yifeng nodded and then let go of Baby. He hoped that Son Wukong could transform into Super Saiyan 4 with the help of Old Kai, just like in Dragon Ball GT. That would make things much more interesting. It always felt like something was missing if GT didn't have Super Saiyan 4. Then Yifeng vanished in front of Son Wukong and the others. When he reappeared, Yifeng was already at the Heavenly God Temple. Mr. Yifeng, you clearly could have dealt with Baby just now. Why leave it to Mr. Wukong? Dandy asked, somewhat confused. With Mr. Wukong's current strength, he might not even be able to handle Baby. Moreover, the more important point is that Mr. Wukong is too careless and not decisive enough in battle. Because I want Son Wukong to become stronger, I need a worthy opponent. Yifeng similit faintly, seemingly responding to Dandy, yet also appearing to be talking to himself. Dandy looked at Yifeng with some confusion. He truly did not understand Yifeng's feelings, as they were on different levels. Meanwhile, in the Old Kai's realm, the Old Kai was fuming, blowing his beard and glaring. What on earth are these fools thinking? That guy Baby is now parasitizing Vegeta's body, and his power has completely surpassed the current Goku. If they keep messing around like this, it will bring danger to the entire universe, the Old Kai said angrily to the crystal ball. Clearly, Yifeng could completely resolve Baby, but unexpectedly, that fool Goku wants to handle it himself. What a big fool. Lord Ancestor, perhaps Goku can handle it. Moreover, if Baby is killed, Vegeta will also be killed, which is why Goku and the others made that decision. Jebet said softly. With Goku and the others' personalities, they would never stand by and watch their companion Vegeta be killed. Chapter 25. Isolated and helpless, Trunks has also been controlled. Xiaofang, Trunks, you two step back. I'll handle this guy. Goku said seriously to Trunks and Xiaofang after Yifeng left. Okay, Uncle Goku. Be careful, Grandpa. Trunks and Xiaofang obediently retreated a few dozen steps. In a battle of this level, they could not interfere at all. We meet again, Son Goku. Although the way they met was a bit awkward, Baby stood up, brushed off the dust from his body, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and smiled darkly at Goku. I really didn't expect this kind of meeting, but how dare you cause trouble on Earth? I will definitely not let you go. Goku clenched his fists, a terrifying aura erupting from his body. Clearly, Goku was already angry. Earth and family, that was his bottom line. Oh, with your current power, do you think you're my opponent? And would you really be able to kill your own son? Baby said coldly, his voice sounding like a devil from hell, making one feel nauseous. As soon as Baby finished speaking, Gohan and Goten surrounded Goku. The Saiyan you hate the most is right in front of you. Kill him. Baby suddenly ordered Gohan and Goten. That has nothing to do with me. I just need to defeat you. and they will naturally recover. Goku suddenly smiled and charged at Bebi. However, at this moment, due to his body being smaller, Goku was unable to unleash all his power. How could he possibly be Bebi's opponent? Swish, swish, swish. Goku kept swinging his fists, but Bebi easily dodged each one. The strongest Saiyan, Son Goku. Is this all the power you have? Bebi said disdainfully while dodging Goku's attacks. Damn it, my power should be enough to defeat him. Goku frowned, finding it hard to believe. His punching speed and strength had weakened significantly. Could it be because his body had shrunk? Just as Goku was distracted, Bebi grabbed Goku's fist directly. His right knee slammed heavily into Goku's stomach. Bang! A dull thud sounded, and Goku was sent flying. Ouch, it hurts so much. Goku quickly held his stomach, looking pained. Goku, now let me show you my powerful strength. Bebi smirked, revealing a cold smile. Then he brought his palms together, and a huge energy ball coalesced in his palms. Super large energy ball. The moment he finished speaking, the energy ball shot towards Goku. Feeling the terrifying aura contained within the energy ball, Goku naturally did not dare to take it head-on and could only dodge quickly. Boom! The super large energy ball hit the ground, instantly causing a violent explosion, and dust rose into the air, forming huge mushroom clouds. The entire earth shook violently, as if facing the apocalypse. This guy, being attached to Vegeta's body, is indeed different. It seems I cannot underestimate you. Looking at the terrifying destructive power, Goku clenched his fists and said seriously, Goku, no matter how you resist, today you cannot escape the fate of being killed by my own hands, Bebi said confidently. In that case, it seems I have to transform into Super Saiyan 3rd stage. At this moment, Goten also realized Bebi's strength. If he didn't transform into Super Saiyan 3, he probably really wouldn't be able to match him. Then Goku clenched his fists, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Winds swirled around him like blades, sweeping in all directions. What is he doing? Dad is about to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Gohan and Goten frowned and said. Just then, Goku's hair turned golden and extended all the way to his waist. That's right, Super Saiyan 3 Goku. However, facing Super Saiyan 3 Goku, Bebi showed no signs of panic. Not even changing his expression. Just showing off? Is this all your power? Saiyan. Looking at Super Saiyan 3 Goku, Bebi remained disdainful. Goku gritted his teeth and charged at Bebi. Bang! In the next second, Goku's fist hit Bebi directly. Bebi's body slightly leaned back. That's right, taking a punch from Super Saiyan 3 Goku, and he only leaned back slightly. What? He asked completely unscathed? Goku was shocked, not expecting Bebi to take his punch without a scratch. Could it be that after fusing with Vegeta's power, this guy became so strong? What is going on? That guy is completely unharmed against Grandpa's attack. Xiao Fang was also scared, her face pale. That Bebi is a bit too strong after attaching to Vegeta. Lord Bebi's power is not just this. Suddenly, Trunks, who was beside Xiao Fang, spoke in a strange tone. Lord Bebi? Trunks, what do you call that guy? Xiao Fang was shocked and turned to look at Trunks, only to find his eyes had turned crimson, with a sinister smile on his face. Trunks, you two have been controlled by Bebi? Xiao Fang was so frightened that she quickly stepped back several paces. Right, when on planet Bidru, Bebi once possessed Trunks. Could it be that he was controlled back then? Chapter 26, Bebi's Revenge, Death Ball. Trunks was unexpectedly transformed, and Son Goku's eyes filled with anger. You even controlled Trunks. I will never forgive you, you bastard. The furious voice burst out from between his teeth as Son Goku charged at Bebi again. Whoosh. However, just as Son Goku flew halfway, he suddenly reverted to his normal state. Oh no, because his body had shrunk. He couldn't maintain the Super Saiyan 3rd level transformation for long. This was bad. Son Goku shouted in alarm. This kind of thing happening at this moment was extremely fatal. What's wrong, Son Goku? Is this all the power the strongest Saiyan has? Bebi said coldly, if that's the case. I will make my move now and send you to hell. With a sinister smile, Bebi conjured an energy ball in his palm and instantly hurled it at Son Goku. Before Son Goku could recover from his shock, he was engulfed by the energy wave. Boom! Accompanied by the scream. Son Goku was directly blasted into the ground by the energy wave. Ha ha ha! Finally killed you, Son Goku. Bebi laughed loudly as he watched the ground explode violently and dust fill the air. I'm not going down that easily. Suddenly, Son Goku's voice rang out, and his body slowly floated up. Bebi's laughter abruptly stopped. What a tough little brat. In that case, let me have some fun torturing you. Although a bit shocked, Bebi wasn't angry. letting the Saiyan he hated die like that would be too easy for him. After saying that, Baby's body suddenly disappeared and reappeared right in front of Son Goku. He then delivered a heavy punch to Son Goku's stomach. Wow, a mouthful of sour liquid spewed out, and exhaustion was clearly visible in Son Goku's eyes. Baby's attack was simply too heavy, especially since he couldn't exert all his power right now. Then Baby clasped his hands together and slammed them down hard on Son Goku's head. Bang! Whoosh! Boom! Son Goku's body crashed into the hard rock wall like a falling meteor. The entire mountain instantly collapsed. Meanwhile, in the heavenly temple on Earth, Dandy watched the battle below, nervously wringing his hands. If this continued, Goku might be killed. Mr. Yefeng, please help Goku, or he will be killed. Dandy could only cast another pleading glance at Yefeng. A foe that even Goku couldn't handle. Probably only Yefeng could deal with it in this world. This was his own choice. He would complete it even if he had to do it on his knees. Yifeng glanced at the nearly lifeless Sun Wukong before turning directly towards the hyperbolic time chamber. If he intervened now, he could easily eliminate Baby, but then Sun Wukong wouldn't be able to transform into Super Saiyan 4. So he chose not to get involved for the time being. Just as Mr. Yifeng was preparing to make another effort, he had already entered the hyperbolic time chamber. At that moment, in the Kaioshin realm, the great ancestor said, Wukong is about to give in. What should we do? The god of Jabita looked anxiously at the crystal ball showing the struggling Sun Wukong. That guy Yifeng really isn't making a move. The old Kaioshin frowned tightly, his face heavy with concern. If Wukong were killed, Baby could truly threaten the safety of the entire universe. Quickly use instant transmission to bring Wukong here. I have a way to make him stronger again. Understood, great ancestor. Jabita nodded and then disappeared from the Kaioshin realm. Sun Wukong, now let me show you the energy ball formed from the accumulated resentment of all the Zafir people. Baby shouted at the Sun Wukong, lying among the rubble. Haha, you really are too strong. I might actually become a part of the road to the underworld this time. Sun Wukong forced a bitter smile. At that moment, he was completely unable to resist, not even able to blink. This was truly the end. All Earthlings who have been Zafirized, release all your resentment towards the Saiyans. Baby raised both hands high, murmuring to himself. Meanwhile, all the humans on Earth who had been implanted with Baby's eggs suddenly had crimson light glowing in their eyes. Threads of black resentment rose from their bodies, then converged into Baby's palms. A few minutes later, the black energy ball in Baby's hands had grown to the size of a mountain. Kome, Wukong. This is the revenge death ball formed from the accumulated resentment of all Zafir people. As the roar fell, the revenge death ball was hurled directly at Sun Wukong. It was over. His body couldn't move at all. Sun Wukong could only watch helplessly as the black energy ball slowly descended towards him. Chapter 27. Is Wukong dead? OOB's revenge. Boom. The next moment, the revenge death ball struck the earth, causing it to sink little by little. Suddenly, a massive pit appeared on Earth, as if the energy ball had completely penetrated the planet. Ha! Finally killed you, Sun Wukong. All the Saiyans are done for. Baby laughed out loud, getting closer to his goal. I can no longer feel Dad's presence. Dad was killed by Lord Baby, Son Gohan, and Son Goten said coldly. There was no pain or reluctance. Baby's eggs were indeed powerful, robbing them of their familial bonds. With the Saiyans dealt with, it's time for that bastard. The image of Yifeng suddenly appeared in Baby's mind, causing his smile to freeze and then vanish. That bastard was much more troublesome than Sun Wukong. My subordinates, now deliver all your Saiyan energy to me. After a moment of thought, Baby ordered Son Gohan, Trunks, and the others. Previously, he couldn't defeat Yifeng even after absorbing Son Gohan and Son Goten Saiyan energy. But now, after absorbing the energy of all three of them, he would definitely become stronger. He would become the strongest Saiyan in the world and could absolutely kill that bastard. Yes, Lord Baby. Son Gohan and the others nodded. Surrounding Baby and golden halos appeared around their bodies. Saiyan energy slowly flowed into Baby. Xiao Fong, seeing the situation, turned and flew away. Baby and the others couldn't pursue her because their energy transfer wasn't complete. Just a small ant. It can't cause a big wave. 3 minutes later, Son Gohan and the others had completely transferred their Saiyan energy to Baby. Lord Baby, this is all our energy, Son Gohan said weakly. Ha, great. Now I have the strongest power in the world. Baby laughed maniacally, and his body began to change. His vest disappeared, transforming into a small vest resembling armor. His hair turned completely white, his eyes became blue, and his overall appearance was now infinitely closer to Baby. Vegeta's appearance was fading more and more. Lord Baby, what should we do now? Son Gohan asked. Now, it's time to visit the sacred world. I want to use the Dragon Balls to recreate a Zafir planet. I absolutely won't let those wild monkeys defile it. Whether it's the South Galaxy, North Galaxy, or the entire universe, it will all be under my control. Baby clenched his fists tightly and said with ambition, and now I definitely have the ability to do it. Yes, Lord Baby. Son Gohan and the others nodded and followed behind Baby. Just as Baby was about to go to the sacred world, a figure suddenly broke through the air. Whoosh. The next second, a dark-skinned boy appeared in front of Baby. This dark-skinned boy was none other than Son Wukong's disciple, OOB. Gohan, Goten, Trunks. I suddenly felt Master Wukong's energy just now. What happened? OOB asked Son Gohan and the others with a grim expression. Earlier, he had felt Master Wukong's energy suddenly, but quickly vanished, giving him a bad premonition. Oh, there are still people on Earth who haven't been implanted with my eggs? That's a bit surprising. Looking at OOB, Baby suddenly smiled coldly, with a fleeting look of surprise in his eyes. However, that Saiyan Son Wukong has already been erased from this world. That shocking scene is truly rare. Baby said proudly to OOB. Although Son Wukong seems to be the strongest Saiyan, his end was the most tragic. What? Master Wukong has been. OOB clenched his fists tightly, images of Master Wukong teaching him flashing in his mind. I will never let you go, you bastard. OOB instantly became furious, his aura surging, and his hair standing on end. Then, he pushed off the ground and shot towards Baby. I was just feeling bored. Let me play with you before I kill you. Baby smirked, not taking OOB seriously at all. The only person who could threaten his plans now was that guy Yifeng. At this moment, in the hyperbolic time chamber, Yifeng remained expressionless as he performed various actions. Although his system granted him great abilities, he still needed to cultivate diligently. Relying solely on the system would not allow him to stand at the pinnacle of this universe. Chapter 28. You're getting a bit cocky, Baby. As expected. A few minutes later, OOB was completely defeated by Baby. After defeating OOB, Baby and his companions headed straight for the Supreme Kai's temple. Oh no! Baby is coming towards the Supreme Kai's temple. Dandy's face turned pale with fear as he watched Baby approach. Sir, please bring Mr. Yifeng out quickly. At this point, Goku had already been killed, and OOB's fate was unclear. The only one who could stop Baby was Yifeng. If the Black Star Dragon Balls fell into Baby's hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. I understand, Supreme Kai nodded and then walked directly into the hyperbolic time chamber. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost simultaneously, Baby, along with several of his subordinates, appeared at the Supreme Kai's temple. Baby, Dandy stepped back in fright. What a surprise. I didn't expect you to not be under my control either. A hint of astonishment flashed in Baby's eyes. If you remember correctly, you should have already planted an egg in this Namekian's body. What do you want? Dandy asked tremblingly. Hand over the Dragon Balls to me, and I can make you my subordinate. It would be a supreme honor. Baby extended his hand towards Dandy and said, So it really is for the Dragon Balls? You can forget about it. I won't hand them over to you. Dandy mustered his courage and said loudly, If he handed over the Dragon Balls, then the entire Earth would truly be doomed. Dandy, you should cooperate with Lord Baby. We can still be good friends. Son Gohan suddenly sneered at Dandy. Cut it out. I'm friends with Gohan and the others, not with you. Dandy shook his head. What was in front of him was not Gohan, but Baby's puppet. Refusing a toast and drinking a forfeit, you'll be saying it soon. Baby's voice suddenly turned cold. As long as he controlled him again, he would have to obediently submit. I advise you not to act recklessly. Mr. Yifeng is with the Supreme Kai. If you dare to act out, he will definitely not spare you. Danny could only quickly bring up Yifeng. At this moment, only Yifeng could intimidate Baby. TCH, that bastard? He probably saw my power and has already burrowed into a hole. If he dares to come out, I'll personally break his bones. Upon hearing Yifeng's name, an angry expression suddenly appeared on Baby's face. That bastard. He actually humiliated me twice. Now that I'm stronger, I will not let him off easily. Oh really? You seem a bit cocky, Baby. As soon as Baby finished speaking, a very familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Then, Yifeng's body walked out from the hyperbolic time chamber, followed by TCH, one annoying guy. Baby clenched his fists tightly, although he knew he had become stronger. The moment he saw Yifeng, a hint of apprehension arose in his heart. It seemed he was still afraid of Yifeng. Weren't you going to crush my bones? I'm standing right in front of you. Come and give it a try. Yifeng walked step by step towards Baby, waved his hand at Baby, and said, Lord Baby, please let us take care of him. Sun Wukong and Trunks stepped forward, volunteering and saying, "This troublesome guy." Yifeng squinted slightly, and his body suddenly appeared behind Sun Wukong and the other three. Bang, bang, bang. He struck with his hand 3 times in quick succession, and then the 3 of them softly collapsed to the ground. Dandy used the super divine water to bring them back to consciousness. Yifeng then said to Dandy, "Yes, Mr. Yifeng." It was only then that Dandy snapped back from his shock and quickly nodded excitedly. He then dragged Sun Wukong and the others over. Baby furrowed his brow tightly. He hadn't seen how Yifeng had moved just now at all. The speed was simply too fast. Was there really such a huge gap between them? This battle would destroy the heavenly god temple. So let's go below. As Yifeng's voice fell, his body suddenly appeared in front of Baby. With his right hand open, he directly pressed against Baby's face. In this posture, the 2 of them fell from the temple of the gods at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Baby's body was directly pressed into the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The ground was shaken into a huge, deep pit. The entire earth trembled violently in that instant. Damn it! Baby gritted his teeth tightly. This almost humiliating method made him completely furious. Then he gathered energy in both palms and directly launched an attack at Yifeng. Yifeng gently flew up and then swatted the energy ball away. Boom! Useless thing. With such little power, how dare you call yourself the strongest Saiyan? Yifeng glanced at Baby with disdain and coldly said, Chapter 29. Disappear. Pitiful parasite. Ants, do not underestimate my power time and again. Anger burned fiercely in Baby's eyes as both hands pointed directly at Yifeng, energy balls flying out one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The energy balls collided and exploded continuously. Yifeng was instantly enveloped by the thick smoke generated by the explosion. After executing the revenge death bomb, Baby raised both palms high. Streams of black energy gathered from all directions. This time, he was determined to harness the resentment of all humanity to ensure that this detestable ant would disappear forever. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Yifeng's figure reappeared in Baby's line of sight. However, despite being bombarded by so many energy balls, Yifeng seemed unscathed. Flashy attacks like this could only stir up some dust. Yifeng patted his clothes and said, Baby's current strength is only at the peak of Super Saiyan 3. Even all the revenge death balls are nothing to me. Disappear forever. Baby shouted angrily, and the revenge death ball, above him, smashed down directly at Yifeng. This time he was very confident, believing that absolutely no one could survive his revenge death ball, seeing the massive black energy sphere crashing down like a mountain. Yifeng raised both hands, intending to catch the revenge death ball. Swish! The moment his hands made contact with the energy sphere, Yifeng's body suddenly plummeted as a terrifying force pressed down. This force exceeded Yifeng's expectations. After all, this was the accumulated resentment of all humanity on Earth, far beyond the energy that Baby himself could compare to. Yifeng's feet landed on the ground and then directly sank into it. Ha ha ha, arrogant little ant. You actually think you can take on the revenge death bomb head-on. Don't you overestimate yourself. Watching Yifeng's foolish behavior, Baby shouted proudly, As long as I eliminate this little ant, there will be no opponent left in the entire universe. Is that so? It seems you have a lot of confidence in your so-called trashy death bomb. Suddenly, Yifeng's mocking voice came out. Ha! Accompanied by a low roar. A white aura suddenly erupted from beneath the revenge death bomb. At this moment, Yifeng's demeanor underwent a tremendous change. His black hair stood up high, and a sharp light shot from his eyes. Then, one hand raised the black revenge death bomb, and his body slowly floated into the air. Is this the method you are so proud of? It's really too weak. Yifeng's mouth suddenly curled into a disdainful smile as he looked at Baby. After saying that, he exerted a slight force, and the revenge death bomb was instantly crushed. Waves of black energy surged outward in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the ground around them was blasted into countless deep pits. No, it's impossible. He actually crushed my revenge death bomb with his hand. This is absolutely impossible. Fear finally appeared in Baby's eyes, and his body instinctively took a step back. His strongest attack was crushed just like that, and the bastard in front of him had suddenly surged in power dozens of times in that moment. Moreover, his whole demeanor had changed significantly. Whoosh! In the next second, Yifeng appeared directly in front of Baby. A punch landed on Baby's chest. Although it looked like a very easy punch, Baby was directly sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, he crashed through dozens of mountain peaks, skimming along the ground for nearly 100 meters before finally coming to a stop. Wow, Then he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood from his throat, his face showing immense pain. Just as he wanted to counterattack, he realized he couldn't even stand up. Swish! Yifeng's body appeared in front of Baby once again, looking down at him from above. Disappear, poor parasite. Yifeng's palm was aimed at Baby, his eyes filled with murderous intent. After transforming into a mysterious form, he completely lost that indecisiveness. Wait a minute, give me one more chance. Feeling the call of death, Baby finally became afraid, her eyes flashing with terror as she pleaded with Yifeng. A chance? Do you deserve it? Yifeng soudain similait koldi. And the energy ball expanded again. Damn it. I absolutely refuse to die at the hands of such an ant. After a flicker in his eyes, Baby suddenly transformed into a small gray meatball, broke through Vegeta's body, and then reverted to Baby's original form, escaping at the fastest speed. Finally willing to come out, huh? Watching Baby, who was filled with fear and fleeing everywhere, Yifeng directly teleported in front of him. The energy ball pressed directly against Baby's body. Disappear. With the cold words spoken, the energy ball sent Baby hurtling towards the sun. Chapter 30. I will be your opponent, Son Goku. Boom. The energy ball collided with the sun, instantly creating crimson ripples. The dazzling light instantly covered the entire galaxy. And at that moment, Baby's energy completely vanished without a trace. Has it been resolved? Yifeng took a faint breath and returned to his normal state. Although he had always wanted Baby to become stronger so that they could have a good competition, this guy was indeed too unpleasant, and every time he saw him, he felt an impulse to kill. As for Sun Wukong, transforming into Super Saiyan 4, it wasn't necessarily relying on Baby's power. After dealing with Baby, Son Gohan and the others had regained their senses and returned to Yifeng's side. Mr. Yifeng, thank you very much. Sun Wukong said to Yifeng with a face full of guilt and embarrassment. They had lost their rationality when controlled by Baby, but after recovering, they could still remember what had happened in the past few days. You were just controlled, that's all. Yifeng turned his head and said, Dad. Trunks quickly ran to Vegeta and picked him up. We have indirectly killed Dad. Gohan and Goku clenched their fists, their faces filled with guilt and regret. Surely Dad must hate the two of them in heaven. If they could, they really want to trade their lives for Dad's. Just then, a sudden sound of breaking air rang out. Oh, everyone has recovered? A familiar voice came from behind, and Gohan and Goten were instantly filled with tears upon hearing it. Dad, Gohan called out in a daze, then quickly turned around. He saw Goku's signature smile looking at them. Beside Goku was Supreme Kai. Dad, how could you? Gohan said with tears in his eyes, excitedly asking why Dad wasn't dead. But clearly, Dad had been hit by Baby's revenge death ball, and his breath had completely vanished. Just when I was about to be hit by Baby's revenge death ball, Lord Supreme Kai suddenly saved me with instant transmission and brought me to the Supreme Kai's realm, Goku said with a smile, as if he were talking about something trivial. Lord Supreme Kai, Gohan and Goten turned their gaze to Supreme Kai and quickly expressed their thanks. If it weren't for Lord Supreme Kai, Dad might have really been killed. All right, Goku, now that Baby has been dealt with by Mr. Yifeng, I will return to the Supreme Kai's realm, Supreme Kai said. His purpose was to send Goku back to Earth. Thank you, Lord Supreme Kai. Goku nodded and smiled in gratitude. After Supreme Kai signaled to Goku, he looked at Yifeng and said with a smile, Mr. Yifeng, thank you very much for eliminating Baby and preventing a cosmic catastrophe. If you hadn't eliminated Baby, the entire universe might have really been transformed by Zivil. After all, Baby's controllability is too strong. He completely controlled the entire Earth in just one day. You don't have to thank me. I eliminated Baby simply because I couldn't stand him. I'm not as great as you say. Yifeng waved at God Jebbet and said, Thank you anyway. After God Jebbet finished speaking, he instantly teleported back to the Kaioshin realm. A few minutes later, Vegeta had already woken up and looked at everyone with some embarrassment. By the way, Dad, why did your tail suddenly grow back? At this moment, Son Gohan curiously asked. He had noticed Son Wukong's tail long ago, but hadn't asked until now. This is because old Kaioshin helped me pull out my tail to guide the power within my body, Son Wukong said with a happy smile. I should be stronger now. Vegeta, feeling a bit jealous, shot a glare at Son Wukong and thought, damn it, Kakarot has gotten stronger again? It's really uncomfortable being left behind by this guy. So that's how it is? Son Gohan nodded, somewhat understanding. Since if what old Kaioshin said, it should be fine, but I don't feel that Dad's energy has become stronger at all. Well, I originally planned to use my increased power to deal with Baby, but Baby has already been dealt with by Yifeng, which is a bit of a regret. Son Wukong said reluctantly. That guy Baby is indeed very strong, and not fighting him feels a bit unsatisfactory. Regret? Is that so? Son Gohan and the others had bitter expressions, thinking that only Dad would feel regret. They all wished to eliminate that terrifying guy Baby as soon as possible, who almost destroyed the Earth. Do you want to try the power you gain from getting stronger? Yi Feng, who had been silent, suddenly asked casually. I do want to feel it. Sun Wukong nodded, a smile appearing in his eyes, seemingly understanding why Yi Feng asked him that. Okay, then I'll be your opponent. Yi Feng's lips curled slightly as he spoke to Sun Wukong. Chapter 31. Fighting with a Killing Intent. Haha, I was waiting for you to say that. Sun Wukong suddenly said to Yi Feng with an excited expression, Hey, your strength is much stronger than Bebe's. In fact, he had always wanted to have a serious battle with Yi Feng, but he refrained from such thoughts because he was well aware of the power gap between them. Now that the old Kai had mentioned that his power would greatly increase once his tail was released, he became this excited. Dad, it's not good for you to compete with Mr. Yi Feng right now. Son Gohan quickly reminded him. After all, Mr. Yi Feng had just saved all of them. It's fine, Gohan. We were just having a friendly match, Sun Wukong said with a smile. You're mistaken, Sun Wukong. This time, I am not prepared for a simple match. If you're not my opponent, I will kill you. Yi Feng suddenly spoke very seriously. That's right. This time he must fight with the mindset of killing Sun Wukong. Perhaps then he would feel the pressure. Then he would unleash his potential and transform into Super Saiyan 4. Huh? Sun Wukong was taken aback, unable to believe that these words came from Yi Feng. After all, since he met Yi Feng, he hadn't shown any hostility towards Earth or them. So how could he want to kill him? Mr. Yi Feng, are you joking? Son Gohan and the others also thought Yi Feng was joking. Logically speaking, Yi Feng was not their enemy, so he had no motive or reason to kill their father. Whether he was joking or not, you would soon understand. Of course, if he is defeated by me, not only will Sun Wukong be killed, but all of you as well. Yi Feng's eyes suddenly burst with a sharp cold light, and a killing intent emerged. What? Son Gohan and Vegeta were startled by Yi Feng's gaze. A thought suddenly appeared in their minds. Yi Feng really intended to kill them. If that's the case, I can only go all out. Looking at Yi Feng's murderous gaze, Sun Wukong also nodded very seriously. Meanwhile, in the Kaishin realm, what happened to Yi Feng? Why did he suddenly seem like a different person? Kibito Kai was very confused. Just a moment ago, Yi Feng was fine. Moreover, he had just killed Baby and saved the Earth. If he wanted to kill Sun Wukong and the others, why did he save them first? It's unclear. That guy's like a mystery, but it's very possible that he could really do such a thing. The old Kai said with a serious expression. He completely didn't understand Yi Feng, and he felt as if he were looking into an abyss, unable to see through him at all. Really? But didn't you, my ancestor, help Wukong increase his power? Maybe Yi Feng isn't necessarily Wukong's opponent. Kibito Kai said, looking at the old Kai with a hopeful mindset. If Wukong could successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4, perhaps he could really defeat Yi Feng. But that idiot was too impatient. I hadn't even finished speaking before you all went back to Earth. Just helping him pull out his tail didn't actually increase his power at all. The old Kai said angrily. He originally wanted to explain to Sun Wukong, but that guy was just too impatient and didn't give him time to finish. Very well. Then let me see the power you gained after your enhancement. Yi Feng clenched his fist and a whirlwind swept through, his gaze becoming exceptionally sharp. If I'm going to fight you, I'll just transform into Super Saiyan 3 directly. Sun Wukong, understanding Yi Feng's strength, decided to skip any unnecessary probing. Accompanied by a series of low growls, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3. It seems like my power hasn't increased. Sun Wukong looked at his body with some confusion. Could it be that he wasn't strong enough? Well, it doesn't matter. I'll find out if there's been an improvement once the battle starts. Just as Sun Wukong was wondering, Yi Feng's body suddenly vanished. He instantly appeared in front of Sun Wukong and threw a punch at him. Hey, you're being way too flashy. Seeing Yi Feng's sudden attack, Sun Wukong complained and quickly crossed his fist to block in front of his chest. Bang! Yi Feng's fist heavily struck down on Sun Wukong's crossed arms, causing Sun Wukong's body to be sent flying. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, several mountains were reduced to rubble, and Sun Wukong's body was embedded in the rock wall. Ouch, it hurt so much. Sun Wukong quickly shook his arms, looking pained. Yi Feng's punches are really heavy. My arms are completely numb. Since this is the case, I have to take it seriously. After shaking his arms, Sun Wukong looked at Yi Feng with a serious expression. Chapter 32 Fusion. Wuching Kex. Then he leaped into the air and directly attacked Yi Feng. However, Due to Sun Wukong's smaller size, his speed decreased significantly, and after dozens of punches, he didn't even touch the corner of Yi Feng's clothes. Moreover, the scene was very comical, like an elementary school student fighting against a high school student. Quite ridiculous. What's going on? Did Lord Kaishin deceive me? Sun Wukong was a bit puzzled. His strength and speed really hadn't improved at all. Go down, Sun Wukong. Yi Feng suddenly grabbed Sun Wukong's fist and then forcefully threw him, causing Sun Wukong's body to crash heavily onto the ground. The ground was smashed into a massive pit. After sending Sun Wukong flying, Yi Feng did not intend to hold back. Instead, he raised his palm high. A terrifying golden energy ball began to form in his palm. What? Is Yi Feng really going to kill Dad? Feeling the terrifying aura from the energy ball, Sun Wufan and the others frowned deeply. An energy ball of this magnitude could definitely kill Sun Wukong. I knew that bastard was no good. Vegeta furrowed his brows tightly and said angrily. But now, even if they all joined forces, they would not be a match for Yi Feng. Only Kakarot could fight him, but it seemed that was impossible now. At that moment, the energy ball in Yi Feng's palm was hurled directly at Sun Wukong. Dad, Kakarot, Uncle Wukong. Sun Wufan and Vegeta almost called out at the same time, but they couldn't stop it because it was impossible to do so. What? Is this guy really going to kill me? Sun Wukong was also taken aback, but the energy ball was already descending towards him, and there was no way to dodge it. Boom! When the energy ball landed, the ground within 100 feet instantly collapsed. A violent explosion occurred, and Sun Wukong's body was directly engulfed by the terrifying blast. Dad, Kakarot. Sun Wufan and Vegeta quickly appeared in front of Yi Feng, looking at him with anger. Damn it! Why are you doing this? Sun Wufan clenched his fists tightly, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan, and questioned Yi Feng. Do I need to explain what I should do to you? Leaf Maple said softly. Anyway, after a while, they would understand his intentions. Damn it, let's go all out, Gohan. Vegeta said with a heavy tone, although his pride wouldn't allow him to team up with others. The current situation forced him to do so. Compared to Bulma and the others' lives, his pride could be set aside for now. I understand, Uncle Vegeta. Gohan nodded seriously, knowing they had to fight to stop Leaf Maple. Goten, let's join in too. Trunks looked at Goten and said firmly. Goten nodded, knowing exactly what Trunks meant by teaming up. Then the two of them walked a few steps outward in perfect harmony and performed a very strange set of movements. Fusion. A synchronized voice came from their throats, and then they made the same gesture, their index fingers touching together. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted, capturing everyone's attention. Oh, is it Gotenks? This is getting interesting. Yi Feng looked at the golden aura and smiled with interest. It seems that the fused Gotenks has the strength of a Super Saiyan 3, right? It looks like he could buy Goku sometime. These two little guys, I haven't seen them fuse in a long time. Vegeta suddenly raised the corners of his mouth in a smile, feeling a bit more relaxed, because he could sense that Gotenks' energy was incredibly strong, far surpassing Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3 form from earlier. The golden light gradually faded away, revealing Gotenks' body in front of everyone. His hair stood tall, black in the middle and purple on the sides, wearing the unique little vest of the Metamorphs. A proud curve formed at the corner of his mouth. Hey, you guys really too rude. Look at what you've done to this place. Now let me, Gotenks, teach you a good lesson. Gotenks wiped the tip of his nose and arrogantly pointed at Yi Feng. Although Goten and Trunks had both grown up and changed in personality, their goofy nature returned after the fusion. Teach me a lesson? Come try it. Yi Feng smiled and waved at Wu-Tien Keisai, saying, still unrepentant, you have successfully angered me. Wu-Tien Keisai raised his head, the corners of his mouth curling up, and clenched his fists tightly. A burst of golden energy instantly erupted from his body. His hair turned golden in an instant, surrounded by blue lightning. Clearly, he had transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 33. Are you ready to give up, Kakarot? The fused warrior is indeed not your average show-off. Leaf Maple looked at Gotenks, smiled, and said, this guy seems a bit overly confident, doesn't he? With just the power of Super Saiyan 2, he thinks he can compete with me. It's simply overestimating himself. Gotenks, hurry up and transform into Super Saiyan 3. You won't be able to fight Leaf Maple like this, Son Gohan quickly interjected. He was well aware that the fused Gotenks would be quite arrogant. Hey, don't rush. Just like this, I can defeat him, Gotenks said, shaking his index finger and tilting his head with a proud expression. This guy, if it weren't for being too arrogant against Majin Buu, he wouldn't have ended up being absorbed by Majin Buu in the end. Hey Gotenks, transform into Super Saiyan 3 immediately. Vegeta suddenly shouted in a commanding tone. All right then. Under Vegeta's angry shout, Gotenks could only nod in agreement. He wouldn't dare go against Vegeta's words. It's an honor for you to see me transform into Super Saiyan 3. Gotenks said proudly to Leaf Maple. After finishing his words, he suddenly clenched his fists, and bulging muscles appeared on his arms. A terrifying aura erupted from his body once again. His golden hair kept growing until it reached his waist before finally stopping. And at the same time, Gotenks' eyebrows had disappeared, with his brow bone rising high. He looked somewhat sinister. Looks like it really is my honor. Yifeng nodded with a playful expression. At this moment, Gotenks was indeed quite strong. At the very least, he was not much weaker than the Super Saiyan 3 Goku he had encountered for the first time. After the fusion, he was already capable of producing tremendous power. Now you know how powerful I am. I'm going to make you pay for your impolite behavior just now. After Gotenks finished speaking, he launched an attack at Yifeng. Immediately after, Gohan and Vegeta also joined in the attack. If we all attack together, maybe we have a chance to win against him, Gohan thought to himself. All right, before Goku successfully transforms into Super Saiyan 4, I'll have some fun with you guys. Yifeng lowered his hands that were crossed in front of his chest and said with a faint smile. However, that smile instantly vanished, replaced by a sharp expression. His hair standing up high as a white aura surged forth. Although he knew he couldn't possibly lose to them, the presence of the annoying Gotenks was still a bit troublesome. But after transforming into his mysterious form, defeating them became much easier. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the fists of the three came rushing towards Yifeng almost simultaneously. Just in time, Yifeng threw out both fists simultaneously, directly choosing to clash head-on with Gotenks and Son Gohan. Bang, bang. At the moment of the collision, Son Gohan and Gotenks were directly knocked back dozens of meters. Then Yifeng gently tilted his head, dodging Vegeta's punch. Let's start with you, Vegeta. Yifeng's mouth suddenly curved into a smirk as he grabbed Vegeta's fist, pulling back forcefully with his left hand, then delivering a heavy knee strike to Vegeta's abdomen. Bang! Wow! A mouthful of sour liquid spurted out from Vegeta's mouth. Then, Yifeng gathered an energy ball in his hand, pressing it tightly against Vegeta's chest. Your battle is over. As the voice fell, the energy ball exploded. Boom! Vegeta was directly blasted away, landing right in the pit where Son Goku was. Dad! Uncle Vegeta! Gotenks and Gohan shouted almost simultaneously. You annoying guy, you've angered me. I'm going to deal with you properly. Gotenks frowned, realizing he had to unleash all his power. Super Ghost Kamikaze Attack. Gotenks blew out 10 identical ghosts as if blowing bubblegum. This scene was incredibly familiar to Yifeng. After all, wasn't this the technique used against Majin Buu? Who would have thought that after growing up, he still acted like a fool? Ghost Attack. With Gotenks' command, the 10 ghosts charged towards Yifeng. TCH, boring little tricks. Yifeng gently shook his head. Such childish things were simply beneath consideration. In the next moment, Yifeng suddenly roared, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Boom! 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 The ghosts were instantly pushed back, and each one exploded upon contact. Yifeng's body suddenly vanished, and when he reappeared, Gotenks had already been sent flying. Damn it, Gotenks couldn't stop him at all. The battered Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, but he had already lost the ability to fight. However, when Vegeta turned around, he saw Son Goku by his side. Although Son Goku had suffered a terrifying attack, he was still alive. Hey Kakarot, are you really going to give up like this? Vegeta asked, looking at Son Goku. Vegeta, I have no power left. Son Goku slowly opened his eyes, realizing he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. How could he counterattack? No, you still have power. Vegeta looked at Son Goku's tail and said firmly. Chapter 34. Goku transforms into a giant ape. What? A look of confusion appeared on Son Goku's weak face. It was already difficult for him to move a finger. Where would he find any other strength? What an idiot. Have you forgotten that our Saiyan power is concentrated in our tails? As long as you transform into a great ape, you can have 10 times the strength. I think that's what the Supreme Kai meant by getting stronger. Vegeta explained seriously. It was just that sometimes Kakarot was too dense to catch on to the key points. Meanwhile, in the other world, the old Kai was moved to tears. Finally, someone understood his meaning. Vegeta and Piccolo truly were the brains among the Z fighters. You want me to transform into a great ape, but I would lose my sanity. Son Goku frowned and said to Vegeta. He didn't want to let something like when he accidentally crushed his grandfather happen again. TCH, what a big fool. Does the current situation still allow for such concerns? Vegeta scolded Son Goku, then looked up at the sky. Gotenks and Gohan were already on the verge of collapse. It didn't matter anymore now. Only Kakarot, transforming into a great ape, might be able to stop Yifeng. Unfortunately, his own tail had long been cut off. Otherwise, he would have transformed into a great ape to fight already. Then, Vegeta exerted his last bit of strength, and a ball of silver-white light began to gather in his palm. He then threw it into the air, creating ripples like water. This was the artificial moon created by Vegeta, a technique only the noble Saiyans could perform. And coincidentally, he was the prince of the Saiyans. An artificial moon? Vegeta is quite clever. At this moment, their only option was to go all in and let Son Goku transform into a great ape. As for whether he could successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4, that would depend on whether he could hold on. Yifeng looked at the shimmering energy suddenly appearing in midair and muttered to himself. At this moment, because Sun Wukong's body could no longer move, he could only stare at one spot. The artificial moon created by Vegeta just happened to appear in Sun Wukong's line of sight. This beautiful place filled with memories. I will definitely protect you, Sun Wukong murmured as he gazed at the azure sky. Suddenly, his tail twitched like a small snake. His previously closed eyes suddenly opened wide, and his pupils instantly turned red. Thump, thump, thump. The violent heartbeat sounded like drums, causing Sun Wukong's chest to heave violently. Is it going to succeed? Seeing Sun Wukong's appearance, Vegeta looked excited. He had never seen Kakarot transform into a giant ape before. Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat grew more intense, and a fierce expression appeared on Sun Wukong's face as his arms and torso suddenly swelled. His tattered clothes burst apart. He opened his mouth, revealing 4 sharp canine teeth. Dad? What's happening? Son Gohan and Gotenks sensed something was wrong and quickly looked toward Sun Wukong. Buzzing. At that moment, the entire earth began to tremble slightly. Sun Wukong's face became increasingly fierce as his body rapidly grew larger. Accompanied by a painful roar, Sun Wukong suddenly stood up, and a burst of golden energy erupted from his body. The ground exploded, and chunks of rock floated into the air. Immediately after, the golden aura became denser, turning into a golden pillar of light that shot into the sky. It was surrounded by blue lightning, looking incredibly imposing. At this moment, Sun Wukong had completely transformed into a large brown gorilla, as tall as a mountain. It worked, Kakarot, Vegeta said excitedly, clenching his fist as he looked at the giant gorilla Sun Wukong. Vegeta had no idea what he had done. Didn't he know that Dad would completely lose his reason when he transformed into a giant ape? Son Gohan frowned tightly, looking reproachfully at Vegeta. At this rate, we might be killed by Dad without Yifeng having to lift a finger. Meanwhile, Son Goten and Trunks' fusion had also been undone. Whoa, whoa. Strange cries came from the mouth of the giant gorilla Sun Wukong, and with a casual swipe, a huge peak was directly smashed in half. Great, Kakarot. Hurry up and kill that bastard Yifeng. Vegeta shouted excitedly at Sun Wukong. Huh? Hearing Vegeta's voice, Sun Wukong suddenly looked at Vegeta, and a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. His body suddenly leaped up, and he stomped down towards Vegeta. What? Vegeta's face changed drastically. His physical strength hadn't recovered yet. Oh no, I can't dodge. Son Gohan and Trunks were also shocked. They couldn't match the speed at all. Author's note. I'm shamelessly asking for another wave of data. Thank you all. Chapter 34. Xiao Fong appears, stopping the giant ape Wukong. Whoosh. Vegeta could only muster all his strength, rolling a few times to narrowly evade Sun Wukong's stomp. Boom! The moment the huge foot landed, the ground exploded, and Vegeta was sent flying by the terrifying shockwave and debris. Trunks quickly stepped forward to catch Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta, Dad has completely lost his reason now. If this continues, the Earth will be destroyed. We need to think of a way. Son Gohan said anxiously, looking at Vegeta. He had no idea what to do. TCH, how would I know what to do? Vegeta shook his head. If it were him, he could freely control the giant ape form. But an ordinary Saiyan couldn't. He wasn't sure how they could control their giant ape form either. Just then, the originally brown-black gorilla's fur suddenly turned golden. Whoa, whoa, with a piercing shriek. The golden gorilla Sun Wukong suddenly fixed his gaze on Yifeng. A fierce grin appeared on his face, and then he leaped up, directly stomping towards Yifeng. Yifeng leaped lightly, dodging Sun Wukong's attack. Although Sun Wukong had great strength at that moment, his large size made it difficult for him to keep up with the speed. Moreover, since he was completely irrational at that time, it was impossible for him to hit Yifeng. Boom! Mountains collapsed one after another as Sun Wukong struck them down, and the ground continuously cracked and caved in. Wow! The gorilla Sun Wukong screamed again and swung his palm directly at Yifeng. Let me test your strength now. Looking at the towering gorilla, Yifeng suddenly became curious and decided to try and see just how powerful the golden gorilla Sun Wukong was. Then Yifeng threw a punch at the giant ape's descending palm. Bang! At the moment their hands met, Yifeng felt an immense force, like a vast ocean, surge through his arm. His body then shot out like a released arrow. Bang, bang, bang. He flew nearly 100 feet before coming to a stop, his body scraping the ground and leaving a gash several feet wide and 100 feet long. Wow, this power is too great. Yifeng stood up, shook his arms, and said with a somewhat unpleasant expression. It was undeniable that he had indeed been careless just now and had not given his all. But the strength of the gorilla Sun Wukong was indeed very powerful. How impressive. He was actually knocked flying in an instant. Son Gohan and Trunks were astonished. It was hard to believe that after transforming into a giant ape, Dad had become so strong. After knocking Yifeng away with a slap, Sun Wukong leaped again, heading straight for Son Gohan and the others. Oh no, Kakarot is going to attack us. Vegeta's expression changed drastically, shouting that it was bad. At this moment, Kakarot had lost his sanity and could no longer distinguish between friend and foe. Dad, I'm Gohan. Don't you remember me? Son Gohan stood directly in front of the giant ape Sun Wukong, speaking with strong emotions. He hoped to awaken his father and help him regain his sanity. Come back quickly, Gohan. The Saiyan in giant ape form has no family ties. Vegeta quickly reminded him. Obviously, Son Gohan was quite persistent and did not think of giving up. Wah! The giant ape Sun Wukong let out a sharp cry, pounded his chest, revealing a fierce expression. The next moment, he directly punched towards Son Gohan. Bang! Son Gohan was directly smashed into the ground, dust flying everywhere. After knocking down Son Gohan, Sun Wukong seemed to have no feelings at all, leaping into the air and directly stepping down on Son Gohan. Gohan, big brother. Son Goten and Trunks acted simultaneously to rescue Son Gohan from under the giant ape Sun Wukong's foot. However, the three of them were now in danger, because the giant ape Sun Wukong's massive hand was coming down on them. Oh no, there's no way to dodge. Son Gohan and the others frowned at this distance. They had no way to escape. Just when the three were almost in complete despair, a slightly childish voice suddenly rang out. Stop, Grandpa! As the voice fell, a small figure appeared in front of the giant ape Sun Wukong, wearing a red short-sleeved shirt, an orange headband, and light purple crop pants, with a blue small backpack on her back. It was Sun Wukong's most beloved granddaughter, Xiaofang. Grandpa, don't you really recognize Dad and Uncle Wutian? I'm Xiaofang. You must remember me, right? Looking at the giant ape in front of her, Xiaofang's eyes shimmered with tears. Grandpa, why did you suddenly become like this? Wow. The giant ape Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly trembled, but then quickly returned to a fierce expression. He directly blew Xiaofang away for a distance of 10 zhang. Chapter 35, Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. Here I come. However, Sun Wukong seemed to also have some emotional fluctuations and did not continue to attack Son Gohan and the others. Whoosh! Xiaofang flew back in front of the golden giant ape Sun Wukong again. Grandpa, this is the outfit I wore when I first participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, and you made it for me with your own hands. This is our family photo, our memories. Have you forgotten? Tears instantly streamed down Xiaofang's face. Remembering the days spent with Grandpa, and seeing how he didn't recognize her now, Xiaofang felt very sad. The giant ape Sun Wukong's eyelids trembled violently, and memories surged into his mind like the sea. Little Xiaofang. A hoarse voice came from his throat, and Sun Wukong's red eyes gradually turned golden. Then he reached out to catch Xiaofang's tears and licked them. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's body trembled violently. His gaze swept over Xiaofang, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Vegeta, and Trunks one by one. Then, a golden aura began to emerge from Sun Wukong's body, like a rolling heat wave. Is it going to succeed? I've been waiting for you for a long time, Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. Yifeng looked at the golden halo with some excitement, murmuring to himself. Among all forms, his favorite was Super Saiyan 4 and Ultra Instinct. Now that he could already use Ultra Instinct, he was very eager to witness the Super Saiyan 4 form with his own eyes. Finally, he was about to see it, and he was still a bit excited. Grandpa, Dad, Kakarot, Xiaofang, Son Gohan, and Vegeta were all astonished as they looked at Sun Wukong. They could clearly feel that Sun Wukong's energy had returned and was rapidly increasing. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The golden aura surged up, and lightning crackled around him. Sun Wukong's body gradually shrank, and his golden hair slowly turned red. His fangs began to disappear, and his hair became black. 1 minute later, the golden halo completely vanished, and a red figure appeared in front of everyone. Black hair hung down to his shoulders, his body was covered in red fur, and he looked extraordinarily strong. His pupils transformed into gold like an owl, sharp and piercing, with his eye sockets turning red. A long red tail swayed flexibly behind him. What is happening? Dad has completely changed. Son Gohan and Son Goten stared in shock, unable to comprehend the Sun Wukong before them. They had never seen their father like this. So cool. Xiao Fong had a starry-eyed expression. He really looked handsome. Hey Kakarot, what on earth is going on? Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong with jealousy and questioned. He could feel that Kakarot's energy was incredibly strong, unfathomably strong. Well, I don't know either, but this power is indeed very comfortable. Sun Wukong raised the corner of his mouth, gently clenched his fist, and a terrifying whirlwind instantly swept through. Ha, did you see that? This is the effect after I helped Wukong unlock his potential Super Saiyan 4. The old Kai watched Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong from the crystal ball, excitedly dancing around while proudly saying, "So powerful, much stronger than Super Saiyan 3. The god Jebbet had a look of astonishment in his eyes. I didn't expect the ancestor to be so impressive, making Wukong this strong. Maybe Yifeng is not Wukong's match now, the old Kai said confidently. At this moment, on Earth, after feeling that unimaginable power, Sun Wukong turned his gaze toward Yifeng. Congratulations, Sun Wukong, Super Saiyan 4. I really look forward to fighting you. Yifeng smiled excitedly and said to Sun Wukong, Super Saiyan 4? Since you haven't thought of a name yet, let's call it Super Saiyan 4. Sun Wukong was taken aback at first, then smiled and said the previous transformation was called Super Saiyan 3. So it's quite reasonable for this new transformation to be called Super Saiyan 4. You did this on purpose to help me achieve this form, didn't you? Sun Wukong suddenly asked with a smile. Because with Yi Feng's strength, if he truly wanted to kill them, they would have been dead long ago, and they wouldn't have had the chance for him to transform into Super Saiyan 4. The only possibility is that Yi Feng wanted to help him become stronger and then fight against him. It seems like your intelligence has improved a lot after becoming Super Saiyan 4. Yi Feng also smiled and said, indeed, if I really wanted to kill, it wouldn't be this troublesome. What? Mr. Yi Feng is deliberately trying to help Dad improve? Sun Wukong and the others were once again stunned. If that's the case, his acting skills are too good. The kind of tangible killing intent. How could it possibly be faked? TCH, what an annoying bastard. Vegeta clenched his fist tightly, looking at Sun Wukong and Yi Feng, his expression quite displeased. Chapter 36. Mystery vs. Super Saiyan 4 Wukong. Originally, only Kakarot had surpassed him. Although he was unwilling, he could barely accept it, or rather, he had already gotten used to it. But now, those two bastards had left him far behind, which made him quite uncomfortable. He was afraid he couldn't hold onto his position as the Eternal Second. In the Heavenly God Palace, Dondi let out a sigh of relief after hearing the conversation between Sun Wukong and Yi Feng. When he learned that Yi Feng wanted to kill Wukong and the others, he was really on edge. The old Kaioshin and Jebbet in the Kaioshin realm also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Wukong was indeed very strong after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Yi Feng was not to be underestimated either. If the two fought, it would definitely not be as simple as just causing trouble for Earth. Although he felt his power surging like a spring, this guy still made him feel quite difficult to handle. Sun Wukong wore a faint smile and said to Yi Feng, of course, if I were that easy to deal with, I wouldn't want to let you become a Super Saiyan 4. Yi Feng said lightly. At any time, he would never put himself in danger, even though Sun Wukong seemed to be a righteous person. However, you really excite me. Sun Wukong clenched his fist, his eyes shining with brilliance. I feel the same way about you right now. Yi Feng also excitedly said, fighting against Super Saiyan 4 Goku is definitely a very thrilling thing. The destructive power of battles on Earth is too great. Let's go to the Kaioshin realm instead. Yi Feng suggested, with the power both of you possess now, you could easily destroy the Earth. If you're not careful, it could lead to some trouble. But in the Kaioshin realm, we don't have to worry about such problems. I think so too. Sun Wukong nodded. The Earth really couldn't handle the chaos they could create. You two brats, are you planning to tear apart my planet? The old Kaioshin shouted at the two of them with his hands on his hips. Their current strength was something even the Kaishin realm couldn't withstand. Come on, Kaishin-sama. Don't be so stingy. We're just going to have a friendly spar, hee. Sun Wukong smiled ingratiatingly and gently patted the old Kaishin on the shoulder. However, he had completely lost awareness of how strong he had become after transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Just that light pat sent the old Kaishin flying. Boom! The old Kaishin's body was embedded into a rock. Ancestor! Jebit rushed over to help the old Kaishin up. I am sorry, Kaioshin-sama. I didn't know my strength was this great. Sun Wukong quickly apologized with a face full of regret. His power was indeed too overwhelming. You brat, are you trying to break this old bone of mine? The old Kaishin, feeling sore all over, said angrily. If he didn't know that Sun Wukong meant no harm, he would have truly thought this guy wanted to murder him. Forget it, Ancestor. We can't stop those two. Jebit quickly advised the old Kaishin. If Sun Wukong and Yi Feng wanted to fight, it seemed no one could stop them now. Moreover, fighting in the sturdy Kaishin realm was indeed much better than on other planets. Oof. The old Kaishin snorted in anger and decided not to stop them. After all, as Jebit said, he couldn't prevent it. It seemed that the two Kaishins had tacitly agreed. Yi Feng smiled and said, then let's get started. Sun Wukong nodded, then took on a fighting stance. The power within his body surged forth continuously. This power felt so comfortable. Yi Feng clenched his fists, and a terrifying aura instantly erupted from his body. Then, he directly unleashed a mysterious power. He could also sense the strength of Super Saiyan 4 Goku. And if he didn't take it seriously, he might really have no way to defeat him. After Yi Feng enhanced his strength, the two of them almost simultaneously leaped into the air, causing the ground to instantly explode into two massive craters. The fast-moving old Kai and Jebit God couldn't see anything at all. Buzz! The next moment, as their fists collided, a piercing buzzing sound erupted in the air. A huge sound wave appeared from midair, and the ground was directly shaken into a large pit by that powerful shockwave. What incredibly strong force. It was impossible to see their figures clearly. Just one clash had turned the hard ground into this. Jebit God stared blankly and murmured to himself. At this rate, even the Kaishin realm might not be able to withstand their battle. After Yi Feng and Sun Wukong's fists collided, both of them retreated several dozen meters. Wow, you guys' strength is just too powerful, Sun Wukong said excitedly to Yi Feng. He thought the power of Super Saiyan 4 was already unimaginable, but he didn't expect Yi Feng to possess equally strong power. This is exhilarating. Let's go again. Yi Feng's face also showed an excited expression. Since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, this was the most thrilling match he had experienced. There was a sense of exhilaration in meeting a worthy opponent. Good. Sun Wukong nodded, and the two attacked each other again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Two black lines in the sky kept colliding, separating, and colliding again. Every time a deep collision sound rang out, the Kaishin realm would tremble slightly, either creating sinkholes in the ground or causing mountains to collapse. Chapter 37. You lost? Sun Wukong. This battle had already lasted for half an hour. The entire Kaishin realm looked like it had been severely damaged, a sight of devastation. These two big fools. Can't they take it a bit easier? The old Kaishin looked at his realm with heartache, his teeth grinding in anger. But there was nothing he could do. The two fighters in battle couldn't hear his words at all, and they showed no remorse for the destruction they caused. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Yi Feng faced each other, both breathing heavily. Clearly, half an hour of fighting had taken a noticeable toll on their stamina. The power of Super Saiyan 4 seems to be much stronger than I imagined. Yi Feng stood up straight, a look of excitement on his face as he spoke. The battle just now was incredibly exhilarating, a level of comfort I've never experienced before. Your strength has also exceeded my expectations. And you haven't even used all your power yet, have you? Sun Wukong said with a smile towards Yi Feng. He knew very well that the ability Yi Feng had displayed during their first encounter was extremely powerful, surrounded by a silver-white aura. His speed was so fast that Sun Wukong couldn't even touch him. If Yi Feng had used that ability from start, there was no way he could have lasted that long. Fighting against Super Saiyan 4 while using Ultra Instinct would be far too boring. Yi Feng said lightly. If he used the Ultimate Freedom Technique, he was confident he could defeat Sun Wukong within 2 minutes. The Ultimate Freedom Technique? So that ability is called the Ultimate Freedom Technique? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Then Sun Wukong continued, alright. It seems like continuing to fight like this won't lead to any results. Let's determine the winner once and for all. If we keep fighting, we'll just exhaust all our energy. Let's use our strongest attacks now and decide the outcome. Okay, that suits me perfectly. Ye Feng nodded. He had completely mastered the battle against the Super Force Sun Wukong, and he fully understood his strength and speed. There was no need to continue fighting. However, it felt a bit unsatisfactory to leave it at that. So let's determine the winner in the end. Tenfold Kamehameha. A deep roar erupted from Sun Wukong's throat. Then he brought his palms together, positioned at his lower back, forming a flower bud shape. Crimson energy gathered in his palms, radiating a terrifying aura of destruction. Ultimate Flash. Yifeng spread his palms, and energy balls quickly gathered between them. Then he fused the two energy balls together, forming a massive amount of energy. That terrifying aura seemed to be no weaker than Sun Wukong's tenfold Kamehameha wave. Damn it, do those two bastards want to destroy the entire divine realm? The old Kai's eyes showed a look of fear. If these two energies were to explode, the entire Kaishan realm would be destroyed in an instant. Even the entire underworld would not be able to avoid it. This is bad. The divine realm is about to be destroyed. The god Jebet was so frightened that his soul had left his body, mumbling to himself. Ha! Yifeng and Sun Wukong both roared at the same time, unleashing their ultimate flash and tenfold Kamehameha wave from their palms simultaneously. One red and one blue. The two streams of energy intertwined like two giant dragons, fiercely clashing against each other. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth tightly, his eyes wide open, and the veins on his arms throbbed like small snakes. It was evident that he had reached his limit. Yifeng is not doing much better. Sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. The muscles on his body have swollen to twice their size, and he is also gritting his teeth. You lost, Sun Wukong. Yifeng suddenly smiled coldly, and white flames enveloped his body. The ultimate flash suddenly thickened, and its power surged instantly. It immediately devoured Sun Wukong's tenfold Kamehameha. The blue energy wave rapidly magnified in his pupils, and Sun Wukong silently exclaimed that it was bad. He had already lost, but being hit by such a powerful ultimate flash would undoubtedly mean his death. However, in the current situation, he couldn't suddenly withdraw his strength. Wukong was about to lose. The old Kai and Jebet god had equally grim expressions. Not only was he about to lose, but he might also be killed. Was he really going to be killed? Although the battle was exhilarating, he had just transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and he felt a bit unwilling. A bitter smile of helplessness appeared in Sun Wukong's eyes. He couldn't withstand this level of energy wave, and Yifeng probably couldn't retract it either. Just as the energy ball was only 2 meters away from Sun Wukong, and he looked utterly desperate, Yifeng suddenly raised both hands. The energy wave suddenly changed direction, almost grazing Sun Wukong's body as it flew into space. Then it transformed into a streak of light, disappearing without a trace. What? Yifeng actually made the energy wave change direction? Sun Wukong was astonished. Although he could also change the direction of the Kamehameha, that was under conditions where he wasn't using all his strength. If you're in Yifeng's position just now, he absolutely wouldn't have been able to control the energy wave in that situation. Moreover, he didn't have that kind of strength left. This guy actually still had spare power? Chapter 38. Kindred Spirits. The conspiracy of two doctors, however, even though he wasn't directly hit by the ultimate flash, the scorching energy wave still grazed his body, leaving him in pain. Amazing, not only did he not kill Wukong, but he also didn't destroy the God Realm. Jebet God was filled with shock and joy. Just a moment ago, he truly feared that the two energy waves would suddenly explode in their fierce clash and destroy the entire God Realm. But it seemed that Yifeng had always been in control, which was truly a stroke of luck. That guy has some conscience. If he had used the strength I gave him to destroy my planet, that would have been too heartless. The old Kai turned his head and finally sighed in relief. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly transformed back to his normal state, as he had consumed too much energy. Even with sufficient energy from Super Saiyan 4, he couldn't withstand such depletion. Wow, you are way too strong. Sun Wukong, now looking like a child, excitedly said to Yifeng. But you are too much. You haven't been going all out at all. You're quite impressive, much stronger than I imagined. Yifeng looked down at the smiling Sun Wukong and said, This is not flattery, but the truth. Because Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong's strength was indeed a bit beyond his expectations. His own mysterious form could barely win against him. Although this had a lot to do with the old king, Kai, not fully unlocking his potential. But I will definitely get stronger until I surpass you, Sun Wukong said, clenching his fist with a determined look. Along the way, he had encountered many powerful opponents, and he had surpassed them all and defeated them. He believed that as long as he worked hard, he could also surpass Yifeng. Silly boy, you may not realize that the protagonist halo above your head has already faded, Yifeng said gently, shaking his head slightly and speaking softly. What did you say? Sun Wukong was taken aback, as he didn't catch what Yifeng had said. I said go for it. Yifeng quietly smiled and said to Sun Wukong with some sympathy, it is impossible to surpass oneself. Afterward, Yifeng and Sun Wukong apologized to the two Kaiyoshins before returning to Earth. Meanwhile, a conspiracy was brewing in hell. After being killed by baby Dr. Mew was wandering aimlessly in hell. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Dr. Mew. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in his ear. Who? Who is calling my name? Dr. Mew looked around warily, and a figure appeared in his line of sight, startling him. He had no recollection of this person. Who are you? How do you know me? Dr. Mew asked, still on guard. Although he was also a villain, he knew that those who fell to hell were not good people. I am Dr. Jero, a genius scientist from Earth. My research has hit a bottleneck, so I need to borrow the advanced technological concepts of this Furlance. Dr. Jero said with a sinister smile. Ha ha ha, why would I cooperate with someone like you? Doctor. Mew looked at Dr. Jero with disdain. He possessed the most advanced technology. Why would he collaborate with anyone else? Because we have the same enemy. Doctor. Jero's eyes flashed with resentment as he said coldly, that bastard Sun Wukong. Even if I fall into hell, I will never let him go. The same enemy? Doctor. You seem somewhat interested. He turned to look at Dr. Jero. If that were the case, he could make good use of this guy. Sun Wukong, Dr. Jero said coldly. Are you talking about that Saiyan brat? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's name, Dr. Mew's eyes also revealed a vengeful look. It was because of that bastard Saiyan that he ended up in this place. Absolutely unforgivable, including all Saiyans and anyone related to them. Pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. The two old bastards reached a consensus like this. At this time, in the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Wukong and Yifeng were desperately training. Sun Wukong's goal was very simple, to surpass Yifeng. However, Yifeng's goal was not just to bully Sun Wukong. He wanted to become stronger. He didn't want his fate to be controlled by others. But there were many stronger than him in this world. The Super One-Star Dragon from the G-Time space. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto, the god of destruction from Dragon Ball Super's time and space. Jiren from Universe 11, the Angels, the Grand Minister, and the Little Omni King. Their powers were almost all above his. If he could comprehend the perfected Ultra Instinct, he would not fear the Super One-Star Dragon, Vegeto, and Jiren, among others. But right now, he couldn't do that. So he had to train, constantly train. Get stronger, fight to get stronger. Author's note. Please send in some data, flowers, evaluation tickets. Monthly tickets, if you have any. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 39. An Invitation from Hell. Just like that, 2 years passed in the hyperbolic time chamber. For Sun Wukong and Yifeng, these 2 years went by quite quickly. Yifeng remembered the first time he spent 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber. He almost went mad. This time was completely different because Sun Wukong could be his opponent and train together with him. Competing with Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong without using mysterious forms made time pass very quickly. Wow, I didn't realize so much time has passed. Let's take a break. Sun Wukong said with a tired expression. During these 2 years, they had been practicing against each other nonstop. Therefore, his improvement was tremendous, far exceeding the results of training with Ub. 2 years had indeed passed very quickly. Yifeng nodded, casually chewing the food in the time house. To be honest, it was somewhat hard to swallow, but he was too hungry to care much about it. However, you are really too foolish. I've taught you the free and easy wandering technique for 2 years, and you haven't made any progress at all. Yifeng looked at Sun Wukong and said with a hint of disappointment. He had thought about having Sun Wukong learn the ultimate skill of freedom, because even if his son Wukong mastered it, it wouldn't affect him at all. He absolutely couldn't stay in this time and space forever. However, this guy was completely unable to comprehend it. He couldn't even reach the point where his muscles would react without thinking. It's worth noting that in Dragon Ball Super, Sun Wukong achieved that state in less than a year. Although it wasn't very stable, having done it once meant success was not far away. Yifeng summarized that it is because this version of Sun Wukong is too clever. Therefore, he is somewhat cautious like Vegeta, with a high level of vigilance towards his surroundings, unlike the carefree Goku from Dragon Ball Super, who has many openings. This is why he cannot comprehend the true essence of Ultra Instinct. Although he is quite interested in Ultra Instinct, it seems that it is not suitable for him. So he might as well give up. Sun Wukong smiled and said, After practicing for so long without being able to grasp the way, it just shows that Ultra Instinct is not suitable for him. He should rely on his own methods to become stronger. Whatever. After all, by following the path of bloodline evolution, he can also surpass the realm of Ultra Instinct. Yifeng said casually, Super Saiyan 5 from Dragon Ball AF fanfiction, and the White God from the anime Brawl. These forms should not be weaker than Ultra Instinct. If we take the path of bloodline evolution, maybe Sun Wukong could reach that level. Sun Wukong nodded, agreeing with Yifeng's statement. Just as the two were conversing, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber suddenly opened. It was Sun Gohan. Not good, Dad, Mr. Yifeng. Something happened outside. Sun Gohan said urgently to the two. What happened, Gohan? Take your time. Sun Wukong stood up and asked. Looking at Gohan's expression, it seemed like it wasn't a small matter. Yifeng seemed to have guessed what was going on. Trunks was injured by Android 17, and they said to have you come to hell to find them. Also, a big hole suddenly appeared in the sky, and if I'm not mistaken, it should have been created by 17 and the others, Sun Gohan said in a low tone. These guys want to trick Dad into hell. There's definitely nothing good about it. Android 17? Now that you mention it, I don't think I've met that guy yet. Why does he want me to go to hell to find him? Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, puzzled. Could it be that he's following Dr. Gero's orders and wants to kill me? I'm not sure, but the city is already in chaos. Many people think it's the end of the world and are preparing to flee. Sun Gohan shook his head and continued. Ridiculous. If it really were the end of the world, where could they escape to? Yifeng smiled sarcastically and said, the Earth has been destroyed. Can they escape to Mars? Mr. Yi, do you know about the conspiracy of the 17th? Sun Wukong suddenly turned to Yifeng and asked. Yifeng is an extremely mysterious person. Perhaps he knows something. Lure the tiger away from the mountain, trick Sun Wukong into hell, and then they can take action against Earth. It's that simple. Yifeng did not hide anything and spoke honestly. This is the plan of Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew. If that's the case, then Dad, you can't go to hell. Hearing Yifeng's analysis, Sun Wukong quickly looked at Sun Gohan and said, it doesn't matter, their target is me, so it doesn't make a difference where I am. Maybe when I get to hell, I can see Frieza and Cell. I wonder how strong they are now. Sun Wukong said excitedly as he punched his fist. Just think about it. Going to hell could be quite fun. If you want to see the strength of Frieza and Cell, then you might just get your wish. Leaf Maple spoke to Sun Wukong. In the original Dragon Ball G, Frieza and Cell did not come to Earth like the others, but waited for Sun Wukong in hell. Anyway, with you, Gohan, Vegeta, and Up on Earth, it doesn't matter whether I'm here or not. Sun Wukong showed a pure smile and said to Leaf Maple, if a guy appeared that even Leaf Maple couldn't handle, then there would be no chance for me to win if I stepped in. Chapter 40. Sun Wukong, trapped in hell? TCH, you really know how to plan ahead. Yifeng glanced at Sun Wukong and said, this guy looks silly day by day, but he is still very smart when it comes to thinking, especially when it comes to fighting. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as having an IQ that is off the charts. Sun Wukong flashed a silly smile at Yifeng. Then, the three of them walked out of the hyperbolic time chamber. Sure enough, the lower realm was already in chaos. In the sky, a huge black hole appeared, like a tunnel connecting hell and the human world. Is that the place? Sun Wukong looked at the pitch-black tunnel, then leaped directly into it. Dad, Sun Gohan didn't even have time to persuade him. At that moment in hell, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew were staring at Sun Wukong in the crystal ball. That damn Saiyan Sun Wukong has fallen for it. Watching Sun Wukong fly towards hell, Dr. Mew laughed loudly. Our plan is going so smoothly, soon Earth will be ours. Dr. Gero held a liquid that was either red wine or engine oil in a goblet and handed it to Dr. Mew. Ding! The two clinked glasses, celebrating their plan's success in advance. Earth, my goal is not just this tiny little place. Dr. Mew glanced at Dr. Gero with disdain in his heart and said, with the ultimate android number 17, all the galaxies, the entire universe will be ours. All right, it's time to send some gifts to the humans on Earth. After Dr. Gero finished speaking, he threw most of the evil people in hell down the tunnel. This would speed up their domination of Earth. A minute later, Sun Wukong appeared in hell. Speaking of which, I seem to have been here twice before. Sun Wukong looked around at the familiar surroundings and said, that's right. He had indeed been here, once when he was punishing Cell along with the rice bowl. The other time was during the battle with the evil spirit wave. Hey, Sun Wukong, I didn't expect you to actually come. A feminine voice suddenly sounded from behind, and Sun Wukong turned around to see two familiar figures. So it's you two bad guys causing trouble. After you died, you really ended up in hell. Sun Wukong was initially surprised, then laughed without reservation. TCH, always so annoying. Dr. Jero and Dr. Mew gritted their teeth. Seeing this face was irritating enough, and he immediately said such annoying things upon meeting. Hey, what did you two bad guys call me here for? Sun Wukong asked curiously. You'll know soon enough, Sun Wukong. Dr. Mew and Dr. Jero suddenly smiled sinisterly, then leaped into the tunnel with Android 17 from hell. What's going on? Sun Wukong looked confused. These two bad guys led him to hell, but they went to the human world themselves? What is this all about? However, by the time Sun Wukong reacted, the tunnel connecting hell and the human world had completely closed. Damn it, you bad guys, you tricked me into coming here and then ran away. Are you even men? Sun Wukong was instantly furious. These guys are so untrustworthy. Leaving him alone in hell, what is this all about? Sun Wukong, you will stay in hell forever. Feel the taste of hell. Never think of returning to your beloved Earth. Dr. Jero's ominous laughter echoed in hell. Damn you bad guys. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly. If he could fight, it wouldn't matter if he stayed in hell. Just as Sun Wukong was thinking this, familiar voices suddenly sounded from behind. Long time no see. Sun Wukong. Hearing the two familiar voices, Sun Wukong suddenly smiled. Hell seems quite interesting too. Meanwhile, on Earth, many extremely evil people had been thrown from hell to Earth. As a result, Earth was now completely in chaos. Mr. Yifeng, what should we do now? Looking at the suddenly polluted city, Sun Gohan asked through gritted teeth. What else is there to do? Just send them back where they came from, right? Yifeng, sight finally. Sometimes fighting doesn't necessarily have to be against stronger opponents. Isn't it nice to bully the weak occasionally? After Yifeng finished speaking, he directly dove down. It seems that today he can have a good time. Understood. After Sun Wukong nodded, he also jumped down from the heavenly temple with Yifeng. Chapter 41. Vegeta vs. Hell's number 17. Boom. In the bustling city, deafening sounds constantly erupted, explosions occurred one after another, and thick smoke billowed up. Whoosh. Yifeng's body suddenly appeared on top of a skyscraper that had its roof removed. Meanwhile, on the street below, there were several familiar faces. Gula, along with his Gula mech core, and the Jinyu Force were continuously causing destruction, along with the Toad. Energy balls were being fired from their palms, and buildings were collapsing one after another. Hey, you guys. Yifeng crossed his arms over his chest and suddenly spoke to the street below. After a pause, he continued, destroying public property is not a very friendly behavior, you know? Looking at Gula and the others, Yifeng smiled faintly. What? An ant dares to talk to us like that? The captain of Gula's mech team, Shaviza, coldly glanced at Yifeng and then directly shot an energy ball at him. Boom! The energy ball exploded, stirring up thick smoke. Shaviza smugly lifted the corners of his mouth. An ant is still an ant, so easily defeated. Whoosh! In the next moment, Yifeng suddenly appeared in front of Shaviza, his fingertip directly aimed at Shaviza's forehead, still wearing a faint smile. I hate people like you who lack strength and manners. Before he finished speaking, a beam of light instantly pierced through Shaviza's head. He didn't even have time to scream before he fell to the ground dead. Captain, damn it. That bastard actually killed the captain? Dre and Nez looked at Yifeng with anger, clenching their fists tightly. How dare anyone, aside from those detestable Saiyans, lay a hand on their Gula mech team? They were truly asking for death. Piu. In the next moment, several energy beams shot out from Yifeng's fingertips, piercing the foreheads of Red, Nez, and members of the Jinyu Force, Jisoo and Bart. Easily killing several people, Yifeng showed no emotional fluctuations. They were originally from hell. He was merely sending them back. Interesting, it was so easy to kill those wastes. After seeing his subordinates killed, Gula looked at Yifeng with interest and said lightly, You seem to have some strength. Have you considered being my subordinate? I can give you a planet. The strength of the person before him far surpassed that of Shaviza and the others, making him a perfect replacement for their positions. Idiot. Yifeng looked at Gula with sympathy. The moment his voice fell, Yifeng disappeared without a trace. And when he reappeared, he was already in front of Gula, his palm pressed against Gula's body, and the energy ball emitted a golden glow. What? No, don't kill me. I can give you all my planets. Gula panicked instantly because he sensed a strong aura of death. Don't resurrect again. It's just a waste of yourself. As Yifeng's words fell, the energy ball instantly devoured Gula completely. In the early stages, Bo was no match for a dog. Gula just now was in such an awkward situation. After dealing with Gula and the others, Yifeng then sent Bojack and others back to hell in a friendly manner. With the help of Sun Wukong and others, They had already sent all the inhabitants of Hell back within more than half an hour. Wait, there's still those two old guys, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew on Earth. Is it the energy of Vegeta? Has he already engaged in battle with Android 17? Yifeng felt Vegeta's energy rising. Although he couldn't sense Android 17's energy, he could guess what was happening. At this moment, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, and Ub had also finished cleaning up the aftermath and flew to Yifeng's side. Since they were all here, let's go and check out the excitement. After Yifeng finished speaking to the four, he flew directly towards Vegeta. 2 minutes later, he witnessed the scene of Vegeta fighting Hell 17. At this moment, Vegeta had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, with golden aura swirling around his body. He looked at Hell 17 with a proud expression. Hell 17 was clearly no match for Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta, covered in wounds and his clothes tattered. Oomph, a pile of scrap metal. I'll dismantle you right now. After Vegeta's arrogant voice fell, he attacked Hell 17 again. TCH, I didn't expect this Vegeta to be so strong. Dr. Gero frowned tightly. In his impression, as long as they removed Goku from the equation, they could easily take control of Earth. He didn't expect there to be a troublesome Vegeta. Vegeta was indeed surprising, but he definitely couldn't match Super 17's power. A wicked smile appeared on Dr. Mew's face as he said, as long as Hell 17 and Human 17 fuse, they will become the strongest ultimate artificial warrior. No one will be able to rival them. What are you doing, 17? Come here quickly. I am you, and you are me. Suddenly, the voice of Hell 17 echoed in his mind while he was trying to convince Android 16. Then, his pupils suddenly turned red, and the last remnants of his humanity completely vanished. Chapter 42, Fusion, the Birth of Super 17. Dad, we're here to help you, Trunks said to Vegeta. Looking at him, the only ones left on Earth are probably 17 and those two doctors. As long as we kill them, the crisis on Earth will be resolved. You don't need to do anything. I can take care of him alone. Vegeta coldly turned back and shouted at Trunks. His current power was not something that the Android 17 in front of him could match. It would be easy to kill him. After being shouted at by Vegeta, Trunks had no choice but to obediently retreat to his original position. He understood his father's personality. He was decisive. Moreover, given the current situation, his father indeed had the capability to deal with Android 17. Oh, my 17 is back. A streak of light suddenly appeared in the sky, and Dr. Mew said excitedly. He was truly worried that Hell 17 wouldn't hold out. Whoosh. The moment the sound of breaking air rang out, Human 17 suddenly landed behind Hell 17. What? How can there be two 17s? Shock appeared on Vegeta's face. Gohan and Trunks were also bewildered. If there were two 17s, it would be a bit troublesome. It seems all the warriors on Earth have gathered. The most exciting part is about to come. In that case, let us fuse the two 17s. Dr. Gero excitedly commanded the two 17s. Finally, he could witness his ultimate research achievement with his own eyes. The fusion of the two 17s would give birth to the universe's strongest ultimate android, Super 17, absolutely unmatched by anyone. I am you, and you are me. After receiving Dr. Gero's command, the two 17s recited in unison. Then, a crimson light burst from their pupils, and a dazzling golden halo appeared around them. Super 17, indeed something to look forward to. Yifeng pressed his lips together, looking at the two figures covered in a golden halo, and said lightly. At that moment, the two number 17s slowly overlapped, one in front of the other. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted, so bright that it was blinding. What? Such dazzling light. What kind of monster will be born next? Sun Wukong covered his eyes with his hands and spoke heavily. This grand spectacle will definitely give birth to something terrifying. Boom! In the next second, the city beneath their feet was directly destroyed, turning into a massive pit. The fused Super number 17 also appeared before everyone's eyes. After the fusion, number 17's figure became taller, his hair cascading to his shoulders, still wrapped in a scarf, dressed in a tight combat suit, with a wicked smirk at the corner of his mouth. What a powerful force. A look of fear appeared on the faces of OOB and Sun Wukong. This guy had given them immense pressure. Hey, we did it. The ultimate android I have long dreamed of has finally been born. Dr. Gero looked at Super No. 17 excitedly. Our plan to invade Earth is also nearing its end. This is truly a moment worth celebrating. Dr. Mew also spoke excitedly. After Earth, it will be the entire North Galaxy, and then we will conquer other galaxies. The entire universe will belong to us. TCH, damn it, I want to kill him. Vegeta glared at Super number 17 with a fierce expression and leaped forward to attack. Bang! Vegeta's fist landed solidly on Super Number 17's face. Not a single movement was made, not even a blink of an eye. What? How is that possible? Vegeta's expression changed drastically, utterly shocked. His attack was completely ineffective. Then Super Number 17 casually adjusted his clothes and brushed off the dust from his shoulder. Following that, an uppercut landed heavily on Vegeta's stomach. Wow, a mouthful of blood was spat out, and Vegeta was sent flying, crashing into the ruins 100 meters away. Damn it! Sun Wukong and OOB, along with the others, simultaneously charged at Super Number 17. In less than a second, they were sent flying out at an even faster speed. Just one strike left the Z fighters completely powerless. Damn it, I haven't been this furious in a long time. Vegeta shakily stood up, tightly clenched his fists, and transformed into Super Saiyan 2 again. He charged at Super Number 17 once more. But in less than a second, he was sent flying back again. The gap between them was enormous. And Vegeta looked like a child in front of Number 17. Ha ha ha, a little brat is just a little brat. No matter how many come, they won't amount to anything. Dr. Mew disdainfully looked at the sprawled-out Vegeta and others on the ground and said, "Now you should understand the terror of my Super Number 17, right?" Dr. Gero wore a smug expression. This was his long-awaited achievement, his most proud creation. Damn it, I can't accept being defeated like this. Vegeta pounded the ground heavily. It was too humiliating. Now you should understand the gap between us, a bunch of clueless fools. Super Number 17 pointed his palm at Vegeta and the others, sneering. Hey, can't you see I'm still standing here? At that moment, Yifeng finally couldn't help but speak up. Damn, such a strong person was completely ignored by them. This is simply unforgivable. Chapter 43, Vegeta's plea shocked. What? There is still one voluntarily seeking death. Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew looked at Yifeng with a hint of sympathy. This guy didn't take the chance to sneak away just now and instead actively stuck his head out? Seeking death? Yifeng was slightly taken aback, then continued to smile and said, I think you might be mistaken. I am here to send you on your way. Oh, it seems like a fool. Otherwise, how could he say such ignorant words? Didn't you see how powerful my Super 17 was just now? Dr. Gero had a condescending demeanor. So what? Can save you? Yifeng suddenly took a step forward and asked. Shameless fool, kill him, Number 17. Dr. Gero clearly did not want to engage in verbal disputes with Yifeng any longer. He directly ordered Super 17. Dr. Mew secretly pressed his controller, because the current Super 17 only followed his commands. Upon receiving the order, Super 17 casually fired an energy ball at Yifeng. To him, this was enough to kill the ignorant being in front of him. Whoosh! Just as the energy ball was about to hit Yifeng, his body suddenly vanished. What? Where'd he go? Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew were shocked. They hadn't seen anything just moments ago. Even Super 17 showed a look of astonishment. That speed was even faster than his own. Then Super 17 quickly turned around and saw Yifeng already helping Vegeta and Gohan sit on a stone slab. TCH. Super 17 curled his lip, his face showing displeasure. How dare he save someone right in front of him? This was a slap in the face. Please protect the Earth and don't let this kind of person destroy it. I'm begging you, Mr. Yifeng, Vegeta said with a pained expression, staring at Yifeng. Yifeng was suddenly taken aback, looking at Vegeta with some disbelief. If this had been said by Son Gohan or Trunks, he wouldn't have been surprised at all. But hearing such words from Vegeta made Yifeng somewhat astonished, because Vegeta always gave him the impression of being proud and having a strong sense of self-esteem. He would never lower himself to ask others for help. Even though the Dragon Ball GT version of Vegeta had undergone significant changes, it was absolutely impossible for him to ask a Earthling to protect the Earth. But the fact was indeed true. Vegeta had really asked him, and specifically to protect the Earth. Incredible. Vegeta, you really have surprised me, or one could say, made me see you in a new light. Yifeng smiled at Vegeta. However, there was absolutely no hint of mockery in that smile. Not at all. It was simply a feeling of disbelief. Vegeta furrowed his brows, but remained silent. He could die, but Bulma couldn't die, and Trunks and Bra couldn't die either. Right now, he had no power to stop Super 17 and could only rely on Yifeng. Although his pride was still very strong, the safety of his family was far more important than his own pride. Don't worry, even if you don't ask me, I won't let him destroy the Earth. Yifeng nodded. Vegeta's words had changed his perception of him. If there was a chance in the future, he might be able to guide him to become stronger. Yifeng then turned around and looked at Super 17. 17, hurry up and kill him. Yifeng's speed just now gave Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew an uncomfortable feeling. The Super 17, which received the command, aimed its palm at Yifeng and shot an energy ball towards him. A trivial skill. Looking at the energy ball, Yifeng sukofut. Then, with a backhand slap, the energy ball was sent flying away. Boom! As the energy ball hit the ground, it exploded instantly, creating a massive mushroom cloud, and the ground trembled violently. Clearly, this energy ball had considerable power. Whoosh! In the next moment, Yifeng suddenly appeared behind Dr. Jiro and Dr. Mew. I feel that hell seems more suitable for you, so you might as well go back. A haunting voice rang out from behind, and Dr. Jiro and Dr. Mew turned around in terror. They saw two fists rapidly enlarging in their pupils. Bang! Bang! After two crisp sounds, Dr. Jiro and Dr. Mew's mechanical heads were directly blown away by Yifeng's punch. Zzz. The electric current flickered at the wounds for a moment before disappearing, and the two were completely dead. Ha! I really appreciate you helping me kill these two annoying old guys. Super 17 suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Now he could finally act without restraint. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me, because you will soon be joining them. Yifeng suddenly grinned and said to Super 17, although this guy is strong, there is still a huge gap compared to me. Chapter 44. Your power disappoints me. TCH, arrogant fool. It's easier for me to kill you than to crush an ant. And yet you're here boasting. You don't really think that killing two old men gives you the right to fight me, do you? Super 17 said confidently to Yifeng. This guy in front of me is at most just a bit faster than me. If we really talk about strength, he definitely can't be my opponent. Besides, I have a little secret. I can absorb all energy attacks and convert them into my own power. So right now, I'm practically invincible. TSK. Your confidence really makes me feel sorry for you. Yifeng shook his head. It seemed that Super 17 was completely unaware of the gap between them. Your ability to anger me is truly remarkable. Congratulations. You have successfully provoked me. An evil smile suddenly appeared on Super 17's face. Then, he charged directly at Yifeng with incredible speed, so fast that even Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta could only see a black line. He couldn't make out Super 17's figure at all. Bang! The next moment, Super 17's fist struck heavily against Yifeng's stomach. Yifeng's waist instantly bent. A look of pain appeared on his face. What? Even Mr. Yifeng can't escape? Sun Wukong and the others looked in horror at the attack from Super 17. Quick! It's just too fast, it's impossible to see. What's wrong? Can't you dodge at such a speed? It seems I've overestimated you a bit. Super 17 looked down at the pained Yifeng and sneered sarcastically. Yifeng suddenly chuckled coldly and then slowly stood up straight. At this moment, Super 17 and Sun Wufan finally realized that the punch from 17 had not hit Yifeng at all. Instead, Yifeng had caught it with his hand. Was that guy just acting? Vegeta frowned, but the heaviness in his heart was lifted. If Yifeng had also been defeated, they would have had no way out. Yes, Mr. Yifeng is perfectly fine. Sun Wufan quickly replied excitedly. The terror that had been on his face just moments ago vanished instantly, replaced by excitement and enthusiasm. Is this your power? I am truly disappointed. Yifeng slowly pushed Super 17's fist away, curling his lips into a mocking smile as he said, at this moment, Super 17's power is still inferior to that of Super Saiyan 4 Goku. In the original Dragon Ball GT, Goku was suppressed by Super 17 and nearly killed simply because he didn't know that Super 17 could absorb energy. In the initial battle, Goku allowed Super 17 to absorb too much energy, which led to the reversal of the situation. However, such a thing absolutely cannot happen again. It was just a lucky attack. Don't get carried away, you bastard. Super 17's face clearly showed signs of anger. Then, he leaped into the air, his right leg sweeping towards Yifeng's head like a club. The speed was incredibly fast, causing the air to tremble and sound as if it were about to be torn apart. Your speed is too slow. Yifeng disdainfully opened his mouth and directly grabbed hold of Super 17's ankle. With a forceful jerk, he flung him away. Bang, bang, bang. Super 17's body flew out like a cannonball, smashing through countless ruins along the way, and came to a stop 1,000 meters away. His feet plowed a trench several dozen meters long in the ground. Damn it. How could this bastard have such great strength? A heavy expression appeared on Super 17's face. If it was an accident the first time, then he needed to reassess his opponent's strength after the second. Whoosh. Yifeng's body followed closely behind. He then looked at Super 17 with a playful expression and said with a faint smile, "What's wrong? Are you starting to be scared? Scared? Don't be so self-righteous. I'm going to tear you to pieces." Super 17 shouted angrily, his body retreating dozens of feet and hovering in midair. His hands formed into a five-fingered shape, with golden light flickering at his fingertips. With a shout, 10 fingers began to spit fire like 10 machine guns, energy waves shooting towards Yifeng. Boom! The harsh buzzing sound accompanied by explosive smoke instantly engulfed Yifeng's body. The ruins turned into a pit in an instant. This kind of attack can only raise some dust. You wouldn't naively expect to defeat me with it, would you? Super 17 hadn't even had time to get excited when a cold, eerie voice suddenly came from behind him. Chapter 45, Super 17 Defeated. Hearing the mocking voice from behind, Super 17 hurriedly moved forward for dozens of feet without looking back, then turned around. He looked panicked and quite flustered. Meanwhile, Yifeng smiled lightly at Super 17, arms crossed over his chest, clearly not considering Super 17 a threat at all. Damn it, you keep underestimating me. This time I will completely kill you. Super 17 was so enraged that he lost some of his rationality. After a roar, he raised both palms high above his head. A golden energy ball quickly condensed and rapidly expanded. In just a few seconds, it had grown to the size of half a basketball court. Unaware of your own demise. With that, Super 17 hurled the energy ball directly at Yifeng. The energy ball contained the power to instantly destroy the entire Earth. You think you can kill me with something like this? You really underestimate me. Yifeng curled his lips in disdain. Then he clenched his fists, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body, transforming him into a mysterious form. After changing into this mysterious form, Yifeng's body flickered, and he kicked directly at the massive energy ball. Under Yifeng's overwhelming power, the energy ball was deformed upon impact. It then shot out of the earth like a launched rocket, turning into a speck of light before finally disappearing. What? Impossible. A look of fear suddenly appeared in Super 17's eyes. The energy ball just now had gathered all of his strength. Even so, it couldn't harm that damn guy. This is such a boring fight. I've already lost interest. Yifeng looked at Super 17 and said. The Super 17 in front of him was a bit too weak, far from what he had imagined. Of course, it might be because he was too strong. There should be a limit to being complacent. Super 17's face twisted in anger. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation right after merging. It was simply unforgivable. Almost on the verge of going berserk, Super 17 charged madly at Yifeng. His speed increased once again, but it was clear that he had lost some rationality. Seeking death, Yifeng frowned, and his body instantly disappeared, meeting Super 17's fist. Boom! At the moment of the collision, a massive shockwave erupted from midair. The entire ground suddenly collapsed a few inches, sending Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others flying dozens of meters away. The earth began to tremble violently. The terrifying vibrations flattened the ruins and mountains within 100 miles in an instant. Yifeng stumbled and took 7 steps back. Super 17 shot out like a bullet from a gun. Yifeng's power is astonishing. Super 17 was sent flying uncontrollably for half the distance of the Earth. The surface of the Earth was plowed into a trench thousands of miles long. The right arm that had just collided had completely disappeared, and the empty shoulder was spewing out crimson liquid. It's hard to tell whether it's oil or blood. After all, it's a fusion of a human and a pure robot. Whoosh! Yifeng teleported directly to the location of Super 17, appearing right beside him. He stepped on Super 17's head, driving it into the ground. It's over for you, Ultimate Android. Since he chose to eliminate Super 17 directly, there would be no hesitation. Super 17's body was struggling wildly, his face still showing endless rage. However, he couldn't break free from Yifeng's foot. The earlier clash had already caused some disorder in his body, resulting in a significant decrease in energy. After Yifeng's voice fell, the energy ball in his palm directly slammed into Super 17's body. Boom! The energy ball exploded, creating a huge pit in the ground, with several small flames burning in the pit. Super 17's body had completely disappeared without a trace. Although he could absorb energy to become stronger, given that he was injured just now, and with Yifeng's energy being overwhelmingly powerful, there was simply no opportunity for Super 17 to absorb any energy. Phew, it's resolved. Yifeng let out a long sigh and returned to his normal state. Although he easily defeated Super 17, he couldn't bring himself to feel happy. It seemed that both Baby and Super 17 were too far beyond his own capabilities. This made it difficult for him to improve his strength in battle. It looked like he could only wait for the arrival of 1-Star Dragon and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. The images of Super 1-Star Dragon and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta flashed through his mind, and excitement sparkled in Yifeng's eyes. Whoosh! Then, Yifeng returned to the front of Son Gohan and the others. At that moment, Dandy had already treated their injuries, and they were fine. Did you take care of Super 17, Mr. Yifeng? Dandy and Son Gohan asked curiously. The Earth had calmed down, but since they couldn't sense the energy of the androids, they were unsure if Super 17 had truly been defeated. Yes, it's taken care of. Chapter 46, The Choice. The transmission of the Super Route. After dealing with Super 17 and Drive Jero, Yifeng instantly transported to Hell and brought Sun Wukong back. Yifeng's instant transmission had no restrictions. It could be said to be a divine skill, unlike Sun Wukong, who needed to sense energy so he could fully access Hell. Although peace had returned to Earth, and everyone who had escaped from Hell had been sent back, a series of destruction had resulted in the deaths of many humans. And the cities and nature on Earth had suffered severe damage. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, floods, and other natural disasters began to occur one after another. Are you really not going to join us in searching for the Dragon Balls? In the Heavenly Temple, Sun Wukong looked at Yifeng and asked. They were preparing to search for the Dragon Balls and use the power of Shenron to restore Earth to its original state, bringing back those who had died in this disaster. I won't go. It probably won't take you half a day to find them. Yifeng smiled and said to Sun Wukong. After all, they were quite experienced in searching for the Dragon Balls, especially with the Dragon Ball radar. As for what kind of Dragon Balls they could find, Yifeng felt a bit reluctant to tell them. Oh well, thank you for defeating Super 17 this time. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened to the Earth? Sun Wukong said politely to Yifeng. At that time, he was trapped in Hell and really had no way to solve the problem, only feeling anxious. Fortunately, Yifeng was there. You don't have to thank me. I didn't kill 17 for your gratitude. Yifeng smiled and said, since I'm also on Earth, I can't just watch it be destroyed. Well, let's go by. Sun Wukong nodded, then jumped down from the Heavenly Temple with Trunks and Xiaofang. After Sun Wukong and the others left, Dandy came to Yifeng and respectfully asked, Mr. Yifeng, would you like to eat something before practicing? Sure, I'm actually a bit hungry. Thank you and mister for your trouble. Yifeng turned his head and smiled, politely speaking to Dandy. After all, it had been so many days, and he had indeed troubled the two of them quite a bit. You're too kind. You are the savior of the Earth. This is what I should do. Dandy said respectfully and earnestly. As a god of Earth, he often felt powerless. It was Yifeng who had resolved the crises facing the Earth on both occasions. So his attitude towards Yifeng was entirely justified. After finishing the meal, Yifeng continued to the hyperbolic time chamber. This time, he needed to make a decision that would concern the path he would take in the future. Yifeng took a long breath and then clenched his fist. The mysterious form, the legendary Saiyan form. He had never made up his mind before. He didn't know whether he should follow the Saiyan path or the human path in the future. In fact, if his potential could be fully developed, perhaps he could consider the human path. However, at the moment, it seemed that his potential could not be developed in a short time. Soon, he would have to face a powerful opponent like Super One-Star Dragon. He needed to improve his strength. Time passed second by second, and half an hour went by. So it's decided. It will be the legendary Super Saiyan. Yifeng said to himself with a serious expression. He knew very well that the potential and talent of a Super Saiyan were virtually limitless. However, even if a human's potential was high, there was still a ceiling, and it still relied on the potential of the Super Saiyan. System, release all my Super Saiyan bloodline. After making up his mind, Yifeng silently recited it in his heart. During the first fusion of bloodlines, he had used the system's ability to hide most of his Super Saiyan bloodline because he hadn't made up his mind at that time. Understood, host. The moment the system's electronic synthesized voice sounded, Yifeng felt a very strong and violent energy suddenly appear within his body, almost as if it were going to explode him instantly. Hiss! Yifeng took a deep breath, tightly clenched his fists, and the veins on his arms throbbed. Soon after, the muscles all over Yifeng's body rapidly expanded, making him exceptionally strong. With every movement, his skin was filled with power. Then, his black hair suddenly began to grow longer, cascading down to his shoulders, with a few strands of black bangs appearing on his forehead. Behind Yifeng, a brown tail suddenly emerged, flexibly swaying behind him. After completely merging with the super bloodline, did he actually transform into a Saiyan? Yifeng looked incredulously at the tail behind him and muttered to himself. However, it was also within expectations. The bloodline of the Saiyans was too powerful, and after a complete fusion, the human bloodline within his body could be assimilated in an instant. Since the blood of the Saiyans flowed through his veins, he should indeed be a Saiyan. Anyway, he had no attachment to the previous body he had only used for half a month. Chapter 47. Come out. Shinran, would I be able to transform into a Super Saiyan? Now that he had become a very pure Saiyan, he was naturally eager to find out if he could transform into a Super Saiyan. Yifeng then focused his gaze, clenched his fists tightly, and took a stance. Huh! A low growl erupted from Yifeng's throat. Back when he watched Dragon Ball, he didn't understand why Goku and the others relied on their shouts when powering up. But now he understood. That kind of roar could indeed unleash the power within the body. It was a tangible feeling. Boom! Accompanied by Yifeng's roar. The entire hyperbolic time chamber suddenly began to shake violently. Golden flames erupted from Yifeng's body, spreading outwards with a smile. His black hair stood upright, and veins throbbed on his forehead like little snakes. Bang! In the next moment, the hyperbolic time chamber suddenly exploded. Yifeng's body also appeared in the sacred world of the Kais. At that moment, Yifeng's gaze was sharp like a fierce beast. His black hair stood high, and his pupils turned golden. What's going on? Dandy and were drawn over by the huge commotion. Are you all right, Mr. Yifeng? Seeing Yifeng's fierce expression, Dandy quickly asked. Huh? Hearing Dandy's voice, Yifeng let out a breath, and that violent aura gradually faded away. His hair returned to its original state, and his pupils turned back to black. Mr. Yifeng, what is happening? Suddenly, Dandy noticed the tail behind Yifeng. ISNT, that a symbol of the Saiyans? Yifeng is a Saiyan, but he didn't have a tail before. As you can see, Saiyan Yifeng. Yifeng smiled and said to Dandy, since he had already acknowledged his Saiyan identity and accepted the bloodline of the Super Saiyans, he was indeed a genuine Saiyan, with a bloodline even purer than that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Oh, I just became a bit curious. Dandy, being quite astute, quickly nodded and did not press further. Some things are not meant to be known, and asking too much wouldn't be good for him. The hyperbolic time chamber was destroyed, so it seems the two of them would have to work hard again. Yifeng felt a bit embarrassed and apologized. It's nothing, sir, we'll fix it soon. Dandy quickly replied while waving his hand. Looking at Dandy's expression, it seemed he was a bit more afraid of Yifeng. Yifeng shook his head at Dandy's demeanor. He wasn't a ferocious beast that devoured people, so why act so scared? However, since the Spirit Time House had been destroyed, Yifeng could no longer continue his training. He decided to go see the dragon summoned by Sun Wukong and the others. Yifeng thought for a moment and said, that dragon holding a cigar seems quite interesting. Then Yifeng directly teleported over. At this time, Sun Wukong and the others had already gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, although cracks had appeared on the Dragon Balls. After a brief moment of shock, Sun Wukong and the others didn't pay much attention to it. Whoosh! Yifeng appeared before Sun Wukong and the others. Oh, Yifeng. Huh? How do you have a tail? What? You've turned into a Saiyan. What's going on? Sun Wukong turned his head and immediately noticed the tail behind Yifeng. It looked exactly like his own tail, confirming that he was indeed a Saiyan. With a shocked expression, he asked, Mr. Yifeng is also a Saiyan? Sun Gohan and the others also had expressions of astonishment, as they had completely missed it before. Moreover, Yifeng in front of them seemed taller, and his hair had also grown longer, looking just like a Saiyan's. Surprise, huh? Yifeng asked, looking at their shocked faces. I am indeed very surprised. What exactly did you do? Sun Wukong honestly nodded and said, it's a long story. Let's talk about it later. For now, you should summon the dragon first. Yifeng naturally could not reveal his secret. At the moment, he couldn't think of a reasonable excuse, so he simply changed the subject. Sun Wukong nodded. He knew that ordinary earthlings were nowhere near as strong as Yifeng. Relying solely on cultivation could never reach that level. Moreover, it seemed that he had sensed something familiar from Yifeng's body the first time they met. It appeared he had been hiding it, and since he didn't want to speak, that was fine. Compared to this, he was more eager to summon the dragon and restore the earth to its original state, bringing the innocent earthlings who had died back to life. Seeing that Sun Wukong didn't ask any further, even though Sun Wufan and the others were curious. They also refrained from pressing the issue. Come out, dragon. Sun Wukong skillfully recited the incantation to summon the dragon. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. The Dragon Balls showed no signs of activity, and a cold wind blew past, leaving Sun Wukong looking embarrassed. How could the incantation not work? Author's note, the data has been dismal these past few days. Is there a problem with the modifications? I'm really anxious, so I asked for a wave of flowers and review tickets. If you happen to have flowers and like this book, please cast a couple of votes. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 49. The Birth of the Evil Dragon, Fury Against the Kaishin. Come out, dragon. Sun Wukong recited the familiar incantation again. However, The Dragon Balls remained quietly lying on the ground, as if they were mocking Sun Wukong. Huh? What's going on? Did I remember the incantation wrong? Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, looking a bit confused. It can't be. I've said this incantation many times. What's going on, Grandpa? Why is there no movement at all? Xiaofang looked at Sun Wukong impatiently and asked. It doesn't make sense. The incantation is like this. But why isn't it getting dark? Bulma looked around, puzzled. The incantation was definitely fine, and the Dragon Balls seemed okay too. The only issue was the cracks that had suddenly appeared on the Dragon Balls. I have a bad feeling about this, Sun Wufan said quietly. This feeling was indescribable, yet it lingered in his heart, refusing to go away. All right, I'll try again. Looking at everyone's gazes, Sun Wukong smiled and said. Then he pointed both hands at the 7 Dragon Balls. Just as Sun Wukong was about to speak, the Dragon Balls suddenly stirred, and strands of blue smoke began to seep through the cracks on the Dragon Balls. Almost simultaneously, the sky turned blood red, and the ground shook violently. What? Why is there an earthquake? It feels like this time the dragon's appearance is a bit different. There's also a powerful evil aura, everyone exclaimed in panic. Only Yi Feng remained calm, watching the situation unfold. The social dragon was about to be born, with a blue smoke gathered above everyone's heads. Then formed the shape of a dragon. What is that? Is that considered a dragon too, Grandpa? Xiaofang looked at the ugly dragon in front of her with disdain and asked. I guess it counts. After all, it came out of the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong nodded, but soon turned to Yi Feng and asked, Do you know what's going on? I don't know. Yi Feng shook his head, thinking that someone would explain it to them later. However, he was sure that the ugly thing in front of him was not a divine dragon and would not help them fulfill their wishes. Yi Feng said to Sun Wukong with a determined look, I also feel a very evil aura, which was completely absent from the dragon before. Sun Wukong nodded, and his gaze became cautious. It seems that the appearance of this dragon is related to the cracks on the Dragon Balls. However, no matter what, I'll first try to see if I can restore the Earth to its original state. After saying this to Yi Feng, Sun Wukong directly looked at the blue evil dragon. Dragon, please help restore the Earth that has been recently destroyed and revive all the Earthlings who have been killed, Sun Wukong wished with hope. Everyone also looked on with expectant expressions. Since they all came out of the Dragon Balls, they should be able to grant wishes, right? Just as everyone was looking forward, the evil dragon lit a cigar and leisurely began to smoke it, looking completely nonchalant. Damn, it really looks exactly the same. Yi Feng almost laughed out loud. This evil dragon really is a bit of a fool. Huh, why does this divine dragon seem a bit unreliable? Chi-Chi and Bulma both voiced their doubts. After their voices fell, the evil dragon exhaled a puff of smoke towards everyone and said, I will no longer listen to you humans. After saying that, the evil dragon sucked in the Dragon Balls and transformed into 7 blue smoke dragons, flying off in different directions. Then, North Kai and the Supreme Kai began to communicate with Son Goku and the others. North Kai's purpose was to inform Son Goku about the origin of the evil dragon, while the Supreme Kai and the others intended to scold Son Goku and the others for their reckless use of the Dragon Balls. Of course, these people were basically the kind who are wise after the event, but foolish before it. They clearly knew that frequent use of the Dragon Balls would accumulate negative energy. So why didn't they stop Son Goku and the others from using them? Even if they turned a blind eye, why didn't they give a little reminder? They didn't even consider that if these gods were useful, there would be no need for Son Goku and the others to fight against those cosmic powerhouses. If there were no companions sacrificed, naturally, the Dragon Balls wouldn't be used so frequently. So that's how it is. It seems a bit troublesome. After listening to the Supreme Kai and North Kai's explanation, Son Goku nodded in understanding. He stroked his chin, thinking of a solution. It's all your fault, you idiots. It's because of your frequent use of the Dragon Balls. The old Supreme Kai scolded Son Goku and Bulma like a shrew. Moreover, this guy was communicating with everyone here, including Yi Feng. After shouting and complaining for almost half an hour, Yi Feng was getting a bit annoyed. I say, enough already. If you keep complaining, be careful, I'll tear down your divine realm. Don't you have any awareness of why there is so much negative energy from the Dragon Balls? As the supreme gods of the universe, I sent it your responsibility to deal with Frisia, the universe emperor, Bojack, the cosmic marauder, and Majin Buu? How dare you shout here? Yi Feng finally couldn't help but curse loudly. This old guy could say a word or two, but he kept blabbering on, and even the hammer was of no help. Chapter 50. The system issues a new task. It's not like I haven't warned them. After the old Kaioshin muttered something, he stopped talking. First, there was no way to make up for it now. The evil dragon had already appeared, and the only way was to defeat it. obtain the Dragon Balls, and seal it completely. Second, Yifeng was indeed someone he felt a bit wary of. After all, he was different from Goku and the others. Although he didn't seem to pose a threat to the universe at the moment, the important thing was that as long as he wanted to threaten the entire universe, he had the ability to do so. Most importantly, Yifeng's personality was hard for him to figure out, unlike Goku and the others who were pure-hearted. So even though he was the Kaioshin, he didn't dare to offend him. Look, what is that thing? Is it the Aurora? At this moment, Son Gohan suddenly looked up at the object appearing in the sky. It was colorful, just like the Aurora. No, I can sense a very strong, evil aura enveloping the earth, Sun Wukong said with a serious expression. However, soon that seriousness turned into excitement. Although he didn't know what was going on, as long as they could eliminate the evil dragon, that was all that mattered. Saying this, Sun Wukong began to stretch his body. That evil dragon must be very strong. Yifeng, do you want to go with me? Sun Wukong turned his head and asked Yifeng. Of course, I also want to see what those evil dragons are like. Yifeng nodded and said, before the 1-star dragon comes out, the 4-star dragon is also very strong and can be used for some practice. Just at that moment, the electronic, synthesized voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has issued a task. Please sign in during the battle with the Super 1-star dragon. After successfully completing the task, you will receive the corresponding rewards. Task duration, 10 days. Task time, half an hour. Just as Yifeng was about to set off, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Yifeng was taken aback for a moment, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. After waiting for so long, the system had finally appeared again. With a 10-day task deadline, it meant he had to fight the Super 1-star dragon within that time. The reward for the first task was unlimited instant teleportation, so the reward for this task should also not disappoint him. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to quickly kill all the evil dragons until the Super 1-star dragon appeared. Of course, the sooner the better, because he only had 10 days. Hey Yifeng, what's wrong? Sun Wukong waved at Yifeng and asked, why did this guy suddenly zone out? It's nothing, let's go. We'll split up to move faster. Yifeng said to Sun Wukong, this guy is too slow in battle, dragging things out. I estimate I would die of anxiety if I acted with him. Well, that's fine. Let's see who can kill the evil dragon first. Hee hee. Sun Wukong chuckled foolishly and replied to Yifeng, all right, you will definitely lose. Yifeng confidently said, among all the evil dragons, only the 4-star dragon and the 1-star dragon can match in strength. The others are quite ordinary. They only have some flashy abilities, which are not worth worrying about. Hey, don't be too confident. I won't lose either, Sun Wukong replied, also looking very confident. The two of them jumped up almost simultaneously, disappearing in an instant from the sight of Sun Gohan and the others. At that moment, Xiaofeng secretly followed behind Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Yifeng directly used teleportation. In the first place he appeared was an endless glacier. The ice in this place was a bit strange, not pure white and transparent, but with a hint of light blue. It seems he has found the 3-star dragon. Yifeng's lips curled up slightly as he smiled and said, among all the evil dragons, only the 3-star dragon has this ability. Yifeng scanned his surroundings. All he could see were endless crystal ice pillars. Just then, a bluish-green figure appeared on top of an ice pillar behind Yifeng. The sound it made was almost completely silent. It had a big mouth and a pair of small wings on its back, with a chilling smile on its face as it looked at Yifeng. At that moment, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in Yifeng's eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. It seemed that this blood was meant for him to take. Not knowing how to die, they dared to come to my territory. They would become an ice sculpture. The cold smile on the 3-star dragon's face grew wider, and suddenly a light green beam appeared in its eyes. Anything in this world that was frozen by its freezing ray would be eternally encased in ice. Moreover, its ice would not melt, except by the ultimate skill of its brother, the 4-star dragon. Whoosh! Just as the freezing ray was about to make contact with Yifeng's body, Yifeng's figure suddenly vanished. The freezing ray struck the ice surface, instantly erecting an ice pillar. What? The cold smile on the 3-star dragon's face instantly disappeared without a trace, as it looked around in panic. Is it enjoyable to sneak attack others from behind? Let me try it too. A chilling voice rang out from behind, and the 3-star dragon immediately felt enveloped by a thick aura of killing intent. The Grim Reaper was only half a step away from it. Chapter 51. One punch to instantly kill the 6-star dragon. The 3-star dragon hurriedly turned around, looking at Yifeng with a face full of terror. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. The fear on the 3-star dragon's face was palpable, Anyone who could appear behind it without a sound, even it, could understand the gap between them. Hee. Yifeng suddenly smiled, and then directly struck out a palm at the three-star dragon. He was not as careless as Sun Wukong, who got his eyes blinded. Moreover, this guy's freezing beam was indeed a bit troublesome, so it was better to eliminate him directly. The energy ball instantly engulfed the three-star dragon, and its body gradually disappeared like smoke pulled straight by the wind. Boom! The energy wave directly plowed a deep ravine in the ice surface, and a green dragon ball fell into Yifeng's hand. Embedded in the ball were 3 small red stars. The 3-star ball was in hand. Yifeng smiled and put the 3-star ball away. So what is next? Yifeng slowly closed his eyes and began to sense the aura of the evil dragon. The presence of these guys was very weak, only noticeable during battle, and because the earth was enveloped in evil energy, it was extremely difficult to find them. Found it. Yifeng suddenly sensed a very faint evil aura, lingering for 10 minutes. He wasn't even sure if it was the evil dragon. Whoosh. In the next moment, Yifeng's body vanished into the glacier. When he reappeared, he found himself in a fishing village. The uniquely styled fishing village was very easy to recognize, and there was a strong smell of fish. What a strong, fishy smell. It seemed the 6-star dragon was nearby. Yifeng looked around and muttered to himself. Because he was quite familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball G, he naturally knew that the 6-star dragon was hiding in the sea near the fishing village. However, he could no longer sense that evil aura. Just then, a dense swarm of small black dots suddenly appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be various fish, shrimp, and seafood. Immediately, the fishermen rushed over, each carrying fish baskets, in a frenzy to grab the catch. Yifeng leaped up and looked down at the situation around him. He quickly discovered a vast expanse of blue ocean. Right there, Yifeng dived directly down and stopped at the surface of the sea. Then he shouted at the ocean, 6-star dragon, come out. After Yifeng's voice fell, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. At the same time, a figure slowly floated up from the whirlpool. With deep blue hair, light blue skin, and wearing a long dress, the features were quite delicate, possessing a certain beauty. If one didn't know its true form, they might really think it was some kind of dragon god princess. But thinking of its true form made Yifeng feel a wave of nausea. Of course, what attracted Yifeng's attention the most was the 6-star orb in its heart. You really made me waste 5 minutes of my time, 6-star dragon. Yifeng looked at the 6-star dragon in front of him with a faint expression and said somewhat impatiently, how dare you speak to me like that? I am the 6-star dragon who controls the wind and air. The 6-star dragon, seeing Yifeng's impatient demeanor, immediately said angrily, whatever, just obediently hand over the 6-star ball to me. Yifeng shrugged and said to the 6-star dragon, arrogant thing. If you want the 6-star dragon, let's see your skills. The 6-star dragon clenched its fist, and suddenly dozens of black energy orbs appeared around it. Air split energy orbs. Dozens of energy orbs immediately attacked Yifeng. Boom, boom, boom. The energy orbs accurately hit Yifeng's body and then exploded. However, the effect was not significant, as Yifeng remained completely still, showing no signs of being attacked. Is this just a tickle? Come on, my back is a bit itchy too. Give it another shot. Yifeng turned around with a mocking expression and said to the 6-star dragon, with his current physical strength, even if he stood there and let the 6-star dragon attack, those flashy moves wouldn't hurt him at all. Damn arrogant bastard, watch my... The 6-star dragon gritted his teeth and quickly made a series of cool hand gestures. Instantly, a series of energy blades slashed towards Yifeng. The power was quite formidable, and the immense pressure alone carved a mark on the surface of the sea beneath them. Flashy, but of no use at all. Yifeng glanced dismissively at the so-called split wind vacuum slash. Then his body flashed, with golden light emanating from his fist, and he directly charged towards the 6-star dragon. He completely ignored the 6-star dragon's attack. Boom, boom, boom. His fist collided with the split wind vacuum slash, producing a piercing explosion sound. Yet, Yifeng's speed remained unaffected, and he instantly appeared in front of the 6-star dragon. His fist landed on the 6-star dragon's chest. Bang! One punch directly pierced through the 6-star dragon's chest. No, this is impossible. The 6-star dragon couldn't believe it was killed by a single punch. In utter shock, the 6-star dragon's body gradually vanished. The 6-star ball landed in Yifeng's hand. He continued to shamelessly ask for flowers, for evaluation tickets, and for monthly ticket rewards. Thank you. Chapter 52 verses. 4-star dragon. With ease, he obtained 2 Dragon Balls, which made Yifeng feel much more secure. At this speed, even if Sun Wukong was slow, Gathering the Dragon Balls in 10 days would be guaranteed. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Shao Fong were still entangled with the seven-star dragon. They could have transformed into Super Saiyans the moment they met and resolved it completely, but they insisted on dragging it out and almost got themselves killed. Fortunately, after 2 hours of wit and bravery, Sun Wukong and Shao Fong successfully captured the seven-star dragon. Hee, we got the seven-star dragon. Now we need to hurry. We can't let Yi Fong get ahead of us. Sun Wukong looked into the distance, smiled, and spoke. Surely, he was much faster than Yi Fong. After all, Jiru had a built-in Dragon Ball radar, making it easier for them to locate the evil dragons. Yes, we won't lose, Grandpa. Shao Fong nodded and said with determination. She had rarely lost throughout her life, so her desire to win was particularly strong. Jiru, quickly check the location of the next Dragon Ball. Shao Fong then asked the robot beside her. Jiru, found the Dragon Ball in the southwest direction, about 2,000 miles away. A golden dot appeared on Jiru's small screen, indicating the location of the next Dragon Ball. All right, since we found the location, we need to act quickly, Sun Wukong said seriously. Then, Sun Wukong and Shao Fong, along with Jiru, transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the spot. At this moment, Yi Fong had already appeared in the center of a small town. This town had been completely evacuated due to recent frequent earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. This hot sensation must be the four-star dragon. Yi Fong looked around at the environment and the hot air, smiled, and said, because the earth was completely surrounded by negative energy at this time, the sun was nowhere to be seen, so it couldn't possibly be this hot. The only possibility was that the four-star dragon fire dragon was nearby. Finally, there was a worthy opponent to fight against. Yi Fong looked up and saw an orange-red fireball suddenly appear above him. It came crashing down at an extremely fast speed, like a falling meteor. Yi Fong slowly raised his palm, and a burst of energy waves shot from his palm, instantly shattering the fireball. After the fragments of the fireball fell to the ground, they ignited into a raging fire. Almost simultaneously, a red figure appeared on the rooftop in front of Yi Fong. It looked very similar to the three-star dragon, the only difference being the color of its body. I've been looking for you for a long time, four-star dragon. Yi Feng's body slowly rose, parallel to the four-star dragon. Before he had been looking for this guy for over 2 hours. You killed the three-star dragon and the six-star dragon? The four-star dragon's tone was flat, but his eyes revealed a hint of cold, killing intent. Although he and the three-star dragon, his brother, were on opposing sides, he was still his brother. And he felt the presence of the three-star and six-star orbs on this guy in front of him, indicating that the three-star dragon and six-star dragon had already been dealt with. That's right, you're next. Yi Fong smiled faintly and nodded, very confident. How naive. If you think of me as being the same as the three-star dragon or the six-star dragon, then you're gravely mistaken. The four-star dragon snorted and said to Yi Fong, although the three-star dragon is his brother, his own strength far surpasses that of the three-star dragon. To put it bluntly, he could kill the three-star dragon in 10 seconds. I know your strength is very formidable. Among all the evil dragons, you should be the strongest after the one-star dragon, right? It is precisely because of this that I am willing to spend 2 hours looking for you. Yi Fong spoke lightly as usual. The four-star dragon is indeed very strong, even not weaker than Super Saiyan 4 Goku, but that is relative. In front of him, he really can't be considered strong, and most just a little tricky. Originally, he was waiting for Goku, but since you are here and have killed the three-star dragon, then I will deal with you first. The four-star dragon said to Yi Fong with great confidence. Deal with me? You are quite confident, so let's give it a try. Yi Fong chuckled mischievously and said to the four-star dragon, all right, I'll be able to defeat you soon. After the four-star dragon's voice fell, its body vanished without a trace. Almost simultaneously, Yi Feng's body also disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the air, only 2 lines, one black and one red, could be faintly seen flashing and entangling. The four-star dragon suddenly adjusted its body temperature to C, the same temperature as the surface of the sun. In the next second, the 2 fists collided tightly together. Bang! After the collision, the 2 quickly separated, and Yi Fong slightly furrowed his brow. The high temperature of C is a bit tricky, feeling the piercing pain in his fist. He spoke lightly. Now you realize you're no match for me. The four-star dragon, having gained a slight advantage, said to Yi Fong. Of course, he also had the confidence to back it up. The high temperature of C was not easy to deal with. Chapter 53, The Angry Form. Moreover, right now, he was only in his ordinary form. He had a true form with even higher temperatures. After transforming, his power would increase significantly. Don't be too quick to draw conclusions. The temperature of sea is really not that big of a threat to me. Yifeng gently shook his head, his lips still curling into a confident smile. Although he couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan form right now, he had already achieved the Berserker form of the legendary Super Saiyan. This form was enough to defeat the 4-star dragon in front of him, and he was very confident about that. Moreover, his current Berserker form had power that surpassed that of Broly's Berserker form in Dragon Ball Super. Really? Even at this point? You're still trying to show off with your words? The 4-star dragon did not believe that this guy in front of him could be his opponent. At most, he was just a fool who liked to boast. If you're just a frog in a well, then let me show you my power. Yifeng suddenly clenched his fists tightly. A low roar erupted from his throat, and then strands of grass-green energy burst forth from his body. The ground beneath his feet instantly exploded, spreading out in a spiderweb pattern in all directions. Boom! The town began to shake violently, as if a massive earthquake had struck, causing the already ruined houses around to collapse with a loud crash. What? This guy's energy is so powerful? The confidence on the face of the 4-star dragon instantly vanished, replaced by a deep shock. He never expected that such power was contained within Yifeng's body. At that moment, Sun Wukong, who was fighting the 2-star dragon, suddenly sensed Yifeng's energy and stopped his movements. Yifeng's energy? Has he already begun to fight? This guy's energy has increased so much, it's really exciting. The excitement appeared on Sun Wukong's face as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. It seems I need to find another time to have a good spar with Yifeng. How impressive. The entire earth is shaking violently. Xiaofeng murmured in a daze. This energy is much stronger than Grandpa's. The Yifeng is really incredible. Sun Wukong and the others sensed Yifeng's energy, and naturally, Vegeta, who was desperately training in the gravity chamber to catch up with Sun Wukong and Yifeng, felt it too. After sensing Yifeng's increase in power, Vegeta gritted his teeth and trained even harder. These bastards, each one seems to be cheating. Meanwhile, Son Gohan and the others were filled with joy. With Yifeng around, the evil dragons would surely be subdued. 1 minute later, Yifeng's energy finally stabilized. At this moment, Yifeng's black hair stood upright, his pupils turned golden, and he looked like a drawn sword. His aura was extremely sharp. This is Yifeng's first form, the Fury form. It merges the power of the Great Ape, and according to the setting in Dragon Ball Super, Broly, its power is 10 times that of the normal state. However, Yifeng knew very well that the power of this form was definitely not as simple as just 10 times. It seems you are very shocked. Where did that confidence of yours go? Yifeng suddenly grinned and said to the 4-star dragon, I didn't expect there to be such a strong opponent. I can't deny that you have indeed exceeded my expectations, but don't think that this guarantees you a win against me. Although the 4-star dragon was shocked internally, it couldn't show it on its face. Moreover, until the last moment, it's really uncertain who will win or lose, right? You might be overestimating yourself. As Yifeng's teasing voice fell, his body suddenly disappeared. Almost at the same moment, a fist mark appeared on the chest of the 4-star dragon, and his body was sent flying out. Boom, boom, boom. The 4-star dragon's body instantly crashed through dozens of ruins, leaving a long mark on the ground. Damn it, what kind of power and speed is this? A sense of fear suddenly emerged in the heart of the 4-star dragon. The speed and power just now exceeded his expectations once again. Shocked? To be honest, I am also quite shocked. Yifeng smiled and suddenly appeared in front of the 4-star dragon. The 4-star dragon let out a furious roar, and then cracks appeared on its body, from which golden light burst forth. Subsequently, red fragments directly fell off. This is your original form, right? It seems that aside from the temperature being a bit higher, there hasn't been any other change. Yifeng looked at the suddenly transformed golden 4-star dragon and said in a flat tone, Is that so? You will understand soon. The 4-star dragon coldly stared at Yifeng, and after speaking, it directly attacked him. Bang, bang, bang. Its fist shot towards Yifeng like a machine gun, but Yifeng dodged them one by one. I originally thought the 4-star dragon would be a bit stronger. It seems I had too high hopes for you. Yifeng gently shook his head. After transforming into his rage form, the power and speed of the 4-star dragon were already far beyond his own. Author's note, shamelessly asking for some data, even though you often ignore it. Chapter 54. The 1-star dragon's fear. Alright, the battle ends here. I have lost interest in you. Yifeng suddenly made a move, grabbing the fist of the 4-star dragon, and calmly said, Indeed, the strength of the 4-star dragon is not as strong as I imagined. So this battle has become a bit boring. You're looking down on me. The four-star dragon said with an angry expression. Although he was sure that he was not the opponent of the guy in front of him, that condescending tone was unbearable. Hand over the four-star ball, and I might consider letting you live. Yifeng said in a calm tone. The four-star dragon is different from other evil dragons. His nature isn't bad. He just wants to have a good duel with Sun Wukong. If he voluntarily hands over the four-star ball, I won't take action to erase him. But if he remains stubborn, then there's nothing I can do. Asking me to obediently hand over the four-star ball? Dream on. The four-star ball has its own pride as well. Death is not scary at all. The only regret is that I can't have a proper duel with Sun Wukong. If that's the case, then go to hell. Yifeng is not a saint. If he obediently hands over the Dragon Ball, he can spare his life. However, if he remains stubborn, then he will show no mercy. After his words fell, Yifeng struck like lightning, directly hitting the chest of the four-star dragon. The terrifying power sent the four-star dragon flying back, a fierce expression appearing on its face. However, due to the overwhelming strength of Yifeng's punch, the four-star dragon couldn't control its body after being hit. Whoosh! In the next moment, Yifeng suddenly appeared behind the four-star dragon, a grass-green energy ball forming in his palm. It contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. When the four-star dragon's back touched the energy ball, it instantly exploded. Boom! Rumbling. Brilliant fireworks erupted in the sky, and the ground was shaken into a massive, deep pit. An area of 1,000 feet collapsed by more than 10 meters. The four-star dragon's body completely disappeared, and then the Dragon Ball fell down, which Yifeng caught in his hand. Yifeng tightly gripped the four-star ball in his hand, glanced at the destroyed surroundings, and then his body vanished again. 5 minutes later, a figure suddenly appeared at the place where Yifeng and the four-star dragon had just fought. The newcomer was dressed in off-white, with black bone spurs on his wrists, chin, and back, a pair of elf-like ears, and 2 antennae of the same skin color on his head. His eyes contained a chilling light. This person was the target Yifeng was currently searching for, the one-star dragon. Who exactly was that guy just now? He possessed such powerful strength that he easily killed the four-star dragon. The one-star dragon looked in the direction where Yifeng had disappeared, and a heavy expression appeared in his sinister gaze. Although the four-star dragon's strength was not as strong as his, it certainly wasn't too weak. He actually killed the four-star dragon in such a straightforward manner. This also meant he had the power to kill him as well, unless he devoured the other 6 Dragon Balls and transformed into a super one-star dragon. At that time, there would definitely be no opponents for him in the entire universe. However, now 3 Dragon Balls were in that human's hands, and his strength far exceeded his own. How could he get them back? Thinking of this, the one-star dragon felt a bit restless. But what he needed to do now was to quickly hide all his aura and not be discovered. Only then could he think of another way. At this moment, Yifeng had been searching for 2 hours but had not found the target, the one-star dragon. Of course, his current goal was not to kill the one-star dragon, but to enthusiastically give him the 3 Dragon Balls he had obtained. Then let him seize the Dragon Balls that Son Goku had, transforming into a super one-star dragon. This way, he could have a good fight with him. There were 2 benefits to fighting the one-star dragon. First, his current strength was stuck in the rage form, and he couldn't transform into a super Saiyan. He needed a good opportunity. The strength of the super one-star dragon would definitely exceed that of his rage form, so he could use the power of the super one-star dragon to transform into a super Saiyan. After becoming a super Saiyan, he could easily defeat the one-star dragon. If that didn't work, he still had the strongest trump card, the Ultra Instinct. So he was worried about the one-star dragon causing any major trouble. Second, this was to complete the system task. Although it wasn't mandatory, Yifeng was very interested in the rewards for this task. After all, the newbie gift pack and the first check-in reward were both good things. This time, it surely wouldn't be too bad. Although he couldn't find the one-star dragon for now, it seemed he could sense other evil dragons. Yifeng glanced at a city not far away and muttered to himself. A faint aura of evil was emanating from the city. Chapter 55. The final opponent, one-star dragon. Yifeng's body lightly landed at the intersection in the city center, and at this moment, the vast city was unusually quiet. No one was in sight, not even a moving car. Suddenly, the traffic light at the intersection flickered and then gradually dimmed. Then Yifeng keenly observed that there were a few lumps of pink, sticky substance clinging to the traffic light. Come out, 5-star dragon. Yifeng smiled faintly and said loudly, in fact, just by seeing that abnormal traffic light, one can determine that the one controlling the current here is the 5-star dragon, also known as the electric dragon. It doesn't have much power, But ordinary attacks have no effect on it because its body is wrapped in a layer of pink slime, making it difficult to directly harm its true form. Fortunately, I know exactly how to deal with the 5-star dragon. Just after Yifeng's voice fell, suddenly, a mass of pink substances crawled toward him. Hee, have I been discovered? Your perception ability is quite strong. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Yifeng. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a human, but a creature born from the combination of a penguin and a pterosaur. You managed to take down the 3-star dragon, 4-star dragon, and 6-star dragon. Your strength is indeed impressive, but you are definitely no match for me, the 5-star dragon. The 5-star dragon looked at Yifeng with a smug expression and said, "Oh really? You may not know that the 3 killed before you were even more confident than you." Yifeng still smiled faintly and said, "The 5-star dragon's electric control ability is indeed very strong, but compared to the 4-star dragon, it's really nothing. Oomph. Then let me show you the consequences of provoking me. Electric adhesive, come forth." Suddenly, the 5-star dragon spread its hands, and the surrounding pink liquid suddenly gathered towards Yifeng. Yifeng suddenly shook his arms, and a burst of energy erupted from his body. The terrifying aura directly pushed the slime back. Although this substance was of no use to him, its sticky nature was quite disgusting to look at. How could he let stick to him? Oh, it seems he has some ability. The 5-star dragon's eyes revealed a look of surprise, but it was merely surprise. He still had the absolute power to kill him. Evil Dragon Electric Shock. Then the 5-star dragon launched another attack at Yifeng. A stream of electricity shot out from his fingertips, directly aimed at Yifeng. Yifeng did not evade at all, allowing the so-called Evil Dragon's electric shock to hit him. Crackle. Streams of electricity flowed through his body. But Yifeng felt no discomfort. Instead, it felt quite pleasant, like a massage. Is this your attack? It seems the electricity is a bit too weak. Can you make it stronger? Yifeng looked at the 5-star dragon with disdain and asked. His current plan was to have the 5-star dragon absorb more electricity. That way, he could easily deal with him. How dare you speak such arrogant words in front of the strongest evil dragon? I won't let you off. The 5-star dragon's body swelled with anger. Since he wanted a more powerful attack, then he would grant that wish. Suddenly, 10 antenna-like structures appeared in the 5-star dragon's shoulders, reaching towards the high-voltage lines and power generation area. Soon, the 5-star dragon's body began to inflate, and within a few seconds, it had grown as large as a 12-story building. Now is the time. Yifeng glanced at the 5-star dragon and said. His body was now filled with electric currents, so he was most afraid of water. Once he touched water, his whole body would short-circuit. Then Yifeng's body leaped up and suddenly disappeared in front of the 5-star dragon. 2 seconds later, he reappeared, dragging 4 huge iron barrels, which looked quite out of place. Ha ha ha, do you think holding that kind of thing will make me laugh to death? The 5-star dragon looked at Yifeng and laughed triumphantly. This guy, could he have been scared silly by himself? No, I want to kill you. After Yifeng's cold laughter fell, he directly threw 4 large iron buckets at the top of the 5-star dragon's head. Then, with a flick of his fingertip, an energy beam shot out, causing the iron buckets to explode instantly. Water poured down like a torrential rain, drenching the 5-star dragon completely. What? Water? A look of panic appeared on the 5-star dragon's face. It was not afraid of any attacks, but it was most afraid of water, as it would cause a short circuit. All electrical solutions, evacuate immediately. The 5-star dragon shouted in a panic, but it was already too late. Its massive body began to explode everywhere. Boom! A few seconds later, a deafening roar echoed, and a golden light erupted as the 5-star dragon's body exploded. Yifeng reached out and directly grabbed the 5-star ball in his hand, although he could also deal with the 5-star dragon with his own strength. This guy was a bit too annoying and might take some time, so it was better to use the simplest way to solve it. Now I have 4 Dragon Balls in my hand, and Sun Wukong and the others have probably obtained the 2-star and 4-star balls, which means there is only one 1-star dragon left. Chapter 56, all Dragon Balls have been stolen. Please collect and give flowers. Whoosh whoosh. Sun Wukong and Xiaofeng suddenly flew towards Yifeng. Hey Yifeng, I didn't expect you to win. Sun Wukong landed in front of Yifeng and said with a smile. He didn't care about winning or losing at all. How did you know I already won? Yifeng also smiled and curiously asked. Moreover, he hadn't released much energy during the battle, yet they found him so quickly. Hee, you have 4 Dragon Balls on you now, so of course you won. Sun Wukong said with a mysterious smile. I see, it's that robot with a built-in radar, right? Yifeng glanced at the Jiru beside Xiaofeng and quickly understood. He had a Dragon Ball on him, and that guy could sense the Dragon Balls. They could know who he was and clearly know how many Dragon Balls he had, making it very easy. How many stars are the ones on your side? Sun Wukong curiously asked. They had already gathered 6 Dragon Balls and didn't know what star the last Dragon Ball was. The remaining one is a 1-star Dragon Ball. Yifeng replied directly. The 1-star dragon is also the most difficult one to deal with. Of course, that is for Sun Wukong. To him, it is just SOSO. Unless he transforms into a super 1-star dragon. The 1-star dragon. I can't find that guy's location at all. Sun Wukong frowned and said, I tried to look for other Dragon Balls, but I couldn't find any at all. Not even the Dragon Ball radar works. Yifeng asked in surprise. Jiro has tried several times and couldn't find it. So we came to look for you. Sun Wukong nodded and said, all right, why don't you put these Dragon Balls together as well? It doesn't matter. Yifeng finished speaking and directly took out the Dragon Balls, handing them to Xiaofang. Since they all needed to be absorbed by the 1-star dragon, it didn't matter who held them. We have now found 6 Dragon Balls, and with one more, Earth can return to its original state. Xiaofang put the 4 Dragon Balls into her backpack, her face full of excitement as she said, the 1-star dragon won't leave Earth. Let's go look for more. Sun Wukong looked at Yifeng and said, wait a moment. Yifeng suddenly looked in a certain direction, and a terrifying wave of energy surged towards the 3 of them. What? Sun Wukong and Xiaofang were immediately horrified. Boom! Just as the 3 of them reacted, the energy ball had already struck the ground beneath their feet and exploded. In an instant, dust flew everywhere and debris scattered. Yifeng and Sun Wukong flashed their bodies and appeared directly in midair. Xiaofang, whose strength was already lacking, had no way to evade such a surprise attack and was instantly blown away. Sun Wukong hurriedly flew over to catch Xiaofang. At this moment, the backpack in Xiaofang's hand had already disappeared. Grandpa! Xiaofang weakly glanced at Sun Wukong before fainting. Ha ha ha! At this moment, a cold, sinister laughter came from the dust. Finally decided to show yourself? Hearing that laughter, Yifeng's mouth involuntarily curled up. 1-star dragon, this guy really has some intelligence. He had completely concealed his aura using some unknown method, and even the dragon radar couldn't detect him. Yet he had been watching the 3 of them, looking for the right opportunity to strike. However, this was exactly what Yifeng wanted. He was still pondering how to get 1-star dragon to absorb the other Dragon Balls. As the dust gradually cleared, a beige figure appeared in Yifeng and Sun Wukong's line of sight. 1-star dragon. Sun Wukong frowned, a look of anger appearing in his eyes. This guy actually dared to hurt Xiaofang. What a bunch of fools. I thought it would be difficult, but I didn't expect to get the Dragon Balls so easily. 1-star dragon had a smug look on his face and coldly snorted at Yifeng and Sun Wukong. 6 Dragon Balls floated in front of 1-star dragon's chest. Damn it, I will never let you go. Sun Wukong tightly clenched his fists. Yifeng, take care of Xiaofang. After saying this, he handed Xiaofang directly to Yifeng. What's wrong, Sun Wukong? Do you want to fight me? 1-star dragon said disdainfully to Sun Wukong. With Sun Wukong's strength, he could defeat him even without absorbing other Dragon Balls. However, since there was a more troublesome opponent nearby, for safety's sake, he had to transform into super 1-star dragon. This way, he would be foolproof. I said, you hurt Xiaofang. I will definitely not let you go. Sun Wukong tightened his fists, frowning. In that instant, a golden aura erupted from his body. The golden aura swirled around him, and Sun Wukong directly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. He could feel that 1-star dragon was much stronger than the previous 2-star dragon and 7-star dragon. He had to give it his all. Chapter 57. The Powerful Super 1-Star Dragon. At this moment in West City, Vegeta was frantically training in the gravity chamber at home. After Sun Wukong defeated Majin Buu, he had acknowledged him as the strongest in the universe and no longer had the thought of surpassing him. However, with Yifeng's sudden appearance, the flame of wanting to surpass them reignited in his heart. TCH, those two are fighting while I can only torture myself in a place like this. Damn it. Vegeta tightly clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. This feeling was really uncomfortable, especially for Trunks, since Yifeng was also a Saiyan. That feeling of being stifled erupted like a volcano. Hey, Vegeta, do you really want to surpass Wukong that much? Suddenly, Bulma stood at the door of the gravity chamber, looking at Vegeta and asking, TCH, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Bulma, Vegeta could only stop training and wipe the sweat from his brow. He didn't answer Bulma's question. However, as his wife, Bulma naturally knew Vegeta's thoughts. Perhaps. You can also transform into Super Saiyan 4. Bulma tentatively said. What? Vegeta's expression suddenly froze, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. He could also transform into Super Saiyan 4? Yes, because last time I was controlled by Baby, I learned from him that Saiyans can awaken the power in their bodies and transform into a giant ape if exposed to strong blood's waves. Bulma said seriously, but I haven't really tried it, so whether I can study the blood's waves is still unknown. Can you really make me transform into Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta's shock gradually turned into ecstasy. I currently have only a 50% chance, but we can give it a try. Bulma said seriously. She indeed didn't have complete confidence. After all, she had only gained some knowledge from Baby and hadn't acquired the real techniques. The blood's waves still needed her research. How long will it take? Vegeta asked. Since he could transform into Super Saiyan 4, he had to catch up with the battle against the evil dragons. I'm not sure yet, but I will do my best. Bulma shook her head and said, well, then all right. Kakarot, I will definitely surpass you. Vegeta tightly clenched his fists, a hint of excitement appearing at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Wukong had transformed into Super Saiyan 4, staring angrily at One-Star Dragon. Now let me show you the perfect power that surpasses all evil dragons. After One-Star Dragon finished speaking, the 6 Dragon Balls flew directly into his mouth one after another. What? He actually ate the Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong looked at One-Star Dragon in shock. Is this guy crazy? Feel the strongest power in the universe. After swallowing the Dragon Balls, One-Star Dragon suddenly shook his arms, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. The terrifying energy cracked the ground, and Sun Wukong was blown back 3 or 4 steps. What a powerful aura. This guy has become even stronger. Sun Wukong frowned and said in disbelief. After absorbing the other Dragon Balls, One-Star Dragon's aura had become so immense. At this moment, One-Star Dragon's appearance had also undergone some changes. The One-Star Dragon Ball inside him had disappeared. Instead, 4 Dragon Balls were embedded in the position of his chest. Super One-Star Dragon is indeed very strong. This power should not be weaker than my angry form. Yifeng looked at Super One-Star Dragon and silently assessed in his heart. However, the stronger he became, the better it was. He would get stronger and stronger during the battle. This is the characteristic of his inherited Ultra bloodline. Come on, Son Goku. Weren't you just looking like you wanted to kill me? I'm right here waiting for you. After absorbing the other Dragon Balls, One-Star Dragon said to Son Goku with a proud expression, even if you get stronger, I will still teach you a lesson. Son Goku clenched his fist and directly attacked One-Star Dragon. The speed of Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku was still quite fast, and in almost an instant, his fist landed on Super One-Star Dragon's chest. Bang! With one punch, Super One-Star Dragon's feet slid back several feet along the ground. Then, Son Goku kicked heavily on Super One-Star Dragon's cheek. However, such a powerful attack only caused Super One-Star Dragon to tilt his head slightly. Damn, my attack was completely ineffective. Son Goku frowned, as he could feel the power of One-Star Dragon at that moment. In that case, Son Goku retreated several dozen feet. Tenfold Kamehameha. Author's note, shamelessly. Without any shame, I'm begging for flowers and evaluation votes. Chapter 58 versus Super One-Star Dragon. The Crimson Kamehameha shot directly towards Super One-Star Dragon. Yet, Super One-Star Dragon seemed to completely disregard Son Goku's attack, standing still without moving. Boom! The energy wave accurately hit Super One-Star Dragon. The ground was plowed out into a trench several feet deep. While Super One-Star Dragon stood there unmoved, the energy wave creating 2 massive semicircles on either side of him. What? My tenfold Kamehameha didn't work on him? What kind of monster is this guy? Son Goku's expression became even more serious. If that's the case, I might really not be able to defeat this guy in front of me. Perhaps his strength has already surpassed Yifeng's. Son Goku, your attack can only raise some dust. It doesn't affect me at all. Super One-Star Dragon patted the dust off his shoulder and said arrogantly. Of course, he had the capital to be arrogant now. It seems the situation is much worse than I imagined. Son Goku frowned and said heavily. It can now be confirmed that I am definitely not a match for Super One-Star Dragon. Just then, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, and Up flew over. Dad, are you okay? Son Gohan quickly took Xiao Fong from Yifeng's hands. Fortunately, she just fainted. What a strong energy. Is that guy the evil dragon? Up and Trunks looked at One-Star Dragon and asked. This energy is quite powerful and evil. That's right, he is One-Star Dragon, but after absorbing all the Dragon Balls, he has now become Super One-Star Dragon. Son Goku said with a serious tone. Super One-Star Dragon. No wonder this evil energy is so oppressive. Even Dad's Super Saiyan 4 form can't defeat him? Son Gohan asked in disbelief. It is known that Dad's Super Saiyan 4 is almost an invincible existence. If even this form can't defeat Super One-Star Dragon, then it's too outrageous. Although it's very frustrating, the gap between me and him is enormous. He can take my tenfold Kamehameha head-on, Son Goku said with some unwillingness. Being able to completely ignore his tenfold Kamehameha directly indicated the gap between them. What? There's actually such a terrifying monster? The expressions of Son Gohan and the others became even more serious. Suddenly, Son Goku seemed to remember something and looked at Yi Feng in midair, saying, Yi Feng, you help me hold on for a while. I have figured out a way to defeat one-star dragon, but I need a little time. Is 10 minutes enough? Yi Feng directly asked. His task duration was 10 minutes, and battling the super one-star dragon for 10 minutes would earn him the sign-in reward. Hack you, 10 minutes is enough, Sun Wukong nodded and said with a smile. He was planning to use the Saiyan energy from Gohan, Trunks, and the others to transform into the Super Saiyan 4 full energy form. At that time, his strength would surge, reaching the peak of Super Saiyan 4, which might allow him to defeat the Super One-Star Dragon. Is it your turn to take the stage? I seem to be more interested in you, the Super One-Star Dragon said to Yi Feng with a faint smile. Oh really? I'm also very interested in you. Yi Feng smiled and replied to Super One-Star Dragon in the same tone. There's no denying that you're strong, even stronger than Sun Wukong. A few days ago, I wouldn't have been your match at all, but now, Super One-Star Dragon hadn't finished speaking when Yi Feng interrupted him. You still can't be my opponent. Yi Feng tilted his head slightly and said provocatively, Tisich, what a brazen guy, really infuriating. I'm just being kind and letting you experience the power of the strongest in the universe. After the voice of the Super One-Star Dragon fell, its body directly flashed towards Yi Feng. The speed was extremely fast. One could say that even Sun Wukong only saw an afterimage. Son Gohan and the others couldn't see anything clearly at all. The crowd was left in shock, completely bewildered. Yi Feng didn't prepare to evade the attack of the Super One-Star Dragon, but instead crossed his arms in front of his chest. Almost at the same time Yi Feng raised his arms, the fist of the Super One-Star Dragon came crashing down. Bang! The moment the deep sound of collision rang out, Yi Feng's body was sent flying. Boom, boom, boom. Along the way, he shattered dozens of sturdy buildings. Oof, so vulnerable. The Super One-Star Dragon looked at the large holes in the buildings above, with a face full of disdain. This guy's strength is really something else. Yi Feng stood up from the ruins, shook his arms, which felt as if they had been electrocuted, a mix of numbness and swelling pain. Ding! The system task has begun. Please fight the Super One-Star Dragon for 10 minutes. At that moment, the system's voice also rang out. 10 minutes, huh? It seems I need to transform into my angry form. After Yi Feng finished muttering to himself, he clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 59, Beyond Expectations of Power. With a roar, the ground shook violently, and the surrounding ruins were flattened. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A grass-green aura swirled around him. His pupils turned golden, and his black hair stood upright. He hadn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan yet, and his energy was already terrifying to this extent. Sun Wukong and the others looked at Yi Feng in shock. He was clearly still an ordinary Saiyan, even if it resembled a pseudo-Super Saiyan form. He hadn't transformed into a Super Saiyan yet. This guy is way too strong. He hasn't even become a Super Saiyan and is already stronger than Dad. If he transforms into a Super Saiyan, how strong would he be? Sun Wufan looked at Yi Feng, his tone filled with astonishment, and said, All right, Yi Feng can probably hold on for a while now. You guys quickly transfer all your Super Saiyan energy to me. Sun Wukong hurriedly said to Sun Wufan and the others. Only by transforming into a Super Saiyan with full energy can he fight against the Super One-Star Dragon. Yes. Dad. Yes, Uncle Wukong. Sun Wufan and the others nodded, then transformed into Super Saiyans, surrounding Sun Wukong. Whoosh. After Yi Feng transformed into his angry form, he instantly appeared beside the Super One-Star Dragon. What just happened was merely a warm-up. The real battle is only beginning now. Yi Feng smiled excitedly at the Super One-Star Dragon. This guy was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever encountered, and with his current strength, he might not even be able to match him. Don't worry, this battle will be over soon. The Super One-Star Dragon was very confident. After devouring other Dragon Balls, he was now standing at the pinnacle of the universe's power. He was simply not something Saiyan could contend with. Is that so? Then I will wait and see. Yi Feng responded lightly. Then his body shot out in an instant. A grass-green aura swirled around his fist as he directly struck towards the center of the Super One-Star Dragon's forehead. Unaware of the danger, the Super One-Star Dragon disdainfully snorted and also threw a punch at Yi Feng. At the same moment, a fiery halo appeared around the Super One-Star Dragon. Instantly, the surrounding air became hot and oppressive. After all, the high temperature of sea is not to be taken lightly. Boom! The moment their fists collided, a deafening roar erupted, followed by a massive shock wave sweeping outwards in all directions. The ground was directly cracked, forming a deep chasm over 100 feet wide and several thousand feet long. It looked as if the entire Earth had been sliced in half. Meanwhile, Goku and the others, who were absorbing Super Saiyan energy, were violently thrown away by the terrifying shockwave. Wow, wow, wow. Goten, Gohan, and Trunks spat out blood, their faces instantly turning pale. How terrifying. Just the shockwave has such immense power. Goku's expression changed drastically upon seeing their faces. Gohan, Goten, Trunks, are you all okay? Goku quickly asked with concern. We're fine, Dad. Let's move a bit further away and continue, Gohan said, suppressing the intense pain in his body. Goku nodded, and then they all headed to West City. It should be safer there. After a heavy collision between Yi Feng and the Super One-Star Dragon, both of them took a few steps back. However, it was clear that in this clash, the Super One-Star Dragon had the upper hand. He only retreated a few steps. In contrast, Yi Feng retreated several zhang. What a strong guy, much stronger than I expected. Yi Feng shook his fists and thought to himself. The power of Super One-Star Dragon was clearly far beyond his own. If he didn't transform into a Super Saiyan, he might be defeated by him. Of course, if he wanted to become a Super Saiyan, he would have to completely forget that he could use the Ultra Instinct technique from now on. Allowing himself to feel anger from his own helplessness might help him transform into a Super Saiyan, but this was just Yi Feng's plan at the moment. I seem to see fear on your face. Where did your arrogance go? Super One-Star Dragon looked at Yi Feng, who was frowning, and naturally thought he was afraid. So he mocked him. Are you so carried away just because you have a slight advantage? Yi Feng lifted his head and glanced at the Super One-Star Dragon, coldly responding. He wouldn't be afraid of him. If he really couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan, he could only use the Ultra Instinct to deal with him. A slight advantage? Since that's the case, let me show you my power. After the voice of the Super One-Star Dragon fell, its mouth opened wide, and a terrifying energy blade sliced through the void, directly slashing towards Yi Feng. The power, it is no exaggeration to say, was 1,000 times that of a 6-star dragon. Yi Feng naturally did not dare to be careless. Being hit by such a thing would not feel good at all. He could only use instant teleportation to evade. Chapter 60. How could a Super Saiyan be defeated by a bug? Boom! The rending wind vacuum instantly turned the trash in front of the Super One-Star Dragon into fragments. As for Yi Feng dodging his attack, the Super One-Star Dragon seemed completely unfazed. It then quickly looked at Yi Feng, and at the same time, a bit of purple lightning struck down from the sky towards Yi Feng. TSK, this is quite troublesome. Yi Feng frowned and said softly. Although the abilities of these evil dragons are not a big deal when separated, the danger is completely different when they are gathered on the same person. More importantly, those abilities are greatly enhanced in the hands of a Super One-Star Dragon. Whether it's speed or destructive power, they far exceed what other evil dragons can unleash. It seems that hiding like this is not a solution. Yi Feng's mind was racing, thinking about how to avoid the attacks of the Super One-Star Dragon while dealing some damage to it. Suddenly, 2 light green beams shot out from the Super One-Star Dragon's eyes, heading straight for Yi Feng. Unable to come up with a solution in time, Yi Feng could only dodge in a panic. Whoosh! Just as Yi Feng had just teleported and hadn't yet steadied himself, the Super One-Star Dragon's body suddenly appeared in front of him. I have figured out your movements. As the voice of the One-Star Dragon fell, a punch landed heavily on Yi Feng's chest. Bang! The moment the deep sound echoed, Yi Feng's body flew out like a cannonball, crashing directly into the ground. A massive pit was created in the ground. Mushroom clouds rose into the sky. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Feng coughed violently a few times. That punch from the Super One-Star Dragon was just too heavy. At this moment, he felt as if his internal organs had been displaced by that punch, making him extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, this guy had actually managed to grasp his dodging movements while he was trying to evade the attack. This left him somewhat incredulous. The roar of the Super One-Star Dragon came down, hands raised high, with a massive energy ball forming in his palms. The moment the energy ball was condensed, it slammed down fiercely towards Yi Feng. When the energy ball hit the ground, it sank quickly as if a boulder had fallen into the mud. I originally thought you could hold on a little longer, but I didn't expect you to be dealt with so quickly. That's a bit disappointing. The One-Star Dragon said coldly as he watched the energy ball slowly sink into the ground. At first, he was quite wary of this guy. But he didn't expect him to be so careless as to hand over the Dragon Ball to that little brat for safekeeping. That gave him an opportunity. How could someone so careless possibly be his opponent? It seemed he was already dead, and he needed to go look for Sun Wukong and the others. You underestimate me too much. Just as the Super One-Star Dragon was about to turn and search for Sun Wukong and the others, Yi Feng's voice suddenly rang out. Then, the energy ball that had completely sunk into the earth began to rise slowly. What? He's not dead yet. A look of horror appeared on the Super One-Star Dragon's face. He was very clear about the power of his previous attack and energy ball. It should have been enough to kill that guy. How could he still be alive? TC, what a tough guy. But it doesn't matter. He'll only endure more pain. The Super One-Star Dragon sneered, and the horror on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a cruel expression. At this moment, Yi Feng raised his hands with the energy ball, his body slowly ascending until he was level with the Super One-Star Dragon. Then he pushed hard, sending the energy ball directly out of the earth. I am the legendary Super Saiyan. How could I be defeated so easily by a mere bug like you? Yi Feng lowered his head and tightly clenched his fists. His black hair moved without wind, and a grass-green aura began to swirl around his body once again. His eyes widened, and in an instant, his pupils suddenly disappeared, turning completely white. But soon golden pupils reappeared. What's going on? That bastard endured such a heavy attack from me. How could his energy actually increase? Feeling Yi Feng's aura grow again, the Super One-Star Dragon showed a hint of wariness in his eyes. This guy made him feel very uncomfortable. An unkillable cockroach is still just a cockroach. Nothing impressive at all. The Super One-Star Dragon gritted his teeth. Then energy balls flew towards Yi Feng one after another. Facing the relentless energy balls, Yi Feng waved his hands continuously, directly batting the energy balls away. Whoosh. In the next moment, Yi Feng's body shot towards the Super One-Star Dragon like a sharp sword. Come on. The Super One-Star Dragon clenched his fist, having no intention of dodging, but instead met Yi Feng head-on, confident that his strength far surpassed that Saiyan-S. So he had nothing to fear. Chapter 61. Full Explosive. Bang! The fists of the two collided heavily again. The terrifying shockwave flattened dozens of miles around, causing a collapse of over 10 feet. This time, both Yi Feng and the Super One-Star Dragon staggered back a dozen steps, with Yi Feng feeling as if his fist was being burned, the pain unbearable. The Super One-Star Dragon also felt it as his arm began to tingle. What kind of monster is this guy? He took such heavy damage, yet his power hasn't weakened, and in fact, he is even stronger than before. The Super One-Star Dragon furrowed his brow tightly. If this guy really gets stronger the more he fights, then dragging this out isn't a good thing for him. He must end this quickly. Rift Wind Vacuum Slash, Evil Dragon Shock, Freezing Beam, Super Fireball. With his mind made up, the Super One-Star Dragon instantly unleashed all his skills. The four skills attacked Yi Feng almost simultaneously. Damn it, I 1T dodge. Watching the various skill attacks flying towards him, Yi Feng gritted his teeth, a mad look appearing in his eyes. If he wanted to transform into a Super Saiyan, he had to put himself in an extremely dangerous situation. In a moment of near despair or enduring excruciating pain, perhaps he could unleash the potential within his body or trigger his anger, and then successfully transform. Swish, swish, swish. The Rift Wind Vacuum Slash struck Yi Feng, instantly tearing his clothes into shreds. Although it didn't directly cut his body, dozens of red marks appeared. The piercing pain was quite unbearable. Next, the Evil Dragon Shock struck down from the sky, hitting Yi Feng squarely. A painful sound erupted from Yi Feng's throat, and then golden light suddenly flashed in his eyes. His muscles expanded rapidly, as if he had completely lost his rationality in an instant. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yi Feng's hair shimmered with a golden halo, but it quickly disappeared. TSK, TSK. Yet Yi Feng continued to grit his teeth, but the pain seemed to be gradually diminishing. Then the Super Fireball hit Yi Feng, blasting his body away. The freezing beam followed closely, directly striking Yi Feng's body. In an instant, his body was encased in ice, turning into an ice sculpture. Oomph. Now let me finish you off completely. Seeing Yi Feng already encased in ice, the Super One-Star Dragon didn't want to give him any chance, as this guy gave him a dangerous feeling. If he didn't kill him this time, he might find himself in a very passive position later. Although he was confident in his strength, to be safe, it was better to eliminate him directly. Having said that, the Super One-Star Dragon gathered an energy ball in his palm and shot it towards Yi Feng without hesitation. As long as he shattered the ice sculpture, Yi Feng would definitely die. Whoosh! The energy ball was released and directly struck the frozen Yi Feng. Crack. At the moment the energy ball was shot, the ice sculpture suddenly developed cracks. Boom! The energy ball hit Yi Feng's ice sculpture, and the ground was instantly filled with dust, obscuring the situation within. Finally resolved? It seems that is all he is capable of. The Super One-Star Dragon was very confident, believing he had completely dealt with that annoying guy this time. However, when the dust finally settled, he was once again disappointed. Yi Feng's body stood still, not moving an inch. His eyes seemed filled with endless rage, which the Super One-Star Dragon could see clearly. What? Impossible. How could this happen? The Super One-Star Dragon was completely stunned. His previous attack hadn't taken him out at all. This guy is too abnormal. Damn bug. You made me endure that kind of pain. I will never let you go. I am the strongest transcendent Super Saiyan, and your actions just now have completely enraged me. Yi Feng's deep voice emerged word by word from his throat. The piercing pain he had just experienced ignited his anger like a potent medicine. Suddenly, Yi Feng's hair flickered again, and his gaze turned fierce. His body trembled slightly, and the grass-green aura around him surged upward like a beam of light. The colors of the entire world began to change rapidly. Grass-green, black, purple, alternating continuously. What is happening? Looking at this unusual phenomenon, the Super One-Star Dragon's eyes revealed panic. This guy can become even stronger? No, this absolutely cannot happen. The empty crack energy bomb, freezing light wave, and evil dragon electric shock were unleashed as the Super One-Star Dragon attacked Yi Feng once more. The feeling of unease was growing stronger. Chapter 62, Super Saiyan. This time, the Super One-Star Dragon's attacks clearly had no effect. All attacks vanished completely upon touching the energy aura surrounding Yi Feng. No, this is impossible. The Super One-Star Dragon's face turned grim, shaking his head as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could such an abnormal being exist on Earth? He had no impression of him at all. Ha! In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted from his mouth. The grass-green aura shot out from Yi Feng's eyes and mouth, as if the energy within him was overflowing. Boom! 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 Wherever the energy aura went, it was instantly destroyed, turning into thick smoke and flying debris. It was terrifying, like the end of the world. At this moment in West City, Sun Wukong and the others had reached the final stage of energy transfer. What? This is Yi Feng's energy. How could it become so powerful? Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan were immediately overwhelmed by the terrifying aura. It was almost unimaginable, filling the entire galaxy and even reaching farther places. Perhaps, just relying on Yi Feng could solve the Super One-Star Dragon, Sun Gohan said with relief. Speaking of which, ever since Yi Feng appeared recently, it seemed that every enemy had been dealt with by him. Baby, the Super 17 from Hell, and now this evil dragon. I still want to have a good fight with that one-star dragon. Sun Wukong suddenly spoke up. Being defeated so easily just now left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. After all, he had finally encountered an exciting opponent, and he couldn't let it slip away. Moreover, he was about to transform into the Super Saiyan 4 full energy form, which was entirely different from the ordinary Super 4's power. At this moment, not only Sun Wukong and the others, but even the Kaishin realm felt Yi Feng's aura. Ancestor, that guy Yi Feng's energy has even reached the Kaishin realm. Jabber's face was filled with horror as he spoke to the old Kaishin. Wukong and the others are also Saiyans, but they are world apart from Yi Feng. You have to understand, even with Wukong as a Super Saiyan 4, he is still not a match for the Super One-Star Dragon. But Yi Feng, without fully transforming into a Super Saiyan, can already stand toe-to-toe with the Super One-Star Dragon. What a terrifying guy. The old Kaishin's expression was extremely serious as he looked at Yi Feng. This guy's danger level is even stronger than that of the evil dragon. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a demon Saiyan among the Saiyans. Demon Saiyans. I once saw in an ancient text that their talents and strength far exceed those of ordinary Saiyans. However, at the same time, these Saiyans can amplify their anger infinitely after just a bit of provocation. Moreover, they are more likely to transform into Super Saiyans, losing all consciousness and becoming mere tools for battle, fighting until they exhaust themselves to death. Now, I am even more worried about Yi Feng because judging by his current rage, it is very possible that the information I once saw is true. Demon Saiyan? Jabber was confused. He had never heard of this name. I can only hope Yi Feng is special enough to retain his sanity after transforming. Otherwise, it would truly be a catastrophic disaster for the universe. The old Kaishin prayed. This time, he surprisingly did not scold Jabber. Seeing the fear on the ancestor's face only made Jabber more terrified. After all, The old Kaioshin had never shown such fear even when Majin Buu and other enemies appeared. Meanwhile, on Earth, due to Yi Feng's overwhelming energy, the already battered planet felt like a tiny boat in a storm, as if it could be swallowed by the raging waves at any moment. At this moment, the aura around Yi Feng gradually converged into his body, and finally, he absorbed it all. Then, golden pupils suddenly appeared in Yi Feng's eyes. At that moment, Yi Feng's hair turned golden. It wasn't just a flicker. It completely transformed into a golden color. Then, a barrier of grass-green energy surrounded Yi Feng. Super Saiyan. I have finally become a Super Saiyan. Yi Feng's face revealed an excited expression. Moreover, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he did not lose his rationality and recklessly destroy like Broly. He could feel that his body was filled with power at this moment, as if the shards of stone might explode out. In the next moment, Yi Feng tightly clenched his fist, and suddenly the grass-green aura around his body bloomed like fireworks. Wherever the energy beam went, it exploded violently. That bastard's aura underwent a tremendous change, and Super One-Star Dragon was completely flustered. That aura was simply too strong. Chapter 63. Sign-in Reward. Power of Time and Space. Damn it, no matter how strong you become, I will completely kill you today. Super One-Star Dragon gritted his teeth tightly, and that feeling of unease grew stronger. He absolutely could not let this feeling continue. Then he directly condensed a huge energy ball in his palms, flames soaring within it, causing the temperature of the entire Earth to suddenly rise at that moment. Die for me. With a roar, the energy ball was hurled directly at Yi Feng. Oof. Such a thing is of no use to me now. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Yi Feng looked at the gigantic energy ball with a hint of disdain at the corners of his mouth. Then, he pressed his palms against the energy ball. His feet slid back 7 steps along the ground. Then he steadied himself and gently lifted the energy ball above his head with his right hand. You want to use this to kill me? You really know how to make jokes. Yi Feng's voice carried a mocking tone as he spoke to the Super One-Star Dragon. TCH, what an arrogant bastard. The Super One-Star Dragon clenched his fists tightly, his anger almost becoming palpable. Then, in a flash, he launched an attack directly at Yi Feng. After Yi Feng kicked the energy ball away, he also faced the Super One-Star Dragon. Bang, bang, bang. The deep sounds of collisions continued to resonate. An explosive sound waves appeared one after another in the sky. Every time a collision sound occurred, the entire air would tremble violently. Boom! Whoosh! In the next moment, Yi Feng directly delivered a heavy kick to the Super One-Star Dragon's face. Struck hard, the Super One-Star Dragon immediately fell in a diagonal line towards the ground, sliding along the surface for dozens of meters. The ground was plowed, leaving a long trail. Spit! Damn bastard! The Super One-Star Dragon spat out the sand and dirt from its mouth, with flames of anger burning fiercely in its eyes, its hands tightly gripping the sand on the ground. Damn it! I'm the strongest evil dragon in the universe. How could I be unable to defeat even a Saiyan? This is absolutely impossible. Whoosh! Yi Feng's body suddenly appeared in front of the Super One-Star Dragon. Is he just going to lie on the ground and not get up? The One-Star Dragon then asked casually. In fact, his purpose for wanting to fight the One-Star Dragon was very clear. First, he wanted to use the power of the Super One-Star Dragon to break through his limits and become a Super Saiyan. And now he had achieved that. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan. He originally thought it might be a bit difficult, because transforming into a Super Saiyan requires enough S cells, and a necessary condition is extreme anger. He thought that extreme anger would be very hard to achieve. However, he suddenly realized that after fully merging with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, even a little bit of anger in his heart would be infinitely amplified during battle. That's why he was able to transform into a Super Saiyan so easily. Secondly, he had signed a system contract. Yi Feng took a glance. There was 1 minute left. After 1 minute, his goal would be achieved. He would successfully sign in and then claim the sign-in reward. Damn, don't underestimate me. The Super One-Star Dragon suddenly leaped up, and the energy balls in its palms fell like raindrops towards Yi Feng. Boom, boom, boom. The energy balls kept exploding, and the deep pit on the ground continuously expanded, spreading outwards in all directions. Whoosh. After 1 minute, the Super One-Star Dragon finally stopped its attack, panting heavily. Of course, it wasn't just exhaustion that made it gasp. More importantly, it was the anger from being looked down upon by Yi Feng. The dust gradually cleared, revealing a grass-green energy barrier in the Super One-Star Dragon's line of sight, and Yi Feng's body was enveloped in a grass-green energy barrier. It was completely useless. The Super One-Star Dragon grew increasingly terrified. This guy was simply a monstrous cockroach. No matter how hard it attacked, it couldn't kill him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for battling the Super One-Star Dragon for 10 minutes, completing the sign-in task. Reward: Power of Time and Space. 10 minutes had passed, and the system's voice rang out promptly in his mind. Sign-in task completed. Sign-in reward issued. Buzz. Yi Feng felt a buzzing in his mind. It was simply unbelievable. This time's sign-in reward was actually the power of time and space. Shocked, overwhelmingly shocked, ecstatic, uncontrollably ecstatic. The power of time and space definitely far exceeds the ability of unlimited instantaneous movement. Gaining the ability to manipulate time and space means he could freely traverse through time and space in the future. He could even use it during battles, just like the evil containment wave from the Dragon Ball movies, disassembling and recomposing his body at will in space. Importantly, if he encounters an overwhelmingly powerful opponent in the future, one that is completely unresistible, he could still escape using the power of space. This system of his really does grant some incredible abilities. He was already eager to know the next sign-in location and reward. Yi Feng muttered to himself with excitement, completely forgetting about Super One-Star Dragon. Chapter 64, Initial Test of Time and Space Power. That bastard, with my current abilities, I can't possibly be his match. What should I do? Looking at Yi Feng below, who was unharmed, Super One-Star Dragon began to calculate secretly in his heart. This guy is the type that gets stronger the more he fights. In just 10 minutes, his strength has increased so much. If this continues, I will definitely be killed by him. At this moment, Super One-Star Dragon was already feeling a sense of fear. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, who had received the sign-in reward, gradually calmed down from his ecstatic state. He then raised his head happily and looked at Super One-Star Dragon, saying, "Your existence has lost its value. Have you thought about how to die? The purpose of my battle with Super One-Star Dragon has been completely achieved, so there is no need to continue exhausting myself with him. Humph, do you think you can easily kill me? Don't be so conceited." Super One-Star Dragon clenched his fists tightly, then gathered 2 huge energy balls in the palms of his hands. In the previous battle, he had only used a fraction of his power. Now, he would use a full 10% of his strength. This time, he would completely kill this arrogant guy. Die for me. Super One-Star Dragon roared, and the energy balls directly blasted towards Yi Feng, the scorching energy making the air sizzle. Yi Feng, however, wore a faint smile, showing no signs of dodging, looking quite confident. This damn thing is overly confident. Want to take my negative energy ball head-on is a dead end. Looking at the extremely arrogant Yi Feng, Super One-Star Dragon thought viciously. Of course, Yi Feng was able to sense the difference in the energy ball from Super One-Star Dragon. There was still a hint of danger in it. The reason he didn't T-dodge or prepare to counterattack was that he wanted to test the power of the time and space ability he had just received as a reward. Just when the energy ball was only 2 meters away from Yi Feng, he suddenly spread his fingers and pointed to his chest. Then, an ordinary vortex-like wormhole appeared in front of his chest. When the energy wave hit that wormhole, it seemed to be swallowed up, instantly disappearing without a trace. What is going on? Super One-Star Dragon was completely dumbfounded at this scene. Where did my energy wave go? Did it just vanish into thin air? As Super One-Star Dragon was puzzled, suddenly a spatial vortex appeared behind him. Yi Feng soudain similitude. Seeing Yi Feng's charming smile, Super One-Star Dragon seemed to realize something and quickly turn around. However, in that instant, he was greeted by the energy ball he had just unleashed. A terrified scream erupted from One-Star Dragon's mouth, only to be instantly swallowed by the energy wave. After the energy wave subsided, Super One-Star Dragon's body vanished without a trace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan flew over. Has Super One-Star Dragon been dealt with? Looking at the battered battlefield, but not seeing Super One-Star Dragon's figure, Sun Gohan asked. I was ready to have a good fight with that guy. Sun Wukong glanced around with some regret and said, Super One-Star Dragon was the strongest opponent besides Yi Feng, so he indeed wanted to have a proper battle with him. Don't worry, the guy won't die so easily. If you want to fight him, you'll have a chance. Yi Feng looked around at the environment. Although the figure of the Super One-Star Dragon had completely vanished, it seemed that he had indeed been eliminated. However, there was still a pinkish slime left on the ground, which was faintly recognizable. Yi Feng was quite familiar with it. It was the electrical slime of the 5-star dragon. So the Super One-Star Dragon had not been defeated at all. What do you mean? Sun Wukong quickly asked. Wasn't the Super One-Star Dragon already killed? Why does Yi Feng still say he has a chance to fight against Super One-Star Dragon? Just as everyone looked at Yi Feng with confusion, the electrical slime on the ground began to gather together little by little. Soon, it piled up into a blurry human figure. What is that? The Super One-Star Dragon has not been dealt with yet. Trunks suddenly glanced at the mass of red and purple substance in fear and spoke up. Son Goku and Son Gohan quickly turned their attention to the red and purple mass. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the red and purple slime suddenly transformed into the shape of the Super One-Star Dragon. How infuriating! How dare you make me look so embarrassed? The eyes of the Super One-Star Dragon burned with a fierce flame. If looks could kill, Yi Feng might have already been dead. Just now, he had almost been killed, and this humiliation must be repaid 1,000-fold. So you really didn't die, One-Star Dragon? If that's the case, then I'll handle you next. The shock on Son Goku's face turned into excitement. He then looked at Yi Feng and asked with a smile, "Is that okay, Yi Feng? It doesn't matter. But you need to be prepared to get beaten up." Yi Feng shrugged and said nonchalantly, Chapter 65, Super 4 All Power Defeated. That guy Sun Wukong. He won't give up until he reaches the Yellow River. After boosting his power, he is definitely going to challenge Super One-Star Dragon again, right? If he doesn't fight once more, he will probably be miserable. Anyway, it's just the right time for me to take a good rest and familiarize myself with the power of time and space. Sun Wukong, do you want to die? Super One-Star Dragon glanced at Sun Wukong with disdain and said, "There's no denying that the Saiyan from earlier was indeed very strong and might even be able to kill him. But Sun Wukong also wants to fight him. It seems he really thinks of himself as a soft persimmon. Don't be so quick to judge. I've gotten a lot stronger too." Sun Wukong smiled at Super One-Star Dragon, then clenched his fists and a golden aura erupted from his body. Accompanied by a loud shout, he directly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. However, at this moment, Sun Wukong's Super 4 form still had some gaps compared to before, as a scorching energy was emanating from his body. His hair was also surrounded by a faint red halo. Super 4 all-power form. It seems I've gotten a bit stronger, but do you really think this makes you my opponent? Although he felt that Sun Wukong's energy had increased significantly, with just this boost, he was still not his opponent. Well, whether or not I'm your opponent, won't we find out by trying? Sun Wukong smirked and said. After his words fell, Sun Wukong and Super One-Star Dragon almost simultaneously burst out in a flash. Their speeds were remarkably similar, and in an instant their fists collided. Boom! In an instant, the ground was kicked up with thick dust, and debris flew everywhere. Sun Wukong's body was sent retreating nearly 100 meters, crashing heavily into a mountain peak. Super One-Star Dragon only took 3 or 4 steps back. Wow, how powerful! Dad has already transformed into Super 4 all-power. Yet there's still such a huge gap between him and One-Star Dragon. Son Gohan looked at Super One-Star Dragon with shock. He then glanced at Yi Feng. What kind of monster was Yi Feng fighting earlier? Moreover, Yi Feng even defeated Super One-Star Dragon, which means Yi Feng is the real monster among monsters. This guy is truly terrifying. Is Dad going to lose so quickly? Son Goten also frowned tightly. Did absorbing their Saiyan energy still not measure up to Super One-Star Dragon? Geez, this guy's too strong. Sun Wukong curled his lip, feeling pain in his body, and then looked at Super One-Star Dragon in surprise. This guy's power is too terrifying. That was just my full-strength attack, and my power had obviously increased so much. What's going on, Sun Wukong? Didn't you just make a solemn vow? Super One-Star Dragon coldly looked at Sun Wukong, then cast a glance at Yi Feng. In his eyes, Sun Wukong was simply not worth mentioning. The one he truly feared was still that Saiyan. Although he was currently fighting Sun Wukong, he was always thinking about how to defeat Yi Feng. You are indeed strong, but the battle is not over yet. Sun Wukong's arms trembled, and the mountain behind him instantly exploded. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth and then moved his body. Although Super One-Star Dragon was much stronger than him, he still couldn't suppress that feeling of excitement. Unaware of his own mortality, Super One-Star Dragon frowned and looked at Sun Wukong. He needed to resolve Sun Wukong as quickly as possible and then go all out to duel Yi Feng once more. Their bodies flew out simultaneously again. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists colliding rang out continuously, and after a fierce clash of strength, a figure crashed to the ground like a meteor. Boom! The ground exploded, and Sun Wukong's body smashed to the bottom of the pit. Space split energy bomb. Super One-Star Dragon clearly wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible, gathering dozens of gray energy bombs above his head. He then launched them at Sun Wukong. Boom, boom, boom. The energy bombs exploded with deafening sounds, and Sun Wukong was hit directly by the bombs. Super large fireball, whirlwind slashing. Super 1-star dragon then unleashed the strongest skills of 4-star dragon and 6-star dragon simultaneously. Rumbling. The ground exploded again, and at this moment, the entire surface was reduced by nearly 100 meters. Dad, Master, Uncle Wukong, Son Gohan, OOB, and Trunks looked worriedly at the giant pit. Super 1-star dragon's attacks were simply too terrifying, each one containing immense lethality. They could clearly feel that Son Wukong's energy had become very weak. As the dust on the ground gradually cleared, Son Wukong's figure appeared. At this moment, Son Wukong looked extremely disheveled, his face dirty, and his body covered in wounds of various sizes. He held his right hand to his left arm, gritting his teeth with a painful expression. His energy was already very depleted. Damn it, I can no longer maintain Super Saiyan 4. Son Wukong frowned and muttered to himself. He then directly transformed back to his normal state, appearing like a child. Ha ha ha. He could only let out a bitter laugh. He originally thought his strength could at least contend with Super 1-star dragon. Now it seems he had overestimated himself. Chapter 66. Disappear. 1-star dragon. Bang. The next moment, Son Wukong fell heavily to the ground. Although he was very reluctant to admit it, there was still a significant gap between him and Super 1-star dragon. A gap that would be difficult to bridge in a short time. Dad, Son Gohan, and the others hurriedly helped Son Wukong up. Son Wukong looked apologetically at Yifeng, realizing that he had been so confident earlier, only to be defeated by Super 1-star dragon so quickly. It really is a bit embarrassing. At this moment, Super 1-star dragon turned his gaze back to Yifeng. Hey, it's your turn next. He then coldly said to Yifeng. Such a bold tone. It seems defeating Son Wukong has greatly boosted your confidence. By the way, let me tell you something. I didn't use my full power just now. Yifeng looked at the Super 1-star dragon with a teasing expression and said faintly, What? The Super 1-star dragon suddenly frowned. However, it quickly relaxed again. This bastard must be lying to himself. He definitely couldn't be holding back. At the beginning of the fight, he almost killed him. If he really had more power, how could he not use it? You seem a bit skeptical. The Super 1-star dragon's doubtful gaze clearly showed disbelief. Since you don't believe it, then I'll let you see. Yifeng suddenly smiled coldly, then threw a punch into the air. Super 1-star dragon looked confused, completely unaware of what Yifeng was doing. Even Son Wukong and the others couldn't understand Yifeng's actions. This punch out of nowhere, without using any energy to attack. What was he doing? Bang! Just a second later, to everyone's shock, Yifeng's fist appeared right in front of Super 1-star dragon and heavily struck the back of 1-star dragon's head. Hit by the terrifying force, Super 1-star dragon felt fear in his heart as his body flew forward. Then Yifeng continued to throw punches into thin air, his fist striking Super 1-star dragon from various angles without stopping. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, 1-star dragon was like a rubber ball, completely unable to fight back. Such a familiar technique. Watching Yifeng's attacks, Son Wukong thought for a moment and spoke up. That's right, this attack seems exactly like the evil thought wave. Son Wukong suddenly remembered that over a decade ago, when he was in hell, the evil thought wave attacked him like this. He didn't expect Yifeng to have such an ability. It was truly unexpected. This guy is really becoming more and more mysterious. Bang, bang, bang. Super 1-star dragon was attacked for a full 3 minutes. At this point, obvious wounds had appeared on his body, and purple blood flowed from the corners of his mouth and nostrils. Yifeng finally stopped the attack, as if he had played enough. It was time to completely deal with the Super 1-star dragon. Damn bastard, I will absolutely not let you go. After being beaten for 3 minutes, the Super 1-star dragon's features were completely twisted with anger. Humiliation. This is definitely a huge humiliation. Absolutely unforgivable. Whoosh. In the next moment, the Super 1-star dragon's body instantly appeared behind Yifeng and threw a punch at him. Yifeng didn't even look back as a strange space suddenly appeared behind him. The punch from the Super 1-star dragon hit it, as if striking the air. Then, Yifeng delivered a heavy elbow strike to the Super 1-star dragon's waist. The Super 1-star dragon flew out in pain. The gap between us is already too large. You are simply not my opponent. I have completely lost interest in you. 1-star dragon. Yifeng walked step by step toward the Super 1-star dragon, speaking to him from a high position. Having transformed into a Super Saiyan and gained the power of time and space, Yifeng had already far surpassed the height of the Super 1-star dragon. Moreover, he hadn't even unleashed his Ultra Instinct. Otherwise, he could have instantly killed the 1-star dragon. Damn it. The Super One-Star Dragon's face turned green with anger as he wildly fired a barrage of energy balls at Yifeng. Bang, bang, bang. The energy balls hit Yifeng. But at this moment, the Super One-Star Dragon was clearly weakened from the excessive attacks he had just received. Such chaotic attacks were utterly ineffective. You can disappear now. Super One-Star Dragon. Yifeng coldly said to the Super One-Star Dragon. He then instantly appeared in front of the Super One-Star Dragon and threw a powerful punch at its mouth. Bang! The fist directly penetrated its chest. Wow! The Super One-Star Dragon spat out a mouthful of purple blood, and its aura instantly wilted. In Yifeng's eyes, a killing intent suddenly emerged. He had completely developed a murderous intent towards the Super One-Star Dragon because its value of existence was gone. Wait a minute, don't feel that deathly aura. The One-Star Dragon finally became afraid, with deep fear appearing in its pupils. A voice as if from judgment fell, and Yifeng directly threw the body of the Super One-Star Dragon into the air. Following a furious roar, terrifying grass-green energy directly gathered from his palm. Although the energy ball was only the size of a basketball, the aura of death and destruction made everyone present change color. After the energy ball was formed, Yifeng did not hesitate to blast it towards the Super One-Star Dragon. Author's note: I really feel incredibly anxious when I don't post a chapter. Afraid of making mistakes or not meeting everyone's expectations, so I am truly very cautious. Perhaps the pacing isn't great and the writing is quite average, but I will definitely work hard, learn more, and try to make it enjoyable for myself. Thank you all for your support all this time. I really appreciate it. Chapter 67. The Plan. Accompanied by a series of piercing screams, the One-Star Dragon's body directly disappeared in the grass-green energy wave. Whoosh! The energy wave finally turned into a point of light and vanished from everyone's sight, followed by 7 green Dragon Balls falling down. Bang, bang, bang. Great! It's the Dragon Balls. The evil dragon has been defeated. Son Gohan and the others looked at the 7 Dragon Balls with excitement. At this moment, the cracks on the Dragon Balls also disappeared, looking exactly the same as the previous ones. Thank you, Yifeng. You saved the Earth again. You are the true savior of the Earth. Sun Wukong walked up to Yifeng and said seriously. To be honest, it is indeed rare to see such a serious expression from Sun Wukong. I don't want to be any savior. I defeated the One-Star Dragon for my own sake. Yifeng smiled and said to Sun Wukong. He had reached a certain height and didn't care about the empty title of savior of the Earth. He only wanted to become stronger, even stronger, because this world contains many timelines, and in other timelines, there are many powerful figures. Take Dragon Ball Super, which he was familiar with, for example, gods of destruction, angels, the Grand Minister, Zeno, and so on. Perhaps he could quickly catch up with the gods of destruction, or even surpass them, but the Grand Minister and Zeno were unknown powers. To avoid being bound by them, controlled by them, or eliminated by them at will, he needed to become stronger than them. It might be difficult, but that was the goal he wanted to strive for now. No matter what, I really appreciate you. Mr. Yifeng, Son Gohan said gratefully to Yifeng. He cared about his family even more than Son Wukong, so the feeling of surviving a disaster was truly indescribable. TCH, I hate this kind of empty talk. Just treat me to a meal when you have time. Yifeng patted Son Wukong's shoulder and said, words of gratitude are really not as practical as a meal. Definitely. Son Wukong quickly nodded. Compared to the safety of Earth, a meal is truly insignificant. All right, the Dragon Balls are right in front of you, so you can handle it from here. After Leaf Maple finished speaking to Son Wukong and the others, his body flashed and disappeared right before their eyes. Although he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, his power far exceeded that of Super Saiyan 4. But it was still not enough. He needed some time to perfectly merge the Ultra Instinct with Super Saiyan. This way, he would be able to use Ultra Instinct based on the Super Saiyan form in the future. This was not just about the present. Even when he transformed into full power, Super Saiyan 2, or even Super Saiyan 4, he would still be able to use Ultra Instinct on top of those transformations. Perhaps this was quite difficult, but with the help of the system's power, it should be achievable. Dad, what should we do now? Looking at Leaf Maple, who had already left, Son Gohan asked Son Wukong. Let's restore Earth to its original state first. Son Wukong replied decisively. Their initial goal in summoning the Dragon God was to restore the damaged Earth and revive the humans who had been killed. This had led to the major crisis. But fortunately, everything had calmed down. The crisis on Earth was resolved, and it had returned to normal. Okay, I understand. Son Gohan nodded. Restoring Earth and reviving those killed was indeed the most important task at hand. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm. Who? Old Kaioshin let out a long sigh. The heavy stone weighing on his heart had finally been lifted, although he was almost certain that Leaf Maple was the legendary demon Saiyan. He seemed to be a bit special. That is, when he entered that berserk state and transformed into a Super Saiyan, he did not lose his rationality. Earth was saved, and the universe was not threatened at all. This was the best outcome. Ancestor, that Leaf Maple is truly amazing. God Jebbet felt he still hadn't recovered from shock. He was just too strong. It was hard to imagine such a powerful being existed in the universe. Yes, he is indeed very powerful. I hope he can always keep his true nature. Old Kaioshin nodded in agreement with Jebbet. After parting ways with son Wukong and the others, Leaf Maple directly arrived at the Supreme Kai's temple. To be honest, this place was now the most familiar to him. Go to other places felt a bit uncomfortable. Moreover, he needed a considerable amount of time to merge Ultra Instinct with the Super Saiyan form. If he were outside, he wouldn't have that much time to waste. Therefore, he could only cultivate in the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 68. New attempt, Super Saiyan fusion with Ultra Instinct. You're back, Mr. Leaf Maple. Dandy and Mr. Popo quickly ran out, with Dandy looking at Leaf Maple with awe. Why the awe? One was because of his strength, an incredibly strong power. The second was that Leaf Maple had saved the Earth again. As the god of Earth, he could do nothing. I'm back. Ye think, nodded. Feeling quite fond of Dandy, the celestial being. After all, he had treated him well, whether out of fear of his strength or for other reasons. At least he liked him quite a bit. You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll have Mr. prepare something right away. Dandy clearly understood the situation in the lower realm and knew that Yifeng had consumed a lot of energy during his battle with the Super One-Star Dragon. Moreover, Saiyans are known for their large appetites. Then I'll trouble Mr. After Dandy mentioned it, Yifeng indeed felt a bit hungry. He then smiled and said to. After having a light meal, Yifeng walked into the hyperbolic time chamber. Perhaps this is the last time I'll come to this place. Yifeng looked at the spiritual time house and muttered to himself. All right, let's start training quickly. Merging the Ultra Instinct with the Super Saiyan form shouldn't be an easy task. I wonder how long it will take. Then Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, and a vast aura erupted from his body. A grass-green flame surrounded him. His hair turned golden, similar to Goku and the others. But the difference was that Yifeng's pupils were golden, not light green. Ultra Instinct. A deep voice came from Yifeng's throat. Then, strands of silver flames began to swirl around his body. However, they disappeared in just an instant. No way. Yifeng frowned and shook his head. It seemed that it was not such a simple matter. Try again. Free extreme, intense skill. Yifeng gritted his teeth and tried again. The next moment, a silver flame appeared once more, but quickly vanished again. After 2 attempts, Yifeng directly exited the Super Saiyan form, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Using the Ultra Instinct technique on top of the Super Saiyan form consumed an enormous amount of energy if the key to mastering it wasn't grasped. Even with the vast energy within him, Yifeng felt a sense of weakness after just 2 tries. There was simply no way. It seemed he needed to think carefully. Perhaps he could find some tips. Yifeng thought seriously, realizing that such a headstrong approach to common sense was not a rational behavior. At this time, while Yifeng was training in the Spirit Time Room, Sun Wukong and the others used the power of the dragon to restore the Earth to its original state. All those who had died unjustly were revived. However, the price was that the dragon would disappear forever and would no longer be available for Sun Wukong and the others. The only difference from the ending of Dragon Ball GT was that Sun Wukong did not leave with the dragon. Time passed day by day, and 5 days went by in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in West City, at Vegeta's home, Bulma had successfully developed the Ultra Bulma Beam. It's done. Vegeta, Bulma said excitedly. After her 5 days and nights of hard work, the Ultra Bulma Beam device was finally completed. If nothing went wrong, Vegeta could use the Ultra Bulma Beam to transform into Super Saiyan 4. That's great. Thank you for your hard work, Bulma, Vegeta said, initially excited, then looking at Bulma with gratitude. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4 meant a lot to him. Vegeta, you've really changed a lot. I remember you never used to say things like this. Bulma said to Vegeta, happily. The hard work of the past few days was completely worth it. Let's get started, Vegeta said, his old face flushing a bit shy. Saying such things really wasn't his style. Bulma nodded and directly activated the Ultra Bulma Beam device. When a large amount of Ultra Bulma Beam shone on Vegeta's body, his body suddenly began to swell. Then he directly transformed into a giant ape. A few minutes later, While training with Ub at the Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed Vegeta's energy. What a strong energy, it's Vegeta, Sun Wukong said in astonishment, somewhat incredulously. When did Vegeta's energy become this strong? This energy was almost comparable to his Super Saiyan 4 form. Could it be that Vegeta had also transformed into Super Saiyan 4? Chapter 69, Vegeta's Challenge. After sensing that energy, Sun Wukong quickly told Ub and then instantaneously moved towards Vegeta's energy. Whoosh! Sun Wukong suddenly appeared in Vegeta's yard, just in time to see Vegeta covered in red fur. Hey, Vegeta, so you really have transformed into Super Saiyan 4, huh? Hee, Sun Wukong said, lightly rubbing his nose. In fact, he had almost guessed it when he felt that powerful energy. Oof, if Kakarot can do it, how could I, Prince Vegeta, not be able to? Vegeta said to Sun Wukong proudly, looking quite pleased with himself. Of course, there was also the excitement and joy of just having transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Kakarot, I've finally caught up to you. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with a mix of complex emotions. He had been waiting for this day for decades. For all those years, Kakarot had always been ahead of him, which was quite frustrating and had severely damaged his pride. Although in recent years he had come to terms with it and no longer felt the need to chase after Kakarot, it was because he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he would always be surpassed by Kakarot. But now, with this opportunity, he certainly wouldn't miss it. Yes, Vegeta, you have transformed into Super Saiyan 4 now. You might even be stronger than me, Sun Wukong said with a smile. Vegeta's energy was indeed very strong. If they were to fight, it was really uncertain who would win. However, I'm not interested in you right now, Kakarot, because I want to challenge Yifeng, Vegeta said, clenching his fist and smiling. The first time they met, that guy had humiliated him severely. Now that he had finally transformed into Super Saiyan 4, even if his strength was still inferior to Yifeng's, he wanted to give it a try. Yifeng, I advise you not to go, Vegeta, because his strength is absolutely beyond your imagination, Sun Wukong said, stunned, then very directly told Vegeta. Yifeng's strength is definitely not something Super Saiyan 4 can compare to. Kakarot, you didn't seem like this before. Vegeta glanced at Goku and said, this guy becomes quite confident whenever he encounters an opponent stronger than himself. He has never been one to boost others' morale while diminishing his own. It's really strange today. That's because I know very well that our strengths are not on the same level, Goku said seriously. He realized this clearly when he fought against Super Yi Xinglong. Since that's the case, I need to see for myself. Vegeta smirked, leaped into the air, and flew towards the heavenly temple. Vegeta, Goku called out and followed him. This guy Vegeta has no idea how terrifying Yifeng is. It will be troublesome if he angers him. This is what the old Kaioshin repeatedly warned me about. Don't provoke Yifeng. Whoosh whoosh. In just a few seconds, Vegeta and Goku appeared at the heavenly temple. Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, is there something you need? Dandy hurriedly approached and asked the two. Hey, where's that guy Yifeng? Vegeta coldly asked Dandy. Dandy hesitated for a moment, looking at Goku as if asking how to respond. He naturally knew Vegeta's personality, which tends to cause trouble. Do you need something, Vegeta? Just when he didn't know how to answer, Yifeng suddenly walked out from the room of spirit and time and casually asked. He then looked at Vegeta, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 4, with no surprise in his eyes, because he had sensed Vegeta's energy just moments ago. Yifeng, I want to have another match with you. Vegeta stated his intention directly. No need for a match, Vegeta. Even if you transform into Super Saiyan 4, there is still a significant gap between us. Yifeng smiled faintly and said directly. This faint smile naturally appeared to Vegeta as a form of contempt and disdain for the competition. TCH, anger appeared on Vegeta's face. But since the person in front of him was Yifeng, he didn't dare to explode in anger. Seeing Vegeta's frustrated expression, Yifeng smiled and said, I'll agree to compete with you. But if you lose, you have to agree to one condition. What condition? Vegeta blurted out, asking. As long as Yifeng agreed to compete with him, he would definitely agree to the condition if it wasn't too outrageous. It's simple. If you lose, you have to fuse with Son Goku to become Vegeto and fight me. Yifeng had a sly merchant's look on his face as he spoke to Vegeta. He felt a bit regretful that his appearance had prevented him from seeing the Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta he had long admired. Since Vegeta had already transformed into Super Saiyan 4, perhaps he could spar with Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Chapter 70, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, I can finally fight you. What? Fuse with Kakarot? Vegeta frowned tightly. This was definitely the thing he disliked doing the most. Fusing with that guy Kakarot? This is a joke. Why are you dragging me into this when you two are competing? Son Goku mumbled softly. Can we change the conditions? Vegeta gritted his teeth and asked Yifeng. He truly disliked this matter and was unwilling. Since you can't do it, then forget it. Yifeng shrugged and turned to walk towards the time chamber. Wait a minute. Vegeta clenched his teeth tightly, feeling reluctant and unwilling. Yifeng turned around, remaining silent, with a faint smile on his face as he looked at Vegeta, waiting for him to continue. I agree, but you can forget about defeating me, Vegeta said, clenching his fist tightly and speaking angrily to Yifeng. In order to avoid fusing with Kakarot, he must fight with all his strength. Very good. Yifeng nodded, knowing that Vegeta would definitely agree, because someone like Vegeta would never give up easily if he hadn't achieved his goals. So let's get started. Yifeng then looked at Vegeta and said, Huh. Vegeta let out a loud shout, and suddenly golden flames surrounded him, his body charging directly towards Yifeng. His fist, wrapped in golden flames, struck towards Yifeng. Yifeng's expression showed no change. He simply moved a few steps and dodged all of Vegeta's attacks. Bang bang bang, woos woos woos. The shadows of fists swirled like the wind, constantly brushing past Yifeng, but not a single punch landed on him. What? My strength and speed have clearly increased so much. Why can't I hit this guy? The more Vegeta fought, the more astonished he became. Leaf Maple speed has improved significantly compared to our first battle. Give up, Vegeta. You can't possibly be my opponent. As Yifeng dodged Vegeta's attacks, he said, TCH, don't jump to conclusions. I haven't lost yet. Vegeta let out a loud roar and charged directly at Yifeng again. TSK, how annoying. Yifeng shook his head. Then his right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Vegeta by the throat. Vegeta's fist was frozen in midair. If this were a real battle, you would be dead, Vegeta. Yifeng said in a flat tone in Vegeta's ear. I lost. Vegeta slowly withdrew his fist, feeling very unwilling. But just like Kakarot and Yifeng said, the gap between them was too large. His obsession was entirely due to wanting to see how big the difference was between him and the strongest Saiyan. Now he finally understood the gap was very large, especially large. Although very reluctant, Vegeta clenched his fist, looked at Son Goku, and said, Let's fuse, Kakarot. Huh? Vegeta, are you serious? Son Goku said with a look of disbelief. Vegeta actually took the initiative to ask to fuse with him? This was the first time. TCH, stop talking so much. Don't you want to see just how strong Yifeng really is? Vegeta glared at Son Goku and said, Oh, I get it, Vegeta. You are indeed smarter. Son Goku nodded. This way, they could indeed find out how strong Yifeng really was and what the gap between them and Yifeng was. Then the three of them entered the hyperbolic time chamber, because fighting in the sacred world of the Kais would cause too much destruction. It would probably completely destroy the sacred world in an instant. Come on, Vegeta. Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and said seriously to Vegeta. Although he agreed to fuse, doing that embarrassing action made Vegeta grit his teeth, his face looking very bad. After struggling for a minute, he finally made up his mind. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, I will finally meet you. Yifeng curled the corners of his mouth, revealing an expectant smile. Fusion. After both of them stepped out in a strange dance simultaneously, their index fingers pressed tightly together. In that moment, a golden light instantly enveloped Vegeta and Son Goku, turning the entire hyperbolic time chamber into a golden realm. The golden light lasted for a full minute, and a silhouette gradually emerged. Looking at that incredibly familiar figure, Yifeng suddenly smiled and asked, Who are you? Mainly because he was eager to hear the somewhat showy response from Gogeta. Me? I'm neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. I am the one who is about to defeat you. Sure enough, it was a flamboyant yet incredibly familiar voice. Then Gogeta's body fully appeared in Yifeng's sight. With red hair, wearing the exclusive vest of the Metamorans, a long red tail swaying behind him, blue pupils, and a confident smirk at the corner of his mouth. The aura around him rose like a towering iron tower. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, it's finally time for us to battle, Yifeng said with an excited smile. Author's note, asking for another wave of data, shamelessly. Thank you all. Chapter 71 versus Super Saiyan Gogeta. You should also bring out all your strength, as I am extremely strong. Gogeta crossed his arms and said with a confident smile. That is a must. This overwhelming aura indeed feels unprecedentedly immense. Yifeng nodded and said, Indeed. The aura of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta absolutely surpasses that of Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta by an unknown amount. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are not even in the same dimension. Then, A deep roar erupted from Yi Feng's throat, and a wave of grass-green energy instantly exploded. Suddenly, the entire hyperbolic time chamber was filled with gold and green colors, creating a distinct contrast. Oomph. If this is all your power, then you're not my opponent. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta looked at Yi Feng, shook his head, and bluntly stated. Although he could sense that Yi Feng was strong, he was definitely not his match. It's fine, after all, it's just a competition, not a battle to the death. If I can't win later, I will naturally increase my power. In Yi Feng's eyes, a surge of fighting spirit flickered as he spoke. He just wanted to test how strong Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta really was and gauge his strength. Since that's the case, let me show you my power. Gogeta smirked coldly, and in the next moment, his body suddenly flashed. The speed was astonishing almost in an instant. Even Yi Feng himself couldn't fully see it before Gogeta appeared right in front of him. Bang! The next second, Yi Feng was sent flying backward and landed heavily over 1,000 feet away. Indeed, he's really strong. Yi Feng stood up, somewhat shocked, and said, I know that my Super Saiyan form can easily crush a Super 1-star dragon, but I didn't expect to be so easily defeated in front of Gogeta. To be honest, just now I couldn't even see Gogeta's figure clearly. The difference is just too great. No, this level of power is simply not enough to be my opponent. Gogeta shook his head at Yi Feng and said proudly, I understand. Yi Feng rubbed his chest and said with a smile. Almost as soon as his voice fell, a silver light suddenly swirled around Yi Feng's body. Although Yi Feng's hair was still golden, it moved without wind, giving off a very ethereal feeling. Moreover, silver light flickered within his hair. The Ultra Instinct? Vegeta was slightly taken aback and spoke. Since Yi Feng had told Sun Wukong about it and taught him the Ultra Instinct, Vegeta wasn't surprised. Now it looks like something. Maybe I can have some fun now. Vegeta said with a smile. Yes, now I can definitely have some fun. Yi Feng tightly gripped the study head and then suddenly disappeared. Yi Feng and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta suddenly disappeared from their original spot in an instant. Next, all that could be seen were red and white lines continuously colliding and intertwining. Bang, bang, bang. The low rumbling sound of collisions echoed, creating sonic booms in the air. The hyperbolic time chamber trembled with the sound of the impacts. In just a few seconds, the two had collided with each other hundreds of times. Boom! Their final punch collided heavily, the terrifying force causing both to stagger back several steps. However, it was clear that Yi Feng retreated more. Even with the Ultra Instinct technique applied on top of his Super Saiyan form, there was still some gap compared to Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Not bad. Your power really surprises me. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta said with a smile, rubbing his arm muscles and tilting his neck. This guy is indeed strong. After all, he is a fusion warrior, and his power skyrocketed after fusing. He didn't expect that Yi Feng, relying solely on his own strength, would not be too far behind him. Likewise, you have completely surpassed my expectations in strength. Yi Feng was also somewhat surprised. He had always thought that by using Ultra Instinct on top of his Super Saiyan form, he should be able to at least match Vegeta. However, it seemed there was still a bit of a gap. It looks like in order to defeat him, he must transform into the full power Super Saiyan form. Coupled with Ultra Instinct, that would definitely be no problem. Alright, let's see if you can take this attack. Suddenly, Vegeta extended his hands in front of him, and a massive energy ball began to coalesce between his palms. Big Bang Attack. After saying this, he launched it directly at Yi Feng. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and directly condensed a huge grass-green energy ball in his chest, launching it towards Wakita's super explosive Kamehameha. Boom! At the moment the terrifying energy wave collided, it exploded immediately, and the hyperbolic time chamber was shattered into rubble. Yi Feng staggered back several dozen meters, feeling sore all over from the intense shockwave. Meanwhile, after unleashing the Super Spirit Bomb, Vegeta actually disintegrated. He transformed back into Son Goku and Vegeta. Did he disintegrate so quickly? Yi Feng looked at the two with some regret and said softly, their strength was too strong, and after merging, they couldn't possibly last for 30 minutes. He was clear about that, but it seemed they hadn't even reached 10 minutes yet. Well, he mainly just wanted to witness the legendary Super 4 Gogeta, and now he had seen it. He had fought against him, which fulfilled a wish. What? Why did they break apart so quickly? Vegeta looked bewildered at himself and Goku. Wasn't the fusion technique of the Metamorans supposed to last for half an hour? It seemed that the power of Super 4 Gogeta was too strong, leading to an early disintegration, Goku speculated. And the two turned their gaze to Yi Feng, their eyes filled with admiration. This guy's strength was indeed terrifying. Although he couldn't defeat their fusion, Being able to fight to that extent was already quite impressive. Chapter 72 System Task Dragon Ball Super Check Ending. System Task is being issued. Please head to the Dragon Ball Super timeline and check in on Bulma's birthday party luxury cruise ship. Task deadline, 10 days. Task duration, hours. Just then, an electronic synthesized voice suddenly echoed in Yi Feng's mind. What? Time-space. Check in on Bulma's birthday party cruise ship? Yi Feng was taken aback. Wasn't that just waiting for the arrival of the god of destruction, Beerus, as a Saiyan? After the system issued the task, it completely disappeared, leaving Yi Feng looking dazed. Originally, his plan was to train a bit more, break through to full-power Super Saiyan, and then go to Dragon Ball Super's timeline. After all, the god of destruction, Beerus, the angels, and the Grand Priest, they're all very strong beings. Only by breaking through to full-power Super Saiyan would he have the strength to protect himself. However, now that the system has issued a task, his plans can only be moved up. To be honest, Dragon Ball Super's timeline is quite exciting. Yi Feng, you're too strong. Son Goku walked up to Yi Feng and generously praised him. For them now, Yi Feng was indeed very strong. Although I lost this time, I won't give up on challenging you, Vegeta said, glancing at Yi Feng with a smirk, clearly not upset about being defeated by him earlier. You're always welcome to challenge me, Vegeta, but I might be heading to other places soon. If you want to challenge me, you should work on becoming stronger. Yi Feng looked at Vegeta and said, What? Where are you going? Son Wukong and Vegeta asked in unison. A very distant place. Yi Feng answered it ambiguously. For someone with the power of time and space like him, the two timelines were not a big deal, but for Son Wukong and the others, it was indeed very distant. Distant place? Son Wukong and Vegeta were somewhat puzzled. Even the entire universe didn't seem that far away to them. Mr. Yi Feng, are you really leaving? Dandy walked over, reluctantly asking Yi Feng. Indeed, although he was wary of Yi Feng, they had known each other for many days. Moreover, Yi Feng had always been polite to him and had helped Earth resolve many crises, so it was natural to feel a bit reluctant. Yes, take care of yourselves, but I will definitely come back here when I have time. Yi Feng patted Dandy's shoulder and said with a smile. To be honest, over these days, he felt more affection for Dandy than for Son Wukong and Vegeta. After all, he had eaten so much of Dandy's food. Well, you take care too. Dandy nodded heavily, feeling for the first time that someone valued him like a friend, which was a very nice feeling. Hey, you too. Yi Feng looked at Son Wukong and Vegeta again and called out. What? I'll tell you a method to enhance your strength. If you inject the heart power of 5 Saiyans with pure hearts into another Saiyant's body, you will get an unexpected boost. If you're interested, you can give it a try. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he disappeared right in front of several people. 5 pure-hearted Saiyans? What the heck? What was that guy talking about? Vegeta muttered in confusion. Maybe it's similar to my previous Super Saiyan 4 full energy form. Goku thought for a moment and said, because last time it was Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, if there are 5 Saiyans, they might become even stronger, right? Vegeta would never rely on others' power to get stronger. After saying this, Vegeta jumped down from the Heavenly Temple. I'm leaving too, Dandy and Mr. Goku waved goodbye to Dandy and then leaped down as well. Mr. Yi Feng, Polly. Dandy smiled and muttered to himself. After leaving the Heavenly God Temple, Yi Feng directly appeared in the realm of the Supreme Kai. I said, 2 Supreme Kai adults, when are you going to change your habit of peeping? Yi Feng suddenly appeared behind Jebit God and Old Kai and saw that the two were staring at the crystal ball, which was showing the Heavenly Temple on Earth. Jebit God was startled and quickly turned to look at Yi Feng. You scare me to death. Can't you at least say hello when you appear? I'm already so old. What if I end up with a heart attack? Old Kai complained, turning to look at Yi Feng. Oh, you got caught peeping at others. And it seems like I'm the one in the wrong. Yi Feng smiled and shook his head, this old guy. Mr. Yi Feng, do you have any business here in the Divine Realm? Jebit asked tentatively. As friends, I just want to say goodbye to you all. I have to go. Yi Feng said to Jebit God. Although these guys might not consider themselves the same as Son Wukong and the others, they had helped him after all. Before leaving, he wanted to say goodbye. After all, for him, teleportation was very easy. Hey, you're not planning to go to another timeline, are you? Old Kaioshin's eyes sparkled with shrewdness as he stared at Yi Feng and asked, if you were going to another planet, there would be no need to say goodbye to him at all. That old fellow is really smart. Yi Feng glanced at the old Kai and thought to himself, I won't tell you where I'm going anyway, since you don't like me being here. Right? After Yi Feng finished speaking, his body suddenly disappeared again. One elusive guy. The old Kai shook his head. However, just like Yi Feng himself said, he really didn't want him to stay in this universe. Because he was like an unstable time bomb, posing a risk of destroying the universe at any moment. After using time-space movement, Yifeng quickly appeared in another time and space, the Dragon Ball Super timeline. Is this the timeline of Dragon Ball Super? It seems he sensed a few auras, all very weak. Yifeng stood in the air, speaking to himself. There is only one slightly stronger energy. It must be Vegeta. Then, Yifeng directly used instant transmission and appeared at a location where several energy signatures were gathering. In the next moment, Yifeng appeared on a huge luxury cruise ship. Chapter 73. You provoked me? Kneel down. At the moment, Yifeng suddenly appeared on the luxurious cruise ship. Almost all eyes turned towards him. Son Gohan, Piccolo, Tien Yamp, Krillin, and others were present, followed by Chi-Chi, Bulma, Videl, and Mr. Satan. A tail? Is that a Saiyan? Piccolo immediately noticed the flexible tail behind Yifeng. His eyes filled with shock and fear. Is he really a Saiyan? Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha looked at Yifeng with terrified expressions, their bodies trembling involuntarily. The tail and hairstyle were very obvious signs of Saiyan. Why is there another Saiyan, and one they have never seen before? Is indeed a Saiyan. But besides Dad and Uncle Vegeta, there shouldn't be any pure-blooded Saiyans left in this universe. Son Gohan frowned tightly, clenching his fists as he looked at Yifeng and said, "This guy gives me an immense pressure. Just standing there, I feel a weight on me like a mountain." The blood in his body seemed to sense fear. What should we do, Piccolo? Should we hurry and get Goku back from King Kai's planet? Krillin quickly looked at Piccolo and suggested. The Saiyans had left an indelible fear in their hearts. Moreover, there was an unfathomable feeling coming from this guy's body. Hey, what are you doing here, Saiyan? Piccolo didn't answer Krillin, but took a step forward, coldly glaring at Yifeng and questioning him. Son Gohan and the others all prepared for battle. In their impression, Saiyans were not good news, except for Goku and Vegeta, of course. Boo, don't eat yet. If that guy is here to cause trouble, teach him a good lesson. Mr. Satan quickly returned to Majin Buu's side and said, Piccolo, this guy is very strong. His power might even be above Dad's. Son Gohan quickly walked to Piccolo's side, his expression serious. I feel it too. He's a tough opponent. Piccolo said lightly. With Vegeta and Goku both absent, if this guy makes a move, it could get tricky. Why is everyone so tense? Seeing the anxious expressions on everyone's faces, Yifeng suddenly smiled and continued, Isn't this a birthday party? I'm here to attend the birthday party. After saying that, Yifeng very consciously found a place to sit down. His purpose for coming here was simple, to sign in. He would naturally leave after an hour, but within that hour, no one could drive him away, including the god of destruction, Beerus. Tisish, you might not be welcomed here. If you know what is good for you, please leave immediately. Piccolo said coldly to Yifeng. In the absence of Goku and Vegeta, he had to ensure everyone's safety. Don't talk to me in that tone, or you might provoke me. With Piccolo's icy gaze and arrogant tone, Yifeng suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. This guy and Dondi were both Namekians, even having indistinguishable faces, but his feelings towards the two were worlds apart. Hey, everyone, let us not ruin the mood. Just give me a face. At this moment, Mr. Satan walked over, smiling and acting as a peacemaker. Yifeng stopped talking, as there was no need to argue with such a person. Are you a friend of Vegeta? At this moment, Bulma walked over and asked Yifeng. Since this person was also a Saiyan, he might be a friend of Vegeta in the universe. The Bulma of this timeline was clearly younger than the one in the Dragon Ball GT timeline. I guess so. Yifeng smiled and said, I do know Vegeta, but it's the Vegeta from the GT timeline. That guy Vegeta, really, he doesn't attend his beautiful wife's birthday party. He should at least greet his friends when they come. After Bulma angrily said this, she went straight to make a phone call. This time, she was determined to give Vegeta a good scolding. After Bulma left, Piccolo continued to stare intently at Yifeng. He felt that this guy was very strange. Don't keep staring at me with that kind of gaze. This is the second warning. Yifeng glanced at Piccolo, his eyes already showing some anger. Piccolo's gaze made him very uncomfortable. Mr. Piccolo, let's sit down first and wait for Mr. Vegeta to come back, Sun Wukong said, fearing that Piccolo and that Saiyan would start fighting, and quickly pulled Piccolo. Piccolo did not listen to Sun Wukong's words, but took steps towards Yifeng. You say you are Vegeta's friend, but I don't think I've ever seen you before. Piccolo questioned Yifeng again. Stop trying to be clever in front of me. This is the third time. Kneel down. Yifeng suddenly shouted angrily, and Piccolo fell to his knees with a thud. What? Piccolo was taken aback. He hadn't seen the Saiyan in front of him attack at all, but he had indeed been struck. Moreover, he couldn't even stand up now. What is going on? Piccolo. Son Gohan and the others shouted in fear. Piccolo was actually scared enough to kneel? Everyone looked terrified. If even Piccolo was scared to kneel, could they be scared to death by a single shout? Let go of Piccolo. Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan and jumped at Yi Feng to attack. However, with a casual wave, Yi Feng sent Son Gohan flying, crashing heavily onto the deck. Gohan! Gohan! Chi-Chi and Biddy hurried over to help Son Gohan up. That guy's just too powerful. Son Gohan patted his chest, speaking solemnly. Hey, you're going too far. You turn a nice gathering into this. Satan won't let you off. Satan pointed at Yi Feng, radiating a glow of justice. Upon hearing about the food, Majin Buu's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and he nodded, bouncing over to Yi Feng. Chapter 74. The Dread of Vegeta. Satan told me to beat you. Majin Buu suddenly narrowed his eyes and said fiercely to Yi Feng, I have a broad mind, but I don't like it when someone deliberately provokes me. Yi Feng's gaze swept across everyone present, and he spoke. In fact, he had no interest in these people at all, but if they wanted to provoke him, he wouldn't mind knocking them all down. I don't understand what you're saying, but anyway, I'll just knock you down. Majin Buu shook his head in confusion, then transformed into a fierce expression. He punched towards Yi Feng. Bang! The fist struck Yi Feng's forehead. However, Yi Feng sat there like a rock, completely motionless, not even blinking. Outdated boss, get lost. Yi Feng casually threw a punch at Majin Buu. When his fist made contact with Buu's face, it sank in like an airbag. Then Buu was sent flying like a cannonball, directly knocked back thousands of meters. What? At that moment, everyone was shocked, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Majin Buu, who possessed strength comparable to Super Saiyan 3, was so effortlessly sent flying. And that Saiyan hasn't even transformed, right? Shock and fear spread instantly in everyone's hearts. Piccolo's expression turned even more grim. That punch just now could have cost him his life. Thinking of this, Piccolo felt a chill in his heart. Meanwhile, Bulma had already called Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta, can you at least consider how your beautiful wife feels? Today is my birthday party, and it's not like you're coming. Bulma shouted into the phone. TCH, who would attend something so boring? Vegeta scoffed. Kakarot went to train on King Kai's planet. I absolutely cannot slack off. Vegeta, you have to come today. By the way, one of your friends is also coming to the birthday party. They came from afar. You can't just leave them hanging. Bulma shouted, then added, My friend? Vegeta was a bit puzzled. Do I have friends? He then asked, which friend? You'll know when you come over. Anyway, it's a Saiyan. After Bulma finished speaking, she hung up the phone. A Saiyan? Impossible. Besides me and Kakarot, there are only Trunks and a few others. There are no other Saiyans in this world. TCH, this must be a lie to get me to go. Vegeta crossed his arms, lightly tapping his fingers, muttering coldly to himself. But after thinking about it, Bulma never lies and has no need to lie. I have to go take a look. If there really is a Saiyan, that will be something else. At that moment, on the luxury cruise ship, after Yi Feng easily knocked Majin Buu away, everyone fell silent, looking at Yi Feng with fear on their faces. This guy is too strong. Even if they all attacked together, they wouldn't be a match for him. They still didn't know what his purpose was, so they had to remain calm until he made his move. Half a minute later, after Goku and Vegeta's arrival, Vegeta appeared on the cruise ship. Hey Bulma, where is the Saiyan? Vegeta directly asked as soon as he arrived. I'm here, Vegeta, Yi Feng said lightly. Since he had completely concealed his aura at that moment, Vegeta did not feel his presence at all. Is he really a Saiyan? Vegeta looked at Yi Feng in surprise, unable to believe it. But it can't be. There are clearly only two pure-blooded Saiyans in this universe, myself and Kakarot. Oh, and my useless brother Tarble. Why would there be another Saiyan? But that guy is indeed a Saiyan. As the Prince of the Saiyans, I certainly won't mistake it. Be careful, Vegeta-san. That Saiyan just knocked you away. Son Gohan quickly reminded Vegeta. What? He knocked you away? Vegeta looked at Son Gohan, his eyes filled with disbelief. Buu's power is above mine. How could he have such strong strength? When I was on planet Vegeta, I never heard of Saiyan with such talent. And he didn't even transform into a Super Saiyan, Son Gohan said again. TCH, he defeated Buu without transforming into a Super Saiyan? What a joke. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his expression growing more serious. What is going on? Didn't that guy say he was Vegeta's friend? But it seems like Vegeta doesn't recognize him at all. Krillin and Tien Shinhan looked at Vegeta with confusion and said. Then Vegeta frowned and walked step by step towards Yi Feng. Who exactly are you? Vegeta asked in a heavy tone, although he was very proud. A Saiyan who could easily defeat Majin Buu must be taken seriously. As you can see, I am a Saiyan just like you, Vegeta. Yi Feng slowly stood up, smiled faintly, and said, The moment Yi, Wang Liaohao. Feng stood up, Baika felt his body regain its freedom and quickly got up. Fear flickered in his eyes as he looked at Yifeng Yuan. This guy is definitely an extremely powerful being. A Saiyan? Impossible. There are only 3 pure-blooded Saiyans left in this world, and I have never seen you on planet Vegeta, Baiku directly denied. There are many Saiyans you haven't seen, Yifeng said. Looking at Yifeng's arrogant demeanor, Vegeta really wanted to get angry, but thinking of Gohan's words and the current environment, he could only hold it in. Fighting here might ruin Bulma's birthday party and could even injure Bulma and Trunks, which he absolutely would not allow. What is your purpose for coming here? Vegeta gritted his teeth and asked again. Chapter 75. The God of Destruction, Beerus's Aura. I have no purpose, just came to sit for a while. But you must not provoke me, Vegeta. Yifeng suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly, and a powerful pressure instantly made Vegeta feel as if he were facing a great enemy. What is going on? Just a glance from him made me feel as though the power within my body was being suppressed. Vegeta's pupils suddenly constricted, his hands trembled, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This guy is really strong to this extent. Just a look makes it impossible for me to resist. Or rather, his Saiyan bloodline is too strong, creating a suppression on my bloodline. Impossible. I am the Prince of Saiyans, possessing the purest and noblest Saiyan bloodline. How could I be suppressed by someone else's bloodline? What is wrong, Vegeta-san? Who is he? Son Gohan and the others stepped forward, staring at Yifeng. If Vegeta told them that Yifeng was an enemy, they would not hesitate to take action, even if that guy was very strong. He is my friend. Everyone back off. Vegeta gritted his teeth, slowly relaxing his tightly clenched fists, and spoke to Son Gohan. The Saiyan in front of him gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, so he absolutely could not offend him recklessly. If it were the old him, he wouldn't have considered so many things. But now he must think for Bulma and Trunks, although he really wanted to return to his former self. All right, understood, Vegeta-san. Son Gohan nodded, then retreated to other seats with Krillin, Piccolo, and Tien. Since Vegeta said he was his friend, it indicated that he might really be his friend. Or perhaps the strength of the Saiyan in front of them was so overwhelming that it made Vegeta feel fear. Regardless of the possibility, they should listen to Vegeta. After Son Gohan and Piccolo's group moved away, Vegeta stepped in front of Yifeng, warily asking, "Who exactly are you? Sit down, and I will slowly tell you." Yifeng looked at the cautious Vegeta and smiled, then spoke. He really didn't expect that this version of Vegeta seemed to have a strong sense of self-awareness. After feeling the immense pressure, he chose not to fight against him. Vegeta could only sit down. He couldn't cause unnecessary panic, at least not until he clarified the true identity of this Saiyan in front of him. Can I say it now? Vegeta remained very vigilant because this guy in front of him was too mysterious and too strong. All right, my name is Yifeng, and like you, I am a Saiyan. But my bloodline is purer than yours. I believe you've already sensed this, right? Yifeng said. TCH, Vegeta curled his lips. Although he was very reluctant to admit this fact, the previous suppression truly existed. What is your purpose for coming to Earth? Vegeta continued to ask. If he intended to bring harm to Earth, then even if his strength was inferior to his, he absolutely would not allow him to act recklessly. You don't need to know so much. I can only tell you that I won't harm Earth. Yifeng looked at Vegeta and said that he didn't need to reveal all his secrets to him. Seeing that Yifeng was unwilling to talk, Vegeta stopped asking questions. Since he claimed he meant no harm to Earth, the only choice left for him was to trust him. Just as Yifeng was conversing with Vegeta, he suddenly felt a very strong and mysterious aura. It was completely different from Vegeta in front of him or anyone from the GT timeline. What a powerful aura it was. Yifeng suddenly stood up, a serious look appearing in his eyes. This energy shouldn't belong to a human. Is it the energy of the God of Destruction, Beerus? In the next moment, Yifeng suddenly realized. That's right, at this time, Beerus should be coming to Earth to find the so-called Super Saiyan God. But why do I feel the presence of the God of Destruction? Is it because of the system, or is it due to the Ultra Instinct? This immense energy is rapidly approaching Earth, moving at an incredibly fast speed. Yes, it must definitely be Beerus. Yifeng is 100% sure that this aura definitely belongs to the God of Destruction, Beerus. Because in this timeline, aside from the God of Destruction, Beerus and Whis, no one's aura can surpass his own. What's wrong? Vegeta, noticing Yifeng's suddenly heavy expression, couldn't help but ask curiously. A big shot might be coming to Earth. Yifeng returned to his seat and said calmly. Just now, he felt that aura was indeed surprising, as it completely exceeded his own. However, thinking about it, there was no need to worry. He mastered the powers of time and space and instant movement. If it really came to a fight, Even if his strength was inferior to that of the other, he couldn't be killed. Big shot. Can you explain it a bit clearer? Vegeta asked again. You'll know soon, he replied. Yifeng said a word before starting to look for something to eat. Speaking of which, he was indeed feeling a bit hungry. The array of delicious food in front of him was simply irresistible. Meanwhile, in the King Kai's realm, the old Kai and Kibito were trembling in fear from the aura of the god of destruction. This is bad. Lord Beerus is heading towards North Kai's planet. He'll probably arrive in 2 minutes, and that troublemaker Son Goku is still with the North Kai. This is going to be a problem. The old Kai's face was filled with fear. Those Saiyans are all troublemakers, especially Son Goku. If he angers Lord Beerus, the entire Earth, and even more planets will be in trouble. Should I bring Son Goku to the Divine Realm right now? Kibito quickly suggested. It might be too late already. The old Kai shook his head and spoke in despair. I just hope that Son Goku can be a bit smarter this time and not provoke Lord Beerus. Bang! On North Kai's planet, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky. Long time no see, North Kai. A faint voice reached the North Kai's ears. Chapter 76. The God of Destruction arrives on Earth. Lord Beerus, welcome to my humble planet. The North Kai said with a face full of fear, his tone trembling a bit. Your planet is really small. Beerus looked at North Kai's planet and said lightly, I remember this place used to be no different from other planets. But the last time North Kai gave me terrible food, so I had to reduce his planet to this size. Ah, it's a small place. Please don't laugh. The North Kai quickly responded. Huh, is that Lord Beerus? I can't feel his aura at all, but he seems very strong. Son Goku, hidden by the North Kai in a house, whispered as he stared at Beerus. A strange excitement appeared on his face. Lord Beerus should be very powerful. Since Lord Beerus is here, how about having lunch with us? The North Kai said this, but he hoped that Beerus would leave quickly, because Goku, this ticking time bomb, could explode at any moment. No, I'm here to find that Saiyan on your planet. What's his name again? Beerus stroked his chin, unable to remember. His name is Son Goku, Lord Beerus was calmly reminded from behind. All right, Son Goku, that's the Saiyan. Beerus nodded, then looked at the North Kai. He's actually here for Goku. It seems he can't hide it anymore. I just hope that Goku doesn't say anything foolish like wanting to spar. The North Kai thought helplessly. Come out, Goku, Lord Beerus wants to see you. Despite having a million reasons not to, since Lord Beerus had spoken, he could no longer refuse. Hearing the North Kai's words, Son Goku excitedly walked out. Jewel, I'm Son Goku. Son Goku casually greeted Beerus, which immediately earned him a scolding from the North Kai. Huh, you don't look like you can handle Frieza. Beerus looked at Son Goku and said, but then he asked, hey, do you know about Super Saiyan God? That's the reason I'm here. As for that Frieza guy, he's dead, so what? What? Super Saiyan God? I only know about Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan. As for Super Saiyan God, I've never heard of it. Son Goku rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and replied. He really couldn't recall the name Super Saiyan God. I've never heard of it. It seems you really don't know about Super Saiyan God. Beerus stroked his chin and said, this guy in front of him was too far from the Super Saiyan God he had seen in his premonitory dream. Lord Beerus, it seems it's just an ordinary dream. We should go back. How could there be someone in this world who can compete with Lord Beerus? At this moment, was said lightly. Oomph. It's not just me saying this. The prophecy fish also mentioned it. Since he doesn't know, I think we should go to Earth and ask Vegeta. Beerus said after thinking. Vegeta is the prince of the Saiyans. He should know something. If I can't find the Super Saiyan God from my dream, I'll be quite uncomfortable. Like something stuck in my teeth that I can't get out. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded. Since Lord Beerus said so, he could only comply. Wait a minute, Lord Beerus. I heard you're incredibly powerful. Can you let me see if it's true? At this moment, Son Goku suddenly smiled and spoke. It's not every day you meet such a strong opponent, so of course, he couldn't let this opportunity slip by. If he didn't T-spar with Lord Beerus, he would surely feel uncomfortable. Oh, you want to test my power? Beerus looked at Son Goku in surprise. He had lived for billions of years, and this was the first time he had heard such arrogant words. Challenged the god of destruction? Perhaps this guy is just a big fool. Goku, don't do anything foolish. Lord Beerus's power is unlike any of your previous opponents. If you anger Lord Beerus, he could kill you with just a finger. As soon as the North Kai heard Son Goku's ignorant words, he was instantly terrified and quickly intervened. If this goes on, Earth and his North Kai planet will be finished by this big fool Goku. Since that is the case, I'm even more interested. Hearing the North Kai's words, Son Goku seemed even more excited. He then transformed into a Super Saiyan. Wow, it feels like my power has increased. But at this level, I can only defeat Frieza. Beerus looked at Son Goku with disdain and said lightly, have we already started fighting? On Earth. Yifeng raised his head and muttered to himself, because he felt another weak aura. It was coming from the same place as Beerus's aura. It must be Son Goku training on North Kai's planet. Since those two have already started fighting, it means Beerus will soon be descending on Earth. Give me a few puddings, some salmon sushi, and octopus balls, thank you. Yifeng walked up to the snack stall and said to the chef, take your time. It will be ready soon. The chef looked at Yifeng with some fear and quickly nodded in agreement. They had clearly seen how Yifeng had knocked that pink fat guy away with one punch and made the green-faced monster kneel with a shout just moments ago. A few minutes later, Yifeng got his food and casually found a table to sit down. He began to slowly savor the delicacies while waiting for the god of destruction, Beerus, to arrive. Meanwhile, Vegeta kept his eyes fixed on Yifeng. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Vegeta, I am King Kai of the North. What? King Kai of the North, what do you want with me? Vegeta coldly questioned. Calm down and let me finish. The god of destruction, Beerus, is already on his way to Earth. When Lord Beerus arrives, you must not act recklessly, and you absolutely cannot provoke him. Otherwise, Earth will be destroyed. King Kai spoke with a very serious tone. The god of destruction, Beerus? I've heard that name before. Vegeta frowned. The name felt familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it. Remember, you must not make a move. Kakarot tried to challenge Lord Beerus and was easily defeated. King Kai reiterated solemnly. Kakarot was easily defeated? Vegeta's expression changed drastically. Kakarot had been easily defeated. That meant the god of destruction, Beerus, was much stronger than Kakarot. Chapter 77. Can the god of destruction be rude? Remember my words, Vegeta. You must not provoke Lord Beerus if you don't want Earth to be destroyed. After King Kai finished speaking, his voice disappeared. Kakarot was actually defeated so easily? Vegeta furrowed his brow tightly, cold sweat appearing on his face. Suddenly, Vegeta looked at Yifeng, who was leisurely enjoying his food. He remembered Yifeng had said that a big shot would appear on Earth. Could it be that he was talking about the god of destruction, Beerus? That name felt very familiar, but he just couldn't recall where he had heard it. Is the big shot you mentioned just now the god of destruction, Beerus? Vegeta walked up to Yifeng and asked in a somewhat heavy tone. Oh, it seems that King Kai has already informed you about the situation on planet King Kai. Yifeng looked calm as he ate sushi, speaking to Vegeta. What? You actually know about what happened on King Kai's planet? How is that possible? Vegeta asked in shock, since it was only just now that Beerus the Destroyer had defeated Kakarot. However, Yifeng had been with him the whole time and had never left the cruise ship. How could he know what happened on King Kai's planet? This guy is too mysterious, isn't he? You don't need to know how I know. You should be thinking about how to deal with Beerus the Destroyer right now. Yifeng smiled and spoke. After finishing, he walked towards the snack stall again. The food here was indeed good, and the skills were even better than those of Mr. Who exactly is the god of destruction Beerus? And who is this guy? Again? What is their purpose for coming to Earth? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his face twisted in confusion. Long time no see, Prince Vegeta. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Vegeta and Yifeng turned their heads almost simultaneously. Vegeta did not see anyone, but Yifeng saw clearly. Yes, the newcomers were indeed the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis. They looked almost identical to their appearances in the manga, but witnessing them in person, the overwhelming aura made Yifeng feel a chill. Of course, he only felt Beerus's aura. Whis was like a calm lake, completely devoid of any waves, and one could not sense his presence at all. At that moment, Beerus slowly appeared behind Vegeta, his sharp claws pointing towards the back of Vegeta's head. Seemingly sensing danger suddenly, Vegeta instinctively lunged forward. As he turned his head, he saw that cat-like face. The god of destruction Beerus? The moment he saw that face, Vegeta suddenly remembered. Yes, it was this face. He had seen it when he was a child on planet Vegeta. Back then, for the sake of a pillow, he had been mercilessly stepped on by Beerus. Just a glance from him had made Vegeta lose all his fighting spirit. Looks like you remember me, Vegeta, but how dare you call me by my real name? You're already a dead man, Beerus said, pointing his finger at Vegeta with a cold tone. Yifeng calmly took his pudding, octopus balls, tamagoyaki, and sushi before returning to his seat. At this moment, the lottery event had already started, so everyone was gathered to join the excitement. Only Yifeng and Vegeta remained relatively calm. What is this guy doing on Earth? Cold sweat kept trickling down Vegeta's face. His body was actually trembling from fear. This was simply a humiliation. However, before I kill you, I still need to ask you, do you know about the Super Saiyan God? Beerus casually asked. The Prince of the Saiyans should know something, right? Super Saiyan God? Vegeta's face was filled with confusion and fear. He had never even heard of such a thing. Oomph. It seems you know nothing. Looking at Vegeta's expression, it was clear he had no information about the Super Saiyan God. I originally thought you could provide me with some practice after you grew up, but now it seems I overestimated you. A purple energy ball appeared at Beerus's fingertip, aimed at Vegeta. Since this guy didn't know about the existence of the Super Saiyan God, then there was no need for him to live. Just then, Whis suddenly called out to Beerus. What? Beerus asked without turning around. Look over there. Whis pointed to Yifeng, who was sitting calmly in a chair, enjoying his food. Beerus turned his head to look at Yifeng. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. There's another Saiyan? Beerus saw the characteristic tail, which only Saiyans possess in the entire universe. However, he didn't know where Vegeta and that son Goku's tails had gone. Of course, he didn't care about that. What he was most concerned about was the prophetic dream, the Super Saiyan God. Hey, Saiyan. Beerus walked directly up to Yifeng and called out in a commanding tone. Yifeng ignored Beerus and continued to enjoy the food. He didn't intend to deliberately provoke Beerus. It was just that his condescending tone made him very uncomfortable. He had reached a point where he was no longer afraid of the God of Destruction. TCH, that damn guy actually dared to ignore me. Seeing the Saiyan in front of him remain unmoved, Beerus instantly became furious. No one had ever dared to ignore his words like this. My name is Yifeng, not Hey. Saiyan, even if you're a God of Destruction, you should at least understand basic manners and respect for others, shouldn't you? Yifeng wiped his mouth, stood up, and said to Beerus in a calm tone. What? Beerus suddenly felt a bit confused by Yifeng's words. Why did he feel that this guy's words seemed familiar? Oomph. You know I'm a God of Destruction and still act so arrogantly. It seems one of the three Saiyans finally has some guts. Beerus suddenly grinned, a cold smile appearing on his face as he spoke to Yifeng. Chapter 78. Challenge the God of Destruction. But I still have to ask, do you know about Super Saiyan God? Beerus coldly stared at Yifeng and asked. Of course I do. Yifeng nodded and spoke truthfully. What? You actually know? That's really surprising. Beerus looked at Yifeng with a face full of astonishment and said, although he was asking, he had no hope in his heart because Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans, didn't even know about the existence of a Super Saiyan God. So how could an ordinary Saiyan possibly know? He just didn't expect an unexpected turn of events. Hurry up and tell me where the Super Saiyan God is. Beerus asked Yifeng in a commanding tone. He was now eager to see the rival he had dreamed of. Sorry, but I might not be able to tell you where the Super Saiyan God is, because there is currently no Super Saiyan God in this universe. Yifeng smiled and said to Beerus, are you messing with me? Be careful, or I will destroy you. A sudden killing intent appeared in Beerus's eyes, and a purple aura erupted from his body. Yifeng suddenly felt an extremely strong pressure. Lord Beerus, please don't be angry. Although we don't have a Super Saiyan God for now, I know how to create one. Yifeng Jing was not intimidated by Beerus's aura. Instead, he calmly said, I won't be afraid of you anyway. If I really can't win, I can just use my time and space powers to escape. TCH, this annoying bastard. Can't he just finish speaking in one go? Beerus clenched his fists tightly and said fiercely, if it weren't for the fact that this guy knows how to become a Super Saiyan God, I would really want to destroy him right now. But before we find a Super Saiyan God, let's have a match first. If you win, I will naturally tell you how to create a Super Saiyan God. If you can't even defeat me, then there's no need to look for a Super Saiyan God. Yifeng suddenly said with a serious expression. What? Vegeta was taken aback, looking at Yifeng with confusion. This guy, does he want to challenge the God of Destruction Beerus? Even Kakarot was easily defeated. How could he possibly fight the God of Destruction? It seems this guy has no idea how terrifying Beerus is, which is why he's so arrogant. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. If he angers the God of Destruction Beerus, the earth will be in danger. After Leaf Maple's voice fell, Whis couldn't help but take another look at him. This Saiyan seemed to have something different about him, as if there was something familiar within his body. However, he couldn't quite figure out what the issue was himself. Oh, are you trying to challenge the God of Destruction? Ignorant Saiyan, I really don't know if you're just too arrogant or if you're simply a big fool. Beerus glanced at Leaf Maple with disdain in his tone. The Saiyan from the King Kai's planet just now seemed just as arrogant as this one, but he was defeated by me in just a couple of moves. Self-righteous Saiyans really are hard to like. If you underestimate me, you might end up regretting it. Lord Beerus. Yifeng still smiled faintly as he spoke to Beerus. With his Super Saiyan form and a mastery of Ultra Instinct, even if he couldn't compete with a God of Destruction, it would definitely be impossible for Beerus to easily defeat him, right? I seem to be a bit interested in you. If you're just a big fool who likes to boast, I will not hesitate to destroy you. The killing intent in Beerus's eyes was chilling. He really didn't like this guy, especially that smiling face. Hey, are you looking to die? Do you even understand the terror of a god of destruction? At this moment, Vegeta quietly said to Yifeng, "This guy's too full of himself, isn't he?" Before him stands Beerus, a god of destruction who can easily annihilate the universe. "It's you who doesn't understand, Vegeta." Yifeng glanced at Vegeta, then looked at Beerus. A serious expression appeared in his eyes. Beerus was definitely the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. Even Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta might not be able to defeat him. More importantly, this guy was a god, possessing the ability to destroy everything. "Since you want to seek death, I will fulfill your wish." Beerus squinted, thinking that this was really an unpleasant trip. After killing this guy, he would directly destroy the Earth and the castle. It seems that Super Saiyan God is indeed just a strange dream. Lord Beerus, don't underestimate him. This little guy is somewhat unusual, was suddenly reminded. He's just a Saiyan. How much of storm can he stir? Beerus scoffed at Whis' warning. Then, he began to float slowly into the air. Yifeng slowly followed along as well. "It's over. That bastard Yifeng actually dared to challenge Beerus." Vegeta looked at the two with a face full of terror. If Yifeng loses, Earth will be destroyed along with him. No one can withstand Beerus, and no matter how strong Yifeng is, he is just a Saiyan. How could he possibly be a match for the god of destruction? Beerus? What's going on? Wasn't he the Saiyan from earlier? Who was the other one? I don't know, but it looks like they are about to fight. It wasn't until Yifeng and Beerus appeared in midair that Son Gohan and Piccolo realized something was wrong. "Hey, Saiyan, you should be able to transform into the so-called Super Saiyan, right?" Beerus coldly stared at Yifeng and said, although he knew it would be an easy win. Beerus still hoped this guy would be a bit stronger, not just someone who talks big. That way, he could stretch his muscles a bit. Yifeng's goal was simple. First, he wanted to test the power of the god of destruction, Beerus. More importantly, if he could use his power to break through to the full power Super Saiyan form, that would be even better. Of course I can, but I'm a bit different from that guy on North Kai's planet. Yifeng's mouth curled up, and then a serious expression appeared in his eyes. Accompanied by a roar, a terrifying aura instantly erupted from Yifeng's body. Chapter 79, One-Handed Battle. Confident Beerus, the terrifying wave of energy swept out in all directions, directly blowing the giant cruise ship off its course. What incredible aura. So strong. I've never felt such a powerful energy before. That guy, is he really Saiyan? Upon sensing the cosmic-like overwhelming aura, Son Gohan and Piccolo were taken aback, their faces displaying utter shock. He hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his energy already surpasses that of Super Saiyan 3 Goku. What kind of monster is this? Impossible, how can this be? Vegeta's pupils constricted tightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could Saiyan's energy reach this level? Moreover, he hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan, and that energy is boundless. Then, with another explosive shout, Yifeng directly transformed into a Super Saiyan. The grass-green aura swirled around Yifeng like a pillar of light. Wow, it seems he's indeed different from that guy, and his power is quite substantial. Looking at Yifeng before him, Beerus's eyes showed a hint of shock. However, it was merely fleeting. What's going on? His aura is grass-green after transforming into a Super Saiyan. It's completely different from Goku and Vegeta. Piccolo and Tien Shinhan looked at the sky, which was almost dyed grass-green, and murmured, "So impressive. Is that guy also a Saiyan? Yes, just too strong." At this moment, Sun Wukong was hiding in a corner, watching Yifeng and Beerus. He didn't expect two such powerful opponents to appear today. While it was concerning, it was also somewhat exciting. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin and Kibito had become somewhat disheartened. It's over. How could another troublemaking Saiyan appear? The Earth is really doomed this time. Just the presence of Sun Wukong and Vegeta was already giving them headaches. Now another more arrogant, troublemaking Saiyan had shown up. The Earth really couldn't be saved now. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lord Beerus. Please give me your guidance. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Yifeng smiled and said to Beerus. He hadn't even directly applied Ultra Instinct based on Super Saiyan form. Chapter 79, One-Handed Battle. Confident Beerus, seeking first subscription. Seeking self-subscription, the terrifying wave of energy swept out in all directions, directly blowing the giant cruise ship off its course. What incredible aura. So strong. I've never felt such a powerful energy before. That guy, is he really a Saiyan? Upon sensing that cosmic-like overwhelming aura, Son Gohan and Piccolo were taken aback, their faces displaying utter shock. He hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his energy already surpasses that of Super Saiyan 3 Goku. What kind of monster is this? Impossible, how can this be? Vegeta's pupils constricted tightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could a Saiyan's energy reach this level? Moreover, he hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan, and that energy is boundless. Huh. Then, with another explosive shout, Yifeng directly transformed into a Super Saiyan. The grass-green aura swirled around Yifeng like a pillar of light. Wow, it seems he's indeed different from that guy, and his power is quite substantial. Looking at Yifeng before him, Beerus's eyes showed a hint of shock. However, it was merely fleeting. What's going on? His aura is grass-green after transforming into a Super Saiyan. It's completely different from Goku and Vegeta. Piccolo and Tien Shinhan looked at the sky, which was almost dyed grass-green, and murmured, "So impressive, is that guy also a Saiyan?" Yes, just too strong. At this moment, Sun Wukong was hiding in a corner, watching Yifeng and Beerus. He didn't expect two such powerful opponents to appear today. While it was concerning, it was also somewhat exciting. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin and Kibito had become somewhat disheartened. It's over. How could another troublemaking Saiyan appear? The Earth is really doomed this time. Just the presence of Sun Wukong and Vegeta was already giving them headaches. Now another more arrogant, troublemaking Saiyan had shown up. The Earth really couldn't be saved now. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lord Beerus. Please give me your guidance. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Yifeng smiled and said to Beerus. He hadn't even directly applied Ultra Instinct based on Super Saiyan form, because Beerus also liked to show off his strength a bit, just like Sun Wukong. It seemed he hadn't fought in a long time and wanted to enjoy the battle. To be honest, I really feel like I want to give it a try. I will enjoy this battle thoroughly. Beerus smiled with the corner of his mouth lifted. Just a moment ago, he thought this Saiyan was just a loudmouthed fool. But now it seemed otherwise. This guy still had some strength, and he was more interesting than the guy from the North Kai planet before. I will also enjoy the moment of fighting with the God of Destruction. Such opportunities are not many. Yefeng said with a serious expression. When fighting against the God of Destruction, we can't afford to be careless at all. Come on. Then, Beerus placed one hand behind his back and waved at Yefeng with the other. Fighting with one hand? I told you, underestimating me will only lead to trouble. Yifeng's eyes revealed a hint of displeasure. Then, his body flashed out with a grass-green aura swirling around his fist, and he directly hurled a punch at Beerus. However, the God of Destruction, Beerus, was evidently very confident. He did not take the initiative to strike back, but calmly awaited the incoming attack. Boom! The next moment, Yifeng's fist heavily smashed into Beerus's palm. A deep collision sound echoed in the air, followed by a terrifying energy wave spreading out in all directions. Some individuals on the cruise ship, lacking sufficient strength, were directly knocked to the ground. What a terrifying guy. Just a single punch is so shocking. Piccolo struggled to steady himself, his eyes flashing with astonishment. How could those two be so powerful? Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after, Yifeng unleashed a flurry of punches at Beerus. At first, Beerus was quite confident, but as time went on, Yifeng's punches became faster and faster. The movements were swift like the wind, seemingly tearing through the air, producing a rustling sound. Yifeng's punches were getting faster, and Beerus was clearly struggling with just one hand. The confident look in his eyes gradually turned into surprise. TCH, it seems he underestimated this Saiyan a bit. Beerus thought to himself. Smack! The next moment, Yifeng's right foot struck heavily against Beerus's face. Beerus staggered several steps to the right, and anger instantly appeared on his face. However, Yifeng wasn't pleased with himself for landing a hit. He knew that Beerus was merely testing his strength and hadn't attacked him at all. What? That Yifeng actually hit Beerus? Incredible. Vegeta looked up, his eyes filled with astonishment. What kind of guy is he? How could he possibly have the strength to fight against the God of Destruction? Moreover, it seems he hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Wow, it seems Lord Beerus can move around quite well now. Whis said while enjoying some food. Watching the battle between Beerus and Yifeng, that Saiyan seems to be holding back his strength and hasn't used his full power. It's truly remarkable for a Saiyan to reach such a level of power. He does have a bit of arrogance, but now it's my turn to attack. Beerus's eyes narrowed slightly as he directly flashed towards Yifeng. His speed was astonishing, almost instantly appearing in front of Yifeng. Then, he threw a heavy punch forward. Seeing this, Yifeng was shocked. Beerus's speed was indeed very fast, and it was no longer possible to counterattack. He could only quickly raise his arms to protect his head. Bang! When Beerus struck Yi Feng's arms, an immense force instantly transmitted from his arms. Yi Feng's body was knocked back several dozen meters, while Beerus followed closely like a shadow, his fist coming at him again. Bang! 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 The fist continuously struck Yi Feng's arms, causing him to stagger backward, feeling a painful swelling in his arms. Is the strength at 30% really this strong? Oof. Is it already impossible to fight back like this? It seems I had too high expectations of you, Beerus said casually while attacking Yi Feng. In the next moment, Yi Feng's body suddenly vanished, causing Beerus's fist to miss. When he reappeared, he was already behind Beerus. What? His speed is quite fast. Beerus turned his head, looking at Yi Feng with some surprise. That speed just now was so quick that even he couldn't see it clearly. It seems it's just some flashy tricks. The God of Destruction is indeed formidable. He probably hasn't even used 30% of his strength yet, and his most powerful skill is destruction. Yi Feng was secretly shocked. It seemed he had to further enhance his strength, or he would only end up passively taking hits. Following that, Yi Feng roared again, and a terrifying grass-green aura exploded from his body. His aura had obviously received a tremendous boost. Whoa, it seemed like his power had increased again. This was indeed quite interesting. Beerus looked at Yi Feng again in surprise. This Saiyan really knew how to surprise people. Come on, Lord Beerus. After enhancing his strength once more, Yi Feng smiled faintly and said, 923, Beerus snorted coldly, and in an instant his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Yi Feng. His fist was exceptionally tricky as it smashed towards Yi Feng's forehead. Bang! The next moment, Beerus's fist was firmly caught by Yi Feng. What? A look of disbelief flashed in Beerus's eyes. His fist was actually caught? Lord Beerus probably hadn't even used 30% of his strength, right? If that's the case, then you really underestimate me. Yi Feng let out a loud shout, and then his right fist delivered a heavy uppercut to Beerus's abdomen. Beerus was knocked back several dozen steps. However, Beerus didn't seem angry. Instead, he extended 2 fingers towards Yi Feng. Barely 2%, I suppose, Beerus said. What? Only 2%? And it's barely that? Yi Feng frowned slightly and said softly, I remember in Dragon Ball Super, because Bulma was hit, Vegeta transformed into a mutated Super Saiyan 2, and it seemed to have forced out a truckload of power from Beerus. Dealing with Super Saiyan 3, Goku was the same level of strength. But now it seems to be completely deceptive, because I defeated Super Saiyan 3 Goku without even using half of my power. However, given your strength and the rudeness just now, I am prepared to raise my power to 30%. A cold light shot from Beerus' slender eyes as he extended his 5 fingers towards Yi Feng. It has been a long, long time since anyone has hit him. Even other gods of destruction at the same level couldn't he do it. Today, unexpectedly, he was hit twice by a Saiyan. He really let his guard down. 30%? Bring it on. I want to use your power to transform into Super Saiyan full power form. Yi Feng clenched his teeth and thought to himself. This was a very good opportunity for him, and it was also the purpose for him to start fighting against Beerus. After transforming into a Super Saiyan at full power, combined with Ultra Instinct, he should be able to handle Beerus. In the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie, Son Goku once said that Broly's Super Saiyan full power form seemed to be able to catch up with Beerus. With the addition of Ultra Instinct, he had an 80% chance of winning. As Beerus's voice fell, his body instantly darted towards Yi Feng. The speed was completely incomparable to before. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and threw a punch at Beerus. Fight, fight. His bloodline grows stronger with each battle, and not breaking through in combat is still his limit. Bang! At the moment their fists collided, a terrifying shockwave erupted, spreading in all directions. The sea beneath them instantly surged into a massive wave. Everyone be careful. The cruise ship has been hit hard. Piccolo quickly warned everyone, but it was clearly too late. Satan, Chi-Chi, Bulma, and others were thrown to the ground. Krillin, Ting, and the others couldn't stabilize themselves either and crashed heavily onto the deck. Wow, the food has been overturned. That's quite a waste. Weiss glanced around at the chaos and lightly tapped his staff, creating a green barrier that suddenly enveloped the gigantic cruise ship. Instantly, the cruise ship returned to calm. As long as Lord Beerus had not decided to destroy the Earth, his actions were not considered a violation. Vegeta looked at Weiss, his expression even heavier. He hadn't expected that even a servant of the god of destruction Beerus could possess such power. At this moment, after Yi Feng and Beerus exchanged a punch, he was sent flying through the air, crashing into several mountains before finally stopping. Spit! Is Beerus really this strong with just 30 of his power? Yifeng spat out a mouthful of dust, his eyes slightly serious yet shining with excitement. Then he stood up, his body flickering and reappearing in front of Beerus. Yifeng shouted and actively attacked Beerus. Bang, bang, bang. The two kept clashing hard, fist against fist, creating explosions in the air. The peaks within 100 miles were shattered by the powerful shockwaves. Then the ground began to continuously collapse, again and again. How strong? He could actually hold his own against the god of destruction, Beerus. Vegeta was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Can a Saiyan really reach this level through training? If Yifeng can, then as the prince of the Saiyans, he should be able to as well. Boom! Immediately after, Yifeng was once again sent flying by a punch from Beerus. Yifeng clenched his fist tightly, anger flickering in his eyes. How infuriating! He couldn't even withstand 30% of the Destroyer God Beerus's power? If he couldn't even deal with the Destroyer God, how could he hope to surpass those who truly stand at the pinnacle of time and the universe? Let's try this. The Saiyan, as Beerus's cold voice fell, a massive orange-yellow energy sphere formed at his fingertips. Then, he directly threw it towards Yifeng. Chapter 81, Ultra Instinct. Oh, it seems Lord Beerus is a bit frustrated. Whis glanced at the energy sphere that Beerus had gathered and spoke. It seems Lord Beerus is taking this seriously. That Saiyan is indeed quite remarkable. Come on. Yifeng clenched his fist tightly, gritting his teeth, and pressed both palms directly against the massive energy ball. Huh. Then, with a strong push from his fists, he sent the two energy balls flying out. However, in the next second, Beerus appeared directly in front of Yifeng and dove down, landing a punch on Yifeng's cheek. Bang! With a crisp sound, Yifeng's body instantly crashed into the sea below like a falling meteor. Splash! The seawater surged up, creating towering waves, with ripples spreading out in all directions. Then, Beerus also dove into the water like an eagle. Bang! 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 A low rumbling sound continuously emerged from the water. The seawater bubbled up as if it were boiling. What happened? Did that Saiyan lose? Krillin and Tien Shinhan asked with furrowed brows. Not sure, but his energy seems to be decreasing. Gohan shook his head and spoke gravely. Who is that cat-like guy? How could he possess such immense power? Moreover, judging by Vegeta's gaze, he seems to be very afraid of that guy. Just then, Son Goku suddenly appeared in front of Gohan and the others. Dad, Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin exclaimed excitedly. Son Goku no dead. Looking toward the surface of the sea with a furrowed brow. Son, do you know who that guy is? Piccolo quickly asked Son Goku. Maybe he knows something. That is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Just now on King Kai's planet, I was defeated by him in just 2 moves. Son Goku said seriously as he looked at Piccolo. What? You were actually defeated in 2 moves? Shock! Unparalleled shock appeared on everyone's faces. It is known that Goku is now the strongest among them, yet he was defeated in 2 moves. And I can feel that he didn't use any power at all to defeat me, Son Goku continued. Upon hearing this, Piccolo and the others felt a chill run down their spines. It is simply unimaginable that such a terrifying being exists in this world. By the way, who is the Saiyan fighting Lord Beerus? Son Goku asked curiously. His power seems to be very strong, able to battle with Lord Beerus for such a long time. He took more than 10 minutes to appear here. To be honest, we also don't know. Piccolo shook his head, feeling a bit ashamed as he recalled that he had knelt down in fear. In just one day, 2 such powerful beings have appeared. It truly makes one both excited and worried. Son Goku said with a bitter smile. Boom! Suddenly, the surface of the sea exploded, and Yifeng flew out, arching his body. Following closely was Beerus. Undeniably, you are indeed strong, able to force me to use 30% of my power. However, there is no one in this universe who can contend with a god of destruction. Beerus stared at Yifeng, once again gathering an orange-yellow energy ball in his palm. Ha, is that so? Who said that human power must be weaker than that of God? Isn't that too hasty? Yifeng lowered his head, looking quite disheveled at the moment, but he still smiled and spoke. What? You can still laugh? You really are a bit special. However, this battle ends here. Beerus was taken aback at first, then unleashed an energy ball from his palm towards Yifeng. If hit, even if he didn't die, he would definitely lose all fighting capability. Is this really the end? It's not over yet. Yifeng slowly raised his head, his golden pupils gradually turning silver white, and silver flames and lines emerged around him. His body suddenly straightened up, and, with a casual motion, he swatted at the enormous energy ball. Beerus's energy ball was unexpectedly knocked away with ease. What? This is... Beerus's face suddenly showed a look of shock. Indeed, this time he was truly shocked. Immensely shocked. A Saiyan had actually grasped Ultra Instinct. Although it didn't appear perfect, it was enough to astonish him. As he had cultivated for several 100 million years, and had only just begun to glimpse the path of Ultra Instinct. No, it's impossible. Beerus shook his head, hardly able to believe that what was happening before him was real. Wow, is it really Ultra Instinct? At first, I sensed something familiar within this little guy's body. It turned out to be Ultra Instinct. Even Whis, who had always been calm and composed, showed some surprise and spoke up. This was the first time he had seen such a situation in a human. What? Ultra Instinct? What is that? Vegeta, being closer to Whis, naturally heard his voice. However, he had never heard of Ultra Instinct before. Was it the silver-white light that suddenly appeared around Yifeng? Sun Wukong and the others also looked shocked, as the Scion's aura hadn't increased at all, yet he effortlessly swatted away the god of destruction Beerus's attack. It seemed that this Scion was incredibly strong. It was truly hard to believe that you had comprehended Ultra Instinct. The astonishment on Beerus's face had not completely faded as he spoke to Yifeng. I originally didn't want to use it, but Lord Beerus is indeed too strong, leaving me no choice. Yifeng smiled slightly and said, adding the Ultra Instinct to my base form. Even if I can't compete with Beerus, I should at least be able to force out 6 or 7% of his power, right? Although I'm surprised, if you think this is enough to become my opponent. You're too naive. Looking at Yifeng's confident smile, Beerus coldly replied, it's just an imperfect Ultra Instinct. I can achieve that too, and I also have destruction skills. So no matter how much he improves, the outcome will be the same. We'll find out when we try. Yifeng didn't say much, but directly flew towards Beerus, leaving a silver tail in midair. Bang! Yifeng's speed was extremely fast, and he heavily collided fists with Beerus. In an instant, shock waves spread out like ripples, and the damaged ground continued to expand. 100 miles, 200 miles, 500 miles. Beerus was directly pushed back several dozen meters by Yifeng's punch. However, this time Beerus was not angry. Instead, a glimmer of excitement appeared in his eyes. It seemed he hadn't fought so thrillingly in a long time. Exciting? Let's go for round 2. Beerus's mouth curled up, and his eyes clearly sparkled with excitement. It had been a long time since he had fought so exhilaratingly. Yifeng was naturally unwilling to back down, and the two clashed head-on again. Each collision caused the earth to shake violently, and if this continued, the entire planet, and even many surrounding celestial bodies, would likely be destroyed. Sun Wukong and the others looked on in horror, fearing that if this went on, the whole earth would be ruined. However, at this level of battle, they couldn't intervene at all. No, if this fighting continued, the earth would really be destroyed. Yifeng looked at the violently shaking earth and thought to himself. With this in mind, Yifeng could only fight against Beerus while ascending to a higher altitude. Once they reached the stratosphere, their battle would not cause as much destruction to the earth. It's over. If those two keep fighting like this, the entire universe will be destroyed. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin seemed to have completely given up hope. There was no one in this world who could match Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. All their resistance and battles were in vain, only serving to anger Lord Beerus and accelerate the destruction of the earth. Perhaps that Saiyan can win. He seems very strong too, thought the Grand Supreme Kai, watching the battle in the crystal ball with hope. If he defeats the god of destruction, then the earth won't be destroyed, right? You fool, you don't understand anything. There is no one in this universe stronger than a god of destruction. The old Kaioshin scolded the Grand Supreme Kai. This guy has no idea of the terror of the god of destruction. Right now, Lord Beerus is fighting that Scion out of interest, but once that interest fades, he will destroy the earth without hesitation. Killing that Scion, that's the god of destruction. All destruction and ruin are just whims. At this moment, Yifeng and Beerus were engaged in a fierce battle in the stratosphere. Beerus had already used 60% of his power, but still couldn't completely defeat Yifeng. What a troublesome guy, Beerus frowned and said. After living for hundreds of millions of years, this was the first time he had seen such a powerful human. It seems that the Super Saiyan god in his dreams might be even stronger. The god of destruction truly lives up to his title. I've already used all my power, yet he can still handle it effortlessly. Yifeng also thought heavily in his heart. At this moment, after hundreds of intense clashes with Beerus, his arms and body were already very sore. His breath was slowly weakening, and if this continued, he would probably not be able to hold on for much longer. To draw even or even win against Beerus, he must break through and transform into Super Saiyan full power form. Anger. He needed to get angry quickly. It seems your power has reached its limit. This exciting battle is about to come to an end. Beerus slowly said coldly as he raised his hands. Then his palms suddenly spread wide, and dozens of purple energy spheres swirled around him. Destruction energy? Looking at the purple energy, Yi Feng's brows furrowed deeply. Because those energy spheres contain the power to annihilate the world, mixed with the aura of death. With the words disappear along with the earth, falling from Beerus's cold voice. Dozens of destruction energy spheres flew directly toward Yi Feng. In this situation, there was simply no way to evade. Yi Feng stared intently at the destructive energy, not making any movement. TCH, has he been scared into an action? Beerus glanced at Yi Feng, who was completely unguarded, and said, just as the time-space power energy ball was 3 meters away from him, a deep voice suddenly came from Yi Feng's throat. Almost instantly, a layer of something like water waves appeared in front of Yi Feng, floating with ripples. When the destructive energy ball hit that layer of water waves, it suddenly vanished without a trace, as if it had been devoured by a black hole. What? This guy can manipulate time and space. Beerus was once again taken aback. How could a Saiyan possess such a power? However, before Beerus could recover, dozens of destructive energy balls erupted from behind him. Yet, when the destructive energy appeared next to Beerus, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. You really are interesting, but I'm feeling a bit drowsy now. So let us end this. The moment Beerus's calm voice fell, his body suddenly vanished. What? Yi Feng had not yet reacted when a sudden sharp pain pierced his chest, and his pupils constricted tightly. His hair returned to its original black color, and the silvery aura surrounding him completely vanished. Then, Yi Feng's body plummeted rapidly downwards. TCH, I actually had to use 100% of my power. How annoying. Looking at Yi Feng falling, Beerus curled his lips. Boom! A figure descended from the sky, crashing heavily into the sea. Yi was defeated. Vegeta's body trembled violently. A Saiyan that's strong was defeated just like that? It seemed like only the one from 900 years ago had forced Lord Beerus to use all his power. Whis glanced at Beerus and said lightly, that guy was also Lord Beerus's nemesis. Chapter 83, Breakthrough, Super Saiyan Full Power. What should we do? Yi Feng's defeat means that no one knows how to create a Super Saiyan god, and Beerus will destroy the earth. Vegeta's mind raced, thinking of ways to counter Beerus. Right, maybe there's a way to try, even though it's something I really don't want to do. After coming up with an idea, Vegeta quickly approached Son Goku. Hey Kakarot, have you thought of any way to deal with Beerus? Vegeta coldly asked Son Goku. He had fought with Beerus, so he should have thought of some methods, right? To be honest, Vegeta, there really isn't any way. Lord Beerus's strength is too overwhelming. No matter how hard we try, there's a considerable gap between us and him. Son Goku shook his head. Although saying this didn't seem like his character, he had to speak the truth. With their current strength, it was simply impossible to defeat the god of destruction Beerus. But, damn it, even you say that. Vegeta clenched his teeth tightly. He knew Kakarot's character very well. He never easily gave up, unless the enemy was truly too strong enough to leave them completely helpless. If we fused, what would be our chances of winning? A struggling expression appeared on Vegeta's face. This was the thing he least wanted to do, and to bring it up himself was even more painful than dying. But now, Earth was in grave danger, and Bulma and Trunks' lives were threatened. Besides that, he couldn't think of any other way. Are you suggesting we fuse using the Patera earrings of the Supreme Kai? Son Goku was taken aback, incredulously asking. Vegeta actually suggested fusion, which not only surprised Son Goku, but even Gohan, Piccolo, and the others were equally astonished. They all knew how proud Vegeta was. Especially fusing with Goku was an extremely difficult choice for him. Vegeta, although we become strong after fusing with the Patera earrings, I have to be honest with you. Even with the fusion, our chances of defeating Lord Beerus are only 10%. Son Goku said very seriously. If he wasn't sure when Beerus defeated him, after watching the battle between Beerus and that Saiyan, just now he was already very clear about the gap between them. It was like heaven and earth. Damn it. Does that mean there's completely no way? Vegeta smashed his fist into the table, his face filled with anger. He hated himself for being so weak. If we all attack together, maybe we could defeat him? At that moment, Krillin innocently asked tentatively, stop being naive. Do you think adding a few more mosquitoes can defeat an elephant? Vegeta directly dismissed Krillin's suggestion, speaking with disdain. Although the analogy might not be perfect, it was quite apt. Perhaps in Beerus's eyes, Krillin and the others were just like mosquitoes. Gurgle. At that moment, deep underwater, Yi Feng sighed and slowly opened his eyes. Is this the power of a god of destruction? It's indeed very strong. Yifeng looked at the sky through the seawater. That punch earlier had knocked him out cold. It was just too strong. But am I really going to admit defeat like this? I am the legendary demon Saiyan, and my battle power will continue to grow with each fight. I will absolutely not lose. Absolutely not. What can a god of destruction do? If he blocks my path to becoming stronger, then I will trample him underfoot. At this moment, Yifeng's eyes were filled with intense fighting spirit. He clenched his fists tightly, and in that instant his pupils turned golden, and exceptionally scorching energy erupted from his body. Gurgle. The previously calm sea suddenly began to bubble. Then the bubbles started to grow larger and more frequent, and in just a few seconds, the entire sea surface looked like it was boiling, bubbling up with a large amount of energy and steam. Oh, that little guy actually didn't get killed, and his energy is starting to increase. Whis looked at the boiling sea surface in surprise and spoke. Surviving a full-force attack from Lord Beerus, this little guy is definitely the first among humans. Look at the sea surface. Sun Wukong quickly pointed to the sea surface, speaking to everyone. What? Is it Yifeng's energy? He wasn't killed, and his energy is rapidly increasing. Is this guy really a Saiyan? For a moment, the cruise ship was in an uproar. Although they weren't sure whether that Saiyan was a friend or foe, the god of destruction was definitely their current adversary, since his goal was to destroy the earth. Everyone hoped for Yifeng's victory. Boom! The next moment, the sea surface boiled even more violently, shaking the entire earth. Then, a grass-green light pierced through the sea surface like a sharp sword, shooting out. The sea suddenly exploded, and Yifeng's body leaped up. At this moment, although Yifeng's clothes were tattered and he looked disheveled, he was surrounded by a grass-green aura. TCH, what a tough guy. He actually didn't get killed. Beerus smirked and said with some annoyance. He had attacked with the intention to kill. Now that he hadn't succeeded, it felt like a slight against him. Yes, my life is indeed very tough. It's not so easy to take away. Yifeng suddenly raised his head, a wicked smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke to Beerus. You're an annoying guy, but luck won't always be on your side. This time, I will kill you for good. Beerus's tone was icy, filled with a chilling, killing intent. Want to kill me? It's not that easy, ha ha ha. Yifeng roared out, and in that instant, a grass-green energy light shot out from his eyes and mouth, piercing the sky. His black hair stood up completely and suddenly turned grass-green. The aura surrounding him surged out in all directions, causing the earth to shake like a small boat, as if the very stones were about to be obliterated. What? This bastard actually upgraded again? Looking at Yifeng, who was going mad in front of him, Beerus finally showed a hint of heaviness on his face. Chapter 84. Ultimate Showdown, Collision that Destroys the Universe. The terrifying aura was like a raging flame, causing the temperature around to rise sharply. The entire sky was painted grass green. What a powerful guy, but this wild aura seems uncontrollable. Sun Wukong and the others looked at Yifeng with some concern. They felt that this guy seemed unable to control this energy. It seems Beerus might finally encounter a worthy opponent today. Whis glanced at Beerus and Yifeng and said faintly, originally, according to his estimates, even if they found the so-called Super Saiyan God, it would be impossible for them to fight Lord Beerus to this extent. Even if there was a real battle, it would at most just destroy the Earth or some nearby planets. But now, their battle could very likely pose a threat to the universe. It could even lead to the world's disappearance. At that moment, the entire sky changed color along with Yifeng's fiery aura. Black, purple, red, grass green. This state lasted for a full minute, and Beerus did not rush to interrupt him, because he sensed that an exciting opponent was being born. Yifeng's aura gradually became steadier, but its intensity did not diminish at all. Great. It seems Yifeng has managed to control that aura, Vegeta said excitedly. Normally, he should feel jealous and upset. But now, with the fate of the Earth at stake, there was no time to think about that. Yifeng, is that his name? Ha! As a fellow Saiyan, that guy is truly powerful to an incomprehensible degree. Sun Wukong said with a smile on his lips. At this moment, Yifeng had completely returned to normal. His grass-green hair was exceptionally messy, and his body was taller and stronger than before. His golden pupils gleamed with a sharp light. Is this all your power? I have to admit, it's indeed strong, but you are definitely no match for a god of destruction. Beerus said with a confident smile. That smile contained both self-assurance and a fervent enthusiasm for his opponent. Yifeng, is that so? Then how about this? Yifeng sudendisimidet. And then strands of silver flames began to swirl around his body. His pupils gradually turned silver gray. The aura remained grass-green, but his entire demeanor instantly calmed down, becoming very tranquil. It was like the clear streams of a valley, and like a gentle breeze brushing against his face. Yifeng suddenly felt that this state was very comfortable. After transforming into a Super Saiyan at full power, that kind of energy was extremely violent, like an enraged beast, easily affecting one's mind. However, after using the Ultra Instinct technique, those violent auras began to calm down, resembling gentle little lambs. They seemed to restrain each other, turning into a kind of bond. It was a very pleasant feeling. Once again, it was the Ultra Instinct technique. Beerus frowned. It seemed that this was indeed a bit troublesome. It appeared that he also needed to use the Ultra Instinct technique. Let's settle this once and for all, Lord Beerus. The moment Yifeng's voice fell, his body suddenly flashed out, appearing almost instantaneously in front of Beerus. A tremendous force gathered in his fist as he hurled it towards Beerus. Due to Yifeng's astonishing speed, Beerus couldn't evade in time and quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest to block Yifeng's punch. Bang! The fist hit Beerus's arms, producing a deep collision sound. Immediately after, Beerus's body was sent flying out at an incredible speed, like a meteor streaking across the sky. The power of that punch truly felt immensely satisfying. Yifeng's lips curled slightly as he muttered to himself. However, in the next second, Beerus flew back at light speed, launching the same attack towards Yifeng. Yifeng was also sent flying by a punch from Beerus. At this moment, their battle had become completely unclear to Sun Wukong and the others. Bang, bang, bang. Then, a series of explosive sound waves flickered in the air. The earth was shaking continuously. 3 minutes later, Yifeng and Beerus appeared in the stratosphere. With a rustling sound, two figures, one purple and one green, were surrounded by a terrifying aura. They were both breathing heavily, and various injuries had appeared on their bodies. You really are stronger than I expected, Beerus said with a faint smile, looking at Yifeng. This battle, fighting with all one's might and without restraint, was incredibly exhilarating. Gold is easy to obtain, but a true confidant is hard to find. For Beerus, a top-tier powerhouse in the universe, a rival of equal strength is even harder to come by than a confidant. Indeed, Lord Beerus's strength far exceeded my expectations. Yifeng also smiled. He now felt the same excitement as Beerus, with his blood boiling all over. Moreover, Beerus's strength seemed to be much stronger than he had imagined. In the movie Dragon Ball Super, Broly, Son Goku commented that Broly at full power as a Super Saiyan might have surpassed Beerus. But now, even with his full power Super Saiyan form combined with Ultra Instinct and using the power of time and space, he could only match Beerus in battle. This indicates that in Dragon Ball Super, Beerus has never fought at full strength. Son Goku doesn't really understand Beerus's true power. Damn it, continuing to fight like this is meaningless. Let's settle this now. Beerus looked at Yifeng and said with a smile. All right, then let's determine the victor. Yifeng nodded. The strength of the two of them was now almost evenly matched, and it would be difficult to determine a winner if the battle continued like this. They both roared simultaneously, and the aura around Ting Shi surged upward like two unsheathed swords piercing the sky. The aura reached a height of 100 zhang, and the entire universe could feel the presence of those two massive energies. After elevating their energies to the peak, Yifeng and Beerus suddenly flashed forward and collided directly. It's over. The impact from their full-force collision could destroy the entire universe. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin was helplessly slumped on the ground, murmuring to himself. No one could stop the destruction of the universe. Chapter 85. Whis takes action. The battle comes to an end. At this moment on Earth, the crowd could no longer see the battle between Beerus and Yifeng clearly. However, they could still feel Yifeng's aura, which almost filled the entire galaxy. Strong. Infinitely strong. Incomprehensibly strong. Lord Beerus seems to be too impulsive this time. Whis rarely furrowed his brows, and then his body suddenly disappeared from the cruise ship. When Yifeng and Beerus's fists were only 3 meters apart, suddenly Weiss's body appeared between them. In an instant, he spread his arms wide to both sides. Bang bang, their fists struck Weiss's palms and were effortlessly caught. Then, with a gentle push, Weiss caused both of them to stumble back several dozen steps. Incredible. My full force strike and Beerus's were easily caught by him. In an instant, a storm surged in Yifeng's heart. He knew Weiss was strong, but this was too outrageous, wasn't it? At that moment, he felt like a primary school student in front of Weiss, so weak. The position of the angel rapidly rose in Yifeng's mind. Hey Weiss, why did you stop our duel? Beerus asked Weiss somewhat unhappily. Lord Beerus, you are too impulsive. Do you know that with the power of that punch, just now, the entire universe could have been destroyed? Weiss coldly replied to Beerus. The energy from just now was enough to destroy the universe. TCH, annoying guy, I'm the god of destruction. So what if the universe gets destroyed? Beerus glanced at Weiss and said somewhat defiantly, Lord Beerus, if the seventh universe is destroyed, how will you explain it to Lord Zeno? Weiss asked, what? Lord Zeno? Hearing that name, Beerus immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Clearly, he was very wary of that name. Then Beerus deflated. Indeed, even though he was the god of destruction of the seventh universe, if the entire universe was destroyed, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Lord Zeno. He had been too excited just now and hadn't considered so much. Thinking back, he realized he had been too impulsive and almost caused a disaster. Mr. Yifeng, this match ends here. You and Lord Beerus are tied. Weiss looked at Yifeng and said lightly, it doesn't matter, but Lord Beerus shouldn't destroy Earth now, right? Yifeng shrugged and then looked at Beerus, saying, actually, when I was fighting you earlier, I didn't pay much attention to whether the Earth would be destroyed. I did my best to protect it, but if there was really no way, I couldn't do anything about it. Just now, I was actually gambling. With the entire seventh universe as the stake. I bet that you would hold back at the last moment or find another way to end this battle. Because I know all too well that even a god of destruction does not have the right to destroy the entire universe. Only when the Omni King gives the order does he have the authority to erase a universe. Furthermore, I also bet that Weiss would intervene at the last moment to stop our fight. In case things really got to the worst level, I already had an escape plan. That was to use my spatial powers to teleport away from the seventh universe the moment it exploded, or to go directly to another timeline. Fortunately, I won the bet. Weiss really stepped in, and the Earth was saved. Since I didn't defeat you, the Earth naturally avoided a catastrophe. However, you promised me that the Super Saiyan God would be created, and you can't back out. Beerus glanced coldly at Yifeng and said, after fighting with you, my desire to destroy the Earth and find the Super Saiyan God is not as strong anymore. Saying this was just to give himself a way out. Of course, the Super Saiyan God could be created very soon. Yifeng nodded and said, if 5 Saiyans with a righteous heart inject their energy into another Saiyans body, a Super Saiyan God can be born. It's quite simple. It can be done in a few minutes. Lord Beerus, should we return to the castle now? Seeing that the matter was coming to a close, Weiss looked at Beerus and asked, let's go back. I'm a bit sleepy anyway. I can take a nap. Beerus yawned and said lazily, Lord Beerus, since we are already here, it would be a pity not to taste the delicious food of Earth. Yifeng suddenly spoke up. After the recent battle with Beerus, Yifeng seemed to feel a sense of mutual respect with Beerus as opponents. After all, it's hard to find such an evenly matched rival. Surely Beerus must feel the same way, right? Delicious food? Is it tasty? Upon hearing about the food, Beerus's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, you won't find it anywhere in the universe. Yifeng smiled confidently and said, if you deceive me, I might take back my promise not to destroy the Earth. Beerus stared at Yifeng and said, is that so? Then we will have to fight again. Yifeng smiled and said, my current strength is already not weaker than that of the god of destruction, Beerus. Moreover, with the system in place, the gap between us will only continue to grow. Lord Beerus, the sushi, pudding, and temper on Earth are quite delicious. Weiss chimed in with a smile. TCH, you only care about eating. Beerus shot Weiss a glare and said, is it over? It seems like Earth is safe. On the cruise ship, Sun Wukong and Vegeta and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the Saiyan named Yifeng had stopped Beerus and saved Earth. Those two guys are just too strong. What a thrilling wait it was. Tianjin Fan and Krillin wore bitter smiles. Today was such a good day. It had almost turned into their day of doom. The fear in their hearts had not completely dissipated. At that moment, Yifeng, Beerus, and Weiss suddenly appeared on the cruise ship. What? Why are they back? The crowd, who had just felt relieved, tensed up again upon seeing Beerus. Chapter 86. Sign-in reward. Time pause. Hey Weiss, where's that pudding, sushi, and tempura you just mentioned? Beerus coldly glanced at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, then asked Weiss. It's over there, Lord Beerus. I'll take you right over, Weiss said with a faint smile, leading Beerus to a snack stall. Is this resolved? Is he not going to destroy Earth? Sun Wukong and Vegeta looked confused, murmuring to themselves. But judging by Beerus's expression, it seemed he wouldn't destroy Earth after all. Did Yifeng really defeat the god of destruction? Otherwise, why would he give up on destroying Earth? Wow, you're just too amazing. Sun Wukong approached Yifeng, his face filled with excitement, and said, I didn't expect that even among Saiyans, there could be such a huge gap. However, their transformations seem a bit different. Yifeng, did you really defeat the god of destruction, Beerus? Vegeta still asked with some doubt. After all, he couldn't even muster his energy in front of the god of destruction. Of course not. The god of destruction, Beerus, is very strong. Yifeng smiled lightly and said casually, although he is very strong now, there is no need to show off in front of Vegeta and the others. Pretending in front of them brings no sense of accomplishment at all. Also, after all, Beerus is the god of destruction, so he should give him a little bit of face. But why does it seem like he has given up on destroying the Earth? Vegeta continued to ask curiously. Could it be because I'm too handsome? Who knows? Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and then smiled lightly. Why don't you go ask him? After Yifeng finished speaking, he wanted to find something to eat. The previous battle had been too intense, and his energy consumption was quite large, which easily led to feelings of hunger. In any case, it seemed that Earth had once again safely avoided a catastrophe. Vegeta let out a long breath. The weight that had been pressing on his heart was finally lifted. However, after such a thrilling battle, the once lively party now felt a bit dull. More importantly, the sudden appearance of the god of destruction Beerus and the Saiyan named Yifeng made them very cautious, afraid of offending them by mistake. 20 minutes later, Beerus and Whis had eaten their fill and even packed some food to go. The delicious food on Earth indeed attracted Beerus. Any type of cuisine here was something he had never tasted on other planets. This made him regret not coming to Earth sooner, feeling as if he had wasted billions of years. Mr. Yifeng, we will take our leave now, Whis said very amicably to Yifeng. Well then, until we meet again, Mr. Whis, Yifeng replied. Yifeng clasped his fists and said, since the angels are being so polite, he naturally couldn't be too rude. Hey, remember our agreement. Although our battle has temporarily ended, I still want to see the Super Saiyan God. Beerus said coldly to Yifeng. His voice was very cold, but it was clear that Beerus was not unhappy. Don't worry, Yifeng nodded. Creating a Super Saiyan God is just a small matter. Next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you, Beerus suddenly smiled and said to Yifeng, is that so? I won't be so easily defeated by you. Yifeng smiled as well. By the time they meet again, it is likely that the god of destruction, Beerus, will no longer be his opponent. Let's just wait and see. Let's go, Whis. Beerus said with a nod. Then the two of them left Earth like that. Ding congratulations to the host for completing the 1-hour sign-in task on Bulma's birthday cruise. Reward. Time pause for 0.2 seconds. Just after Beerus and Whis left, the system's electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Has an hour already passed? He hadn't noticed the time because he was busy fighting Beerus. A time pause of 0.2 seconds? This sign-in reward, while very powerful, didn't excite Yifeng as much. Of course, this was just in comparison to the powers of time and space, the Ultra Instinct bloodline, and the Ultra Instinct technique. However, that doesn't mean a time pause isn't useful. Quite the opposite, it is very useful. Especially for someone at Yifeng's level of strength, a time pause of 0.2 seconds, or even 0.01 seconds, can determine the outcome of a battle. Controlling time is similar to the strongest assassin in the 6th universe, Hit. Although his strength is not on par with Ultra Blue Sun Goku and Vegeta, after using his time skip technique for 0.1 seconds, he can easily defeat Ultra Blue Vegeta. And what he has is not a time skip, but a direct time pause. Alright, looking forward to the next sign-in. Yifeng muttered to himself. Now, he almost simultaneously possesses the ability to control time and space, and all the destroyers are no longer his opponents. So his next goal to surpass is the heavens. Although they are very strong, he is very confident. Just then, Sun Wukong and Vegeta walked towards Yifeng. Hey Yifeng, can you teach us how to become so strong? Sun Wukong said with a playful expression. To be honest, Yifeng's strength shocked him and also made him realize that Saiyans can become even stronger. Idiot cockroach. Vegeta heavily elbowed Sun Wukong and scolded him. Does this guy not understand the situation? Yifeng's strength is unimaginably powerful, comparable to that of the god of destruction, Beerus. He actually has such a nonchalant tone. Doesn't he fear that Yifeng might destroy the Earth if he's not pleased? After all, not knowing the other party's background, who knows what he thinks about the Earth? Hey Vegeta, what are you doing? Sun Wukong said with a pained expression, holding his waist and mumbling. Vegeta ignored Sun Wukong and instead looked at Yifeng, respectfully saying, Mr. Yifeng, could you tell us how to become stronger? Although this is a bit out of character for me, I want to become stronger. At least I want to keep up with your pace. After all, I am Prince Vegeta. Chapter 87, Bardos and Kampa. It seems that both versions of Vegeta from the two timelines have undergone significant changes in character after the Majin Buu incident. If it were before, With Vegeta's proud and arrogant personality, he wouldn't speak to others like this, let alone ask another Saiyan for guidance on how to become stronger. I can't teach you how to become stronger. Yifeng looked at Vegeta and said, Why? Vegeta quickly asked, Because my bloodline is different from yours. But if you really want to become stronger, I do have a way to turn you into the Super Saiyan God that Beerus mentioned. What? We can become Super Saiyan gods? Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Vegeta and Goku almost simultaneously exclaimed in shock, although they didn't know how strong the Super Saiyan God was. Since it caught Beerus's attention, it shouldn't be too weak. Of course, both of you can. Yifeng nodded and answered calmly. It's just a matter of 1 or 2 sentences, telling them wouldn't hurt. Please, Mr. Yifeng, tell us the method. A fanatical look appeared in Vegeta's eyes. If he and Kakarot could both transform into Super Saiyan gods, wouldn't that mean he had caught up to Kakarot? It's very simple. First, 5 Saiyans with pure hearts need to channel their energy into another Saiyan's body, and that Saiyan will be able to transform into a Super Saiyan god. Yifeng stated directly and clearly. His presence affected Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan god, so the subsequent plot of this timeline would be quite difficult to navigate. If the two of them couldn't become Super Saiyan gods, then in the future battle of the unnamed planet, as well as in the Tournament of Power, Universe 7 could very likely be erased. Wow, is it that simple? Sun Wukong said excitedly. So that's how one can become a Super Saiyan god? TCH, that idiot. Vegeta glared fiercely at Sun Wukong. How is this simple? It requires 5 pure-hearted Saiyans to channel their energy into another Saiyan's body. That means 6 Super Saiyans are needed to complete it. And right now, there are only 5 Saiyans, myself, Kakarot, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks. My brother Tarble is also a Saiyan, but I currently have no idea which planet he has been assigned to. And whether he has a pure heart is uncertain. So it sounds simple, but it's not simple at all. Vegeta's thoughts naturally couldn't escape Yifeng's eyes. Alright, by the way, let me tell you, Biddy Lee is pregnant. With the little one in Biddy Lee's belly, that makes exactly 6 Saiyans. After all, in the original Dragon Ball Super, that's how Sun Wukong became a Super Saiyan god. Hearing Yifeng's words, Vegeta suddenly felt delighted. That's right, then there are exactly 6 Saiyans. Thank you, Mr. Yifeng. Vegeta said excitedly. Hey, Vegeta, let me become a Super Saiyan god first, okay? I'm really looking forward to getting stronger. At this moment, Sun Wukong said with a big smile again. TCH, stop daydreaming. Kakarot, I won't let you have everything your way this time. Vegeta gritted his teeth and sternly scolded Sun Wukong. Ever since he met this guy, he has almost always been in the lead, and this time he absolutely wouldn't let him. Vegeta, don't be so petty. Next time, I'll let you go first. Don't even think about it, Kakarot. Vegeta and Sun Wukong argued endlessly. Just then, Yifeng suddenly felt an extremely powerful energy. That energy was almost identical to Beerus's. However, there was still some difference, and it wasn't stronger than Jiren. Who could it be? Yifeng thought for a moment, and then directly used teleportation. Yifeng suddenly appeared on a huge, desolate planet. In front of him were 2 very familiar figures, Kampa and Beerus. Looking at the 2 figures, Yifeng exclaimed in surprise. No wonder. The aura he felt was very similar to Beerus's. It turned out to be the destroyer god of Universe 6, Kampa. This guy must have come to Universe 7 for the Super Dragon Balls. Kampa and Beerus noticed Yifeng as soon as he appeared, and then Kampa reminded Beerus. What? Why is there a human on this kind of planet? Upon seeing Yifeng, Kampa asked in astonishment. I didn't sense any life fluctuations on this planet before. Lord Kampa, he just arrived from somewhere else, and seems to have used a teleportation skill. It seems he felt our aura, and came here. Beerus explained lightly. Oh, he can actually sense the aura of a god. He must not be an ordinary guy, Kampa said again in surprise. However, I can't sense any divine energy within this guy's body. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? Kampa asked Yifeng coldly. I've long heard of your name. The destroyer god of Universe 6, Kampa, and Beerus. Yifeng lightly leaped and appeared in front of the 2, and said again, I haven't asked why you came to the 7th universe, yet you asked me first? After speaking, Yifeng turned his gaze toward Bardoss. The Bardoss in front of him had light blue skin, a pair of long eyes, and a playful ponytail that stood high. Her slender and tall figure highlighted her aloof temperament. Having seen her in person, one must admit that Bardoss is indeed a goddess-level beauty. If there is one flaw, it is that her angelic outfit is simply too ugly. If she were to change into ordinary clothes, the rate of people turning their heads would definitely be 100%. Unfortunately, she's a bit too old, several hundred million years. Yifeng gently shook his head. Chapter 88, What's Wrong? Do you want to kill me? Little guy, have you had enough? Just as Yifeng was gently shaking his head, a melodious voice like a nightingale rang out. However, it didn't seem angry, but rather had a teasing tone. A beauty is naturally never enough to look at. Yifeng looked at Bardos and smiled, saying, "Anyway, the angels can't act without authorization, so I'm not afraid at all. Besides, complimenting her on her beauty shouldn't get me in trouble, right? I didn't expect this little one to be able to talk." Bardos also smiled and replied to Yifeng. Although Bardos is an angel, she is also a woman, so she naturally wouldn't get angry at compliments. Moreover, she has seen too much of the world, so this kind of small scene could be easily handled. "Hey Bardos, what are you doing?" Seeing the two of them exchanging glances and completely ignoring her, Kampa felt a bit annoyed. "What's wrong, Lord Kampa?" Bardos turned to ask. "TCH, who is that guy? He seems to know our secrets," Kampa said softly. "I don't know either, but this little one seems quite interesting." Bardos shook her head and smiled lightly. "Hey, who are you? How do you know about us?" Kampa coldly stared at Yifeng and questioned. "Apart from Beerus, Whis, and the Supreme Kai, no one in the 7th universe should know about your existence. Not only do I know you, but I also know that your purpose for coming to the 7th universe is to steal the Super Dragon Balls, right?" Yifeng said lightly. With his current strength, he didn't take Kampa seriously at all, because even though they were both gods of destruction, there was still a significant gap between his strength and Beerus's. If he could fight Beerus to a standstill, he could easily defeat Kampa. The only thing he was wary of was the destructive power of the god of destruction. "What? You even know about the Super Dragon Balls? You know too much, human. It seems I can't let you live." A strong killing intent appeared in Kampa's eyes. He absolutely could not let Beerus know about his secret collection of the Super Dragon Balls. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome, especially since he was currently in the 7th universe. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin and the god Jebet were watching a crystal ball showing Yifeng, Beerus, and Kampa. "Why did that guy go looking for Lord Kampa again?" Jebet exclaimed in shock as he looked at the crystal ball. "What a reckless guy. He sure knows how to stir up trouble." The old Kaioshin felt like he was about to have a heart attack. He used to think that just Goku and Vegeta were troublemakers, but now there was an even more reckless kid appearing, specifically looking for trouble with the gods of destruction. Isn't that like the old man hanging himself, seeking death? Why did a troublemaker suddenly appear? "Don't be angry, Lord Kampa. I just suddenly felt a powerful aura, so I can take a look." "You continue." Yifeng smiled and said to Kampa. Just now, he had indeed teleported over out of curiosity, but he didn't expect it to be Kampa, the god of destruction from Universe 6. Since he was looking for the Super Dragon Balls, let him search. After all, he wouldn't be able to find the last Super Dragon Ball, and in the end, he would have to hand over what he found to Beerus. "Oof, you know so much, and you think you can just walk away?" Kampa suddenly grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty curve. Since this guy knows about his plan, he definitely couldn't be spared. "What? You want to kill me?" Yifeng looked at Kampa and asked lightly. "Of course, since you know my plan, you must die." Kampa replied coldly. "Only the mouths of the dead are the most secure. Lord Kampa, I think we should leave quickly. If Lord Beerus finds us later, it might get a bit troublesome." As the killing intent from Kampa surged, Bestows spoke up from the side. "Bestows, are you trying to help this guy? Don't forget your own identity." Kampa glanced at Bestows and, after speaking, condensed a purple energy ball at his fingertip. "It only takes a second to kill you. Is that so? If you're so confident, you can come and try." Yifeng was completely unafraid. What could destruction energy do? He possessed the power of time and space. And could his destruction energy really obliterate time and space? Whoosh! Xiang Pa said nothing, and the destruction energy in his hand shot directly at Yifeng. As the destruction energy approached, Yifeng's mind moved, and a layer of water-like substance suddenly appeared in front of him. When the destruction energy struck that layer of water, it vanished without a trace. "What? It disappeared?" Xiang Pa's face changed drastically. His destruction energy just vanished like that? It seemed this guy indeed had some strength. 990 want to fight? Then come on. Yifeng tightened his fists, and a terrifying grass-green aura erupted from his body in an instant. He directly transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. What an immense energy. It's hard to believe that this is the energy emitted by a human. Kampa's eyes showed a look of shock. This energy is almost on par with his own. How could Beerus allow such a monster to exist in Universe 7? I'll spare you this time, but next time we meet, I will not hesitate to kill you. After sensing Yifeng's energy, Kampa threatened viciously. He was not afraid of this human in front of him, but such a powerful aura would require him to go all out to deal with it. If he used his full power, he would expose his own energy, and That could be troublesome if Beerus found out. Spare me? Ridiculous. Yifeng snorted with a smile and said to Ruoxiangpa, I know you are wary of Beerus. But next time, I will personally visit your god of destruction realm to see if you have the ability to kill me. Until we meet again, Bestows. After Yifeng finished speaking, he directly disappeared in front of Beerus and Kampa. Chapter 89. Is a no number 18 in this time and space? The reason he didn't take action earlier was that his physical strength had not fully recovered after the battle with Beerus, so he couldn't fight for a long time. Moreover, the battle here wouldn't end quickly, and it would definitely attract the attention of Beerus. Although Kampa didn't want Beerus to find out, there was a gap between the two. However, he was even more wary of Beerus. After all, they were brothers, and blood is thicker than water. What if they teamed up against him? But since Kampa wanted to kill him, he had to go to Universe 6 to meet him. It was just a matter of time. That damn bastard. I'll let him go today, but when I get the chance, I'll definitely swallow him alive. Looking at Yifeng, who was leaving, Kampa gritted his teeth and said, clenching his fists, as a god of destruction, he had never been so underestimated and confronted by a human. Lord Kampa, if it really comes to a fight, you might not even be able to beat that little guy, Bestows chuckled, covering her mouth. But soon she seemed to remember something, paused and said, oh dear, it seems I forgot what that little guy's name was. It seems like it's the first time I've met a human who dared to confront a god of destruction and tease an angel. It's actually quite interesting. I won't lose to him. Hey Bestows, why do you always side with him? Kampa stared at Bestows with suspicion. Doi, I'm just speaking the truth. Bestows continued to smile, responding to Kampa. Then she reminded him, but Lord Kampa, if you don't go back soon, Lord Beerus might really come looking for you. I know. Kampa waved his hand impatiently, and then both he and Bestows vanished into the universe. Phew, it's finally over. This guy really makes one anxious. The old Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead, speaking with lingering fear. It seems this guy's sudden appearance would eventually scare his heart condition out. However, the thoughts of God Jebbet were somewhat different from those of the old Kai. He felt that the appearance of such a powerful human in the universe might not be a bad thing. Of course, the premise was that this guy had good intentions and no harmful thoughts towards the universe. After leaving Bestows and Kampa, Yifeng returned to Earth. However, at this time, Bulma's birthday party was already nearing its end. After all that fuss, there was no mood left to celebrate. Mr. Yifeng, do you have a place to stay now? If not, I can help you find a place, Vegeta asked with concern. After all, Yifeng had told them how to become a Super Saiyan god, and he had immense power. If he helped arrange a place for him, it would be easier to ask for advice in the future. It seems I haven't, so that would be troublesome. Yifeng did not refuse Vegeta's kindness. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling face. Moreover, he had just arrived here and had not found a place to settle down. As the richest person in the Dragon Ball world, Vegeta probably wouldn't put him in a very shabby place. It's not a bother. Vegeta clearly did not expect Yifeng to agree so readily and quickly shook his head. He actually had his own motives because he must surpass Kakarot. From the earlier battle between Yifeng and Beerus, it was clear that Yifeng was very powerful, and if he could receive his guidance, he would definitely have significant improvement. After finalizing the accommodation with Vegeta, Yifeng wandered around the luxurious cruise ship for a while. Besides the previously seen Piccolo, Son Goku, and Krillin, Yifeng did not see Android 18 at all. Hey Vegeta, I want to ask you something. Yifeng suddenly called out to Vegeta. What's wrong, Mr. Yifeng? Vegeta hurried over and asked, why didn't Android 18 attend his birthday party? Yifeng asked, as he clearly remembered that in the original Dragon Ball Super, Android 18 attended Bulma's birthday party with Krillin. What? Android 18? Hearing Yifeng's words, Vegeta suddenly froze. Yifeng actually knows about Android 18? To be aware that Android 17 and 18 were absorbed by Cell when they appeared, and then completely eliminated by that little brat Gohan when he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. That's right, Android 17 was eliminated years ago. Although a bit surprised, Vegeta still respectfully replied, what? Android 18 was eliminated? There are no androids in this timeline now. Yifeng's face showed a look of surprise. That means Android 18 did not end up with Krillin, but was directly killed. Does that mean that the history of this timeline has already encountered problems? Yes, the androids were indeed eliminated. Vegeta nodded confidently. Okay, I understand. Yifeng nodded and no longer asked about the matter. After the gathering ended, Vegeta took him back to the so-called residence. Mr. Yifeng, this place is where I used to live while training, but it has been thoroughly organized and cleaned, so you can rest assured to stay here. There's also a gravity chamber outside where you can train and stretch your body, Vegeta said with a serious expression. Thank you. That's very considerate, Yifeng replied. Yifeng waved his hand. In front of him stood a very large villa. The interior decorations were extremely luxurious. To be honest, it was his first time staying in such a lavish villa, and he didn't expect it to be because of Vegeta. It was indeed quite unexpected. You can rest for now. If you need anything, feel free to contact me, Vegeta said as he looked at Yifeng. Okay, thank you. Yifeng nodded at Vegeta and smiled, saying no matter what plans or purposes Vegeta had, it was worth his gratitude to see a proud Saiyan behave this way. After speaking, Vegeta disappeared before Yifeng's eyes. Then Yifeng walked inside, where there were robots cleaning and cooking. This made Yifeng feel a bit envious. The life of the wealthy is indeed enjoyable. Chapter 90. Teaching the Ultimate Skill. Half an hour later, several beautiful maids and a few chefs arrived at the villa. They said Miss Bulma had sent them to take care of Yifeng's daily needs. Yifeng naturally did not refuse this. Who doesn't like being pampered? If someone says they don't, they're definitely lying. After a simple dinner, Yifeng walked into the gravity room, as he indeed needed to move his body a bit. Moreover, due to his continuous training, he had developed this habit. Staying still like that would be quite boring. 300 G. That is the maximum gravity in the gravity room. Yifeng directly set the gravity in the gravity chamber to the highest multiple. The gravity chamber instantly turned a dark red color, and the air currents began to plummet downwards. Although Yifeng was extremely powerful, the 300 times gravity still had some effect. After all, his own strength was directly increased by 300 times. Moreover, it seemed that Vegeta had also installed devices in the gravity chamber to evade attacks. Yifeng gently pressed the start button, and immediately, dozens of laser emitters shot out flames at him. Shulin. Yifeng moved his body effortlessly, dodging all the laser attacks from 0-50. Then, Yifeng leaped into the air and instantly shut down all the laser emitters. Sigh. This can only be considered as a way to exercise his body. It can't really be counted as cultivation. Yifeng shook his head in boredom. This kind of thing was completely useless for his cultivation. Just then, Vegeta's aura suddenly appeared. Is he so impatient already? Yifeng smiled and said to himself. He knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world, and it was obvious that Vegeta, being so diligent, wanted him to guide him. Mr. Yifeng, Vegeta walked into the gravity room and greeted him respectfully. Come in. Yifeng nodded. Vegeta walked in and suddenly felt his body sink. A heavy gravity pressing down on him. Although the maximum gravity in this gravity chamber is 300 G, he usually trains at a constant 150 G. So the 300 G gravity was indeed a bit hard for him to bear all at once. Guide me in my training, Mr. Yifeng. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said to Yifeng. It was obvious that saying such words put him in a very difficult position. It seemed he had never said anything like this before. Actually, I really have nothing to teach you. Yifeng spoke truthfully. To be honest, the reason he is so strong mainly relies on the system. If it weren't for the system, he might still be an ordinary person in the Dragon Ball GT timeline. Now, although his Super Saiyan bloodline, time-space power, instant transmission, and time-stop abilities are very strong, they cannot be taught to Vegeta. These are not things that can be mastered through teaching and learning. If he had to teach something, it would be the Ultra Instinct technique. However, with Vegeta's cautious personality, learning Ultra Instinct is probably not an easy task. Well, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Whether Vegeta can master it depends on his own comprehension ability and fortune. Alright, then I will teach you Ultra Instinct first. Yifeng thought for a moment and said to Vegeta, What? The Ultra Instinct? Is it the transformation you used when fighting Lord Beerus? Vegeta's pupils contracted, and a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. It seemed that all his efforts had not been in vain. He had heard from Whis that the form Yifeng exhibited, glowing with a brilliant silver light, was the so-called Ultra Instinct. He had witnessed the terrifying power increase with his own eyes. If he could truly master Ultra Instinct, he could easily surpass Kakarot. To be precise, it should be a realm that is very difficult to attain. To achieve Ultra Instinct, one must first have a clear mind, return to oneself, and maintain inner peace. Yifeng thought for a moment and said, Of course, this is all from what he saw in the Dragon Ball Super manga, as his Ultra Instinct technique was a reward from the system, so he really wasn't sure how to train. I remember, Vegeta nodded seriously. Your current training is too anxious, eager for quick results, and you're always in a state of excessive vigilance during battles. This way, your own strength and speed cannot be fully realized. In short, to put it more concisely, to train an Ultra Instinct, you need to completely separate your consciousness and body, significantly enhance your speed and reaction ability, so that your body can act automatically without being controlled by your brain. Yifeng said seriously to Vegeta, "Is that so?" "It is indeed a bit difficult." Vegeta clenched his fist and paused before saying, "But I can definitely do it." "Very well, since you have that determination. You should be successful." Yifeng could only encourage Vegeta in this way. The technique of free and unfettered ultimate skill is something that the master leads you to the door, but the practice is up to the individual. All the theory has been handed over to you, so the remaining practice requires you to continue training. Mr. Yifeng, can you demonstrate the free and unfettered ultimate skill once more for me to see? Vegeta looked at Yifeng with eager eyes. He was indeed very interested in the free and unfettered ultimate skill. He didn't expect Yifeng to generously teach him such a valuable technique without holding back. It seems that his efforts were not in vain. "All right, then you better watch closely." Yifeng nodded, his expression unchanged. This was because performing the free and unrestrained ultimate skill did not require the sudden surge of energy like a transformation. In the next moment, a dazzling silver light began to swirl around Yifeng, with strands of silver lines appearing among his hair. Yifeng's pupils also turned silver gray. This time he only used the Ultra Instinct technique and did not activate on the basis of Super Saiyan. Vegeta looked at Yifeng with fervor. This form was something he had never heard of. "Do you want to personally experience the Ultra Instinct technique?" Yifeng suddenly asked. Vegeta nodded heavily, perhaps in battle. He could grasp the true essence of Ultra Instinct more quickly. Chapter 91. Searching for Dr. Gero's laboratory. Yifeng turned off the gravity settings in the gravity chamber. 300 G of gravity was a bit difficult for Vegeta. Even when transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his speed would still be significantly limited. "Huh!" Vegeta shouted, directly transforming into a Super Saiyan. His golden hair stood tall, his light green pupils shone, and golden flames surrounded him. Although both were Super Saiyan 2, there was still a considerable gap between Super Vegeta and GT Vegeta. After all, age was a factor. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta made an attacking motion. "I'll attack with all my strength." Yifeng nodded. At this moment, Vegeta was already one of the top fighters on Earth, but in his eyes, he was nothing more than a child in preschool. Vegeta's body flickered, and he directly attacked Yifeng. His fist continuously struck towards Yifeng. Vegeta felt that his speed was quite fast, and it seemed that every punch could hit Yifeng. However, each time his fist just grazed past Yifeng's body and could not land a hit at all. "Your vigilance is too strong. You can't fully unleash your speed and power," Yifeng said lightly to Vegeta. He could feel that Vegeta's strength and speed should be more than this. "Damn it. Clearly, I am attacking with all my might." Vegeta gritted his teeth tightly, feeling that he was holding nothing back. He had become accustomed to this fighting style, and it was hard to change it in a short time. Despite Vegeta exerting all his strength to attack, the result remained unchanged. He couldn't even graze Yifeng's clothes. After 10 minutes, Vegeta was panting heavily, but Yifeng still wore a calm expression. The use of the Ultra Instinct had not consumed much of his energy. Of course, this was only in terms of normal state. The consumption when using Ultra Instinct on top of Super Saiyan full power was immense. If he could possess infinite energy and stamina, perhaps he could fully unleash Ultra Instinct in the future. Watching the completely exhausted Vegeta, the silver aura around Yifeng slowly faded, returning to normal. Don't be discouraged. This is only the first day. Mastering Ultra Instinct is not something that can be achieved overnight. Yifeng patted Vegeta's shoulder and said, "By the way, your gravity chamber laser emitter is set up very well. It's beneficial for training in Ultra Instinct. Since Ultra Instinct mainly relies on muscle responses, this setup is indeed great." Vegeta glanced at Yifeng with some gratitude and nodded. To be honest, he didn't expect Yifeng to be so serious in teaching him how to train in Ultra Instinct. As time passed day by day, half a month quickly flew by. During this half month, Yifeng and Vegeta had sparred many times and shared a lot of insights. For example, that person who looks like the god of destruction's attendant. Whis is actually Beerus's master. Moreover, he loves gourmet food, and with Vegeta's intelligence, he should easily understand what I mean. More importantly, I don't have much patience to teach Vegeta. It's better to follow Whis. He is more suited to be a teacher. At this point, both Vegeta and Goku had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan gods and had merged the powers of Super Saiyan God. The next morning, Yifeng got up early and had breakfast. "All right, I need to go on a trip. Starting today, you can leave and go to the Capsule Corporation to settle your salaries." Yifeng looked at several maids and the chef and said that he wanted to go to a place and didn't know how long it would take. so they were not needed here for the time being. Mr. Yifeng, Mr. Vegeta, and Miss Bulma instructed us that even if you leave here, we still need to clean and tidy up regularly. One of the maids said respectfully to Yifeng. This was instructed by Vegeta and Bulma. But whether Yifeng would stay here for a long time or not, their daily work still had to continue. Is that so? Well, then do as you please. Yifeng nodded. The salary here must be very high, so let them stay well. After all, they won't be unemployed, and I don't have to spend any money. Although I'm not a saint, I can help ordinary people if I can. After all, I've had a pretty good time with them these past 2 weeks. Thank you. Mr. Yifeng, will you come back? The young lady who spoke earlier gathered her courage to ask Yifeng. Who knows? Yifeng smiled and then disappeared right in front of everyone. Since they were already used to Yifeng's sudden disappearances, they didn't make a big deal out of it. At this moment, it was the year 764 of the Earth era, and through time and space travel, Yifeng arrived at this point in time, which was the second year after Frieza and his father King Cold were killed by future Trunks. He could clearly sense the energy of Son Wukong and Vegeta. Yifeng sensed the aura on Earth. The energies of Son Wukong, Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Piccolo were all very clear. However, he was not here to find them this time. He was here for something else. In the next moment, Yifeng's body vanished again. Although Earth wasn't that large, it was not easy to locate the auras of 2 ordinary people, along with 2 androids who had no aura. This search lasted for over 3 hours. It was already noon. He remembered that Bulma had once said that Dr. Gero's research facility should be located in the mountains north of West City. It was transformed from a cave, so why hadn't he found it after searching for so long? Yifeng floated in midair, furrowing his brows and muttering to himself. He had searched dozens of caves up and down, yet he still couldn't find the research facility. What was even more frustrating was that these guys didn't even emit a hint of stronger energy. Then, Yifeng's gaze swept around again. That cave over there seemed to be one he hadn't visited yet. Yifeng suddenly saw a cave entrance on the rock wall of a tall mountain peak. Author's note: please subscribe automatically. I promise I won't write nonsense. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 92. Hello, my name is Lotzi Li. Yifeng appeared directly at the cave entrance and saw a large iron gate, which was equipped with a security password outside. Yifeng walked over and gently pushed with his palm. Bang! The heavy iron door fell directly to the ground, making a huge noise. Inside the cave, there was a completely different scene, filled with many machines, computers, and electronic devices. There were also 4 figures: Android 18, Android 17, Dr. Gero, and Android 19. At this moment, Android 18 and Android 17 were lying on a table similar to an operating table, seemingly anesthetized and unable to move. Who are these people? The moment Yifeng appeared, Dr. Gero suddenly turned his head in panic to look at Yifeng. How did this guy find his research lab? And he even broke his specially made iron gate. Hello there, Dr. Gero. Yifeng smiled coldly and walked directly towards Dr. Gero. Damn, who is this guy to appear at such a critical moment and interrupt my research? Dr. Gero frowned, his face filled with anger as he looked at Yifeng. No matter who he is, being so rude, I will definitely not let him leave alive. It seems I arrived just in time. Androids 17 and 18 have not yet been modified. Yifeng glanced at number 18 and number 17 lying on the operating table, thinking to himself. At this moment, he could still sense a faint breath from number 17 and number 18. If they were modified, they would completely lose their breath. So he had just not found their breath because it was so weak. Meanwhile, number 18, lying on the operating table, made an effort to look at Yifeng, her eyes seemingly flashing a signal for help. However, at this point, she no longer had the strength to speak. Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly. He could see the despair, hatred, fear, and survival instinct in number 18's gaze. Just think about it. A well-mannered young lady in the prime of her youth is about to be transformed into a cyborg. How angry, fearful, and desperate she must be. No wonder the first thing they did after being released was to kill Dr. Gero, because that hatred had seeped into their bones, and even after being transformed, they could not forget. Number 19, kill him, Dr. Gero commanded, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he pointed to the cyborg number 19. Anyone who wanted to stop his research, anyone who wanted to prevent him from taking revenge on Son Wukong, he would kill without hesitation. This guy seems to have a very powerful energy in his body. I'll gladly accept it. Greed sparkled in number 19's eyes. If he absorbed this powerful energy, he would definitely become the strongest cyborg. That's right, he was indeed correct. If he absorbed Yifeng's energy, he would become a cosmic-level powerhouse. But could he absorb it? Did he have the right? Suddenly, number 19 let out a piercing scream, and charged at Yifeng. With a speed akin to that of snail, Yifeng's eyes narrowed, a glint of brilliance flashing within. The next moment, cyborg number 19 exploded. That's right, he just exploded for no reason, leaving not a single part behind. What? What happened, number 19? Dr. Jero looked as if he had seen a ghost, his pupils constricting tightly as his body began to tremble uncontrollably. His number 19 had just exploded like that. Was it a problem with the program? No. His program would never malfunction. It was clear that number 19's sudden explosion was caused by the guy in front of him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They were the strongest cyborgs. How could one human make them explode with just a glance? Even though he found it hard to believe, it seemed there was no other explanation besides that guy. Meanwhile, number 18 stared intently at Yifeng, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity, surprise, and some unusual colors. To be honest, although Yifeng was not the idol type, after merging with the Super Saiyan bloodline, he indeed looked very handsome. Describing him as tall and strong, with a handsome appearance, was not an exaggeration. Perhaps some girls could resist the temptations of money, honor, and status, but it was hard to resist the allure of a hero saving the day, especially when they were in dire straits. And at that moment, number 18, Lazuli, was in such a situation. What do you want to do? After coming to a realization, Dr. Jero looked at Yifeng with fear on his face. His strength was about the same as cyborg number 19's. If this guy could take down 19 with just a glance, he could use the same method to kill him. Nothing much. I just came to find the two of them. Yifeng pointed to number 18 and number 17 and said to Dr. Grogro, "These two are my research subjects, the best candidates for modification. I've been searching for over a decade to find them, and I absolutely won't let you ruin my research." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Dr. Grogro immediately became displeased. Number 17's body contains unimaginable potential, and if he could develop it, he would be an unparalleled artificial human. In that case, you must die. Yifeng suddenly appeared before Dr. Jero like a ghost, grabbing Dr. Jero by the neck. "Even if you create 1,000 guys like number 19, I won't come looking for you." After Yifeng finished speaking, he gently twisted. Dr. Jero's neck was directly broken, and after a few flickers of electricity on his body, he completely disappeared without a trace. After dealing with Jero 3-8, Yifeng helped Android 17 and 18 up. Then he shared a bit of his energy with them, and the effects of the anesthesia on them disappeared. "Hello, my name is Lapis, and this is my sister Lazuli. Thank you very much for your help," Android 17 said as he stood up, his face expressing gratitude towards Yifeng. There was a mix of joy from surviving a disaster on his handsome face. Lapis? That's a nice name. Yifeng nodded. He hadn't paid much attention to number 17 before and really didn't know that was his name. "Hello, my name is Razali." "Thank you." Number 18 had a sweet smile on her face as she extended her delicate hand to Yifeng. "Hello, my name is Yifeng." Chapter 93, Returning to Dragon Ball Super Time in Space. Yifeng also extended his hand towards Lazuli. The two simply shook hands gently, and Lazuli quickly withdrew her hand. Looking somewhat shy, there seemed to be a slight difference compared to the modified number 18. "Let's go. I'll take you away from this place." After leaving Dr. Jero's lair, Yifeng directly brought number 18, Lazuli, and number 17 to West City. Although they were not technically number 18 and number 17 at the moment, Yifeng might still find it hard to resist calling them that. The three casually found a restaurant and prepared to eat something. Fortunately, Yifeng had brought some money when he came here. "Mr. Yifeng, I toast to you. Thank you once again for helping us siblings escape from the tiger's den." Number 17, Lapis, said respectfully to Yifeng. He then raised his glass and took a drink in acknowledgement. If it weren't for Yifeng's help, they didn't know what they would have become by now. Perhaps they would have turned into emotionless machines. Actually, I don't know if what I did was right. Yifeng shook the wine glass and gently shook his head. If the two of you were really modified, you might gain strength far beyond that of ordinary people, and age more slowly than ordinary people, which means a longer lifespan. Would you choose to be modified? Yifeng looked at the two of them and asked seriously, "I am just an ordinary person, and I have always yearned for an ordinary life, to find a simple job, to have a wife and children. That's all. A long life and extraordinary power do not hold much attraction for me." Number 17, Laplace, smiled faintly and said, "My aspirations are not high. It is simply the life I long for." "What about you, Lazuli?" Yifeng glanced at number 18, Lotzi Li, and asked, what normal girl would want to be transformed? Number 18, Lotzi Li, looked at Yifeng and replied coldly, as if to question him. Looking into their eyes, Yifeng knew he hadn't done anything wrong. "All right, let's eat." He then said to number 18, Lotzi Li, and number 17, Lapis. After simply finishing their lunch, the three of them walked out of the restaurant. Do you two have any plans for the future? Yifeng looked at the two and asked, since your family has been killed by Dr. Jero, it seems you really have nowhere to go now. Number 17, Robbie's, shook his head. The world is vast, yet suddenly he didn't know where to go. Forget it. I'll just look for a job. He shrugged, realizing that life must go on and he still needed to pursue his dreams. What about you? Yifeng then glanced at number 18, Lazili, and asked. To be honest, the reason he wasted time coming to this timeline was simple. It was for number 18. However, pursuing a girl takes time and cannot be rushed. Lazili paused, seemingly shaking her head again. I also don't know where I should go. After saying this, Lazili looked at Yifeng again. As the younger sibling of Li Sheng, number 17, Robbie's, understood his sister very well. From her gaze, he could see that she had some feelings for Yifeng. After all, Yifeng was handsome, powerful, and their savior. A man like that is hard to come by for a woman. Even though his sister was relatively aloof and had high standards, Robbie said, Mr. Yifeng, please help take care of my sister. Number 17 suddenly said to Yifeng, What? Yifeng and Lazili were both taken aback. What is this guy doing? Yifeng thought to himself, this little brother-in-law really knows how to play the game. Could he have figured out my intentions? Lapis, what are you talking about? Lazili shot Lapis a fierce glare and said coldly, Sister, Mr. Yifeng is indeed quite impressive. I think you know in your heart that if you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. It's up to you to seize it. Lapis smiled at Lazili and then left casually. Lazili looked at Lapis's figure, feeling very conflicted. She wasn't sure what she truly felt. Admiration? Gratitude? Or something more complicated? After all, she had never experienced anything like this before. Lazili awkwardly glanced at Yifeng, unsure of how to start. Your clothes seem a bit torn. Let me buy you a new outfit. Yifeng glanced at Lazili, breaking the awkward silence. Lazili nodded. This guy seemed to know her interests. Time quickly passed, and months soon went by. During this month, Yifeng took Lazili around the entire Earth. He also taught her the art of aerial movement and how to control her energy, among other skills. After all, they would be useful in the future. Additionally, they visited number 17, Lapisai, twice. That guy really did find a simple job, as he said. It seemed to be a position as a garden guardian, quite easygoing. Moreover, he seemed to be in a romantic relationship with a girl. Considering number 17's looks and personality, it wasn't hard for him to find a girlfriend. I want to go to a very distant place now. Would you be willing to accompany me? Yifeng pulled Lazili and asked, I am your girlfriend. From now on, wherever you go, I will go with you. Lazili looked at Yifeng and said to him with a face full of happiness. This month has been the happiest time of her life. Yifeng was unexpectedly outstanding. He had already gone through his own trials and officially became his boyfriend. Well, let's go say goodbye to my little brother-in-law, and we'll come back to see him when we have time. I need to return to the Dragon Ball Super timeline. Because in this timeline, everything is too boring except for Laziri. At this rate, my body will probably start to rust. Laziri nodded, and then the two disappeared into midair. Chapter 94. Sign in at the 6th universe. After returning to the timeline, Yifeng took Laziri directly to the villa. Is this house yours? Laziri was clearly a bit surprised. She didn't expect Yifeng to have such a big house. Sort of. Yifeng nodded. Although this villa belonged to Vegeta, he would probably be very willing to let them come over even if they asked directly. The two had a little something to eat at home and then went out shopping. After all, girls generally enjoy shopping, and the same goes for number 18. At this time, Goku and Vegeta had already been taken to the God of Destruction's realm by Whis, who was teaching them. They should be able to achieve Super Saiyan Blue strength very soon. Ding! The system issued a task. Please head to the God of Destruction's realm in Universe 6 to sign in and receive the corresponding rewards. Task deadline, 1 month. Task duration, 1 hour. While they were shopping, the system's electronic synthesized voice suddenly echoed in their minds. What? Go sign in at the God of Destruction's realm in Universe 6. Yifeng Sudendi Froze. Just over a month ago, he had a conflict with Kampa, and now the system was actually sending him to sign in at the God of Destruction Kampa in the 6th universe. Isn't this clearly the dog coin system encouraging him to beat up Kampa? However, thinking about Kampa's arrogant attitude that day, he indeed should teach him a lesson. Since the system issued the task, and he had nothing to do in the 7th universe for the time being, he might as well go to the 6th universe for some fun. After returning to the villa, Yifeng discussed it with number 18 and decisively headed to the 6th universe. For Yifeng, who could teleport, going to the 6th universe was very easy. In the 6th universe, on an unknown planet, two figures suddenly appeared in midair. Is this the 6th universe you mentioned? It seems a bit chaotic. Lazili looked at the planet below, where two groups of people were engaged in intense combat. It seemed to be a battle between invaders and defenders. It really is a bit chaotic. Ye Feng nodded. He felt a slightly sinister aura in the space near this planet. It seemed a bit evil. It looks like we can have a little fun before going to destroy the divine realm. Yifeng smiled lightly and spoke. Anyway, the sign-in period is 30 days, and the sign-in duration is only 1 hour. With so much time, it is enough for the two of them to travel the entire universe. At this moment, a huge spaceship was hovering above a planet in the universe. Lord Frost, those guys on planet Saiwana are really desperate. It seems you need to lend a hand. An alien knelt on the ground in the spaceship, speaking with a heavy tone. In front of him was a figure resembling Frisia, wearing the same sinister smile. Oh, can't even conquer such a garbage planet? Frost slowly stood up, his tone extremely cold. Useless things, what do I need you for? As his voice fell, a dark red energy beam instantly pierced through the alien's chest. The other people in the spaceship witnessed this ruthless act and were all scared to the point of breaking out in cold sweat, not daring to make a sound. Then, Frost himself walked out of the spaceship. Yifeng, those people seem a bit pitiful, Lazili said with some sympathy as she looked down at the humans fiercely resisting. Seeing them seemed to remind her of the helpless feeling when her family was killed. All right, let's go down and help them. Yifeng glanced at Lazili and said, since I'm just sitting around, I might as well spend time with Bang Bang and the others. Whoosh, Yifeng and no. 18 Lazili suddenly appeared in the middle of the battle. Then Yifeng gently clenched his fist, and a terrifying aura erupted directly from his body. Genteret on Yifeng. It swept outwards in all directions, instantly knocking everyone around to the ground. The people of this planet stood behind me. Yifeng shouted lude. His voice was filled with endless authority, and everyone quickly stood up, instinctively moving behind Yifeng without waiting for orders. To be honest, they were all soldiers, but at that moment, they didn't even know why they were being so obedient. Once all the warriors of this planet stood behind Yifeng, the invaders looked at him with some fear. It's important to note that this guy had suddenly appeared and instantly knocked them all down. Ordinary people absolutely could not achieve this. Although I have no interest in your affairs, my woman really dislikes your barbaric behavior, so die. With a calm voice, Yifeng shot out an energy ball from his palm. In an instant, it engulfed nearly 1,000 people in front of him, who then vanished without a trace. His actions were decisive and merciless. Lazili looked at Yifeng in surprise. Although he knew Yifeng was very powerful, he didn't expect him to kill so many people in an instant. What? This gentleman actually killed those invaders in an instant? So strong. Is he a god? For a moment, there was an uproar behind Yifeng. Shock. Unbadan shock. The invaders they had fought so hard against for so long were instantly killed by this man in front of them. Was he too powerful? This was definitely something humans could not achieve. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed in the air. Yifeng slowly raised his head, and he already knew who it was without looking. That guy from the 6th universe, Frost, who is even more annoying than Frisia. He pretends to be a champion of justice while secretly invading other planets and then selling them to others for huge profits. Moreover, it is said that he has won the Peace Award for maintaining peace in the universe 3 times. If Frisia from the 7th universe is a true villain, then those guys are typical hypocrites. I didn't expect such a strong character to appear in such a garbage planet. It's truly a pleasant surprise. Frost looked at Yifeng with a cold gaze and said, being able to kill nearly 1,000 of my subordinates in an instant does show some strength. A plaisante surprise? You will soon realize that this may not be a joy, but a tragedy. Yifeng suddenly grinned and coldly said, Chapter 95, we meet again. Sienpa. Oh, you are quite confident, aren't you? Do you think that after killing those little duo, you can be complacent in front of me? Frost seemed to be amused by Yifeng's words. It was the first time he had heard such ridiculous words in such a long time. Forget it. Your skills are decent, and you've killed many of my subordinates. If you become my subordinate, I can consider forgiving your ignorance and arrogance. He was currently attacking the planet and needed manpower, and although he didn't know who this guy was, his strength was pretty good. If he could help him conquer the planet, it would save him a lot of effort. Isn't that Frost? He is the captain of the peacekeeping force, maintaining peace in the universe. Why is he attacking our planet? Has he been lying to us all along? That's right, it must be. At this moment, those behind Yifeng also recognized Frost. After all, this guy's reputation in the 6th universe was so loud that it could rival that of the Supreme Emperor of the 7th universe. TCH, someone is coming out? Then I can only send you to heaven. As Frost's voice fell, A sphere of energy suddenly shot out from his fingertips. Although it looked only the size of an egg, it was enough to destroy this small planet. When the energy ball was still a dozen yards away from Yifeng, it suddenly vanished without a trace. What? What just happened? A look of shock flashed in Frost's eyes. How did his energy ball suddenly disappear? Was it you? Frost suddenly looked at Yifeng. Besides this guy, no one else had such means. What do you say? People like you should go to hell. Yifeng's voice fell, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. In the next moment, Frost exploded suddenly, blooming like fireworks. Then, Frost's energy completely vanished into the universe. Wouldn't it feel a bit too cruel for me to take action? Having easily dealt with Frost, Yifeng turned to Lotzi Li and asked, "No, those guys deserve an even harsher punishment." Lotzi Li shook her head, with no trace of fear in her eyes. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you for saving our planet. Thank you, my lord." In an instant, the hundreds of people behind Yifeng all knelt down in unison, expressing their gratitude. "Let's go." Yifeng turned to look at the grateful crowd, directly took La Zili's hand, and disappeared before them. Dealing with Frost was completely La Zili's suggestion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to meddle in such matters. At this moment, inside the spaceship in space, the display screen was showing the scene of Frost being killed. Lord Frost was actually killed. What on earth is that guy? He actually killed Lord Frost. He must not be let go. That bastard could kill even Lord Frost. We are definitely not his match, but there is definitely one person who can be. Inside the spaceship, Frost's loyal subordinates glared at the screen showing Yifeng, discussing among themselves. At the same time, besides Frost's subordinates, another place also displayed the same scene. "Lord Zampa, you have to come and take a look." Bestows gently tapped his staff, and a light green projection appeared in midair. The projection showed the moment Yifeng killed Frost. "What are you doing? Can't you see I'm eating?" Zampa responded with displeasure. That annoying Bestows always liked to disturb him while he was eating. "That little guy from Universe 7 seems to have come to our Universe 6. Bestows said. "What? The little guy from Universe 7? Zampa suddenly froze, then quickly turned around. He saw that familiar face. Dumb und. Zampa clenched his fists tightly. He hadn't even gone to settle the score with him yet. And that guy had come to his planet. And he dared to kill on his planet. How infuriating. Absolutely unforgivable. He was still thinking about how to deal with you in Universe 7, but unexpectedly, you came to find me instead. This time, I will definitely crush your bones one by one." Zampa's fist cracked as his killing intent surged wildly. It had been a long time since he felt such an urge to destroy someone. "Hey Bestows, how long will it take to find that guy?" Zampa suddenly asked coldly. To prevent that guy from escaping, he must destroy him right now. "It will take about 18 minutes and 30 seconds, Lord Zampa," Bestows said with great precision. "What? Does it take that long?" Zampa suddenly frowned. It seemed a bit unworthy to take such a long distance just to destroy a human. But thinking about that ant's arrogant demeanor in Universe 7, the anger in his heart surged. 18 minutes is fine. This time, no matter what, I must destroy him. A determined look appeared in Zampa's eyes. "Wow, Lord Zampa, after these thousands of years of just eating and looking for super wish beads, seems like this is the first time you are so invested in someone," Bestows said, looking at Zampa's determined face. At this moment, Yifeng, who was wandering around on another planet, suddenly furrowed his brows. "What's wrong?" Lazili noticed Yifeng's change and quickly asked. "It seems we are being watched." Yifeng said softly. This feeling of his should be correct. Moreover, as an angel, Bestows completely possesses the ability to monitor the entire universe. "Are we being watched? Who is it?" Lazili asked curiously. It seems like it's the first time seeing Yifeng with such a serious expression. "The god of destruction of the 6th universe." After Yifeng finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head, revealing a row of white teeth, and said, "We meet again, Compa." Chapter 96. The strongest assassin, Hit approaches. At this moment, in the 6th universe, Compa exclaimed, "What? That bastard actually discovered us?" He looked at the projection of Yifeng, who had a charming smile on his face, in shock. "Oh, I can't believe I was found out. That little guy is too sharp, isn't he?" Even a nearby Beerus was somewhat surprised. He never expected that from such a distance. Yifeng could detect he was being monitored. "This little guy seems quite extraordinary. I seem to be getting more and more interested in him. TCH, to be discovered by this bastard. It seems he will soon prepare to escape the 6th universe." Compa said angrily. "If he returns to the 7th universe, it will be a bit harder for me to take action." "Not necessarily, Lord Compa. From the look he had just now, it seems he was provoking you." Beerus glanced at Compa, trying to suppress a smile as he said. She felt that the little guy probably wouldn't leave the 6th universe so soon. "God of destruction? What is that?" Lazuli asked, somewhat confused. She had indeed never heard of this name, but judging by the name, it should be a deity, right? The most powerful person in this universe. Yifeng smiled and said to Lotzi Liu, is it that impressive? Is it even better than you? Lotzi Li asked curiously. In her mind, Yifeng was already super impressive. Of course not. How could anyone be better than me? Come on, let's go find a planet to grab something to eat. Yifeng held onto Lotzi Li's hand, and the two figures vanished once again. That little guy seemed to have used that skill from last time, and he ran off to another planet. Yifeng's body suddenly vanished from the projection, and then Bestows spoke to Xiang Pa. Does it mean we can't find him? Xiang Pa gritted his teeth and said with a face full of anger, if that's the case, it would really be hard to bear. As a god of destruction, I can't even find a human hiding in my own universe. We can find him, but if he wants to escape, even I can't catch up, Bestows said unhurriedly. Although she was already the fastest in the universe, she couldn't keep up with such instantaneous movement. TCH, it's really uncomfortable. After all this commotion, Xiang Pa suddenly felt that the delicious food in front of him no longer seemed appetizing. Just like that, 3 days quickly passed. Meanwhile, Yifeng and Lotzi Li were still wandering around various planets, tasting delicious food. After eating so many things from different planets, only the food here was still somewhat palatable. Yifeng didn't know what the pieces of meat in his hand were, but he chewed on them heartily. It must be said that the food in the sixth universe was indeed terrible. No wonder a bucket of instant noodles almost sent Xiang Pa and Ba Du Si over the moon. Try this, the meat is quite good. La Zili handed Yifeng a piece of meat, happily saying. Finally, he could have a good meal. Just at that moment, a very calm aura suddenly appeared. However, it was different from an ordinary person's aura. Although it was calm, it concealed a sharp, killing intent that couldn't be hidden. Swish, can I sit here? A slight sound of air breaking echoed as a man in a light purple trench coat appeared in front of Yifeng and La Zili. With purple skin, red pupils, and handsome features paired with a cold demeanor, it was a familiar face. Hit, the most fearsome assassin in the sixth universe. If he was a friend, then there was naturally no problem. Yifeng raised his head, glanced at Hitler lightly, and smiled faintly as he said, you can kill Frost, which indeed shows some strength. Hitler replied in a cold tone, just trash. Yifeng still said with a faint smile, I originally didn't like that guy either, but no one was willing to pay. If even 1 gold coin had been offered, I wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Wouldn't that be helping you? Unfortunately, someone bought your life. Is that so? My life is quite valuable. They probably can't afford it. I think it should be possible. Hit said coldly. Xianhua, you're talking too much, Hit. Yifeng glanced at Hit and said. In his impression, this guy seemed to be serious and rarely smiled. For his targets, he seemed to have even less to say. So today was quite unexpected. I'll give you 5 minutes. Hit did not respond to Yifeng's words, but coldly said this instead. From the beginning, he maintained this tone. Who is he? The dining time was interrupted, and Lazuli was obviously a bit displeased as she looked at Yifeng and asked. However, it sounded like that guy was here to cause trouble. It's nothing, just a killer from the sixth universe. Yifeng gently stroked Lotzi Li's hair, smiled, and said, actually, I'm fully aware of the reason why Hit is looking for me this time. It's probably because I killed Frost, and now Frost's remnants and loyalists have hired the assassin Hit to take me out for revenge. However, these guys are really efficient. I didn't expect that in just 3 days, Hit would find me. During this time, I have been wandering in the sixth universe, using instant transmission. Normally, an average person wouldn't be able to find me, including the god of destruction, Kampa. Lotzi Li nodded. She always believed in Yifeng's strength. An assassin is nothing. He definitely wouldn't be a match for Yifeng. 5 minutes later, Yifeng put the last piece of meat in his mouth and then stood up. I've kept you waiting, Hit. Yifeng glanced at Hitler and, so, what is your last word? Hitler looked at Yifeng coldly, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Last words? None, because with your strength, you can't kill me at all. Yifeng spoke softly. There was no denying that Hit was strong, and his time skip ability was elusive. Those who were unfamiliar with Hit's capability might really suffer a great loss. Unfortunately, Yifeng was very clear about Hit, and he possessed a time-stopping ability that was even more powerful than time skip. Chapter 97. Time skip versus space power. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Hit did not respond. As the strongest assassin of the sixth universe, he had never failed since he started taking on missions. This time, there would definitely be no accidents. In the next moment, Hit suddenly attacked Yifeng. The instant his body flashed, he suddenly disappeared, completely invisible and undetectable. It was as if he had completely vanished from the universe in that moment. Time skip. Bang. The next second, Yi Feng's temple was directly hit, and his body was sent flying sideways, skidding along the ground for more than 10 meters. Yi Latzi looked on in shock, her face suddenly filled with concern. Didn't Yi Feng say that guy was no match for him? Ugh. Yi Feng slowly stood up, spat on the ground, and brushed off the dust from his clothes. This bastard didn't even greet him before attacking. It really made him a bit annoyed. TCH, he can still stand up? What an incredible guy. A look of shock appeared on Zeit's face. After taking such a strong attack just now, he was still able to stand? Moreover, it seemed like he was completely fine. It looks like someone who can easily kill Frost is not ordinary at all. Ha ha ha. Yi Feng clenched his fists tightly, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. His pupils turned golden, and his black hair stood on end, swaying in the wind. Hit's strength was still no match for the super Blue Sun Wukong and the others, so his angry form could easily deal with him. As a gesture of reciprocity, why don't you take a punch from me as well? As soon as the words fell, Yi Feng's fist shot out into the air. What was that guy doing? Hit looked confused. Could such a punch really hit him? Or was it that his earlier attack had thrown that guy into a state of confusion? Just when Hit was somewhat bewildered and even doubted if he had damaged Yi Feng's mind, Yi Feng's fist suddenly appeared on his right side. What? Hit was taken aback, but it was already too late, as Yi Feng's fist was incredibly fast, giving Hit no chance to evade. Bang! The fist landed solidly on Hit's cheek, and the terrifying power instantly sent Hit flying. His body skimmed along the ground for over 100 meters, carving a long mark into the earth. In the next second, Yi Feng's body appeared right in front of Hit, looking down at him from high position. Damn it, what is going on? Hit gritted his teeth tightly, a sharp pain shooting through his face. What was that guy just now? His fist seemed to be able to attack through space. Could it be? This guy can manipulate space? For a moment, Hit seemed to understand. The universe is so vast, and there are countless powerful beings. Since he could control the time skip, it wouldn't be surprising if someone could manipulate space as well. Hit stood up, his left cheek now swollen, with signs of abrasions on his face. A trace of purple blood hung at the corner of his mouth. You were the first person to inflict damage on me. I have to admit your strength is indeed formidable. Hit lightly wiped his face, and the scars and blood on it disappeared. Having lived for 1,000 years, it seemed no one had ever caused him such significant harm before. So, do you think that makes you strong? Ye Feng sudendi similit koldi. He was currently just in an angry state. If he transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, wouldn't that scare Hit to death? This must be your limit, right? Stop putting on airs. Hit glanced coldly at Yi Feng. The emergence of such a strong fighter in the universe was already quite surprising to him, and he couldn't believe that Yi Feng could become even stronger. It doesn't matter. After all, this level of strength is already enough to defeat you. Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders. Since he didn't believe it, then so be it. It was just a successful sneak attack once. Was he really that arrogant? Romain letter elf to front. In the next moment, his body suddenly flickered and disappeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was completely gone, and even his presence could not be felt anymore. Right behind, Yi Feng frowned, and suddenly a huge ripple appeared behind him. Its body also suddenly appeared, his fist heavily smashing towards Yi Feng's cervical vertebrae. The force was average, but the speed was quite astonishing. If he were to be hit, even Yi Feng would definitely feel uncomfortable. However, when Hit's fist made contact with that layer of water-like space, his whole body suddenly burrowed in, completely missing Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng's mouth curled into a smile, then he mimicked a powerful strike into the air in front of him. It looked a bit silly, as he was just hitting thin air. However, at the moment Yi Feng made that mock strike, Hit's fist unexpectedly burst out from space. Bang! A deep collision sound echoed, and Hit was directly knocked back into space by a punch. Then he flew out backward from behind Yi Feng. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground again. Assassins focus on quick strikes and lethal techniques that can end a life in one blow. Of course, they target the most vulnerable parts of the human body, so they don't use too much strength to attack, because that would consume too much energy. But Yi Feng, he was like a warrior. What he had was pure strength. Damn, how could this happen? Hit felt that his entire arm had completely lost sensation. His time flash technique seemed utterly useless in the face of Yi Feng's spatial abilities. No, as the strongest assassin who has never missed. This time would definitely be no exception. Hit gritted his teeth tightly, and his body leaped up again. Then his body flashed out, attacking Yi Feng. Since its time flash technique could only jump forward by 0.1 seconds now, he didn't use it immediately. Instead, he activated it at the moment of attack to achieve an effect that was hard to defend against. Time paused. At the moment Hit's body flashed out, A deep voice suddenly came from Yi Feng's mouth. Chapter 98. Xiangpa takes action, reaching the realm of the god of destruction. Suddenly, it seemed as if the entire space-time had completely frozen at that moment. Hit's body was completely still, appearing right in front of Yi Feng, along with everything around them. Of course, Yi Feng could also feel that his time pause didn't stop the entire universe's time. Instead, it had a range. If he guessed correctly, it should be within 1,000 feet. Although the range wasn't very large, it was more than enough for him at the moment. Then Yi Feng instantly appeared in front of Hit, and once again delivered a heavy punch to Hit's mouth. After that, time resumed flowing. Its body flew out again, crashing heavily to the ground. A mouthful of purple blood spewed out, feeling as if his internal organs had been completely displaced, making him extremely uncomfortable. In an instant, he even felt a sense of breathlessness. What happened? What just occurred? Completely bewildered, Hit had no idea what had just happened. The moment his body flashed out, he was struck and sent flying by Yi Feng, and he hadn't even seen Yi Feng's movement. He just appeared like a ghost. However, he was very clear that he was already severely injured, and even at his peak, he could not be a match for this guy. This time, he was afraid he had kicked a steel plate. If being knocked back once or twice was due to coincidence and his carelessness, then being knocked back 3 times indicated that the gap between them was too vast. An assassin has only one consequence after failing a mission, waiting to be killed. This is the assassin's only way out. Are you giving up so quickly, Hit? Yi Feng walked step by step in front of Hitler and spoke. I am a killer. The day I became a killer, I anticipated that this day might come. Hitler slowly stood up, seemingly having completely lost his will to fight. Although this guy is strong and considered a top powerhouse in the universe, it seems his mental endurance is very fragile. Haven't you thought about upgrading your flash time technique? 0, 2 seconds, 0, 3 seconds, 0 seconds. Yi Feng spoke. Because in the Dragon Ball Super anime, Hit successfully advanced his time skip to 0, 5 seconds during his battle with Son Goku. What? Upgrade my time skip? A look of surprise appeared in Hit's eyes as he looked at Yi Feng in disbelief. He had never thought about upgrading his time skip because in the past 1,000 years, he felt there was no need at all. He had never encountered a tricky opponent. Where can my time skip really be upgraded? Do I still have a chance? Hit furrowed his brows tightly, looking at Yi Feng with a worried expression. His meaning was clear. Could Yi Feng let him off the hook? He wasn't afraid of death. As an assassin, he had long prepared for this day. He just wanted to see if his time skip could really be upgraded. If it could, perhaps he could still have a good fight with Yi Feng in the future. Your goal is to kill me. If we were to swap roles right now, I might have been dead already. So stop being naive. Do you think I would let you become stronger and then come and kill me? Yi Feng sudendi sepokodi. He directed his palm towards Hit, condensing an energy ball that contained a terrifying aura. He certainly wouldn't take the upgraded Hit lightly. Although he usually didn't like killing, how could he show mercy when others aim to kill him? I really am naive. Hit. Indeed, if their roles were reversed at this moment, he would not hesitate to kill him. The energy ball shot out from Yi Feng's palm in an instant. The universe would not change at all with one less assassin. Hit. Just as Yi Feng's energy ball flew towards Hit, a streak of purple energy flew by from his side. It directly hit Yi Feng's energy ball, which then transformed into purple light spots, disappearing without a trace. Seeing that purple light, Yi Feng immediately knew who had arrived. The destructive energy in this universe. Only Xiangpa possessed. As soon as Yi Feng's words fell, 2 figures appeared beside Shite. They were the destroyer god Xiangpa and the angel Ba duos. Oh, have you found me so quickly? Yi Feng glanced at Beerus and Kampa, furrowing his brow. With Kampa's appearance, it was clear that he had already lost the chance to kill Hit. What a waste, bringing shame to our 6th universe. Kampa looked at the astonished Hit and coldly said, it's truly embarrassing to be defeated by someone from the 7th universe, especially when I'm supposed to be the strongest assassin. Damn ants, you really made me search hard for you. But this time, I will personally destroy you. Kampa then turned his gaze to Yi Feng, his eyes blazing with anger. A purple destructive energy suddenly appeared in his hand, filled with a devastating aura. Whoa! Beerus looked at the furious Kampa and then at Yi Feng, sighing. This is getting a bit complicated. Want to fight? This place is too small, said Yi Feng, showing no fear at all towards the furious Kampa, instead smiling faintly. Since I have come to the 6th universe, a battle with the god of destruction Kampa is inevitable. But the battle won't be here. It will be in the god of destruction's realm. Because his signing destination was there, he needed to stay in the god of destruction's realm for an hour. Suddenly, Yi Feng's body flickered and he appeared in front of Eidos. Wrapping his arm around her slender waist and smiling at Kampa, saying, "If you want to destroy me, then come at me." After saying that, Yifeng disappeared again. What? Damn it. He got away again. Kampa gritted his teeth in anger. He had finally found him, only to let him escape again. Bestows, where did he go? This time, even if I have to chase him to the 7th universe, I will definitely destroy him. Bestows looked at the gem on her staff and said, "Lord Kampa, it seems they have already reached the God realm." That's right. Yifeng had instantly teleported to the 6th universe's God of Destruction realm. Even if there was going to be a fight, it had to be in this place. Chapter 99. Boxing Shattering Destructive Energy. Damn it. Kampa's teeth ground together. This guy really had a talent for making him angry. This time, if he caught him, he would definitely shred him to pieces. Bestows, let's go to the God realm now. Kampa turned to Bestows and said. Although Bestows looked unwilling, she had no choice but to follow Kampa's orders. At that moment, Yifeng had already arrived in the God of Destruction realm. It seemed quite similar to Beerus's God realm in the Earth universe, just a simple and ugly palace. Is this the planet where that fat cat lives? Bestows curiously looked around. It seems a bit too shabby. From what Yifeng said, he's supposed to be a god, the strongest god, and yet he lives in a place like this? Fat cat? All right, that's a very fitting description. Yifeng was taken aback, not expecting Lotzi Li to actually call Xiang Pa Fei Mao. However, it seemed to be true. Well, the two of them should be arriving soon. Yifeng said to Lotzi Li. He had already been here for nearly 15 minutes. Just then, a sound of breaking air rang out, and Bestows and Xiang Pa reappeared in front of Yifeng and Lotzi Li. Damn ants, this time I want to see where you plan to escape. The flames of anger burned fiercely in Xiang Pa's eyes, seemingly wanting to burn Yifeng alive. This bastard, playing tricks on the God of Destruction time and again, is absolutely unforgivable. Escape? This time I don't want to escape. Lord Xiang Pa Yifeng smiled faintly and said to Xiang Pa, he needed an hour to sign in for his task. So, during this hour, he wanted to play with Xiang Pa and let him see how the ants he referred to would torment him. Oh, it seems you've finally come to your senses about the consequences of opposing a godly work. However, even so, I will make sure you die in a fate worse than death. Xiang Pa tightly clenched his fists and said coldly. It had been a long time since he had wanted to kill someone like this. Is that so? Then I really am looking forward to what abilities you have to make me suffer worse than death. Yifeng stepped forward, directly meeting Xiang Pa's predatory gaze, and coldly said, better off dead? Xiang Pa doesn't have that capability yet. Then Yifeng used his own energy to create a strong barrier for Lotzi Li. This way, the upcoming battle wouldn't affect Lotzi Li. It's been a long time since I've heard such foolish words. Now, let me show you the power of a god of destruction. After Xiang Pa's voice fell, a layer of purple energy flame suddenly appeared around him. At that moment, Xiang Pa's divine aura underwent a tremendous transformation. Although it wasn't as powerful as Beerus at full strength, it was definitely not to be underestimated. In the next second, Xiang Pa launched an attack towards Yifeng. The speed was astonishing, as if time was completely ignored in an instant. So fast. A look of shock flashed in Yifeng's eyes. He had previously been unaware of Kampa's strength. He had only seen the scene in the Dragon Ball Super manga, where Beerus challenged 11 gods of destruction. During the Battle of the Gods of Destruction, Kampa's strength seemed quite average, and he had mentioned that he hadn't trained at all in the past 10 years. So his power was somewhat lacking compared to the other gods of destruction. However, from the speed just now, this guy was not bad at all. Overall assessment, this is a nimble fat guy. Seeing such a swift attack, Yifeng could only instantly transform into a Super Saiyan and punch back at Kampa. Boom! The next second, a fierce collision occurred, causing the ground to explode and kick up clouds of dust. The air resonated with a deep rumbling sound. However, because the ground in the realm of destruction was too hard, their intense clash only caused some cracks on the surface. A terrifying force surged from Yifeng's right arm, and his body was directly knocked back several dozen steps. Kampa only retreated 3 or 4 steps. This guy, did he come at me with full strength right from the start? Yifeng gritted his teeth and looked at Xiang Pa. The collision just now had indeed been quite powerful. What? He actually took my punch? I'm a bit surprised. Xiang Pa looked at Yifeng in disbelief, secretly thinking to himself. Although he had given Yifeng a high evaluation in his heart, after all, defeating the first assassin hit is not something just anyone can do. However, based on that punch just now, it seems he may have underestimated the strength of that bastard Yifeng. Since that's the case, let's see this thing. As Xiang Pa's voice fell, a purple energy ball suddenly appeared at his fingertips. Destructive energy? Yifeng slightly furrowed his brows. Then he clenched his fists tightly, and a vast, Universe-like grass-green aura erupted from his body. In an instant, it formed a gigantic pillar of light, enveloping Yi Feng within it. At that moment, Yi Feng transformed directly into a Super Saiyan, full power form. The grass-green aura rustled and made a sound, causing chunks of debris to float around. Damn it. He upgraded again. Xiangpa could naturally sense that Yi Feng's power had received a tremendous boost in an instant. He furrowed his brows tightly and said in a low voice. However, no matter how strong he was, he would always be no match for the destructive energy of a god of destruction. Of course, he wouldn't simply kill him easily. Instead, he wanted to gradually make him understand the consequences of offending a god of destruction. Then, the destructive energy in Xiangpa's hand shot towards Yi Feng. What destructive energy? In the face of absolute power, it was hardly worth mentioning. Yi Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce look. The grass-green energy instantly wrapped around his fist and directly punched towards the destructive energy ball. As the two energies were released, the sound reminiscent of a red-hot iron piece hitting water suddenly echoed. The energy from Yi Feng's fist was directly destroyed, but the powerful force simultaneously shattered the destructive energy. Chapter 100. Hard Clash, taking down Xiangpa. No, impossible. How can my destructive energy be blocked by that guy? A look of extreme shock appeared on Xiangpa's face. It should be known that destructive energy is the strongest divine power in the universe that can destroy all things. Now, it was actually dispersed by a human using only his own aura and fist. For a god of destruction, this was undoubtedly a humiliation, a tremendous humiliation. Oh, this is quite unexpected. The destructive energy was actually intercepted. Even Bestows raised her eyebrows in disbelief. Since she had been assisting the god of destruction, it seemed she had never witnessed such a thing. This little guy from the 7th universe is truly extraordinary. Destructive energy seems to be nothing much after all. Yi Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, he was worried that the destructive energy would be too strong for him to handle. But now, it seemed that it wasn't as terrifying as the legend suggested. After all, both Golden Frieza and Deep Blue Vegeta had managed to endure destructive energy with their own abilities, and his strength had now far surpassed theirs. That damn brat just happened to catch one, so he shouldn't get too carried away. Kappa smirked, filled with anger. He then spread his palms, and the destructive energy transformed into dozens of orbs. Let's see how you handle this. After saying that, a dozen destructive energy balls flew towards Yi Feng. Faced with the incoming destructive energy, Yi Feng dared not be arrogant this time. After all, this was no joke. He could only instantaneously use his spatial power, and a massive barrier-like wave of water appeared in front of him. As the energy balls made contact with the wave, they instantly vanished. The destructive energy and the water wave disappeared almost simultaneously, and when they reappeared, they were already behind Yi Feng. The dozen destructive energy balls instantly obliterated a large area of the god of destruction's realm. Spatial ability? Beerus cast a curious glance at Yi Feng again. This guy could disperse destructive energy with his own power, and now he could even utilize spatial power. Such a powerful little fellow. It's hard to believe that the petty Beerus could tolerate his existence. TCH, did that guy dodge again? Kampa felt like he was about to explode with anger. It seemed that destructive energy could not destroy this annoying brat after all. In that case, he would just have to teach him a lesson with his fists. Although he hadn't trained in years, dealing with a mere human should be easy for him, even though he didn't know where Yi Feng had learned those strange abilities. In the next second, Kampa's body suddenly shot out. Want to go head-to-head? Bring it on. Yi Feng gritted his teeth, steeled his heart, and charged towards Kampa with the same explosive speed. If it were just a clash of power, he wouldn't fear even Beerus, let alone Kampa. Bang, bang, bang. Explosive sound waves erupted in the air, and with each deep thud, a large pit appeared in the hard ground of the god of destruction's realm. Kampa had already pushed his power to the limit, while Yi Feng was clearly holding back. Moreover, Yi Feng could distinctly feel that with every clash against Kampa, his own strength was increasing. This was the power of his bloodline. When evenly matched or in a disadvantaged position, he would grow stronger with each battle. The two exchanged punches and kicks, utilizing every part of their bodies as weapons. The fight lasted a full 3 minutes. Of course, this was because Yi Feng did not intend to defeat Kampa so quickly. If he wanted to, he could activate his ultimate technique and defeat Kampa within half a minute. Boom! At that moment, Yi Feng landed a heavy kick on Kampa's face. The terrifying force sent Kampa's massive body flying. He crashed through his own palace and landed on the ground. Lord Kampa? Bestows looked at Kampa with a mix of sympathy and a sense that it was unwarranted. The reason he was so overweight was entirely due to his lack of exercise. All he did was eat day in and day out, and he never paid attention to the nutritious meals she prepared for him. Therefore, during a real fight, it was clear that his stamina became an issue, especially when fighting a formidable opponent like Yi Feng. The energy consumption in his full-powered state was enormous. Huffing and puffing, Kampa stood up, gasping for breath. His face was drenched in sweat, and it was evident that this battle had taken a significant toll on him. He hadn't engaged in such intense physical activity for a long time. Although he was reluctant to admit it, that bastard human's power was indeed formidable. Not only was he experiencing stamina issues, but even in his peak state, he might not be Yi Feng's match. If this continued, he might actually lose to that bastard. As a dignified god of destruction, being defeated by a human would be utterly unforgivable. With this thought in mind, Kampa gritted his teeth again, pushed off the ground with his feet, and leaped back into action. Almost instantly, he reappeared in front of Yi Feng. Don't overestimate yourself, Lord Kampa. Your speed and strength have already diminished too much. Give up. You cannot be my opponent. Yi Feng dodged Xiangpa's attacks while calmly speaking. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Xiangpa became even more enraged, and his fists rained down on Yi Feng like bullets. The wind from his punches created a slight sound in the air. After his fury, Xiangpa's punching speed did increase a bit, but it was completely chaotic and disorganized. Such attacks posed no threat to Yi Feng at all. You've let your anger cloud your judgment. You need to clear your head, Lord Xiangpa. After Yi Feng's voice fell, he moved like lightning. The fist surrounded by a grass-green aura accurately struck Xiangpa's face. Bang! With the punch, Xiangpa's chubby body flew out like a cannonball. Rumble! The moment it hit the ground, the incredibly hard surface was directly smashed into a huge pit. Chapter 101, Sign-In Reward, Destructive Power. Lord Xiangpa. Bestows looked at the giant pit in surprise, never expecting that Lord Xiangpa would be so embarrassed. It seems like he used a bit too much strength. Yi Feng looked at the pit, which seemed to be silent inside. Could it be that the formidable destroyer was knocked out by his punch? Just as Yi Feng was wondering if he had indeed knocked Xiangpa out, a purple aura suddenly began to rise slowly from the pit. At this moment, Xiangpa indeed looked somewhat disheveled, with several wounds appearing on his body. His eyes were filled with a nearly insane expression. Unforgivable. I will never let you go. Dummund. The angry voice burst out of Xiangpa's clenched teeth in a series of phrases. This humiliation could only be washed away with the blood of this ant. This seems a bit troublesome. Lord Xiangpa is really angry this time. Bestows glanced at Xiangpa and frowned. Human, take pride. Next, you will be killed by the strongest power of the destroyer. Although Xiangpa's voice was still filled with endless rage, this time it was unusually calm, not roaring like before. This made Yi Feng feel somewhat uncomfortable. Could it be that this guy still had some tricks up his sleeve? Yi Feng was puzzled. If the god of destruction really had some ultimate move, how could the proud Beerus be on par with him? But looking at Kampa, it didn't seem like he was just bluffing. Just as Yi Feng was filled with doubt, Kampa raised his right hand high, and a purple energy ball suddenly began to condense. It started the size of a soccer ball and then rapidly expanded. In just a matter of seconds, the energy ball had grown to the size of a soccer field. The energy ball contained the power to destroy the heavens and obliterate the earth. Yi Feng was very certain that if this destructive energy ball exploded, it could destroy the 6th universe in an instant. Even the 7th universe would be affected. Such powerful destructive force. It seems that neither Kampa nor the battle with Beerus had pushed themselves to their limits. This is the true destructive power. The ability to make a universe disappear in an instant. Lord Kampa, do you really want to destroy the entire 6th universe? Looking at the massive energy ball gathering in Kampa's palm, Beerus suddenly spoke up. This time, his tone was not so calm and composed. It was as if he was reminding Kampa. Beerus, no matter what, I must destroy this mosquito. I know you must have a way to preserve the 6th universe. Kampa glanced at Beerus, clearly not changing his mind at all. Damn mosquito. This time, even if you have the power of space, you will undoubtedly die. Kampa then fixed his furious gaze on Yi Feng and said coldly, if he couldn't kill a human today, he, as the god of destruction, would definitely be ridiculed by the other gods of destruction, especially that annoying guy Beerus. Yi Feng frowned slightly, not expecting that Xiangpa could condense such terrifying destructive power. To be honest, even though his time and space power is very strong, he probably wouldn't be able to handle such a terrifying energy ball. However, even so, it was absolutely impossible for Xiangpa to kill him just like that. It's over, damn it. Although I regret not being able to torment you properly. Xiangpa gritted his teeth tightly, and a sense of relief appeared on his face. He was indeed angry and frustrated. But the mosquito in front of him was about to be killed, and that anger and frustration would soon disappear. With that thought, the huge energy ball in Xiangpa's hand rushed directly towards Yifeng. Although the energy ball was enormous, it did not affect its speed of descent. It almost fell in an instant. At that moment, Yifeng and bestows actually disappeared from their original spots at the same time. Bestows appeared at Yifeng's previous position, lightly waved his staff, and the huge destructive energy ball disappeared without a trace. Almost at the same moment, Yifeng directly appeared in front of Xiangpa. With grass-green flames rising for his head, he punched heavily into Xiangpa's abdomen. His fist sank directly into Xiangpa's abdomen. Wow! A mouthful of sour liquid was spat out from Xiangpa's mouth. His pupils constricted tightly, and his body involuntarily arched up, clearly enduring immense pain. Bang! Then Yifeng delivered a heavy knife hand strike to Xiangpa's neck. Xiangpa's expression suddenly froze, and with a blackout, he fainted. His body fell heavily to the ground. After easily defeating Xiangpa, Yifeng returned to his normal state and floated down lightly. At this moment, bestows also landed in front of Yifeng. Thank you. Yifeng looked at Bardos and suddenly spoke. Although he had teleported to Xiangpa's side in an instant when the energy ball fell, he still clearly saw what happened afterward. Bardos appeared almost simultaneously in front of his original position, blocking the destructive energy. Whether she did it to help him or to stop Xiangpa in order to prevent the destruction of the sixth universe, he felt he should thank her. I wasn't teaching you, little one. I was just worried about the destruction of the sixth universe, Bardos said with a calm smile. Ah, no matter what your intention was. Thank you. Yifeng waved his hand and said to Beerus, you really are an interesting guy. It's the first time Lord Beerus has been knocked out. When he wakes up, he'll probably be furious. Beerus spoke again. Although he was Beerus's master, as an angel, he couldn't just intervene, even if a god of destruction got beaten up. Just then, the electronic synthesized voice of the system suddenly sounded in Yifeng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for checking in at the God of Destruction, Realm of Universe 6 for 1 hour. Check-in task completed. Reward, Destruction Energy. At the moment the system's electronic synthesized voice rang out, Yifeng's entire body trembled with excitement. Destruction Energy? This meant that from now on, the power that the God of Destruction takes pride in was now in his grasp. If he had been wary of Beerus's destruction energy when fighting him today, now he didn't have to consider him a rival at all. Even Beerus would definitely not be his opponent anymore. The system rewarded him with destruction energy, which meant that from today, at this very moment, his overall strength had surpassed that of the gods of destruction. What an uplifting reward. Hey Yifeng, are you okay? Lazuli looked at Yifeng, who was grinning foolishly, and asked. I'm fine, I just thought of something happy. Lazuli pulled Yifeng back from his shock and smiled as she replied. This trip to Universe 6 seems to be quite worthwhile. You're happy about something. You're not interested in her, are you? Lazuli suddenly looked a bit sourly at Beerus and asked. Women are like that. Even a goddess like Lazuli is no exception, especially since Beerus was not lacking in beauty at all, and her tall and slender figure had a certain exotic allure. More importantly, her strength was much greater than her own. Women always like to compare themselves with other women, especially when two women appear next to their man. What nonsense are you talking about? I have no such thoughts. Yifeng glanced at bestows and then said to Lotzi Li. To be honest, bestows is indeed a great beauty, but you have to know that she has lived for billions of years, or even much longer. Besides, this guy is an angel. Even if I have feelings for her, she probably doesn't have those kinds of feelings. After all, the primary duty of angels is to assist, teach, and supervise the god of destruction. Where's the time for romance? Lotzi Li seems to be overthinking it. I've lived for billions of years. Hearing Lotzi Li's words, bestows covered her face and smiled lightly. Say what? Lotzi Li looked at bestows in shock. Although she seemed more mature, she shouldn't be that much older than herself. Living for billions of years. It's really hard to believe. All right, we should leave now, bestows. See you next time. Yifeng glanced at bestows and said, I have already achieved my purpose for coming to the sixth universe, and I am quite satisfied with my gains. So it's time to leave this place. After all, even the strongest assassin hit and the god of destruction Kampa have lost to me. There's no point in staying any longer. Are you leaving? Lord Beerus will probably be furious when he wakes up, bestows said with a smile as she looked at Kampa. After a pause, she suddenly said, by the way, I still don't know your name, little guy. What? Yifeng was taken aback. How could this be possible? The angel bestows actually asked for his name. In his impression, although bestows liked to talk and tease the destruction god Xiangpa, she would never take the initiative to ask for a human's name. right? Could it be that this guy is really interested in him? My name is Yi. Yi Feng answered directly. No matter what reason Bardos had, since she had asked, it would be impolite not to respond. Yi Feng, I remember. Bardos nodded. Then Yi Feng directly took Lazili and left the 7th universe. After leaving the 6th universe, Yi Feng traveled with Lazili in the cosmos for more than 2 months. This time they did not return to the 7th universe because during this period, there wasn't even a slightly stronger opponent in the 7th universe. This kind of life was very boring. Yi Feng, where are we now? At this moment, Yi Feng had appeared in another universe. Here, the 11th universe. Yi Feng looked at the bustling city beneath his feet with a faint smile on his face and said, I've long wanted to come to the 11th universe to experience the power of Jiren. After all, that guy can go toe-to-toe with the perfected Ultra Instinct. Many people believe that Jiren's strength has already surpassed that of the gods of destruction. I'm also very curious about Jiren's true power. Boom! At that moment, a massive monster suddenly appeared in the thriving market, and the city was instantly engulfed in a huge explosion. How interesting. Let's go take a look. Yi Feng directly pulled Lotzi Li's hand and landed on the ground. At this moment, the crowd was fleeing in all directions. Just then, the Proud team suddenly appeared, surrounding the monster. Yi Feng looked over and saw that Tuo Pa and DC Pa were leading the team, followed by Kasala Air, Buen, and Tao Ba. The 4 of them almost simultaneously launched their attacks, surrounding the monster in an instant. Justice Iron Fist, Justice Light, Justice Smash. They unleashed their most powerful attacks almost at the same time. Their goal was to defeat the enemy in the shortest time possible, minimizing the disaster for the city. In just a few seconds, the monster was taken care of. Undeniably, the Pride of Universe 11 Strong team does have some strength, especially Tuo Pa and DC Pa. Yi Feng looked around, but did not sense any stronger presence than Tuo Pa, so it seemed that Jillian was not here. Hey, who are you two? Don't you know this place is very dangerous? Kaeslar suddenly turned to Yi Feng and Lotzi Li and asked. This place had already been evacuated, leaving only the 2 of them. Sorry, we'll leave now. Yi Feng smiled and nodded. Since Jillian was not there was no need for him to entangle with those few. After all, the strongest Ta Pa was not much different from Super Blue. After abandoning his own justice to become a destroyer, he was also beaten up by Vegeta and eliminated. So for such a guy, he had little reason to take action. Wait a minute. Just as Yi Feng turned around to prepare to leave, Tuo Pa suddenly coldly shouted at Yi Feng. Chapter 103. Beerus's cousin? Yi Feng could only turn his body again. With a calm expression, he looked at Tuo Pa and asked, What's the matter? Who are you? I can sense a very strange energy from your body. Tuo Pa stared intently at Yi Feng and asked seriously, That woman doesn't matter. She seems to be a bit stronger than normal people, but that man seems to possess a very mysterious power. Moreover, this power feels very familiar to me, as if I sensed it from Lord Wei Mei. A destroyer god? Impossible. There shouldn't be anyone like that in the universe. I've never heard Lord Wei Mei or Master Makalita mention such a person. His intuition told him that this guy was definitely not simple. Is that so? I don't seem to feel anything unusual about this guy. Tispa looked at Yi Feng and then asked Tuo Pa. He didn't sense any strange energy or powerful energy fluctuations. No, I do think the 2 of them are indeed a bit strange. The way they acted just now, if they were ordinary people, they definitely wouldn't have been so calm. At this moment, Kaeslar, who was beside Mu Si Pa, said to him, because when the monster appeared, the crowd had already been evacuated, and even if they weren't evacuated, they wouldn't be able to stay in such a place. Moreover, their expressions were so calm, without any hint of fear. This is not a normal person's reaction. I'm asking you again, who exactly are you? There shouldn't be anyone like you in Universe 11. At this moment, Tuo Pa once again asked in a serious tone. The universe is so vast. Are you sure you can know everyone? Yi Feng smiled faintly and said to Tuo Pa, This guy looks like a big-headed fool, but he seems quite perceptive. I have hidden the energy in my body very well, yet he still sensed it. I really can't know everyone in the universe. But you definitely aren't from the 11th universe. Speak up. Which universe are you from? As a candidate for the next god of destruction, Tuo Pa knows things that ordinary people can't compare to. Just like there are a total of 12 universes. He is basically familiar with the gods of destruction from other universes. All of this was told to him by the great Lord Beerus and Makalita. Oh, you seem to know quite a bit. Yi Feng shrugged and smiled. Since he had been seen through, there was no need to pretend anymore. It was time to lay all cards on the table. If had indeed guessed correctly. Tuo Pa frowned slightly. A guy from another universe had appeared in his universe. This was absolutely not allowed. What? He is actually from another universe? Yi Feng was quite surprised. As a core member of the Proud team, They understood many things that others did not. No matter what your purpose for coming to this universe is, I warn you to leave immediately, or I may not be polite to you. Tuo Po's tone had already taken on a commanding tone. The justice and peace of this universe were guarded by their proud team. And as the captain of the proud team, he had the right to expel this mysterious guy. Is tourism not allowed either? Yifeng looked at Tuo Po and smiled as he said, "This guy seems a bit too serious, doesn't he?" "No way." Tuo Po's tone did not allow for refusal. "Well, there's really nothing I can do. I don't want you to embarrass yourself in front of your team." Yifeng gently shook his head. It seemed that Tuo Po was determined to cause trouble for him. "Is everything going to be all right?" "Yifeng? Those guys look very strong," La Zili said worriedly from the side. The 5 of them seemed to be quite powerful, and she was afraid Yifeng might have trouble handling them alone. "It's fine, don't worry, they're not my match." Yifeng patted Lazili's hand and said confidently, "Even with Jillian, I have nothing to fear, let alone just a few of them." Lazili nodded. Yifeng's gaze gave her a sense of security. That guy seems like he has no intention of leaving at all. Then let me teach him a good lesson and show him the power of our proud team." Concealer clenched his fists and said to Ta, "All right, but don't kill him until we confirm his identity and purpose." They guard peace and generally won't resort to killing, unless that guy affects the lives of others in the universe. Understood. Concealer nodded. He was well aware of the proud team's principles. Then he stepped forward, energy shimmering with a golden glow on his fist. "Get down, Justice Bomber." A deep voice came from Concealer's mouth, and then the energy in his hand transformed into a shockwave, rushing towards Yifeng. Fancy stuff. Yifeng didn't even look at the so-called Justice Bomber. With a light lift of his hand, he sent the energy wave flying away. Seems like he has some strength. In that case, let me show you my power. The Sword of Justice, Castle, crossed his hands, and golden energy blades extended directly from his palms, forming 2. His body flashed, and he launched an attack directly at Yifeng. Really overestimating himself. Yifeng's expression showed no signs of fluctuation. He slightly squinted his eyes, and then Ka Sealer was sent flying out. Bang bang. Ka Sealer's body quickly flew out, simultaneously knocking Buen and Tabo away. What? Who is this guy? To have sent Ka Sealer flying with just a glance? Shock appeared in the eyes of Trappa and Tizpa. Although Ka Sealer's strength was not on par with theirs and Jillian's, he was definitely not weak and could rank quite high. Who would have thought that he could be taken down by that guy with just a glance? What kind of strength does it take for that? Or does he even possess superpowers? Trappa frowned, calculating in his mind. Even if it were him, he couldn't achieve that level. It seems like a tricky opponent. "Trappa, let me handle him," Tizpa volunteered. He was a sonic warrior, mastering the fastest speed in the universe, and no enemy could escape his pursuit. Moreover, his strength was not to be underestimated either. What? Is it time for Beerus's cousin to take the stage? Yifeng glanced at Tispo, who resembled Beerus by 80%, smiled, and said, "These two really are somewhat similar." "No wonder Xiangpa," said Tispo, "looks a lot like Beerus." Chapter 104. The fastest speed in the universe? Lie down. Although I don't know what you're saying, this time I will definitely knock you down, Tispo said to Yifeng with a defiant expression. He had immense confidence in his own strength. In the universe, aside from Jiren, there was simply no one who could keep up with his speed. Is that so? The guy just now seemed to have said the same thing, right? Yifeng pointed at the unconscious Caseller and said, "Tsh, you really are too arrogant. Now let me show you the strength of my proud team, Tispo." The moment Tispo's voice fell, his body disappeared in an instant. Quick, it was extremely even for Zeit. There was a considerable gap between him and Tispo. He almost instantly appeared in front of Yifeng. The Justice Kick appeared the moment Tispo was in front of Yifeng, and he kicked heavily towards Yifeng. Yifeng's right foot shot up like lightning, heavily kicking Tispo's chest. Bang! The next second, Tispo flew backward and landed heavily on the ground. What? That bastard actually. It must have been just a coincidence. Tispo rubbed his chest, his face filled with anger. It must have been just a fluke. Otherwise, with my speed, no one could see me clearly. With this thought, Tispo charged at Yifeng again. Wait a minute, Tispo. But he was immediately stopped by Tuobo. What's wrong, Tuobo? Tispo paused and looked at Tuobo. Why did Tuobo want him to stop? That guy has completely seen through your movements. Give it your all. Otherwise, you're no match for him, Tuobo said calmly. He didn't believe the guy had just coincidentally hit Tispo. I understand. Tispo nodded. He still trusted Tuobo's words. You better wake up quickly. What you're about to face is the Vanguard Captain, the Sonic Warrior Tispo. Tispo clenched his fists tightly, making what he thought was a very cool move. However, in Yifeng's eyes, He looked like a foolish kid poisoned by Jinyu and Son Gohan, suffering from a severe case of Chinibu. At this moment, a fierce aura suddenly surrounded Tispo, and his powers seemed to have increased, although the enhancement was not very obvious. Wait for me, I'll finish this soon. Ye think similit atlezili. Then, he directly built a layer of barrier around Lotzi Li's body. This barrier, even if it were to be broken, wouldn't be easily shattered. Be careful, Lotzi Li nodded. At that moment, Tispo's body flashed out in an instant. One must admit that this guy's speed was indeed exceptionally fast, and even Yifeng was very impressed. Without hesitation, he said that this guy's speed was enough to rival his own. The premise being that he didn't use the free ultimate skill in full power form. If he did use the free ultimate skill in full power form, then the gap between them would widen. Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, and in an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Whoosh! The next second, his body also disappeared. Bang! Then, a muffled groan echoed from midair, and a massive shockwave appeared. Following that, a figure shot out like a bullet. Bang, bang, bang! It instantly shattered hundreds of skyscrapers, and finally embedded itself into a rock wall 100 miles away. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed from Tisbo's mouth. What? That bastard not only saw through his form, but also possessed strength of a different level. Tisbo, with a pained expression, whispered. Apart from Jiren, it was the first time he encountered someone this strong. Too strong, even in speed, which he excelled at. He couldn't win against him. The next second, Yifeng suddenly appeared in front of Tisbo Humph. With such speed, you dare to call yourself the fastest in the universe? It seems you really are a rabbit unaware of the face of danger. Yifeng looked at Tisbo with a mocking expression and said with a sneer. Tisbo's face turned red from holding back, but he couldn't think of a retort. And he couldn't muster any strength in his body right now. Zero seeking flowers. Let's get some good sleep for a while. Yifeng's voice fell, and a heavy punch landed on Tisbo's face. Tisbo was knocked out cold. The main purpose of coming to Universe 11 this time was to fight Jiren and enhance his own strength through that battle. So he didn't want to kill anyone. Moreover, from the perspective of Universe 11, although the Pride Troopers were quite naive, they indeed possessed a sense of justice and cared about the peace and stability between universes. As for their god of destruction, Vermout, that's hard to say. That guy always has a very sinister feeling. Just then, Topo rushed over. Tisbo. Topo looked at Tisbo, who was embedded in the rocks and already unconscious, and frowned tightly. Fortunately, this guy only knocked Tisbo out. I told you, I don't want you to embarrass yourself in front of your team. But it seems your team won't witness that scene this time. Yifeng shrugged and said to Tuapa. He originally didn't want to entangle with them, but since they insisted on finding trouble with him, there was nothing he could do. But you, I will definitely not let you go. Tuapa gritted his teeth and unexpectedly knocked out 4 members of the Proud team. Moreover, both Dispo and Casilla were very strong. Yet they were almost instantly defeated in just a few seconds. This was definitely a provocation and humiliation for the Proud team. As the captain, he must use righteous strength to crush this humiliation. Stop daydreaming. You are still not my opponent. Yifeng shook his head and said to Ta. Even if Tuapa had given up on justice and become a destroyer, he could never be his opponent, let alone now. Don't be complacent. The light of justice. As Tuapa shouted, 5 energy balls shot out from the fingertips of his right hand in succession. Yifeng's body was instantly enveloped by the shockwave and thick smoke from the explosion. Chapter 105 Fight. Jillian. Boom. The ground was struck by continuous energy balls, creating a massive pit, and the thick smoke gradually dissipated. A vague figure appeared in Tuapo's line of sight. What? Tuapo's expression changed. Did his justice flash have no effect on him at all? As the smoke completely cleared, Yifeng's body reappeared. Tuapo's energy balls not only failed to cause any damage to Yifeng, but not even a speck of dust was on him. Is your attack only at this level? Yifeng smiled and playfully said to Tuapa, it's hardly even a tickle. What universe is this guy from to possess such terrifying power? Tuapa was shocked. His previous attack was definitely not something an ordinary person could withstand. To remain completely unharmed in such a fierce attack, the opponent's strength was estimated to be at least at the level of a god of destruction. So, it turns out that there are beings from other universes who can surpass even the gods of destruction? But I will definitely not let you go. A look of determination flashed in Tuapo's eyes, and then his body suddenly vanished, almost instantaneously appearing right in front of Yifeng. Just his fist. Tuapo's fist was incredibly heavy, and the wind from his punch caused the air to crackle. He launched a punch directly at Yifeng. Just his fist was his strongest attack at the moment. If he couldn't defeat the person in front of him with this, It would mean that the gap between them was simply too great, too vast a bridge. Moreover, at this moment, he absolutely could not give up his sense of justice and become a god of destruction. Yifeng looked up and grabbed Tuo Po's fist as it smashed down. Boom! The ground instantly collapsed, and Yifeng's feet sank directly into the ground. Don't tell me this is your full strength, Tuo Po. If so, I will be too disappointed in you. Yifeng raised his head, looking at Tuo Po with a faint smile, clearly able to easily handle Tuo Po's attack. Tuo Po, on the other hand, had a distorted face from exerting too much effort, clearly giving it his all. Yet Yifeng remained calm and composed. Is the difference really that great? Tuo Po had completely realized the gap between him and Yifeng, a gap that was insurmountable. Go and accompany your teammates. Yifeng suddenly revealed his bright white teeth, and then punched Tuo Po in the abdomen. Bang! A mouthful of blood spurted from Tuo Po's mouth, and his body instantly flew out. At the same time, a red figure suddenly appeared, catching Tuo Po's body as it flew out. Tuo Po felt someone catch him and quickly turned his head. Jillian? Looking at that familiar face, Tuo Po exclaimed in surprise. Then a look of guilt appeared on his face. He didn't expect that all 5 members of their team would be defeated this time. This was definitely something that had never happened before. Humiliation, an immense humiliation. I'm sorry, it seems I still need you to step in, Tuo Po awkwardly said to Jillian. However, he was also a bit puzzled. Jillian rarely came out to help them. He didn't expect him to come to the rescue this time, which seemed to indicate that Jillian did not completely deny them as teammates. Jillian, that guy is very strong. You need to be careful. Tuo Po quickly reminded him as he noticed Jillian was silent. Your battle is over. Rest now. Jillian showed no change in expression as he gradually lowered Tuo Po down to the ground. Then he took step by step towards Yifeng. Jillian, you've finally shown up? Yifeng looked at the red-clothed, big-eyed monster and finally showed an excited expression on his face. From this guy, he could feel an unprecedented powerful force. This power might not be any weaker than that of the god of destruction, Beerus. Get out of Universe 11 now. Jiren's cold tone had no emotional fluctuations. It was like a robot without any feelings. Leave here? What if I say no? Yifeng suddenly smiled and asked Jillian. His purpose was to have a good battle with him, and now that he had finally seen him, how could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? Die here. Jillian's voice remained as cold as iron, filled with a strong, killing intent. It felt almost tangible, making people instantly feel the pressure. It was indeed different. This pressure was simply unbelievable. Yifeng pressed his lips together, excitement gleaming in his eyes. It seemed that he could finally have a good fight. This time, he was determined to battle Jillian properly. In case of emergencies, he would try his best not to use time pausing and space-time abilities. Looking at Yifeng, who showed no intention of leaving and had a faint smile on his face, Hit thought that if he didn't heed the warning, he would not hesitate to kill him. Then, a red flame surged from Hit's head, and he directly punched at Yifeng. The flame shot out like a lightsaber, its speed incredibly fast, almost instantly closing in on Yifeng. Yifeng tilted his head slightly, and the chi flame sword shot out, grazing his ear. Boom, boom, boom. In the next second, dozens of towering mountains behind Yifeng collapsed, turning into rubble. The power of a single punch made people's faces change. It is undeniable that you are the fastest learner I have ever seen. Yifeng's smile slowly faded, replaced by an incredibly serious expression. Since Jiren had already started fighting, there was no need for him to engage in unnecessary probing. It seems your luck is good, but you won't be so fortunate with this next punch. Just as Jiren's voice fell, Yifeng suddenly tightened his fist. A low roar erupted from his throat, and a grass-green light enveloped his entire body. He transformed into his full-power Super Saiyan form. Then Yifeng gathered all his energy within himself. This is all my power. Let's fight, Jiren. Yifeng tightly gripped his skull cap, his eyes sparkling with excited flames. This battle was bound to be particularly exhilarating. Oh, no wonder he was able to defeat Tuo Po. He truly is exceptional. Jiren's big eyes moved slightly, revealing a look of surprise. Chapter 106. Intense Battle. Destruction of a planet. This power I have never felt in any human before. However, with just this level of strength, he can only defeat those kinds of people. Jiren coldly stated without regard for Tuo Po's feelings. There is no denying that this guy's strength is formidable. He might even be comparable to Wei Mei. But with such strength, I still do not take him seriously. From your tone, it seems you are a bit different from those guys. Yifeng glanced at Jillian and said with a faint smile. Jillian was indeed very strong. But if he unleashed the power of time and space along with the ultimate freedom technique, defeating him would not be difficult. You'll know once you try. After Jillian's voice fell, he once again launched an attack towards Yi Feng out of thin air. Yi Feng threw a punch at Jillian in the same posture. In an instant, two streams of crimson and grass-green energy collided with each other. Boom! The moment the two powerful energies clashed, they exploded. Yi Feng and Jillian were both pushed back by a terrifying shockwave, staggering several dozen meters. In contrast, Tuopo and Mushi were sent flying thousands of meters away. The entire planet 05 shook violently in that instant, obscuring the sky and sun, resembling the apocalypse. This tremor lasted for a full half-minute before it finally subsided. In the space between Yi Feng and Jillian, a deep rift 100 meters wide appeared, extending thousands of miles away, as if the entire planet had been split in two. Damn it, Jillian and that guy seem too powerful. At this rate, this planet will soon be destroyed. Tuopo watched Yi Feng and Jillian from a distance, worry evident in his eyes. They were the proud team responsible for peace across the universe. Yet at this moment, they were unable to stop this destruction. This made him extremely uneasy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jillian and Yi Feng were staring intensely at each other, their eyes gleaming with sharpness. In the next moment, both of them simultaneously moved with remarkable coordination. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, explosive sound waves erupted in the air, with each collision causing either mountains to collapse or the ground to cave in. The frequency of the planet's tremors increased, creating a sense that it could explode at any moment. It seemed that the planet was about to explode soon, and they needed to evacuate immediately. Tuopo watched the battle between the two. At this point, the sky was filled with lightning and thunder, and the ground was shaking continuously. Fragments of stone floated in midair, creating an unmistakable apocalyptic atmosphere. With that thought, Tuopo quickly brought Tispo and Kaeslar back to headquarters. They had to evacuate this place as quickly as possible. Fortunately, they had prepared for this scenario many years ago. Boom! The two continued to clash, their fists, feet, elbows, and knees transforming into weapons of attack in that moment. More and more cracks appeared in the ground, extending into the bustling city. Dozens of high-rise buildings collapsed sideways, mercilessly swallowed by the enormous fissures. This battle lasted for over 10 minutes. It appeared that Tuopo had already evacuated all humans to other planets. Jillian sensed around and found that there seemed to be no other human presence left. This was their proud team's evacuation plan. In the event of such circumstances, it could ensure the safe evacuation of all humans in a very short time. Although, when it was originally established, no one truly believed such a day would come, especially with Tuopo, a quasi-destroyer, in charge. Now that all humans had been evacuated, Jillian could finally fight seriously. He glanced at Yi Feng, and then his eyes suddenly shone brightly as his body flashed forward in an instant. He appeared right in front of Yi Feng and delivered a heavy punch to Yi Feng's mouth. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying force sent Yi Feng flying backward, his body piercing through the entire planet and appearing in outer space. Whoosh! However, in the next moment, Yi Feng's body suddenly appeared behind Jillian, delivering a punch with the same force to Jillian's back. Bang, bang, bang. Jillian's body skimmed along the ground, flying thousands of miles away, with some minor abrasions on his body. This guy's strength is indeed extraordinary. Yi Feng rubbed his chest, feeling a sharp pain. 2 seconds later, Jiren flew back again, his eyes showing a look of surprise. He hadn't expected that after enhancing his power, this guy had also increased his strength, and his speed was astonishingly fast. It seemed that if he wanted to defeat him, he would need to spend a bit more time. After exchanging a glance, the two of them dashed out again. Boom, boom, boom. Their fists collided continuously, and the entire planet shook like a small boat in a storm. Lightning flashed from the center of their clashes. The ground was devastated. Mountains continued to collapse, muddy waters surged, and the lava from volcanic eruptions flowed into the chaos. This punch will completely resolve you. A crimson aura erupted from Jiren, and a brilliant light shone above his head. It was evident that Jiren's aura had surged again. 333, resolving me. You're still far from it. Yi Feng radiated a brilliant light, his momentum soaring into the sky, not weaker than Jillian at all. In the next second, the two of them collided heavily. A massive shockwave swept out in all directions. Crack! The grass-green energy barrier surrounding number 18, Lazili, suddenly emitted a crisp sound, followed by the appearance of cracks. At this moment, if one were to look at the surface of the planet from space, it would appear to be covered in a spider web of cracks. Golden light shot out from the fissures. Not good. The planet is about to explode. Yi Feng frowned, feeling that this planet could no longer withstand the impact. The explosion of a planet carries significant power. Even if it couldn't cause severe harm to him, superficial injuries were inevitable. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng retracted his fist and suddenly appeared beside Lazili, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. In an instant, the two of them vanished from the planet. Boom, boom, boom. Almost at the moment Yi Feng disappeared, the entire planet suddenly exploded. It was as spectacular as a brilliant firework display. Chapter 107. The Sudden Ambush of Wei Mei. The Saragana planet was destroyed. At that moment, on another planet, Tuapa clenched his fists tightly and said in a very low voice, "That place was where we lived for decades. I never expected it to be destroyed today. Moreover, it was our stronghold, and now it's completely gone. All of this is thanks to that damned bastard. I will never forgive him." Tuapa tightened his fists, digging into his flesh, and blood flowed down his hands. "Captain, could it be that even Jillian is not a match for that bastard?" At this time, Keter looked at Tuapa with a somber expression and asked, in their minds, Captain Tuapa was nearly invincible, yet he had lost. Now Jillian also failed to stop that bastard and even destroyed the Saragana planet. Who could be strong enough to reach such a level? Keter, what nonsense are you talking about? There is absolutely no one in this world who could be Jillian's opponent. Upon hearing Keter's words, Tizpa immediately rebuked loudly. Although they had all lost, Jillian would definitely not lose, because there was an insurmountable gap between them and Jillian. Just as Tizpo's voice fell, a grass-green light pierced through the void, directly penetrating Tizpo's right chest. Then, two figures appeared in front of Tuapa and the others. These two were, of course, Yi Feng and Lazili, who had instantaneously teleported from the Saragana planet. Tizpa screamed in pain. The earlier attack had happened almost in an instant, and he hadn't been able to evade it at all. It seems you all have great faith in Jillian. Yi Feng looked at the astonished crowd and said, "What? You actually survived the explosion of the planet?" Tuapu stared at Yi Feng in disbelief, muttering to himself. Moreover, he had already arrived on this planet, yet Jiren had not shown up. Could it be that Jiren was defeated as well? Impossible, absolutely not. Jiren is the strongest universe warrior, a being they regarded as even more powerful than a god. He could never be defeated. "Captain, let's work together and kill this bastard." Kakadi glared at Yi Feng, gritting his teeth. This guy's proud demeanor was far too dismissive of their proud team. "Don't be naive, Kakadi. If Jiren really has been defeated, even if we all attack together, it would be futile." At that moment, Kaeslar spoke to Kakadi. He had personally experienced this person's strength. Just a single glance had taken out him, Buin, and Taba. Even if all of them attacked together, the result would likely be the same. Just when everyone was unsure how to deal with Yi Feng, Jiren's body suddenly appeared behind him. At that moment, Jiren was filled with rage, looking somewhat disheveled. The proud team's uniform was already tattered, but Jiren's aura had not diminished. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, and glared at Yi Feng. "Oh, finally here, are you?" Yi Feng turned his head and glanced at the furious Jillian. He naturally didn't naively believe that the explosion of a mere planet could kill Jillian. It was just a bit surprising that he found himself so quickly. After all, he had used teleportation. "Damn it, I will never forgive you," Jillian said angrily to Yi Feng. What had just happened was definitely a blow to his pride. It had been a long, long time since he had been so embarrassed. "Is that so? I never intended for you to forgive me," Yi Feng said. Then he once again used his energy to protect Lot Si Li. It seemed that this time, Jillian was ready to fight him with no reservations. "You sharp-tongued bastard, go die." Jillian's body flashed out and directly charged towards Yi Feng. His speed had increased even more, making it impossible for Tuo Pe and the others to see Jillian's body clearly. "You want to kill me? You're not worthy." Yi Feng coldly finished speaking, and a surge of grass-green light enveloped him as he instantly confronted Jillian. Boom! At the moment of collision, a terrifying shockwave erupted, sending Tuo Pe and everyone else flying. Everyone was knocked back by the terrifying shockwave, spitting out blood. Some weaker individuals were immediately knocked unconscious. "Jillian, are you planning to destroy this planet too?" Tuo Pe looked at the battle between Jillian and Yi Feng and spoke to Jillian. He knew that if Jillian continued to fight with all his might like this, they would all be killed by the shockwave. "Jillian, we are partners." Tizpa looked at Jillian and said through gritted teeth, enduring the pain, "Partners? I don't need partners at all. I can solve all battles by myself." "I will trust no one," Jillian coldly replied, glancing at Tuo Pe and Tizpa. Although they had known each other for over 20 years, he had never considered them as partners. He would never trust anyone, because without trust, there would be no betrayal. A lesson learned from his own experiences. The scenes of his clan's destruction replayed in his mind every moment. "Ha!" Then Jillian roared, and the crimson energy surrounding him surged like a sword piercing the heavens. He then launched a punch towards Yifeng. Yifeng also chose to confront head-on. Bang! After the impact, Yifeng was knocked back several dozen steps. Damn, his strength has actually increased again. Is this guy a monster? Yifeng frowned and said in a low voice. Originally, he sought to fight Jillian to improve his own strength, but now it seemed that he had awakened Jillian's potential instead. Just at that moment, Yifeng suddenly felt a sense of danger and a familiar energy. Yifeng didn't look back, and with a flick of his fingers, shot out a beam of purple destructive energy. When he turned around, he saw that his destructive energy had instantly dissipated another wave of destructive energy. In midair, two figures appeared. The god of destruction from Universe 11, Vermud, and the angel, Margarita. It's rather infuriating that a god of destruction would resort to a sneak attack. Yifeng's face showed anger. The type of person he hated the most was this kind. Suddenly, a brilliant silver aura surrounded Yifeng. Seeing that silver aura, Makalita and Weimi both gasped in surprise. Chapter 108. Such an unbearable blow. The ultimate freedom technique? Weimi and Makalita almost exclaimed in surprise at the same time. How is this possible? A human has actually comprehended the ultimate freedom technique. A shocked and very uncomfortable expression suddenly appeared on Weimi's face. None of these destroyers had undergone such a level of training, yet a human had mastered something that even the gods could not grasp. For the gods, this was a humiliation, a tremendous shame. Your despicable behavior just now made me very uncomfortable, so you need to be aware of it. At this moment, Yifeng had already unleashed the ultimate freedom technique. Originally, he did not want to use it, but Weimi had made him a bit unhappy, so he wanted to teach him a good lesson. Yifeng's body suddenly appeared behind Weimeda. Instantaneous movement. Even Weimeda did not expect Yifeng's speed to be this fast. Whoosh! Yifeng's fist was surrounded by a silvery glow, and he threw a punch directly. Arrogant mosquito, do you think something like you is useful against a god? Wei Mei shouted angrily and turned to throw a punch at Yifeng. However, before his fist could reach Yifeng, Yifeng's fist had already emerged from the side, heavily smashing into Wei Mei's face. Bang! A low thud echoed, and Wei Mei's body flew out like a high-strung arrow. Whoosh! Then Yifeng flashed again, appearing in front of Wei Mei, and his foot heavily swept across Wei Mei's face. Bang, bang, bang! Wei Mei's body scraped across the ground, flying out for thousands of meters. The ground was plowed into a shocking scar. What? Torpo and the others' faces changed dramatically, and the other proud team members behind him were stunned. Wei Mei was defeated in an instant, and it was as simple as an adult beating a child. How could this happen? Incredible. They couldn't even imagine it was true. Wei Mei looked at Yifeng with a shocked expression. This little human seemed not only to have mastered the ultimate freedom technique, but also possessed the powers of time and space along with destructive god skills. Even understanding just one of these could make someone a top powerhouse in the universe. Yet he had learned all three. Truly astonishing. Although Wei Mei was somewhat careless, his loss was not unjust. This little guy was too strong. Not only Wei Mei, but even Jillian would not be his opponent. Whoosh! At that moment, Wei Mei suddenly returned in front of Yifeng, his eyes almost bursting with rage. He never expected this guy would humiliate him so much. This was beyond his imagination. Damn ant, dare to disrespect a destroyer god? I will definitely destroy you. Wei Mei, burning with anger, directly condensed a huge energy ball and hurled it at Yifeng. Such trash shouldn't even show up to embarrass themselves. Yifeng disdainfully shouted out. Then, he directly kicked the destructive energy ball. The massive destructive energy ball was kicked away, and after gaining destructive powers himself, the destructive energy ball had become no more threatening than an energy ball to him. Moreover, Wei Mei's strength was originally inferior to Jillian's, and he could easily deal with him. Coupled with the fact that he had unleashed the ultimate freedom technique, his strength far surpassed that of Jillian and Wei Mei. Impossible. My destructive energy actually has no effect on him. Wei Mei's brows furrowed tightly, unable to believe that the destructive energy had no effect on him. Lord Wei Mei, didn't you notice just now? That little guy has also mastered destructive abilities. At this moment, Makalita reminded Wei Mei. What? Are you saying that a mortal, who has not only mastered the ultimate freedom technique, but also possesses destructive abilities? Wei Mei asked incredulously, realizing that he hadn't paid attention just now. There's even more. Makalita gently shook her head and said lightly, Jillian, Tuakpa, this guy's a bit strange. We should work together to deal with him. Seemingly realizing Yi Feng's strength, Wei Maida shouted loudly at Jillian and Tuakpa without regard for his image. A human being this powerful has already posed a threat to the gods, and more importantly, he has mastered the abilities of the gods. If he continues to grow, the consequences are unimaginable. Therefore, we must deal with him today, Lord Wei Maida. Tuakpa stood up and directly appeared in front of Wei Maida. He also felt the threat posed by Yi Feng, and simply destroying the Saragana planet was unforgivable. Jillian, what are you doing? Wei Maida looked at the motionless Jillian and suddenly asked coldly. At this moment, Jillian slowly raised his head, and a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. Wei Maida, who told you to meddle? Jillian seemed to disregard Wei Maida entirely, questioning him with a face full of reproach. He had been fighting this guy well, and he had suddenly launched a sneak attack, no matter how he felt about it. He thought it was a very humiliating thing. Idiot, what are you talking about? Stop being so self-righteous. With just your strength, you can't handle him at all. Wei Maida shouted loudly at Jillian. This bastard, usually relying on his power that surpasses the god of destruction, disrespects me, and now he even wants to show his sense of justice and fairness at this moment. It's simply foolish to the extreme. Even if he kills me, I would willingly accept it, but if you dare to interrupt my battle, don't blame me for being merciless. Jillian's cold gaze looked at Wei Maida as he spoke. You really have opened my eyes, Jillian. Let me clean up these two so-called garbage gods first, then I'll have a good battle with you. Yi Feng suddenly smiled at Jillian. Jillian's words just now made him genuinely appreciate him. Perhaps they could become great rivals in the future, or maybe friends. That stubborn fool. Wei Mei frowned tightly, already hating Jillian in his heart. This guy actually dared to make him lose face like this. Chapter 109. Preparing to upgrade the free and easy extreme skill. Lord Wei Mei, Jillian's personality is just like that. If the two of us join forces, we should be able to defeat that bastard. Tuakpa looked at Yi Feng and then said to Wei Mei, It is undeniable that the other universe's human is indeed very strong, but Lord Wei Mei is a genuine destroyer. The reason for the unexpected situation just now must be that Lord Wei Mei was too careless, which led to a bit of loss. With my help, we can definitely defeat him. Okay, let's go together. Wei Mei nodded, naively believing this. He must have been too careless just now, so he suffered a loss. But from now on, such a thing will never happen again. Sigh, Lord Wei Mei is probably going to get beaten up. Looking at Wei Mei and Tuakpa, Makalita slightly shook her head, feeling a bit sympathetic as she said, They both have no idea how powerful that little guy is. Or rather, they simply don't want to believe that a human could possess such great strength. In the next second, Wei Mei and Tuakpa almost simultaneously burst out, appearing in front of Yi Feng in an instant. Both of them were surrounded by dark purple flames, launching a frenzied attack on Yi Feng. The sound of their punches echoed in the air, but neither of their attacks even touched Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng moved gently, appearing very slow. Yet he couldn't be hit. I heard from Makalita that this ability is called Free Extreme Skill. It seems a bit tricky. Jillian looked at Yi Feng, who was surrounded by a silver halo, and frowned. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had definitely surpassed himself at this moment. Just then, Wei Mei and Tuakpa simultaneously shot energy balls at Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng easily dodged all of them. The next moment, Yi Feng suddenly appeared in front of Tuakpa, and his fist heavily struck Tuakpa's abdomen. Bang! The fist sank into the abdomen, and Tuakpa's eyes widened in shock as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He fell to the ground in pain, completely losing his combat ability in an instant. What? Tuakpa was actually defeated. Wei Mei's expression grew increasingly worried. She didn't expect that the quasi-destroyer Tuakpa would be so weak in that bastard's hands, defeated in one blow. What's wrong, Lord Destroyer? Are you scared? Yi Feng glanced at Wei Maida, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he asked, Damn it, don't get too carried away. Wei Maida immediately unleashed a series of destructive energy blasts towards Yi Feng with both palms. Boom, boom, boom. However, Yi Feng deflected them effortlessly, without even moving his feet. Yi Feng flashed again, drawing a silver-white arc in the air, and his body landed beside Wei Maida. He grabbed Wei Maida's clown face and directly shoved him into the mountain. At this moment, Wei Maida was completely pinned against the rock, unable to resist at all. Yi Feng's strength was just too overwhelming. God, too weak, right? After the dismissive voice fell, an energy ball suddenly formed in his palm and exploded on Wei Maida's chest. Boom! The explosion of the energy ball caused the mountain peak behind Wei Maida to be blown to dust. Wei Maida's body was also sent flying. In fact, Yifeng had a strong killing intent towards Wei Maida. If it were anyone else who ambushed him from behind, he would have killed them without hesitation. Of course, this wasn't because he was afraid to kill Wei Maida since he was a destroyer, but because he understood that the angel's duty also included protecting the destroyer in critical moments. He could pin the destroyer to the ground, but the angel would never tolerate him killing the destroyer. Bang bang boom. Wei Maida's body rolled on the ground for more than a dozen circles before finally coming to a stop. The previous explosion was quite extraordinary, and even Wei Maida must have felt it was rather unpleasant. After easily dealing with two Appa and Wei Maida, Yifeng appeared in front of Jillian. Let's continue, Jillian. Yifeng looked at Jillian and said, "Oh, are you sure you want to continue? I can wait until you recover your stamina, and then we can fight fairly." At that moment, Jillian suddenly spoke up. What? Yifeng was taken aback, not expecting Jiren to say such a naive thing. He wanted to defeat him, and now was a great opportunity, because just after simultaneously using the Ultra Instinct and the Super Saiyan power, his physical energy consumption was quite substantial in order to quickly deal with Wumite. It seemed that Jiren also felt his stamina declining. This was a great opportunity for you to defeat me. If you miss this chance, you will never be my opponent. Yifeng looked at Jillian and said with a, "Because my strength will continue to grow, the gap between you and me will also get larger." Don't get too arrogant. Do you think you're the only genius in this world? Jillian coldly stared at Yifeng and said, "If I weren't a genius, I wouldn't have reached a level beyond that of a god of destruction with my cultivation. Don't think that just because my physical abilities have declined, you're my opponent now, Jillian." Yifeng suddenly smiled confidently and said to Jiren. Then he abruptly exited the Super Saiyan form, maintaining only the Ultra Instinct state. At that moment, he changed his mind. Originally, he wanted to use Jiren's power to enhance his own strength. It would be even better if he could break through to Super Saiyan 2. However, Jiren was not even a match for his full Super Saiyan power, so it wouldn't be of much help. It was rare to encounter such an evenly matched opponent, yet he couldn't help him improve his strength. Perhaps he could upgrade his Ultra Instinct in battle. Damn it, stop looking down on others. There should be limits to arrogance. Seeing Yifeng revert to his normal form and intending to fight him with just Ultra Instinct, Jiren's eyes suddenly filled with anger. This guy clearly looked down on him. If he wanted Jiren to fight with full power, he should first defeat his Ultra Instinct. Yifeng smirked, provocatively speaking to Jillian. Chapter 110. Driven to a dead end. Complete eruption. Arrogant guy. Let me completely bring you down. Jillian was also angered by Yifeng's provocative attitude. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. Clearly, there were issues with his physical abilities, yet he was still determined to fight. Is that so? Then you can come and give it a try. Yifeng assumed a very serious battle stance. Jiren was right. His physical condition indeed had problems. If he were to use Ultra Instinct on top of Ultra Instinct's full power, the energy consumption would be too great. He estimated that he couldn't maintain it for more than 5 minutes. Therefore, he could only fight in the state of Ultra Instinct and gradually recover his stamina. Perhaps in adversity, his Ultra Instinct could advance further. At that moment, Jiren's body flashed out, and his speed showed no signs of decreasing. Even Topo only saw a flash of red energy pass by. Yifeng's body slightly dodged, barely avoiding Jillian's attack. The characteristic of the extreme intense skill is that consciousness and muscles are completely separated, allowing the muscles to react subconsciously. However, that enhancement also has its limits. After Jillian's punch missed, he turned his body and attacked Yifeng again. A flame-like energy swirled above his fists, smashing toward Yifeng like a storm. The air around the fists shook and emitted a low, rumbling sound, while Yifeng was clearly in a somewhat passive position, having to continuously evade. Jillian's attack speed was simply too fast, leaving Yifeng with no opportunity to counterattack. Retreat, retreat again. Yifeng retreated a distance of several dozen feet. Bang! In the next second, Jillian's fist directly hit Yifeng's chest. His body instantly flew backward, and Yifeng felt as if his chest had been struck by flames, emitting a burning pain. Wow, this guy's punch is really powerful. Yifeng frowned and said to Jillian in a low tone. Just then, Jillian's fist came crashing down again. Yifeng felt his body leap up. Boom! Rumble! Yifeng successfully dodged Jillian's punch, and the hard ground directly collapsed under the impact, creating a bottomless pit with a diameter of 100 feet. At this moment, Yifeng's body appeared in midair, looking down at the shocking pit below. How long do you plan to hide? Jillian raised his head and coldly asked Yifeng, who was suspended in the air. Having used the ultimate freedom technique, Yifeng was now as slippery as an eel. It was difficult for Jillian's attacks to truly harm him. I will hide until I am strong enough to defeat you. Yifeng said seriously, without using my full power transformation, I definitely cannot be a match for Jiren. But if I can take this opportunity to comprehend the perfected Ultra Instinct, I can definitely defeat Jiren. The difference between the imperfect Ultra Instinct and the perfected Ultra Instinct is not trivial at all. Do you really think you can defeat me in your current state? You're dreaming. After Jiren's voice fell, his body suddenly appeared above Yifeng. With his fists tightly clenched, he then slammed down heavily on Yifeng's head. What? Yifeng was shocked, not expecting Jiren's speed to be so fast. Before his body could react, Jiren's fists had already heavily landed on the top of Yifeng's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yifeng's body was directly smashed down. Boom! The moment his body hit the ground, it created a massive pit nearly 1,000 feet wide and 100 feet deep. Yifeng was now bent over beneath the giant pit. The silver aura around him was slowly dissipating. Clearly, Jiren's previous attack had been too heavy and had caused significant damage to Yifeng. No matter who you are, no matter how strong you are, this time I will completely defeat you. Jiren stood in midair and roared. Then, flames of red energy erupted from his entire body. The flames instantly covered a distance of several hundred feet, making the whole planet look like a fireball, with the temperature rising to several thousand degrees in an instant. Jiren let out a furious roar. The crimson energy flames cascaded down like a waterfall, directly pressing down on Yifeng, overwhelming him. The pressure was so strong that it felt like his body was being crushed. The faces of the other members of the Proud Battle Team were very grim, as they were pressed to the ground by Jiren's aura, unable to move at all. Even the God of Destruction, Vermaud, and Topo quickly retreated several hundred feet. Is this Jiren's full power? Vermaud furrowed his brow tightly. Although he was from the same universe as Yifeng, feeling this sense of being surpassed was indeed quite unpleasant. It seems that this little guy is about to reach his limit. Margarita glanced at Yifeng and said in a flat tone, Jiren's full power is truly terrifying. Moreover, that little guy's aura has been decreasing. From the looks of it, his imperfect Ultra Instinct seems to be reaching its limit soon. Yifeng, come on. You can do it. Hurry up and come out. Lazili also noticed Yifeng's disadvantage and anxiously shouted at him. The immense pressure was overwhelming. This is what 130 feels like. Yifeng stayed at the bottom of the giant pit, enduring an unparalleled pressure. His fists were tightly clenched, and he was completely surrounded by crimson flames. The energy surged towards Yifeng like a rain of arrows, making him feel an immense pressure he had never experienced before. Looking at that bastard who was completely at his wits' end this time, Wei Mei looked at Yifeng, who was at a disadvantage and completely cornered, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Jillian was still powerful enough to be frightening. Tuapa looked at the body resembling the god of war, Jillian, and sighed. At this moment, the ground beneath Yifeng's feet was gradually disappearing, leaving only a rock wrapped in his own aura. Yes, that's the feeling. I feel like there's a tremendous energy within my body being awakened. Yifeng's body was bent slightly under pressure, but excitement shone in his eyes, because within him, a tremendous and terrifying power was brewing. In the next moment, Yifeng let out a beast-like roar. His entire body was instantly enveloped in a white light. What? The guy has changed again. Seeing Yifeng's transformation, Jillian's expression suddenly changed drastically. Chapter 1:11 Awakening. Perfect free extreme intense skill. Immediately, Yifeng's body slowly stood up. Whoosh! At that moment, sparks crackled in the crimson flames surrounding Yifeng, and the white energy around him slowly began to devour Jillian's crimson energy. What? That bastard has changed again. The destroyer, Mei Mei's eyes showed a look of shock, because he was watching the battle between Yifeng and Jillian clearly. It's truly unbelievable. That little guy has started to turn defense into offense. Makalita also spoke up in surprise. Even she had thought that Yifeng had completely lost his ability to resist. Bastard, just like an unkillable cockroach. Tuapa tightly clenched his fists. Clearly, Jillian was about to win just moments ago. This bastard seems to have powered up again, as if he had some kind of cheat. At this moment, Jillian, suspended in midair, also sensed Yifeng's change. How much longer do you intend to keep improving? However, defeating me is not that easy. Jillian actually revealed a rare smile at the corner of his mouth. Such a powerful opponent indeed makes one feel incredibly excited. Jillian roared again, and the crimson energy waterfall surged even more violently towards Yifeng. Yifeng gently inhaled and exhaled, slowly opening his eyes. In that moment, Yi Feng's pupils turned silver gray, and his once upright hair transformed completely into a silvery white. His entire body radiated a dazzling brilliance, and that aura, that feeling, underwent a tremendous change. Is this the perfect and ultimate mastery of the supreme skill? This is an incredibly refreshing sensation. Yi Feng clenched his fists, and the feeling was beyond description. All the functions of his body had almost increased countless times. Speed, reaction ability, and muscle perception. Makalita, that bastard, has reached that level, hasn't he? Wei Mei looked at the silver-white figure in a daze and asked Makalita. Unexpectedly, a human has reached such a realm. Yes, Lord Wei Mei, this is the true ultimate freedom skill. Makalita nodded, his gaze fixed tightly on Yi Feng, his eyes flashing with disbelief. To think that such a mutant exists among humans, it's truly surprising. Damn, is this your power? No matter what, I will defeat you. The flames of fury flickered in Jillian's eyes. He then raised his fist high, and a huge energy ball appeared above his head. It rapidly expanded, almost instantly becoming as large as half a universe. Stop it, Jillian. If you do this, you'll destroy the entire universe. Wei Mei shouted loudly at Jillian. The power Jillian was unleashing now was already capable of destroying the entire universe. Has Jillian really become so reckless? Terror appeared in Tuo Po's eyes as he looked at Jillian and muttered to himself. Although Jillian was very reclusive, the Jillian he knew should be a very just warrior. He would absolutely never joke with human lives. But now, has he really been blinded by anger? If that energy ball is dodged by Yi Feng, the entire universe would be obliterated. Jillian should not do such a thing. Yet Jillian completely ignored Wei Mei and Tuo Po's shock and fear, resolutely launching the energy ball at Yi Feng. In the next moment, a silver lightning flashed, instantly piercing through the massive crimson energy ball. Then, the energy ball capable of destroying the universe surprisingly dispersed in an instant, vanishing without a trace. What? Jillian was taken aback. His strongest attack was actually deflected just like that. Ah. I appeared in front of Jillian and calmly said, "You have lost, Jillian." Hoo. Wei Mei and Tuo Po let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jillian's energy ball was destroyed. The universe was temporarily free from the threat of annihilation. I lost. Jillian looked at Yi Feng in a daze, as if he had suffered a tremendous blow. Lost? No, I haven't lost yet. Then a fierce look appeared in Jillian's eyes. After letting out a roar, he charged at Yi Feng. His fist directly pierced through Yi Feng's afterimage. Bang, bang, bang. Without Yi Feng showing any movement, Jillian was attacked dozens of times in an instant. Ah. Painful sounds escaped from Jillian's throat. It's over, Jillian. Yi Feng lightly looked at Jillian, pressing his palm directly against Jillian's chest. Boom. In the next moment, Jillian was sent flying out. So strong. I really lost. Although I can't believe it. This battle was indeed thrilling. As Jillian staggered back, a hint of relief appeared at the corner of his mouth. He lost today, but that doesn't mean he can't get back up in the future. No, he must get back up and train even harder, until he surpasses Yi Feng. Bang! Jillian fell heavily to the ground. The intense exhaustion from the earlier encounter with Yi Feng's powerful strike had rendered him unable to stand up. Yi Feng walked step by step toward Jillian, reached out his hand to Jillian, and said, "You are the one I admire the most. And also the strongest opponent I have ever encountered, Jillian. Become even stronger. I look forward to our next battle." Yi Feng was speaking from the heart. Jillian was indeed very strong, exceptionally strong. Moreover, he hadn't teamed up with Wei Mei to deal with him just now, which made Yi Feng quite admire him. If it were him, he definitely couldn't do it. Jillian stared at Yi Feng for 10 seconds, and only after confirming that Yi Feng was sincere did he place his hand on him, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. That's right. He had to become stronger. Next time they met, he would definitely defeat him. By the way, my name is Yi. After that, Yi Feng took the initiative to speak to Jillian. Chapter 112. Overcoming Wisdom, Erasing Zunua. Yi Feng. Jillian stood up, looking at Yi Feng with surprise. He had fought with him for nearly an hour, and to be honest, he really didn't know his name. Now that he had taken the initiative to tell his name, it indicated that he acknowledged him as an opponent. I come from the 7th universe. If one day you feel that your strength has increased, feel free to come find me for a fight. I welcome it any time. Yi Feng slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said to Jiren, "The 7th universe, huh? All right, I'll definitely come find you once I get stronger. But I'm curious, we've never met, yet you seem to be very familiar with us. Why?" Jiren asked. From the very beginning of the battle, this guy seemed to know about himself and Topo. Even later, the god of destruction seems to recognize him too. It's really quite strange. That's my secret. Yifeng shrugged and said to Jillian. Of course, he couldn't tell anyone about his identity as a time traveler. Oomph. Jillian pouted and stopped asking. Since he didn't want to say anything, forget it. It was just a casual question anyway. Then Jillian's body flashed and disappeared from the planet. What a stone. Not even a word of farewell. Looking at the vanished Jillian, Yifeng shook his head. Afterwards, he walked up to Lotzi Li, and the grass-green energy ball slowly disappeared. You scare me to death, just now. I thought. Lotzi Li looked at Yifeng with a reproachful expression, tears glistening in her eyes. When she saw Yifeng in a desperate situation just now, she was really worried, but she couldn't help it all inside the energy barrier. It's okay. Didn't I tell you not to worry? How could those people possibly be my opponents? Yifeng smiled, gently pinched Lotzi Li's face, and said. Then Yifeng and Lotzi Li walked up to Wei Meida. What else do you want to do? Wei Meida looked at Yifeng with some fear, her tone a bit flustered as she asked. I'm just here to chat with you. Why are you so anxious? Yifeng had a faint smile on his face as he spoke to Wei Mei. However, Wei Mei always felt that this guy had no good intentions. Remember, what happened today with the sneak attack isn't over yet. Today, you have angels protecting you, but once my strength surpasses that of the angels, I will not hesitate to kill you. After Yifeng ominously finished speaking, his right knee suddenly slammed heavily into Wei Meida's abdomen. This time, he used 80% of his strength based on the foundation of the free extreme skill. Bang! A mouthful of sour water was spat out, and Wei Meida directly clutched her stomach and knelt on the ground, her face showing signs of pain. The members of the proud team, including Tuo behind her, looked furious. However, thinking about the battle between Yifeng and Jillian just now, they chose to obediently lie on the ground. After all, both Jillian and the god of destruction Wei Meida had been defeated. They didn't dare to be the one to stick their neck out. You've already embarrassed Lady Wei Meida quite a bit, so you should know when to stop. At this moment, Makalita said with a faint smile. Of course. I'm just teaching him a lesson about how to be a person. Yifeng turned around to look at Makalita, then gently clapped his hands and said softly, all right, it seems this place doesn't welcome us. Let's go. After saying that, Yifeng directly took Lotzi Li's hand and disappeared from Makalita and Wei Meida's sight. You damn bastard. I will never let you go. Wei Meida clenched his fists tightly, his clownish face completely twisted in anger. As a dignified destroyer, he absolutely could not tolerate such humiliation. Yifeng, where are we going now? After leaving Universe 11, the two were enveloped in a grass-green barrier in the universe. Lotzi Li asked, let's head back to Universe 7 first. Yifeng opened his mouth to answer. It had been over 4 months since he came out, and he had already mastered the perfect freedom ultimate technique in the battle with Jillian. Moreover, he had received destructive energy as a reward for signing in at the 6th universe, so he could go back now. He estimated that when he returned, it would definitely surprise him. Akemama lazili nudda. She had had enough of the food and clothing from the universe. After using instant transmission, Yifeng easily returned to the 7th universe. However, this time, Yifeng did not go directly back to Earth. Instead, he went to a place not far from Earth. It was said that there lived a person who knew everything and could do anything. He needed to find him and ask him some questions. What appeared before Yifeng and Lotzi Li was not a planet, but something similar to a music box. It seemed to be only slightly larger than the North Kai's planet. Huh, what place is this? Lotzi Li looked at this planet that didn't look like a planet and asked. You'll find out in a moment. Yifeng smiled and said. In front of him appeared a grand hall, and at that moment, 4 big-headed dolls walked out from the hall. With a hint of concern, Lord Zuno mentioned an unexpected guest and asked us to check it out. One of the big-headed dolls spoke up. Take me to see him. Yifeng said coldly, sorry. If you don't have an appointment, you might have to wait another 7 years to see Lord Zuno. The big-headed doll said emotionlessly to Yifeng. Troublesome. Yifeng muttered a phrase, and a massive burst of energy suddenly erupted from his body, directly sending the 4 people flying out. Then Yifeng casually walked into the main hall. At that moment, the one known as the all-knowing Lord Zuno appeared in the hall. Hey, how did you get in here? Zuno looked at Yifeng and Lotzi Li and asked. However, when Zuno saw Lotzi Li, a lewd expression appeared in his eyes. Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he coldly said, Next, I'll ask, and you answer. Who are you? Get out while you can. Hearing Yifeng's tone, Zuno immediately spoke up. He had never encountered such a domineering guest before. Yifeng's direct, sudden appearance was a lightsaber pressed against Zuno's throat. He then asked, You claim to know everything. So now tell me, how much do you know about me? You're not from this world at all, Zuno said, fearfully opening his mouth. What? You really know? Then besides you, is there anyone else who knows about this matter? Yifeng spoke up again, and just this point made him harbor murderous intent. It should be fine now. Zuno shook his head and replied. After simply asking 2 questions, Yifeng left. He just wanted to know whether this guy was aware of his origins, because the path he was going to take in the future might be very difficult. Some things cannot be known by the high priest and the king of all. For example, he is not a person from this world. If this is discovered, he might face the fate of being erased. Since this Zuno knows about him, he cannot be left alive. After leaving Zuno's planet, Yifeng flicked a destructive energy ball from his fingertips. Knowing too much already means he cannot live long, and if this Zuno dies, perhaps Zamasu's plan will be ruined as well. Meanwhile, on Earth, a heavyweight, uninvited guest has arrived, and it is a very familiar face. Chapter 113. I've long admired your name, Universe Emperor Frisia. A strange aura has appeared on Earth. Yifeng Sudendi spoke. However, his expression was very calm, as that aura was very weak for him. Sun Wukong and Vegeta didn't seem to be on Earth. They were probably still training in the God of Destruction realm with Whis. If that's the case, could this aura be Frisia? Meanwhile, on Earth, Son Gohan, Piccolo Krillin, and Tien Shinhan had gathered in one place, their faces showing a serious expression. It seemed like he had already arrived. Piccolo frowned and looked at the sky, saying, Frisia's aura seems to have become stronger. Son Gohan nodded and replied. Krillin swallowed hard, fear appearing on his face. Do we have to fight that guy again? Thinking back to Namek, I was crushed by him in an instant. I'm still haunted by it. Remembering that evil face made him feel some fear, which seemed cowardly for a warrior. If Wukong and Vegeta were on Earth, they could probably easily defeat Frisia, but right now they couldn't contact them. Tien Shinhan frowned tightly and said in a low voice, Rumble. At that moment, a massive spaceship appeared in everyone's sight. The joyful revenge is about to begin. It's really exciting. Inside the spaceship, Frisia laughed maniacally. He had been locked in heaven for over a decade, enduring the torment of little animals and angels every day. Just thinking about those nearly hopeless days of suffering ignited the fury in his heart like a volcanic eruption. It was simply uncontrollable. And all of this was thanks to those Saiyans. So this time, he would definitely make them die slowly in unimaginable pain. That was the only way to relieve the endless anger in his heart. Boom! The spaceship finally landed on Earth. Piccolo and Son Gohan clenched their fists tightly, ready for battle. Swish, swish, swish. The moment the spaceship's hatch opened, Frisia's army flew out like locusts. A dark mass appeared, and looking around, there were definitely thousands of them. What a huge show of force. Looking at the dark figures floating in the air, Piccolo frowned. With so many people, it would probably be a bit difficult for the 5 of them to handle. Moreover, the strongest one was that Frisia. His aura had changed drastically since Namek. At this moment, Frisia flew out in his pod, and beside him were his henchmen, Sorb and Tagoma, who had resurrected him. The expressions of Son Gohan and Krillin turned serious. This guy had left an indelible fear in their hearts over a decade ago. Although they were confident that they had become stronger, seeing Frisia still made them feel wary. Hey, what is your purpose for coming to Earth? Piccolo stared directly at Frisia and asked. Haha, so it's that Namekian. Frisia smiled first, then angrily said, Damn fool, do I need to ask? Of course. It's revenge. I must kill everyone today to slightly relieve the anger in my heart. Bulma, Wukong, and Vegeta haven't T been contacted yet? Krillin quickly turned around and asked Bulma. Whis hasn't T answered my call either, Bulma said anxiously. Usually, Whis answered quickly. Why was there no one picking up this time? It was really infuriating. Oh, Wukong and that Super Saiyan aren't T here? Frisia scanned the area, but didn't T find Wukong or the Saiyan who had torn him apart. Although he felt a bit regretful, he shrugged it off. And I'll just kill all of you first. But Wukong will definitely suffer a lot. Frisia said with a sinister smile. Gohan, prepare for battle. Piccolo frowned and said to Son Gohan in a low voice. Although they looked like 5 people, only he and Gohan could truly fight. Krillin and Master Roshi were practically just there to make up the numbers. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan nodded and tightened his fists. Ha! With a loud shout, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. Ha ha, Super Saiyan. What an annoying guy. Watching Son Gohan transform, Frisia felt a surge of anger as that gaze resembled the one from the Saiyan who had killed him. Instantly, fury erupted from his eyes. Attack! Kill them all. Not one left. Frisia roared angrily, and then Frisia's army began to swarm towards Son Gohan and Piccolo. Son Gohan and the five jumped up, joining the battle. The fight was about to erupt. At this moment, Son Gohan had completely lost the momentum of Super Saiyan 2 in God Gohan due to becoming a scholar and not training. By now, his strength was almost non-existent. If it were the old God Gohan, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could blow them all away with a single breath. Just then, Yi Feng and Lazuli suddenly appeared beside Bulma and the Galactic Patrol officer Jabe. Oh, yay. Ha, you came just in time. The moment Bulma saw Yi Feng, she exclaimed excitedly. It should be known that Yi Feng's strength surpassed even the god of destruction Beerus, far exceeding Wukong and Vegeta. If he took action, he could definitely completely eliminate Frieza. Moreover, Yi Feng was also a friend of Vegeta. Yi Feng ignored Bulma and turned his gaze towards Frieza. Finally seeing the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, he was just as he had seen before. Cunning, vicious, truly a scoundrel. Yi Feng said faintly, "What? Another Saiyan has appeared?" When Yi Feng was staring at Frieza, Frieza also looked at Yi Feng, and with a surprised expression, said, "How come I've never seen you before?" Yi Feng's body slowly lurked opposite Frieza. "I've heard a lot about you, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza." Yi Feng slightly raised the corners of his mouth and looked at Frieza as he spoke. Chapter 114, The Force King, Golden Frieza. "Oh, a Saiyan, a fresh face. I don't think I've seen you before." Frieza was taken aback for a moment. Then a cold light appeared in his eyes as he said, "But all wild monkeys must die." At this moment, Frieza was a typical case of being locked away for too long, resulting in a split personality. 1 second he was polite, and the next he seemed to go mad. "Mr. Yi Feng. Mr. Yi Feng has returned." Son Gohan and Krillin were first surprised. Then their faces showed ecstasy. They witnessed Yi Feng's strength with their own eyes. It was incredibly powerful and could easily kill Frieza, the king of Frieza. "Please allow me to kill that wild monkey, as my body has started to itch." At this moment, Tagma volunteered to speak to Frieza. Since Frieza had just been resurrected, as his most capable subordinate, he naturally wanted to perform well. It was quite uncomfortable to have that useless Salb standing on top of him. You?" Frieza glanced at Tagma with some disdain. There was no way around it. The current Frieza force was too weak, filled with second-rate warriors hastily recruited from the universe. However, dealing with a wild monkey should be sufficient. "Go ahead. If you kill him, you can choose any planet you like," Frieza said generously. "Thank you, King Frieza." Tagma nodded repeatedly in surprise. He then looked at Yi Feng with a cold smile. "Wild monkey, your life seems a bit valuable. Now disappear from me," Tagma shouted, his fist directly smashing towards Yi Feng. "Wild monkey?" That really was an uncomfortable title. Yi Feng's eyes flashed with anger. Although he didn't know how Son Wukong and Vegeta felt when they were called wild monkeys, he seemed to be a bit angry. Just at the moment when Tagma's body flew out, it suddenly exploded. There was no warning, as if a time bomb was planted inside his body. Frieza was taken aback. What has happened? He couldn't believe he hadn't seen clearly that Tagma had been killed. Salb took a few steps back in fear, looking at Yi Feng with terror. What on earth did that guy do to make Tagma, with a combat power of over 1,000,000, explode directly? That guy must have done something bizarre. Frieza gently flew out of his infant spacecraft and appeared in front of Yi Feng. "I seem to have underestimated you, Saiyan," Frieza said with a sinister smile. "You just killed my subordinate. If you submit to me, I can consider making you my confidant." Frieza's soft voice addressed Yi Feng. "This guy's strength is indeed impressive. He qualifies to be my confidant." That sounds quite good." Yi Feng nodded and then said with a teasing expression, "But I don't like having a little shorty as my big brother. If you could grow another 5 centimeters, I might consider it. But it seems you don't have that chance anymore." After saying this, Yi Feng shrugged and looked at Frieza. "What?" Frieza suddenly froze, doubting if he had heard incorrectly. Did someone really dare to say such a thing to him? Then, an endless rage ignited in Frieza's eyes. The most humiliating thing for him, aside from being killed by a wild monkey, was his height. This guy actually dared to bring it up. He absolutely could not forgive this. "Damn wild monkey, you're looking for death." Frieza clenched his fists tightly and transformed into his final form, baring his teeth in obvious fury. Then a beam of death energy appeared at his fingertips and shot directly towards Yi Feng. However, when the death beam was still 3 zhong away from Yi Feng, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier and suddenly exploded. "What? Seems like he has some strength. No wonder he's so arrogant." Frieza grinned and then instantly charged towards Yi Feng. He was determined to tear apart this infuriating bastard with his own hands. "You really are easy to anger, Frieza." Yi Feng sneered as he glanced at Frieza. This guy doesn't seem to be as gentlemanly as he is in the animation. Frisia's body suddenly flew backward when it was less than 3 meters away from Yifeng. Even Frisia himself couldn't see what had happened. However, dozens of clear fist shadows appeared all over his body. This meant that he had been attacked more than 10 times without even realizing it. Boom! Frisia's body crashed heavily into the rock wall 100 meters away. This damn thing is really infuriating. Frisia clenched his teeth tightly, then shook his arms, directly blasting the mountain behind him into rubble. Frisia returned to Yifeng's side, his face transforming from anger into a cold smile. I have to say, you're quite capable. You successfully annoyed me. Next, it might be a little bit cruel for you. Frisia shook his neck from side to side and moved his body a bit. He was about to showcase the fruits of his 4 months of training. Frisia, let's not pretend. We're still friends. Yifeng said, looking at Frisia's pretentious expression. This guy Frisia is definitely the ultimate show-off, surpassing Vegeta. He has never lost in showing off and rarely won in fights. Yifeng's words choked off what Frisia, Li Hao, was about to say. This guy seemed even more annoying than Sun Wukong. Frisia clenched his fists tightly, and a golden aura erupted from his body in an instant. The entire earth began to tremble violently. Cracks spread across the ground like a spider web. What? Such a strong aura, deep and unfathomable. Suddenly, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and the members of Frisia's army all stopped fighting, turning their gazes towards Frisia. That guy Frisia was actually able to elevate his aura to such a terrifying level. It was simply unbelievable. Son Gohan exclaimed in shock. At that moment, Frisia had completely surpassed his father and Uncle Vegeta. After a full minute, Frisia finally transformed into his golden form. Chapter 115. The initial test of destruction power, Beerus's questioning. At this moment, Frisia's entire body shimmered with a noble golden hue, and a proud smile curved at the corners of his mouth. In just 4 months, he had reached this level, and even he had to admire his own talent. The audience seemed very surprised. Huh? I gave it a rather cheap name, Golden Frisia. Frisia said to Yifeng with a smug smile. In this form, he felt extremely confident and had no opponents left. What a pity. If he could transform into Diamond Frisia, I might still be able to barely play with you. But just being golden, to be honest, completely fails to pique my interest. Yifeng stared at Golden Frisia, shook his head, and said, Golden Frisia is only as strong as Super Saiyan Blue. His rage form can easily pin him to the ground. He clearly remembers that in Dragon Ball Super, Broly, the so-called Golden Frisia, was beaten by Broly for an hour. In the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super, he was first brutally defeated by Dispo, then by Toppo, and finally by Jiren. It's just pitiful to think about. However, Golden Frisia also has his strengths, like being tough and able to take hits. TCH, that damn wild monkey. It seems you have no idea how powerful Golden Frisia really is. 493, don't get too cocky. Now, I'll show you. After Frisia's angry voice fell, his body exploded forward, and his fist slammed towards Yifeng. Yifeng clenched his fist, and a grass-green energy flame burst out. Then he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. After battling Jiren, he realized he had no interest in Golden Frisia at all. Too weak. So this meaningless and unsurprising battle should be resolved quickly. Frisia's fist flashed by, but it didn't produce the expected effect. Instead, Yifeng effortlessly caught Frisia's punch. Golden Frisia was utterly weak. After Yifeng's disdainful voice fell, he casually flicked his hand, and Frisia was thrown a distance of several meters. His body crashed heavily to the ground. What? Is King Frisia about to lose? Sorb and the thousands of Frisia's minions looked at the situation before them, their faces filled with terror. They quickly fled to their spaceship. They definitely didn't want to die on this trash planet. With the Frisia army retreating, Son Gohan and the others let out a sigh of relief. The spaceship instantly powered up, and a beam of crimson energy flashed by, causing the spaceship to explode. After casually destroying the spaceship, Frisia turned his gaze to Yifeng. Such cowardly subordinates were unnecessary. Science, the humiliation you just inflicted on me, I will definitely repay it 1,000-fold. Frisia's face was filled with anger. He never expected that his revenge would encounter such an obstacle. Ha ha ha! With another roar, golden flames suddenly surrounded Frisia, and his power surged once again. Let's end this boring battle as soon as possible. After Yifeng's faint voice fell, he instantly appeared in front of Frisia, grabbing Frisia's head. The two of them simultaneously fell at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The ground was directly smashed into a huge deep pit by by their bodies. Frisia's body was tightly pinned down by Yi Feng, unable to move at all. "Damn wild monkey! Let me go!" Frisia shouted angrily after struggling in vain. At the same time, fear arose in his heart. This guy's power far exceeded his own. If this continued, he would probably be killed again. Although he was extremely unwilling, this suddenly appearing wild monkey indeed had outrageous strength. "Frisia, don't revive next time." Yi Feng coldly spoke to Frisia. "This guy, every time he is resurrected, he has to be sent to hell. That should be more unbearable than not being resurrected, right?" A low, deep voice came from Yi Feng. Then, purple energy appeared directly in his palm. When the energy came into contact with Frisia's body, it surprisingly disappeared quickly. The sounds of terror and pain echoed through the world, and soon Frisia's body vanished without a trace, leaving not even a speck of dust behind, completely disappearing. Frisia's aura completely vanished. Son Gohan said in surprise, "I can't believe it. He was completely dealt with so quickly. TCH, that guy's power has actually reached such a terrifying level?" Piccolo thought, biting his teeth tightly. Thinking back to the first time, he realized how ignorant he had been. If Yi Feng wanted to kill him, it would only take a second, right? Great. Frisia is dead. We don't have to die." Krillin was so excited he was about to jump up. He originally thought he was doomed today. Yi Feng returned to the front of Android 18. "Huh, she's Android 18? Sun Wukong and the others looked at Android 18 with fear on their faces. They'd been busy dealing with Frisia's army just now, so they hadn't noticed this side at all, and now they could finally see Android 18 clearly. "TCH, why is she here?" Piccolo and the others immediately became alert. "Let me introduce her. My woman Lazuli is not the Android 18 you speak of." Yi Feng glanced at Sun Wukong and the others, then spoke. "Right now, Lazuli really has nothing to do with Android 18. Android 18? What are they talking about? Moreover, I feel like I've seen these people somewhere before." Lazuli looked at Son Gohan and Piccolo, then turned to Yi Feng and asked in confusion. Just then, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Beerus, and Whis suddenly appeared in front of Yi Feng and the others. "What happened, Gohan? I just felt Frisia's energy." Sun Wukong asked curiously. "Mr. Yi Feng, it seems you dealt with Frisia, right?" Vegeta quickly walked up to Yi Feng and said respectfully, "That makes sense, with Yi Feng on Earth. Frisia's kind can't pose any threat at all." At this moment, Beerus walked towards Yi Feng with a serious expression and coldly asked, "Did you just use destruction energy?" Chapter 116. Whis visits. Are you interested in destruction gods? Beerus fixed his gaze on Yi Feng, waiting for his answer. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta didn't dare to speak and could only look back and forth between the two. Yi Feng is not the god of destruction, and he also understands the energy of the god of destruction. Sun Wukong and Vegeta don't believe it at all, although they didn't know before. After staying in the god of destruction realm for a few months, they're very clear that in this universe, only the god of destruction possesses the energy of destruction. Although Yi Feng is very strong, it shouldn't be possible for him to master it all. Only Bic furrowed his brow slightly and looked at Yi Feng. Because his hearing far exceeds that of Earthlings and Saiyans, he heard the word destruction when Yi Feng killed Frisia. Why has the atmosphere suddenly become so tense? Seeing everyone's serious expressions, Yi Feng said with a faint smile, "Hey, I'm asking you, did you just use God of Destruction energy?" Beerus asked again with a serious face. "If I say yes, what will you do, Lord Beerus?" Yi Feng suddenly stared at Beerus and said with a smile. Right now, he could say that he didn't take Beerus seriously at all. However, since he was from the 7th universe, there was no need to strain their relationship too much. The two of them locked eyes, and at that moment, the people around felt as if the air had solidified, a tremendous pressure sweeping over them. "What are you two doing?" "Whis, didn't you and Lord Beerus come here to eat strawberry ice cream? I've already prepared it. If you don't eat it soon, it'll melt." Just as Beerus and Yi Feng were staring at each other, Bulma suddenly walked over with 2 servings of ice cream. She spoke to Whis and Beerus. "What? Strawberry ice cream?" Upon hearing about food, Beerus instantly reverted to his gluttonous nature and looked at Bulma. This time it was really thanks to Bulma. Vegeta wiped the sweat from his forehead. If Beerus and Yi Feng were to fight again, it would be a catastrophic disaster for Earth. Then Whis and Beerus immediately started eating the ice cream, as if they had forgotten about the destructive energy from earlier. "Wow, it seems like you've become stronger again." The strange atmosphere dissipated as Goku walked up to Yi Feng, excitedly saying. He hadn't expected that just a few months apart would make Yi Feng's mysterious aura even stronger. "You two seem to have gotten quite a bit stronger as well. If I'm not mistaken, you should both be able to transform into Super Saiyan God with your own power now, right?" Yifeng smiled faintly and said, actually, I know very well that the current Sun Wukong and Vegeta can completely transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Yes, Mr. Yifeng, Kakarot and I can indeed transform into Super Saiyan God. And we have even reached the level of Super Saiyan Blue, Vegeta said, surprisingly not boasting about his power increase by challenging Yifeng to a duel. Indeed, it seems that having you two follow Whis was the right decision. Yifeng nodded. It seemed their strength was basically similar to that in the original work. Following Whis has indeed made us much stronger. Sun Wukong happily said. TCH, less talk, Kakarot. Vegeta gave Sun Wukong a big eye roll. Although their strength had improved a lot, in Yifeng's eyes, it was still not enough. Mr. Yifeng, if you are free this afternoon, I was thinking I could have you guide me again, Vegeta suddenly said to Yifeng. This surprised Yifeng a bit. What's this? With Whis as your master, you still need my guidance. Yes, you could say I wanted to see my results, Vegeta nodded seriously. During these 4 months, while transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, he had also been continuously training in Ultra Instinct. Now it seemed he was finally starting to feel something. Good. Yifeng nodded and did not refuse. After all, he was just idle anyway. After a few casual chats, Yifeng took Lazuli back to the villa. Is that guy a god of destruction too? Lazuli asked at this moment, because that Beerus seemed to look very similar to the god of destruction Kampa from the 6th universe. Yeah, he is the god of destruction of our universe. Yifeng nodded and said, he seems to have a bit of hostility towards you. Lazuli spoke again. Just now, she thought Yifeng was going to fight again. It doesn't matter. Anyway, he's not my opponent. Yifeng spoke arrogantly, having comprehended the perfect freedom ultimate skill and mastered the power of destruction. He was not afraid of any destroyer at all. After finishing lunch, Yifeng began to consolidate his strength in the gravity room. At that moment, an unexpected guest suddenly appeared. Whis's body appeared in the gravity room. Whis, I didn't expect you to come looking for me. That's quite rare. Yifeng stopped his training, looked at Whis and smiled, saying, congratulations, Mr. Yifeng. Not only have you mastered the power of destruction, but it seems you have also reached the realm of perfect freedom in the ultimate skill. Whis maintained his usual calm expression and spoke to Yifeng in a tranquil tone. It seems I really can't hide anything from your eyes. Yifeng shook his head and said to Whis, did Beerus send you? No, Lord Beerus doesn't know that I'm here to find you. I came to see you on my own. Whis shook his head and replied, oh, you came to find me by yourself? That makes me even more curious about your purpose. You don't think I'm too strong and want to eliminate me or something, do you? Yifeng raised an eyebrow and asked with a somewhat joking tone, Mr. Yifeng, you are overthinking it. We can't just act recklessly. You should know that. Whis smiled gently and said, I've known about the matters of the 7th universe and the 11th universe for a long time. So what is your purpose for coming this time? Yifeng really couldn't figure out Whis's intentions. I came to ask you, Mr. Yifeng, are you interested in the position of the god of destruction? Whis asked with a faint smile, as if it were a very trivial matter. Chapter 117. The Contest, Part 2. Whis what? Yifeng was taken aback, looking at Whis with some disbelief. After a pause, he continued, God of destruction? From what Whis said, is he intentionally trying to make me the god of destruction? Could it be that he wants me to take Beerus's place? Is it because I have mastered Ultra Instinct and Destruction Energy? That can't be, right? Beerus and Whis seem to get along quite well. Yes, the god of destruction. Seeing Yifeng's surprised expression, Whis nodded confidently. You actually want me to become the god of destruction. It really leaves me at a loss. Yifeng asked, what? Do you want me to replace Beerus? Yifeng shook his head slightly and smiled, saying, with your current strength, you can completely replace Lord Beerus. However, the god of destruction I'm talking about is not the god of destruction from the 7th universe. After Whis nodded, he continued to speak to Yifeng, what? Not replacing Lord Beerus? Yifeng was taken aback and asked with some confusion, isn't Angel Whis in charge of Universe 7? Does he also oversee other universes? After a moment of thought, Yifeng decisively shook his head. To be a god of destruction, one must be ruthless. Although I admit I'm not a good person, I can't be that resolute. Moreover, gods of destruction basically have to stay on their respective planets. They also have to be accompanied by a whiny creature, which sound quite dull. Furthermore, while gods of destruction are the strongest in the universe, they're still somewhat restricted, working for the Omni King and the Grand Priest. I don't want to do such boring things. I prefer to travel with my women. That's the life I desire. Of course, the premise is that I must have enough strength to counter any threats to my safety. Oh, that's quite surprising. I thought you would be interested, Whis said, looking at Yifeng with some surprise. He had originally thought of Goku and Vegeta, but after spending some time with them, he felt that although they were both Saiyans, They no longer possessed that Saiyan brutality, making them unsuitable for the role of god of destruction. Rather than that, I'm more interested in your strength, Whis. Yifeng suddenly looked at Weiss with excitement and said, my current strength far exceeds that of the god of destruction. So the next target I need to surpass is the angel. Before I can surpass them, I must clearly understand how big the gap is between me and the angels. What? You don't mean you want to fight me, do you? Weiss chuckled, covering his mouth upon hearing Yifeng's words. Even Lord Beerus wouldn't dare to say such things. That's not wrong at all. I'm quite interested in your strength. Let's have a match, Weiss. After Yifeng's voice fell, he transformed into the full power Super Saiyan form. His eyes surged with overwhelming fighting spirit. Although your strength surpasses Lord Beerus, if you want to fight me, you still have a long way to go. Whis said to Yifeng with a faint smile. Is that so? In that case, I'm even more interested. After speaking, Yifeng suddenly flashed and appeared right in front of Whis. He threw a heavy punch towards Whis. Whis gently swayed his body, indicating that he had dodged Yifeng's punch. Indeed, it was extraordinary. After the punch missed, Yifeng felt no disappointment. This was within his expectations. And the stronger Whis was, the more excited he became. Yifeng once again enhanced his power. Xulins punches content Wesley attacket Weiss. But each time they only grazed the edges of Weiss's clothing. At that moment, Weiss was like an elusive mudfish, and Yifeng couldn't hit him at all. How strong? My Super Saiyan full power form is actually of no use to him at all. Yifeng thought in shock. It seems that Visby is even more powerful than he imagined. In that case, let's unleash the ultimate freedom skill. Yifeng's eyes narrowed, suddenly showing a serious expression. Then his pupils, surrounded by a dazzling silver light. Seeing Yifeng perform the perfect freedom supreme skill, Weiss showed no surprise at all, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. Be careful, Weiss. After reminding Whis, Leaf Maple drew a silver-white arc in the air. His body instantly landed in front of Whis. His speed was incredibly fast. If Sun Wukong and Vegeta were nearby, they wouldn't have been able to see Leaf Maple launch an attack at all. Whis' body lightly stepped back, effortlessly avoiding Leaf Maple's attack. Missing the hit, Leaf Maple launched a flurry of attacks on Whis again. This time, realizing Whis' strength, Leaf Maple directly utilized his spatial power. Combining the ultimate speed of his freestyle technique with a surprise spatial power attack, he attacked for a full 5 minutes, but still couldn't touch Whis' body. Damn, this guy's a bit too strong, isn't he? Yifeng couldn't help but curse in his heart. He remembered someone saying before that Super Saiyan God was a 6. The God of Destruction Beerus was a 10, and the Angel Whis was a 15. From the battle just now between himself and Whis, he could feel that Whis' power far exceeded Beerus. And it was definitely not just a star and a half. It might be dozens of times. Enough is enough, Mr. Yifeng. After Whis' voice fell, he swung the staff in his hand towards Yifeng. The speed didn't seem fast, but by the time Yifeng reacted and tried to dodge, the staff had already slammed heavily into his waist. The terrifying force directly sent Yifeng flying. Bang! After Yifeng fell to the ground, he directly exited the Ultra Instinct and Perfect Ultra Instinct forms. It seems that although he has comprehended Perfect Ultra Instinct, there is still a considerable gap in front of the Angel Whis. Moreover, the Angel Vados from Universe 6 seems to be even more powerful than Whis. Chapter 118. Ultimate Ultra Instinct? You're really amazing, Whis. Yifeng stood up and said with a faint smile. Although he had already assessed Weiss's strength to be very high, he still underestimated him a bit. It seems that in order to surpass him, he must improve and break through again. At the very least, he should reach the level of a special Super Saiyan 2, or enhance other abilities, to truly compete with Weiss. Mr. Yifeng is quite impressive as well. It's the first time I've seen a human reach this level. Weiss covered his mouth and smiled as he spoke to Yifeng. It has indeed been a long time since he had seen a human who could surpass a god of destruction. All right, since Mr. Yifeng is not interested in the position of god of destruction, I will take my leave. Weiss looked at Yifeng and calmly said, then let me see you off. Yifeng nodded. He indeed had no interest in the so-called god of destruction, as he wanted to reach a higher level. After sending Weiss to the door, Weiss suddenly turned his head and quietly smiled at Yifeng, saying, Mr. Yifeng, although your free and easy extreme skill has reached a perfect level, do you know about the pinnacle of free and easy extreme? What? Pinnacle of free and easy extreme? Yifeng was taken aback, looking at Weiss in disbelief. In a Dragon Ball Super anime, his current Ultra Instinct technique looks exactly like the one achieved by Son Goku. Clearly at that time, Son Goku had already reached the pinnacle of mastery. However, Weiss's implication was that there was still room for improvement in Yi Feng's Ultra Instinct technique. That meant the realm of perfection. Weiss, what do you mean by that? Can you offer some guidance on achieving the pinnacle of Ultra Instinct? In Yi Feng's eyes, a gleam of excitement appeared. He had never thought that after achieving the perfect freedom of ultimate intent, there would actually be a peak freedom of ultimate intent. Sorry, I've already crossed the line a bit today. As for the peak freedom of ultimate intent, you'll need to comprehend it on your own. After saying this, Weiss swayed as he walked out, disappearing before Yifeng. All that was left was a bewildered Yifeng. Peak freedom of ultimate intent? Yifeng murmured to himself, and then a look of excitement appeared in his eyes. He had indeed never thought about this matter, but Weiss would definitely not speak without reason. Well, then next, he would study the so-called ultimate instinct technique thoroughly. In the afternoon, Vegeta approached Yifeng, wanting him to provide some guidance. To Yifeng's surprise, Vegeta had made significant progress in his ultimate instinct technique. His awareness in battle was not as heightened as before, and both his speed and strength had improved greatly. Clearly, he had corrected many of his flaws. It seemed that a breakthrough in ultimate instinct required a catalyst. Mr. Yifeng, thank you for your guidance, Vegeta said respectfully at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Although it was only 2 hours of instruction, it was extremely beneficial for him. After all, what he lacked now was experience and theoretical knowledge of ultimate instinct. As for practice, he could only rely on himself. No problem, I'm free these days anyway. Yifeng smiled and said to Vegeta. The less proud Vegeta, who lowered his stance, was actually quite likable, and Yifeng was willing to give him some guidance. Mr. Yifeng, you haven't eaten yet, right? Vegeta's meaning was very clear. He wanted to thank Yifeng. I'm already preparing it. You can go back first. Yifeng waved his hand and said to Vegeta, well, I'll take my leave now. After Vegeta finished speaking, he left. The next morning, Vegeta and son Goku returned to the God of Destruction realm, far surpassing Beerus and the others. It is undeniable that training under Whis' guidance in the God of Destruction realm allowed them to improve faster and achieve more with less effort. Days passed, and before long, half a month had gone by. Beerus and Whis once again arrived on Earth. However, this time they directly appeared in Yifeng's villa. Oh, what a rare guest. Lord Beerus, Whis, Yifeng said with a smile as he looked at Whis and Beerus in the courtyard. Ah, long time no see, Mr. Yifeng. Whis greeted Yifeng warmly. All right, we were just about to have lunch. You two are in for a treat. Yifeng was a bit suspicious that these two guys had come right on time just to mooch a meal. Well, it seems we really came at the right time, Weiss said with his classic smile, covering his mouth. Meanwhile, the God of Destruction, Beerus, had his eyes shining. He truly had no resistance when it came to delicious food. After simply having some assorted tempura and tamagoyaki, Beerus was ready to get to the point. Yifeng, the reason I came this time is to invite you to participate in a competition. After finishing his meal, Beerus, still savoring the flavors, spoke to Yifeng. You want me to participate? Yifeng stared at Beerus and paused before saying, sorry, I don't have time. The so-called competition is obviously a battle for the Super Dragon Balls between our universe and the 6th universe. This competition has no significance for me. The strongest in the 6th universe, Hit, is no longer my opponent, especially now that I have become even stronger after my battle with Jiren. The strongest assassin, Hit, I no longer take him seriously. What? I'm telling you to go, not asking for your opinion, Beerus said with a frown after hearing Yifeng's words. He had actually considered inviting Yifeng to participate in this competition in a polite manner. However, after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't bring himself to say the word invite, as he was the ruler of the universe, the strongest destroyer. It would be too humiliating for a destroyer to bow and scrape to a human. Sorry, I think you may not have the strength to command me, Lord Beerus. Yifeng's smile gradually faded from his face, and then he said to Beerus, his current strength has already surpassed Beerus. Therefore, he currently has no ability to command him to do anything. Chapter 119. Beerus, have you submitted? Yifeng, don't go too far. I am the God of Destruction, and I haven't settled the matter of the destruction energy from last time with you yet. Beerus stood up abruptly, looking at Yifeng with rage, and said loudly, after all, he is the God of Destruction, the supreme deity of the 7th universe. When has he ever been rejected? It cannot be denied that this guy's strength is on par with his own, but that is absolutely not a reason for him to disregard himself. If you speak nicely, I will respectfully call you Lord Beerus. But if you want to fight, do you think I would be afraid of you? Beerus Yifeng also stood up, his eyes shimmering with a cold light as he stared directly at Beerus, and said, calling you Lord Beerus is out of respect to give you face. After all, you are a God of Destruction, but if you want to force me, You really aren't qualified. All right, want to fight, huh? Beerus said, his anger turning into a smile as purple flames suddenly erupted around him. The temperature in the entire room rose sharply. Are you afraid? Suddenly, a silvery light appeared in Yi Feng's eyes, directly unleashing the perfect Ultra Instinct. What? Perfect Ultra Instinct? At the moment, Yi Feng transformed into Perfect Ultra Instinct. A look of surprise appeared in Beerus's eyes. It had only been a few months since they last met, and this guy had upgraded his Ultra Instinct? It was known that he had been training in this area for many years, and he was still an imperfect Ultra Instinct. No wonder this guy was so strong. It turned out he had something to rely on. With that being the case, it seemed a bit tricky for him to defeat Yi Feng. Lord Beerus, your purpose today is not to fight Yi Feng, right? At that moment, Whis stood up, glanced at the two who were at odds, and said lightly, "Huff." Beerus took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger. Indeed, his purpose today was to have Yi Feng participate in the tournament, not to fight. If Yi Feng did not participate, he wasn't very confident that the 7th universe could win. Although Goku and Vegeta were both good, they weren't top-tier fighters. If Yi Feng could join this battle, that would be even better. But he didn't expect this guy to be so unappreciative of the situation. The purple aura around him slowly dissipated, and then Beerus sat down again. Knowing that Yi Feng had simultaneously mastered the power of destruction and perfect Ultra Instinct, he understood that he couldn't force Yi Feng anymore. How can you participate in this tournament? Beerus gritted his teeth and asked, struggling a bit. Although this feeling was very uncomfortable, he thought about how unbearable it would be to lose the tournament and see that smug expression on Kampa's face. Moreover, that guy had a big mouth. After losing, other gods of destruction would probably know about it. Others were fine, but the annoying guys from Universe 4, Quitella, and from Universe 11, Vermaud, would definitely use this as a joke to ridicule him. This was something he absolutely could not accept. Is this you conceding? Yi Feng's aura gradually dissipated as he stared tightly at Beerus and said, "Damn it, don't go too far." Beerus, with a distorted expression, replied to Yi Feng, "I have clearly made a significant concession, yet this guy is so obvious about it. Excessive? If you had had this attitude from the beginning, perhaps I would have agreed without hesitation." Yi Feng shrugged and said lightly, "Respect between people is mutual. If others respect me a foot, I will respect them a mile. If Beerus spoke to me in a good tone, I would definitely agree. After all, I am someone who values face. But if he wants to suppress me with his god of destruction demeanor, then sorry, I will be even more rude than him. After all, I currently have the strength and the capital." Mr. Yi Feng, Lord Beerus is making a concession for the first time. "I think you should participate." Why suddenly spoke up. "Although I shouldn't say this, just think about it. If we lose the match, we lose the Earth, and we won't get to enjoy Earth's delicious food. I would feel a bit reluctant. This is because Beerus and Kampa's bet involves the Earth and the Super Dragon Balls. All right, for Weiss's sake, I will tentatively agree. But I have one condition." Yi Feng glanced at Weiss and said, "I can disregard Beerus, but I absolutely cannot overlook Weiss. Although he won't make a move against me. That guy seems to have a good understanding of the higher-level Ultra Instinct. I will need to seek his guidance in the future." TCH. Beerus curled his lips and then looked at Yi Feng, asking, "Go ahead, what are your conditions?" It seems this guy responds better to persuasion than force. "I can guarantee my ultimate victory, but the prize for the competition belongs to me." Yi Feng looked at Beerus and said, after hearing Yi Feng's conditions. Beerus glanced at him and nodded. The Super Dragon Balls are of no use to him at all. The reason he made a bet with that guy Kampa was to temper his sharpness. As for the rewards, they are completely unimportant. It seems they have reached a mutual understanding. "Lord Beerus, there are 5 spots for the competition, and now there are only 3. Weiss looked at the two and said with a faint smile, "Let's go see if Goku and Vegeta have found the remaining ones." It was clear that Beerus was still feeling a bit frustrated. It was the first time he had been rejected. And what was even more annoying was that he couldn't destroy Yi Feng. This feeling like a fishbone stuck in his throat was quite uncomfortable. "Beerus, you must be smart and not think about provoking me." Looking at the sound of Beerus disappearing, Yi Feng smiled faintly. After their first battle, he still had a bit of fondness for Beerus. But if he continues to look down on him just because he is a god of destruction, Yi Feng won't let him off easily. Chapter 120. Arrival at the Nameless Planet. Major changes. Before Weiss and Beerus left, Son Goku and Vegeta stayed on Earth. Since they were going to fight against powerful beings from other universes, they definitely needed to train their strength well, especially to solidify the teachings Weiss had given them over the past few months. Of course, the most ideal training place was the hyperbolic time chamber in the Lookout. 3 days in there could equal 3 years of training, which was very beneficial for them. 3 days later, Whis arrived on Earth alone. According to the candidates, Son Goku and Vegeta had decided on in advance. Yi Feng, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Majin Buu, and Piccolo were the 5 people. However, unfortunately, Majin Buu had fallen asleep the day before and could not be awakened no matter how hard they tried. So they had to replace Majin Buu with Son Gohan. Although Son Gohan did not possess Majin Buu's strength, after half a month of training with Piccolo, he was a bit more reliable than the wild Gohan, even if he couldn't match the peak moments of Super Saiyan God Gohan. By 10 o'clock in the morning, everyone had gathered. Whis also arrived on Earth as promised to take everyone to the unknown planet. Good morning, everyone, Whis greeted them enthusiastically. It was unclear where he found that 373 megaphone used for buying groceries. Since participants were allowed in this competition, there were quite a few people going, including Lazuli, Bulma, Goten, Trunks, and Videl, among others. Good morning. Everyone responded enthusiastically to Whis. All right, I will now take you all to the competition venue. Please step into this square. Whis said loudly to everyone. Under their feet was the cosmic square that could travel through the universe. This kind of thing seemed a bit too slow, right? Yi Feng glanced at Whis' cosmic cube and said with a smirk. If he used instant transmission, he could almost appear on the unnamed planet in an instant. But with so many people now, it's better to go together. It'll be livelier that way. About an hour later, everyone finally arrived at the unnamed planet. Wow, is that the Super Dragon Ball? Looking at the Dragon Ball that resembled a planet, everyone was astonished. Even Yi Feng was a bit shocked. Although he knew the Super Dragon Balls were as big as planets, seeing it with his own eyes was still quite astonishing. All right, let us all go to the venue. Whis directly made the cosmic cube stop above the unnamed planet. The unnamed planet was a barren world, with red rocks and huge craters. There was no sign of life. At this moment, the god of destruction Kampa from Universe 6, Angel Whis, and other contestants had already arrived early. Wow, did Lord Kampa build this? It's quite unexpected. Sun Wukong looked at the luxurious venue and said excitedly. Seeing this scene, he really missed the martial arts tournament. The god of destruction wouldn't build something like this. Even if he did, it would definitely be tacky. Beerus snorted coldly and spoke. Hey Beerus, I thought you were too scared to come. Kampa suddenly appeared in front of Beerus and said loudly. Then, he suddenly saw a familiar face. Very, very familiar. What? That bastard is here too? Indeed, the one who moved Kampa was Yi Feng. A few months ago, Yi Feng had knocked him out on Kampa's own planet. Although it was humiliating, he had to admit that this guy was indeed very strong. If he participated in this competition, it would probably be very difficult for Universe 7 to win. After all, Universe 7's ace contestant, Hit, had also been nearly killed by Yi Feng. Hey Beerus, you're not planning to let him participate in the competition, are you? Kampa furrowed his brows tightly and looked at Yi Feng before speaking to Beerus. Of course he is participating. Is there a problem? Beerus said somewhat disgustedly, picking at his ear and casually responding to Kampa. Yi Feng is the ace of the 7th universe, and in order to let this guy participate in the competition, I had to sacrifice my dignity as a god of destruction. Damn it, that guy's strength has already surpassed that of a god of destruction, and you actually let him participate in the competition. Are you trying to cheat? Kampa shouted loudly at Beerus. Oh, you say his strength surpasses that of a god. Did Yi Feng defeat you? Beerus suddenly smirked slyly and asked Kampa. Of course not. That is not what happened. Kampa quickly turned his head and said in a somewhat flustered manner. If Beerus knew about this, he would be utterly embarrassed. Anyway, that guy cannot participate in the competition. Are you trying to cheat? You're the one who started cheating. Bestows and Whis exchanged a glance, both showing helpless expressions. When Beerus and Kampa are together, they really can't sit still for a moment. Lord Kampa, Yi Feng is indeed from the 7th universe, so he has the right to participate in this competition. It was you who didn't clarify that at the beginning. Looking at the shameless Kampa, Bestows could only speak out helplessly. Supporting such a god of destruction is really exhausting. In the end, Kampa had no choice but to compromise. After all, he had completely forgotten that Yi Feng was from the 7th universe. After entering the venue, the two universes returned to their respective contestant and spectator seats. It seems that this competition has undergone a significant change since Frost was killed by himself. Yi Feng looked over at the contestants from Universe 6. They were all familiar faces. Hit, Kaba, Kale, and Bergamo. TCH, those guys over there look like a bunch of malnourished weaklings. I can't feel any power from them at all, Vegeta scoffed, glancing at the audience from Universe 6. The only one who made him feel a sense of danger was that purple-skinned guy. Vegeta, don't underestimate them too much. They might be quite strong. Goku chimed in with a playful grin. He was already getting excited, and he could also sense that the purple skin guy was very powerful. Whoosh! At that moment, Kaba and Kale suddenly flew over to the contestants' area of Universe 7. Hello, are you Scions from that universe? Kaba asked enthusiastically as he walked to Yi Feng and the others. Chapter 121, Vegeta's First Victory. Huh? How do you know? Goku looked at Kaba in surprise. Don't tell me you're also a Saiyan? Vegeta exclaimed, astonished as he looked at Kaba and Kale. Although he found it hard to believe. Kaba's outfit was identical to the old battle suits from planet Vegeta after Frieza enslaved them. Yes, we're also Scions, Kaba nodded and smiled. Huh, that's a bit unbelievable. Scions from Universe 6 look like this? Goku said, unable to believe it as he looked at the skinny Kaba and Kale. They're completely different from the Scions from Universe 7. Hey, what kind of expression is that? Are you looking down on us? At that moment, the hot-tempered Kale pushed Kaba aside and glared at Goku and Vegeta. I didn't mean it that way. I was just surprised. Goku quickly waved his hands at Kale. Huh, but I can feel that you have strong energy in your bodies. TCH, the cockroach brat. Is that energy really considered strong? Vegeta rolled his eyes at Goku. Just the three of them could be dealt with by him with a mere flick of his fingers. They were no different from the ordinary Scions on planet Vegeta. Hey, what are you three doing standing there? At that moment, Kappa coldly spoke up. Kaba and the others could only greet Yi Feng and Vegeta before returning to the audience of Universe 7. It seems everyone is ready, so let us start the match. At that moment, Beerus appeared in the sky above the arena and addressed everyone. Whatever, Beerus and Kampa both responded indifferently. Since that's the case, let me briefly explain the rules of the match. First, no weapons or energy recovery items can be used during the match. Second, the conditions for defeat are to knock out the opponent voluntarily surrenders, or to throw the opponent off the stage. Finally, you cannot harm the opponent's life. If you injure your opponent fatally, you lose as well. Also, this match will be randomly selected by the gods of destruction from each universe. Now, please let Kampa and Beerus send out the first contestants. Bestows explained all the rules in one breath. Hey, which of you four is going first? Beerus looked at Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, speaking up while completely ignoring Yi Feng, as he was the ace of Universe 7 and would naturally be the last to appear. I'll go first. Hee. My body is already trembling with excitement. Goku grinned at Beerus. Oomph. Vegeta snorted and leaped onto the arena. Hey, Vegeta, that's a bit unfair, isn't it? Goku said, somewhat reproachfully, looking at Vegeta, who had directly appeared on the stage. Beerus hadn't even decided who would go first, and Vegeta had just jumped up. Of course, Beerus wouldn't care about that. Aside from the AC Feng, they could choose whoever they wanted to go first. Hey, you go first. If you lose, I'll destroy you. Kampa pointed at Bergamo from the audience of Universe 6 and said, Yes, Lord Kampa, Bergamo said, a cold sweat appearing on his forehead as he hurriedly responded. Then, Bergamo entered the arena. TCH, is this the kind of opponent I get? So lame. Vegeta looked at the bulky, golden Bergamo with disdain. He then shifted his gaze to Hit from Universe 6. That guy was his real opponent. The others were nothing more than appetizers. Are you looking down on me? Bergamo suddenly grinned, revealing sharp canine teeth. That's right. Someone like you can participate in a universe-level match. It seems Universe 6 is really weak. Vegeta openly expressed his disdain, looking at Bergamo with contempt. Damn, such arrogance. Bergamo gritted his teeth, and even Kampa looked at Vegeta with anger. That Saiyan from Universe 7 was too arrogant. Hey, throw that annoying Saiyan down. Kampa shouted at the arena. Understood, Lord Kampa. Bergamo nodded, and then flashed a cruel smile at Vegeta. How dare he look down on him? He would pay a painful price for it. Bergamo's body darted forward and instantly appeared in front of Vegeta, then threw a punch at him. But Vegeta, with a proud expression and arms crossed, merely tilted his head slightly and dodged Bergamo's attack. He looked heavy, but his movements didn't seem slow at all. Of course, it's just not slow, Vegeta said lightly. Humph, surprised already? Then next, just as Bergamo was about to boast, Vegeta grabbed Bergamo's arm and effortlessly executed a shoulder throw. Boom! Bergamo slammed heavily onto the arena floor. All the spectators from both universes were dumbfounded. That was it. Way too fast. Wow. Vegeta, you're amazing. Dad, you're awesome. You really did it, Vegeta. Cheers of joy erupted from the audience of Universe 7. Beerus also slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Finally, Vegeta was off to a good start. On the opposite side, Kampa was now frowning, filled with fury as he glared at Bergamo. This weak fool had been defeated so quickly. It was truly embarrassing, and he would definitely destroy him later. However, the match has to continue. Hey, this time it's your turn. If you lose again, I will definitely not let you off, understand? Compa pointed at Gabe and spoke coldly. Yes, understood. Gabe quickly nodded and then jumped down from the stage. Mr. Vegeta, please guide me. Gabe said respectfully to Vegeta. You my next opponent? Vegeta looked at Gabe and frowned. Yes, Mr. Vegeta. Gabe nodded, a serious expression on his face. Just a moment ago, Vegeta was able to defeat Bardock in an instant. So Vegeta's strength is very strong. Chapter 122. Super Saiyan Caulifla versus Super Saiyan Vegeta. The battle between Vegeta and Gabe lasted for 10 minutes, during which Gabe was completely defeated by Vegeta, who had transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Because Vegeta felt that Gabe was somewhat similar to him and had a good impression of him, he taught him how to transform into a Super Saiyan during the fight. Thank you, Master Vegeta. Gabe, after being defeated, still had an excited look on his face. He never thought he would possess such power to become stronger. I am not your master. Don't call me that in the future, Vegeta said with a proud expression. Yes, Master Vegeta. Gabe was still very excited. At this moment, Kompa's face had completely turned pale. He didn't expect that they would lose all the first 2 matches, and the Saiyan he was most wary of hadn't even taken the stage yet. It seemed that this time they were really going to lose. Damn it, these embarrassing things. I will definitely destroy all of them. Kompa clenched his fists tightly, but not now, after the match ends. Super Saiyan? Such strong power, it's truly shocking. Caulifla clenched her fists, her face full of excitement, still immersed in the powerful strength that Vegeta and Gabe displayed after transforming into Super Saiyans. As a Saiyan herself, since Gabe and Vegeta could do it, she was sure she could do it too. It's my turn now. I can't wait to experience the power of a Super Saiyan. After Caulifla excitedly finished speaking, she jumped directly onto the stage. Caulifla? Hey Gabe, hurry up and get off. You've already lost. Caulifla said domineeringly to Gabe. Okay. Gabe could only awkwardly nod and then jump down from the stage. Hey, hurry up and teach me how to become a Super Saiyan. After Gabe went down, Caulifla couldn't wait to say to Vegeta. Do you think I'm Vegeta? I'm just anyone? Vegeta shouted. He really had no good feelings for this chattering female Saiyan. What? Hearing Vegeta's cold voice, Caulifla was initially taken aback. Then her face turned angry. If you don't teach me, then I don't care. I can also become a Super Saiyan. Since Gabe can do it, there is no reason I can't become a Super Saiyan. Moreover, Vegeta had already taught Gabe how to transform into a Super Saiyan, and she heard it clearly. It was just about getting angry. Then, Caulifla suddenly dashed out and directly attacked Vegeta. Whoosh, whoosh. Although Caulifla had not transformed into a Super Saiyan, her speed was still quite impressive. Vegeta kept dodging, avoiding all of Caulifla's attacks. You can't even touch me. Caulifla gritted her teeth and kept swinging her fists. But she still couldn't hit Vegeta's clothes. Annoying brat. Vegeta suddenly smirked and then kicked heavily at Caulifla's face. Bang! Caulifla was immediately sent flying, her body sliding off the stage for dozens of meters. Damn it. How could this bastard hit so hard? I will never forgive you. Caulifla slammed the ground angrily. She didn't expect that this bastard had no mercy. Sister. Meanwhile, in the audience area of Universe 6, Caulifla looked at Caulifla, who was punched away, with a fearful expression. Then, Caulifla got up again and charged at Vegeta. Vegeta snorted coldly, and his fist struck heavily against Caulifla's flat chest. Caulifla was sent flying again, landing at the edge of the stage, almost hanging off the edge. That hurt. I absolutely cannot forgive this bastard. Caulifla rubbed her chest, her eyes filled with burning anger. Caulifla stood up again. Can you still get up? Truly troublesome, Vegeta said coldly. Next time, I will definitely eliminate her completely. You bastard, you absolutely cannot. Caulifla clenched her fists tightly and then shouted furiously. Her eyes, filled with rage, suddenly turned light green. Swish, swish. The next moment, golden energy burst out from Caulifla's body. She instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. What a joke, transforming into a Super Saiyan like this. Is becoming a Super Saiyan becoming so worthless? Vegeta looked at Caulifla in shock. Just a moment ago, there was Gabe, and now it's this girl. In just 10 minutes, 2 Super Saiyans appeared. He and Kakarot had suffered a lot to become Super Saiyans. Wow, I can't believe they can all become Super Saiyans, Goku said, rubbing his nose, his face filled with excitement. Sister has also become a Super Saiyan. That's great. Looking at Super Saiyan Caulifla said excitedly. Caulifla's talent has always been good. It's not surprising that she became a Super Saiyan. Gabe smiled and said. In fact, he felt that transforming into a Super Saiyan was not difficult. It was just about reaching that extreme moment of anger. You bastard, now I want to deal with you. Caulifla tightly clenched her fists, feeling the vast power within her body, and excitedly said to Vegeta, Stop being so self-important. Do you think becoming a Super Saiyan makes you my opponent? Vegeta glanced disdainfully at Caulifla. The current Super Saiyan in front of him was still no match for him. In the next moment, Caulifla's body flashed out, launching a storm-like attack on Vegeta. With a confident smile on his face, Vegeta easily dodged all of Caulifla's attacks. What the hell? I've clearly transformed into a Super Saiyan, and my power and speed have greatly increased. So why can't I hit this bastard? Caulifla thought in shock. Is there really such a huge gap between Super Saiyans? Chapter 123, The Legendary Super Saiyan. You just transformed into a Super Saiyan, and this is all you've got. After Vegeta's proud voice fell, he grabbed Caulifla's fist. Then he yanked her forward violently. Vegeta then forcefully slammed into Caulifla's abdomen. In the next second, Caulifla's body was sent flying back, crashing hard on the ground. A pained expression on her face. Why is there such a huge gap between me and that bastard Vegeta, even though I've also transformed into a Super Saiyan? That guy really hits too hard. Vegeta, on the other hand, was indifferent. He didn't differentiate between genders in battle. Moreover, he particularly disliked this chattering woman. You bastard. Caulifla glared at Vegeta and then shot out an energy ball from her palm. Her body leaped up, closely following the energy ball. Overconfident, after Vegeta's cold voice fell, he casually swatted the energy ball away and struck at Caulifla, who was right behind it. Caulifla's body crashed heavily into Vegeta's palm, then flew out like a high-flying arrow. Boom! She crashed against the barrier outside the ring, then fell to the ground. At this point, Caulifla had returned to her normal state, unconscious. Sister, Kale and Kaba quickly leaped down from the contestant seats, appearing beside Caulifla. Sister, how dare you hurt my sister? Looking at the bruised and unconscious Caulifla, Kale's previous fear suddenly vanished, replaced by a fierce look. Crystal tears sparkled in her eyes. Why? I will never forgive you. How dare you hurt my sister? Absolutely unforgivable. Kale leaped forward, appearing right in front of Vegeta, her face twisted in rage. The next moment, Kale suddenly roared. The roar sounded nothing like a girl's voice. It was more like a mad beast. Another boring character. Watching the imposing Kale, Vegeta still looked down on her. Transforming into a Super Saiyan is nothing to fear. That Kale seems a bit different. Looking at the rampaging Kale, Goku suddenly furrowed his brows and said, This energy has completely surpassed Kaba and Caulifla's and is rapidly increasing. Expanding. Oh, it seems she really is a bit different. Whis also spoke with interest. He sensed a very evil power from Kale's body. This power seemed similar to one he felt from someone when he was very young. However, compared to that person, Kale's energy was world apart, just a bit similar. But he couldn't recall exactly who it was. What's up with that Saiyan? I don't know, but they look very strong. The others from Universe 7 had serious expressions, all intimidated by the energy Kale was releasing. What's going on, Beerus? Kappa also looked at Kale with confusion, asking. It seems this Saiyan is a bit different. Her energy is very special, Beerus said, also looking at Kale. Oh, it looks like a more powerful character has finally appeared. The previously disdainful Vegeta suddenly began to seriously assess Kale, because this immense energy could no longer be ignored. Then Kale let out another roar, and suddenly countless grass-green energy flames shot out from her body. Wherever those flames went, they exploded. The ring was instantly left in ruins. Bang, bang, bang. The grass-green energy beams made a low crashing sound when they hit the barrier. What? This color? Watching the energy flames erupting from Kale's body, Vegeta's pupils shrank tightly. Then he revealed a look of shock. The grass-green flames were exactly like Mr. Yeffing's energy. Could it be that this girl is the same type of Saiyan as Mr. Yeffing? Not only Vegeta, but even Goku, Piccolo, and the others were equally shocked. That girl seems a bit similar to Yeffing. Beerus furrowed his brows tightly, looking at Kale, and said, Not quite, Lord Beerus. Yeffing can control his energy freely, but that's Saiyan from Universe 6. She seems to have mutated due to stress, and can't control her energy at all. Whis shook his head and explained lightly. Yifeng seems to be more stable, but that Saiyan's aura is too violent. Such a state can easily lead to the energy backlash against one's own reason. turning them into a destructive fighting machine that only knows how to wreak havoc, until they exhaust themselves to death. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Kaier on the arena. This surge of energy reached the level of Super Saiyan Blue, almost instantly hitting 920. Yifeng remembered that in the Dragon Ball Super manga, Kale is described as a once-in-a-thousand-years legendary demon Saiyan. After transforming into a legendary Super Saiyan, her power surges instantaneously. The difference from Super Broly is that one can reach a near-limit level in an instant, while the other can continuously increase their power during battle, possessing strong learning and adaptation abilities. Roar. Accompanied by a beast-like roar, Kale's body expanded 2 to 3 times, her black hair turning grass green. With completely white irises in her eyes, a grass-green aura erupted from her body. The legendary Super Saiyan Kale shook her arms, and the grass-green aura shot straight into the sky. Crack! Then, the barrier surrounding the arena made a crisp sound, and clear cracks appeared. Kampa called out to Bestows softly, gazing intently at Kale. Perhaps Kale would be their hope for a comeback, as she felt that Kale's transformation was very similar to that of Yifeng. That bastard. I'll fix it right away, Lord Kampa. Bestows nodded, then waved her staff gently, restoring the energy barrier to its original state in an instant. Chapter 124, Legendary Super Saiyan Kale versus Super Blue Vegeta. TCH, I hope I won't be defeated by that guy Vegeta this time. Kampa looked at Kale with anticipation, saying, the first time I saw Vegeta and Goku, I thought those guys from Universe 7 were just average. I didn't expect it all to be an act. Their true strength was actually so formidable. At this moment, the arena and barrier had been repaired and reinforced by Bestows. Vegeta, now I'm going to use your blood to offer to the heavens. The corners of legendary Super Saiyan, Kale's mouth curled into a devilish smile as she coldly said to Vegeta, it seems you've gotten a little stronger, but don't think that you can get cocky just because you've powered up. Vegeta snorted coldly, showing no signs of fear, instead wearing an excited expression. I thought all the guys from Universe 6 were weaklings. It seems like a slightly stronger character has appeared. Legendary Super Saiyan Kale still wore her devilish smile, then concentrated an energy ball in her palm and hurled it at Vegeta. You think something like this can hurt me, Vegeta? Vegeta shot his palm out to deflect the energy ball, which was instantly sent flying. However, at the same moment, Kale's body appeared right in front of Vegeta. What? Vegeta exclaimed in shock, his face changing color. How could this guy's speed be so fast? He appeared in front of me without me even reacting. Then Kale launched an attack, and Vegeta had no choice but to quickly block with his arms in front of his chest. Bang! In the next moment, a deep collision sound echoed. Vegeta's feet slid across the ground, retreating dozens of feet. His heels were almost hanging off the edge of the arena, nearly falling off. Damn it, how can this guy be so strong? Vegeta's arms trembled uncontrollably, feeling as if he had completely lost his sense of touch after being hit by Kale. A heavy expression appeared in his eyes. At that moment, Kale's body suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Vegeta again. Her right fist shot out like lightning, striking heavily at Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta felt pain, his body instantly bending like a shrimp, almost vomiting bile. Vegeta, Goku Trunks, and the others looked at the situation on the arena with heavy expressions. They didn't expect that the Saiyan named Kale would become so terrifying after transforming. Vegeta was completely no match for her. Even Beerus furrowed his brow slightly. However, seeing Yifeng's calm expression, he felt somewhat reassured. Although this Saiyan Kale was indeed powerful, there should still be a significant gap between her and Yifeng. On the arena, Kale directly grabbed Vegeta's head, lifting him up like a chick. Bang! Another heavy punch struck Vegeta's abdomen. A mouthful of acid was spat out, and Vegeta's pupils constricted. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Then he roared, and a blue aura erupted from his body. His hair and pupils almost simultaneously turned blue, and his energy underwent a tremendous transformation. Vegeta's powerful aura directly shook Kale's hand off. You bastard, you've completely angered me, Vegeta said angrily to Kale. He couldn't believe he was being beaten by a woman. He absolutely could not forgive that. Kale suddenly grinned, and then threw another punch at Vegeta. This time, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, so he was not afraid of Kale at all. He also threw a punch to meet Kale's fist. Boom! At the moment of impact, the entire Nameless star shook violently. The arena, repaired by Bestows, developed cracks, and Vegeta's feet dug into the ground. Not good. Vegeta had previously demonstrated the power of Super Saiyan Blue to Kaba, so his energy consumption is quite high. Now it's a bit difficult for him to handle Kale. Goku said with a serious tone as he looked at Vegeta on the arena. Super Saiyan Blue, while its energy is very powerful, cannot be transformed repeatedly. Otherwise, the energy depletes very quickly. And Vegeta right now hasn't even unleashed half the power of Super Blue. It seems he is not a match for Kale. It appears that Vegeta is about to lose soon. Whis also spoke lightly. Meanwhile, Yefeng's gaze remained fixed on Kale, seemingly very interested in her. Go Kale, good job. Beat that bastard Vegeta down hard. Kappa shouted at Kale from the contestant's seat. Is that really Kale? Her transformation is so powerful. Amazing. She truly deserves to be my junior. Go for it. Kale, give that guy a good beating. Caulifla, who had just woken up, looked at Kale's transformation with excitement. At this rate, maybe Kale alone can defeat everyone from Universe 7. Hearing Caulifla's voice, Kale frowned, then looked at Vegeta with eyes full of anger and charged at him again. Damn it, I won't be defeated by someone like you. Vegeta was also a bit irritated, choosing to clash head-on with Kale. However, at this moment, Vegeta's energy was starting to sharply decline, and he couldn't even exert 1/3 of the power of Super Blue. After the two fists collided, Vegeta's feet scraped against the ground as he was forced back several dozen meters. The hard ground was plowed with 2 deep marks. Meanwhile, Kale's body remained as stable and solid as a rock. Huh. Vegeta unleashed a disrespectful energy ball towards Kale with both hands. Boom, boom, boom. The energy balls exploded on Kale's body, but they completely failed to stop her. Kale only stopped when she was just 5 meters away from Vegeta, showing no signs of injury. With her palm aimed at Vegeta, a grass-green energy ball coalesced from her palm and was shot out in an instant. Seeing this, Vegeta quickly rolled several times to evade it. However, Kale's speed was clearly faster, and she appeared in front of Vegeta, delivering a kick to his chest. Chapter 125, Super Saiyan God Victory. Bang! The terrifying force kicked Vegeta away, sending him crashing heavily against the barrier before bouncing back to the ground. Dad! Son Goku and Trunks quickly appeared in front of Vegeta and helped him up. Damn, that bastard is too strong, Vegeta said, clutching his chest with a pained expression. Goten, Trunks, you two help Vegeta back. After instructing Son Goten and Trunks, Son Goku leaped forward, appearing directly in the arena. Hey, your strength is impressive. Let us have a fight. Son Goku formed a claw-like stance with his hands, one in front and one behind, showing an incredibly excited expression. Aside from Yefeng and Lord Beerus, he hadn't encountered such an exciting opponent in a long time. What a jerk, I never planned to let him take the stage. On the 7th Universe's contestant bench, Beerus frowned and said, his original plan was to let Piccolo and Gohan wear down that Saiyan a bit. But Goku was being too presumptuous. At this moment, on the arena, the enraged Kale didn't care who her opponent was. Her task was to knock everyone down, even to kill. In the next second, Kale's body flashed and appeared in front of Son Goku. What? Son Goku's face changed drastically, and he quickly teleported behind Kale. Kamehameha. He then quickly formed a flower bud shape with both hands, and a blue energy wave coalesced from his palms. Huh. He then blasted it towards the rampaging Kale. At that moment, Kale seemed to sense the energy wave behind her, turned her head, and single-handedly blocked Son Goku's Kamehameha. Then, with a gentle flick, she sent the energy wave flying away. Kale took another step forward, her speed astonishing, and appeared in front of Son Goku, delivering a heavy kick to his waist. Wow. Boom. 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 Painful cries escaped from Son Goku's throat as his body rolled several times on the arena, a tearing pain radiating from his waist. It felt as if Kale had kicked his kidneys to pieces. Goku, you big idiot, transform quickly. Watching the tense situation on the arena, Beerus stood up from the sofa and yelled at Son Goku. This idiot Goku always does this in battles. He doesn't know to transform until he's half dead. It's really nerve-wracking to watch. It seemed that Goku's bad habit was hard to change. Yifeng watched Son Wukong, who was lying on the ground and howling in pain, and shook his head lightly as he spoke. Speaking of which, it seems like he has been infected too. However, fortunately for him, he never dared to be careless when facing stronger opponents. On the arena, the painful and stuttering Son Wukong stood up, a serious look appearing in his eyes. This Kale in front of him was indeed very strong, so he had to deal with it seriously. Huh. Son Wukong clenched his fists and directly skipped other transformations, turning into Super Saiyan God. because Super Saiyan God consumes much less stamina compared to Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan Blue. Damn it. I didn't expect that Saiyan to also possess the aura of a god. Zampa gritted his teeth tightly. Looking at the red-haired Sun Wukong, he coldly said, "Wow, it turns out Saiyans have so many transformations." Caulifla looked at Sun Wukong with excitement. First, there was Super Saiyan, then Super Saiyan Blue. And now a red-haired transformation has appeared. Although she lost, it was worth it to come this time. She must surpass them all and become the strongest Saiyan. Come on. After turning into Super Saiyan God, Sun Wukong said seriously to Kale, "The real battle has just begun. Roar." Kale roared and rushed directly towards Sun Wukong to attack. However, as the battle time increased, Kale's energy began to weaken. After all, once transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, the energy is uncontrollable and depletes very quickly. Sun Wukong dodged lightly, avoiding Kale's punch. Then Kale turned around and shot a series of energy balls at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong could only dodge at his fastest speed. Bang, bang, bang. The energy balls hit the energy barrier outside the arena, making a crisp collision sound. Now, Sun Wukong seized a gap and charged towards Kale. However, Kale's reaction was not slow, and he immediately threw a punch at Sun Wukong. Bang! The two fists collided heavily. Rumble. The entire nameless star began to tremble again. The two of them retreated dozens of meters, stopping at the edge of the arena. Such strong power, this guy is truly incredible. Sun Wukong rubbed his sore fists, excitedly saying, "Come again." Sun Wukong shouted excitedly and charged towards Kale again. Kale, as if provoked, bared his teeth and rushed towards Sun Wukong. Bang! Rumble. Another powerful collision occurred, and the arena beneath them instantly cracked, creating a wide chasm. The two retreated again by dozens of meters. Ouch, it hurts. Sun Wukong quickly rubbed his fists. This guy's power is too great. Since that's the case, I'll completely deal with you. A flash of determination suddenly flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes. Then his pupils turned blue. The red aura around him instantly transformed into blue. That divine aura was much larger than before. Huh! Sun Wukong shouted and charged directly at Kale, who also seemed unafraid and met Sun Wukong head-on. This was the third clash between the two. The moment the sound of cracking echoed, the energy barrier was once again shaken and cracked. Then Kale's body was sent flying, crashing heavily into the energy barrier, which shattered in response. Sun Wukong was also knocked back several steps, his fists numb and feeling completely powerless. Hoo. He quickly exited the Super Saiyan Blue form, gasping for breath. Chapter 126, The Shocking Instantaneous Technique. After being knocked out of the arena by Sun Wukong, Kale's grass-green aura disappeared, returning to his normal form. However, dealing with Kale also consumed a considerable amount of Sun Wukong's energy, especially after transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. The energy drop was particularly evident. TCH, he actually lost. Zampa clenched his fist. He thought Kale could fight until the end. Kale. Caulifla and Gabe hurried down to pick Kale up, who had fainted due to the overwhelming energy from earlier. The arena and energy barrier were destroyed again. These little guys are truly unexpected. Bardos complained while looking at the energy barrier in the damaged arena, sighing. Then, waving the staff in his hand, the arena returned to its original state. Hit! You are the ace of the 6th universe. You cannot lose again, understand? Zampa could only place his last hope on Hit, because Hit is the #1 assassin of the 6th universe and their ace. Hit stood up, completely ignoring Zampa. Instead, he leaped onto the arena. Finally, it's your turn, huh? Sun Wukong straightened up, smiling as he spoke. He sensed that Hit was not simple from the moment he arrived. Go down. You can't win against me. Looking at Sun Wukong, who had a playful smile, Hit said lightly. His tone was calm, but filled with confidence. Not to mention that Sun Wukong was already facing significant physical issues. Even at his peak, he could easily defeat him. It hasn't even started yet. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Sun Wukong smiled and made a move to attack. Seeing Sun Wukong's movement, Hit didn't say anything further. After all, the final result would be the same. Then, I will attack. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened as he suddenly charged at Hit. His speed was astonishing, instantly appearing in front of Hit. However, this time Sun Wukong did not directly launch an attack, but instead instantaneously moved behind Hit. He kicked heavily towards Hit. Bang! The next second, Sun Wukong's attack came to an abrupt halt because Hit's toe had already kicked Sun Wukong in the stomach. Sun Wukong was directly sent flying. Ouch! It hurts, it hurts! Sun Wukong quickly hugged his stomach and cried out. He clearly saw Hit's movements, but at the moment of the attack, He completely vanished without a trace. It was as if Hit had completely disappeared from this space in an instant. Could he also teleport? Impossible, I can teleport too, but I definitely can't disappear completely. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, puzzled. Why was Hit's attack so fast, almost unreasonably so? What is going on? At the moment of the attack, it was completely unclear. Vegeta and Beerus were both stunned, hardly able to imagine that someone could move so fast that they couldn't see it at all. It was one thing for Vegeta not to see it, but even the god of destruction, Beerus, couldn't see it, which was very strange. What was going on? Beerus could only look at Whis and ask. That guy seems quite mysterious. Whis smiled and said to Beerus and the others, it seems that the fighter Hit is like my Mr. Yifeng, who can also manipulate time. Just now, when Hit attacked, his body completely vanished, clearly jumping through time. This ability is called Time Skip, a unique skill of the assassin Hit from Universe 6. Whis, since you know Hit's ability, you should know how to counter it, right? Quickly tell Goku, Beerus hurriedly said. If that guy can control time, no matter how hard Goku tries, he won't be able to win. Lord Beerus, this requires Goku to discover it himself during the battle. It's also a form of training, Whis said lightly, looking at Beerus. TCH, annoying guy. Hearing Whis's words, Beerus pouted. This was not the time for training. If he lost, he'd be laughed at by that Compa guy. Then Beerus turned his gaze to Yifeng and asked, Yifeng, if you faced Hit, what are your chances of winning? He had to ensure absolute certainty. If Yifeng didn't have a chance, he needed to get Whis to reveal the counter to Time Skip quickly. 10 out of 10, Yifeng said lightly after glancing at Beerus. Having fought Hit before, he was quite familiar with his Time Skip, not to mention a 0. 1 second time skip. Even if it was 0.5 seconds, he could easily defeat Hit. That's good. Upon hearing Yifeng's incredibly confident answer, the tension on Beerus's face disappeared. Since Yifeng said so, he must be confident. Meanwhile, on the arena, Son Goku prepared to attack again. However, this time he had to transform into a Super Saiyan. Otherwise, he wouldn't stand a chance against Hit. Goku was very clear about this. With a shout, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Transformed, huh? Hit looked at Goku, who could increase his energy 100-fold in an instant, which was indeed impressive. However, before he could counter his time skip, no matter how much Goku's energy increased, he could not be Hit's opponent. Whoosh! Goku's body flashed out, taking the initiative. After transforming, Goku's speed was incredibly fast, almost instantly appearing in front of Hit. However, this time, Goku tried attacking from several angles, but Hit seemed to have no blind spots at all. Goku had no idea where to attack. He could only retreat. Frowning tightly. What's going on? I have no idea how to attack. Every time he tried to strike, he felt a sense of danger. It seemed that after his fist fell, he would be attacked instead. Since you won't attack, then I'll come at you, Hit said coldly, and then his body suddenly flashed out. I saw your movement, Goku exclaimed joyfully and threw a punch at Hit. However, he only hit Hit's afterimage. Boom! Then, Hit hit Goku hard in the temple, and his body was sent flying sideways instantly. He landed heavily. Goku, Son Gohan, and Piccolo exclaimed in surprise. What on earth is going on with Hit? At the moment of the attack, he completely vanished. Chapter 127, Rematch, versus Hit TCH. Goku's body slid to the edge of the arena, but he quickly stood up. He didn't expect Hit to be so strong. He had already been hit by him twice, yet he still hadn't figured out how he was attacking. Are you going to stand up? If this weren't a match, you'd already be dead. Hit coldly looked at Goku and said calmly, as an assassin, he could only show all his strength when killing. Hey, you're really strong, but I won't give up that easily. Goku smiled, his eyes shining with a fervent fighting spirit. No matter how powerful the opponent is, it only excites him more. Giving up was absolutely out of the question. Huh. Then Goku roared, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. However, since he had already exhausted a lot of energy from the earlier battle with Kale, even in Super Saiyan Blue form, his energy wasn't at its peak. Transformed again? Just a meaningless resistance. Hit remained very calm, not taking Goku seriously at all. After his voice fell, his body flashed out in an instant, disappearing without a trace at the moment of attack. Over here, Goku suddenly had a gleam in his eyes and threw a punch to the right. Bang! The next second, Goku's fist landed heavily on Hit's chest, sending him flying. What? Hit was shocked. How did that guy figure out his attack route? Bang, bang, bang. Hit retreated several steps before finally stabilizing his body. Wow, amazing. Dad actually hit. Son Gohan and Piccolo exclaimed excitedly. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, and his power surged. To be honest, after watching for so long, they hadn't discovered Hit's weakness at all. If they went up next, They might not last even 10 seconds. Go for it, Goku. Good job, keep it up. Beerus also shouted excitedly. If Goku defeated Hit directly, then Yifeng wouldn't even have to take the stage. What's going on, Hit? Hurry up and eliminate Son Goku. Kampa's face showed a serious expression. He didn't expect that Son Goku had grasped Hit's attack. Yet Hit acted as if he hadn't heard Kampa at all, ignoring him completely. Goku's previous attack was indeed heavy, which made Hit think about eliminating Goku quickly. I figured out your attack moves, Hit. Goku said proudly, smiling at Hit. Hit completely disappears for 0.1 seconds every time he attacks, so as long as he predicted Hit's action 0.1 seconds later, he could hit him. Are you trying to fool me? Hit calmly looked at Sun Wukong. He didn't believe that Sun Wukong could truly see through his movements. Then he attacked Sun Wukong again. Boom! Sun Wukong countered with a powerful strike, heavily hitting Hit's arms and forcing him back. Although Sun Wukong's physical condition had declined, his strength was still above Hit's. It was just that Hit's time-skip technique was quite troublesome. Did he really see my movements? Hit frowned slightly. It seemed that Sun Wukong was not just boasting, but had genuinely mastered his own time-skip technique. Since that's the case, let me see if you can really see through my attacks this time. Hit charged towards Sun Wukong once more. Your attack is useless against me. Hi. Before Sun Wukong could finish his words, Hit's attack landed on Sun Wukong's carotid artery. Bang! In the next second, Sun Wukong's pupils constricted, and his body flew out instantly, landing outside the ring and reverting to his normal state. A 0.2-second time-skip technique. It seems Hit really upgraded his time-skip technique, proving to be quite formidable. Li Feng looked at the flying Sun Wukong, then turned his gaze to Hit, quietly muttering to himself. Sun Wukong was too careless just now. He thought he had mastered Hit's attack movements and trajectory, but he didn't expect that Hit had actually upgraded his time skip to 0.2 seconds. Dad, Kakarot, Wukong, what's going on? Didn't Wukong already see Hit's movements clearly? Everyone had expressions of shock as they looked at Hit. Beerus also looked at Whis with surprise and asked, Wukong did indeed see Hit's movements with 0.1 seconds of time skip, but just now in the last attack, Li Feng upgraded the time skip to 0.2 seconds. Lord Beerus, Whis said calmly. This Hit from his 6th universe really seems to be a formidable character, and this is a competition, not a real life-and-death battle. If it were a life-and-death battle, Wukong's personality might have gotten him killed by Hit much faster. Good job, Hit. You're amazing. Just like that, continue to eliminate all those guys from the 7th universe. Kampa shouted excitedly. Hit was indeed their 6th universe's strongest trump card. Sun Wukong had already been defeated, and now it was time for another contestant to step up. Next, which one of you three will go? Beerus looked at Li Feng, Son Gohan, and Piccolo and asked. Son Gohan and Piccolo both lowered their heads. It wasn't that they were afraid of fighting, but fighting against someone like Hit had no chance of success at all. Even Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong had been defeated. So for the two of them to go up would be like hitting a stone with an egg. They estimated they could only last for 10 seconds. However, even so, a fight was still to be fought. At this moment, Piccolo stepped forward, but before he could speak, Li Feng spoke up first. I'll go. Li Feng stood up and said, in the 7th universe, apart from Whis, no one probably understood instant transmission better than himself. At the same time, he wanted to see how much Hit had improved in these few months. Seeing Li Feng step forward, Son Gohan and Piccolo also consciously chose to step back. Li Feng gently landed on the arena. We meet again, Hit. Li Feng raised his head and smiled faintly at Shite. I've been waiting for this day for nearly 5 months. Shite looked at Yi Feng with a frown and said, Today, I must avenge my previous shame. Chapter 128. Could it be that the king has come? Ever since being defeated by Yi Feng, Shite had been thinking every day about how to upgrade his flash time skill. Finally, through his relentless perseverance, he successfully upgraded his flash time skill. He had been thinking almost every day about battling Yi Feng again to regain the honor of his killer skills. Now, it seems that he finally has the chance. From your expression, it seems you really want to defeat me. Even to kill me? Yi Feng looked at Hit and asked. It seems that the defeat he suffered last time had quite an impact on Hit. Of course, I am confident that I am now capable of killing you. Hit clenched his fist and confidently said, So confident, it seems your time skip technique has improved by more than just 0.2 seconds. All right, I'll give you a chance. You can use your strongest move. If you can kill me in this match, consider it a win for you. Yi Feng said to Hit with an easy expression. Hit's time skip technique is indeed powerful, but that is only against opponents who are weaker than him or of similar strength. However, his own strength has long surpassed what Hit can reach, so Hit's time skip technique doesn't have much effect on him. Humph, do you look down on me? That's what you said. In that case, I won't hold back. Hit coldly stared at Yifeng and said. Then he looked towards Bardos from Universe 6. Little Yifeng, are you sure Hit can use lethal techniques? Bardos asked after hearing what Yifeng and Hit said. Of course, anyway, the outcome will be the same. Yifeng shrugged and said nonchalantly. Since that's the case, the rules of this match have changed, and Hit can use his killing techniques. Bardos announced to everyone. Meanwhile, Beerus frowned, wondering what the hell that bastard Yifeng was doing. It would have been much easier to defeat Hit under the previous rules. Why complicate things like this? Damn it, stop looking down on people. Yifeng's indifferent expression made Hit feel quite uncomfortable, especially since Yifeng had easily defeated him before. In the next second, Hit's body suddenly vanished, moving with incredible speed, even faster than when he fought against Sun Wukong. Get down. Hit directly activated his 0.2-second time skip and attacked Yifeng. Just as Hit's body flickered out of sight, a silver-white aura suddenly rose around Yifeng. Perfected freezing technique. Your speed is too slow. Hit. Yifeng's mouth slightly curled up as he disdainfully said. It cannot be denied that Hit's attacks are exceptionally fast for Sun Wukong and the others, and in those 2 seconds, he completely disappeared. However, at the moment he threw his punch, he needed to make contact with his own body and the aura around him. In the next second, Hit's fist brushed past Yifeng's jaw but just barely missed his body. What? Hit was instantly shocked. He had clearly aimed accurately just now, and with his 0.2-second instant transmission technique, he shouldn't have missed. Such speed is incredible. It seems Yifeng didn't move at all, yet he dodged its punch. Is that guy really that strong? Sun Wukong and Piccolo were very surprised, especially after experiencing Hit's strength firsthand. Sun Wukong was even more astonished. However, Vegeta didn't show much surprise. First, he didn't know how powerful instant transmission really was. Second, he was well aware that Yifeng's Ultra Instinct was definitely very strong. That guy Yifeng did not move. He simply moved too quickly for them to see. Beerus stared intently at Yifeng, speaking in a low tone. At the same time, he was very shocked. Yifeng's strength had increased significantly. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was afraid that he wasn't a match for him now. On the 6th Universe's contestant stage, including Kampa and others, everyone looked shocked. Its attack actually missed. Kampa was somewhat better off since he knew Yifeng's strength very well, and he had almost killed Hit during the 6th Universe tournament. But Kaba and the others were unaware of these things. In their memory, Hit was the strongest assassin in the universe. At this moment, Hit had already made several attempts. However, the result was the same as the first time. He completely failed to touch Yifeng's body. How could this be? My instant transmission has clearly improved to 0.2 seconds. Its face was filled with disbelief. Moreover, Yifeng didn't even use his transformation or spatial abilities. If that's the case, it seems I can only go all out. In fact, my instant transmission is not just 0.2 seconds. I have upgraded it to a 0.5-second time leap. I just thought 0.2 seconds would be enough to deal with Yifeng, so I didn't use all my power. All out? I seem to have a little expectation. Seeing Hit, who looked extremely serious, Yifeng casually said, the so-called all out is just 0.5 seconds of instant transmission, because in Dragon Ball Super, Hit can indeed enhance his instant transmission to 0.5 seconds. TCH, that expression of yours is really uncomfortable. This time, Hit took his hands out from his coat, his gaze sharp, and assumed an attacking stance. In the next second, Hit's body suddenly flashed and charged towards Yifeng. He almost disappeared without a trace. This time, it wasn't like before when he only disappeared while attacking. He had already vanished the moment he started moving. TCH, boring. Yifeng shook his head. The increase in flash time only made Hit's speed faster and the duration of his jumps longer. However, during his final attack, he still had to make contact with his own aura and body. When using the Ultra Instinct technique, his body would instinctively evade when faced with a threat, causing Hit's attack to miss again. Just at the moment Hit appeared, Yifeng kicked heavily at his waist. Bang! It was sent flying, crashing hard against the edge of the arena. Just as Yifeng was about to end this boring battle, he suddenly felt an extremely uncomfortable sensation. It felt like an overwhelmingly powerful aura, far surpassing his own dimensions. It also seemed like a vague and ethereal feeling. Could it be? The Omni King has arrived? Chapter 129. The Arrival of the Omni King. Uncontrollable tremors according to the plot of Dragon Ball Super. At this moment, the tiny Omni King should be hiding in some dark corner, secretly watching the match, contemplating whether to eliminate Beerus and Kampa, his little pets. But why is it that Whis and Beerus seem unaware of the Omni King's arrival? While he feels this immense pressure, could it be because he is a traveler? That can't be possible. Hey, Whis, what is that guy Yifeng doing? Looking at Yifeng, who seemed lost in thought, Beerus frowned and asked. This is not the time to be dazed. I don't know, Lord Beerus. Maybe he's just thinking. Whis replied with a slight shake of his head. TCH, I know he's thinking, but I want to know specifically what about. Beerus rolled his eyes at Whis and said. Then Lord Beerus should just go ask Mr. Yifeng himself, Whis replied with a chuckle. This left Beerus momentarily speechless. However, it seemed a bit inappropriate for Yifeng to just stand on the stage lost in thought. It wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Hey, Hit, hurry up and take action. Eliminate that guy. Kampa quickly ordered Hit, looking at Yifeng, who was in a daze. This is a great opportunity. The only chance to eliminate or even kill Yifeng. Kampa, you are really taking advantage of the situation. Beerus shouted at Kampa. At this moment, Hit's gaze was fixed on Yifeng, his fist clenched, and a fierce expression appeared on his face. This was indeed a good opportunity to eliminate Yifeng. He could take him out while he was distracted. This way, he could restore his reputation as the top assassin. After thinking for a second, Hit slowly released his fist and smiled faintly. If he really killed Yifeng like this, would he still be the proud assassin, Hit? Although that guy is strong, he still wanted to defeat him in a fair fight. Though, this might be a bit challenging. TCH, what the hell is that bastard doing? He actually gave up such a good opportunity. If he loses this time, I will destroy all of you. Kampa gritted his teeth in anger. That bastard actually dared to disobey his orders. If he lost, he absolutely wouldn't spare him. Ha ha ha. Kampa, it seems your Universe 6 contestants are much better than you. Beerus laughed loudly at Kampa. At this moment, Yifeng came back to his senses. Since the Omni King has arrived, then let him come. After all, he would meet that little guy sooner or later. There's no need to scare himself. Hit, you indeed missed a good opportunity to kill me. Yifeng looked at Hitler and said, Of course, it's just an opportunity, and the probability of success for this opportunity is only 0.000001, or even less. I think so too, but I would prefer to kill you when you're serious. Hitler smiled and said to Yifeng, That's really a pity. You probably will never have that opportunity. Yifeng shook his head and said, Don't speak too confidently. The next moment, Hit's body flashed out and directly attacked Yifeng. He disappeared in an instant, and when he attacked, his body reappeared. However, the result was the same as before. He did not hit Yifeng. All right, this match can come to an end. Your choice just now was very wise. After Yifeng's voice fell, he kicked heavily at Zeit's chest. The terrifying force sent Zeit flying out like a released arrow. Then he crashed heavily against the energy barrier. Zeit was defeated, and the 6th team was eliminated. The winner is the 7th universe. It's just as Yifeng expected. What's up, Kampa? It seems that your contestants from Universe 6 are quite average. Beerus stood up proudly and disdainfully spoke to Kampa. Although the result was expected, seeing the look on Kampa's face was indeed quite satisfying. As for the Super Dragon Balls, he had no interest in them at all. Such things hold no value for a god of destruction. Kampa, despite his calm expression, had endless anger flickering in his eyes. Clearly, this time Kampa was really angry. I don't want the Universe Cube anymore. Hurry up and take me away from here. Hit walked up to Kampa and said, You really know how to joke, Hit. A mere lowly human dares to ignore the orders of a god of destruction. You really are something. Kampa's tone was icy, and suddenly a sphere of destruction energy appeared in his palm. TCH, is that so? Hit frowned, looking at the destruction energy in Kampa's hand, seemingly realizing why Kampa would do this. What? What does he want to do? Caulifla, Gab, and others showed fear on their faces. The god of destruction, Kampa, wouldn't really kill them just because they lost a match, would he? You worthless trash, you've completely embarrassed me. I will destroy each and every one of you. Destruction energy also appeared in Kampa's other hand. Clearly, he truly intended to kill Hit and the others. Hit clenched his fists tightly, staring at Kampa. Although the god of destruction was strong, he wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. Gap, Caulifla, and Caulifla also clenched their fists. They wouldn't just let him kill them like that. Even if they weren't a match for a god of destruction, they couldn't just sit and wait for death. At this moment, Yifeng's uncomfortable feeling grew stronger, his gaze fixed tightly on the arena. Meanwhile, everyone's attention was focused on Kampa and the contestants from Universe 6. Only Yifeng was staring intently at the arena. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in the center of the arena. 3 faces that were incredibly familiar. That small figure with a simple style, no doubt about it, was the Omni King, who held the power of life and death over all universes. The true big shot standing at the top of this universe. Looking at that face, one would normally find it funny, as it was just a little kid. However, sweat kept pouring down Yifeng's face, and his body trembled uncontrollably. What is going on? Am I scared? Impossible. Mr. Yifeng, could it be that you? Whis looked at Yifeng, then quickly turned his gaze to the Omni King. Yifeng was so tense. Could it be that he knows the King of All? Chapter 130, named by the King of All. Lord Kampa at this moment. Beerus had also noticed the King of All, and then opened his mouth to remind Kampa. You all seem quite unconvinced. If that's the case, feel free to use your instant transmission or turn into Super Saiyans. Today, I will definitely destroy all of you. Let you understand the power of a destroyer god. Kampa completely ignored Beerus and was talking to himself. Lord Kampa, Beerus reminded again. What's wrong, Beerus? You don't foolishly want to plead for these guys, do you? Kampa looked at Beerus impatiently. Even if the King of All came today, he absolutely wouldn't spare this group of trash. Of course not. Lord Kampa, please look over there. Beerus pointed at the stage and said to Kampa. Kampa followed the direction Beerus pointed and suddenly widened his eyes, a strong fear appearing in his eyes. Ah! He then screamed out in terror. At this moment, Whis also reminded Beerus, who saw the three figures on the arena. No, it can't be. The King of All. How could he come to a place like this? Beerus trembled in fear, speaking in a shaky voice. You know, the King of All usually doesn't leave the gods. Lord Beerus, sitting so high up, it seems a bit inappropriate to the King of All, doesn't it? Whis said lightly to Beerus. Damn, do I even need to say that? Beerus glared at Whis and quickly appeared in front of the King of All. Kampa's speed was not slow either. Next were Beerus, Whis, and the two Supreme Kais from the universes, who also landed on the arena, and then aside from the angels. Everyone else knelt on the ground. Who is that? What happened? It looks like just a little kid. I can't feel their aura at all. Goku, Vegeta. And Piccolo looked at the little figure on the arena in shock. Clearly just an ordinary little kid, looking only about 3 or 4 years old. But seeing the expressions of the destroyer gods Beerus and Kampa, it was as if they had seen a ghost, filled with terror and fear. Moreover, the Supreme Kais directly knelt in front of that little guy. If you don't want to be destroyed, it's best to not speak now. Looking at the surprised and confused crowd, Yifeng suddenly spoke in a low voice. What? Hearing Yifeng's deep voice, the group turned their gaze towards him. They saw Yifeng's serious expression, although he didn't show the exaggerated fear like the destroyer gods Beerus and Kampa. It was clear that Yifeng also had a lot of apprehension towards that little kid. Mr. Yifeng, who is that little child? Why do you all seem so apprehensive? Vegeta asked curiously, looking at Yifeng. From Yifeng's expression, it was clear that he knew the origin of that little kid. If you want to live, try not to speak. Yifeng glanced coldly at Vegeta and said again, Vegeta, shut up. Then he turned his gaze to the Grand King and the two guards beside him. Although he couldn't sense their energy, looking at them felt like facing the stars of the universe. In front of them, he seemed to become very insignificant. Was there really such a huge gap, even between himself and the two guards of the Grand King? Yifeng frowned tightly. He originally thought he had surpassed the Destroyer God and was already very strong. However, he later realized there was a huge gap between him and the Angel Whis. The sudden appearance of the Omni King and his attendants made him feel an even greater disparity. It was obvious that the two attendants of the Omni King were far stronger than the angels. The road ahead is long and winding. It seems that the path he has to walk is still very long, especially. A warm welcome to Lord Omni King. Beerus and Kampa both bowed at a 90-degree angle, showing their respect to the Omni King. Sweat dripped down their faces onto the ground. How could the Omni King suddenly appear on an unnamed planet? Lord Omni King, it has been a while since we last met. I hope you are well. Whis and Beerus also greeted him very respectfully, but they did not act as stiffly as the Destroyer Gods. The Omni King simply nodded lightly. Lord Omni King, may I ask what brings you here this time? Beerus mustered his courage and asked. This time, because you have been holding private events, I am here to remind you. The Omni King paused, causing Beerus, Kampa, and the Kaioshin to tremble in fear. He then continued. The work of the Destroyer Gods cannot be neglected. Yes, Lord Omni King. The two bowed even lower, their sweat already soaking the ground. Then came a wave of complaints from Beerus and Whis. I originally intended to punish you, but after looking around, it seems quite interesting. Next time, let all the universes compete together again. The Omni King said with his usual silly smile, addressing Beerus and Kampa. Yes, Lord Omni King, the two quickly replied. Fortunately, it seemed the Omni King did not intend to pursue the matter of their private activities. At this moment, the Omni King turned his gaze towards Yifeng. Yifeng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. This guy couldn't have discovered his secret, could he? It was truly possible. The Omni King was a significant figure standing at the pinnacle of the universe, controlling everything. That guy seems quite interesting. The Omni King suddenly pointed at Yifeng and said with a smile, "Oh no." Beerus and Yifeng almost simultaneously furrowed their brows. They had no idea why the Omni King was calling Yifeng. "Yifeng, come quickly to meet Lord Omni King." Although he didn't know if this was a good or bad thing, since the Omni King had called him out, he could only brace himself and go. Well, let's see how it goes first. Yifeng tightly clenched his fist and then directly appeared in front of Beerus and the others. "My name is Yifeng, and I have met Lord Zeno." Yifeng cupped his hands towards the All-King and spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. "You seem different from others, and I am very interested in you." The All-King suddenly said to Yifeng, which made Yifeng furrow his brows tightly. Chapter 131. Making friends with the All-King, blessing or curse. If that's the case, then he could only escape from here at the fastest speed. If the All-King wanted to kill him, it would be too easy, almost as simple as snapping fingers, or even less. Then Yifeng glanced at the audience, specifically at Lotzili. If he instantaneously moved and then used the power of time and space to escape, it would still require a moment of time to activate instantaneous movement. In that moment, the All-King could easily erase him. Yifeng began to calculate in his heart. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario, but given Yifeng's current situation, he had to prepare for the worst. Lord Zeno. Yifeng was indeed a bit stronger than the average human, but he wasn't particularly special. At this moment, Beerus quickly opened his mouth to explain. It's important to know that Yifeng is from Universe 7. If he offends Zeno, it wouldn't just be Yifeng who suffers the consequences. It's very likely that Zeno, in a fit of anger, could destroy the entire Universe 7. After all, destroying a universe is as simple for him as eating and drinking. The 6 universes that were destroyed before are the best examples. "Don't speak. I didn't ask you." Zeno suddenly glared coldly at Beerus and said. With that glare from Zeno, Beerus was instantly scared out of his wits. Normally, one would expect Kampa to take pleasure in Beerus's embarrassment or to kick him while he was down. But at this moment, he had no such interest. Because Zeno's temperament was too unpredictable. Perhaps he wanted to destroy Universe 7 one second, but the next second, it could be Universe 6 that disappeared. "Why yes, I'm sorry, Lord Zeno," Beerus quickly apologized. "Your name is Yifeng, right? I'm quite interested in you." Zeno turned to look at Yifeng, and a smile reappeared on his face. "Is that so? Then I am deeply honored." Yifeng nodded and smiled in response. However, he was thinking about how to confuse this time and space if the King of All were to come after him. "You were the first to sense my presence. So I'm curious, how did you discover it?" The King of All asked, staring at Yifeng. At that moment, the 2 guards of the King of All were also closely watching Yifeng. Under such scrutiny, Yifeng felt a great deal of pressure, a discomfort he had never experienced before. "Actually, I didn't detect your existence. I just suddenly felt a surge of pressure." Leaf Maple spoke honestly. At that time, he also combined the plot of Dragon Ball Super and made a guess. "You are really amazing." They both didn't feel anything. The king pointed at Beerus and Whis and said to Leaf Maple, "Ha, is that so?" Yifeng had no idea how to respond to the little brat's words, so he could only smile. "You're an interesting person. Can we be friends?" Suddenly, the king smiled at Yifeng. This made Beasts and Xiangpa and the others widen their eyes in shock. The king actually took the initiative to befriend a human? Did they hear that right? This was absolutely unbelievable. Didn't he notice my secret? Or was he saying this on purpose? Yifeng looked at the foolish-looking Zeno and thought he didn't seem like the type to have ulterior motives. Moreover, throughout the entirety of Dragon Ball Super, he didn't appear to have shown any cleverness. However, even so, Yifeng had to be extremely cautious, as interacting with such a dangerous character required careful navigation. Of course, being able to become friends with Zeno is an honor for me. Yifeng nodded. At this moment, it was obviously not possible to refuse. Then, the king extended his hand towards Yifeng. At this time, the king's guards had a vigilant expression, their eyes fixed on Yifeng. They were clearly prepared to strike at any moment to eliminate Yifeng. Yifeng frowned and could only extend his hand, shaking it with the king of all. "So we are friends now. You must participate in the next competition," the king of all said to Yifeng with a happy expression. "If nothing unexpected happens, I should participate." Yifeng nodded, chuckling bitterly, and said, "Damn it. If I could, I wouldn't participate in such a boring competition. Especially since my strength hasn't reached the level where I can protect myself. I shouldn't easily encounter dangerous figures like the Omni King and the Grand Priest. It's best to develop cautiously. Although it seems a bit cowardly at this moment, if I'm not cautious, I really can't handle it. Well then, I'll wait for you then. By the way, when you have time, you should come play with me. I'll give you this thing. If you need me, just press it and I'll appear immediately." Then, The Omni King handed Yi Ji around, candy-like object. Yi Feng recognized this. It was the Omni King's summoning device given to Goku in Dragon Ball Super. However, it seems that subtly, he has replaced Goku in this situation, even though he didn't want this to happen. Sure, I'll definitely make time. Yefeng nodded, but in his heart, he thought that only a fool would play with this dangerous little ghost for no reason. I'll wait for you at the temple. After the king of all finished speaking, he looked at Beerus and said lightly, Yefeng must participate in the next match of the 7th universe. If he doesn't participate, you will have to accept the punishment. Hearing the king's words, Beerus felt 1,000 grass mud horses galloping in his heart. Damn it, that guy Yefeng is completely out of my control, and I can't beat him if I force it. I was already at a disadvantage just by participating in this match. However, even though he thought this way, Beerus quickly replied respectfully, Understood, king of all. It seems that the dignity of the god of destruction would be trampled on once again. Well, I'm leaving now, everyone, goodbye. After that, the king of all waved to everyone, and with the company of 2 guards, he disappeared into space. Farewell, king of all. Beerus and Kampa breathed a sigh of relief, finally sending the king away, as they had almost been scared to death just now. Sigh. Such a commotion has taken away the excitement of winning the match. Beerus sighed and spoke weakly. He should have been happy and mocked Kampa fiercely, but now he completely lacked that mood. Indeed, this match doesn't count for much. The next one, hosted by the king of all, will be the official match. Kampa bit his lip and said with some heartache, It seems we've narrowly escaped a disaster. Gabe and the others looked at Kampa and said, because in the next cosmic match, they would definitely be involved. Sigh. Being friends with the king of all really makes one feel uneasy. Yi Feng shook his head, and the passion for obtaining the Super Dragon Balls had completely faded. Chapter 132. Gathering the Super Dragon Balls. When everyone learned about the identity of Little Supreme Kai, they were all shocked. They never expected that in this universe there would be such a powerful being above the gods of destruction. It was truly unbelievable. Hey Vegeta, it seems there are many more people who surpass us. We can't be complacent. Sun Wukong said excitedly to Vegeta. He didn't know what this guy was so excited about for now. They shouldn't think about beings at the level of the Supreme Kai. At that moment, Hit and Jabe walked over. In the next match, I will definitely defeat you. Hit said seriously to Yi Feng. I like your serious joking style. Good luck. Yi Feng smiled, patted Hit on the shoulder, and said to him, If you think you can defeat me just by relying on your instantaneous movement, then you're simply daydreaming. That's absolutely impossible. However, I still need to carefully consider whether to participate in the next power tournament. To be honest, I really don't want to see the Omni King and the Grand Priest right now. Master Vegeta, then we shall meet again. We'll see each other next time, Gabe said enthusiastically to Vegeta. In his heart, he had already regarded Vegeta as his master. TCH, I told you I'm not your master. But if we meet next time and you're still this weak, I will give you a good beating, Vegeta said with a stern face, and then smiled at Gabe. It was clear that Vegeta quite liked this Saiyan, Gabe. Then the people from Universe 6 followed Kampa and left the nameless planet, leaving behind 6 Super Dragon Balls. As they were leaving, Kampa was still grumbling, seemingly in a bad mood. Hey, those Super Dragon Balls are your spoils of war. Beerus said to Yi Feng while standing on the Cosmic Cube. However, it seems like one is still missing. It's of no use. Yi Feng glanced at the nameless star, then casually shot out an energy ball that hit the nameless star. The entire nameless star instantly cracked open. The crack spread like a spiderweb. Strands of golden light shot out from the crevices. What is happening? It's the last star ball. Once the hard outer layer of the nameless star fell away, it surprisingly transformed into the last star ball. Everyone looked at Yi Feng with expressions of astonishment. Why does Yi Feng know that the unnamed star is the last Dragon Ball? Even Whis looked at Yi Feng with some surprise. This guy seems to know a lot. It's worth noting that his sister and Lord Kampa searched for a long time without finding the last Dragon Ball. Yet Yi Feng found it so easily. Moreover, just a moment ago, both he and his sister didn't sense Lord Zeno, but this human actually did. What curious guy. If Lord Kampa knew that the unnamed star is the last Super Dragon Ball, he would probably be furious. Sun Wukong laughed with a face full of schadenfreude. Yi Feng didn't rush to summon the dragon, but instead put the Super Dragon Balls directly into the system's backpack. He really didn't have any special wishes at the moment. However, it is undeniable that the power of the Super Dragon Balls is indeed great, capable of reviving even universes destroyed by the Omni King. Perhaps keeping the Super Dragon Balls will be very useful. It can be considered a life-saving talisman. Although everyone was surprised at where Yi Feng had put such large Dragon Balls, They didn't ask further after considering Yi Feng's many means. An hour later, everyone returned to Earth. Bulma had the chef prepare a lot of delicious food. This time, everyone who went to the unnamed planet came to enjoy the meal, including the less favored Satan, who also joined in the fun. Hey, Lord Beerus, I didn't get a chance to ask earlier. Is the Omni King really that powerful? He looks so small, even smaller than Goten and Trunks. Son Goku curiously asked while eating. Of course, Vegeta and the others were also very curious. But they just weren't as direct as Goku. Idiot! Beerus directly gave Goku a hard slap on the back of the head, and then shouted, Son Goku, if you don't watch your words, I'll destroy you right now. The Omni King is the strongest being in all universes. He can make all universes disappear in an instant. The terror of the Omni King is absolutely beyond your imagination. Goku really spoke without thinking. If he angered the Omni King, destruction would be instantaneous. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lord Beerus, can't you just talk nicely? Why do you have to hit me? Goku complained with a frown. He was just asking out of curiosity. Looking at Beerus's exaggerated seriousness, Piccolo and Vegeta also understood that the little guy called the Omni King was indeed very terrifying. Goku, you can be carefree at other times, but you must show the proper respect in front of the Omni King if you don't want Earth and Universe 7 to be erased, Yi Feng reminded. Unable to hold back, Goku's behavior in the Dragon Ball Super anime was indeed a bit too foolish. Hopefully, next time he sees the Omni King, he won't say ignorant things. Even Mr. Yi Feng says so. Vegeta looked at Yi Feng, shocked. He understood even more the terror of the Omni King. All right, I didn't do anything. Next time I see the Omni King, I'll just keep quiet, Goku said impatiently. After finishing the big meal, everyone felt much better. Yi Feng stood by the national railing, enjoying the breeze, when Beerus suddenly walked over. I can't believe you even know Lord Zeno. It really surprises me, Beerus said lightly. This time, there was none of the pride and self-importance typical of a god of destruction in his tone. I didn't know who Zeno was before, but judging from your reactions, I can tell he's quite an impressive figure. Yi Feng shrugged and said. He felt there was no need to tell Beerus the truth now. Beerus looked at Yi Feng and seemed to believe he wasn't lying. Are you planning to participate in the next tournament hosted by the Omni King? Beerus asked tentatively, though his eyes were still filled with anticipation for Yi Feng's answer. Chapter 133. Sign-in task released again. This tournament is extremely important, as it concerns the survival of the universe, and absolutely cannot afford any carelessness. Yi Feng is the contestant specifically chosen by the Omni King. If he doesn't participate, the Omni King might not be pleased, and perhaps the 7th universe will be in jeopardy. As for the current situation, Yi Feng's strength has surpassed his own, so trying to force him would definitely not work. Let's see how things unfold in a few days. Yi Feng replied softly. In fact, he didn't really want to participate in this power tournament because he didn't want to meet the High Priest and the Omni King. However, if he didn't participate, the entire 7th universe might be destroyed. Although this didn't have much to do with him, he still felt a bit guilty about losing a universe because of himself. Alright, then you can think about it some more when you go back. This time, Beerus didn't have any coercive intentions. After speaking to Yi Feng, he simply walked away. This surprised Yi Feng quite a bit, as Beerus was a god of destruction, and the fact that he could speak to him in such a manner indicated that he had humbled himself. After Yi Feng and Lazuli returned home, it was already o'clock in the evening. The two of them spent some intimate time together before going to sleep. Early the next morning, Yi Feng got up early and entered the gravity chamber to train. After seeing the king and his 2 guards yesterday, Yi Feng's desire for strength became even more urgent. He must become stronger, much stronger, so that when he meets the king and the high priest again, he won't be so passive. Ding! System task is being released. Please host go to the future time and space to sign in for the day of defeating Zamasu. The sign-in period is 10 days. Sign-in duration, 10 minutes. Just as Yi Feng was training, the system's electronic synthesized voice suddenly rang out. What? Sign in for the day of defeating Zamasu in the future time and space. This can't be right, can it? Yi Feng soudain spoke in surprise. He had killed Zuno a few days ago, so Zamasu wouldn't be able to find the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls. Therefore, he naturally couldn't exchange bodies with Goku or wish for immortality. Moreover, more importantly, the Super Dragon Balls were now in his system, and Zamasu had no way of obtaining them. How could he still appear in the future timeline? Could it be that nothing done now could change the current situation in the future timeline? Just like how future Trunks changed the history of Goku dying from heart disease. But the future timeline still didn't have Goku existing. Even if the history of the current timeline changed, the future timeline would still proceed as it originally did. Forget it. Since the system issued a mission, he might as well go for it. Yifeng thought for a moment and decided not to care about why Zamasu was still appearing. He desperately needed strength right now, and the system sign-in could reward him with many good things. Perhaps it could help him improve his power. Anyway, going to the future time and space was not difficult for him. After a simple tidy-up, Yifeng took lazily to the future time and space. What is this place? Yifeng, why is it all gray everywhere? Lazily looked around in confusion, unable to see a hint of light. Furthermore, the ground was not a city at all, but a series of ruins like a forgotten planet. It should be Earth. Yifeng frowned and spoke up. He didn't expect that Earth in the future timeline had become this bad. Although he had seen the future timeline in animations before, the feeling was vastly different from seeing it with his own eyes. The desolation and the atmosphere filled with despair were quite unsettling. It felt as if he were wrapped in a suffocating, filthy environment, giving a sense of hopelessness that was hard to bear. This feeling came from deep within, and even though Yifeng possessed immense strength, he couldn't stop it. Just then, suddenly, an energy ball shot towards Yifeng and Android 18. Yifeng raised his head, and without any movement, the energy ball exploded. Then, a familiar figure appeared in front of Yifeng. This person was none other than the future warrior of despair, Trunks, who was protecting this broken Earth all on his own. Android 18, I can't believe you were revived. The moment Trunks saw Android 18, a very serious expression appeared on his face. Just a single dark being had turned the Earth into a hell on Earth, and now the android he had killed. Android 18 had come back to life. He couldn't handle this alone. Huh, he seems to recognize me too, what's going on? Lazili looked at Yifeng in surprise and asked, why did it seem like everyone recognized her and even feared her? But she had no idea who they were. Could there be another bad person just like her? I'll tell you later, Yifeng said to Lazili. It seemed that Trunks had some misunderstandings about Lazili in front of him. You bad guys, I will never let you destroy the Earth again. Trunks gritted his teeth tightly, then transformed into a Super Saiyan, drawing the sword of hope from behind and slashing towards Yifeng and Lazili. However, in the next second, the long sword in Trunks' hand was gently blocked by Yifeng's finger. Hey, we're not your enemies, Trunks. Yifeng looked at Trunks and said calmly. At that moment, Trunks suddenly noticed the tail behind Yifeng. A Saiyan? You are a Saiyan. Trunks quickly sheathed his sword, his face filled with surprise as he asked. No, it's impossible. The only Saiyans are my dad and Uncle Goku, and in this timeline, they both died long ago. Uncle Goku got sick and died, and my dad was killed by the androids. So in this timeline, besides me, a half Saiyan, there shouldn't be any Saiyans left. Who are you really? Trunks hurriedly asked. If he really was a Saiyan, perhaps he wouldn't be an enemy. Moreover, he had just demonstrated power far beyond Trunks. Don't be so tense. Maybe I can help you deal with the Dark Ones. Yifeng said softly. Hearing the name Dark Man, Trunks was first taken aback, then furrowed his brows tightly. Damn it, it's that devil who has turned this world into what it is. Chapter 134. The Dark Man strikes, Trunks' crisis. Help me deal with the Dark Man? Really? Is it true? Trunks looked at Yifeng incredulously and asked. Ever since Gohan was killed by the androids, he had been guarding this Earth alone for many years, never thinking about asking for help, because there was simply no one who could help him. He could only fight alone in solitude. Of course. What benefit would I have in lying to you? Yifeng shrugged and casually said, but why do you want to help me? Are you a friend of my dad and Uncle Wukong from before? Trunks asked again. Since you're a Saiyan, maybe you know my dad and Uncle Wukong. I guess I can say I'm friends with your dad. Yifeng nodded and said, although the Vegeta from the GT timeline is just average, the Vegeta from the Super timeline treats me quite well. At least he maintains the respect I deserve, although he also has his own demands. However, I want to help you because I feel pity for you. Consider it a whim. Leaf Maple thought for a moment and then said, the purpose of coming here, of course, was to sign in. However, it was quite coincidental that he particularly disliked that self-proclaimed deity, Zamasu, who acted so high and mighty. He really disliked him, so he could help Trunks teach him a good lesson. Well, thank you very much. But I still want to tell you in advance that the dark person is very strong, exceptionally strong. Trunks frowned and said to Leaf Maple, moreover, every time he fought Zamasu, Zamasu would keep getting stronger. This made him very frustrated. At first, he could barely cope with him, but after a few joint efforts, he was completely no match for him. No worries, dealing with that kind of guy is very easy. Yifeng said calmly. Even with Zamasu in his fused form, he could defeat him in a matter of minutes, let alone a mere dark being. May I ask how to address you? Trunks asked. The Saiyan in front of him seemed to be around the same age as him, but was much stronger. My name is Yifeng. Rebirth. Then he began to sense the energy of the entire Earth. There were two strong energies. One was the energy of ordinary people, and the other was the energy of gods. However, the commonality was the same evil. Well, Brother Yifeng, let me take you to our shelter. Trunks trusted Yifeng for 3 reasons. First, Yifeng was a Saiyan, and his father and the others were also Saiyans. So there was a natural sense of familiarity upon seeing Yifeng. Second, he did not sense any dangerous aura from Yifeng's body. Third, his intuition told him that Yifeng in front of him was not a bad person. Well, let's go. Yifeng nodded and then followed Trunks back to the so-called shelter. It was a dark and damp basement, crowded with about 100 people, including familiar faces like Bulma, Xiao Wu, and Yachirobe. As for the other Z fighters, Master Rashi and Chi-Chi, they were not among them. You're back, Trunks. Seeing Trunks enter, Xiao Wu and Bulma ran over with excited expressions. Huh, Saiyan? Trunks, who is he? Bulma was also surprised to see Yifeng's tail at first glance. Mom, he is Dad's friend and can help me fight against the dark people, Trunks said with an excited smile. Just being alive every day is already very satisfying. Vegeta's friend? I never expected that guy would have friends. You all come and sit down. Bulma quickly invited Yifeng and Lazuli over. Although Bulma also recognized Android 18. She was a smart woman. Since Trunks didn't pursue it, there was naturally no problem. Yifeng looked at the people in the basement, who were eyeing the meager food. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, although he was not a saint, he couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy upon seeing such a scene. If he didn't have a system, he would probably be like them, right? Trunks, did you see the Dark Ones this time? Xiao Wu asked. I didn't see them this time, but they should appear soon. Trunks replied, frowning tightly at the mention of the Dark Ones. Upon hearing the name, fear appeared on everyone's faces. Boom! At that moment, the basement suddenly started to shake. Damn it, that bastard is causing trouble again. Feeling the intense vibrations, Trunks tightly gripped the Sword of Heroes in his hand. Trunks, he is trying to lure you out on purpose, Bulma said at that moment. I know, but right now, I'm the only one who can fight, Mom. Trunks said firmly before walking out of the shelter. All right, let's go see what's happening. Yifeng took Lotzi Li and walked out. Boom! The dark figure hovering in the air continuously unleashed energy spheres from his palms, causing the ground to explode repeatedly with a tremendous noise. However, he controlled his power well enough to make the earth tremble violently without destroying it outright. Dark being, stop it. Trunks leaped into the air, tightly gripping the Sword of Hope, and shouted angrily. Oh, you, the lowly turtle, finally dare to show yourself? The dark figure turned to Trunks, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The so-called dark being was just Zamasu, who had taken over Goku's body. TCH, this time I will definitely take you down. Trunks charged directly at the dark figure with his sword. He leaped high into the air and angrily struck down at Zamasu. Clang! However, the next second, Trunks' Sword of Hope was caught barehanded by the dark figure, who then delivered a heavy punch to Trunks' chest. Bang! Puffed. Trunks' body slammed hard against the wall of the ruins and then bounced back to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, there was a huge gap between Trunks and the dark figure. The dark figure then hurled the sword in his hand toward Trunks at great speed. This time, it was time to eliminate all humans and build the perfect world they envisioned. Chapter 135. Do you even deserve to be called a god? It's over. I'm going to be killed. Seeing the Sword of Hope flying rapidly toward him, despair filled Trunks' eyes. He never expected the dark figure to become so powerful in just a few days. Just when Trunks was almost in despair, the Sword of Hope suddenly stopped, mere centimeters from his forehead. What was happening? Trunks was shocked and quickly turned his astonished gaze to Yifeng. The only one capable of doing such a thing was Yifeng. Black Goku also had a shocked expression, wondering what was happening. He then looked over at Yifeng and Lotzi Li. Oh, so you brought help? The dark figure coldly smiled and spoke. Just useless mosquitoes. It doesn't matter how many there are. They're nothing before God. The dark figure spread his palms wide in a condescending manner, addressing Yifeng, Trunks, and the others. TCH, what an idiot. Yifeng looked at Sazamas with disdain, thinking that this guy was truly a tragedy. Neither human nor god. System. Does killing the Dark Man count as completing the check-in task? Yifeng silently asked in his heart. It doesn't count. The task is only considered complete when killing the fused Zamasu. After Yifeng finished asking, the system's electronic synthesized voice sounded. Damn, is it this complicated? Yifeng complained a bit. If it were possible, he could completely eliminate Black Goku right now. But since it wasn't, it seemed he still had to let Zamasu fuse. Thinking about it was indeed quite troublesome. Science, your existence has polluted this beautiful land. As punishment, I will now make you completely leave this beautiful world. After Zamasu finished speaking, a black energy ball wrapped in a golden aura suddenly formed in his palm. Then it shot directly towards Yifeng. Ha ha ha. Disappear. So-called fighting race Saiyans. Black Goku let out a sinister laugh. Soon, the Human Zero plan would be nearing its end. Just thinking about it was really exciting. However, before Black Goku's laughter could fade, the energy he had just shot out suddenly exploded when it was still 10 zhang away from Yifeng. What? What happened? Black Goku's laughter abruptly stopped, and he looked at Yifeng with a face full of disbelief. Was it that guy's doing? Zamasu, who took over the Saiyan's body, yet keeps talking about the lowliness of humanity. You really are something else. Yifeng's body slowly floated in midair, smiling lightly at Zamasu. This so-called apprentice Kaishin, while looking down on humans, still needed to rely on human power. And speaking so righteously, his thick skin really was unmatched. How do you know about this? Black Goku's expression changed dramatically, staring in shock at Yifeng. Logically speaking, the fact that he had taken over Son Goku's body should be unknown to anyone in this timeline. What did Yifeng's words mean? Did the dark person take Uncle Goku's body? How could that be possible? Trunks was equally incredulous. Could it be that Uncle Goku was killed? Ah, forget it. Once I kill all of you, this secret will be buried forever. The shock on the dark person's face slowly morphed into a sinister smile. Then in a flash, he attacked Yifeng. His speed was astonishing, surpassing even Super Saiyan 3 Goku. It seemed that during his battles with Trunks, this guy had been continuously improving his strength. However, just as the dark person charged at Yifeng, his body suddenly seemed to suffer a heavy blow and was sent flying out. Boom! He crashed directly into the ruins. What? The dark person was actually knocked back? And I didn't even see Big Brother Yifeng make a move. Trunks was in shock, rubbing his eyes vigorously, unable to believe it. Boom! Whoosh! Black Goku leaped up, some wounds appearing on his face, a smear of blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with endless rage. Damn ants! How dare you disrespect a god like this? I won't let you go. Black Goku charged at Yifeng again, thinking that the previous incident was just an accident. This time, he would definitely not be careless. But this time, Yifeng's body suddenly vanished, and when he reappeared, one hand was already firmly grasping Black Goku's head. I don't even regard the god of destruction. What kind of god are you? A half-baked one. Yifeng lunged forward. Boom, boom, boom. The waist exploded continuously, and Black Wukong was pressed down by Yifeng's hand on his head, shattering dozens of pieces of waist and pinning him to the ground. A mere apprentice Ko Shin dares to act wild in front of me? Yifeng looked down at Black Goku with a tone full of disdain. Even if the god of destruction from Universe 10 came today, he would still press him down and rub him into the ground. Let go of me, human. Don't touch my noble body with your filthy hands. Black Goku, pressed to the ground by Yifeng and unable to move, could only roar in frustration. Yifeng lifted Black Wukong with one hand and punched him in the chest. Bang! The moment fresh blood spurted out, the excruciating pain made Black Wukong's pupils constrict. What kind of power is this? Just one punch, and I've completely lost my fighting ability. Go back and fuse with Zamasu before coming back. With trash like you, you don't even have the right to die in my hands now. Yifeng threw Black Goku out like trash. If it weren't for the system's requirements, he could have destroyed Black Goku in an instant. But he had no choice. He needed to become stronger to face even more powerful opponents in the future. Damn Saiyans. Just you wait. The pain you caused me today, I will return it 1,000-fold. After leaving a threatening remark, Black Goku quickly turned and fled from Yifeng's sight. Damn it, that guy got away. At that moment, Trunks stood up, unwilling to accept the situation, and said just now, Brother Yifeng clearly had the chance to kill the Dark One. I don't understand why he let him go. Chapter 136. Let me show you the true power of Super Saiyan. However, Trunks was smart and did not ask Yifeng why he let the Dark One go, because Yifeng must have had his reasons for doing so. If he were to inquire, he might offend him, and that would be too foolish. They won't escape. I'll deal with them soon. Yifeng returned to the side of Trunks and Lazuli and said, with Zamasu's petty personality, after suffering such a huge loss, he definitely wouldn't be able to endure it. They would probably come looking for him again very soon. But it might trouble you again, Brother Yifeng, Trunks said with a grateful expression. If it weren't for Yifeng's help just now, he might have already been killed by the Dark Man. After returning to the shelter, he really couldn't get used to the food from this timeline, as the Earth had been almost completely destroyed, and these survivors had all become like street rats, afraid to go out to look for food, and could only eat some almost rotten food. Yifeng had no choice but to take a trip to Dragon Ball Super's time and space, bringing a lot of food back. Everyone was overwhelmed with gratitude, as they hadn't eaten fresh food in a long time. The next morning, as expected, Black Goku and Zamasu arrived together, their energies appearing simultaneously. You felt it, didn't you, Trunks? Yifeng glanced at Trunks and said, Yes, brother Yifeng, it's the energy of the dark person. Trunks nodded and said, However, he still can't sense the energy of Zamasu as the Supreme Kai. Let's go. This time, we may need you to fight together. After Yifeng finished speaking, he walked directly outside. The so-called help was naturally a lie. He could handle the fused Zamasu by himself. However, as the last warrior of this timeline's Earth, Trunks should participate in this battle. Yes. Trunks nodded heavily and followed behind Yifeng. To be honest, he certainly wanted to fight. This Earth, all the people here, should be protected by him. At this moment, Black Goku and Zamasu stood in midair, with anger flickering in Black Goku's eyes. As a great god, your current mindset seems a bit obsessive. Looking at the furious Black Goku, Zamasu spoke. Ah, you are right. Black Goku suddenly froze, then relaxed his expression and smiled. As a great god, how can one feel anger for a lowly, dirty human? This is a tremendous humiliation to the gods. Just then, Yifeng and Trunks suddenly appeared in front of Zamasu and Black Goku. Are you here to get beaten up so soon? You seem more eager than I expected. Looking at Black Goku, Yifeng said with a calm expression. In that calm tone, there was more disdain. Damn ants, stop getting carried away in front of the gods. Black Goku, who had just calmed down, was instantly enraged by Yifeng's words. Gritting his teeth and staring at Yifeng, he clenched his fists tightly again. Although it had only been a day, his strength had explosively increased. This time, he would definitely torment this dirty Saiyan well. Trunks, that green-skinned guy is up to you. Yifeng pointed at Zamasu, and then spoke to Trunks. Trunks nodded, drew the sword of hope from his back, and glared at Zamasu. At that moment, Black Goku suddenly trembled his arms, striking a pose, and terrifying red-purple energy exploded from his body. Science, now let me show you the hellish fear. Black Goku said with a devilish smile to Yifeng. In the next moment, the entire earth was engulfed in a dark purple hue. Whirlwinds erupted from Zamasu, sweeping in all directions. The whole earth was violently shaking. How strong is this energy? In just one day, how did this guy become so powerful? Upon sensing Black Goku's energy, Trunks' face showed a look of horror. What kind of aura is this? It instantly filled the entire earth, and compared to yesterday, it's like heaven and earth apart. After a full minute, Zamasu finally transformed, surrounded by swirling flames of crimson red and purple. His strength was already nearly on par with Super Saiyan Blue. What was going on? Did that guy transform? Trunks asked in terror, 3 questions in a row. It's simply incomprehensible how strong he is. Don't act like a bumpkin. Such trash, I could crush with a single slap. Yifeng said lightly, looking at the terrified Trunks. It's not bragging. He really could slap down the so-called pink Zamasu. This power, this strong energy is incredibly comforting. This is the kind of strength a god should possess. Black Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan Pink, was lost in self-admiration, talking to himself. Now, let the foolish ants welcome the presence of a god. Black Goku pointed at Yifeng, as if issuing commands like a king. But to Yifeng, it looked like a fool. Trash, let me show you what Saiyan power is. Yifeng gave Black Goku a big roll of his eyes. Then he clenched his fists tightly, and a vast amount of grass-green energy erupted from his body. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. That aura completely suppressed Black Goku's divine energy. What? Big brother Yifeng also became a Super Saiyan, but his transformation seemed a bit different. Trunks looked at Yifeng with wide eyes, filled with shock. Although they were both Super Saiyans, the gap between them was like one being in the sky and the other on the ground. Trunks, let's go. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Yifeng said to Trunks. Yes, big brother Yifeng. Trunks nodded excitedly, and then instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, charging towards Zamasu and Black Goku. Chapter 137. Destruction. Yifeng and Trunks rushed towards Black Goku and Zamasu in an instant. Trunks instinctively targeted Zamasu, while Yifeng appeared right in front of Black Goku. Without hesitation, he threw a punch that struck Black Goku squarely in the chest. Boom! The next second, Black Goku was sent flying thousands of meters away by Yifeng's punch. Of course, even in his enraged state, Yifeng could easily beat the so-called Super Saiyan Rose Black Goku to a pulp. Moreover, The current Yi Feng was in the Super Saiyan form. Zamasu, witnessing Black Goku being punched away by Yi Feng, was filled with shock. Despite having taken over Goku's body, Zamasu was already very powerful. So how could he be so easily defeated by that Saiyan? Take care of yourself, you bastard. At that moment, Trunks swung his sword, directly severing Zamasu's right kidney. Great! Trunks exclaimed excitedly, not expecting to have cut off his arm. It was something he never anticipated. Damn it, you filthy creatures. The gods bestowed you with wisdom, yet you dare to use that wisdom to defy the gods. This is simply blasphemy. Zamasu's eyes filled with endless resentment. Meanwhile, the severed arm grew back instantly. Look, this is the greatness of the gods, the powerful, immortal body. This is the magnificent form a god should possess. Zamasu spread his arms wide, reveling in his immortality. It seemed at that moment he could control everything, becoming a supreme deity. What? An immortal body? Damn it. How could such a thing exist? Trunks frowned, looking at Zamasu, who was completely unharmed, with a serious expression. It seemed he really couldn't kill him. However, even if he couldn't kill him, he must definitely beat him down. With that thought, Trunks' body flashed, and he appeared in front of Zamasu, wielding the Sword of Hope and engaging in battle once again. Meanwhile, Black Goku had returned, his eyes burning with rage. Filthy human, how dare you repeatedly desecrate the majesty of the gods? I will never let you go. As Black Goku's voice fell, he swung his right hand, creating a purple energy blade, and immediately charged at Yi Feng. Swoosh! Black Goku continuously swung the energy blade at Yi Feng, but Yi Feng easily dodged it. So-called trash gods, is this really all they are capable of? Yi Feng looked disdainfully at Black Wukong. With this level of power, he could easily erase him with one hand. Bang! The next second, Yi Feng's fist heavily struck Black Wukong's face, sending him flying out once again, a trace of crimson blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! Then Yi Feng instantly teleported above Black Wukong and landed another heavy punch on his chest. Rumble! Black Wukong's body crashed heavily to the ground, and the debris on the ground was directly shaken into powder, creating a giant pit 100 feet wide. Black Wukong lay at the bottom of the giant pit, clutching his chest tightly. Damn this bastard. Why does he have such powerful strength? Pain and anger intertwined on Black Wukong's face. Then, Yi Feng's body appeared above Black Wukong, like a hunting falcon. Bang! One punch. Bang! Another punch. The earth trembled continuously. The giant pit kept expanding, and Black Wukong's breath grew weaker and weaker. Crack! Yi Feng heavily stomped on Black Wukong's face. TCH, trash is indeed just trash. With this kind of strength, do you really think you can kill me? Yi Feng squinted slightly, revealing a look of disdain. Dealing with such trash, he didn't even need to use 1,000th of his strength to easily crush him. It was even simpler than squashing an ant. Dirty bastard. Get your foot off my face. Black Goku roared in desperation. Humiliation. A tremendous humiliation. He never expected that, after gaining the power of Super Saiyan Rose, he would still be beaten so badly by this bastard. He was the most noble deity in the universe. Zamasu, watching Black Goku, who had almost lost his fighting ability. Zamasu punched Trunks back and then flew towards Yi Feng. A purple energy blade appeared in his palm as well. But there was still a huge gap in strength between Zamasu and Black Goku. Bang! The next moment, Yi Feng effortlessly caught Zamasu's fist and directly flung him to the ground, embedding Zamasu's body into the ground. Yi Feng stepped on one of Zama's faces with his other foot. TSK, TSK, TSK. You really are quite pathetic. Like a pitiful worm crawling under the feet of the humans you look down upon, watching the frenzied struggles of the two Zamas, yet powerless. Yi Feng shook his head with a sigh, saying, "Ants, hurry up and let us go." Zamas screamed frantically, feeling that this humiliation was even more unbearable than being killed. How shameful it was for a supreme god to be trampled under the feet of the very humans he despised the most. I will let you go right now. Yi Feng suddenly smiled slyly, with his palm aimed at Zamasu, and a purple energy ball appeared. Destruction. A deep voice came from Yi Feng's throat. What? Destruction ability? How is this possible? How can a lowly creature master the skills of God? Seeing the destructive energy in Yi Feng's palm, Zamasu was instantly frightened, his body trembling. He wasn't sure if the destruction ability could eliminate his immortal body. If it could, then he would be completely doomed. In the next second, the destructive energy in Yi Feng's palm struck Zamasu's body. Oh! The terrified screams echoed in the air for a long time, while Zamasu's body gradually transformed into purple starlight. Then, it disappeared into the air with the wind. Zamasu? Black Goku shouted in terror. How? How is this possible? This lowly creature actually mastered the destruction ability of a god. The immortal body of Zamasu was thus eliminated. Chapter 138. Fist is justice, torturing fused Zamasu. TCH. It really can't be destroyed? Yifeng frowned and suddenly spoke up. Trunks quickly appeared in front of Yifeng, looking excited as he said, Big brother Yifeng, you are really amazing. You killed Zamasu in an instant. That guy isn't even dead yet. Yifeng stared at the purple starlight in front of him, which began to gradually condense. Finally, it transformed into the form of Zamasu. Ha ha ha. This immortal body cannot even be destroyed by the power of destruction. Do you see? This is the figure of a great god. Only such a perfect body is worthy of me, Zamasu. The Zamasu who is not affected by the power of destruction is already beyond recognition. What? You can't destroy it, even like this? Trunks' expression instantly turned quite grim. If they can't kill Zamasu like this, then they have no way to deal with him. Yifeng glanced at Zama's disgusting face and kicked directly at the Dark Man's waist. The Dark Man's body shot out like a cannonball, crashing heavily into Zama's. Bang! In the next second, both Zama's and the Dark Man were sent flying, landing on the ground. Yifeng's body reappeared in front of the two, his gaze cold as he looked at Zama's. He said, Do you really think that just because you possess immortality, I can't do anything about you? If I want to deal with Zama's, I don't need to kill him. I can use the power of space to banish him forever into another realm. Damn bastard. Zama's furrowed his brows tightly, realizing that this Saiyan before him was incredibly strong. From his eyes, Zama's could tell he wasn't lying. Perhaps he really could kill him. Whoosh! Then, Zama's and the Dark Goku both retreated several dozen meters, standing in the air, staring at Yifeng with anger on their faces. You really made it quite troublesome, Zama's, Dark Goku said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. It seems we were wrong. Humans are not just mere insects. If this battle continues, our ideals might dry up like the morning dew. Zama's frowned tightly, looking at Yifeng. This human bastard possesses the strength to easily kill Dark Goku. Although he didn't want to believe it, the fact was undeniable. TCH, it seems there's no other way. We can only end this boring game as soon as possible. Dark Goku glanced at Yifeng, then took off the Patera earring from his left ear. It's time for these ignorant humans to witness the true power of a god. A frenzied look appeared in Zama's eyes. From now on, the true god will descend. Get ready to merge. Finally, are you going to fuse? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yifeng glanced at the actions of the two, clearly preparing to merge. After wasting so much time, they were finally ready to combine, and he could soon claim his sign-in reward. Big brother Yifeng, I'll help you. Trunks reappeared in front of Yifeng and said, Step back, Trunks. You won't be of any help in the upcoming battle. Yifeng spoke, unless a miracle happens. With Trunks' fighting power, he can only be cannon fodder in the upcoming battle. All right. Trunks could only nod and then step aside. At this moment, Zamasu had already put the Patera earrings on his right ear. The next moment, a terrifying power pulled the two together, and then a silvery light instantly covered the entire earth. After a full 10 seconds, the silvery light gradually disappeared. At this time, Zamasu and the Dark Person had completely fused together. Surrounded by a silver aura, their eyes were tightly closed. Yifeng crossed his arms in front of his chest, calmly watching Zama's attempt to show off. The fusion was complete, so let's allow him to boast for 2 minutes. What a terrifying aura. Those two bastards actually fused. Trunks' face turned pale. This power had already surpassed Yifeng. Does that mean the situation is about to change? I can feel two forces within my body merging together. Look. This is the combination of the infinitely powerful and the immortal body. This is the true embodiment of justice and law. Ha ha! Worship and praise me, foolish mosquitoes. As Zama's maniacal laughter echoed, a huge silver halo suddenly appeared behind him. Your time to show off is over. It's my turn now. Yifeng's lips slightly curled up, and then he tightly clenched his fists. A low growl, accompanied by a wave of grass-green energy, erupted from his body, piercing through the endless darkness. He then transformed completely into a Super Saiyan at full power. What? Brother Yifeng's energy could actually increase to this extent. It's so strong, it's simply unbelievable. Trunks was now shocked beyond measure, his mouth agape. He never expected that a Saiyan could possess such immense power. As the sound of breaking the air echoed, Yifeng, who had just transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, instantly appeared in front of Zama's. With grass-green energy swirling above his head. He delivered a heavy punch to Zama's stomach. Boom! Zama's pupils instantly constricted, a deep sense of disbelief filling his eyes. How could this be? He had clearly completed his fusion and obtained the strongest power in this universe. Yet he was still severely injured by this mosquito-like creature. Crack! Then, the halo behind Zama's shattered instantly, lasting for less than 10 seconds. Do you see? This is true justice. Yifeng shook his fist and said to Zama's, in this world, strength is paramount. Strength is the law. Strength is order and justice. Damans, D. Zama's, filled with rage, directly hurled an energy ball at Yifeng. Yifeng casually swiped, and the energy ball was sent flying out. Whoosh! Then he kicked out again, directly striking Zamasu's face, causing Zamasu to instantly fly sideways. His body plowed a wide trench several meters across in the ground. Chapter 139 Reward. Enhanced Immortal Body. Zamasu roared in anger, getting back on his feet, the fury in his eyes seemingly wanting to burn Yifeng alive. Of course, this was merely Zamasu's wish. Light of justice, strike me down. A god that is too cowardly to punish evil does not deserve to exist. Zamasu raised both hands high, and in an instant, the entire sky flickered with purple lightning. Two massive bolts of purple lightning shot towards Zamasu. Almost at the same moment, Yifeng's body suddenly flashed and appeared right in front of Zamasu, then heavily smashed into Zamasu's chest. Boom! The purple lightning struck the ground, sending debris flying everywhere and creating two massive mushroom clouds. Zamasu was knocked back thousands of meters by Yifeng, and the fury on his face surged even more. Anger, endless anger. Clearly, such lowly beings as humans were created by the gods. Why did they not know gratitude and repeatedly go against the will of the gods? Time and again, they surpassed the gods. This was absolutely unforgivable. D. Filthy humans. Zamasu seemed to have completely fallen into a frenzied state, hurling a massive purple energy ball towards Yifeng. Yifeng casually struck, sending the energy ball out of earth. Then he flashed out again, extending his hand to produce a massive grass-green finger sword. The grass-green lightsaber, surrounded by a purple halo, pierced directly through Zamasu's heart with a crack. In the next moment, Zamasu's face showed a look of pain as he incredulously stared at his chest. What's happening? Why does he feel pain? Why is this Saiyan so strong? Oh, you look like you're in a lot of pain. What's wrong? Aren't you supposed to be immortal? Yifeng looked at Zama's with a cold smile and said lightly. Zama's, pierced in the chest, emitted black smoke. His lightsaber was not just an ordinary super Saiyan energy condensed. It was also wrapped in a layer of destructive energy. Such energy was enough to cause Zama's immense pain. After all, after merging, Zama's immortality was no longer that strong. Why do I feel pain? I am an immortal being, Zama's exclaimed, his mouth agape in agony, incredulously talking to himself. Then Yifeng directly retracted his finger sword, and silver light points began to appear at the wound on Zama's chest. It was evident that Zama's energy was continuously declining. Saiyan, you have repeatedly disrespected the gods and desecrated their dignity. I will never let you go. Zama's, now looking extremely hideous, attacked Yifeng once more. Bang! Yifeng kicked out with one leg, directly hitting Zama's right cheek. Half of his face immediately collapsed, and then began to rot little by little, eventually oozing a purple, mucus-like substance that looked very disgusting. Look at your ugly appearance now. Is this what you call a god? Yifeng looked at Zama's with a faint expression and said, if this is what a god is, I think it can disappear. 5 minutes, no more, no less, is already enough. Then Yifeng raised his right hand high, and a huge purple destructive energy ball was continuously gathering. In just a few seconds, it had already grown to the size of a millstone. Disappear, Zama's. After Yifeng's faint voice fell, the destructive energy in his palm was hurled towards Zama's. Before Zama's fused with the Saiyan body, the destructive energy indeed had no way to destroy his body. However, after merging with the Saiyan body, his immortality had weakened, and now he was easily capable of annihilating him. Ha ha! Don't be so full of yourself, Saiyan. I am an immortal being. You can't destroy me at all. Zama's laughed maniacally, allowing the destructive energy ball to hit him. Silly fool. Yifeng looked at Zama's with a sympathetic expression and shook his head. Didn't this guy realize that he was no longer immortal? Ah, right after that, amidst Zama's painful and piercing screams, the destructive energy completely engulfed him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of killing Zama's for the day. Reward, immortal body. At that moment, The electronic synthesized voice of the system echoed in Yi Feng's mind. Immortal body? Yi Feng didn't seem too excited. In fact, an immortal body is already considered a very powerful ability, but as his strength grew, this ability seemed to have less and less use. It's like his current strength. The god of destruction is simply not his opponent. Therefore, the immortal body has no place to be utilized. People like the Grand Priest and Zeno are opponents he cannot defeat. However, they could easily kill him despite his immortal body. So this is a very awkward situation. System, is my current immortal body the same as Zamasu's? Yi Feng tentatively asked, replying to the host, your immortal body is even more powerful than Zamasu's. With your current strength, even angels and the high priest cannot destroy you. The electronic, synthesized voice of the system sounded again. What? The high priest can't destroy me? Yi Feng, who had been somewhat uninterested, suddenly sparkled with excitement upon hearing the system's voice. He had originally thought that the immortal body rewarded by the system was of little use. But if the high priest couldn't destroy him, that would be quite powerful. Yes, host, they cannot destroy you. However, they do have the ability to seal you. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Although he wouldn't be destroyed, the high priest and his associates had many methods, so he still needed to be cautious. At this moment, Trunks flew towards Yi Feng with immense excitement. The emotion in his eyes, excitement and gratitude, was beyond words. Did you really deal with Zamas and the Dark Ones? Trunks still found it hard to believe that the Dark Ones, who had plagued the earth for so long, had finally been taken care of. Is this even a question? Yi Feng was in a good mood and smiled as he said, all right, Zamasu has been completely destroyed by me. However, I don't know if Namek has been destroyed in this world. If it hasn't, we can use the Dragon Balls from Namek to restore Earth. Yi Feng looked at the dim Earth and spoke softly. Chapter 140, The Mysterious Uninvited Guest. After completely defeating Zamasu, Yi Feng took a peek into the universe and discovered that not all Namekians had been killed. Moreover, the Dragon Balls of Namek were intact. Yi Feng first wished for the revival of the Earth-S god. The second wish was to restore the Earth to its original state. And the third wish was to bring light back to the universe. The Namekian dragon Shinran Purunga was quite powerful, and all three wishes were quickly granted. When he returned to Earth, it had already regained its original appearance. It was no longer the dull, grayish landscape, but had returned to its former glory. However, there are only about 100 people left on Earth now. Big brother Yi Feng, thank you, really thank you. Trunks looked at Yi Feng excitedly, tears shimmering in his eyes. A man does not easily shed tears, but only when deep emotions arise. If it weren't for Yi Feng's sudden appearance, they really didn't know what would have happened to their Earth. TCH, look at you, a grown man acting like this. If Vegeta sees you, he'll probably scold you. Yi Feng ly said to Trunks. At this moment, not only Trunks, but also Bulma and Xiao Wu were very grateful and thanked Yi Feng. Without Yi Feng, their planet would probably have been destroyed. Suddenly feeling how great you are, having saved a planet, Lotzi Li linked arms with Yi Feng, looking at him with admiration and said, having a man who is a great hero feels pretty good. After all, women all have a sense of vanity. Be confident. Drop the sudden part. Your husband is amazing. Yi Feng hooked R.A. Zili's nose and said, it turns out that doing a good deed can actually be quite joyful. All right, Trunks, now you need to gather the Dragon Balls on Earth immediately, so we can revive the humans who were killed by the Dark Ones. Yi Feng looked at Trunks and said, yes, brother Yi Feng, I will go right away. Trunks nodded excitedly. In fact, he had only heard about Dragon Balls from his mother and had never seen them for himself. This was because the Supreme Kai had already been killed when he was very young. 3 days later, all the Earthlings killed by the Dark Ones had been revived. At this moment, the Earth had finally returned to its original appearance. However, the humans who had been killed by the androids in the past could no longer be revived, as the Dragon Balls on Earth had limited power and could only revive those who had been killed within a year. Brother Yi Feng, are you really going to leave? Trunks asked reluctantly. Although it had only been 3 days, Trunks was already a bit sad to see Yi Feng go. During these 3 days, he had taught him how to cultivate like a father. Well, I never belonged here in the first place. Now that the crisis in this timeline has been resolved, of course I have to leave. Yi Feng smiled, patted Trunks on the shoulder, and said to him, all right, I won't keep you any longer. Take care. Trunks nodded, knowing well that his brother Yi Feng couldn't stay here forever. Yi Feng, once again, I sincerely thank you for saving the Earth and all of us. At this moment, Bulma and Xiao will also wisely express their gratitude to Yi Feng once again. This version of Bulma seemed to be more mature and smarter than the Bulma from GT and Super. Of course, different experiences lead to different personalities, All right, you all take care too. Yifeng waved his hand at Trunks, Bulma, and the others, saying something. Just as Yifeng was about to leave with Lotzi Li, he suddenly felt a surge of divine energy. Then, a huge black hole suddenly appeared before everyone. A figure emerged from the black hole. What? What is that thing? Trunks and the others, like startled birds, felt their nerves tense the moment they saw that figure appear. Is it her? Yifeng looked at the person in surprise. This was someone he had seen before in Dragon Ball fan comics, the Time Kaioshin Kane, who governs time and space. How could this guy suddenly appear here? Brother Yifeng, who is she? I can't seem to feel her energy, Trunks asked cautiously while watching Time Kaioshin Kane. You'll find out soon. Yifeng, Trunks, and Yifeng, I didn't expect both of you to be here. Kane walked towards the two, seemingly very familiar with both Yifeng and Trunks. How do you know me? Trunks asked in surprise. He was 100% sure he had never seen this beautiful girl in front of him. Oomph. Not only do I know you, but I also know about your reckless time travel. I'm here to arrest you, Kane said, hands on her hips, angrily addressing Yifeng and Trunks. Recently, a huge black hole has suddenly appeared in the timeline, and part of the historical timeline has already been altered. I suspect this is likely due to someone recklessly traveling through time, which is why I came looking for Trunks. I just didn't expect Yifeng to be here too. This guy's also been traveling through time quite frequently lately. Arrest us? Are you sure you're not just short on personnel in your time patrol squad? Trunks looked at Kane with some confusion, then turned to Yifeng. Yifeng looked at Kane, calmly speaking. According to the Dark Demon Realm manga he had read, Kane should have discovered the altered history and wanted to correct it. However, due to a lack of manpower, she had tricked Trunks, Son Goku, and Vegeta into becoming her lackeys, all under the guise of a time patrol team. What are you talking about? That's not true, Kane said, feeling a bit embarrassed as her thoughts were exposed by Yifeng. Indeed, what Yifeng had just said was the actual situation. Anyway, you two have been randomly traversing time and space, and the evidence is solid. I'm going to arrest you now, Kane said with a proud expression to Yifeng and Trunks. Boring. If I were to resist, do you think you have the ability to arrest me? Yifeng. Chapter 141. The High Priest descends to Earth. Hearing Yifeng's words, Kane raised her eyebrows slightly and then smiled charmingly at Yifeng, saying, You wouldn't resist, would you? What do you think? Yifeng raised the corner of his mouth and glanced at Kai Jun, teasingly asking. In fact, this time Realm King God, like the King of the Worlds, holds considerable power but lacks much strength. If he wanted to resist, even 1,000 of her would not be his match. Moreover, it was clear that Kai Yin was fully aware of Yifeng's strength. TCH, you guy, so arrogant even after making a mistake. Seeing Yifeng's expression, which clearly indicated he was not planning to help her, Kai Yin said with some irritation. If Yifeng were willing to join her time patrol team, then the errors in those time histories would be corrected quickly. Hey Trunks, you wouldn't resist, would you? Kai Yin had no choice but to turn her gaze to Trunks. In comparison, this little guy seemed to be more agreeable. Unlike Yifeng, who was so slick. Trunks looked at Yifeng with a hesitant expression, hoping that Yifeng would give him some advice. Trunks, if you want to go, then go ahead. Your strength might improve there. Also, you should be able to see Vegeta. Yifeng looked at Trunks and spoke. Because if you remember correctly, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan were all members of the Time Patrol. However, they didn't seem to be from Dragon Ball GT or Super. Perhaps they came from other timelines? Dad? Can I really see Dad? Upon hearing Vegeta's name, Trunks excitedly asked. Ever since he saw his father in that timeline a few years ago, he hadn't seen him again. He really missed him now. Vegeta? I do intend to have him join the Time Patrol as well. Kane quickly nodded in response to Trunks' excited expression. It seemed that Trunks was determined, but this Yifeng seemed to be a bit of a troublemaker. Yifeng, Mom, I decided to follow her. Trunks looked at Yifeng and then at Bulma, speaking with determination. After saying that, he turned to Xiao Wu and gently said, Wait for me to come back. I will definitely become stronger. I will wait for you to come back, Xiao Wu quickly nodded. Yifeng watched this scene with some confusion. In his memory, Xiao Wu, who had followed Pilaf and Ashu, should be older than Goku and Bulma. He didn't know what had happened in this timeline that caused Trunks and Xiao Wu to end up together. Hey, are you really not coming with me? Being a member of the Time Patrol is a great honor. Kane still looked at Yifeng with some reluctance. I won't be going for now. I have a lot of things to do. You can keep this honor for me for now, and I'll consider whether to accept it when I have time. Yifeng smiled and spoke. He still needed to go to the space-time nexus to see what the situation was like now. If the system required him to check in at the Nest of Time, then he might really have to make a trip. I might not save a spot for you then. Kane rolled her eyes at Yifeng and then took Trunks into the black hole. Big brother Yifeng, I'm looking forward to seeing you again. Trunks said with a smile, before disappearing into the time-space black hole. That woman earlier was pretty good, and she seemed to be a deity. Didn't you feel anything? After Kane left, Lotzili suddenly asked Yifeng. Not at all. Yifeng looked at Lazili with a speechless expression. Why did Lazili start to get jealous whenever she saw this kind of woman? It was the same with bestows before. And now, with Kai Jun as well. Although Kai Jun was a bit cute just now, in comparison, he still preferred the transformed Kai. That cold and mature aura, of course, was merely an appreciation. After simply saying goodbye to Bulma and the others, Yifeng and Lazili returned to Dragon Ball Super. At this moment, Beerus and Whis were already on Earth. As soon as they returned, Beerus approached Yifeng. Hey, where have you been these past few days? Beerus asked, seemingly a bit anxious. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you at all times? Yifeng glanced at Beerus and asked lightly, isn't this guy meddling a bit too much? Do you know that the Omni King just summoned you yesterday? Beerus frowned and said to Yifeng. He was almost scared to death when he couldn't find Yifeng yesterday. They couldn't locate him when the Omni King summoned them. If that angered the Omni King, the universe could be destroyed in an instant. Fortunately, it seemed that the Grand Priest intended to help them, which allowed the seventh universe to escape a disaster. The Omni King? Yifeng frowned and muttered to himself, what does he want from me? Anyway, I always feel uncomfortable when getting involved with that little brat. Those guys can directly threaten my life. Yifeng, the power tournament hosted by the Omni King is currently underway. I hope you won't leave at your own convenience during this time, okay? Beerus gritted his teeth, his voice lacking the usual arrogance, sounding more like he was negotiating with Yifeng. Looking at Beerus lowering his stance, Yifeng could only nod and say, I'll try my best. If something really unfavorable happens, it would be strange if I didn't leave. In the afternoon, Bulma organized a gathering, inviting Yifeng, Beerus, Whis, the Supreme Kai, and Son Goku along with everyone else. There's no helping it. That's just how the lives of the wealthy are. However, just when everyone was enjoying their meal, an unexpected guest appeared on Earth. A huge purple chrysanthemum-like rift suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, the Grand Priest's figure walked out from the rift. Hello, everyone. It's been a while, the Grand Priest said with a calm smile. At that moment, the faces of Beerus, the old Kai, and Jebbet turned pale with terror. It's the Grand Priest. Beerus and the others exclaimed in fear. They quickly knelt down in front of the Grand Priest. We pay our respects to the Grand Priest. The three were trembling in fear. They had not stayed in their own divine realm and had now all come to Earth. Being discovered by the Grand Priest was not a good thing. Hey, you guys, hurry and pay your respects to the Grand Priest, Beerus said with a terrified expression, turning to Son Goku and Vegeta and the others. Oh, upon hearing Beerus' words, everyone looked confused as they didn't have a clear understanding of the Grand Priest. Don't mind me. I came here directly because I sensed that you weren't causing any trouble in the God of Destruction realm and the Supreme Kai realm. The Grand Priest seemed unconcerned whether Yifeng and Son Goku knelt or not. However, his words made Beerus and the others tremble even more. That must be Mr. Yifeng, indeed, quite exceptional. The Grand Priest then turned his gaze toward Yifeng and smiled. Yifeng didn't understand what he meant by exceptional. Having met the Grand Priest before, Yifeng respectfully clasped his hands together. He couldn't show fear like Beerus and the others. Very good. It seems that the overall strength of the seventh universe is gradually improving. The Grand Priest nodded and said. He then shifted his gaze away from Yifeng and spoke to Beerus and the old Kai. I am here on the orders of the Omni King to inform you all about the date and details of the power tournament. After saying this, the Grand Priest suddenly produced a scroll in his hand. Now, I will announce the Omni King's notice. On the 31st day of the 5,550,603rd year of the King S calendar, starting at 1:57, various universes will gather 10 participants to proceed to the Void Realm for the power tournament. The Grand Priest continued to say a long string of things. However, Yifeng was not interested in this because he was already very clear about the rules of the power tournament. There is still a month until the power tournament begins, so everyone should prepare well and finalize your universe's 10 participants. By the way, the Omni King, unable to wait for the power tournament to start, has prepared a preview match 5 days from now. Mr. Yifeng is a special guest. Of course, if other participants want to come and watch, they're also allowed. The Grand Priest finished speaking all at once. TCH, that little brat actually pointed me out to participate in the preview match. Yifeng Zhou frowned slightly. It seemed that this little one had attached himself to him. Is this what they call a shining personality charm? Thank you, Grand Priest, for informing me. I will definitely arrive on time in 5 days. There was no way out. Yifeng could only agree. Refusing now would clearly be disrespectful to the Omni King and the Grand Priest. All right, I will convey this to the Omni King. Then I will take my leave. After the Grand Priest finished speaking, he, along with the purple chrysanthemum behind him, disappeared. Phew, Beerus and the others let out a deep sigh of relief, feeling much lighter. The moment the Grand Priest appeared, their appetite completely vanished. They hoped the Grand Priest would not pursue their actions from today. Fortunately, Yifeng had behaved relatively well today and had not frightened them. Because of the Grand Priest's appearance, the gathering ended abruptly. Mr. Yifeng, I will come to pick you up with Lord Beerus in 5 days. After Whis said this to Yifeng, he and Beerus disappeared from Earth. Yifeng brought Lazili back to his villa. Over the next 5 days, Yifeng and Vegeta went to the hyperbolic time chamber. He needed to make the most of his time to strengthen his training. However, it wasn't tea for the so-called tournament of power or the Universal Championship, but to become stronger. Strong enough to not fear anyone. In the hyperbolic time chamber, Yifeng and Vegeta had been training for 3 years. During this time, Vegeta's strength had increased quite rapidly, but Yifeng found it difficult to improve. It was as if he had hit a bottleneck, and breaking through would require an opportunity. Boom! After the two of them collapsed the hyperbolic time chamber once again, they stepped out. Sigh, is it this result again? Dandy and Mr. Satan looked at Vegeta, and Yifeng with a helpless expression, sighing. Every time Vegeta came to the hyperbolic time chamber, he would damage it. I really want to put him on the blacklist. Vegeta, at your current strength, you are probably already above Sun Wukong. Yifeng looked at Vegeta and spoke. At this moment, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta was able to control his energy more steadily. This means that now, after transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, he could maintain this form for a longer time, and his energy wouldn't drop as quickly. Really? Vegeta asked, looking at Yifeng with immense excitement. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and he never expected it to finally arrive. How could he not be excited? Yes, you are indeed stronger than Son Goku now. However, who can surpass whom ultimately depends on which of you comprehends Ultra Instinct first, Yifeng said calmly, observing the excited expression on Vegeta's face. It's important to note that in terms of training Ultra Instinct, Son Goku had an inherent advantage due to his large heart. I will never let Kakarot surpass me. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, a resolute look appearing in his eyes. Mr. Yifeng has been guiding me in the Zizai Ji Gong for such a long time. If that guy Kakarot gets ahead of me, then I would be too useless. Let's go for it. Yifeng patted Vegeta's shoulder, then said sorry to Dandy before leaving the Kaioshin temple. After that, he went to Vegeta's house to grab a meal, which seemed to have become a common occurrence. 2 days passed almost in the blink of an eye. Whis and Beerus also arrived on Earth as promised. Mr. Yifeng, the journey to the tournament begins today. You are a special guest of the Omni King, and Lord Beerus, and I will take you to the Omni King's realm. Whis said respectfully to Yifeng. After all, Yifeng was now a special guest of the Omni King, which carried quite a bit of weight. Chapter 143, a disorganized crowd that can't take the stage. Well, all right. Besides us, will there be others going too? Yifeng glanced at Whis and asked. I remember the Grand Priest saying that if anyone is interested, others can also come to watch. It seems like Goku and Vegeta are quite interested too. They might go to take a look. Whis replied lightly, I suppose other universes will also bring some strong fighters to observe the tournament. And it would be a good opportunity for Goku and Vegeta to see the world and meet the strong fighters from other universes. All right, then wait a moment. I'll go get ready. After Yifeng finished speaking, he returned home and briefly explained the situation to Lazili. Since this time, they were going to the king of all's palace, which was a relatively dangerous place. He felt that Lazili didn't need to go. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Whis took Yifeng, Beerus, and Vegeta to the King Kai's realm, and finally, they were taken to the king of all's palace by the god Jebet. After all, Jebet's instant transmission was much faster than Whis' speed. Wow, it's really exciting to meet competitors from other universes. If we could fight them, that would be even better, right, Vegeta? Sun Wukong said excitedly, clenching his fists. After the last battle with Kale and Hit from Universe 6, he couldn't wait to fight them again. The thought of battling all the powerful beings from different universes was incredibly thrilling. TCH, what's there to be excited about, Kakarot? Vegeta said coldly, rolling his eyes. The guys from other universes should be pretty average, right? Vegeta, don't be so cold. Sun Wukong muttered. Soon, they arrived at the King Kai's realm. Hey, are you taking us to the king of all's palace now? Beerus directly commanded Jebet. Although Beerus didn't show his usual anger in front of Yifeng, his authority was still quite evident in front of others. Oh, I understand, Lord Beerus. Jebet quickly nodded. Today is the grand tournament hosted by the king of all, so there must be no mistakes. Then, they instantly teleported to the king of all's palace. Everyone, this is the king of all's palace, which transcends all things. Jebet said to Yi Feng, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. The king of all's palace in front of them looked like a huge character for all, with a very simple style and architecture. The king of all's palace? It really seems much more upscale than Lord Beerus's planet. Hey, Sun Wukong said with a silly grin, not knowing where he got the idea of upscale. TCH, this idiot. Beerus shot a displeased glance at Sun Wukong, but didn't dare to refute him. All right, you two must remember, in front of the king of all, don't be careless and especially don't speak carelessly. There must be no mistakes, understood? Beerus said very seriously to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Although Yi Feng sometimes acts recklessly, it is clear that he still holds a deep respect for Lord Zeno. Therefore, he shouldn't do anything foolish. Vegeta is relatively reliable and has a clear view of the bigger picture, so there isn't much to worry about. The only variable is Sun Wukong, who usually isn't very bright. I'm most afraid of him saying something out of turn, or saying something foolish like challenging Lord Zeno, and then the whole universe would be doomed. All right, I know, Lord Beerus, I'm usually very tight-lipped, as you know. Sun Wukong waved his hand and smiled at Beerus. Completely oblivious. Beerus frowned and said coldly, all right, let's hurry inside. Jebet God said to everyone. After the briefing, the most unstable factor, Wukong, should also refrain from doing anything stupid, right? Just as everyone was preparing to enter, suddenly several sounds of breaking air rang out, and then 3 groups of people appeared in front of Yi Feng and the others, the 9th universe, the 4th universe, and the 11th universe. For Yi Feng, these were all familiar faces. So it's friend from various universes. Hello everyone. Jebet God greeted the people from the 3 universes sincerely. However, it was evident that they had no intention of acknowledging him, instead coldly staring at the 7th universe, as if they held some deep-seated grudge. In the 9th universe, aside from the Kaioshin, the god of destruction, and the angel, there was the dangerous trio, the 3 Hokkagens. The 4th universe had a similar lineup, although Yi Feng wasn't very familiar with the 3 fighters there. He didn't have time to pay attention to such cannon fodder. As for the 11th universe, he was even more familiar, with all familiar faces, the god of destruction, Vermaud, the angel, Margarita, and others like Topo, Dispo, and Kale. At this moment, the group looked serious as they stared at Yi Feng. Damn, that bastard is also here for this tournament? How are we supposed to win? Vermaud's expression was very grim. He was fully aware of Yi Feng's strength, which far exceeded that of a god of destruction. Even the strongest in the 10th universe, Jiren, wasn't his match. Yo, Beerus. Long time no see. The guys he brought seem a bit weak. The god of destruction from the 4th universe, Quitella, walked right up to Beerus with a provocative look. These two have never gotten along. Beerus had no good feelings towards Quitella, especially since he had lost to him during their last arm wrestling match. Mind your own business. I see that the trash from your 4th universe will probably be the first to be eliminated, Beerus said disdainfully. He was confident now, because as long as Yi Feng participated, the 7th universe's winning rate was about 90%. Those guys from the 4th universe looked malnourished at a glance. Beerus sneered. I've heard that this power tournament was caused by you and Kampa, 2 idiots, organizing it without permission, right? At this moment, Vermaud had a sudden idea and asked Beerus. His intention was clear, wanting to draw all the attention to the 7th universe. Perhaps this way, they in the 11th universe would have a chance at victory. You two are making all the universes live in fear because of you. Quitella also targeted Beerus and spoke directly. Even the god of destruction from the 9th universe, Sidra, looked at Beerus, clearly with ill intentions. These bastards. Beerus frowned, clearly already thinking about targeting the 7th universe, especially Quitella and Vermaud. Just a bunch of inconsequential rabble, nothing to worry about. Lord Beerus. Yi Feng swept coldly over the faces of Katra, Sidala, and Waymed, and said, Chapter 144, targeted by 3 universes. What? What did you say? Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Katra instantly became furious, his fur standing on end. He was a dignified god of destruction, and that bastard human from the 7th universe actually dared to speak to him like that. What a fool. Although Waymed was also quite angry, he clearly still held a strong sense of caution towards Yi Feng and did not speak. The image of being brutally beaten was still fresh in his mind. As for Sidala, the god of destruction from the 9th universe, he was not as concerned as the other 2 gods of destruction. I say you're all a bunch of unworthy rabble. What's wrong? Was I not clear enough? Or do you have a problem with your ears? Yifeng looked at Katra and said word by word, "This trash destroyer god, if I met him outside, I might have already pressed him to the ground and rubbed him. You bastard, I will definitely not spare you. Even if you have Beerus backing you, I will still not let you go." Katra, clearly very hot-tempered, tightened his fists and spoke to Yifeng. In his view, Yifeng was definitely acting so arrogantly because of Beerus's protection. After this tournament is over, he would definitely take care of him. Wow, that rat destroyer god has a temper even bigger than Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong muttered softly. He is not under my protection. Do as you please. Beerus said indifferently at this moment, but there was still some discomfort in his tone. After all, thinking about being surpassed by Yifeng was really unpleasant. As for Katra, his strength was even inferior to his own. If he wanted to cause trouble for Yifeng, he was afraid he would be pressed to the ground and rubbed. Wei Mei looked at Katra with some sympathy. If a fight really broke out, Katra was likely to be beaten to a pulp. This was also why he had not spoken. Ha ha! Be careful, Lord Beerus. Your universe might lose a contestant. Katra said with a sinister smile to Beerus. I'm just afraid that the universe will lose a destroyer god. Beerus coldly glanced at Katra and said, "Truly, ignorance is fearless." At this moment, the Grand Priest walked out of the Xeno's palace. "It seems everyone is here, so please follow me," the Grand Priest said to the people from the 3 universes. After saying that, he turned and walked inside. Everyone hurriedly followed behind. After about 2 minutes of walking, the Grand Priest snapped his fingers. And then everyone appeared in a huge, alternate space. In that space, the destroyer gods, Kaioshin, and angels from Universe 6, Universe 3, Universe 2, and Universe 10 were all present. At this time, Xeno was sitting on his little throne. Below, besides the audience seats from each universe, there was a huge arena, seemingly set up to imitate the setting of the World Martial Arts Tournament. "Wow, Lord Kampa, hit long time no see," Sun Wukong shouted excitedly upon seeing familiar faces. "Shut up, Sun Wukong." Beerus gritted his teeth and ordered Sun Wukong. This guy didn't take his earlier words to heart at all. "Wukong, please keep quiet." The Grand Priest glanced at Sun Wukong and said coldly. This scared Beerus quite a bit. Then the Grand Priest explained the rules of the Tournament of Power to everyone. Of course, what made everyone turn pale was that the universe that lost in the Tournament of Power would be completely erased by Xeno. What? The universe that loses the match will be erased? How could this happen? Does that mean only one universe will be left in the end? This is infuriating. It's all because of that bastard Kampa and Beerus that this is happening. In an instant, the gods panicked. To know that erasing an entire universe means getting rid of both the Kaioshin and the Destroyer God. Who would have thought that a mere tournament would lead to Xeno wanting to erase so many universes? Xeno's original intention was to destroy all the unqualified universes. But seeing the last match between Universe 6 and Universe 7 was so exciting, that's why there was this Tournament of Power. Hearing the terrified voices of the crowd, the Grand Priest spoke again. "TCH, did you hear those bastards talking earlier? If it weren't for the match with Universe 6, perhaps all the universes would have been wiped out by now." Beerus frowned and said quietly. "However, speaking of which, Xeno is truly terrifying. Actually thinking about destroying 8 universes at once. Alright, we'll talk about the rules of the Tournament of Power later. But first let's talk about the rules of the overview match. Universes 4, 9, 7, and 11 will each send 3 contestants to participate. After half an hour, those still standing on the arena will be the winners." After saying that, the Grand Priest looked at the 4 universes in the audience and asked everyone, "Is there any objection?" "No." The 4 destroyer gods quickly replied nervously. If there were any objections now, wouldn't that be seeking death? Very well. Then please have all the contestants come to the stage. After the Grand Priest finished speaking, he stepped back to Xeno's side. "Let's get started. I can't wait," Xeno said excitedly. "Wukong and Vegeta, you two must take this seriously, understand? Because if Xeno is displeased, you might be erased at any time." Beerus said solemnly to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Because Yi Feng's words didn't need his reminder at all. Understood. The two nodded seriously. Being erased was no joke. "Hey, you 3, once you go up, make sure to teach those guys from Universe 7 a good lesson, especially that self-righteous bastard, understand?" Katra ordered the 3 contestants from Universe 4. "Got it, Lord Katra." The 3 nodded heavily and looked towards Yifeng. Meanwhile, Universe 9 also seemed to be plotting something, casting unfriendly glances at Universe 7. Are you starting to target us already? Then let me make you completely understand that you will always be a bunch of insignificant rabble." Yifeng leaped and appeared directly on the arena. Vegeta and Son Goku followed closely behind. Chapter 145, Super Saiyan Transformation, Shocking the Gods. Whoosh! Then, the 9 fighters from the 4th universe, 9th universe, and 11th universe also jumped onto the arena, surrounding Yifeng and the others in the center. Topo and Dispo focused their gazes on Yifeng, feeling a deep sense of fear towards him. After all, Yifeng had easily defeated them back then, especially since even Master Beerus and Jiren had been brutally beaten. Although they looked down on using such a team-up tactic, that bastard was just too strong, leaving them no choice but to resort to this strategy. Topo gritted his teeth and said to Dispo and Kale, "Okay, got it, Captain." The two nodded, fully aware of Yifeng's terror. "Hey, it seems like we're being targeted." Son Goku looked around and noticed they were surrounded in the center, mumbling, "TCH, this isn't because of me." Beerus rolled his eyes. Son Goku never seemed to grasp the situation. "It seems everyone is ready. Then the overview match begins now." With the Grand Minister's voice, the overview match officially started. "Vegeta, you handle those from the 4th universe. Son Goku, the 9th universe's Huskies are up to you. As for the 11th universe, I'll take care of it." Yifeng directly assigned opponents to the 3 of them, and compared to that, the overall strength of Universe 11 was the strongest. If it were left to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, they might not be able to handle it. At this moment, Universe 4 and Universe 9 had already charged towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Huh. The two shouted simultaneously, transforming into Super Saiyans and instantly engaged in battle. Meanwhile, Tuo Pa and TC Pa looked at Yifeng with serious expressions, yet they hesitated to take action. "If I were you, I would choose to walk down myself." Looking at the 3 members of the Proud Team, Yifeng said, "There's no denying that you are indeed strong, but the Proud Team never shies away from a fight." Tuo Pa said as he clenched his fists tightly, addressing Yifeng. At this moment, a purple aura surrounded TC Pa, clearly indicating that he had elevated his power to its peak state. Beside him, Ka Sala Air swung his arms, producing 2 energy blades. His gaze fixed firmly on Yifeng. "Let's go." After Tuo Pa's voice fell, he directly attacked Yifeng. Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, and a terrifying grass-green aura erupted from his body. This time, Yifeng did not transform into a Super Saiyan, but merely entered a rage state. In this situation, there was no need for him to reveal all of his strength. Just his fist, just his crush, just his bomber. The 3 launched their attacks on Yifeng almost simultaneously. Troper attacked up close, while Tispo and K-Slar attacked from a distance. Just as Troper's fist was about to hit Yifeng, his body suddenly disappeared. Whoosh! The next second, he appeared right in front of K-Slar and kicked out. Even in his rage state, Yifeng's power and speed were absolutely unmatched by K-Slar. Bang! Yifeng's leg struck hard against Kassler's chest, sending him flying. Bang! Kassler's body crashed heavily into the audience stands of Universe 11, causing a violent shake. K-Slar fainted instantly. Yifeng's power was simply too terrifying for him. Wow, amazing. Yifeng is incredible. Seeing K-Slar eliminated in just a few seconds, the king of all shouted excitedly, like a child who loves watching the excitement. Indeed, very impressive. The Grand Priest nodded in agreement. Moreover, he could sense that the power Yifeng displayed at this moment was likely less than 1%. Damn it. Troper clenched his fists tightly, not expecting that guy to be so powerful without transforming or using Ultra Instinct. "Tispo, let's attack together," Troper said gravely to Tispo. "Okay." Tispo quickly nodded. Since Yifeng had not transformed, they should eliminate him before he could. Whoosh! The two launched their attacks on Yifeng at the same time, moving swiftly and attacking from both sides, making it somewhat difficult to handle. Bang! 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 The sounds of collisions echoed continuously, with shockwaves appearing on the arena. "Good job. Troper and Tispo, that's how to attack." Seeing the situation on the field, Wami shouted loudly at Troper and Tispo. Looking at it this way, perhaps if Troper and Tispo team up, they can defeat Yifeng. Troper and Tispo were getting more and more into the fight, becoming increasingly excited. Although they had not yet dealt any damage to Yifeng, they were not completely suppressed by him this time. TCH, these two guys are indeed a bit tough to deal with. Yifeng defended against the attacks of the two while speaking. The main issue was that Tuo Pa had great strength, and DC Po's attack speed was very fast, with tricky angles. If this continued, although he could defeat both of them, it might turn into a prolonged battle. Since that was the case, he might as well show a little bit of his strength. Yifeng's expression became serious, and then he tightly clenched his fists. With a loud roar, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. That powerful aura directly forced Tuo Pa and TC Pa, who were preparing to attack, to retreat dozens of meters. Deep footprints were left on the hard arena. How impressive! Yifeng has transformed. The Omni King looked at Yi Feng with great excitement and exclaimed, "What? That guy only transformed, yet his power has increased so terrifyingly. This guy's aura is simply comparable to that of a deity, almost uncontrollable." At the moment Yi Feng transformed, the gods were shocked. They looked at Yi Feng in disbelief. What seemed like a simple transformation had apparently increased his power by hundreds of times. Meanwhile, Wei Mei from Universe 11 and Quitella from Universe 4 had very ugly expressions. Especially Quitella, who never expected Yi Feng to be so terrifying. No wonder he was so arrogant outside the Omni King's palace. Chapter 146, The Great Priest Attention. Oomph. Is this little bit of power enough to shock you all like this? I really look forward to the scene when the power tournament starts and your jaws drop to the ground. Looking at the terrified faces of the other universe's Kaiashins and Destroyers, Beerus smugly said, "You should know that Yi Feng, as a Super Saiyan, is only using 1,000th of his power, and even that is less. The perfect Ultra Instinct, spatial abilities, destructive power. Yi Feng hasn't even unleashed any of these yet." At this moment, Yi Feng was shining brightly on the arena, and Beerus was dangerously pleased, seemingly more excited than when he showed off his own power. Meanwhile, on the arena, Tuapa and TC both tightly furrowed their brows. They could naturally feel that Yi Feng's aura far exceeded theirs. If this continued, their hopes of defeating Yi Feng were becoming quite bleak. TC, attack with all your strength. Tuapa commended TC. Then the two of them attacked Yi Feng with the fastest speed and the strongest power. One on the left and one on the right, with a punch and a kick. Justice Iron Fist. The two directly attacked Yi Feng. Bang bang. In the next second, a deep collision sound echoed. The crowd was astonished to see that the two's attacks were easily blocked by Yi Feng. One hand blocked TC Po's Justice Kick, while the other hand blocked Tua Po's Justice Iron Fist. Your power is truly too weak. After Yi Feng's cold voice fell, he directly grabbed the wrists and ankles of Tisbo and Tuobo simultaneously, then forcefully slammed them onto the arena. Boom! The entire arena shook violently, and the bodies of Tisbo and Tuobo were directly buried into the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Clear cracks instantly appeared on the arena, extending all the way to the edge. It seems that Universe 10 is about to lose soon. The Grand Priest glanced at Yi Feng on the arena and said, although Tisbo and Tuobo both possessed tremendous power, they were clearly still far behind Yi Feng. This Yi Feng is indeed somewhat extraordinary, just a mere human, and his strength has surpassed that of a god of destruction. It seems that I need to pay close attention to this little guy in the future. If necessary, I can nurture him a bit. Yi Feng also sensed the gaze of the High Priest, but he was unsure of what he was thinking. A few seconds later, Tisbo and Tuobo stood up, their breaths noticeably weakened. Moreover, they had sustained injuries of varying degrees. Damn it, this bastard has become even stronger than before. Tuobo frowned tightly and said to Yi Feng, half a month ago, Yi Feng's strength was definitely not this powerful. At least one transformation wouldn't have left him and Tisbo in such a miserable state. Seeing the two looking so disheveled, Yi Feng also did not want this meaningless battle to continue, so he directly condensed a grass-green energy ball in his palm. Then he hurled it at Tuobo and Tisbo, use all your strength, you must block it. Tuobo shouted to Tisbo. The energy ball shot out in a flash, instantly hitting the bodies of Tisbo and Tuobo, and the terrifying impact directly knocked the two off the stage, giving them no chance to resist. The next second, Tisbo and Tuobo appeared in the audience section of Universe 11. Shorty, Lord Vaimaida. Lord Kai, we have lost. Tuobo and Tisbo said with their heads bowed, looking guilty. They never expected that their Universe 11 would be the first universe to be eliminated. Don't mind it, it was an expected outcome. That guy Yi Feng is not someone you can handle. Waymeda had no intention of blaming Tuobo and Tisbo, because he had fought against Yi Feng. He naturally understood his strength, which was not something they could deal with. However, despite this, Waymeda did not give up on the opportunity to win the power tournament, because they still had their strongest trump card, Jiren. Since being defeated by Yi Feng, Jiren had been training desperately, and as a genius, his strength had advanced even further. Moreover, there was still nearly a month until the power tournament began. By then, Jiren would definitely be very strong, and it would be hard to say who would win against Yi Feng. TCH, that bastard easily defeated the two from Universe 10. Quitra's face was extremely grim, because he knew that Tuobo and Tisbo from Universe 10 both had strength close to that of a destroyer god. He never expected that they would be eliminated so easily by Yi Feng. It seems that in the upcoming power tournament a month later, Universe 4 must stand out by. Yifeng had to be eliminated. At this thought, a sinister look appeared in Quitra's eyes. No matter how strong humanity was, it was insignificant in the face of the destruction, God's destructive power. 11th Universe, eliminated. The High Priest's indifferent voice fell, and everyone turned their gaze towards Yifeng. At this moment, Yifeng had become the key to the outcome on the arena. Everyone had witnessed the strength of Topo and Dispo. It absolutely surpassed the overall strength of the 4th and 9th universes. Since Yifeng could easily eliminate the 11th universe, he could also eliminate the other 2 universes. Ningku, you deal with that troublesome guy, and we'll handle the other one. Remember to make good use of your powerful strength, and if necessary, perish together. Xiao Sa from the 7th universe whispered to Ningku. Understood. The tall Ningku nodded, and then suddenly appeared in front of Yifeng. As long as he could get this guy out of the arena, even if he himself was eliminated, it would still be quite worthwhile. Hey, your opponent. Ningku had just appeared in front of Yifeng, and before he could finish his sentence, Yifeng struck him squarely on the forehead, sending him crashing like a meteor towards Quitra. Quitra furrowed his brows and quickly reached out to catch Ningku. His eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Yifeng. This bastard was definitely doing it on purpose. Almost at the same moment, Vegeta eliminated both Xiao, Sa, and Mirachi. Bang, bang, bang. Yifeng's body flashed again, and 3 low voices sounded. The dangerous trio was directly knocked off the stage. This guy Sun Wukong is really dragging things out. Hey Yifeng, what are you doing? I was just getting into the fun, Sun Wukong said with a face full of complaint. Yifeng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Sun Wukong and directly returned to the spectator seats of Universe 7. This guy, Sun Wukong, seemed to enjoy fighting with anyone except Vegeta. Chapter 147. The taste is as delightful as Quitella's provocation. Alright, the all-encompassing match has concluded, and the final winner is Universe 7. The voice of the great priest echoed. However, Beerus and Yifeng and the others were not happy about it because there were no reward for winning such a match, so winning or losing didn't really matter. Huh? Is that it? The great priest? The Omni King looked at the great priest with a puzzled expression and asked. It only lasted a few minutes, and it ended too quickly. It wasn't satisfying at all. Yes, your majesty, the all-encompassing match has indeed concluded. The great priest turned and respectfully said to the Omni King. But it ended too quickly. I haven't seen enough, and their strengths are not as strong as Yifeng's, which is a bit boring. The Omni King complained a little. It seemed that the other contestants from the universes were not on the same level as Yifeng at all. Is that so? What should we do then? The great priest was also a bit troubled. This all-encompassing match really lacked excitement, since Yifeng's strength was too overwhelming. I want to watch. I want to watch. The Omni King began to act like a dissatisfied child, whining to the great priest. All right then, since that's the case, let's have all the gods of destruction participate in another all-encompassing match. The great priest thought for a moment and then looked at all the gods of destruction and said, the previous match indeed lacked excitement, and apart from Yifeng, the others were relatively weak. Even Topo and Dispo seemed insufficient compared to Yifeng. Hooray! Hooray! You're so good, great priest. Upon hearing the great priest's suggestion, the Omni King became excited and danced with joy. What? They're actually going to let all the gods of destruction participate in the match? The group of gods of destruction doubted whether they had heard correctly. Since His Majesty the Omni King wants to watch, then all gods of destruction, please come to the stage. The great priest looked at the group of gods of destruction and said, although everyone was reluctant to go up, they dared not disobey the orders of the Omni King and the great priest. They could only appear on the stage one by one. Huh, great priest. Isn't Yifeng participating in this all-encompassing match? The Omni King suddenly asked. Hearing that childish voice, Yifeng furrowed his brows tightly. Although he was not afraid of the so-called gods of destruction at all, in such a place, it was better to avoid showing off if possible. He had no choice earlier, and those guys were too weak. But if he defeated a god of destruction in front of the Omni King and the great priest, that would seem a bit inappropriate. Your Majesty, although Yifeng is very powerful, this time it's a battle between gods of destruction. The great priest could only respond to the Omni King like this. He couldn't understand why the Omni King insisted on watching Yifeng's battle. I want to see the battle between Yifeng and the gods of destruction too. Is that okay? Great priest. The Omni King was like a persistent little kid, seemingly determined. But since he wanted to see it, no one could really stop him, including the great priest. All right then. The great priest could only nod and then looked at Yifeng and said, Mr. Yifeng, I hope you can have a battle with the gods of destruction next. I believe with your strength, You won't be at a disadvantage. Yifeng looked speechless. Could he refuse? Obviously, it was somewhat impossible. Then Yifeng could only leap into the arena. Alright everyone, I'm going to change the rules of this tournament. All destroyers are forbidden from using their destructive powers. The Grand Priest said to the crowd. After all, there was a human like Yifeng participating in the competition. Not being able to use destructive energy? It didn't matter, since everyone was restricted. Allowing a human to participate in a battle between destroyers, this guy is truly not an ordinary person. On the arena, the other destroyers began to whisper among themselves. The destroyers from Universe 1, Universe 5, and Universe 8 didn't feel anything unusual. It was merely to please the Omni King. However, the destroyers from Universe 10 and Universe 4, Wei Mei and Kutra, respectively, had a strong hatred flashing in their eyes as they looked at Yifeng. After all, one had been beaten by Yifeng before, and the other had just been humiliated by him. The two exchanged a glance and saw each other's thoughts in their eyes. It was clear that the two were preparing to target Yifeng. You two foolish beings, don't provoke me, or I won't let you off easily. Yifeng glanced at Kutra and Wei Mei, secretly thinking to himself, if they really want to target me, then I can only unleash all my power and take them down. It seems everyone is ready, so the tournament officially begins. With the High Priest command, the 12 gods of destruction and Yifeng immediately engaged in battle. However, Beerus was very clever. He made sure to stay close to Yifeng during the fight. The reason was simple. His relationship with all the gods of destruction wasn't very good. This stemmed from an incident billions of years ago when the Omni King reported a hide-and-seek competition involving all the universes. During the competition, he accidentally fell asleep for 50 years, which made the Omni King so angry that he almost destroyed all the universes. Since then, all the gods of destruction had looked down on him, and now that he had this opportunity, those guys would clearly target him. Moreover, with Yifeng's strength being enough to threaten the survival of other universes, it was bound to make all the gods of destruction unhappy. Be careful, Yifeng. We might be targeted next. Beerus kuyutiremindit Yifeng. It was an expected situation. The only question was who would be the first unfortunate one. Yifeng smiled faintly and said, if they want to target me, then I have no choice but to throw them all off the stage. Almost the moment Yifeng's voice fell, Quitera suddenly threw a punch at Yifeng. Yifeng dodged Quitella's punch on one side of his body. Did it appear? An annoying old mouse. Yifeng frowned and looked at Quitella, coldly saying. At that moment, a golden energy card flew towards Yifeng. Yifeng quickly took a step back, narrowly avoiding the energy card. Delicious, he remarked. It seems that your last repair wasn't enough. You really don't learn. Chapter 148, Bestows' Interest. Yifeng looked at Wei Mei with cold eyes and spoke. Although he had long anticipated that someone would unite against him, he did not expect Wei Mei to be so oblivious to his strength after witnessing it. Arrogant fool. Do you really think you can handle several destroyers at once? 2, 3, or 4? Wei Mei clearly did not fear Yifeng at this moment, but instead coldly asked. This so-called overview competition between the destroyers was, in essence, just a competition from other universes targeting the 7th universe. There's no denying that Yifeng is indeed very strong, but can he handle several destroyers at the same time? Several? They are all trash. Do you think I care about the quantity? Yifeng coldly glanced at Quitera and Wei Mei and spoke arrogantly. To be honest, he really did not take the destroyers seriously. In a real battle, he might easily kill them. You really are something else, an arrogant bastard who is too pleased with himself. Quitera was already struggling to hold back. A mere human had become so brazen as to compare the mighty destroyer to trash. This was something he had never heard before and could not tolerate. Then, Quitera's body flashed out as he attacked Yifeng again. Yifeng tightly clenched his fists, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body in an instant. Accompanied by a roar, the entire arena, and even the whole sky, was illuminated in a grass-green color. At this moment, Yifeng had transformed into a Super Saiyan with full energy. The entire sky changed color. Yifeng is so impressive. Seeing the changed sky, the Omni King jumped up in excitement. Yifeng really didn't disappoint himself. At this moment, the gods of destruction from other universes were utterly shocked. They could hardly believe that a human from Universe 7 could reach such a level. Perhaps he had already surpassed the strength of the gods of destruction. Even some angels looked at Yifeng in disbelief, as this guy was indeed hard to ignore. Weiss, it seems that your universe's Yifeng has become even stronger. Bestows approached the audience area of Universe 7 and said to Weiss with a smile. Yes, sister, he is indeed very special. Even his Ultra Instinct has reached a perfect level. Weiss replied with a faint smile. One interesting little guy. I'm a bit envious of your Universe 7. Bado said again. Oh, is that so, sister? Once Universe 6 is cleared out, you can apply to come here. Weiss was first taken aback, then spoke up. I've never seen you take an interest in anyone before, especially since Yi Feng is a human. Well, I have that plan too. After Bado's finished speaking, she chuckled quietly. Then she turned her gaze towards the arena. At this moment, on the stage, all the gods of destruction, except for Beerus and Kampa, were looking at Yi Feng in disbelief. They felt that in terms of power, this strength had already surpassed them, the gods of destruction. TCH, that bastard has gotten stronger again. No wonder he's so arrogant. The attacker Katra suddenly stopped, furrowing his brow tightly and muttering to himself. Wymead, let's go together and quickly eliminate this guy. Although he was very reluctant to admit it, personally, it was difficult to eliminate this annoying guy. Moreover, the Grand Minister forbade them from using destructive energy, which was quite frustrating. Wymead nodded, and then almost simultaneously launched an attack towards Yi Feng. Whoosh! The speed of the two was incredibly fast, almost turning into a black line at the moment of their attack. Although Sun Wukong and Vegeta had successfully comprehended the realm of the gods, they still couldn't see the figures of Wymead and Katra clearly. Yi Feng was constantly dodging as well. Boom, boom, boom. The arena was continuously exploding, with huge craters appearing one after another, but they quickly disappeared after forming. It was clear that the High Priest was trying to ensure that the Omni King had a more enjoyable viewing experience by minimizing dust and massive explosions on the arena. Bang, bang. Suddenly, Wei Mei and Quitra's fists collided heavily with Yi Feng. Both of them were pushed back several dozen meters, while Yi Feng stumbled back 7 or 8 steps. Clearly, even with the two gods of destruction working together, they couldn't gain any advantage over Yi Feng. So powerful. Yi Feng is amazing. The two gods of destruction can't defeat him. The Omni King said excitedly to the High Priest. He didn't expect Yi Feng's strength to be so formidable. Indeed, he is very powerful. The High Priest nodded with a smile and said to the Omni King. Others might not feel it, but he was very clear that Yi Feng had not yet used all of his power. If he truly unleashed his full strength, perhaps even more gods of destruction would not be his match. For billions of years, it seemed that since the appearance of that Saiyan, no such powerful human had appeared in the universe. It was truly intriguing. It was simply unbelievable that both Wei Mei and Katra had not gained any advantage. Is that guy really human? At this moment, the Kaioshin of Universe 11, Kai, was sweating profusely on his forehead. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen such a powerful human. If someone like this were to participate in the Tournament of Power, other universes wouldn't even need to join. Don't be shocked, dear, that's not even Yi Feng's full strength. The twin-tailed Margarita said with a sly smile. That guy has comprehended Ultra Instinct. What? Are you kidding me? Because Margarita's voice couldn't be suppressed, the surrounding Kaioshins heard it clearly, and everyone gasped. Only the old Kaioshin of Universe 7 wore a proud expression, with the corners of his mouth nearly reaching the sky. Meanwhile, in the arena, Wei Mei and Katra launched another attack on Yi Feng. Beerus, who was single-handedly facing the other 9 gods of destruction, was already showing signs of struggle and had sustained some injuries. Chapter 149, Beerus's final counterattack. The situation was not optimistic. Bang, bang, bang. Energy spheres and fists collided continuously in the arena. At this moment, Yi Feng felt an incredibly exciting sensation. It had been a long time since he felt this way, ever since his last battle with Jiren. Bang, bang, bang. After 7 or 8 minutes of fighting, Yi Feng had already been pressing Wei Mei and Katra down. Damn it. If this continues, I might get eliminated. Give me 10 seconds, Wei Mei said suddenly to Katra. Okay, but you need to be quick, Katra nodded with a frown. The next second, Wei Mei suddenly appeared in midair. At this moment, without Wei Mei's assistance, Katra was no match for Yi Feng. Bang! Yi Feng's attack directly struck Quitra's body, and the immense force instantly sent Katra flying. At that moment, Beerus had already forced the god of destruction of the second universe, Hellas, to the edge of the arena. Quitra's body collided heavily with Hellas. Hellas was knocked off the stage. The god of destruction of the second universe, Hellas, has been eliminated. The Grand Priest's calm voice rang out. Hellas' body appeared in the audience of the second universe. Looking at the chaotic arena, he sighed, "Oh, this is truly not beautiful. Wow, what an exciting battle." Sun Wukong, with an excited expression, clenched his fists tightly. To be honest, he really wanted to have a good fight with the god of destruction. However, Lord Beerus was too strong, always pinning him down and pounding him into the ground. Even Vegeta was tightly clenching his fists, his eyes filled with fervor. Back on Earth, he always felt that Kakarot was the only one he needed to surpass. He had been desperately chasing after his footsteps, until the arrival of the god of destruction Beerus and Mr. Yi-Fong. He now had 2 more targets to surpass. Now, there were actually more and more people surpassing him. This feeling was truly quite complicated. At this moment, the god of destruction, Weiss, suddenly crossed his arms, and 2 terrifying gray energy barriers enveloped Yi-Fong and Beerus. What? Damn it, that bastard, Weiss has a trick up his sleeve. Beerus suddenly felt a bit panicked. At that moment, Weiss's fingers suddenly produced 8 golden energy cards, which he shot directly at Yi-Fong and Beerus. Then, Katra also unleashed a massive energy beam towards Yi-Fong. Boom! The ground exploded instantly. This time, even though it had been managed by the Grand Priest, it still kicked up a lot of dust and smoke, enveloping Yi-Fong and Beerus within. Huh, can't see them, what will happen? The Omni King said with an expectant look at the dust. Could it be that Yi-Fong will be eliminated? The dust quickly dissipated, and the figures of Yi-Fong and Beerus reappeared in front of everyone. At that moment, Beerus looked extremely disheveled, with numerous wounds of various sizes on his body, and his aura was obviously wavering. It was clear that he had suffered significant damage. Damn it, these bastards are so shameless. Beerus had an angry expression. At this rate, he wouldn't have any hope of winning. If he lost, then their target would obviously become Yi-Fong. By then, even if Yi-Fong was strong, he couldn't possibly take on 10 gods of destruction alone. At this moment, Yi-Fong was surrounded by a greenish aura. He appeared to have taken no damage at all. Of course, Yi-Fong had actually sustained a little injury earlier, but he possessed an immortal body, and such minor injuries healed quickly. What the hell? That bastard is completely unharmed. After seeing Yi-Feng's appearance, Weiss spoke with a serious expression. He didn't expect that his powerful attack would have no effect on him. This guy was simply a monster. Huh, Yi-Fong is fine. The Omni King looked at Yi-Fong with excitement, like a little fanboy, and said, "It's truly incredible that he wasn't injured at all from that attack." The Grand Priest looked at Yi-Fong with some surprise and said, "This guy's indeed becoming more and more interesting. It seems that Lord Beerus won't be able to hold on much longer." In the audience of the 7th universe, at this moment, Beerus, after fighting 1 against 9 for more than 10 minutes, was already experiencing serious physical issues. Moreover, after being ambushed by Weiss, he probably wouldn't last another 3 minutes. TCH, those despicable bastards from other universes actually teamed up to target Lord Beerus and Mr. Yi-Fong. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. He really wanted to help, but he knew that even if he went, he wouldn't be able to help at all. This feeling was truly quite uncomfortable. Yi-Feng, I might not be able to hold on much longer. Beerus frowned and said to Yi-Fong. His energy was almost depleted. After all, he was fighting against gods of destruction of the same level while dealing with 9 at the same time. Being able to hold on for so long was due to his imperfect ultra instinct. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. Being able to take on 9 opponents, he truly deserves to be the strongest god of destruction. Yi-Fong smiled at Beerus and spoke up. Although Quatella and Vermaud were quite strong, there was still a certain gap between them and Beerus. Beerus also smiled, remaining silent. He then turned his gaze towards the other gods of destruction present. Today's situation was very clear. These guys intended to eliminate him and Yi-Fong first, and then determine the victor among themselves. If they succeeded, who knew how things would play out afterwards? He indeed had little energy left, but he could not leave too much pressure on Yi-Fong. With that thought, Beerus directly consumed all his energy and condensed a huge energy ball. "Get out of here!" Beerus roared, launching the energy ball towards Kampa and the 1st universe's god of destruction, Iwan. As everyone turned their attention to Kampa and Iwan, Beerus suddenly charged towards the 8th universe's god of destruction, Ligil, and caught him in a bear hug, and they both fell off the stage together. Then they each returned to their respective universes' spectator seats. Chapter 150. Challenging the 9 gods of destruction. The 7th universe's god of destruction, Beerus, is eliminated. The 8th universe's god of destruction, Ligil, is eliminated. The calm voice of the Grand Priest fell, and Ligil looked at Beerus with a face full of anger. He never expected that this guy would use a feint. He was clearly attacking Kampa and Iwan, but his real target from the beginning was himself. He really underestimated Beerus's intelligence. Although he was eliminated, at least he took someone down with him. A bitter smile appeared on Beerus's face as he muttered to himself. Among all the gods of destruction, aside from himself, Vermaud, and Quitella, Ligil had the highest combat power, and his attacks were quite sharp. This was also why he had his eyes on him. This should be the last thing he did for Yi Feng. Next, it would depend on Yi Feng's own abilities. If he loses, then he loses. Lord Beerus really doesn't think much. Was teased from behind Beerus. He indeed did not expect that Lord Beerus could come up with such a method. It seemed he would have to look at him with new eyes in the future. TCH, are you looking down on me? Beerus shot a cold glare at Whis, then turned his gaze back to the arena. The next situation was quite dire. After his elimination, Yi Feng might face a 1-against-10 scenario. Although Yi Feng was very strong, he was up against 10 gods of destruction, and winning would not be that easy. Does that guy Beerus think he can win just by eliminating Ligil from the 7th universe? Quitella disdainfully glanced at Beerus, then shifted his focus to Yi Feng. The upcoming battle seemed to be much easier now. Hey, how about we all eliminate that guy from the 7th universe first, and then settle our scores together? Vermaud looked at all the gods of destruction and spoke up. First, he had a grudge against this guy, and now was an opportunity he couldn't miss. Second, this was a battle among gods of destruction. Allowing a human to participate was an affront to the gods of destruction. All right, no problem. Quitella nodded, naturally in full support, as he had intended to do this from the beginning. Then I agree too. Compa clenched his fists, a cold smile appearing on his face. He had also been humiliated by Yi Feng before, and now he finally had the chance to teach him a lesson. The 9th universe's god of destruction, Sidra, also nodded. After all, the 7th universe had just defeated the 9th universe, which directly fueled their animosity. Subsequently, one by one, the gods of destruction expressed their willingness to eliminate Yi Feng first, then have a final showdown among themselves. After all, this was a battle among gods of destruction. If a human were to emerge victorious in the end, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the gods of destruction? Is this what they call a god? What an eye-opener. Yi Feng coldly looked at the god of destruction opposite him, showing a disdainful and contemptuous expression on his face. What if 9 of them teamed up? Those bastards are really too much, right? Is this what they call a god of destruction? A group of hypocritical guys. Watching the situation on the arena, Vegeta clenched his fists and cursed angrily. To deal with a single human, they actually needed 10 gods of destruction to join forces. These guys are really shameless. All day long, they boast about how great this god is, but now it seems it's nothing special. Hey, what are you talking about, Vegeta? Beerus's cold gaze turned to Vegeta as he asked. After all, he is also a god of destruction, and being called out like this by Vegeta naturally made him feel uncomfortable. Am I wrong in what I said? This time, Vegeta didn't seem afraid of Beerus. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Beerus and countered. Looking at Vegeta's determined eyes, Beerus was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. Yes, the situation on the arena is indeed, as Vegeta said, hypocritical. Then, the battle on the arena officially began. The god of Universe 3, Mosques, leaped up with his gigantic steel body and heavily smashed his fist down towards Yi Feng. Come on. Yi Feng's eyes emitted a sharp cold light as he retracted his right foot and simultaneously threw a punch at Moscow. The moment their fists collided, the entire arena shook violently, and the ground beneath Yi Feng's feet instantly collapsed. Moscow was directly knocked back by Yi Feng's punch, flying several dozen meters away and stopping at the edge of the arena, almost getting eliminated. What immense power! He actually knocked back Lord Moscow. The Supreme Kai of Universe 3 and other competitors showed expressions of fear. Could humans from Universe 7 be this strong? It is known that Lord Moscow's power ranks among the top among the gods of destruction. Even the likes of Wymead changed their expressions. This guy's power is too abnormal. Everyone, let's go together. If we get defeated by him, it will be a huge embarrassment for us gods of destruction. After saying this to everyone, Wymead was the first to charge towards Yi Feng. Then, Katra, Moscow, Xiangpa, Jin, Sidra, and Ramses all rushed towards Yi Feng at once. Wow, it's so intense and so exciting. But it seems like Yi Feng is being targeted. The Omni King watched the match on the arena with excitement and said, Omni King, should we stop them? The Grand Priest looked at the Omni King and asked, it seems a bit inappropriate for all the gods of destruction to deal with Yi Feng. After all, Yi Feng is just a human. Why stop them? The battle is so intense and exciting. The Omni King replied to the Grand Priest. In his view, watching the match was simply for enjoyment. As long as he was entertained, that was enough. As for how they fought, it didn't matter. All right, Omni King. Hearing the Omni King's words, the Grand Priest could only nod. It was a good opportunity to see just how strong Yi Feng really was. Meanwhile, On the arena, Yi Feng's disadvantage was slowly becoming apparent. After all, he was facing 9 gods of destruction, each with different abilities. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Bang! The next second, Quitra's punch struck Yi Feng's chest, directly knocking him back several meters. Staggering, Yi Feng's body stopped at the edge of the arena. Damn! Looking at the less than 5 centimeters of distance behind him, Yi Feng frowned tightly. Chapter 151. Breaking through with the power of the destroyer. Oomph. I thought you were hard to deal with, but it turns out you're nothing special. Quitra's eyes showed a proud expression as he spoke to Yi Feng. If 10 destroyers couldn't handle him, it would be quite embarrassing for them today. Although it feels a bit excessive, this feeling is really quite enjoyable. Xiangpa also spoke with excitement. Ever since that bastard Yi Feng beat him up, he had been thinking about taking revenge on him every day. It seems today is a good opportunity. Although I want to keep a low profile and hide my strength, you guys are just too proud, and I really can't stand it. Yi Feng's gaze swept over the faces of the 10 destroyers, and he coldly spoke. Originally, he could have been defeated by them, and then gone down without causing trouble or attracting the attention of the Omni King and the Supreme God Palace. However, he suddenly changed his mind. These annoying guys deserve to be dealt with properly. Otherwise, he would feel sorry for himself. Perhaps he could also use their power to enhance his own strength. Such opportunities are rare. They are merely at the end of their strength, so stop putting on airs. Quatella smirked coldly. He didn't believe that this guy could defeat all 10 of them by himself. Yi Feng, it. And the terrifying aura around him instantly shot up into the sky like a drawn blade. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged, spreading outwards in all directions from Yi Feng as the center. What? That bastard has raised his aura again. It's simply unbelievable, as if it were an unfathomable abyss. Is this really the aura of a human? As Yi Feng's aura surged, the expressions of the destruction gods began to change dramatically. After fighting for so long, his power had actually increased so much. The grass-green energy swirled around Yi Feng, making rustling sounds. TCH, no matter how strong he becomes, he is still just a human. Let's all attack together. This time we must eliminate him. A cunning look appeared in Wei Mei's eyes as she spoke to the other destruction gods. Her plan this time was not just to eliminate Yi Feng, but to become the ultimate winner. As Wei Mei's words fell, the other destruction gods charged towards Yi Feng all at once. Only Wei Mei remained in place, not making a move. She needed to conserve her energy, letting them fight first. When the clam and the snipe fight, she could reap the benefits. Just as the other destruction gods appeared in front of Yi Feng, ready to attack, swoosh. Yi Feng's body suddenly disappeared from view, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Wei Mei. What? Wei Mei was instantly taken aback. How could this bastard be so fast? He hadn't even seen clearly. His plan was really well thought out, but this disgusting thing should be eliminated first. As the voice fell, Yi Feng delivered a heavy punch to Wei Mei's abdomen, his fist instantly sinking into her stomach. A mouthful of sour liquid was spat out, and Wei Mei immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, her face showing pain. Bang! Then Yi Feng kicked Wei Mei hard in the face. She was directly kicked away. Boom! She crashed into the audience stands of Universe 11, shattering them into pieces. Clearly, even though it was just 2 attacks, Wei Mei was seriously injured. Good opportunity. Everyone attack with full force. Katra saw Yi Feng in midair and quickly spoke up. Now is definitely the best time to defeat Yi Feng. He then fired a massive energy wave at Yi Feng. The other 7 gods of destruction also launched their energy waves at Yi Feng with all their might. This is bad. Seeing the 8 powerful energy waves coming at him, Yi Feng's brows suddenly furrowed. He was in the air, making it difficult to gain leverage. However, at this point, Yi Feng could only go all out. Ultimate Flash. Yi Feng directly unleashed his second strongest energy wave. This was the ultimate move he learned from Vegeta during their first battle in the GT timeline. However, he never had the chance to use his strongest attack later on, so he had never used it. What? Mr. Yi Feng can actually use the final flash? Vegeta looked at Yi Feng in shock. When did he learn my ultimate move? And how could it unleash such powerful force in Yi Feng's hands? Swish! Yi Feng's chi wave directly collided with the energy waves of the 8 destroyers. The energy waves kept crashing and compressing, gradually moving closer to Yi Feng. Whoa! It seems Mr. Yi Feng is about to lose. The High Priest observed the situation at that moment. If this continued, Yi Feng was very likely to lose this match. However, even so, he was quite remarkable. After all, one person's power could almost contend against all the destroyers. Moreover, Lord Zeno seemed to be enjoying the view. Is Yifeng going to lose? What a pity. Lord Zeno said with a hint of regret. But this tournament has indeed been very exciting. Yifeng, you've done your best. If you lose, then you lose. Beerus tightly clenched his fists, looking at Yifeng with a complex expression, and spoke softly. Alas, it's not certain yet. Lord Beerus, have you forgotten Yifeng's perfect Ultra Instinct? Was suddenly said casually. Since Yifeng had not yet unleashed Ultra Instinct, it meant he had not reached a dead end. Hearing Whiss's voice, Beerus's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, Yifeng hadn't gone all out at all. At that moment, sweat beads appeared densely on Yifeng's forehead as he gritted his teeth and persevered. There were reasons for him not to use Ultra Instinct. Damn it, aren't they just a few destroyers? Just a bunch of trash. I wouldn't even regard you as threats. Yifeng's face twisted into a fierce expression, filled with anger. And suddenly a golden light flickered in his eyes. Crackle. In the next moment, golden lightning flashed around Yifeng, and the lightning became increasingly dense, crackling and popping. Huh? This little guy, is he trying to break through by harnessing the power of the god of destruction? The high priest looked at Yifeng in shock. He could feel an immense power awakening within Yifeng's body. Chapter 152, Super Saiyan Level 2. Katra spat out a mouthful of sour liquid, his pupils constricting, and he instantly lost all strength. Yifeng grabbed Quitra's clothes and lifted him up. I told you long ago that you're all a bunch of insignificant rabble. Do you believe it now? Yifeng whispered to Quitella. After saying that, he ignored Quitella and casually threw him towards the fourth arena's audience seats, as if he were tossing out trash. Bang! Quitella's body crashed heavily against the edge of the audience seats, and a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. Then, with a flick of the angel's staff, Quitella's injuries completely vanished. Although the wounds on his body had disappeared, the anger and humiliation in his heart could not dissipate. Quitella turned his gaze towards Yifeng on the arena, his eyes filled with endless hatred. Damn it, do you think this is the end? I will make you see the consequences of offending a god of destruction. Quitella clenched his fists tightly, the flames of rage burning in his eyes as if he wanted to burn Yifeng to death. Yifeng also sensed the resentment from Katra, but he wouldn't bother with such trash. If Katra wanted revenge, he could come at any time, but he had to be prepared to be pressed to the ground and rubbed in. The god of destruction from Universe 4, Katra, has been eliminated. The voice of the Grand Priest echoed again, and at this point, only Yifeng, Mosk, and Ilak remained. Ilak clearly showed hesitation. He knew very well that even if he continued to fight, the outcome was already very clear. Out of the 12 gods of destruction, only the 2 of them were left, and a reversal was impossible. Just then, the god of destruction from Universe 3, Mosk, suddenly let out a mechanical-like roar. Then he directly threw a punch at Yifeng. Clang! A metallic collision sound rang out as Yifeng gently intercepted Mosk's punch. Overestimating himself, Yifeng then delivered a heavy blow to Mosk's mech, leaving a clear fist imprint on his chest. The mech collapsed more than 10 centimeters, and Mosk's body was sent flying out at high speed, landing in the audience area of Universe 3. The god of destruction from Universe 3, Mosk, has been eliminated. The voice of the Grand Priest echoed again. Ilak's eyes turned, and after looking at Yifeng, he said, Yifeng, right? You are indeed very strong. You are the strongest human I have ever seen, so I concede. What? Hearing Ilak's words, Yifeng was suddenly taken aback. He didn't expect that the proud god of destruction would choose to concede voluntarily. Although the situation was already very clear, Yifeng was still a bit shocked. After saying that, Ilak turned to look at the Grand Priest and Zeno, and said, Lord Zeno, Lord Grand Priest, I concede this match. Huh, you concede? Lord Zeno, given the current situation, Ilak's concession is a wise choice. The Grand Priest looked at Zeno and said, well, that's fine. It was quite exciting to watch. Grand Priest, will the next tournament of power be even more exciting? Zeno nodded and asked excitedly. Yes, it will definitely be even more exciting. The Grand Priest nodded and said, Then let's end it here for today. Zeno nodded again, and the tournament came to a close. TCH, Ilak, that coward, really embarrassed the gods of destruction. Katra and Wami gritted their teeth tightly and glared at Ilak, saying, voluntarily conceding is absolutely a humiliation to the gods of destruction. Huh. Yifeng let out a long sigh, and the golden halo around him gradually disappeared. In the end, he returned to his normal state. This time, the comprehensive competition was truly worth attending. Yifeng's heart was still filled with excitement. If it weren't for the battle against the gods, he probably wouldn't have had such an opportunity to engage in such intense combat and break through his limits. He transformed into a Super Saiyan level 2. After the entire tournament concluded, the final winner was Mr. Yi Feng from Universe 7. Originally, there was supposed to be a reward from the God of Destruction for the winner, but since all the gods of destruction were eliminated, the reward was no longer available. The Grand Priest looked at the other gods of destruction, then turned to Yi Feng and said, "Of course, Yi Feng has already received the best reward, so he is not very interested in the rewards mentioned by the Grand Priest." He then directly returned to the audience seats of Universe 7. "You did a great job, you guy." Beerus looked at Yi Feng with a mix of excitement and displeasure. The excitement was because Yi Feng had brought honor to Universe 7 and himself. The displeasure was because Yi Feng had completely surpassed him, and he felt it would be hard to catch up to him again. "You are truly amazing, Mr. Yi Feng," Vegeta said, looking at Yi Feng with a face full of excitement. Yi Feng is simply his own idol, having single-handedly defeated all the gods of destruction. So strong. This is the height he has always dreamed of. Wow, you really make people envious. Sun Wukong also looked at Yi Feng with bright eyes and said, "Work hard on your training, and you can do it too in the future." Looking at the starry-eyed Vegeta and Sun Wukong, Yi Feng smiled and spoke. At that moment, the king suddenly flew towards the fourth group and appeared right in front of Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, you are amazing. You've defeated the gods of destruction." The king excitedly floated in midair and said to Yi Feng. That gaze was completely like a little fan looking at their idol. "Huh, thank you for the praise. Your Majesty, it's just that the other gods of destruction were being modest." Leaf Maple respectfully spoke to the king of all. Although the king of all now looked like an ordinary little kid, he absolutely dared not think that way, or arrogantly thought that defeating all the destroyers would allow him to be rude in front of the king of all, because as long as he wanted, he could erase him in an instant. "You seem to be much stronger than the destroyers. Why don't you become the destroyer of Universe 7? The king of all stroked his chin and suddenly smiled as he spoke. The king's words frightened Beerus so much that he screamed out loud. Chapter 153. The Kindness of the King of All. Gila, Tao's sour water spurted out, his pupils constricted, and he instantly lost all strength. "Mushi." Tao grabbed Quitra's clothes and lifted him up. "You are all a bunch of nobodies who can't make it to the stage. Do you believe it now?" he said to Quitra. "Jean." Tao ignored Quitra and casually tossed him aside like trash, throwing Quitra toward the edge of the audience. His body crashed heavily against the edge of the stands, and a wave of heart-wrenching pain surged through him. With a wave of the staff in his hand, Quitra's injuries completely vanished. The injuries disappeared, but the anger and humiliation in his heart absolutely could not dissipate. His gaze turned to Leaf Maple on the arena. Endless resentment appeared in his eyes. "Do you think this is over? I will definitely let you see the consequences of offending a destroyer." Quitra clenched his fist tightly, his eyes burning with anger, as if he wanted to burn Leaf Maple to death. He sensed Quitra's resentment, but he wouldn't bother with such trash. "Come to me anytime, but be ready to be pressed down and rubbed into the ground." The king of all and the contestants announced, Destroyer Quitra is eliminated. At this moment, only Leaf Maple, Mosk, and Yalak remained in the arena. There was a clear hesitation on their faces. It was obvious that even if they continued to fight, the outcome was already very clear. The destroyers, now only the two of them remained. It was impossible to turn the tables. During the tournament, the destroyer of Universe 3, Mosk, suddenly let out a mechanical shout. He punched at Leaf Maple. A loud collision sound echoed as Leaf Maple lightly caught Mosk's punch. The punch hit Mosk's mech heavily, directly smashing a clear imprint on his chest. After sinking several centimeters, Mosk's body flew backward at an extremely fast speed. Destroyer Mosk is eliminated. The voice rang out again. "Is this strength enough?" Juzi turned around, looked at Leaf Maple, and said, "Leaf Maple, right? You are indeed very strong. You are the strongest I've seen. I admit defeat." At Mosk's words, Leaf Maple was suddenly stunned. He didn't expect the proud destroyer to choose to admit defeat voluntarily, although the situation was already very clear. Leaf Maple was still somewhat shocked. After speaking, Yalak turned to the Grand Priest and the King of All and said, "Lord King of All, Lord Grand Priest, I admit defeat in this match." "Huh? Admit defeat?" The King of All said, given the current situation, Yalak's admission of defeat is a wise choice. The Grand Priest looked at the King of All and said, Well then." The King of All nodded again, satisfied with the conclusion of the match. That was quite enjoyable to watch. "Grand Priest, will the next tournament of power be even more exciting?" The King of All asked excitedly after nodding. "Yes, it will definitely be even more exciting." The Grand Priest nodded and said, Then let's end it here for today." The King of All nodded again, and the tournament came to a close. TCH, that coward Yalak really embarrassed the destroyers. Kutra and Waimei gritted their teeth tightly, glaring at Yalek, and said, "Admitting defeat is absolutely a disgrace to the destroyers." Yifeng let out a long sigh, and the golden halo around him gradually faded away, finally returning to normal. This time, the comprehensive competition was indeed worth attending. Yifeng's heart was still filled with excitement. If it weren't for fighting against the gods, he probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to engage in such intense battles to push his limits. He transformed into a Super Saiyan Level 2. The tournament concluded, and the final winner was Mr. Yifeng from Universe 7. Originally, there was a reward prepared for the winning destroyer, but since all the destroyers were eliminated, there was no reward now. The Great Priest looked at the other destroyers and then at Yifeng, saying, of course, Yifeng has already received the best reward, so he isn't very interested in the reward mentioned by the Great Priest. He then directly returned to the audience seats of Universe 7. "You did great, buddy," Beerus said, looking at Yifeng with a mix of excitement and displeasure. The excitement was because Yifeng had brought glory to Universe 7 and to himself. The displeasure was because Yifeng had completely surpassed him, and he estimated that it would be hard to catch up with him now. "You are really amazing, Mr. Yifeng," Vegeta said, looking at Yifeng with great excitement. Yifeng is simply his own idol, having single-handedly defeated all the destroyer gods. So strong. This is the height he has always dreamed of. Wow, you really make people envious. Sun Wukong also looked at Yifeng with burning eyes and said, "Keep practicing hard, and you can do it too in the future." Looking at the starry-eyed Vegeta and Sun Wukong, he smiled and spoke. At that moment, the king suddenly flew towards the fourth group and appeared right in front of Yifeng. "Yifeng, you are amazing. You've defeated the destroyer gods." The king excitedly floated in midair and said to Yifeng. That gaze was completely like that of a little fan looking at their idol. "Ha! Thank you for the praise, king. It's just that the other destroyer gods were being modest." Li Feng respectfully spoke to the Omni King. Although the Omni King looked like an ordinary little kid right now, he absolutely dared not think that way, or arrogantly believe that defeating all the gods of destruction would allow him to be disrespectful in front of the Omni King. Because if he wanted to, he could erase him in an instant. You seem to be much stronger than the gods of destruction. How about you become the god of destruction for Universe 7? The Omni King stroked his chin and suddenly smiled as he spoke. The Omni King's words startled Beerus, causing him to scream immediately. Chapter 154, 10 Contestants. Having Li Feng take on the role of the god of destruction for Universe 7, that would mean there would be no position left for him, and he could very likely be erased by the Omni King. Do you have any objections? Seeing Beerus's terrified expression, the Omni King suddenly looked coldly at Beerus and asked, "Thud." This time, it scared Beerus so much that he fell to the ground. He answered in a terrified tone, "And no objections, Lord Omni King." "That's good." After the Omni King finished speaking, he looked back at Li Feng and asked, "What do you think?" At this moment, Beerus cast a pleading look at Li Feng, naturally hoping he wouldn't agree to the Omni King, because if that were the case, he would lose not only his position as god of destruction, but possibly his life as well. He was very afraid of death, even more so than an ordinary person. Even Whis slightly frowned. After assisting Beerus for billions of years, it was certainly a bit unusual to suddenly say they needed to change the god of destruction. Goku and Vegeta looked at Li Feng with eager expressions, wanting to see how he would respond. As for the others from different universes, they wore resentful expressions, especially Quitella and Merged, who were very displeased. If Li Feng really became the god of destruction, with his strength and status, they would truly have no hope of revenge. Jampa frowned and looked at Beerus. No matter what, Beerus was his fellow brother. At this moment, Li Feng stood as if under a spotlight, with everyone's eyes on him, including the Grand Priest and the two attendants of the Omni King. First of all, I want to thank Lord Omni King for the kind offer, but I may not be able to handle the position of God of Destruction. Lord Beerus has done very well, and I think it would be better for Universe 7 if he continues to serve as the God of Destruction. Yifeng cupped his fists towards the Omni King and humbly said, "What is better than what Beerus has done is all a lie. The real reason is that I have no interest in becoming a god of destruction at all. Moreover, once I take on the role of a god of destruction, it means I will be subjected to many constraints. Unfortunately, I prefer freedom." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Beerus looked at him with deep gratitude, almost moved to tears. He never expected to have such a good image in Yifeng's eyes. The others, however, were shocked, clearly not expecting Yifeng to be so foolish, rejecting the position of the universe's top god of destruction right in front of him. Really? The Omni King also looked at Yifeng with some surprise and asked, "Yes, Lord Omni King." Leaf Maple nodded and said to the Omni King, Well, that's fine. If you ever come to a realization, feel free to tell me. As the Omni King's voice fell, Beerus felt as if his heart had been struck heavily again. Didn't this mean that his life and the position of the god of destruction were now in Leaf Maple's hands? That feeling was too unpleasant, but thinking it over, it was better than being erased by the Omni King right now. As for the future, it seemed he would have to go along with this guy Leaf Maple's wishes. Well, thanks again for your kindness, Lord Omni King. Yifeng nodded again and said, regardless of whether it was out of respect or something else, he should express his gratitude. It's nothing, but you should come and play with me when you have time. The King of All waved his hand and said to Yifeng, sure, definitely. Yifeng agreed verbally, but his heart was not thinking the same. Who would seek out such an unpredictable little brat for fun? Maybe he would say something wrong and have to say goodbye to the world. After the King of All nodded, he returned to his throne. Everyone's gaze remained fixed on Yifeng, puzzled about what this guy had said to impress the King of All so much. Now, please return to your own universes and prepare for the upcoming power tournament. The Grand Priest said to everyone, and with a gentle wave of his hand, everyone disappeared from the King of All's temple. When Yifeng and the others appeared again, they had already arrived at the God of Destruction's realm. Yifeng, thank you for what happened just now, Beerus said, clenching his fists. However, it was clear that expressing such gratitude was quite embarrassing for Beerus. You don't need to thank me. I just temporarily have no interest in the position of God of Destruction. That doesn't mean I won't be interested in the future. Yifeng smiled faintly and said to Beerus, however, what I said is the truth. After all, who can predict the future? Beerus frowned, clearly feeling threatened by Yifeng's words. However, there was nothing he could do, now that the Omni King was backing him, and his strength far surpassed Beerus's. The God of Destruction had no temper to speak of. Lord Beerus, it seems we should focus on selecting the 10 participants for the Tournament of Power. Whis suddenly spoke up. There would be 8 universes participating in this Tournament of Power, and each universe could select 10 participants. Although the 7th universe had many planets, it was still quite difficult to find strong candidates. Yes, the most important thing right now is to finalize the participants for the Tournament of Power. Beerus nodded in agreement with Whis. To be honest, he had been sleeping for many years and was not very familiar with matters in the universe. Hey, besides Earth, are there any other planets that excel in combat? Beerus turned to Old Kai and Kaioshin Asin and asked. I can't think of any. Kaioshin Asin shook his head and awkwardly replied. Although he was a Kaioshin, there were still many things he didn't know about the universe. How did you guys become Kaioshins? Beerus glared at Kaioshin Asin and Old Kai. You just sleep all day too. Kaioshin Asin complained quietly. Hey Goku, can Earth gather 10 fighters? In the end, Beerus turned his gaze to Son Goku. If Earth could gather 10 fighters, he wouldn't need to look for candidates on other planets. Let me think, Son Goku said, starting to count on his fingers. Yifeng, Vegeta, that's 3. Then there's Piccolo, Gohan, Buu, and counting 10, Krillin, and Master Roshi, that's 9. It seems we're still 1 short. Hearing Son Goku's counting, Vegeta looked angrily at him. Can that guy Krillin and that old pervert really participate in the tournament? Hey, Kakarot, are you joking? You want to let Krillin and that old pervert participate in a universe-level tournament? Vegeta directly snapped at Son Goku. Those guys can't even rank well in the Earth S World Martial Arts Tournament. And you want them to join the universe-level Tournament of Power? Do you think it's just a numbers game? Don't look down on them. Vegeta, Krillin, and Master Roshi are still quite strong. Son Goku murmured, looking at the fuming Vegeta. You really don't realize the seriousness of the situation. If we lose this tournament, the entire 7th universe will be wiped out. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said to Son Goku, this guy usually doesn't think, but to be this clueless at such a crucial moment is ridiculous. If they lose this Tournament of Power, everyone will be killed. Don't be so serious, Vegeta. Besides, we still have Yifeng and the rest with us. We won't lose, Son Goku said, still looking carefree. It was clear that he was quite confident in himself. Anyway, Krillin and that old pervert cannot participate in the tournament. Vegeta turned his head, crossing his arms over his chest, and said very seriously. This was not a joke. He knew their strength all too well. But if Krillin and Master Roshi don't participate, we won't have enough people. Son Goku thought for a moment and said, even with Master Roshi and Krillin, we're still 1 short. If they don't participate, we won't have enough fighters. What about Trunks and Goten? Their strength far exceeds that of Krillin and that old pervert. Vegeta said, although they were still young, they had the blood of the warrior Saiyans flowing in them, and their battle power was not something ordinary humans could compare to. But they're just kids. Is that really okay? Son Goku frowned and asked. He had thought of them, but felt it was a bit inappropriate for two kids to participate in the tournament. Of course it's okay. Don't forget, when Trunks and Goten fuse, they can match your Super Saiyan 3 strength, Vegeta said coldly. It was clear he was very meticulous and had considered ththese factors. The total duration of the Tournament of Power, calculated in Earth time, would be 48 minutes. In the first 10 minutes, everyone would definitely conserve their energy. Many powerful fighters wouldn't fight with all their might. As long as they could last through the first 18 minutes, Trunks and Goten could fuse. After fusing into Gotenks, they should be able to hold out until the end of the tournament if they didn't encounter an exceptionally strong opponent. To put it mildly, they would be much more reliable than Krillin and that old pervert. Vegeta seemed to have a point. Since that's the case, let those two little guys participate. They seem to have some strength. After hearing their conversation, Beerus spoke up. But after that, he seemed to remember something and quickly looked at Yifeng, asking, "What do you think?" "I also agree with Vegeta's opinion," Yifeng said lightly. "To be honest, when I watched the Power Tournament in Dragon Ball Super before, I really didn't understand why Krillin and Master Roshi were allowed to participate. I have felt their energy, and it is definitely not on the same level as Goten and Trunks. It cannot be denied that they have more battle experience, but in the face of absolute power, that experience is basically useless. Ah well, since everyone agrees, let's have Goten and Trunks take the stage." Son Goku doesn't seem to mind that much. However, if Goten and Trunks replace Krillin and Master Roshi, that would leave one less person. "It's fine, I'll take care of the last participant." Yifeng said to everyone that the contestant he found would definitely not disappoint anyone. The final 10 contestants were thus decided. Yifeng, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta returned to Earth. "Yifeng is the last contestant you mentioned powerful?" Sun Wukong asked with a curious expression. "Yes, very powerful," Yifeng replied. Yifeng smiled faintly and said, "What? Mr. Yifeng, is he also a human from Earth?" This time, Vegeta also asked curiously, "If he is from Earth, there is no reason they wouldn't know." But listening to the conversation between Beerus and King Kai, it seems there aren't any outstanding combat planets in the universe. To be precise, he is a Saiyan. Looking at the curious faces of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Yifeng said, "That's right, he is a Saiyan, and he is a very talented Saiyan." "What? A Saiyan? You must be joking. In this universe, besides the three of us and Tarbell, the rest are just those little kids like Sun Gohan. Were there any other Saiyans?" Vegeta said with an incredulous expression. Although Yifeng does not doubt himself, he becomes very sensitive when it comes to the Saiyans. Moreover, there is absolutely no way that Saiyans can still exist in the 7th universe. Wow, it's really exciting that there are still Saiyans. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, is not as sensitive to this as Vegeta and instead says with great excitement, "Whether you believe it or not, the fact is just like this." Yifeng shrugged and then went straight back to his villa. It was already late in the day, and as for the last contestant, he would look for them tomorrow. After all, there was still more than half a month until the power competition began. "You're back. The meal is ready. Come eat." Back home, Lotzi Li had already prepared the meal and was waiting for him. It's quite nice to have a woman at home." Yifeng wrapped his arm around Lotzi Li's slim waist and said with a mischievous smile, "Humph, I knew you were just taking advantage of me. By the way, when you went to see that little brat, everything was fine, right?" Lotzi Li turned her head and asked seriously. She had also noticed that when Yifeng faced so many powerful opponents, only when he met that little brat did his expression change. It seemed that there was a deep-seated fear. "Of course, everything's fine. Your husband is amazing." Yifeng poked Lazili's nose playfully and said with a smile, "TSK, look at how capable you are." Lazili rolled her eyes at Yifeng. "All right, let's hurry up and eat. The food is almost cold." After finishing their meal, the two of them playfully teased each other until around 2 or 3 in the morning before finally calling a night. After all, Yifeng's current physical condition allowed him to easily stay up for 4 or 5 hours. However, Lazili, being just an ordinary woman, naturally couldn't endure such prolonged intensity. The next morning, Yifeng and Lazili didn't wake up until around 10 o'clock. Sleeping until dawn feels so good. Yifeng sat up, stretched lazily, and muttered to himself. After glancing at the Lotzi Li beside him and blinking his eyes, he finally woke up. Awake, Yifeng gently brushed Lazili's golden hair and said softly. Lazili nodded with a blush. She had actually been awake for a while. It wasn't that she didn't want to get up, but that she couldn't. "Get some good rest. I'll go prepare breakfast for you." After Yifeng finished speaking, he went to prepare a heartfelt breakfast. Lotzi Li also endured the pain and finished washing up. "I might have to go to another planet today. Do you want to come with me?" Yifeng asked Lotzi Li during breakfast. "I won't go this time." Lotzi Li thought for a moment and shook her head. In my current condition, it's not suitable for me to walk, so I'll just stay at home and rest for a few days. All right, then you rest at home, and I'll try to come back early. Yifeng is going to the Wampa planet this time. It's the planet with a very, very poor environment. If Latsili goes, she might not be very comfortable, so it's better for her to stay at home. You take care of your safety. Latsili nodded and said. After a simple breakfast, Yifeng prepared some capsules and packed some food. Then he instantly teleported to the Wampa planet. It is a yellowish-brown planet with a lifeless environment. So hot that it's hard to breathe. It's impressive that more than 40 people can live in such a place. Yifeng looked around at the environment and felt a bit of admiration for Paragus and Broly. Just at that moment, a large group of giant spiders suddenly surrounded Yifeng. It was really disgusting. Yifeng glanced at the giant spiders and shot out several purple energy beams from his fingertips. The giant spiders instantly vanished without a trace. It seemed as if they sensed Broly's aura. Yifeng suddenly sensed Broly's aura and then instantly teleported over. In the next second, two figures appeared in front of Yifeng. It was Paragus and Broly, who were currently eating the slime from the legs of a traveling spider. It looked quite disgusting, and the smell was extremely unpleasant. What? A human? A Saiyan? The moment Paragus saw Yifeng, he stood up in shock, and after a few seconds of being stunned, a look of ecstatic joy instantly appeared on his face. Great! Broly, we can finally leave this damned place. Paragus shouted excitedly. Broly, however, was watching Yifeng with a wary expression, as he seemed to sense something very familiar from Yifeng's body. Hello, Broly. My name is Yifeng. Yifeng smiled and directly spoke to Broly. That's right, the last contestant I mentioned is the Saiyan Broly, with his incredibly strong bloodline. Broly's bloodline should be the same as mine, which is why I feel a sense of familiarity upon seeing him. My name is Broly. Broly was initially taken aback. Then he spoke to Yifeng. The hostile expression on his face gradually faded away. Hello, sir. May I ask where your spaceship is? At this moment, Paragus approached and asked Yifeng, Spaceship? I don't have anything like that. Yifeng did not look back at Paragus and said, he had no good feelings for this guy. Broly regarded him as the closest person, but in his eyes, Broly was just a tool for revenge. In Dragon Ball Super, Broly, if it weren't for Limo and Chilai wishing to send Broly back to Planet Vampa, he would likely have been killed by Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta. What? No spaceship? Then how did you end up here? The excitement on Paragus's face instantly disappeared. Just a moment ago, he was thrilled to finally leave this dreadful place, and that bastard didn't even have a spaceship. Was he really going to stay here for the rest of his life? Hey, Broly, do you want to eat something? Yifeng looked at Broly, who was in tattered clothes and looked like a wild man, and asked him. As for Paragus, Yifeng didn't want to pay him any attention at all. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, a look of desire appeared in Broly's eyes, and he quickly nodded. Yifeng took out a capsule, emptied the food inside, and also took out a set of battle clothes for Broly. Speaking of which, Broly is quite pitiful. With such high battle talent, he has been banished to this kind of hellish place, living like a wild man. An hour later, Broly finally finished eating. He also changed into clean clothes, feeling completely refreshed. Thank you very much, Broly said stiffly to Yifeng. Clearly, in a place like this, he rarely had the opportunity to thank others. Mr. Yifeng, do you have a way to leave here? Paragus asked from behind. No, Yifeng answered digisivity. He didn't want to leave this place yet because he wanted to train Broly on this worthless planet. Damn, what a waste of happiness, Paragus said angrily. But let's fill our stomachs first. It's been a long time since I've had such delicious food. Yifeng glanced at Paragus with disgust. If killing him wouldn't provoke Broly's sanity, he would really want to kill this old man. After eating and drinking to his fill, come and fight me, Broly. Yifeng clenched his fist and said to Broly, Chapter 157, Battle with Broly. Battle? Broly was stunned again. Just a moment ago, he was given delicious food, so why suddenly want to fight? If you can defeat me while keeping your sanity, I'll take you and your dad away from here. Yifeng glanced at Paragus and then spoke to Broly. He knew that Broly still had a strong father-son bond with Paragus, even though Paragus might not necessarily feel the same way. What? Paragus, who was still eating, suddenly froze and looked at Yifeng in surprise. See, could you take us away from here? He quickly asked in urgency. For the past 40 years, he had dreamed of leaving this cursed place every single day. The premise is that Broly would have to defeat me. Yifeng smiled faintly and said, Of course, I won't fight with all my strength. Just in the Super Saiyan form, if Broly can defeat me, it would be enough to crush everyone in the tournament of power except for Jiren. But you don't even have a spaceship. Paragus asked with some doubt. And this guy just said he can't leave here. I don't need that kind of thing. When I came to Planet Vampa, did you see me piloting a spaceship? Yifeng coldly asked. Paragus thought for a moment. Perhaps what Yifeng said was true, because he indeed had not found any traces of a spaceship. Broly, you must defeat him in battle. Paragus quickly said to Broly. He didn't want to stay in this cursed place for even a moment longer. However, Broly clearly didn't like fighting, and he looked at Paragus with a conflicted expression. Moreover, Yifeng had just provided them with food, so it might not be appropriate to make a move now. There's no need to hesitate. Just do your best to defeat him, and then we can leave this cursed place. Paragus shouted loudly at Broly. Broly, don't feel any burden. We're just having a friendly match. Yifeng looked at Broly and said with a faint smile, Yes, I understand. Broly nodded, and then a sharp light appeared in his eyes. In an instant, a hurricane spread out in all directions centered around Yifeng and Broly. Whoosh! In the next moment, both of their bodies flew out simultaneously. Bang! Immediately after, a deep muffled sound rang out as Broly's body was sent flying backward. Bang! Boom! Broly's body crashed into a reef. What? Broly, how can this guy, also a Saiyan, be so strong? Paragus looked at Yifeng in disbelief. In his view, Broly's strength had already surpassed all other Saiyans. After all, Broly's talent was the strongest on the entire planet Vegeta. Even Prince Vegeta was much weaker. Moreover, as Broly grew older, he was becoming more and more powerful. He was confident that Broly was now the strongest Saiyan, but he didn't expect that the Saiyan before him could knock Broly away in an instant. Still too weak. It seems I need to control my power a bit more. Yifeng frowned and murmured to himself. Broly's current strength is indeed very weak, unable to even match the normal state of Goku and Vegeta. Boom! At that moment, the ground began to tremble slowly. Bang! Then the pile of rocks exploded, and Broly's body leaped into the air. Come again! Broly roared and charged directly at Yifeng. At this moment, after being struck, it was clear that a hint of anger appeared in Broly's eyes. Yifeng also leaped up, completely controlling his strength this time. He kept his power slightly stronger than Broly's. Then, as Broly's strength increased, his own gradually strengthened as well. Bang, bang, bang. The two continued to clash their fists. The Wampa planet was originally a small asteroid, and even with such a battle, the entire planet had already begun to tremble uncontrollably. Yifeng could clearly feel that Broly's learning ability was extremely strong, and his strength was almost increasing every second. This made him think that even the transcendent bloodline rewarded by the two system was not as strong as Broly's learning ability. At that moment in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin and Kaioshin Asin also sensed the battle. Ancestor, what is going on? Why are there still humans on that small planet? And two Saiyans at that? Kaioshin Asin asked in shock, looking at the Saiyan fighting Yifeng in the crystal ball. He seemed to have noticed those planets before, but he hadn't detected any abnormal energy. You fool! You're the Kaioshin, and you don't even know the situation in your own universe. How would I know? The old Kaioshin scolded him directly. However, he was also very astonished. Why was such a strong Saiyan completely undetectable to him? The fact that he could fight Yifeng like this was shocking. Even if Yifeng hadn't transformed into a Super Saiyan, it was still remarkable. By the way, the last fighter Mr. Yifeng mentioned must be this Saiyan. Kaioshin Asin suddenly spoke up. Because yesterday, Mr. Yifeng said he would find a way for the last fighter, and he had now found the Saiyan from planet Wampa, which must be right. Moreover, that Saiyan also looked very strong. Well, you were actually smart this time. The old Kaioshin nodded and said. After that, the two looked at the crystal ball again. At this moment, after more than 10 minutes of battle, Broly's improvement was absolutely hundreds of times greater. Bang! Yifeng panchet Broly, sending him flying and crashing heavily into a massive rock. The rock exploded like foam in an instant. Feeling the pain, Broly gritted his teeth, a cold light appearing in his eyes, and then he clenched his fists tightly, charging directly at Yifeng. His speed was astonishing, and he appeared beside Yifeng in an instant, throwing a punch at him. Bang! The punch landed heavily on Yifeng's chest, knocking him back several dozen meters. Chapter 158. Angry Form versus Angry Form. Wow, the speed of this enhancement is insane. Yifeng rubbed his chest and looked at Broly. At this moment, after knocking Yifeng back with a punch, Broly flew towards him again. Woos, woos, bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged fierce punches, and Broly was clearly in a fighting state. Boom! The planet Wampa trembled continuously. Wow, how powerful! Who is that guy? He can actually suppress Broly like this. Paragus watched the battle between the two with a shocked expression. At this point, he could only see streaks of black lines, followed by the sound of fists colliding with flesh. Bang! Then, Broly was sent flying again, crashing heavily into the ground. He gasped for breath, clearly showing signs of fatigue after such a long battle. After all, Broly still couldn't stabilize his energy and stamina. At this rate, it seemed he wouldn't be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Yifeng glanced at Broly and frowned as he spoke. At this moment, Broly probably hadn't even shown his full power in his angry form. In Dragon Ball Super, Broly transforms into his angry form because he senses a dangerous aura from Vegeta. However, when fighting Broly, Yifeng had no intention of killing him. Therefore, he couldn't possibly transform into his angry form. In that case, he would have to push him a little. Yifeng murmured to himself. Then, a huge energy ball appeared in the palm of his right hand and smashed directly towards Broly. What? That bastard wants to kill Broly? Paragus looked at the gigantic energy ball, fear evident in his eyes. He felt a tremendous danger emanating from that energy ball. Such a terrifying energy ball could destroy the entire planet Vampa in an instant. Looking at the huge energy ball, Broly also sensed an immense danger. A deep roar erupted from his throat as Broly seemed to be enduring some kind of pain, clutching his head tightly with both hands. Chapter 158, Rage Form vs. Rage Form. Please subscribe automatically. Goodness, this speed of enhancement is just too abnormal. Yifeng rubbed his chest and looked at Broly. At that moment, after Broly had knocked Yifeng back with a punch, he flew towards Yifeng again. Woos, woos, bang, bang, bang. The two fighters were engaged in an intense exchange of blows, and it was clear that Broly had entered a fighting state. Rumbling, the Wampa planet trembled continuously. How powerful! Who is that guy? He can actually suppress Broly like this. Paragus watched their battle in shock. At this point, he could only see black lines, followed by the sound of fists colliding with flesh. Bang! Then, Broly was sent flying again, crashing heavily into the ground. He gasped for breath, clearly showing signs of fatigue after such a long fight. After all, Broly at this moment still couldn't stabilize his energy and stamina. At this rate, it seemed he wouldn't be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Yifeng glanced at Broly and furrowed his brows. At this moment, Broly should not have even displayed the power of his rage form. In Dragon Ball Super, the reason Broly transformed into his rage form was that he sensed a dangerous aura for Vegeta. However, when fighting Broly, he had no intention of killing him. Therefore, it was impossible for him to transform into his rage form. In that case, it seems I have no choice but to push you a bit. Yifeng murmured to himself. Then, a huge energy ball appeared in the palm of his right hand and smashed directly towards Broly. What? That bastard wants to kill Broly? Paragus looked at the massive energy ball, fear appearing in his eyes. He felt a tremendous danger emanating from the energy ball. Such a terrifying energy ball could destroy the entire planet Wampa in an instant. Looking at the gigantic energy ball, Broly also felt a great danger. A deep roar erupted from his throat, as if he was enduring some kind of pain, and he tightly held his head with both hands. Crimson light shot out from cracks. This planet is about to explode. Hurry, stop Broly, the planet Wampa will explode. Paragus screamed desperately, but Broly was already in a rage and couldn't hear Paragus' words. Seeing that Broly completely ignored him, Paragus quickly took out the controller from the small bag at his waist. This was the device he had prepared to control Broly's rampage. Just as Paragus took out the controller, Yifeng suddenly turned his head to glance, and the remote control suddenly exploded. What? Paragus felt like he was going to die. At that moment, the planet Wampa shook more violently. The ground was already covered with a large amount of orange-red lava, and the temperature of the entire planet suddenly increased. Roar! Broly roared, greenish flames erupting around him as he punched directly at Yifeng. Yifeng also elevated his angry form to its strongest state and smashed towards Broly. Suddenly, the entire space seemed to freeze at that moment. 1 second, 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, a visible grass-green shockwave swept out in all directions. Boom! Under that terrifying shockwave, mountains within 100 miles were flattened. At this moment, the frequency of the planet's shaking was increasing rapidly. The Wampa planet was about to explode. In the next second, Yifeng directly grabbed Broly, and their bodies quickly disappeared. Boom, boom, boom. Almost at the moment the two vanished, the Wampa planet exploded. The entire planet burst forth like a gigantic firework, blooming in the universe. Chapter 159, The Conspiracy of the Gods. Amidst the violent explosion, the Wampa planet vanished without a trace, turning into dust in the cosmos. Paragus also disappeared along with the Wampa planet. Then, Yifeng appeared in the Kaioshin realm holding Broly. What? How did you come here? The old Kaioshin looked at the suddenly appearing Yifeng and Broly with a face full of fear. These two guys had already destroyed the Wampa planet, and were they planning to dismantle their own divine realm as well? What? Is that not allowed? Yifeng coldly glanced at the old Kaioshin, and the old Kaioshin looked furious and really wanted to shout, "What are you staring at?" But after thinking it over, he decided against it. At his age, he shouldn't act on impulse. Lord Ancestor, let's forget it. The Kaioshin Asen quickly tugged at the old Kaioshin's clothes and whispered. Not to mention that this Yifeng fellow has a good relationship with the Omni King. Just his strength alone is not something they, as Kaioshins, can provoke. At this moment, Broly looked at the explosion in the crystal ball and suddenly hugged his head, crying out in pain, looking like an injured beast. This is bad. It seems this guy's gone mad. The old Kaioshin glanced at Broly and quickly distanced himself from this dangerous being as fast as he could. Roar! Accompanied by another furious roar, Broly's eyes suddenly turned crimson, and green energy swirled around him like a hurricane, spreading in all directions. The old Kaioshin Asen, and Jebbet were directly blown away. In that instant, Broly's body expanded, his hair turning golden, resembling a god of war. Immediately, the colors of the entire divine realm began to shift constantly, red, green, purple, until Broly's body was enveloped in a massive green energy sphere. Wow, is he really that powerful? Yifeng looked at Broly and instinctively said, "When I transformed into a Super Saiyan, my energy didn't seem to be as strong as Broly's, nor was it as exaggerated. Is this the difference between transforming while maintaining reason and losing control?" Suddenly, countless grass-green energy blasts shot out from the green energy sphere. The ground exploded instantly. In the next second, Broly flashed out from the energy sphere and directly attacked Yifeng. Bang! A punch hit Yifeng, sending him flying back. Such strong power. But it seems he has completely lost his consciousness, which is not a good thing. Yifeng frowned. He wanted to draw out Broly's potential, but it was definitely not to turn him into this mindless monster. It seems that in order to help Broly become a Super Saiyan while maintaining control over his sanity, it would take a little more time. Alright, the battle ends here. If Broly does not regain consciousness, then this fight is obviously meaningless. Yifeng suddenly appeared behind Broly and delivered a chop to the back of Broly's head. Broly's eyes momentarily went blank, and then the aura around him gradually faded away, eventually returning to his normal state as he slowly collapsed to the ground. He had already lost consciousness. It seemed that for a while. He would have to stay in the Kaioshin realm until Broly could control his violent aura freely. It shouldn't take too long, after all. Kale from Universe 6 seemed to have learned to control her Super Saiyan energy within those few minutes during the Tournament of Power. Is the battle over so soon? The old Kaioshin looked at Yifeng in disbelief. He thought the two would fight for quite a while and destroy the realm in the process. Alright, it seems that Broly and I will need to stay here for a while, so I'll trouble the three of you. Yifeng looked at old Kai and Kaioshin Asen and said, "It's no trouble. I'll go prepare now." Kaioshin Asen replied very respectfully. Yifeng looked at Broly lying on the ground, a conflicted expression on his face. Sigh, when Broly wakes up, how should he explain Paragus' death? At this moment, in the universe, a sinister plot was brewing. In the second universe, third universe, fourth universe, sixth universe, ninth universe, 10th universe, and 11th universe, the gods of destruction and supreme Kais were holding a mysterious meeting through the communication abilities of the angels. "Hey, I say you guys, are you plotting something again?" Kampa coldly said to the other gods of destruction through the angel's staff. "Come on, Kampa, we aren't plotting anything. If we get found out by the Omni King, we'll be erased," Quintella said coldly, smiling at Kampa. "Oh, if that's the case, why isn't Beerus attending this meeting?" Kampa narrowed his eyes and asked casually, "How could that guy attend such a meeting?" "I deliberately didn't let Beerus join," Quintella replied. "Kampa, you also dislike Beerus and those humans from the 7th universe, right? I heard you got beaten up by them," Quintella said with a very sinister tone, seemingly mocking him. "TCH, you bastard, as if you weren't beaten up yourself." Kampa gritted his teeth and said to Quintella. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy when discussing Yifeng, as it seemed all the gods of destruction present had been beaten by him. Subsequently, Kampa was kicked out of the group chat for his aggressive remarks. These bastards, they didn't even inform Beerus. They must be plotting something. Kampa rested his chin on his hand and thought. "Lord Kampa, are you worried about them being harmful to Lord Beerus?" Vados asked from the side. "TCH, how could that be? I would rather see the 7th universe erased by the Omni King," Kampa exclaimed, jumping up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. But I think those guys are definitely plotting against the 7th universe and the 6th universe. I need to discuss it with Beerus. Compa nodded as he spoke. He. Clearly concerned, but trying to act tough, Vados said with a smile, looking at Compa. These two brothers really have the same personality. Chapter 160. Assassins from Other Universes TCH. Less nonsense. Take me to the 7th universe quickly. Compa coldly pouted and said to Vados. Seeing Compa being tough, Vados didn't say much and could only take him away, disappearing into the realm of the 6th universe's god of destruction. Meanwhile, the group chat among the other gods of destruction continued. That human from the 7th universe is too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson in this tournament of power. After Compa left, Vermaud directly expressed his thoughts. That guy seems too strong. He is definitely not someone other universe humans can compare to. The god of destruction from the 10th universe, Ramushi, spoke up. They had personally experienced Yefeng's strength. Even the gods of destruction were no match for him, let alone humans. You don't need to worry about that. This time, 8 universes are participating in the tournament of power. Even if we remove the 6th universe, there are still 60 participants. Are we afraid we can't handle just him? Vermaud coldly continued. Perhaps after Jiren emerges, he can contend with Yefeng. Plus, with the strong ones from other universes, it's a sure thing. As long as we deal with Yefeng, the other people from the 7th universe are not a concern at all. Oh, such a thing is too ugly. The 2nd universe wouldn't do that. The god of destruction from the 2nd universe, Helios, said before directly hanging up the group chat video. If the 2nd universe gets eliminated, it can only mean that its fate. Even if erased by the Omni King, our universe will leave behind beauty and love. The 2nd universe chose to fight alone. Is there anyone who disagrees with my proposal? Vermaud asked the others. Now only he, Quitella, Ramushi, Sidra, and Mosco remained. Beep beep. A strange sound came from Mosco's mech. Lord Mosco agrees with the proposal. The angel canoply translated. The 9th universe agrees to team up. The 10th universe agrees to team up. Ramushi and Sidra nodded in agreement. This matter concerns the safety of the entire universe, and the 7th universe is the biggest thorn. As long as we take care of them, the rest will depend on our abilities. The 4th universe also agreed to the proposal. Quitella paused and suddenly spoke again. But I suggest we can make that guy from the 7th universe unable to participate. What do you mean? Hearing Quitella's words, the other gods of destruction were taken aback. It's very simple. Just eliminate that guy from the 7th universe. Quitella said with a sinister smile. But if the Omni King finds out, it would be very dangerous. Sidra was clearly hesitant. This approach carries great risk. Moreover, that human from the 7th universe seems to have some connections with the Omni King. Don't forget, the universe that loses the tournament will also be erased. Your 9th universe would probably be the first to be eliminated, right? Also, once he is dead, who will know it was us? Quitella continued. Since in terms of strength, the 9th universe is the weakest. As soon as the tournament of power begins, the 9th universe will definitely be the first to be eliminated. As for this matter, you can decide for yourselves. I want to participate. A glint of cunning flashed in Vermaud's eyes, and then he directly exited the group chat. Just kidding. Even though I want to incite everyone to team up against Yefeng, I want to engage in such murderous business. If the Omni King finds out, it would be disastrous. Besides, our 11th universe, as long as we deal with Yefeng, has a 99% chance of claiming the final victory. There is really no need to do something so desperate. More importantly, he was well aware of Yefeng's strength. He possesses destructive abilities, which the gods of destruction cannot kill. Let that idiot Quitella stir up trouble. Let him go. TCH, that bastard Vermaud actually bailed. Quitella was furious, but thinking about it, it made sense. The 10th universe's combat power is indeed very strong. So there is no need to take risks. However, they from the 4th universe and the 9th universe couldn't care so much. All right, we'll do it. As long as it's not done by our own hands, the Omni King probably won't know. Ramushi and Sidra nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the Kaishin realm, Broly had already woken up. I'm very sorry, Broly. I couldn't save your father. Looking at Broly, who had regained his senses, Yefeng said apologetically. Of course, that kind of apology was feigned. Paragus is dead, and I bet he doesn't even feel anything. It's okay, it's not your fault. Broly shook his head, feeling a bit down, but not overly sad. It was just a momentary loss of control over his emotions. Besides, he had fought alongside Yefeng at the time, so he had to take half the responsibility. Look, were those things? Suddenly, the Kaishin Asin spoke up in panic. Yifeng and Broly quickly looked up at the sky, where a dark mass was flying towards them. What's going on? How can those things enter the divine realm? The old Kaioshin looked at the dark figures in disbelief and said, this kind of thing in the divine realm isn't something just anyone can come to. Oomph. It goes without saying that these are guests from other universes. Yifeng slightly raised the corners of his mouth, looking at the approaching guys, and said, from them, he felt a familiar aura. Destructive power. He didn't expect those foolish guys to think of doing such a thing. It seems they plan to use the same method they used against Frisia to deal with him. However, with their level of destructive energy, even Frisia couldn't handle it. So how could they possibly be his opponents? These guys really aren't very bright. What? Guests from other universes? Should we notify Lord Beerus? King Kaioshin looked at Yifeng and asked, if they really are from other universes, it's obvious they're starting to target Yifeng. This matter must be reported to Lord Beerus, and then notify Lord Zeno. There is no need to trouble Beerus with such a small matter. If it escalates to the point where Lord Zeno finds out, wouldn't that be pointless? Yifeng's lips curved into a cold arc. Since they wanted to play with him, how could he let those so-called gods down? Chapter 161. Smash the Destruction God Ketral. Then, Yifeng suddenly leaped into the air, directly appearing in front of the group of guests from other universes. It's him. The target has appeared. A dog-headed man at the front looked at Yifeng and said to the people behind him, hey, which universe are you all from? Yifeng spoke coldly. Although he could clearly feel that these people came from several different universes, he still couldn't be sure which ones they were. Oomph. We won't say. The leading dog-headed man had a proud look, but before he could finish speaking, a beam of light instantly pierced through his chest. His pupils contracted, and then he fell limply to the ground, devoid of life. Which universe do you come from? Yifeng pointed at another person with his finger and coldly asked, don't waste your efforts. We are not. Just as the word not fell, the energy wave instantly penetrated the chest of the person who had spoken. In an instant, he was killed very decisively. Seeing their companion fall like this, fear appeared on everyone's faces. To say they weren't afraid would be a joke. After all, no one can stare death in the face, let alone watch their companions being killed one by one. That feeling was even more tormenting. Damn it, get him. Let's kill him together. Suddenly someone shouted, and the dark crowd charged towards Yifeng. TCH, ignorant things. Yifeng furrowed his brows, and a golden lightning bolt suddenly flashed from his fingertips. With a whoosh, in almost an instant, the golden lightning pierced through the hearts of hundreds of people. The figures in midair fell to the ground like dumplings. In just 10 seconds, nearly 1,000 people had been killed, leaving only 4 trembling individuals carrying destructive energy. No, don't be afraid, we still have our trump card, the leader, trembling, said to the other 3. Then, almost simultaneously, the 4 took out a destructive energy ball and hurled it towards Yifeng. TCH, it's indeed destructive energy. Yifeng glanced disdainfully at the purple energy balls and then blew a breath. Boom, boom, boom. 4 energy balls were directly blown away by Yifeng's breath and then exploded. What? What kind of guy is this? He can actually blow away destructive energy? Done. We're finished. Seeing the scene before them, despair appeared in the eyes of the 4. If this plan failed, they wouldn't survive. Whoosh. Almost simultaneously, 4 energy beams shot out, piercing through the hearts of the 4. Then, Yifeng slowly landed on the ground. Mr. Yifeng, why kill them all? Leaving one alive could help us find out who did this, the Kaioshin Exine asked, puzzled. Now we have no idea which universe wants to kill Yifeng. Oomph. Doesn't need to be asked. Take care of Broly for me. I'll go have a good talk with those destroyer gods. After Yifeng finished speaking to the god of destruction, Ashin, his body suddenly disappeared from the realm of gods. At this moment, in Universe 4, there was still no news about whether it succeeded or not. Katra was pacing back and forth, supporting his chin in the realm of gods. Logically, they should have returned by this time. No, could have failed? The god of destruction, Kor, from Universe 4, spoke with some concern. It would be best if this matter succeeded. If it failed and left behind evidence, then Universe 4 would be doomed. TCH, how could it possibly fail? Although that human is indeed a bit difficult to deal with, he is still just a mortal. The destruction energy can easily destroy him. Katra furrowed his brows tightly, but he still couldn't help feeling anxious. If they really got found out, although he had already prepared his excuses, it would still be troublesome. It seems you have quite a bit of confidence in your so-called destruction energy. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. The angel, Konik, suddenly looked towards Quitra's back. Lord Kitra, behind you. He then reminded. Kitra quickly turned around and saw that familiar figure, with the index and middle fingers just pointing at his forehead. Yifeng, how are you? What do you want to do? Quita instantly broke into a cold sweat, looking at Yifeng with a face full of fear. How did this guy suddenly appear in the fourth universe, and I didn't notice at all? Is this the destructive energy you take pride in? After Yifeng's voice fell, a purple energy ball suddenly appeared at his fingertips. What? Destruction energy? How can you control destruction energy too? Quitella panicked, completely panicked. He didn't expect that this annoying human actually mastered destruction energy like their god of destruction. The god of destruction, Kuro, beside him was so scared that he didn't dare to breathe. You're not qualified to know, but you need to understand that the consequences of assassinating me will be dire. After Yifeng's voice fell, he then kicked heavily at Quitra's chest. Bang! Quitra's body was instantly sent flying, crashing hard into a tree and directly breaking it in half. You damn bastard, I won't let you go. Anger surged in Quitra's eyes. Although this incident was caused by himself, being chased and beaten by a human to the divine realm was something he couldn't tolerate. Even Beerus would have to pay a heavy price today. Suddenly, golden flames began to swirl around Quitra's body. Since the destructive energy didn't kill this bastard, then I'll take care of it myself. Is that so? I just happen to have the same idea as you. After Yifeng's deep voice fell, he directly transformed into the full-power Super Saiyan form. Whoosh! The two of them almost simultaneously burst out. Boom! With a terrifying muffled sound, Quitra's body was sent flying out. Bang! Then his body was embedded into the mountainside. Lord Quitra, King Kai Kor, and Angel Conic both frowned. This human in front of them was indeed a bit too arrogant, actually beating up the god of destruction in the King Kai realm of the fourth universe. Yifeng's body flashed out again and directly slammed heavily into Quitra's stomach. A mouthful of murky liquid spewed from Quitra's mouth, and his body instantly penetrated through 100 jong high mountain peak. Chapter 162, Teaching the Destroyers a Lesson. As Quitra's body was sent flying backward, Yifeng quickly followed, appearing directly above Quitra, pressing down on his head and sliding a full 100 jong distance. The ground was plowed into a shocking scar. Damn human, let me go! Quitra roared in anger, but being pressed down so brutally by Yifeng, he couldn't break free at all. Yifeng's power was simply too terrifying. Moreover, Quitra's proud destructive energy posed no threat to Yifeng whatsoever. Filthy, shadowy rat, like you should be trampled underfoot. After Yifeng's voice fell, he heavily stepped on Quitra's chest. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out from Quitra's throat. The anger in his eyes seemed like it could burn the entire universe. At this moment, the Angel Conic and the Supreme, Kai Kol, quickly flew over. Mr. Yifeng, Lord Quitra is still a god of destruction. Your actions seem a bit excessive, Conic said calmly, looking at Yifeng. Excessive? I feel like it's still far from enough. Yifeng increased the strength under his feet. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they do offend me, then they can only apologize. In the past, Yifeng thought this saying was very pretentious, but now he found it quite practical. If Quitra hadn't been thinking of eliminating him, he would walk his own path and wouldn't bother looking for trouble. However, now that Quitra had murderous intentions toward him, if he continued to be overly benevolent, that would be foolish. Hiss! Quitra groaned in pain, his face flushed red. Being stepped on like this by Yifeng made it hard for him to breathe. Yifeng, don't go too far. If you keep messing around like this, I will immediately report you to the king of all. The god of destruction, Kor, directly threatened Yifeng. Go ahead, and by the way, tell the king of all that the four of you from the universes are teaming up to eliminate me. Yifeng waved his hand at Kor and spoke. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Kor immediately fell silent. He knew in his heart that they didn't dare to seek out the king. If their assassination of Yifeng were to be exposed, they might be eliminated by the king right away. Hey, little mouse, tell me who the other three destroyers are? Yifeng's cold gaze fell on Quitella as he asked. It wasn't that he was afraid to kill Quitella, but there would be a bit of trouble, and there was no need for that now. Moreover, with an angel nearby, he might not even be able to kill him. After giving him a good beating and humiliating him, Yifeng's mood seemed to improve a lot. Quitella furrowed his brows tightly, his face flushed from the humiliation. The greatest humiliation since he became a god of destruction. Being trampled by a human. The third universe, the ninth universe, and the 10th universe. Quitella gritted his teeth and spoke each word clearly. The reason he revealed this was naturally part of his plan. He wanted Yifeng to offend all the gods of destruction, preferably to kill Ramses or Sidra. That way, Lord Zeno would definitely erase him. Bang! After Quitella finished speaking, Yifeng kicked him hard in the face, and Quitella fainted. One day I will kill you. Yifeng's eyes shot out a sharp light as he spoke in a low voice. But now is not the time. I am not strong enough yet. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yi Feng disappeared from the 4th universe. Since the 3rd universe, 9th universe, and 10th universe are all involved, how can I let them be so comfortable? It's too arrogant. Am I just going to let that bastard go unchecked? After Yi Feng left, Kor said angrily. He actually went to the 4th universe and brutally beat up the god of destruction of the 4th universe. This is a huge humiliation for the entire 4th universe. Otherwise, can you defeat him? Also, he should be grateful that he didn't directly seek out the Omni King. Otherwise, the 4th universe might have already been erased. The angel Kana glanced at Kor and said, "Damn it." Kor clenched his fists tightly. Since that's the case, we can only accept the suggestion from Wei Mei and join forces to defeat the 7th universe at the Tournament of Power. Half a day's time quickly passed. Yi Feng returned to the Kaioshin realm. "How is it, Mr. Yi Feng?" Kaioshin Asin curiously ran over and asked. He had been worried that Yi Feng might have killed the other gods of destruction in a fit of anger, which would have caused some trouble. "It's fine. I just gave those gods of destruction a simple lesson," Yi Feng said lightly, as if he were talking about something very trivial. "Oh, that's good. The king of the universe." Xan quickly nodded. As long as no one was killed, there shouldn't be any major issues. After all, it was the destroyer from another universe who had acted first. Now, even if Yi Feng had given him a beating, he could only suffer in silence, unable to express his grievances. "All right, I'll take Broly back to Earth now." Yi Feng took Broly away. Since Broly still cannot control his powerful energy, he needs to be trained properly. This training period is expected to be quite long, and if they're in the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth, he will have enough time to help Broly control his energy. Meanwhile, on Earth, Beerus, Kampa, and others gathered together rarely. "Hey, Kampa, I didn't expect you to tell me this," Beerus said with some disbelief after hearing Kampa's words. After all, he and Kampa have always been at odds. And now Kampa actually informed him that Quitella and the others were planning to unite against Universe 7. This indeed surprised him. "Humph, do you think I'm like you, without any feelings?" Kampa retorted. "Besides, just because I told you this doesn't mean we VE reconciled." Kampa raised his head high and said to Beerus, before starting to eat the delicious food in front of him, "It must be said that the food on Earth is truly captivating. TCH, you really are hard to like," Beerus remarked as he glanced at Kampa. Just then, Yi Feng suddenly appeared before Beerus and Kampa with Broly. "Oh, Kampa? I didn't expect you to be in Universe 7. Yi Feng said, a bit surprised to see Kampa sitting opposite Beerus. "Where's the little girl next to you?" Kampa scoffed. "What kind of look is that? Can't I come to Universe 7? Clearly, although he was a bit wary of Yi Feng, he still had to maintain the dignity of a god of destruction. "You're quite perceptive, not causing trouble with Quitella and those fools." Yi Feng glanced at Xiangpa and smiled lightly as he spoke. Originally, Yi Feng thought that someone as petty as Xiangpa would team up with Quitella and the others to cause trouble after being beaten by him. After all, during the Universal Tournament, he had allied with other destroyers to deal with Beerus. It seems that this guy still has a bit of conscience. However, his luck is indeed good. Otherwise, he would probably still be unconscious right now. "Yi Feng, did you just say Quitella and the others are causing trouble in Universe 403? What does that mean?" Beerus looked at Yi Feng and quickly asked. Since Yi Feng mentioned it, it must be something serious. "Ah, Kitla, Mosk, Sidra, and Ramushi sent someone to the Kaioshin realm to assassinate me. But the person they sent was killed by me," Yi Feng said in a calm tone. "What?" Beerus tightly clenched his fists, anger flaring in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Those bastards, how dare they do such a thing? I will never let them go. Whis, go to the king of all's palace right now. Yi Feng is their ace player from the 7th universe, and those bastards actually dared to attempt assassination. If the Omni King finds out about this, they will definitely not be spared. Oomph. Those idiots from Katra are really foolish to think about sending someone to assassinate you. TSK. Even if the 4 of them went to assassinate, they probably wouldn't succeed either. Ha. This made Xiangpa laugh. Usually, Katra seems to be quite smart. How could he be so foolish this time? If Yi Feng could be easily killed, he would have been killed back in the 6th universe. Oh, it seems Lord Xiangpa is being clever for once. Bardos did not give Xiangpa any face and directly insulted him. "Lord Beerus, are you really determined to find the Omni King? You must understand that whoever angers the Omni King might lead to the power tournament not proceeding. And the Omni King could eliminate all the universes." Whis reminded him at this moment. The Omni King's personality is indeed something no one can fathom. And he could definitely do such a thing. That makes sense. The anger in Beerus's eyes suddenly diminished significantly. Whis was absolutely right. This is probably why Katra and the others are so bold. Because their universe's overall strength is relatively weak, they resorted to such underhanded tactics. But can we just let them off like this? It's really frustrating. Beerus clenched his fists, really want to beat those guys up. However, gods of destruction cannot fight amongst themselves, and that feeling is really hard to bear. Don't be so frustrated. I've already given them a good lesson. And they're probably still unconscious now. Looking at the furious Beerus, Yifeng said, the steel armor of the god of destruction from the third universe, Mosk, has already been turned into a pile of scrap metal by me, and Mosk was also beaten up by me. As for the big bearded Sidra and the elephant-like Ramses, I just left them with a breath of life. Although the punishment wasn't severe, it should serve as a lesson for them. What? A god of destruction was beaten into unconsciousness? This kind of thing probably only you can do. Xiang Pa frowned tightly and said in a low voice, now that I think about it, I seem to be the first god of destruction to be knocked out by Yifeng, which is quite embarrassing. But fortunately, I didn't follow Katra and those guys to mess around this time. Otherwise, my fate would probably be the same. Oof, those bastards deserve it. But during the Tournament of Power, we can properly deal with those universe's fighters. Beerus said coldly, especially that white rat, Katra. Just thinking about it is annoying. Oh, by the way, is he the last fighter you mentioned participating in the Tournament of Power? At this moment, Beerus finally turned his gaze toward Broly, who was behind Yifeng. He was a bit too angry just now, so he didn't pay attention to Broly. Yes, his name is Broly, and he is also a Saiyan. Yifeng nodded, then patted Broly's shoulder and said to him, just eat whatever you want if you're hungry. Saiyan? He doesn't seem very strong. Beerus said, slightly disappointed. I originally thought that the contestant Yifeng recommended would definitely be strong, but I can't feel any powerful aura at all. Lord Beerus, I can sense something similar to Mr. Yifeng from his body, said Whis. What? Beerus and Kampa were both taken aback, looking at the gluttonous Broly with incredulous expressions. Things similar to Leaf Maple? Well, Weiss is absolutely right. Broly and my Saiyan bloodline are exactly the same. Perhaps in a year, he will be able to surpass Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa. Yifeng raised the corners of his mouth and joked. Although it was a joke, the likelihood of such a thing happening was still quite high. What do you think of the god of destruction? Is he someone anyone can beat up? Oomph. After hearing Yifeng's words, Xiang Pa suddenly felt that the 0-3 delicacy in front of him no longer seemed appealing. However, he was considering whether he should take this opportunity to reconcile with Beerus, and then confront other universes during the Tournament of Power. After all, with these two deities in Universe 7, they could probably hold out until the end. Mr. Yifeng, where's the little girl you were with? While everyone was eating, Beerus suddenly asked casually. Huh? As Beerus's voice fell, everyone looked at him with strange expressions. Beerus, what did you just ask? Xiangpa looked at Beerus in surprise, doubting whether he had heard correctly. Whis also turned his surprised gaze toward Beerus, thinking that his sister seemed a bit different. During the overview of the tournament, she had shown great interest in Yifeng. Chapter 164. The perfect fusion of Super Saiyan 2 and Ultra Instinct. Beerus was also puzzled. In his memory, Beerus indeed liked to joke, but it was usually just to tease Xiangpa. Now he was unexpectedly asking such a question about Yifeng, which really caught everyone off guard. Even Yifeng looked surprised and hurriedly said, She's at home. Beerus, you don't like me, do you? Yifeng suddenly smiled and squinted his eyes at Bestows, asking. Otherwise, he was asking his name for the first time, and now he was actually concerned about Lotzi Li. This made him doubt her intentions. Little guy, don't be so self-absorbed, I was just asking casually. Besides, if you want me to like you, you have to be stronger than me. Bestows, however, did not care about the gazes of others and said, Stronger than you? Don't worry, that's not a problem at all. Yifeng said confidently, My goal now is to surpass the angels, and I should not be too far from this goal. Ho! Weici looked at Bardock 09S, her eyes slightly narrowing. Although her sister was acting very calm, there was always a feeling that something was off. After finishing their meal, Yifeng directly took Broly to the hyperbolic time chamber. He planned to spend 1 or 2 years training Broly to stabilize his energy control. Ideally, he would reach the full power Super Saiyan form, which would probably give him a fighting chance even against Jiren. Hey Beerus, how about the 6th and 7th universes team up for this power tournament? Kampa suddenly spoke up. What? Team up? Did I hear that right, Kampa? You're actually asking to team up with the 7th universe? Beerus said casually while picking his teeth. He knew Kampa's little schemes all too well. He was merely eyeing Yifeng's strength. If the 7th universe didn't have Yifeng, Kampa probably wouldn't even consider teaming up. I'm being very serious, Beerus. Other universes have already teamed up, and although Yifeng is strong, do you really think he can handle 50 or 60 fighters at once? You know, there are quite a few powerful individuals in the other universes. Kampa said with a sly smile. Hearing Kampa's words, Beerus pondered. Although he understood Kampa's motives, there was some truth in what Kampa said. There were definitely strong fighters among the other universes, and if it were just Yi Feng alone, he really wouldn't be able to cope. Moreover, the current situation was quite clear. Aside from the sixth universe, the other universes had likely reached a consensus, which was very unfavorable for the seventh universe. Come on, Beerus, you've seen the strength of Hit and Caulifla from our sixth universe. They won't lose to your Goku and Vegeta from the seventh universe. Seeing Beerus wavering, a cunning glint flashed in Kampa's eyes as he quickly spoke up. Although Beerus was somewhat reluctant to team up with Kampa, what he said made a lot of sense. If Caulifla and Hit became opponents, it would indeed be quite troublesome. All right, I agree, but after we eliminate the other universes, we won't hold back. Beerus waved his hand, a bit impatiently, towards Kampa. Hey, at that time, who wins and who loses is still uncertain. So don't get too complacent, Beerus. Kampa said with a sly smile. TCH, what an annoying laugh. Beerus frowned, feeling that Kampa was up to something bad. Meanwhile, in the hyperbolic time chamber of the Heavenly God Temple, Broly, I'm going to train you for at least a year from now on. This year will probably be very dull. Yi Feng said seriously to Broly. In fact, Broly originally didn't like fighting very much. On the contrary, he preferred peace. Yi Feng had put in a lot of effort to convince him. Of course, this wasn't entirely to prepare for the Tournament of Power, as he could easily sweep the entire arena by himself. However, there were too many strong fighters in this world, and one never knows when someone stronger than an angel or even the Grand Priest might suddenly appear. Therefore, Broly's remarkable talent should not be wasted. If the time really comes when battle is necessary, at least Broly could be of great help. I understand. Broly nodded, his eyes filled with determination. After all, he had lived on planet Vampa for decades, so this kind of monotony was already something he was used to. Good. Then try to transform into a Super Saiyan while controlling your rationality. While Yi Feng and Broly were training in the hyperbolic time chamber, the other contestants were not idle. Vegeta and Trunks were training hard in a gravity chamber with 300 times the normal gravity. Moreover, Vegeta's instruction was very strict, as long as he didn't feel tired. Training couldn't stop. Of course, he kept his power at a level similar to Trunks. Gohan and Piccolo were also working hard on their training. Originally, Goku wanted to guide Gohan, but Gohan refused. The reason was simple. He was more accustomed to Uncle Piccolo's training methods. Meanwhile, Goku was training with Goten on the back mountain of Boo's house. Just like that, 2 days quickly passed. At this moment, Yi Feng and Broly also emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. Time really flies. He originally thought a year would be enough, but unexpectedly, 2 years had already passed so quickly. Yi Feng sighed with a faint smile. However, the past 2 years have brought significant gains. Broly's progress is even faster than he imagined, and he can now fully master the energy of Super Saiyan 2. More importantly, he has combined Super Saiyan 2 with perfect Ultra Instinct. Although he cannot guarantee defeating with 100%, he should be close. If his strength reaches the level of an angel, it means his next goal is the Grand Minister. What a daunting mountain to climb. Just thinking about the unfathomable aura of the Grand Minister made Yi Feng smile bitterly. Mr. Yi Feng, Mr. Broly, you finally came out. At this moment, Dandy walked over with a smile. Vegeta and Trunks followed closely behind. Are you that Saiyan? The moment he saw Broly, an unpleasant expression appeared in Vegeta's eyes, and he clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 165. Arrival at the Realm of Nothingness. Who are you? Looking at the displeased Vegeta, Broly spoke. During the 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, his growth has not only been in strength but also in temperament. I am Prince Vegeta. Vegeta directly stated his long-in-use title. Vegeta? So you're the one whose father exiled us to planet Vampa. Upon hearing this name, a fierce look suddenly appeared in Broly's eyes. When his father was alive, he constantly reminded him that their enemies were King Vegeta and Vegeta. If he could ever leave planet Vampa, he must seek revenge on Vegeta. Now, he finally meets Vegeta. Are you talking about King Vegeta? What he did has nothing to do with me. But if you want to fight, I'm always ready. Vegeta said, a cold smile on his lips. So, he is an exiled Saiyan by King Vegeta. No wonder he has no impression of him. TCH. A beast like light suddenly appeared in Broly's eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, and a grass-green aura began to rise from his body. Then the entire Kai's temple started to tremble. Vegeta also clenched his fists and transformed into a Super Saiyan, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Dandy and Trunks looked at the two in panic. Why do these people like to fight as soon as they meet? Hey, are you two ignoring me? Just as the battle was about to break out, Yi Feng suddenly spoke coldly. As Yi Feng's voice fell, Vegeta quickly returned to his normal state. He could flaunt his strength in front of the Saiyan before him, but he held absolute caution and respect for Yifeng. As for Broly, it could be said that he had been scared during these 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber. You two can fight whenever you want after the Tournament of Power is over, but for now, just hold it in. Yefeng looked at Vegeta, then at Broly, and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yefeng." Vegeta quickly spoke to Yefeng. After that, he looked at Trunks and said, "Let's go." The two entered the hyperbolic time chamber, and the fierce look in Broly's eyes gradually softened. "Let's go, Broly. We'll go eat first." Days passed, and there was still 1 day until the Tournament of Power. Yefeng, Goku, the 10 contestants should be fine, right? Beerus and Whis returned to Earth to ensure that this time's contestants for the Tournament of Power were foolproof. Yefeng, Broly, me and Vegeta, Gohan and Piccolo, Goten and Trunks, Majin Buu and Tien Shinhan. Just right. Sun Wukong counted on his fingers, just 10. Well, that's good. Beerus nodded, then turned his gaze to Broly. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, what Whis and Yefeng said is indeed true. In such a short time, the guy actually made me feel uncomfortable. Although that discomfort can't be compared to Yefeng, it's definitely more than Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Science. It seems I really underestimated them before. Everyone, it's bad. Bu has fallen asleep. At that moment, Satan suddenly ran over, panicking and speaking to the crowd. What? He fell asleep at this time? That's really unfortunate. Sun Wukong shouted. If that's the case, doesn't that mean we have 1 less contestant? TSK. How could this happen at such a critical moment? Beerus gritted his teeth, clearly furious. If we can't find a 10th contestant before tomorrow, it will be a disaster. Hey, is there any way to wake him up? Beerus, holding back his anger, asked Satan. I've tried everything, but once Bu falls into deep sleep, he won't wake up for 2 months. Satan looked at Beerus in fear and quickly replied, if there was a way to wake him up, I wouldn't have come here. That damn bastard, if he drops the ball now, I'll destroy him. Beerus's expression was cold. This was not a joke. It seems Mr. Bu is very much like Lord Beerus. Whis suddenly covered his mouth and laughed. TSK, you wouldn't be so relaxed if you could be erased by the Omni King. Beerus glared fiercely at Whis. One must admire the importance of having a good father. What should we do if Bu can't participate in the tournament? Sun Wukong scratched his head, looking troubled. Waking him up was quite a hassle. Hey, is it really a big problem if Bu doesn't participate? Seeing the forlorn expressions on Beerus and Sun Wukong's faces, Yefeng couldn't help but speak up. I'm the main character. As long as I'm on the field, the 7th universe will remain undefeated. Whether the last contestant is Majin Buu or a regular weakling, does it really affect the outcome of the match? Hearing Yefeng's words, Beerus finally reacted. As long as Yefeng, Broly, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta are there, there's almost no risk. So it really doesn't matter whether Majin Buu can participate. As long as the 4 of them make it to the end, the 7th universe is guaranteed to win. In the end, Krillin was confirmed as the last contestant. Frankly speaking, he was just there to fill the numbers. As for whether the last person was Golden Frieza or Krillin, it made no difference at all. Early the next morning, Whis came to take everyone to the venue of the Tournament of Power, the Null Realm. Grand Minister, all the warriors of the 7th universe are ready. Whis looked up and said to the sky, I understand. With the Grand Minister's voice, Yefeng and the others were enveloped by a white light. Then they disappeared from Earth. When they reappeared, everyone had arrived in the Null Realm. Is this the Null Realm? It doesn't seem to be much different. Yifeng glanced around and murmured to himself. In addition to the enormous arena, there were several large floodlights overhead. Below the arena was an endless abyss, shrouded in darkness. Just then, competitors from other universes began to appear on the stage one after another. Chapter 166, Jiren. I will defeat you. The 2nd universe is mainly led by Ribrian, Kakunsa, and Rose, while the rest of the participants don't stand out in any significant way. The 3rd universe is primarily led by scientists Paparoni, Panchia, and Poreda. Although their individual combat power isn't particularly strong, the combined form of Kiiki Aurita is definitely not to be underestimated. The 4th universe, with Ganache, Darkly, and Shosa, has sufficient strength, but lacks any particularly powerful abilities. In the 6th universe, Hit, Kale, Caulifla, and Gabe have noticeably increased their energy levels. The 9th universe is mainly led by the Dangerous Trio, while the rest can be likened to rotten fish and shrimp. The 10th universe features fighters like Morichimu, Napapa, and Lilibiwu. The 11th universe, led by Jiren, Topo, and Dispo, has other members of the Pride Troopers trailing behind. However, judging solely by their lineup, the 11th universe is undoubtedly the strongest. Wow, so many powerful fighters. Sun Wukong excitedly looked at the strong competitors from other universes, his face showing an expression of exhilaration. It seemed that every universe's contestants were particularly formidable. At this moment, Vegeta turned his gaze to the 11th universe, as he could sense that the only real threats were from the 11th universe and hit from the 6th universe. The others posed no threat to him at all. It seems Jiren has also become much stronger. He truly is a genius of the 11th universe. Yifeng looked at Jiren and could sense a very strong energy fluctuation from his body. This guy is much stronger than he was during their last battle. It seems that defeating him had a significant impact on him. While Yifeng and the others were observing the other universes, the attention of the other universe contestants and the gods of destruction seemed to be focused on Universe 7. To be precise, it was focused on Yifeng. TCH, that bastard. I have to eliminate him first today. Katra clenched his fists tightly, the anger in his eyes solidifying into something palpable. You three must perform well and throw those guys from Universe 7 off the stage one by one. Sidra's anger and hatred were no less than Quitra's as he viciously said to Belgamer, Lavanda, and Bazel. That bastard, Ajef, knocked himself out in my universe. He must pay a heavy price. He must understand how foolish it is to be an enemy of the gods of destruction. Understood, Lord Sidra. We won't be careless this time like last time. The dangerous trio nodded seriously. Universe 7 was their primary target for attack. Next, Universes 10 and 3 also confirmed their attack targets, which were Universe 7. Although Yifeng was very strong, how could he avoid being eliminated if, at the end of the Tournament of Power, only he remained as the contestant from Universe 7? Jiren, you should know who your opponent is this time, right? Wymide's eyes flickered with a sinister light as he spoke to Jiren. Don't worry, I will fight until the end and ensure that Universe 11 remains. Jiren calmly replied to Wymide. He then stepped forward towards Universe 7. Top. Everyone's gaze turned to Jiren. Although most of the people in the arena had their sights set on Universe 7 and Yifeng, the battle had not yet begun. So many would not actively greet Universe 7. Therefore, Jiren's actions left everyone puzzled. Finally, Jiren stopped in front of Yifeng and said coldly, I will defeat you this time. His voice was icy, filled with confidence. Is that so? Then you might be disappointed. I said that after your loss last time. The gap between us would only grow larger. Yifeng smiled faintly and spoke. There was no denying that Jiren had become stronger, but there was still a huge gap between him and himself. This guy, Jiren, had an unfathomable feeling about him. Vegeta furrowed his brows tightly and looked at Jiren, saying in a low voice, I originally thought Toppo was the strongest in Universe 11, but I never expected this big-eyed monster in front of me to far surpass Toppo. Hey, you guy. Son Goku was about to greet Jiren when Jiren coldly glanced at him and said in an icy tone, Get lost. I'm not interested in you. What? Son Goku's expression changed suddenly, and he felt a surge of fear. The moment Jiren locked eyes on him, he sensed a threat of death. Too strong. It seems like you have become a target. Make sure you don't get eliminated right at the start. After Jiren finished speaking to Yifeng, he returned to Universe 11. At this moment, Hit, Caulifla, and Kaba from Universe 6 walked over to Universe 7. Master Vegeta. Kaba greeted Vegeta cheerfully, completely like a little child. TCH, I'm not your master, Vegeta scoffed. Hey, you guys. Last time we lost because we didn't know what Super Saiyans were, but this time, we won't lose again. Caulifla said confidently. Now, I have mastered a power even stronger than Super Saiyan. Kale stood behind Caulifla, looking timid. Hey, even though our two universes will be teaming up this time, I believe there will definitely be a chance to fight, and I will definitely defeat you. Hit said to Yifeng calmly. Why can't you all face your own strength? Yifeng smiled and looked at Hit, saying, Do they think they can improve their strength while I'm just sleeping? It seems that every competitor from different universes is quite strong. What should we do? Krillin looked at the other competitors with a face full of terror, feeling that those guys are really strong. Don't be afraid, Krillin. If we stick together, we won't be easily defeated. Tien Shinhan frowned and said to Krillin. In truth, he was also quite nervous. After all, compared to the other competitors, he and Krillin were just there to fill the numbers. Yes, we will unite when the time comes. Son Gohan nodded, which was also the strategy in his heart. Chapter 167, Topo VS. Son Goku. It seems that all the participating universes and competitors have gathered here. Next, we will listen to the wonderful speech from Lord Zeno. The Grand Priest's voice echoed throughout the void. Everyone's gaze turned to the Grand Priest and Zeno's position. At this moment, Zeno also stood up from his throne, excitedly addressing everyone. Welcome everyone here. I have been looking forward to this match for a long time. Please enjoy the competition. Zeno's speech was very brief and his actions somewhat silly. All the competitors from different universes frowned, looking at Zeno. Their lives were in the hands of this little guy, which was quite frustrating. All right, thank you, Lord Zeno, for the wonderful speech. Now, allow me to reiterate the rules of the Tournament of Power. The Grand Priest's body suddenly appeared on the giant time pillar in the center of the arena. First, the duration of the Tournament of Power is 100 ticks. When the pillar in the center of the arena is parallel to the ground, the Tournament of Power officially ends. Second, no weapons other than one's own abilities may be used, and you cannot kill your opponent. In short, you must eliminate your opponent from the arena through defeat, knockout, surrender, etc. As long as a person is still in the arena, they are not considered eliminated. Third, any flying abilities are strictly prohibited, except for those with wings. And you cannot use any items to recover stamina. That concludes the introduction of the rules. The Tournament of Power officially begins. After the Grand Priest finished speaking, he appeared next to Zeno. At this moment, all the competitors from different universes were watching closely, but no one took the first shot. Listen to me. This time, we should adopt a strategy of teamwork. Let's form a circle back-to-back. When the enemies come, 2 or more people can fight together. The Tournament of Power has begun, Son Gohan quickly said to everyone. This is the best approach. TCH, boring strategy. Vegeta snorted coldly and directly walked towards the arena. With the launch of an energy ball, the battle erupted instantly. Then I'll join the fight too. Sun Wukong excitedly bumped his fists and headed towards the battlefield as well. Next was Broly, who clearly didn't want to implement the strategy mentioned by Son Gohan. Hey Goten, let us go have some fun, Trunks said excitedly to Son Goten. After Son Goten nodded, the two rushed into the arena. Goten, Trunks, those two idiots. Son Gohan muttered. What are they making a fuss about? Father and Uncle Vegeta are both very strong, but Goten and Trunks can easily be eliminated in this kind of battle. Don't mind Gohan, it's just to be expected, Piccolo said calmly. Those two, Son Wukong and Vegeta, won't listen to any teamwork, especially when they are together. Trunks and Goten have completely inherited the excellent genes of Vegeta and Son Wukong. I realized this when dealing with Majin Buu. Trying to control them is not easy. As for that Broly, it seems only Yifeng can manage him. Huh, Mr. Yifeng, aren't you planning to fight? Son Gohan suddenly noticed that Yifeng was still standing in place, which surprised him. I plan to join you all in teamwork. Yifeng smiled and said, Julian and Hit haven't made a move yet. As for the other contestants, I have no interest in them at all. It's better to just stay here and wait for them to come to us. Great. Let's form a circle now. Son Wukong said excitedly. If Yifeng doesn't go out, then the 5 of them are definitely safe. Klin and Tianjin Fan felt relieved. With Yifeng around, there really isn't much to be afraid of. Boom! At this moment, the central arena had already erupted with deafening explosions, and colorful energy balls were continuously detonating. Jiren, let's go fight too. Toppo glanced at Jiren and said, First, let's eliminate the other guys from Universe 7. Once it's just Yifeng left, no matter how strong he is, he definitely won't be able to face dozens of people alone. After saying that, Toppo, Dispo, Kale, and others directly joined the battle. Wow, such an intense fight. It's really exciting, isn't it? Kale, let's go fight. After Karifla excitedly said this, she transformed into a Super Saiyan and joined the battle. Kale quickly followed behind Karifla, and then Gabe, Bergamo, Magetta, and others also joined the fight one after another. The entire arena was extremely intense, with energy balls exploding continuously. Wow, how intense. So exciting, Grand Priest. The Omni King exclaimed with excitement as he watched the situation in the arena, speaking to the Grand Priest. It really is quite intense. The Grand Priest replied, then glanced at Yifeng and Jiren. The real battle didn't seem to have started yet. Boom! At this moment, Son Goku was fighting the robot Baera from Universe 3, when suddenly a yellow energy ball exploded between the two of them. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Son Goku. Yo, Toppo, haha, are you looking to fight me? Son Goku said excitedly as he looked at Toppo. Although he didn't get a chance to train with Toppo during the Tournament of Power, he felt that Toppo was very strong. He didn't expect Toppo to actively seek him out this time. Son Goku, you should step down. You're not my opponent, Toppo commanded Son Goku in a cold tone. Haha, try to eliminate me isn't that easy. Son Goku suddenly grinned, clenched his fists tightly, and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Seeing Toppo appear, Baera wisely backed off, because Lord Moskov had instructed that their common goal with Universe 11 was Universe 7. Boring transformation, go down. Toppo suddenly threw a punch at Son Goku. Watching the rapidly approaching fist, Son Goku quickly crossed his arms to block in front of his chest. Boom! The next second, Son Goku was directly sent flying by Toppo's punch, sliding back dozens of meters along the ground. Chapter 168, Super Saiyan Broly, Unleashing Great Power. You're quite strong, aren't you? Son Goku looked at Toppo, excitement evident in his eyes. Undeniably, Toppo's strength was formidable, definitely comparable to his Super Saiyan Blue. However, the battle had just begun, and not even a minute had passed, so Son Goku didn't plan to transform into Super Saiyan Blue directly, because that would consume too much stamina. The next second, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged at Toppo. Bang bang bang. The two fists collided continuously, and it was clear that Toppo was also holding back. After all, their goal in Universe 11 was ultimate victory, so it was impossible for them to exhaust their stamina just for Son Goku. As their fists kept colliding, it seemed that the others were also intentionally giving space for Son Goku and Toppo's fight. While Son Goku and Toppo were engaged in battle, Broly was surrounded by the others from Universe 10. The members of Universe 10, Murichimu, Napapa, and Rubalt, along with the fighters from Universe 9, Oregon, and Sissup, were all known for their strength. Murichimu was a gigantic ascetic, and Napapa was known as the boundary magician of the earth, a very powerful sumo wrestler. Rubalt was a soldier forged by the fires of war. As for the two from Universe 9, one had spider web-like threads capable of binding enemies, and the other was known as the freezing warrior Sissup, who could reach absolute zero. You guys from Universe 7 should just roll off early and not force us to take action, Rubalt coldly said to Broly. It was indeed a bit of overkill for 5 of them to team up against a single Saiyan from Universe 7. Broly merely looked coldly at the few of them, not saying a word. The guys in front of him weren't even worthy of being his opponents. TCH, that guy seems indifferent. If that's the case, then let me push him off. Napapa cracked his knuckles confidently. He was the strongest warrior in Universe 10. Boom, boom, boom. Napapa charged at Broly, the ground seeming to tremble beneath him. Get down. Napapa swung his fist directly at Broly's face, this punch possessing immense power. He could definitely eliminate the guy from Universe 7 in front of him. Bang. The next second, the punch landed squarely on Broly's face. Chapter 168, Super Saiyan Broly, Unleashing Great Power. Please auto-subscribe. You're quite strong, aren't you? Son Goku looked at Toppo, excitement evident in his eyes. Undeniably, Toppo's strength was formidable, definitely comparable to his Super Saiyan Blue. However, the battle had just begun, and not even a minute had passed, so Son Goku didn't plan to transform into Super Saiyan Blue directly, because that would consume too much stamina. The next second, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged at Toppo. Bang bang bang. The two fists collided continuously, and it was clear that Toppo was also holding back. After all, their goal in Universe 11 was ultimate victory, so it was impossible for them to exhaust their stamina just for Son Goku. As their fists kept colliding, it seemed that the others were also intentionally giving space for Son Goku and Toppo's fight. While Son Goku and Toppo were engaged in battle, Broly was surrounded by the others from Universe 10. The members of Universe 10, Murichimu, Napapa, and Rubalt, along with the fighters from Universe 9, Oregon, and Sissup, were all known for their strength. Murichimu was a gigantic ascetic, and Napapa was known as the boundary magician of the earth, a very powerful sumo wrestler. Rubalt was a soldier forged by the fires of war. As for the two from Universe 9, one had spider web-like threads capable of binding enemies, and the other was known as the freezing warrior Sissup, who could reach absolute zero. You guys from Universe 7 should just roll off early and not force us to take action, Rubart coldly said to Broly. It's really overkill for the 5 of them to team up against a Saiyan from Universe 7. Broly merely glanced at the few of them coldly and did not speak. This guy in front of him simply wasn't worthy of being his opponent. TCH, that guy seems indifferent. Since that's the case, let me push him down, Napapa confidently said as he cracked his knuckles. He is the strongest warrior of Universe 10. Boom! Napapa charged directly towards Broly, causing the ground to shake. Get down! Napapa swung his fist directly at Broly's face, a move packed with immense power. He could definitely eliminate this guy from Universe 7. Bang! In the next second, his fist accurately hit Broly's face. At the same time, as they faced their opponents and enemies, Muley Chimu and Rubart suddenly protected Yefeng's body. Napapa showed a look of surprise, then countless spider, silk-like threads appeared from his hands, tightly binding Chimu and Rubart together. Like Mantai, look at this. Ogun quickly said, what are these two bastards trying to do? It was only then that they realized they were allies with Universe 9, yet also opponents. If it were themselves, they would have made the same choice. After that, a wave of energy hit Broly and Muley Chimu, freezing the three of them into ice sculptures, lightly eliminating four. This is indeed an unexpected gain. They smiled, not expecting the start to go so smoothly. Just as they were feeling happy, a grass-green energy suddenly erupted around the frozen Broly. Suddenly melting, Napapa roared, transforming Broly into Super Saiyan form in an instant. Energy orbs flew out in all directions, raining down on the arena like hail. Rubart and Muley Chimu, still bound together, were directly knocked back. After transforming, Broly flashed and appeared directly behind Ogun and Sissup. Get down! With a kick, he sent both of them flying off the stage. The energy orbs continued to explode on the arena. Chapter 169. Does a Tookie dare to shout? When Broly transformed into Super Saiyan, many eyes turned towards him, filled with apprehension. They did not expect the contestant from Universe 7 to be so monstrous. What? Who is that guy? How can his energy be so strong? Katra from Universe 4 frowned tightly as he looked at Broly. After transforming on the stage, Broly looked almost identical to Yeffing, especially with that grass-green energy surrounding him. They originally thought the strongest in Universe 7 besides Yeffing was Goku and Vegeta, but now it seemed their spy's information was inaccurate. At this moment, not only Katra, but Sidra and Lamsey's faces looked even worse, especially Lamsey, whose pink skin was almost turning black from anger. Just like that, their universe had been eliminated 3 contestants. Universe 9, Ogun and Sissup were eliminated, leaving 8 remaining contestants. Universe 10, Muley Chimu and Rubart were eliminated, leaving 7 remaining contestants. The voice of the Grand Priest echoed again, making Lamsey's face look even worse. Sidra, what do you mean by this? You promised to team up, yet those 2 bastards from your universe resorted to underhanded tactics. Lamsey angrily looked at Sidra and asked, if the 2 bastards from Universe 9 had teamed up just now, that Saiyan from Universe 7 would probably have been eliminated. Indeed, we did team up, God of Destruction Lamsey, but you need to understand that even if we teamed up, there can only be one winning universe in the end. The one who spoke was not Sidra, but the Kaioshin of Universe 9, Lore, who looked at Lamsey with a cold smile. TCH, you bastard, be careful I destroy you. Lamsey was furious. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was a Kaioshin, he would have wanted to destroy him immediately. At this moment on the stage, even Jiren, who hadn't made a move, glanced at Broly. Because from Broly, Jiren felt a familiar aura. Just then, a purple figure suddenly appeared in front of Broly. Get lost, Broly said coldly. Hee, you're pretty good. Let me take care of you. The newcomer was the 11th universe's speedster, Dispo. Hey, Beerus, is that guy your cousin? Why does he have the same disgusting face as you? Looking at Dispo on the stage, Compass shouted loudly at Beerus. That guy really looks quite similar to Beerus. TCH, damn it, you bastard, that's a rabbit, a rabbit. Beerus shouted with a proud face, although that rabbit did resemble him in some ways. Lord Compa, you seem to look a bit like Lord Beerus, just a little fatter. If you say he's disgusting, that would be saying the same about yourself. At this moment, Bardos seized the opportunity to mock Compa. Shut up, Bardos. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Bardos coldly rolled his eyes at Bardos. This guy really loves to pick on him. Step back, Dispo. You're not his opponent. Just as Dispo was about to fight Broly, Jiren suddenly appeared in front of Dispo and said coldly, Jiren, I'm not his opponent. Dispo frowned, somewhat unconvinced. Even with his speed, he could wear him down. After Jiren finished speaking, he did not fight Broly but walked away again. Damn it. Dispo clenched his fists tightly, only able to flash away and look for other opponents. He couldn't ignore Jiren's words. At that moment, the dangerous trio from Universe 9, Haupu and Chapper, appeared in front of Yeffing and the others. And beside them were Ganache, Darkly, Damon, and Shosa from Universe 4. The trio from Universe 11, Kettle, Kokot, and Taba. This formed a small team of 12. What? Why are there suddenly so many guys? Krillin looked at the 12 people in front of him, somewhat shocked. He felt that each of them seemed very powerful. Don't be afraid, Krillin. There are some weak ones among them. Tien Shinhan placed a hand on Krillin's shoulder and said, Gohan, Krillin, you two should handle the 4 from Universe 4. Bick and Tien, can you two handle the 3 from Universe 11? No problem, right? Yifeng glanced at the 4 people behind him and asked. No problem. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan all nodded heavily. Only Krillin had a bitter expression, as he hadn't fought in a long time and didn't know how much strength he had left. All right, let's get to it. With a command from Yifeng, Sun Wukong and Piccolo, along with the other two, almost instantly dashed out to begin the battle. Yifeng walked step by step toward the dangerous trio, as well as Hop and Choppier. The guys from the 7th universe hurry up and obediently roll off the stage. You have no chance of defeating us from the 6 universes. Belgamore looked at Yifeng with a wicked smile and said, now the 5 universes have reached a consensus. We must eliminate the 7th universe. No matter how strong it is, it cannot possibly contend with the 6 universe powerhouses. Right? Now, even a few huskies dare to bark in front of me? Yifeng curled his lips into a cold smile. How dare they insult the 3 brothers? Bazel and Lavanda, let's go together. Belgamore instantly flew into a rage. He hated being called a dog. They were clearly prairie wolves. Hee. Lavanda spat a few times into his hands, and black toxic gas immediately appeared. Whoosh! In the next moment, the 3 brothers charged directly at Yifeng. Catwoman Hope and Silver Warrior Choppier followed closely behind. Arrogant fools. Yifeng's eyes suddenly emitted a sharp glow. Bang, bang, bang. Although Yifeng's body did not move at all, Belgamo and the others seemed to have suffered a heavy blow simultaneously, their bodies flying out directly. They did not stop in the middle and flew out of the arena, landing heavily in the audience area of the 9th universe. All 5 of them were unconscious. 9th universe, competitors Belgamo, Ravanda, Bazel, Hape, and Chapper were eliminated, leaving only 3 competitors. The Grand Priest's voice rang out again. Wow, Yifeng is so powerful. He eliminated 5 people at once. The Omni King was also excited and quickly canceled the avatar of competitor Haitai. Chapter 170. The 1st universe disappears, everyone in danger. Damn, we just lost 5 people at once. The 9th universe is in danger, said the god of destruction Sidra with a face full of fear. The danger trio was their 9th universe's trump card, and now they were all eliminated at once. What could they do? The Supreme Kai, Laurel, also looked panicked. Now the 9th universe was left with only 3 competitors. He then shouted loudly to the arena. Su Leilu, Canfer Kujal, you guys are the last hope of the 9th universe. At this moment, the 3 mentioned by Laurel were fighting against the 6th universe's Khalifa and Gabe. Khalifa and Gabe launched their attacks simultaneously, successfully sending the 3 of them off the arena. These guys are too weak. Khalifa clapped her hands and said proudly, it's over. Watching their last hope being eliminated, Sidra and Laurel leaned weakly against the audience seats. They never expected that the 1st universe to be eliminated would be their 9th universe. All fighters from the 9th universe were eliminated, and the 9th universe would be erased. Just after all the fighters from the 9th universe were eliminated, the Grand Priest's voice rang out again. But this time, it was particularly cold. They've all been eliminated. The Omni King looked at the iPad in his hand, and then said, in that case, let the 9th universe disappear. After the Omni King's voice fell, he raised his right hand and gently clenched it. Instantly, a layer of white light appeared around the bodies of the god of destruction, the Supreme Kai, and all the participating fighters of the 9th universe. Then they vanished without a trace, along with the entire 9th universe. What? A universe just disappeared like that? At the moment the 9th universe disappeared, all the fighters on the arena stopped fighting. Their faces filled with fear as they looked at the empty audience seats of the 9th universe. A huge universe had vanished in an instant. Vegeta, we have to work hard. We absolutely cannot let the 7th universe disappear. Son Goku clenched his fists tightly, his face showing a serious expression. I know without you saying it. Vegeta frowned tightly. That annoying little brat can destroy a universe in an instant. It seems I must fight properly, otherwise Bulma, Trunks, and Bra will all disappear. Of course, it was not just Son Goku and Vegeta from the 7th universe. The fighters from other universes also looked serious. A universe had disappeared before their eyes, and it was indeed hard to bear. No one wanted their universe to be the next to vanish. Whis, has the 9th universe really completely disappeared? Beerus asked incredulously. Although he knew the Omni King had that ability, he still couldn't believe it. Yes, Lord Beerus. Not even Shadow is left. Whis's staff revealed the essence of the 9th universe, but it was already gone without a trace, completely untraceable. How terrifying. I can no longer feel the presence of God of Destruction Sidra and Supreme Kai Laurel. Supreme Kai Asin broke out in a cold sweat, his face filled with fear. Although he was a Supreme Kai, he had never seen a universe disappear in an instant. Of course, extermination means complete disappearance. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. At this time, not only Beerus and Supreme Kai Asin, but also the other universe's Supreme Kais and Gods of Destruction were all feeling anxious. Even the normally composed Supreme Kai of the 11th universe, Vermoud, and K, wore heavy expressions. I had anticipated that this would be the result. It seems my work is ending early. The angel of the universe, Mojito, smiled faintly and said, as the angel of the 9th universe. He was very clear about the overall strength of the 9th universe. Just thinking about having to part ways with Lord Kampa soon made him feel sad. At this moment, Bestows pretended to cry in distress. Of course, her crying was fake. She even felt a sense of schadenfreude. Bestows, you bastard, you're lucky not to disappear. It makes me furious. Kampa stomped his feet in anger, but there was nothing he could do. With a good father, he naturally wouldn't be erased. This result was already within our expectations. Only one of the 8 universes can remain. Son Gohan frowned tightly, took a long breath, and said, Uncle Tianjinhan, let's go. After his voice fell, Son Gohan, Tianjinhan, Piccolo, and Krillin rushed again toward the fighters of the 10th universe and 4th universe. After a brief shock, the battle began again. And this time, it was even more intense. Because of the recent disappearance of the 9th universe, everyone was stimulated. If they didn't want their universe, their planet, and their family to vanish, they had to fight. They had to use all their strength to battle. Son Goku continued to fight against Toppo. While this time Dispo and the modified robot Pankya from the 3rd universe joined forces to face Vegeta. Dispo was already difficult to deal with due to his super speed. And now, with Pankya circling around, it made things even tougher for Vegeta. Just then, Gabe suddenly appeared next to Vegeta. Master Vegeta, I'm here to help you. Gabe smiled and said to Vegeta, Lord Kampa had previously said that they would ally with the 7th universe. And after eliminating all the other universe's fighters, they would fight the 7th universe to the finish. Vegeta, can handle this all by myself. I don't need you, you little brat, to help. Although Vegeta spoke arrogantly, a smile still appeared on his face. In the next moment, their bodies almost simultaneously burst out. Vegeta confronted Dispo, while Gabe successfully took down Pankya. Fighting as a duo made it much easier. At this moment, Yifeng turned his gaze to the audience area of the 4th universe, revealing a chilling smile towards Quintella. TSK, that bastard, is he preparing to strike against the 4th universe? Kitra frowned tightly and said in a low tone, the warriors of the 4th universe are all quite average. If Yifeng makes a move, they will definitely be eliminated quickly. Hey, Wei Mei, hurry up and call the people from the 10th universe to stop Yifeng. If the 4th universe is cleared, Yifeng's next target will be you from the 11th universe. At this time, Kitra could only look towards Wei Mei, hoping that the 10th universe could intervene to stop Yifeng. I am sorry, Quitra. But I suddenly realized that the 4th universe seems to lack the qualifications to team up with us. Wei Mei suddenly smiled coldly and said to Kitra, Chapter 171, 4th universe. Cleared. What? What the hell are you talking about? Kitra suddenly glared coldly at Wei Mei, wondering how this bastard could say such a thing. He thought he was clever, but ended up being toyed with like a fool by that clown Wei Mei. Don't be angry, Kitra. The overall strength of your 4th universe is too weak. So I think teaming up with the 3rd universe would be better, Wei Mei said with a crooked smile, especially with his clownish face accentuating the evilness of that curve. This bastard. Kitra clenched his fists tightly. He really wanted to go up and smash that bastard's head, but he couldn't do that now, because if he did, he might be directly erased by Lord Zeno. At this moment, on the arena, Yifeng went straight for the 4th universe's team. Javi, Mona, Ninja, Majora, Gamisalas, and Xianxia. They were clearly more united now, standing together. However, Yifeng could only see 4 of them, but their auras were 8-fold. Fortunately, Yifeng knew that Gamisalas from the 4th universe could become invisible, and Xianxia was small enough to hide completely, making it hard for anyone to notice. TCH, has that guy set his sights on us? Javi and Majira frowned tightly. They had heard of Yifeng from the 7th universe, 493, even though they hadn't seen him before. He was the one who had beaten up Lord Kitra in the 4th universe. Don't worry, I'll hold him down. Xianxia will create an illusion. Together we can definitely defeat him, Ninja said to the others. Last time in the all-around tournament he lost, but this time, he would not fail again. Well, then it's up to you, Ninja, Mona said to Ninja. As long as Ninja could catch him, they might have a chance to eliminate Yifeng. Ninja suddenly charged at Yifeng. Last time he made a mistake, but this time he would definitely not make any errors. Get lost. Looking at the beast like Ninja, Yifeng casually uttered a word. Immediately, Ninja was sent flying obediently, directly falling off the arena. What? What just happened? The members of the 4th universe were instantly dumbfounded. That guy just said one word, and Ninja was eliminated. Was he even human? Great Priest, what has happened? I didn't see clearly. Lord Zeno also looked at the Great Priest in confusion and asked. It seems Yifeng made a move, but I didn't see it very clearly either, the Great Priest replied. Lord Zeno, the divine iPad has a slow motion function. The Great Priest said, having found the slow motion feature, just in time to replay the moment when Yifeng and Ninja faced off. After slowing down the speed by 10 times, he finally managed to barely see Yifeng's actions on the divine iPad. The moment Yifeng's voice fell, his fist struck Ninja's face, sending Ninja flying out. Such speed, if it weren't for the divine iPad, I wouldn't have been able to see it. Lord Zeno exclaimed excitedly. That little guy's speed is indeed quite fast. The Great Priest said calmly. It seems that if I have time, I should really train him well. The angels can't participate in battle, and these gods of destruction are too weak. Then the Great Priest said lightly, Fourth universe, Ninja eliminated. TCH, that damn bastard. I will definitely eliminate you. At this moment, the chubby Mona turned into a perfect sphere and began to spin rapidly. The spherical attack then sped towards Yifeng. Following that, Javi, Majura, Gamisalas, and Xiangsha all launched their attacks on Yifeng at the same time. Just as the four's attacks were about to reach Yifeng, he suddenly released an aura. A terrifying shockwave directly sent the four flying out. Bang! 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 After colliding a few times on the arena, they fell off the stage. Fourth universe, Javi, Mona, Majira, and Gamisalas eliminated. The Great Priest's voice echoed again. After Yifeng easily eliminated the 6 contestants from the fourth universe, he mockingly looked at Katra. This is the one who has been scheming behind the scenes. Damn it, I really want to tear that guy apart. Katra gritted his teeth in frustration, but he had no choice. He didn't dare to act now. If he angered the Omni King and the Grand Priest, there would be no saving him. Could it be that the second team to be eliminated is our fourth universe? The Kaioshin of the fourth universe, Core, had a look of terror on his face. That guy from the seventh universe actually defeated 6 contestants in an instant. Next, Xiaosa and Ganos probably won't last much longer either. At this moment, Son Gohan and Krillin were dealing with Ganos and Xiaosa from the fourth universe. Although these guys had decent fighting power, they were no match for Son Gohan. After all, after being trained by Piccolo for a month, Son Gohan was no longer the same Gohan he used to be. Uncle Krillin, let's work together to completely defeat them, Son Gohan said, looking at Krillin. The 4 in front of them had average battle power. Okay, I got it, Gohan, Krillin nodded. Although he was a bit scared at the beginning, that fear had disappeared after fighting for a while. Kamehameha! Kamehameha! Son Gohan and Krillin unleashed their Kamehameha waves almost simultaneously. What? Such strong energy! Ganos and Xiaosa were shocked and quickly unleashed all their energy to resist. But clearly, their resistance didn't have much effect. The moment the 2 energy waves collided, they were swallowed by the Kamehameha wave. With a series of screams, all 4 were blasted off the stage by the Kamehameha wave. Fourth universe, contestants Ganos, Xiaosa, Damon, and Dacley have all been eliminated. All contestants from the fourth universe will be erased. The cold voice of the Grand Priest suddenly echoed. Katra sat down on the steps of the audience in shock. We're going to be erased. Chapter 172, Get Lost. She is my opponent. Kaioshin Core also collapsed to the ground, not expecting the fourth universe to be the second eliminated. He had naively thought about getting rid of Yifeng and even teamed up with the 11th universe. Looking back, they were really foolish. Fourth universe, disappear. After the Omni King shouted excitedly, a white halo appeared around the people of the fourth universe, and then they vanished without a trace. At that moment of disappearance, Quitra's face seemed to show a sense of relief. The disappearance of the fourth universe filled everyone's hearts with fear again, especially for the 10th universe, which was also not very strong. The 4 universes that once attempted to assassinate Yifeng had already seen the 9th and 4th universes erased. Next, it might soon be the 10th universe's turn. If I had known, I wouldn't have colluded with Katra and the others. Ramsey said with some regret. It's useless. The overall strength of our universe is too low. Even if we don't offend Yifeng, the final result would still be being erased, Kaishin Gas said, looking at Ramsey with insight. It's just a difference in how quickly we get eliminated. At this moment, the situation on the stage had become quite clear. Now, the 10th universe, the 3rd universe, and the 6th universe were facing off against the 7th universe. As for the 2nd universe, they had maintained a neutral stance from the beginning, so although their overall strength was mediocre, there were still 10 contestants remaining on the stage. Meanwhile, the 6th universe's Caulifla and Kale were surrounded by the 11th universe's Bu, Quincy, and Zwar, with the help of the 3rd universe's Nicolisi and Narlima. Sister, those people are so strong. I'm a bit scared, Kale said timidly, looking at the crowd in front of her. Hey, Kale. Just transform into a Super Saiyan in an instant. There's no one here who could possibly be your opponent. What are you afraid of? Caulifla shouted at Kale. Her junior, despite having such a powerful bloodline and strength, acted like a coward every day. Attack, Bu suddenly said to the four next to him, and their bodies flashed out, launching an attack towards Caulifla and Kale. Caulifla instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan and confronted Bu and Zwar. Meanwhile, Nicolisi and Narlima went straight for Kale. At this moment, Kale had no fighting awareness and was quickly captured by the two, who began to bully her. Kale, hurry up and fight back, Caulifla shouted at Kale. Having the strength, but not being able to use it felt really uncomfortable. Just as Caulifla was reminding Kale, Quincy landed a heavy blow on Caulifla's face, sending her flying. Just as spin, Zwar's body spun rapidly and crashed into Caulifla like a whirlwind. Boom! Caulifla was knocked away again upon impact. At this moment, Bu, Zwar, and Quincy followed closely behind, delivering a brutal beating to Caulifla. Sister, how dare you treat my sister like this? I will never forgive you. Seeing Caulifla being beaten, tears streamed down Kale's face. Then a sharp scream rang out. The third universe's Nicolisi and Narlima were directly blown off the stage by Kale's terrifying aura. At that moment, Kale's body doubled in size, her muscles bulging, especially her chest, which looked magnificent. With a rustling sound, Kale was surrounded by grass-green aura. Her hair turned grass-green, and her pupils disappeared. What has happened? Bu, Zwar, and Quincy were all shocked, stopping their attack on Caulifla. At this point, Caulifla had sustained serious injuries and had reverted to her normal state. Anyone who dares to harm my sister will not be spared. Kale's voice came out hoarsely as she bared her teeth at the 11th universe's Bu and the others. This feels a bit dangerous. Bu frowned. The person in front of him was simply a monster. In an instant, Kale's body disappeared and reappeared behind Bu and Quincy. She grabbed both of their heads and slammed them into the ground, rubbing them mercilessly. Wow, Kale, you're amazing. Kefla excitedly looked at Kale and said, I didn't expect Kale to transform again. This victory belongs to Universe 6. After a fierce roar from Kale, she directly threw Bu and Quincy out of the arena. What? That guy Kale transformed? After sensing that familiar energy, Goku, Vegeta, and the others frowned. However, they weren't too surprised, as they had known about this for a long time. But Topo, Dispo, and the others were quite shocked. They unexpectedly eliminated 2 fighters from Universe 11 in an instant. After knocking out Bu and Quincy, Kale appeared right in front of the little fighter Zoyer and grabbed him in her hand. With that kind of speed, Zoyer had no way to evade. Just at that moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared at the same time. Yefeng, Broly, Jiren, and Hit. Can Kale still not control her energy? Hit furrowed his brow and asked Caulifla, well, if she still can't do it. Caulifla nodded and replied, that's really bad. Hit frowned, because if she killed her opponent during the battle, the entire universe would lose its qualification to continue competing. Given Kale's current situation, it's not looking good. Hey, let her go. At this moment, Jiren suddenly spoke coldly to Kale. Get lost, she's my opponent. Broly clenched his fists tightly and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Grass-green energy erupted from his body as he coldly stared at Jiren and said, Chapter 173, Broly vs. Kale. What? You dare to speak to me like that? Jiren glanced at Broly, his big eyes emanating a cold light. Oomph, are you really that strong? Broly was equally unyielding, his cold gaze fixed on Jiren. Although this big-eyed monster in front of him was indeed powerful, he absolutely wouldn't be afraid to fight him. Jiren slightly narrowed his eyes and then glanced at Yefeng beside him. This is my ultimate opponent. I can't easily exhaust my energy before that. Although he was confident in defeating the Saiyan in front of him, it would require a lot of physical stamina, and it wouldn't be worth it for just a Zoyle. Then Jiren's body flashed, and he left directly. It seems that Jiren is waiting for our final showdown. But do you think saving your energy now means you're my opponent? That's just wishful thinking. Yifeng glanced at the place where Jillian had disappeared and said lightly, Yifeng, I want to fight that guy. Broly pointed at Kale, his eyes shining with excitement. It was obvious that he seemed quite interested in Kale. Whatever. He nodded and said, although Beerus and Kampa had reached a consensus to join forces against other universes, it had nothing to do with him. Even without the help of Universe 6, the ultimate victory would surely belong to Universe 7. After Yifeng finished speaking, he also disappeared. Next, it was time to clear out all those guys from the 10th and 3rd universes. At this moment, Caulifla directly threw Zoe Lay off the stage. In the 11th universe, Contestants Boone, Quincy, Taba, and Zoe Lay were eliminated, leaving 6 contestants in the 10th universe. After Zoe Lay was thrown down, the voice of the Grand Priest echoed in the void once again. Damn, 4 eliminated in one go. Wei Mei frowned tightly. An angry expression appeared on her face. She didn't expect that the 6th universe would have such troublesome characters. It was truly unexpected. Wei Mei, there's no need to be angry for now. Their elimination isn't a big deal. As long as Jiren and Topo aren't eliminated, we still have a great chance, said the god of destruction, Chi, from the 11th universe. That's right, Topo and Jiren are both our trump cards. After hearing Chi's words, Wei Mei's expression softened a lot. That's right, there's also Jiren and Topo. Moreover, Topo is their mysterious king. After throwing Zoe Lay off the stage, Caulifla turned her fierce gaze towards Broly, clearly showing interest in him. What should we do, Hit? That guy from the 7th universe seems particularly strong too, Caulifla asked with a serious expression. Although she usually acted carefree, she wasn't brainless. She could sense Broly's strength, and if he fought against Caulifla, she definitely wouldn't be able to help at all. No choice, let those two fight it out, Hit said before also disappearing. Her opponent was only Yi Feng from the 7th universe and Jiren from the 11th universe. Both of them were conserving their energy. She absolutely couldn't waste her stamina to save Caulifla. Even if Caulifla was eliminated, she would still be there, but if she went out, a completely unconscious Caulifla wouldn't be able to win this match at all. Tisich, Caulifla gritted her teeth, but could only feel anxious and helpless. Roar. At this moment, Caulifla suddenly let out a furious roar, revealing a fierce expression. Broly and Yi Feng grinned, their eyes resembling those of fierce beasts. Whoosh! In the next second, the two of them almost simultaneously burst out. Boom! The two fists collided directly, creating a massive pit in the arena beneath their feet. The already damaged arena was flattened by the shockwave. Thud, thud, thud. The two retreated several dozen steps, excitement appearing in Broly's eyes, while the violent aura on Caulifla's face intensified. Hey, Beerus, didn't we agree to form an alliance? Why aren't you managing that Saiyan from your universe? Looking at the battle in the arena, Kampa shouted anxiously. From the clash, just now, it was clear that the Saiyan named Broly was not weaker than Caulifla at all. More importantly, after transforming, he was able to control his consciousness and his aura was much more stable. If this continued, Caulifla would definitely lose the match, without any doubt. Sorry, Kampa, I can manage Goku and Vegeta, but I really can't control Yi Feng and that Broly, Beerus said with a frown, his tone a bit uncomfortable. Because it seemed that Broly only listened to Yi Feng, and Yi Feng was someone whose words could easily replace his own position, although he was unwilling. He really couldn't provoke him. TCH, you're such a skinny coward who doesn't keep his word. Kampa's face turned red with anger. If Caulifla was eliminated, the fighting strength of the 7th universe would drop by more than half. Beerus's face looked quite bad, but he didn't refute it because he really couldn't argue against it. Just then, Broly and Caulifla clashed again. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists continuously collided, purely a clash of power. The hard arena kept collapsing, and shockwaves spread out in all directions. Anyone within several dozen zhang of their battle dared not approach, because that terrifying shockwave was enough to eliminate them. This is really troublesome. Time to settle this once and for all. A serious expression suddenly appeared in Broly's eyes, and then a grass-green aura surged up instantly, shooting up like a beam of light. Caulifla seemed to sense the danger as well, her body surrounded by grass-green energy, her powerful aura almost on par with Broly's. The grass-green energy balls almost simultaneously condensed from their palms. Huh! Roar! The two roars echoed simultaneously as the energy balls in Broly and Caulifla's hands collided instantly. Chapter 174. The Ultimate Warrior of the Third Universe Boom. The moment the two massive energy balls collided, the entire void was bathed in a grass-green color. At the moment of the collision, the void began to shake violently. What? Are these guys really human? At this moment, most of the spectators on the arena looked terrified at the grass-green sky, their faces filled with fear. Even strong fighters like Goku, Vegeta, and Topo were filled with shock. Undeniably, the strength of Broly and Caulifla had far surpassed them. Perhaps only Yi Feng and Jiren could contend with them. Wow, it's so bright. It feels like the whole space is shaking. The Omni King danced with excitement, looking at the grass-green sky. Yes, Lord Omni King, this power tournament seems to have exceeded expectations. The Grand Priest nodded, speaking to the Omni King. Originally, they thought only Yi Feng and his power would stand out a bit, but it seemed everyone was putting in a lot of effort. It looks like the comprehensive assessment of the universes done 10 times ago needs to be revised. Not only the Grand Priest, but all the gods of destruction were in shock, clearly not expecting to witness such a powerful collision in the power tournament. TCH, I originally thought Yifeng would be the only difficult one, but now it seems there are two more. Wei Mei tightly clenched her fists, speaking in a low voice. Looking at it this way, even if Topo becomes a god of destruction, he might not be able to surpass Broly from the 7th universe. This makes the situation for the 11th universe very difficult. Amidst the astonished gazes of the gods, the layer of grass-green energy from the realm of nothingness slowly disappeared, and the arena reappeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Broly and Caulifla stood several dozen zhang apart from each other. In between them, a massive chasm appeared, directly splitting the arena in half. Looking at the immense destruction before them, all the contestants gasped, not expecting their clash to divide such a solid arena. At this time, only Yifeng and Jiren were able to remain calm. Even Hit looked shocked. After all, his expertise lies in manipulating time, and if it came to combat power, he was indeed no match for Broly and Caulifla. What a tough opponent. Broly furrowed his brow and tightened his grip on his head. The massive shockwave earlier had also caused him some damage. On the other side, Caulifla suddenly collapsed after holding on for a few seconds, reverting to her normal state. It seemed that despite the huge destruction caused, her energy had been nearly exhausted. There was no way for her to maintain her transformation any longer. Seeing Caulifla fall, Kale hurried over to pick her up. Get together, Caulifla. At this point, Caulifla was already unconscious. Clearly, she had suffered significant damage from her clash with Broly. Just then, Broly leaped and appeared directly in front of Kale and Caulifla. What do you want? Are you trying to take advantage of the situation? Kale asked, frowning. She had already been injured by those bastards from Universe 11, and on top of that, the massive shockwave had also caused her considerable harm. It would be a piece of cake for Broly to eliminate them now. Oof. Broly coldly glanced at Kale and Caulifla before disappearing. Clearly, he was only interested in fighting Caulifla and had no intention of eliminating them. After a brief shock, the battle entered a heated phase once again. At this point, 6 contestants from Universe 3 had already been eliminated, leaving only Pepperoni, Kichi-Eye, Panch, and Bororita. Damn it, if this continues, Universe 3 will also be eliminated. The Kai of Universe 3, AI Air, looked very serious, not expecting that in just a few minutes, 6 members of Universe 3 would already be eliminated. Do. Suddenly, Mosco emitted a mechanical synthesized sound. Lord Mosco says to show all the warriors from the other universes our Universe 3's secret weapon. At this time, the angel Cambry translated. There are still over 20 minutes left in the battle. Are we really going to showcase it this soon? The Kai of Universe 3. Igaya, Uskit in Suppice. After all, secret weapons are usually saved for the end. Do. Lord Mosco says if one more person is eliminated, Universe 3 will no longer be able to combine. Cambry spoke again. Then, the Kai of Universe 3 issued an order to Pepperoni, finally issuing the command. Now you can see the terror of Universe 3. A cruel expression appeared on Pepperoni's face. As long as they combined to become the strongest ultimate warrior on Uraza, the final victory would surely belong to them. Pepperoni's voice fell, and the 3 combined into a massive robot, Kikiureta. Then he himself transformed into a part of the ultimate warrior, forming the ultimate combined warrior on Uraza. What? Those guys from Universe 3 combined? Suddenly, everyone saw a figure towering like a small mountain. Their faces showed shock, not expecting Universe 3 to have such a means. Roar. At this moment, the ultimate warrior on Uraza suddenly roared, shooting out a magma-like crimson energy beam from its mouth. Boom! The arena trembled instantly, displaying tremendous destructive power. It sprayed around the arena. While Goku and Vegeta could easily dodge it, those with lesser strength were caught off guard and were directly blasted away. Anaraza's attack instantly sent over a dozen contestants flying off the arena. At this moment, the Grand Priest's voice also rang out. From Universe 10, Jirison, Murism, Mekiopu, Napapa, Gilker, Wabyuni, and Jayam are all eliminated, so Universe 10 will be erased. The Grand Priest's cold voice fell. With a single hand squeeze from the Omni King, everyone from Universe 10, except for the Angel Kusu, was eliminated. Chapter 175, Making a Move, instantaneously defeating Oniraza. However, it was not just Universe 10 that was eliminated by the combined warrior Oniraza. Other universes also lost some weaker contestants. From Universe 6, contestants Mona Bay, Dr. Rhoda, Sanal, Pabura, Mageda, and Barda were eliminated, leaving 4 remaining contestants. From Universe 2, contestants Abudo, Rabanla, Jimmy's, Baikel, Zeroin, Prang, and Hammer were eliminated, leaving 3 remaining contestants. From Universe 7, contestants Tien Shinhan and Krillin were eliminated, leaving 8 remaining contestants. The Grand Priest's voice continued to sound. In an instant, so many contestants were eliminated, and the arena appeared much emptier now. So many were eliminated at once. It's a disaster. Kampa tightly grasped his ears, hardly believing that so many had been eliminated in an instant. It's okay, Lord Kampa. There's still Hit and Caulifla, right? Beerus smiled at Kampa. Tisich, you wouldn't be so calm if you were the one about to disappear. Kampa rolled his eyes at Beerus, who always teased him. Sorry, Lord Beerus, we got eliminated. Krillin and Tien Shinhan awkwardly spoke. The attack from that guy had been too sudden, so they simply couldn't dodge. It's fine, you performed well. Now, just leave it to Yifeng and Vegeta. Beerus didn't get angry this time. He simply spoke lightly. Oh my, this is just too ugly. The god of destruction from Universe 2, Hellas, covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. She had thought they could hold out until the end, but unexpectedly, so many were eliminated at once. I'm sorry, Lord Hellas. The eliminated contestants also felt guilty and apologized. It's okay, you all did your best. Since that's the case, let's all cheer for Ribrian and Kakunsa, said Hellas to everyone after a brief shock. Even though the second universe was eliminated, they hoped this world would be beautiful and full of love. At this moment, there were 8 left from Universe 7, 4 from Universe 11, 4 from Universe 3, 4 from Universe 6, and 3 from Universe 2. Uncle Piccolo, what should we do now? Goten and Trunks asked Gohan and Piccolo. Just now. The two of them had avoided elimination by hiding behind Gohan. Otherwise, they would have been eliminated long ago. Goten, Trunks, you two should fuse now. Piccolo said directly to the two. Now, but Dad hasn't said anything yet. Trunks asked uncertainly. Because Dad had said that only after he spoke could he and Goten fuse. Don't worry about that. There's still about 20 minutes left. You two can fuse now, Gohan said. The fusion time was half an hour, so it was completely possible to fuse now. Otherwise, with Goten and Trunks' strength, they could easily be eliminated now. After all, those still on the stage were all quite powerful opponents. The two quickly nodded. They had long wanted to fuse and have a good fight. Then the two took a few steps back and performed a strange dance. Fusion. Their voices were in perfect harmony, and almost simultaneously, a golden light enveloped them. When the golden light disappeared, Gotenks appeared. Now it's my turn. Without waiting for Gohan and Piccolo to arrange, Gotenks dashed into the battlefield. Those two brats from Universe 7 actually fused? Kampa looked at the Grand Zeno and the Grand Priest and asked, why should it be considered a violation? It looks so fun, Grand Zeno said excitedly. After saying that, he mimicked Trunks and Goten's movements. He didn't care if it was a violation, as long as it looked good. In that case, fusion is not considered a violation. After hearing Grand Zeno's words, the Grand Priest said to Kampa, that's great. Kampa said with a sly smile. Before the Tournament of Power, the Supreme Kai Fua had given his Patera earrings to Caulifla and Kale. They had not used them due to fear of a violation, but since it wasn't a violation, that was fantastic. Their 6th universe could also create super warriors. Hey Caulifla. Kale, it's up to you now, don't let us down. Kampa shouted loudly at Caulifla and Kale. Meanwhile, Goku was still fighting with Toppo, and Vegeta was with Dispo. At this moment, Vegeta clearly showed signs of physical exhaustion. If he didn't transform into Super Saiyan Blue, he couldn't keep up with Dispo's speed. However, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue consumed energy very quickly. In contrast, Dispo, although displaying incredibly strong speed, did not show a significant decline in stamina. Roar! At this moment, the fusion warrior Oniraza from Universe 3 was rampaging, like a mindless machine trying to destroy the entire arena. Just then, Yefeng suddenly appeared in front of Oniraza. That's enough. Big guy. Yifeng said ly. I'm gonna turn you into a meat pie. Anina raised her foot high and directly stomped down towards Yifeng. Boom! The moment her foot landed, the arena sank down a few inches. Yifeng's body suddenly appeared in front of Anina Jia. Go down. The moment the voice fell, the head of the school directly slammed heavily onto the red energy controller on Anina Jia's forehead. Crack! The energy furnace was instantly shattered. Because Yifeng knew this was his energy furnace, destroying it meant that Anina Jia would be finished. Sure enough, with the destruction of the energy furnace, Anina Jia instantly disintegrated. Then Yifeng condensed an energy ball in his palm and directly hurled it towards Pepperoni and the others. Boom! The energy ball exploded, and the 4 of them were blasted off the arena. Chapter 176. The Battle of Broly and God Goku. In the third universe, the contestants Pepperoni, Panxia, Kessica, and Polarita were eliminated, and the entire third universe was wiped out, thus clearing it. The cold voice of the Grand Priest fell. Sorry, Lord Kor, Lord Mosk, Doctor. Pepperoni said to Kor and Mosk. Don't say sorry. If this is destined, we might as well disappear together, Kor smiled and said. At this moment, Mosk also ran out of his mech and smiled at Angel Compa, saying, Thank you for your care, goodbye. Then, Zeno's right hand squeezed, and the third universe disappeared without a trace. Sigh. Compa sighed and then looked at the arena. With the warriors of the third universe gone, only the second universe, sixth universe, seventh universe, and 11th universe remained on the arena. The situation had now reached a point where each had to fight for themselves. As for the alliance between the 6th and 7th universes, it had already collapsed after Broly took action. The true confrontation among the 4 universes began. Gotenks directly faced the 2nd universe's Ribrian, Kakunsa, and Rashi. Piccolo was engaged in a fierce battle with the 6th universe's Kaba. Yifeng and Julian remained at a standstill. At this moment, Broly stood in front of Hit. Step aside. You're not the opponent I'm looking for, Hit said coldly, with his hands in the pockets of his trench coat. There was no denying that Broly's power was stronger than his, but that was all there was to it. Relying solely on power, he was not Hit's match. Oof. You think too highly of yourself, Broly retorted coldly, then clenched his fists tightly and transformed into a Super Saiyan. A grass-green aura surrounded him. The moment he transformed into a Super Saiyan, Broly's body flashed, and he directly attacked Hit. Hit's gaze sharpened, and a serious light appeared in his eyes. Although his ultimate opponent was Yifeng, Broly was also not easy to deal with. If he was careless, he could easily face defeat. Broly's fist slammed towards Hit, but it passed right through Hit's body, clearly just an afterimage. At that moment, Hit's fist struck heavily against the back of Broly's head. Right from the start, Hit had pushed his time skip to the limit. Now was not the time to play around. He needed to finish Broly off as quickly as possible to conserve his energy. Boom! Hit's attack was quite terrifying. Broly felt a blur in front of him before his body was sent flying out. But it was just a moment. He quickly regained his composure and turned his body around. The grass-green aura surged up again, clearly indicating that Broly was not going to take this lightly. Hit's body disappeared once more. This time, I'm going to end you. A serious light shone in Hit's eyes. He could no longer afford to waste energy. This time, Hit aimed for Broly's chest. Sensing the danger and the slight fluctuation in energy, Broly quickly dodged, and Hit's fist barely grazed Broly's chest as it struck. What? How is that possible? Hit was instantly shocked. He couldn't believe that his time skip had been evaded. Just as Hit was in shock, Broly's right knee slammed hard into Hit's chest. The next second, Hit's body was sent flying into the air. Broly jumped off the ground, crossed his arms, and crashed down heavily onto Hit's chest. Boom! The moment Hit's body hit the ground exploded, dust flying everywhere and smoke billowing. Then, Broly's palms suddenly gathered 2 terrifying energy balls, which he smashed down towards Hit. Just as the energy balls were about to hit Hit, a golden light suddenly flew over and struck Broly's energy balls. Boom! The energy balls exploded instantly, and the huge pit on the ground spread outwards again. Swish, swish. In the next second, Kale and Caulifla appeared in front of Broly. TCH, annoying little bugs. Broly frowned. He really didn't like being interrupted like this. Kale, let's attack together, Caulifla said to Kale with a frown. She knew very well that Broly was very strong, especially strong. Even if they teamed up, they probably wouldn't be a match for Broly. The two of them then gathered 2 huge energy balls and hurled them at Broly. At that moment, Gohan suddenly appeared in front of Broly and swatted the energy balls away. Boom! The energy balls hit the ground, and the ground exploded instantly. Broly, you deal with Hit. I'll take care of those 2. Gohan turned to Broly and said. TCH, Broly shot a cold glare at Caulifla and Kale, then went to find Hit. Hey, you two. Fight me, Gohan said firmly, a strand of hair swaying in the wind. TCH, a Saiyan who can't even transform into a Super Saiyan, is getting a bit too cocky, Caulifla coldly said to Gohan. In her eyes, Gohan was not strong at all. After all, in the battles between the 6th and 7th universes, Gohan hadn't even had a chance to fight. I'm not unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. I just don't need to anymore. I choose to train on a human path, Gohan said sharply. At this moment, Gohan's eyes revealed that he was no longer the timid Gohan of before. To not use such a strong transformation as a Saiyan is truly foolish. I don't know what you're thinking, but eliminate him now, Kale, Caulifla said to Kale. Yes, sister. Kale nodded, and the two of them quickly dashed towards Gohan to attack. Gohan's body flashed out. Bang, bang. Then two dull sounds rang out as Caulifla and Kale were sent flying away. Their strength was clearly on a different level. Damn it, how can he be this strong without even transforming into a Super Saiyan? Kale gritted her teeth and said to Caulifla, as long as you transform into a Super Saiyan, you can easily defeat Gohan. Sister, I can't. Kale's eyes showed signs of fear. It wasn't that she couldn't transform. She just couldn't transform as freely as her sister and others could. If you don't transform into a Super Saiyan, our sixth universe will be eliminated. Do you want to see that happen? My little sister can't be a coward. Caulifla said sternly to Kale. I'm not a coward. I'm not a coward. Kale's eyes filled with tears as Caulifla shouted at her. Then her expression suddenly turned fierce. A grass-green aura erupted from her body. Roar. With a furious roar, Kale transformed into a Super Saiyan, standing tall and exceptionally robust. Great, Kale, that's it. Caulifla exclaimed excitedly. Gohan, Gohan, Gohan. A deep voice came from Kale's throat, and then she launched a punch at Gohan. Come on. Gohan, seeing Kale transformed into a Super Saiyan, showed no signs of retreat. His fists tightly clenched as he faced Kale head-on. Boom! The next moment, their fists collided heavily. The ground beneath their feet suddenly collapsed, and a terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, sending Kale flying. Gohan and Kale each staggered back several steps, but this time, Gohan clearly had the advantage. The two clashed again, causing the ground to continuously cave in, and the entire arena had turned into fragments of rock. Bang! After 3 minutes, Gohan's foot connected with Kale's face, sending her massive body flying away. Thud! She landed next to Caulifla. After a long battle and exhaustion, Kale's energy was very unstable. It was estimated that she wouldn't be able to maintain her Super Saiyan form for much longer. Kale, let's fight together. Caulifla suddenly appeared in front of Kale, grabbing her hand and speaking to her. At that moment, Kale looked at Caulifla, and her dragon-like eyes suddenly revealed bright green pupils. Her body gradually shrank back to its original size. However, Kale did not exit her Super Saiyan form. Sister, Kale, you can control your energy now. Caulifla looked at Kale with excitement. It was clear that Kale could now control her Super Saiyan energy with rationality. This meant that they could fuse together. Great. What is going on? Gohan looked at Kale with some surprise, but no matter what, he still needed to eliminate them first. Gohan then formed a flower-like shape with his palms, and a terrifying blue energy sphere coalesced in his hands. Kamehameha. The terrifying Kamehameha wave surged forward like a giant dragon towards Kale and Caulifla. Kale, put on the earrings quickly. Seeing Gohan's relentless attack, Caulifla hurriedly handed one Patera earring to Kale and put the other one on her own ear. Boom! In the next second, the Kamehameha wave directly obliterated the ground where Kale and Caulifla had just stood, piercing through the entire arena. Caulifla, Kale! Kampa exclaimed anxiously. Kale and Caulifla were the secret trump cards of Universe 6. They couldn't be eliminated just like that. However, it seemed that the two did not return to the audience seats. What's going on? Those two Saiyans weren't eliminated? At this moment, Beerus looked surprised at the audience of Universe 6. Logically speaking, Gohan's terrifying attack should have easily eliminated both of them. Lord Beerus, look over there. Lord Kampa, look over there. At that moment, Whis and Vados almost spoke simultaneously. Everyone followed their gaze and saw a new figure. Suddenly, on a piece of rock in the arena, green energy surged wildly. What could it be? Gohan frowned at the figure wrapped in green energy. Did they fuse? It was obvious, as they were now wearing Patera earrings. Here it comes. Did you see? This is our Universe SIX's strongest warrior. Wah! Kampa, who had been worried just a second ago, jumped up excitedly. See, Beerus? Not only can your Universe 7 fuse, but our Universe 6 can too. Hee. Kampa said proudly to Beerus. So what? Can you beat Leaf Phone after fusing? You might not even be able to beat Goku's son. Beerus wasn't angry. He had absolute confidence in Leaf Phone. Plus, with Goku, Vegeta, Goku's son, and that Broly around, Universe 7 had no reason to lose. I am a fusion of Kale and Caulifla. Next, let me show you the power of Kefla. A proud expression appeared on Kefla's face after fusing, as she spoke to Gohan. Although you are indeed strong, I won't lose either. A determined light flickered in Gohan's eyes. Losing meant the destruction of the universe. For the sake of Bidalai and Pan, he absolutely could not lose. With that, the two bodies flashed and collided. Boom! In the next second, the air vibrated with a buzzing sound. Gohan and Kefla were both knocked back from the collision, shattering the massive rocks behind them. Waha, this power is really exciting. Let's go again. After the first collision, Kefla excitedly spoke. Although I've gotten much stronger, I won't let you win. Gohan clenched his fist and charged at Kefla again. Chapter 178, Abandoned Justice, Destroyer Topo. Bang, bang, bang. The two fists kept colliding, and the rocks on the arena were continuously shattered. However, it wasn't just Gohan and Broly fighting. Goku was battling Topo, and Vegeta was fighting Dispo, among others. Hehe, you're really strong, Topo. Gohan said excitedly as he looked at Topo. He hadn't felt this guy was so strong during the exhibition match, but in real combat, he was very tough to deal with. Humph. Do you think I'd be happy to be praised by the enemy? Topo replied coldly to Goku. In his eyes, everyone from Universe 7 was their enemy. If it weren't for the unnecessary competition between Universe 6 and Universe 7, the Omni King wouldn't have held the Tournament of Power. Don't say that, we are just rivals, not enemies, Goku said with a smile. Next, I will eliminate you with all my strength. Topo said very seriously. There were only 15 minutes left in the Tournament of Power, and Universe 11 had only 4 fighters remaining. However, Universe 7 still had 8 people. If things continued like this, even if they all made it to the end of the match, Universe 7 would still win. So what they needed to do now was to cut off the enemy's strength and fight desperately. They needed to eliminate as many Universe 7 fighters as possible to have a chance at victory. After Topo's words fell, red energy flames suddenly surrounded him. His energy surged at the same moment. You finally decided to show your full strength? Huh? Goku said excitedly, licking his lips as he looked at Topo. In that case. Huh? A roar erupted from Goku's mouth. Then Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Whoosh! After both individuals unleashed their full strength, their bodies charged directly towards each other. Bang! 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 They exchanged punches, and at this moment their fists, feet, elbows, and knees became weapons of attack. The arena continued to shatter, turning into pieces of rubble. The Justice Bomb and Kamehameha energy waves exploded continuously, creating a dazzling array of colorful energy explosions on the stage. Wow, the match is getting more and more intense. The Grand Zeno was excitedly flailing his arms and legs. Indeed, there were only 25 ticks left, which is a little over 11 minutes, and everyone was almost exhausting all their strength in battle. So, compared to the initial probing, it was much more intense. Yes, Lord Zeno, the warriors from each universe are fighting for survival. The great priest nodded and said to Zeno. Meanwhile, in the audience, all the gods of destruction were holding their breath, watching the situation on the stage. The battle had truly reached a fever pitch. Sun Wukong and Topo were exchanging blows fiercely. Boom! Suddenly, Sun Wukong delivered a heavy sweeping blow to Topo's face. Topo was sent flying from the impact. His body crashed through several pieces of the arena's rubble before coming to a stop. His breath was already very unstable. Damn, if this continues, I might get eliminated. Universe 11 will definitely hold on until the end. For the final victory, to allow Universe 11 to survive, I won't hold back. Topo lowered his head, his tone gradually becoming calm. Very calm. Since justice cannot protect its universe, cannot bring peace to the universe, then this kind of justice, I abandon it. As Topo's voice fell, a purple aura suddenly appeared around him. The purple aura exuded a terrifying feeling. Then, Topo's pupils turned purple as well. Jiren suddenly turned his gaze towards Topo. A complex expression appeared in his eyes. Topo, has he made his decision? Dispo also sensed Topo's change at this moment, furrowing his brows and whispering. He knew this was not Topo's true self, but for Universe 11, he had to do this now. Boom! Just as Dispo was lost in thought, Vegeta landed a punch directly on Dispo's face, sending him flying. Then Vegeta launched his Prince's attack, throwing energy balls at Dispo without restraint. You filthy opportunist, I will never forgive you. Dispo covered his face with his arms and shouted angrily. The next moment, he shot out at incredible speed, instantly appearing behind Vegeta. He retaliated with a punch. The battle on the arena became more and more intense. Topo underwent a transformation, and from his body, something very familiar was felt. Watching Topo surrounded by purple flames, Sun Wukong frowned and said, "No, this can't go on. I have to eliminate Topo quickly," because he felt a very threatening aura from Topo. His instincts told him that if he didn't eliminate Topo now, he might be in danger. In that case, a serious look appeared in Sun Wukong's eyes. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong unleashed his strongest attack at the moment. He had to eliminate Topo as soon as possible. At that moment, Topo suddenly raised his head, a purple light shining in his eyes. A strange symbol appeared on his chest, and a deep voice echoed, as a sphere of destruction energy the size of a fist suddenly appeared at his fingertips. It then shot toward Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave. 5, 4, sizzle. When the powerful Kamehameha wave touched the purple destruction energy, it vanished instantly like snowflakes on a hot iron. What? What's going on? How can Topo have destruction energy? Sun Wukong was shocked. The familiar yet dangerous aura he sensed was actually the aura of a god of destruction. This guy Topo has transformed into a god of destruction? What the hell is going on? Your battle is over, Sun Wukong. Just as Sun Wukong was in shock, Topo's body suddenly appeared in front of him. He threw a heavy punch at Sun Wukong's chest. Bang! With a deep sound, Sun Wukong's body was sent flying. Chapter 179. To the end, desperate Vegeta. What? Sun Wukong suddenly reacted, but it was too late, because after becoming a god of destruction, Topo's power had received a qualitative boost. Moreover, Sun Wukong had been too careless just now, letting his guard down, which allowed Topo to hit him. Dad! Kakarot! At the moment Sun Wukong was knocked away, Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo almost simultaneously shouted out. They didn't expect Wukong to be the first one eliminated. Then, Sun Wukong landed directly on the stage of Universe 7. Wow, I actually got eliminated. That's really a bit regrettable. Sun Wukong awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said he could have avoided elimination. But he had been too careless and got hit by Topo when he was distracted. You bastard, getting eliminated so quickly. Beerus glared at Sun Wukong, gritting his teeth and saying, if it were Krillin and Tien, I wouldn't be angry. After all, their power is limited. But Wukong, this guy was clearly too careless, which led to such an easy elimination. Wukong-san, why are you always like this? The Kaioshin of Universe 7, Shin, also looked at Sun Wukong with a reproachful expression and said, I was just careless. I didn't expect that guy Topo actually mastered the energy of a god of destruction. I didn't react in time. Sun Wukong mumbled, which is why I got eliminated by Topo. TCH, that bastard from Universe 11 actually has a hidden god of destruction among the competitors. Beerus gritted his teeth, looking at Topo. That's right. He really is a god of destruction, Beerus. What's wrong? Are you starting to get scared? Vermaud looked coldly at Universe 7, smiling as he said, Topo is our candidate god of destruction from Universe 11. And in the face of the universe's crisis, Topo chose to become a god of destruction. Kai also spoke proudly. It's time to show off your training results. Makarita said to Topo. Hearing Vermaud's proud words, Beerus stood up and then sat down again. The anger and seriousness on his face gradually disappeared. He then said lightly, Vermaud, do you really think that just because he became a god of destruction, Universe 10 can win? Less naive, his power hasn't increased much, and the ability to destroy is not only in his hands. After saying this, Yifeng no longer looked at Universe 11. He also mastered destruction abilities, and his strength far exceeded Topo's. No matter what unexpected events occurred in this match, the result would not change. He was very confident about this. TCH, that bastard. After hearing Beerus's words, Wei Mei, who had just been smug, suddenly looked at Yifeng. That's right, that bastard also mastered the power of destruction. It seems they can only rely on Jiren in the end. After Goku was eliminated, Topo directly turned his gaze to Vegeta. Among the contestants from Universe 7, Gohan and Broly are both strong, but they are currently fighting against Universe 6. There is no need for him to help either side. Let them compete. As for that little guy from Universe 7 and those oddballs from Universe 2, he didn't need to worry about them at all. They pose no threat. After Goku was eliminated, the next target was Vegeta. As long as he and Dispo teamed up to eliminate Vegeta, then the three of them could deal with Yifeng together, and perhaps they would have a chance to win. Topo suddenly appeared beside Dispo. Let's go together. Topo looked at Dispo and said, Dispo nodded. He wasn't thinking about competing. He was here to win this match. So he didn't care about whether winning with more or fewer people was glorious. Damn, if these two guys teamed up, it would be a bit tricky. That idiot Kakarot got eliminated just like that, leaving me with a mess to clean up. Vegeta frowned, thinking to himself, he had already been entangled for a long time with just Dispo, and now there was also Topo, who had become a god of destruction. Although he didn't want to admit it, this match would be quite difficult. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, and blue energy erupted from his body. Although he knew it would be tricky, defeating him wouldn't be that easy. Eliminate me? Vegeta launched a series of energy attacks at Topo and Dispo. But obviously, This had no effect on Topo. When the energy balls hit Topo, they turned into tiny purple starlight. Then, Topo and Dispo almost instantaneously flashed out. Bang, bang, bang. The two attacked Vegeta from both sides. Vegeta could only barely respond, and soon sweat began to pour down his face. Bang. In the next moment, Dispo kicked Vegeta in the back. As Vegeta leaned forward, Topo's iron fist heavily struck his stomach. Vegeta was sent flying. He then landed on a fragment at the edge, and his energy could no longer maintain Super Saiyan Blue, reverting back to his normal state. Let's take him down together, Topo said to Dispo. Then an orange-yellow energy ball appeared in his palm. Without using destruction energy, Dispo's palm produced a purple energy ball aimed at Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta was barely standing up. Huh! With a roar, he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. However, the energy dissipated in an instant, and it was clear he couldn't maintain Super Blue. Yifeng's gaze turned to Vegeta, and he clenched his fist tightly. He really wanted to take action. His feelings toward Vegeta and Sun Wukong were different. Hold on, Vegeta. If you can endure this time, there will definitely be a significant breakthrough. Yifeng frowned and said softly, if Vegeta could hold on this time, perhaps he could rise again. Whoosh! The energy balls in the hands of Topo and Dispo flew out instantly, directly engulfing Vegeta. Vegeta! Vegeta! At that moment, everyone turned their gaze toward Vegeta. Chapter 180. Ultra Instinct Vegeta Boom. The rocks around Vegeta suddenly exploded, and a huge light instantly turned half the sky red. Eliminated? Topo and Dispo looked at Vegeta's position and said with some doubt, but Vegeta's body did not appear in the audience area. This indicated two possibilities. First, Vegeta was completely killed by their energy balls. Second, Vegeta was not eliminated at all. It was obvious that Topo and Dispo were careful with their attacks and would absolutely not kill Vegeta directly. Therefore, the conclusion was clearly the second one. Vegeta was not eliminated. As the dazzling light slowly faded, Vegeta's body reappeared in front of everyone. He was actually not eliminated. Good job, Dad. Uncle Vegeta, go for it. Seeing that Vegeta was not eliminated, everyone shouted excitedly. Gotenks, Gohan, Goku, and Beerus all had expressions of joy. It was indeed surprising that Vegeta could hold on under such terrifying energy balls. What? What is going on with that bastard from Universe 7? Wei Might and Kai were both filled with fear and disbelief. Clearly, Vegeta was already at his limit and barely able to withstand a hit, since he blocked Topo and Dispo's attack. Topo, Dispo, that guy's a bit of a problem, quickly eliminate him. Wei Might suddenly felt a sense of unease and quickly instructed Topo and Dispo. Understood, Lord Wei Might. Topo and Dispo nodded. Then the two once again concentrated terrifying energy balls in their palms. Whoosh! The next second, the energy ball shot towards Vegeta again. Vegeta tightly clenched his fists and slowly raised his head, his black pupils suddenly turning silver gray. He showed no signs of dodging, yet the energy balls were somehow avoided by Vegeta. What? Topo and Dispo were shocked, hardly believing their eyes. Their energy balls had clearly hit Vegeta. How could this happen? Good job, Vegeta. It seems you succeeded halfway. Yifeng's originally tense gaze gradually softened, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Indeed, Vegeta had worked hard for so long, and finally reached that level at this moment. The guy had undergone some sort of change. Jiren's expression shifted slightly, as he felt a change in Vegeta's aura. It was calm, very calm. Boom! Then the entire void shook violently, and suddenly, a silver beam of light shot into the sky, instantly illuminating the void. What on earth is happening? Topo and Dispo were in a panic. Wow, Vegeta is shining so brightly. I'm super excited, my heart is racing. The Omni King watched the silver beam on the arena with excitement, dancing and saying, it seems that something wonderful will happen next. The Grand Priest also looked expectantly at the silver aura surrounding Vegeta. Vegeta had undergone some sort of change. It seemed he hadn't just survived the previous explosion by luck, but had reached a mysterious realm. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta with envious eyes. Didn't he expect that Vegeta would comprehend a higher realm between life and death? It seems that in this moment, Vegeta had completely surpassed himself. Good job, Vegeta. You finally did it. Sun Wukong suddenly smiled in relief and said, Vegeta had worked hard for over a decade to surpass himself. Now it was finally his turn to surpass Vegeta. So strong. Although surrounded by a fiery aura of astonishment, his aura was very calm. Tianjin Fan and Krillin said in disbelief. Why, did Vegeta also reach it? Beerus stood up and asked very seriously. It seems so. Weiss nodded and paused before saying, however, it looks like it was an accidental comprehension in a desperate situation. Although a bit unhappy, that guy Vegeta is indeed impressive. It seems that the so-called god of destruction from the first universe is nothing to speak of. After Beerus's calm voice fell, he looked at the furious faces of the others. The Ultra Instinct, damn it! What happened to the people of Universe 7? That two of them actually comprehended Ultra Instinct. The clown-like face of Vermaud wrinkled even more. Oh, it seems that Universe 7 is indeed a magical place. Margarita also frowned slightly. She originally thought that the god of destruction, Topo, she trained was already very strong, but now it seems he still doesn't team measure up. What the hell? What's going on with that guy Beerus? Why are these guys from Universe 7 acting like they are on cheat mode? Compa was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Last time he saw Vegeta on Beerus's planet, he was incredibly weak. How could he suddenly comprehend Ultra Instinct? Oh no! It seems I really have to part ways with Lord Compa. It's so hard. At this moment, Bardos started whining again, making Compa grit his teeth in anger. Ultra Instinct, Vegeta, have finally achieved it. Mr. Yifeng, thank you. Vegeta clenched his fist, then slowly took a deep breath, and, suddenly, a silver light surged from his body. Then, Vegeta turned his gaze toward Topo and Dispo. Now, he was going to eliminate both of them. Dispo, let's attack together. Topo quickly realized the situation was dire, and hurriedly said to Dispo. Dispo nodded, and the two launched a frenzied energy attack at Vegeta. The next moment, Vegeta leaped into the air, appearing to move very slowly. But almost at the moment of leaping, he had already appeared behind Dispo. Bang! Then he heavily slammed down on Dispo's back. After taking a heavy blow, Dispo's body crashed to the ground, sliding several dozen meters. Ugh, that bastard. He was so fast I couldn't see clearly. Dispo spat out dirt and said in a low tone. Chapter 181. Both eliminated. Damn it. No matter what changes you've undergone, I will not lose to you. Topo clenched his iron fist tightly, his purple aura surging wildly. No matter what Vegeta had gone through, he was still nothing compared to a god of destruction. Vegeta looked calmly at Topo, but there was a hint of disdain in his calm eyes. Then, both of their bodies flashed out almost simultaneously. Boom! Almost at the moment their bodies flashed, Topo was directly knocked away. He crashed heavily beside Dispo. Are you okay? Topo. That guy is too strange. He suddenly became so strong. Dispo frowned tightly as he spoke to Topo. Just now, relying on his super speed, he could barely hold an advantage over Vegeta, but he didn't expect that after Vegeta transformed, his strength changed drastically. It was indeed very strange. But we absolutely cannot lose. We cannot leave all our opponents to Jiren. After Topo finished speaking, he attacked Vegeta again. Dispo followed closely behind. Topo and Dispo attacked Vegeta frantically. Their punches swept through like a machine gun, but they couldn't hit Vegeta at all. Vegeta appeared to be dodging very slowly, but each time he perfectly avoided their attacks. You two are simply too weak. I've lost interest in this boring game. Vegeta suddenly smirked slightly and said to Topo and Dispo, TCH, damn it, don't get too cocky. Dispo frowned tightly. This feeling of being looked down upon was indeed quite uncomfortable. Then he flashed out, pushing his speed to the limit, and in an instant, countless afterimages appeared. Of course, that was a result of his speed being too fast, not real clones. Justice Iron Fist. Topo also launched his strongest attack at Vegeta in an instant. Then Vegeta leaped into the air, leaving a silver tail in the air. Bang! With a dull sound, Dispo was sent flying out. Bang, bang, bang! His body smashed through several rocks, and then fell off the arena. I'm sorry, Lord Vermaud. Lord Kale, I failed. Dispo said with guilt to Vermaud and Kale. It's okay. That guy Vegeta is indeed very strong. The next battle will be left to Topo and the others. Wayne didn't blame Tisbro, but looked at the arena and said, after comprehending the Ultra Instinct technique, Vegeta's power indeed far exceeded Tisbro's. Even Topo had a significant gap compared to him. It seemed that Vegeta still couldn't perfectly control the Ultra Instinct technique. At this moment, Margarita suddenly spoke up. She sensed that Vegeta's Ultra Instinct was gradually fading. It seemed he had suddenly grasped something during that moment of danger. What? Does that mean Topo still has a chance to win? Wei Ming K asked excitedly. Perhaps. It depends on what kind of person Vegeta is. Margarita said calmly. If Vegeta is an arrogant person, he definitely wouldn't easily eliminate Topo. At least he would toy with him before eliminating him. This would give Topo a chance to turn tables. If he is a more decisive person, he would surely eliminate Topo as quickly as possible. Whether Topo gets eliminated actually lies in Vegeta's hands. Wow, Vegeta's energy seems to be starting to drop. At this moment, Whis also felt Vegeta's change. Although he reached that level in an instant under desperate circumstances, he still couldn't control it well. Without the ability to control, an imperfect Ultra Instinct technique could be very exhausting and also harmful to the body. It can be said that once he exits that mysterious state of Ultra Instinct, Vegeta will completely lose his strength. What? Does that mean Vegeta is in a bit of danger? Beerus frowned and asked Whis. After all, to become a god of destruction, Toppo also has some abilities. Ha ha ha, it all depends on Vegeta now. His personality seems quite arrogant. Whis chuckled behind his hand and said to Beerus. Whis' words made Beerus's frown deepen. At this moment on the arena, Vegeta also felt the changes in his body. As time passed, his energy was rapidly decreasing. Damn it, I still can't control the Ultra Instinct. I can't go on like this. Vegeta slightly curled his lips and said softly. Although he was very self-confident, he thought about the trouble he would leave for Mr. Yeffing if he didn't defeat Toppo, and he decided to eliminate Toppo immediately. It seemed there was an issue with his energy. This is a good opportunity. Toppo noticed Vegeta's problem, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Now is the time to eliminate Vegeta. Then Toppo's body charged directly at Vegeta. Vegeta clenched his fist tightly, and the silvery white hot energy around him began to dissipate. He then launched a punch directly at Toppo. Boom! The fist landed heavily on Toppo's chest, and the terrifying power instantly sent Toppo flying. What? Toppo's pupils constricted, and a look of pain appeared on his face. That guy's energy had dropped so much. Why does he still have such immense power? But there was no time to think, as his body was already flying out of the arena. In a final strike, Toppo's palm suddenly gathered an orange energy ball and hurled it directly at Vegeta. After the energy ball was launched, Toppo fainted. Because he exerted all his strength against Toppo, Vegeta instantly completely exited the Ultra Instinct state. His eyes were filled with fatigue and pain. When he saw that orange energy ball, Vegeta could only smile wryly because he no longer had the strength to move. Even if he continued to stay on the arena, he was no longer able to fight. Boom! The energy ball struck Vegeta and exploded instantly. Then Vegeta was also sent flying out of the arena. However, Vegeta felt no displeasure. He had eliminated both Toppo and Tizbro, 1-2, so it wasn't a loss. Boom! Then Vegeta's body landed in the audience section of Universe 7. Vegeta! Vegeta! You were amazing. Come on, Vegeta, quickly eat the Senzu Bean. Gohan and Krillin hurriedly helped Vegeta up and fed him the Senzu Bean. Although Vegeta was ultimately eliminated, his earlier performance was indeed very dazzling. Chapter 182. Universe 6 eliminated. Goodbye, brother. Crack, crack. After eating the Senzu Bean, Vegeta's injuries were almost healed. Wow, Vegeta, you're so awesome. I didn't expect Mr. Whis to help you understand the Ultra Instinct so quickly. Goku looked at Vegeta with admiration and envy and said, "Oomph." Vegeta shot a glare at Goku, seemingly not too excited about surpassing him. Vegeta, you did well this time. Beerus couldn't help but praise Vegeta. After all, having studied for so long, the Ultra Instinct was still at an imperfect level. Although Vegeta still had a long way to go compared to him, being able to comprehend it so quickly was already quite impressive. Vegeta, you're really amazing. Krillin and Tien also couldn't help but praise him. At this moment, the voice of the Grand Priest rang out. From Universe 7, contestant Vegeta is eliminated, leaving 6 contestants remaining. From Universe 11, contestants Tizbro and Toppo are eliminated, leaving 2 contestants remaining. The Grand Priest's voice struck Wei Mei and all the contestants from Universe 11 like a heavy stone. In Universe 11, only Jiren and Kale remain, and Kale is completely like an insignificant ant among those contestants. She could be eliminated at any moment. Whoosh! Boom! Just as Wei Mei was thinking, Kale's body suddenly slammed down in front of him. From Universe 11, Kale is eliminated, leaving 1 contestant remaining from Universe 11. The Grand Priest's voice echoed again, causing Wei Mei's mouth to twitch violently. Now the fate of Universe 11 rests entirely in Jiren's hands. Damn, I really want to slap myself twice. At this moment on the arena, Gohan and Caulifla both had varying degrees of injuries. Oomph. Caulifla had scratches on her face, holding her stomach as she spoke to Gohan. However, despite her serious injuries, it was clear she was very excited, with a smile on her face. Ha! You don't seem to be doing much better yourself. Gohan also forced a smile and replied to Caulifla. This guy is really strong. I've used all my power, yet I still can't defeat her. Huh! What a thrilling battle. Let us go again. Caulifla smiled and then charged at Gohan again. Come on. Son Gohan also curled the corner of his mouth and faced off against Caulifla. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, their bodies moved like two black lines, constantly intertwining. The rocks of the arena were repeatedly shattered into powder. After dozens of collisions, Son Gohan and Caulifla separated once again. At this point, both of them were more heavily injured, gasping for breath, clearly at their limits. Ha ha ha! Caulifla suddenly burst into loud laughter. Then, with a bitter smile, she said, "We have completely lost. Even if we fuse, we can't defeat a single Saiyan from Universe 7. There's no way we can win against your universe. It seems we ultimately cannot escape the fate of being erased. Moreover, Son Gohan is not even the strongest Saiyan in Universe 7. Yifeng and that Broly, their strength has become even stronger. No, you're strong too, Caulifla. To be honest, I have reached my limit." Son Gohan gritted his teeth and smiled as he spoke. This battle was indeed very exhilarating. However, seeing Caulifla's bittersweet smile suddenly made him feel a bit sad, thinking of Videl and Xiaofang. Let's determine the winner. Caulifla suddenly raised the corners of her mouth, displaying a proud expression. As a Saiyan, how could she say such a thing lacking confidence, even if she was truly defeated? All right, Son Gohan nodded. Huh, yeah. Caulifla and Son Gohan's bodies collided almost in an instant. Bang bang. Their fists hit each other's faces, and then both of their bodies fell off the stage simultaneously. I try my best, Son Gohan said with a bitter smile. He really had no strength left to fight. Then the two of them returned to their respective universes. I'm sorry, Dad. Lord Beerus, I got eliminated. Son Gohan awkwardly spoke. It's okay, Gohan. You're already very strong. Dad, didn't even know you were this powerful. Son Wukong looked at Son Gohan with a gratified expression and said, because Gohan had always been training with Piccolo, he really didn't know how strong Gohan had become in just a month. You kid, you really did well. The combined Saiyans of Universe 6 were taken down by you. Now let's watch the match properly. Beerus smiled at Son Gohan, sincerely appreciating him. Vegeta and this kid, Gohan, fought well. But that idiot Son Wukong was eliminated due to being so careless. Just seeing Son Wukong made Beerus grind his teeth in anger. In Universe 6, participants Kale and Caulifla were both eliminated, leaving two remaining contestants. In Universe 7, Son Gohan was eliminated, leaving 5 remaining contestants. The Grand Priest's voice rang out again. Time passed second by second, and there were only 5 minutes left in the entire match. At this time, Piccolo had already defeated the Universe 6 Saiyan Cabba. After all, Cabba was only at the Super Saiyan 1 level. Even with a higher base combat power, he was not Piccolo's opponent. Both Broly and Hit were eliminated. Although Broly's overall strength was much stronger than Hit's, Hit's latest research on time manipulation was very powerful. Thus, both ended up in a mutually destructive situation. In Universe 7, Broly was eliminated, leaving 4 remaining contestants. In Universe 6, Hit and Cabba were eliminated. All fighters from Universe 6 were eliminated, so they were out. The Grand Priest's tone suddenly turned cold, and Kampa's face showed a hint of relief. So this was the true strength of Universe 6? You all did well. After Kampa finished speaking to Caulifla and Hit, he looked at Beerus and continued, Thank you for taking care of them all this time, Beerus. Lord Kampa. Beerus also showed an unwilling expression. Although he was an angel, angels also have feelings. After all, he had been working for billions of years, and he often couldn't express his emotions. Hey Beerus, this time it doesn't count as me losing to you, understand? You bastard brother. After Kampa's voice fell, he made a face at Beerus and then vanished without a trace. Brother. Beerus tightly clenched his fists, and a look of sadness appeared in his eyes. Chapter 183, The Final Showdown. At this moment, only Son Goten, Trunks, Piccolo, and Yifeng were left on the stage. Is it finally time for the duel? It seems the defeat of Universe 11 is certain. Jiren looked at Gotenks and Piccolo behind Yifeng and spoke. Because the rules of this match state that once the match is terminated, the universe with the most contestants left on the stage wins. Now it was clear that he was the only one left. Even if he could tie with Yifeng, he had already lost, and he didn't have that confidence. That's right, Universe 11 is indeed bound to lose. But we can still have a good fight. Yifeng looked at Jiren and smiled lightly, speaking with great confidence. Is indeed like that. Jiren nodded and suddenly smiled faintly, saying, It's rare to see a smile on your face. Seeing that Yifeng and Jiren were about to duel, Goku and Piccolo quickly retreated 100 jong. The upcoming battle would definitely not compare to any of the previous fights. Wow, it's the final duel. I'm so looking forward to it, so excited. The king exclaimed, watching Jiren and Yi Feng with immense excitement. That guy seems to be super strong too. It looks like this duel will be quite interesting. The Grand Priest nodded and spoke lightly. That Jiren from Universe 11 seems to possess strength far surpassing that of a god of destruction. However, he still can't compare to Yi Feng. After all, Yi Feng has master destructive power and ultra instinct. Go for it, Jiren. The fate of Universe 11 rests on your shoulders. Wei Mei and Kai and the others tightly gripped their fists. Although they knew in their hearts that Jiren's chances of defeating Yi Feng were very slim, it was still an opportunity, wasn't it? Go for it, Jiren. Prove to everyone that you are also a genius and show the results of your hard training over these past few months. Topo said with a serious expression. However, Jiren did not hear that voice. That Jiren seems to be super strong. I'm really looking forward to their battle. Sun Wukong said excitedly as he looked at Jiren and Yi Feng on the stage. Vegeta also stared intently at the two, wanted to see where Yi Feng's limits lay. They had actually surpassed the gods of destruction. It seemed like the gods of destruction were becoming less and less valuable. Beerus said, somewhat displeased. Originally, the gods of destruction seemed to be at the pinnacle of the universe. Now it feels like they've all become mere supporting characters. Aren't you going to transform or use Ultra Instinct? Jiren looked at Yi Feng and said, if it were someone else, it wouldn't be necessary, but with you, I really can't be careless. Yi Feng smiled and then tightly clenched his fists. A deep roar erupted from his throat. Instantly, a grass-green aura burst forth from his body, transforming him into a full-power Super Saiyan. Since he was on a fight Jiren, simply turning into a Super Saiyan wouldn't be enough. The terrifying energy was palpable. In an instant, Yi Feng's energy enveloped the entire Void Realm. In the audience, Son Gohan and Krillin looked on in shock. Yi Feng seems to have become much stronger compared to when he fought Lord Beerus. Keep going. But this alone is still not enough to be my opponent. Jiren's expression showed no fluctuations as he said to Yi Feng. A few months ago, when he first met Yi Feng, this kind of power would have shocked him. But now, this transformation alone is not enough to be his opponent. You won't know until you fight. After Yi Feng's voice fell, he immediately flashed out, appearing in front of Jiren in an instant. He threw a punch at Jiren with incredible speed, so fast that even Beerus and Whis couldn't fully see it, only catching a glimpse of Yi Feng's afterimage. Boom! In the next second, the entire void shook, and the stone beneath Jiren's feet suddenly exploded. Jiren pushed off a massive rock with his toes and leaped into the air, charging towards Yi Feng like lightning. Bang! He also threw a punch at Yi Feng. Rumble. After Yi Feng was punched out, his body was directly embedded in a giant rock. This guy Jillian has indeed become much stronger. Yi Feng pressed his lips together, and while he was shocked, an excited light appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the arena had become a scene of devastation. Strictly speaking, it was no longer an arena, but a chaotic space composed of countless stones of various sizes. The only part that remained intact was the central timing pillar, where there was still a complete area left. The rest of the place had completely lost its arena appearance. Just as Yi Feng hesitated, a crimson flame suddenly engulfed Jillian's fist, and then he threw a punch at Yi Feng. Yi Feng's body flashed, easily dodging Jiren's punch. Boom! However, that giant rock was directly smashed to pieces, missing the hit. Jiren's body flashed and charged towards Yi Feng. Bang, bang, bang. Rumble. The two kept colliding, and the surrounding giant rocks kept exploding, turning into rubble and dust. Zulfast. Great Priest, I can barely see, the king said, somewhat unhappily, as he watched the battle on the stage. Because Jiren and Yi Feng's speed was too fast. He could only see two streaks of red and green light constantly colliding, separating, and then colliding again, without being able to clearly see their fighting movements. Your Majesty, you can clearly see it by using the slow motion feature on the Divine iPad, the Great Priest explained to the king. Oh, it's really clear. They are both amazing. So awesome. After seeing the battle between Yi Feng and Jiren clearly, the king was so excited that he danced with joy. I can't see their battle at all, Vegeta said with a frown. Sun Wukong and the others also looked confused. As for Krillin and Tien, they had completely given up, deciding to just wait for the results. For now, it was just like watching an explosion. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, Yi Feng's body suddenly flew out, instantly shattering more than a dozen giant rocks. At this time, Jiren was surrounded by a fiery red aura, clearly having pushed his power to the limit. You got some skills. Yi Feng's lips curled slightly as he spoke softly. Jiren's improvement seemed to be even greater than he had imagined. Chapter 184. Borrowing the Super Dragon Balls? Can I refuse? Since that's the case, I might as well have some fun. After Yi Feng's voice fell, his arms suddenly trembled and the giant rock behind him was instantly shattered. Almost at the same moment, a dazzling silver-white aura surrounded Yi Feng. This was the result of his training while guiding Broly, perfectly merging the full power of Super Saiyan with Ultra Instinct. Has he indeed become stronger again? But I won't give up. Jiren clenched his fists tightly, staring at Yi Feng, and said, "There's no denying that Yi Feng is indeed very strong, but with this level of strength, I should still have a chance to cope." Wow, Yi Feng is so strong. I can feel the hot energy here, the Omni King said excitedly as he looked at Yi Feng. After Yi Feng unleashed Ultra Instinct, that terrifying aura was indeed very scorching. What a good seedling. A rare look appeared in the Grand Priest's eyes as he spoke. At this moment, after unleashing Ultra Instinct, Yi Feng felt extremely comfortable. Moreover, he had now reached the level of perfect Ultra Instinct, so he wouldn't experience the excessive consumption issues like Vegeta. Come on, Jiren. Now, let me show you my true power. Yi Feng waved at Julian and said, "Of course, what I said was to deceive you. My true power is Super Saiyan 2. Julian didn't respond, but instead flashed his body and attacked Yi Feng directly. His speed was astonishing. Whoosh! Julian's fists were like a machine gun, continuously bombarding Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng dodged all of them. There's no denying that you're strong now. But defeating me is absolutely impossible, Julian. Yi Feng dodged the attacks while Ly speaking to Julian. "Humph, don't get too carried away," Julian roared. And then the power of his fists grew stronger and faster. At this moment, their attacks became so intense that even Wei Bei couldn't see clearly. Bang! Suddenly, Yi Feng threw a punch at Julian. The moment their fists collided, a terrifying shockwave spread in all directions. Boom! 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 The surrounding giant stones were crushed into powder. Julian's body instantly penetrated several giant stones, and the Proud Team uniform of the Proud Warriors was shattered by the impact. Yi Feng, taking advantage of the collision, lightly landed on a stone. It was clear that Julian had almost given it his all in that collision, but Yi Feng hadn't exerted himself at all. The difference was obvious. How strong? I seem to have overestimated myself a bit too much. No matter how hard I try, I can't defeat him. Julian clenched his fists, nearly losing sensation. The power Yi Feng displayed in that collision was simply overwhelming. It completely exceeded his expectations. Time's up. Let's end this, Julian. Yi Feng suddenly raised his hands high, and a massive energy ball appeared above his head, continuously expanding. In almost a second, it had grown to the size of a basketball court. What? That bastard wants to kill Jiren? The faces of Wei Mei and the others showed expressions of horror. An energy ball of this magnitude could definitely kill Jiren. There was simply no way to evade it. Jiren's expression changed drastically as he looked at the gigantic energy ball, fearfully saying, "This time, in the Tournament of Power, we can't use flying skills, and their battle just now was too intense, so the surrounding arena has almost been shattered. It's very difficult for me to find a suitable landing spot in such a short time." Just as Jiren was still contemplating how to dodge Yi Feng's energy ball, the enormous energy ball was already coming straight at him. It's over. There's no way to dodge. Despite trying so hard for so long, he was still no match for him. This feeling was truly unbearable. The energy ball rapidly enlarged in his pupils, and at that moment, Jiren almost gave up all resistance. He simply couldn't continue. Even if he did, the final outcome wouldn't change at all. Boom! The energy ball instantly swallowed countless fragments. At this moment, the timing pillar in the center of the arena was perfectly parallel to the ground. This indicated that the time for the Tournament of Power had ended, and the entire match was over. All contestants from Universe 11 have been eliminated and must be erased, the Grand Priest's cold voice echoed. The final victory goes to Universe 7. Jiren suddenly stood up, a smile appearing on his face as he said to Yi Feng, "Although I have lost, if they're SA next time, I will definitely defeat you. There won't TB next time. You think? Rebirth. Because Universe 11 is about to be erased. Don't worry, there will definitely be one, but I won't be surpassed by you." Yi Feng forced a smile and said, "Thank you for your care, Margarita." Then, a layer of faint white light suddenly appeared around him. In the next second, everyone except Margarita vanished without a trace. Although they won the match, there was always an uncomfortable feeling. Beerus muttered to himself, "Tisich, it was just a meaningless battle. In the end, there was no gain. It felt like being toyed with," which is quite unpleasant. Watching the 11th universe disappear in the empty audience seats, Yi Feng clenched his fists tightly, his brow furrowing. Strength. If the other universes had strength, they wouldn't have been eliminated. If he had enough strength, he wouldn't have been treated like a monkey for others' amusement. Because the 10th universe disappeared. The 7th universe was the final winner. The Grand Priest figure appeared on the stage, and he spoke softly, "You won." There was no excitement or joy at all. Mr. Yi Feng, the universe that ultimately wins can make a wish, but you must use your Super Dragon Balls, the Grand Priest said to Yi Feng with a smile. Is that really the case? Losing both the lady and the troops? Yi Feng slowly raised his head and looked at the High Priest, saying, "Can I refuse?" Chapter 185 Super Dragon, Wish Fulfillment. Can I refuse? Yi Feng wore a faint smile on his face, closely staring into the eyes of the Great Priest, and said, "I believe, Mr. Yi Feng, you are a smart person and would not refuse." Looking at the slightly smiling Yi Feng, the Great Priest's expression remained unchanged as he spoke. He knew that Yi Feng was very intelligent. A smart person would not make foolish choices. But please rest assured, the Super Dragon Balls are for you to make your own wishes. After your wishes are granted, the Super Dragon Balls will still belong to you. The Great Priest added, "All right, as you said, I am a smart person." Yi Feng nodded. Then with a thought, 7 enormous Dragon Balls appeared in the Void Realm. The golden Dragon Balls emitted a dazzling light. Damn, that guy Yi Feng really startled me. My beast patted his chest and said somewhat panicked. Just now, when he rejected the Great Priest, he felt as if he was hovering at the gates of hell, offending the Great Priest. He too could erase the 7th universe in an instant. Fortunately, Yi Feng seemed to be just joking and did not make such a foolish decision. Damn it. The Super Dragon Balls originally belonged to Yi Feng, and in the end, the wish was made using his own things. I can almost feel that unpleasantness, Vegeta said quietly, but it was clear from his tone that he was quite displeased. However, there was nothing to be done. What could one do about being unhappy? Those guys were gods standing at the top of the universe, and a single thought could kill them. Come fort. Shinran, I want to make a wish. Divine language. After obtaining the Super Dragon Balls, the Great Priest recited a spell towards the Dragon Balls. Then the 7 Dragon Balls shone brightly, instantly illuminating the entire Void Realm in golden hues. A golden divine dragon appeared in this Void Realm, sporting a pair of cute little wings. Normally, seeing the Super Shinran should be an incredibly exciting event. However, at this moment, Yi Feng was not very happy, and even felt somewhat displeased. After all, this was his own thing, and now he had to make a wish on his own things for someone else's sake. Mr. Yi Feng, please state your wish. After the Super Shinran appeared, the Great Priest said to Yi Feng. He was also a smart person and naturally knew that although Goku, Trunks, and Piccolo were still present, the one who could truly make the decision was still Yi Feng. Any wish can be made? Yi Feng looked at the High Priest and the Omni King and asked, "Is it true that any wish can be granted?" The High Priest nodded, his expression unchanged. The Omni King did not speak. Instead, he stepped down from his throne, seemingly very interested in Yi Feng's wish. What kind of wish would Yi Feng make? At this moment, not only the High Priest and the Omni King were interested in Yi Feng's wish. Even Beerus, Whis, Goku, and Vegeta were all looking at Yi Feng with anticipation. In that case, let all the erased universes be restored. Yi Feng said faintly. He knew very well in his heart that although the Great Priest and the Omni King said that any wish could be fulfilled if he really made many other wishes, then he would not hesitate to erase the 7th universe as well. However, his wish was to restore all the universes destroyed by the Omni King, not just the one that was just destroyed. This uncomfortable feeling better not happen a second time. What? The moment Yi Feng expressed his wish, everyone looked at him in shock, unable to believe he would say such a thing. Restore the erased universe? Is this real? Sun Wukong and Vegeta were both bewildered. Beerus and Whis were also surprised, their mouths agape. Although they didn't claim to know Yi Feng well, they had come to understand through their brief interactions that he was not the type of person to be overly compassionate. It was truly incredible that he would express such a wish for the restoration of other universes. Who would have thought that, mister? Yi Feng had the fate of all universes in his heart. Son Gohan looked at Yi Feng with admiration and said. However, at that moment, Yi Feng had 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. Mr. Yi Feng, are you sure this is your wish? After a brief moment of surprise, the Grand Priest confirmed with Yi Feng. Is that right? Yi Feng nodded, smiled helplessly, and said that he wasn't sure what else could be done. Well, to be honest, he also couldn't stand the king of all suddenly erasing so many universes. The Grand Priest spoke several words to the Super Dragon Urara, and the wish was considered fulfilled. Whoosh! Then, one by one, the universes suddenly returned to their respective spectator seats. What? What's going on? Weren't we erased by Lord King of all? I don't know what has happened. After all the universes returned once again, all the gods of destruction and contestants had expressions of disbelief and immense excitement on their faces. After all, they had indeed been erased by the king of all just moments ago. I understand now. That guy from Universe 7 wished for us to be revived. Suddenly, Wei Mi's complex gaze turned towards Yi Feng, speaking with even more complicated tones. They had been targeting Universe 7 and Yi Feng from the very beginning. They never expected that after winning, his wish would actually be to restore all the universes. If Universe 11 had achieved victory in the Tournament of Power, it definitely wouldn't have made such a grand wish to restore all the universes. At this moment, the god of destruction Katra from Universe 4, the god of destruction Sidra from Universe 9, and the god of destruction Rumshur from Universe 10 felt a bit of pain in their faces and lowered their heads in shame. You really are something, Yi Feng. With this alone, I might never be able to surpass you in my lifetime, Jiren said with a faint smile, looking at Yi Feng. After the wish was granted, the Super Dragon quickly turned into the Super Dragon Balls, but this time it did not fly away. Instead, it was directly collected back by the Grand Priest and returned to Yi Feng. You've worked hard, Mr. Yi Feng. If you have any other wishes, it might take a year to fulfill them, the Grand Priest said to Yi Feng. It doesn't matter, but this seems to be quite good, right? Yi Feng looked at the other universes, seeing all the students' excited expressions, as well as those destroyers who had once provoked him and attempted to assassinate him, who seemed to have gained some awareness. In fact, he was just like them, fighting for survival. The most detestable were those who enjoyed watching the drama. Chapter 186. The Request of the Grand Priest, the Power of High Destruction. The Power Tournament ended hastily like this. Most of the destroyers and contestants from other universes expressed their gratitude to Yi Feng before leaving. However, for Yi Feng, this power tournament yielded no rewards. It could be said that it was a complete waste of his time, and it left him particularly displeased. It seems we should head back. Looking at the other universes returning to their respective realms, Beerus didn't want to stay here any longer. After all, being with dangerous figures like the Grand Priest and the Omni King, one could be eliminated at any moment. Everyone nodded. Their thoughts were the same as Beerus's. In front of such dangerous individuals, it was best to appear as little as possible. Yi Feng, we are leaving. Beerus glanced at Yi Feng, who was still on the stage, and called out, Lord Beerus, I think we should head back first. It seems that the Grand Priest and the Omni King have something to discuss with Yi Feng. At this moment, Whis suddenly spoke up. What? The Grand Priest and the Omni King are looking for Yi Feng? Upon hearing Whis' words, everyone's brows furrowed tightly. Why did those two suddenly want to see Yi Feng? Could it be because Yi Feng's performance in the power tournament was too outstanding? What to do? Vegeta quickly looked at Beerus and asked, What else can we do? Let's return to Universe 7 and wait for news. Beerus said in a low tone. But Mr. Yi Feng. Vegeta wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Beerus. Remember, if the Omni King wants us to disappear, you should have seen it just now. Don't think of anything foolish. Hey, let's go back. Beerus commanded Kaioshin Asin. Oh, Kaioshin Asin quickly nodded and then instantly moved away from the Null Realm. Grand Priest and Omni King, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Yi Feng raised his head and said to the High Priest in a calm tone. Although he had been left behind, Yi Feng did not feel nervous, as he sensed no danger at all. This meant that the High Priest and the King of all probably wouldn't do anything hostile to him. Moreover, if they wanted to kill him, he should be able to use his spatial abilities to escape. Mr. Yi Feng, let's return to the King of All's temple first. After the High Priest finished speaking, the five of them directly disappeared from the Void Realm. Once everyone had vanished, the Void Realm returned to normal, and all traces of the arena and the audience seats disappeared without a trace. In the King of All's temple, the High Priest said, If you have something to say, feel free to speak. Yi Feng did not beat around the bush and directly spoke up. Mr. Yi Feng, do you know the creator of the Super Dragon Balls? The Grand Priest suddenly asked. I don't know. Yefeng answered very straightforwardly, although he was well aware that the so-called Super Dragon Balls were created by the previous Supreme Kai, Dragon God Salama. This was not the time to showcase his knowledge. All right, the Super Dragon Balls were created by a god named Dragon God Salama, the Supreme Kai explained. And then? You might as well just say it directly. There is no need for all this roundabout talk. Yi Feng seemed to sense what was coming next. Either the High Priest had some tasks for him, or he needed something from him. Mr. Yi was indeed a straightforward person. Here, as the situation, the Dragon God Salama was the former High Palace, but due to his ambitious nature, he attempted to kill the All-King and usurp power billions of years ago. However, the All-King discovered this and sealed the Dragon God Salama away. Recently, it seems he has broken free from the seal and escaped to other timelines, gathering many evil beings from various timelines and universes, attempting to disrupt the peace of the universe and time. The high priest spoke to Yi Feng at length. Yi Feng felt that it seemed like a very familiar story. He had either seen it somewhere or heard it somewhere. Isn't it just a former high priest? I think Lord Quan Wong should be able to easily eliminate him, right? Yi Feng asked faintly. It should be known that the All-King holds the rules of this world. Even if the dragon god Salama is powerful, he is still bound by the rules. As long as one is within the rules, no one can surpass the All-King. Of course, unless a means is developed to disregard or counter those rules. If it were that easy, I wouldn't be looking for you. Because Salama has escaped to another time and space, there are certain limitations that prevent us from directly erasing him. The high priest explained again. I'm sorry, I really don't quite understand what you mean. Are you preparing to have me help you deal with the dragon god Salama? Yi Feng tilted his head slightly, a bit confused as he asked. Strictly speaking, yes. The high priest nodded and said seriously. Hearing the high priest's words, Yi Feng really wanted to say, are you kidding me? Sorry, the strength of the former high priest, who could create super Dragon Balls, should be beyond what I can handle, right? Moreover, the strength of those angels is even above mine. Perhaps they are more suitable to take action. Yi Feng is no longer interested in continuing the conversation with the Grand Priest, as there is no need to help them as free enforcers. Angels cannot fight. Once they do, they will completely disappear. Furthermore, after the dragon god Salama was sealed by the Omni King, his power has diminished significantly. I believe you can handle it. The Grand Priest said again. In fact, he really did not want to find a human to accomplish this task. However, there are no suitable candidates available now. The god of destruction's combat power is too weak, and angels cannot intervene. Originally, his target was Jiren from Universe 11, but it seems that Yi Feng is more suitable now. Of course, if you agree, Lord Omni King can grant you a higher level of destructive power, the Grand Priest added. A higher level of destructive power? Yi Feng looked at the High Priest, and after thinking for a moment, said again, give me some time, I'll consider it. If the dragon god Salama is still alive, the thing he would most want to do right now is to figure out how to deal with the king of all, right? And with his abilities, he should have a chance of success. Of course, no problem. I'll go to Earth in 3 days, and you give me your answer. You don't need to think too much about it. Whether you agree or refuse, we won't force you. The High Priest said sincerely to Yi Feng. Chapter 187. Choose your own angel. Yi Feng looked at the expression of the High Priest and felt that he didn't seem to be lying. All right, I forgot to tell you, if you go this time, we will also send an angel to assist you. The High Priest continued speaking. Yi Feng understood the Grand Priest's intention. It was clearly to supervise his future actions. After all, having angels by his side was of no use at all. If the angels fought with all their strength, they would completely vanish. Angels? Are there still any spare angels available? Yi Feng glanced at the High Priest and curiously asked. Of course, if you accept this task, you can choose any one of the angels to assist you. The High Priest nodded and said to Yi Feng, they're not just 12 angels, they are merely the official angels. There are many apprentice angels, all of whom are interning in their respective universes, similar to candidate destroyers. Hearing the High Priest's words, Yi Feng took a deep breath. Was this guy trying to supervise him or tempt him? After all, some angels, if you disregard their age, have looks and figures that are absolutely top-notch. Would it really be okay for someone like Bardos, Kusu, or Margarita to follow him? Well, I'll think it over carefully when I get back. Goodbye for now. After waving to the Grand Priest, Yefeng immediately teleported to Universe 7. Since the Grand Priest had already said such things, he probably had a clear understanding of his own strength. Therefore, there was no need to deliberately hide his teleportation and spatial abilities in front of them. After returning to Universe 7, Beerus and the others were waiting on Earth for Yefeng's return. You're back. Mr. Yefeng, are you alright? Vegeta was the first to ask. After comprehending Ultra Instinct, she had even more respect for Yefeng, as without him, she wouldn't have been able to grasp Ultra Instinct just by relying on Whis' guidance. Yefeng, what did the Grand Priest want with you? Beerus also asked curiously. It's nothing. Why are you all so tense? The Grand Priest just wanted to chat, Yefeng replied. Yi Feng shrugged and smiled at everyone. There was no need to tell them what the High Priest had said to him. After all, he had not made a decision yet. Naturally, they did not believe Yi Feng's words, but since he did not want to speak, they had no way to force him. Well, since there's nothing going on, Vis and I will head back first. After saying goodbye to Yi Feng, Beerus returned. Staying on Earth no longer held any significance. Moreover, he had a nagging feeling of unease. This tournament of power seemed not to be the end of the disaster for all universes, but rather the beginning of it. Of course, This was just his intuition, and he hoped it wouldn't come true. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yifeng returned home. To agree or not to agree, Yifeng is currently very conflicted. To be honest, he doesn't want to be a free henchman for the king and the high priest. However, at the same time, he has his own thoughts, which is that he needs to find stronger opponents to hone himself. The dragon god Salama might be a very good opponent. Moreover, that guy should have many things that he could take advantage of. Ding. System task issued. Please host go to the nest of time to check in. Check-in period is 1 month. Check-in duration is days. Just as Yifeng was hesitating, the electronic synthetic voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. What? The nest of time? The territory of the Kaioshin of time? Kane? Yifeng suddenly thought in surprise. Although the time nest is not a place that appeared in the original Dragon Ball, he still knows a little about it. Moreover, the last time the Supreme Kai of Time, Kane, probably wanted to take him to the time nest. However, he had to refuse her at that time due to time constraints. He wonders what kind of reward it will be this time. Yifeng is very much looking forward to the reward. After all, he has never been disappointed by the rewards in the past. It seems he needs to visit the time nest. Time passed, and 3 days almost flew by. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Grand Minister appeared before Yifeng with a familiar face. Mr. Yifeng, have you made a decision? The Grand Minister asked with a smile as he looked at Yifeng. The familiar face beside the Grand Minister was none other than Kane, the Supreme Kai of Time, whom he met a month ago in the future timeline. Long time no see, Mr. Yifeng, Kane also said with a smile. Clearly, this time Kane's attitude has noticeably changed, no longer carrying that self-righteous feeling. Yifeng nodded at Kane. He didn't expect that just 3 days after the system released the task for signing in at the Nest of Time, Kane would appear today. Moreover, it was clear that Kane's appearance was definitely related to the upcoming confrontation with the dragon god Salama. All right, I accept this task. After greeting Kane, Yifeng looked at the high priest and nodded. This was a decision he made after 3 days of consideration, not to work for anyone else. He had his own plans. That's great. Mr. Yifeng is indeed not disappointed, Lord Zeno. Yifeng's decision seemed to be within the Grand Priest's expectations, so he wasn't too surprised. During the process of eliminating Salama and his accomplices, Lord Quan Wong and I will not provide you with any assistance. You can discuss all matters with the Kaioshin of Time, since you have already met, the Grand Priest said to Yifeng. It was clear that after assigning the task, they would completely wash their hands of it. However, this was exactly what Yifeng wanted. If the two of them intervened, he would definitely feel constrained. All right, no problem. Then I look forward to your guidance, Lord Kaioshin. Yifeng glanced at Kane and said with a faint smile, You don't need my guidance, do you? Kane looked at Yifeng and replied, Someone who has the trust of the High Priest and the All-King certainly doesn't need my advice. By the way, Mr. Yifeng, Kane continued, I told you earlier that you can choose an angel to assist you. Have you made your decision? The High Priest looked at Yifeng and paused before saying, Of course, my suggestion is to choose from Vis, Bardos, and the apprentice Angel Mel's. So do all three of them understand the peak mastery and ultimate freedom techniques? Yifeng asked. This is only achieved by Weiss and Bestows, the apprentice angels, just like you, who have reached the state of perfect freedom and ultimate intent. Is the angel in chapter 188, Bestows, like this? Yifeng stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said, Then it's Bestows. In fact, there wasn't much choice. Bestows was his sister and stronger than Weiss, which would be more helpful for him. Although he also had a good impression of Weiss, there was still some gap compared to Bestows. Moreover, Bestows was always following that fat pig, Kampa, which was simply a waste of talent. Of course, all of the above was just idle talk. The main reason was that Bestows was a female angel, a beautiful angel. Even if she couldn't be of much help on the road, at least she would be a pleasure to the eye. Bestows? It seemed that Myers' apprenticeship would end early. The Grand Priest said lightly. He originally thought Yifeng would choose Weiss. After all, Weiss was the angel of the 7th universe, and it seemed that the two were getting along well. He didn't expect Yifeng to choose Bestows. All right, since that's the case, I'll take you to meet Bestows now. The Grand Priest said, looking at Yifeng. The three of them suddenly appeared in the 7th universe. Clearly, the Grand Priest also mastered the power of time and space. Greetings, Grand Priest. In the 6th universe's god of destruction realm, Kampa hurriedly knelt down to welcome the Grand Priest upon seeing him. Get up. I'm here today mainly to announce something. The Grand Priest looked at Bestows and Kampa and spoke commandingly. What? Surprise appeared in Kampa's eyes. But Bestows remained calm and seemed unfazed. The angel of the 6th universe will be temporarily replaced by Myers. From now on, Bestows will be Yifeng's angel. The Grand Priest continued. Understood, Grand Priest. Although Kampa had no idea what was happening, This was the Grand Priest's order, and he naturally dared not have any objections. Wow, this is really unexpected. This little guy chose me. At this moment, Bestows smiled and spoke. Bestows, from now on, you are Yi Feng's angel, responsible for assisting him in any future tasks. The only change is that you must completely obey Yi Feng, understood? The Grand Priest said, looking at Bestows. Yi Feng looked at the Grand Priest with some surprise, unsure if what he said about complete obedience was true or not. Yes, I understand, Lord Grand Priest. Bestows quickly nodded and said, Lord Kampa, then we'll meet again. After that, Bestows turned to Kampa and said, You also take care, Bestows. Thank you for your care. Kampa naturally felt a bit reluctant. Although he was often criticized by Bestows and sometimes lost face, they had lived together for billions of years. So there were indeed some feelings there. Soon, the four left Universe 6 and returned to Universe 7. All right, things are almost settled now. I should head back. After the Grand Priest finished speaking, he directly vanished from Universe 7. Yi Feng, when are you planning to set off for the Time Fruit? After the Grand Priest left, Kane couldn't wait to ask. The situation with the Time Fruit was not optimistic. Although the Time Patrol teams under him were quite capable, there were too many altered timelines. So with just a few of them, they simply couldn't handle it. The sooner, the better. Let's leave tomorrow. Yi Feng answered decisively without any hesitation. His deadline for signing in was within 30 days. Although there was still plenty of time, staying in this time and space no longer held any meaning for him. The only opponents he could face now were the Angels, the High Priest, and the Omni King, but clearly, the Angels were unable to fight at full strength. The High Priest and the Omni King remained heights that he couldn't reach. So, hurrying to the Time Nest seemed to be the best plan. So soon? Kane looked at Yi Feng in confusion. It should be noted that last time, Yi Feng appeared very reluctant, but now he was so proactive. The contrast between the two was indeed a bit overwhelming for her. If you think it's too fast, how about we set off a year from now? Yi Feng looked at Kyan and jokingly said, How about tomorrow then? Kyan quickly responded, The situation in those chaotic universes is really bad right now. I absolutely can't wait for a year. Yi Feng, are we going to set off to another place again? At night, number 18 looked at Yi Feng and asked, Yeah, there's no other way. I'm not strong enough right now, so I can only keep running around. I'm sorry for making you go through this. Yi Feng looked at No. 18 with some pity and said, Although I could choose to stay out of this matter, that kind of boring life seems no longer suitable for me. What are you talking about? I am your woman. Wherever you go, I will follow, Lazuli said while lying in Yi Feng's arms. Since she chose this man, she would support him no matter what he did. The next morning, Yi Feng first went to say goodbye to Vegeta. After all, Vegeta had treated him well in this timeline. As for the others, they still couldn't be considered friends. Mr. Yi Feng, will you come back? Vegeta asked. Hard to say. Maybe. Yi Feng thought for a moment and said, Whether I can return to 0. 7 is hard to say. After all, this time when I want to do it, it's still very dangerous. One side is the former High Priest Dragon God Salama, and the other side is the High Priest and the Omni King. No matter which side, it's not easy to deal with. Well, Vegeta, thank you for your villa and for taking care of me during this time. I'll train hard, and maybe one day, when I return, I'll need to rely on your strength. Yi Feng patted Vegeta's shoulder and said, I will definitely work hard on my training. If you need anything, just let me know, Mr. Yi Feng. Vegeta nodded heavily and replied. Yi Feng's ability to say goodbye to himself in the end shows that he still values himself. Well then, goodbye. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he directly disappeared in front of Vegeta. Chapter 189. The opponent controlled by the Dark Dragon Balls. Then Yi Feng settled Broly in the sacred world of the Kais, as his personality probably wouldn't get along with Vegeta and the others. Moreover, Broly seems to have an innate hostility towards Vegeta. Vegeta, who also dislikes losing, likely wouldn't be able to get along with him. At this moment, Yi Feng stood in midair with the three women, Lazuli, Bardock, and Kane. He left, looking forward to the next return. Yi Feng looked at the earth, and then a white halo appeared around the bodies of the group before they disappeared into the sky. Hopefully, when they return, it will be a different scenery. When they reappeared, the four of them were already in a strange building. It could be called a planet, but it didn't quite resemble one, as it was only a small area. It seemed to be similar to the North Kai's planet, but obviously much more luxurious. The buildings inside were unique. Oh, you're back. Lord Kaishin. Suddenly, Sun Wukong, wearing a black shirt and a red cape, came out with a smile to greet Kaishin of Time, Kane. Behind him were Vegeta, Gohan, and Trunks. Before anyone could speak, Trunks suddenly ran excitedly towards Yi Feng. His excitement was even greater than when he saw his own father. TCH, the brat Trunks, he's not this excited to see me. Vegeta frowned and said, somewhat displeased. Mr. Yifeng, you finally came? Trunks was still very excited. It's important to note that although Vegeta is his biological father, and there is an inseparable blood relationship, Yifeng is like his reborn parent who helped him through difficult times when he was most helpless, saving countless lives on Earth. So if he had to choose between the two, Trunks would unhesitatingly choose Yifeng. Well, I finished my business over there, so I came here to take a look. Yifeng spoke lightly. It's really great to see you again. The excitement on Trunks' face showed no signs of fading. Is this Yifeng you mentioned, Trunks? He really seems as strong as you said. I can't feel his aura at all. Sun Wukong walked towards Yifeng, equally surprised. A guy who can make me unable to sense his energy is definitely very, very powerful. By the way, that woman next to Yifeng holding a staff. I can't feel her energy either. Could she be strong as well? It seems Lord Kaishin has found some strong allies this time. Yes, Mr. Yifeng is indeed very strong. I told you before, he easily defeated Zamasu. Trunks quickly nodded and said firmly. In his opinion, although his father and Uncle Wukong were strong enough to transform into Super Saiyan 4, they could at most match the power of few Zamasu. There was still a significant gap between them and Yifeng. TCH, is he really that strong? I'd like to give him a try. Vegeta crossed his arms over his chest and snorted. Ever since he became Super Saiyan 4, he hadn't really been afraid of anyone. Especially seeing his son admire Yifeng so much, he felt quite displeased. All right, Uncle Vegeta, Mr. Yifeng is my friend, Son Gohan quickly interjected with a smile. The Yifeng in front of him seemed like an unfathomable abyss, completely devoid of any sense of his strength. In this situation, it was better not to provoke him. Moreover, since he was brought here by Lord Kaishin, he must be their ally. Okay, let me analyze the current situation for everyone. At this moment, Kaishin Kane quickly spoke to Yifeng and the others. It's important to note that Son Wukong and Vegeta really like to fight, and it would be troublesome if they started a fight. After all, Yifeng was recommended to him by the Grand Minister, and his strength far surpassed that of the God of Destruction, so he was definitely not someone that Son Wukong and Vegeta could compare to. Yifeng naturally didn't want to pay attention to Vegeta. He could completely ignore him now. It was like ignoring an ordinary human. Once they arrived in the Great Hall, and after casually eating some food, Kaishin Kane began to explain the current situation. According to his description, there were a total of 7 problematic time and space. They had already resolved 4 of them together, but there were still 3 time and space that had not been corrected. All the opponents they faced were controlled by a black Dragon Ball, which made them extremely powerful. Kaishin Kane said to Yifeng, originally, opponents like Frieza and Cell could have been easily dealt with by Goku and Vegeta. However, after being controlled by that black Dragon Ball, their power underwent a qualitative change. Gohan and Trunks were simply no match for them. Fortunately, after everyone joined forces, they had already dealt with Frieza, Cell, Dorias, and Slug. However, the remaining 3 opponents they had only encountered were Majin Buu and the evil energy wave from Hell. Unfortunately, during their first meeting, Goku and Vegeta were both defeated by them. Moreover, Vegeta was unwilling to fuse, so in the end, they could only be forced to retreat. That was how things went. The biggest enemies we are facing now are the evil energy wave and Majin Buu, controlled by the Dark Dragon Balls. Both of them are very strong, making them quite troublesome. The Kaishin of Time, Kane, slightly adjusted his brows and said to Yifeng, Mr. Yifeng, the evil energy wave and Majin Buu are indeed very strong. Their recovery ability is particularly terrifying, as if they can resurrect infinitely. At this moment, Trunks also frowned and said, because I have personally witnessed the recovery abilities of those 2 guys. How strong can a mere recovery ability be? Can it compare to Zamasu's immortality? Yifeng, no matter how strong the reincarnation ability is, it is still significantly different from immortality. After his destructive power was enhanced by the Omni King, he could easily destroy Zamasu's immortality, let alone the mere Majin Buu and evil containment wave. TCH, speaking big words without fear of hurting oneself. That's because you haven't witnessed the terror of those 2 monsters. At this moment, Vegeta suddenly said in a somewhat sarcastic tone, Chapter 190, Instant Kill Majin Buu. Dad, maybe you should say less. After hearing Vegeta's arrogant words, Trunks quickly reminded him. If Mr. Yifeng gets angry, he would definitely be more terrifying than Majin Buu and evil containment wave. Yes, Vegeta. It sounds like Yifeng has a way to deal with evil containment wave and Majin Buu. Son Goku also spoke up at this time. TC. Vegeta snorted coldly and turned his head to stop talking. However, he still felt that Yifeng was bragging. The attacks of those two guys, Majin Buu and Evil Containment Wave, wouldn't work against them at all, unless he and Kakarot fused in a Vegeto and used the Soul Purification ability. Perhaps it could completely eliminate those two, but he still couldn't get over that mental hurdle and was unwilling to fuse with Kakarot. Yifeng was naturally not angry, and he didn't even look at Vegeta, because Vegeta was really too weak now, so weak that he had no interest at all. Listening to you seems to be able to solve the two of them? At this moment, the Kaioshin of Time, Kane, hurriedly asked Yifeng, because those two guys have been worrying a lot lately. Of course, no matter how strong they became, in my eyes, they were not much different from little bugs. Yifeng said confidently. However, he has the capital to be arrogant. To deal with the evil thought wave and Majin Buu, it indeed only takes a moment. Don't underestimate them. Those two guys are really strong. Moreover, Majin Buu has absorbed the Demon Realm King Dabura and has become even more powerful. Kain reminded Yifeng. Although he knew Yifeng was strong, he was still afraid that he might be too careless and end up in trouble. If he accidentally gets absorbed by Majin Buu, it would be quite troublesome. TCH Dabura? Yifeng Suden Simidet. Is that kind of guy really that impressive? Even if he is stronger than that Dabura from Earth. In my eyes, he is still weak. Hearing Yifeng's arrogant tone, Vegeta couldn't take it anymore. This guy really knows how to brag. He probably has never seen the power of Majin Buu and Evil Containment Wave, which is why he speaks so shamelessly, right? Hey, from your tone, it sounds like you look down on Evil Containment Wave and Majin Buu. If that's the case, then you should solve both of them without her help. Vegeta looked at Yifeng and spoke coldly. Anyone can act tough. Dad, Trunks frowned tightly. He didn't expect that after not seeing him for decades, his dad would still have his kind of personality. Does he really not feel Mr. Yifeng's strength? Although your provocation is very clumsy, since you said that, I'll show you my power. After Yifeng finished speaking, he looked at the King of Time, Kain, and continued, let's go. Take me to see the so-called ridiculously strong Majin Buu and Evil Contaminated Wave. Are we going right now? Don't we need to prepare or take a break? Kain asked, somewhat surprised. It's just a matter of a few minutes. It won't delay our rest. Yifeng stood up and said, well, okay. Kain could only nod, because the great priest had instructed that Yifeng was different from Sun Wukong and the others. If he wanted to quell this chaotic battle across time and space, he must cooperate fully with Yifeng. Soon, Kaioshin Kain directly brought Yifeng and Sun Wukong to the time and space where Majin Buu was located. At this moment, the earth had been ravaged by Majin Buu, covered in wounds and devastation. We have arrived, Kain said to Yifeng. Then everyone saw Majin Buu. At this time, Majin Buu was in his evil Buu form, but with some differences. Having absorbed Dabura, he exhibited some of Dabura's traits. He was also holding a giant steel knife. A strange cry came from Majin Buu's mouth, and energy balls continuously erupted from his palms, destroying the earth. Damn it, that bastard actually killed all the earthlings. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and suddenly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. At that moment, Majin Buu clearly sensed Vegeta's energy and immediately turned to look at Yifeng and the others. A grin appeared on his face, as if a beast had spotted its prey. With a sharp roar, Majin Buu leaped into the air and instantly attacked Yifeng and the others. So fast. Sun Wukong and Vegeta's expressions changed drastically as they quickly spoke. At the same time, they retreated several dozen meters back. Almost at the same moment, the staff in Bardock's hand lightly tapped in the air, wrapping Lazuli and Kain in a layer of grass-green energy. In the next second, Yifeng surprisingly caught the steel knife swung down by Majin Buu with 2 fingers, producing a piercing sound. What? Such powerful strength! Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others looked at the situation in shock, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. It was simply unbelievable that the enhanced attack from Majin Buu was caught like this. This is Mr. Yifeng's strength. Majin Buu is simply not his opponent. Trunks, however, was not as surprised as Vegeta and the others, but instead said excitedly, because he had witnessed Yifeng's terror. Yifeng's 2 fingers gently applied pressure, and the steel knife was directly broken in half. Yifeng casually flicked his wrist, and the tip of the steel knife instantly pierced through Majin Buu's heart. Bang! Rumbling. Majin Buu's body was directly shot away by the terrifying force, crashing heavily onto the ground. The ground immediately stirred up dust for dozens of meters. In front of him, this guy Majin Buu seemed like a child. Sun Wukong frowned and said, how could Majin Buu, who was beaten to the point of having no power to retaliate, appear so weak in front of Yifeng? Just then, Majin Buu suddenly leaped up, the wound on his chest already healed. Grinning with an angry expression, he said, "Oomph." Destruction. Yi Feng's faint voice fell, and a purple destructive energy appeared directly. It shot straight towards Majin Bu. Zila. There was hardly any reaction from Majin Bu. The destructive energy directly pierced through his body. Majin Bu's body gradually transformed into purple light spots. Chapter 191. Majin, a bit curious at first sight. Majin Bu didn't even let out a scream before disappearing without a trace. Watching the scene unfold before them, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were stunned, feeling as if they were dreaming. They had exerted all their strength, but couldn't defeat Majin Bu, yet Yi Feng had killed him in an instant. This is simply unbelievable. What? Are you joking? Is Majin Bu really taken care of just like that? Vegeta furrowed his brows tightly, still unable to believe that the scene before him was real. This guy is indeed very strong, far surpassing us, Vegeta. Sun Wukong said seriously to Vegeta. He had never seen such a strong opponent. It was no exaggeration to say he was far beyond the Super Saiyan level. Perhaps even if he and Vegeta fused into Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, they might not be Yi Feng's opponent. Even more terrifying was the energy beam he shot from his fingertip, which effortlessly destroyed Majin Bu. It made him feel a sense of death threat. Luckily, this guy was not an enemy. Otherwise, it would be truly despairing. Clap. After easily resolving Majin Bu, Yi Feng clapped his hands. He then turned his gaze to the astonished Vegeta and asked, "How about it? Do you still think I'm bragging?" Under Yi Feng's gaze, Vegeta felt uncomfortable all over. He had to turn his head away. It was absolutely impossible for him to admit Yi Feng's strength out loud. Looking at Vegeta, Yi Feng shook his head lightly. It seemed that even for Vegeta, the gap between different timelines was quite large. At least the Vegeta from the Hyper timeline wouldn't be so annoying. You really dealt with Majin Bu? The Supreme Kai Kane finally snapped back to reality from his shock and looked at Yi Feng in disbelief. Is there any doubt? Majin Bu has completely disappeared. Yi Feng smiled and said to Kane, "Dealing with a Majin Bu is as easy for me as drinking water." Buddhas and Razali had a calm expression. They understood Yi Feng's strength too well. Even Jiren and the others were far stronger than this Majin Bu. You're really amazing. However, that ability of yours just now seems extremely terrifying. Ordinary energy can't cause any damage to Majin Bu at all, Son Goku said, walking up to Yi Feng. Curious and shocked. That is destructive energy. If I want, I can make the entire universe disappear in an instant with this energy. Yi Feng glanced at Sun Wukong and said, "I'm not bragging. This is true. Even Beerus can handle such small matters, let alone me. You're really something exciting." Sun Wukong suddenly smiled with excitement and said, if he weren't so aware of the vast gap between him and Yi Feng, he would really like to have a good match with him. "Yi Feng, can you help us deal with the evil thought wave as well?" At this moment, Kane suddenly asked. Given the strength of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, it would be difficult for them to deal with the evil thought wave. However, after seeing Yi Feng's strength just now, she believed that Yi Feng could easily handle the evil thought wave. "Let's go." Yi Feng did not refuse. His goal was the Demon Realm King, Mechikabura, and the Dragon God, Salaman. To make them come looking for him, it was simple. He just needed to eliminate all the little dodos around him, and they would naturally seek him out. Then, Yi Feng put the 4-star Dark Dragon Ball that had dropped from Majin Bu into his system, and then disappeared along with Kane and the others. Since the Dark Dragon Balls could grant such powerful abilities to Majin Bu and the others, perhaps he could also make use of them in the future. When Yi Feng and the others appeared next time, they had already arrived in Hell. The evil thoughts had used a barrier to control the entire Hell. "Mr. Yi Feng, this thing is very sturdy. Last time, Dad and Uncle Wukong had to work together to open the barrier," Trunks quietly reminded, looking at the light yellow barrier on the surface of Hell. "Very sturdy?" Yi Feng glanced at Trunks and then gently tapped the barrier with his index finger. Suddenly, light yellow cracks appeared in the barrier like a spider web, then it shattered like glass. Trunks looked embarrassed, realizing he might have spoken too soon. This kind of thing seemed completely useless to Mr. Yi Feng. Sun Wukong was in shock, knowing that it took both his and Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 forms working together to break something like this. Yi Feng actually just pointed with his finger? At this moment, Vegeta's face had already turned very ugly. He previously didn't believe in Yi Feng's strength, thinking he was just showing off. But now, he felt as if his face had been slapped hard. After simply breaking the barrier of Majin Bu, they arrived next to the blood pool in Hell. At this time, someone was already fighting with the evil thought wave. Who is that? Is it the Lord of the Universe from the human world? Could he also be one of our patrol team? Looking at the young man with a black scythe fighting the evil thought wave, Sun Wukong asked. "No, that guy seems to be from the demon realm, Majin Shilimu." Kai Jun frowned tightly and said, She had always felt that this time-space distortion was caused by those guys from the demon realm, but she hadn't found any evidence. It wasn't until Tova and Mira appeared that she solidified her thoughts. She didn't expect that even Majin Shalomu would show up now. This guy is known as the Grim Reaper of the demon realm. Majin? That guy is too strong. He can actually fight evenly with the evil thought wave? Sun Wukong and the others looked at Majin Shalomu, who was in battle, in shock. It should be noted that the last time they came, he and Vegeta teamed up and were still no match for the evil thought wave. If it weren't for Kaioshin Kane using the power of time and space to save them, they might have been killed. It seems that these so-called Majins are all very strong. In comparison, the Demon King Dabura who appeared on Earth before was quite mediocre. Majins? It's my first time seeing them, and I'm a bit curious. Yifeng took a few steps forward, looked at the demon Rulu Mu, and said, indeed, he could feel a different aura in his body, and it was quite strong. Of course, this is only relative. Chapter 192, Collecting the Dark Dragon Balls. Just as Yifeng and the others were observing Rulu Mu, that guy was also observing them. Then, he forcefully swung the black scythe in his hand, directly splitting the evil thought wave in half. However, the evil thought wave quickly repaired itself. Time Patrol? A bunch of garbage. A look of disdain appeared in Rulu Mu's eyes as he looked at Yifeng and the others and said, now that Lord Meichi Capula has awakened, the so-called Kaioshin of time will soon be completely exterminated. As for those poor little bugs, they can only accompany him in death. Damn it, what the hell are you saying? Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and yelled at Rulu Mu before directly attacking him. However, in that moment, the evil thought wave's body suddenly flew out. Bang! Then it heavily crashed into Vegeta's chest, causing his body to fly backward. Dad! Vegeta! Trunks and Sun Wukong hurried over to help Vegeta up. The evil thought wave seemed to have become stronger, and the demon's strength seemed to be on par with the evil thought wave. Haha, these guys are really interesting. It seems that coming with you this time is a great experience. Looking at the demon and the evil thought wave in front of him, Bardoss suddenly smiled and said to Yifeng, you've probably seen these things before, right? Yifeng looked at Bardoss and asked, with Bardoss's abilities, it is absolutely impossible to say that he doesn't know about the dark magic realm. I think I saw it when I was young. Hearing Yifeng's voice, Bardoss replied, but I was very young back then, and my strength was weak, so I don't remember it clearly. Mr. Yifeng, now the evil thought wave and the demon Xiaolum are both our enemies. Can we deal with them? Kane asked, looking at Yifeng with a serious expression. The evil thought wave and the demon Xiaolum in front of them both possess strength surpassing that of the demon Bu. Be more confident and drop the Ma. Yifeng suddenly smiled. Then his body flashed and appeared in front of the evil thought wave in an instant. He placed his right hand on the chest of the evil thought wave and said softly, disappear. The moment the words fell, the body of the evil thought wave transformed into purple starlight and gradually disappeared completely. In the end, only a black 5-star Dark Dragon Ball remained. It was so powerful that even destructive energy couldn't destroy it. It seems this thing is quite formidable. Yifeng looked at the Dark Dragon Ball in his hand and muttered to himself. Then he directly placed the Dark Dragon Ball into the system. What? Hey, hand over the Dark Dragon Ball, Xiaolum said with a cold expression when he saw Yifeng take the Dark Dragon Ball away. His purpose for coming this time was to collect the Dark Dragon Ball and use its power to restore the Demon King's eternal youth. How could it be taken away by someone from the Time Patrol? If I were you, I would immediately turn around and run. Yifeng glanced at the demon Xiaolu Mu and said, don't be so self-righteous, you bastard. Since you won't hand it over willingly, I'll have no choice but to kill you and take the Dark Dragon Ball back myself. As Xiaolu Mu's voice fell, he instantly flashed out. In less than 0.1 seconds, Xiaolu Mu had already appeared in front of Yifeng, swinging his black scythe towards him. Yifeng's body suddenly vanished, and the scythe of Rulum seemed to slice through the air, creating a crack. Then, Yifeng transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. The demon was equally fragile. At this moment, Yifeng's body had appeared behind Shulumu, his fingertips aimed at the back of Shulumu's head, and purple energy shot out instantly. Accompanied by a scream, Shulumu disappeared without a trace. Isn't that too strong? I can hardly believe this guy is human. The Supreme Kai Kane's eyes flashed with shock. Son Goku and Vegeta had already surpassed their understanding of humans, and Yifeng's appearance once again refreshed their perception of humanity. He actually killed Majin Bu, Evil Containment Wave, and Majin Shulumu in just a few minutes. So cool, just by transforming into a Super Saiyan. I can't even see his movements clearly. Is he really that strong? Son Goku frowned and said softly. It's worth noting that he could now transform into Super Saiyan 4. Dad, don't you think Yifeng looks a lot like someone? Son Gohan suddenly spoke up. At first, he didn't feel much. He just thought he was a relatively strong Saiyan who mastered some strong energy. However, the moment Yifeng transformed, it reminded him of a terrifying enemy from the past, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Now that you mention it, he really does look like him, especially with that grass-green aura surrounding him. Son Goku nodded and said, he still clearly remembered Broly, a very powerful opponent. Back in the South Galaxy, they almost got killed. If it weren't for their luck, gathering everyone's energy to defeat Broly, the entire galaxy could have been destroyed by him. As for Yifeng in front of them, for that brief moment after transforming, he indeed resembled Broly. The only difference being that Yifeng's aura was very stable and not as violent as Broly's. TCH, no wonder I felt something uncomfortable from that guy, Vegeta scoffed, recalling the shame of being too scared to act against Broly. That time was truly a lifelong humiliation. After easily dealing with Majin Shulu Mu, Yifeng returned to his normal state. Mr. Yifeng, you are just too amazing. Trunks looked at Yifeng with sparkling eyes like a loyal little fan. He truly hoped that one day he could become as strong as Mr. Yifeng. By the way, Trunks, what happened to the Black Dragon Balls after you killed Frieza and Cell? Yifeng looked at Trunks and asked. He always felt that the dark energy contained in the dark sky held very powerful abilities, so he needed to collect all the Dark Dragon Balls and study them thoroughly. In Chapter 193, The Secret of the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, he asked, those Black Dragon Balls? Trunks paused for a moment, then awkwardly replied, I feel really ashamed to say this, but after we defeated Frieza and the others, those Black Dragon Balls were taken by people from the Demon Realm. Moreover, those guys are particularly strong. After Uncle Goku and I defeated Frieza, the Black One-Star Ball was taken by a guy named Mira. After my dad and I killed Cell, the Two-Star Ball was also taken. Their strength is extremely formidable. Even my dad and I fusing together couldn't defeat them. Taken by the Demon Realm? Je think fronet. It seemed he needed to go to the Dark Demon Realm. Alright, these guys have been dealt with. Let's head back to the Nest of Time and discuss what we need to do next. Yifeng glanced at Kaien and the others and said, since his system task was to sign in at the Fruit of Time for 10 days, he decided not to think about the Dark Demon Realm during this period. After completing the sign-in, he would go to the Dark Demon Realm to retrieve the Dark Dragon Ball. If he guessed correctly, the Demon King Mechacapra had already been revived. However, he probably had not regained his peak power, which is why he was trying to use the power of the Dark Dragon Ball to restore his strength to that of his peak period. Let's hurry back. Kai nodded happily. Yifeng is truly a great deity. I didn't expect that Majin Buu, Evil Thoughts, and others, who completely left Wukong and Vegeta helpless, were actually killed in an instant. This guy's power is just too strong. With this, I no longer need to fear the demon god Demigra, or even the unsealed Mechacabura. Then everyone directly returned to the Time Fruit through Kain's time-space power. By the way, do you know how to get to the Dark Demon Realm? After returning to the Time Nest, Yifeng said to Kain, I learned about the existence of the Dark Demon Realm from Mira and Tawa last time, but I still haven't found it. Kain said awkwardly, logically speaking, as the god of time, I should be able to find any place in time and space. However, I have completely no clues about the Dark Demon Realm. Yifeng looked at Kain and shook his head. This guy seems to have business abilities similar to those of the Kaioshin Ashin. Although he manages many things, he doesn't understand them at all. Forget it. Since I have 2 Dark Dragon Balls in my hands, the people from the Demon Realm will definitely come looking for me. During this time, everyone should work hard to improve their strength. I was just casually asking earlier, and since Kain doesn't know, then it's fine. Given the personality of those in the Demon Realm, since I killed their demon god and took the Dark Dragon Balls, they definitely won't let it go just like that. Mr. Yifeng, can you train us? Hearing Yifeng mention improving strength, Trunks quickly spoke up excitedly. Trunks, I want to let this guy train you, Vegeta suddenly said to Trunks. Trunks looked awkward. Will his dad change this bad habit? Stop being so self-important, Vegeta. With someone like you, I wouldn't train you even if you begged me. Looking at the pretentious Vegeta, Yifeng said lightly. He then added, by the way, the Vegeta from another timeline, under my guidance, should be able to crush you. That bastard. Even if such a thing were true, is it necessary to say out loud? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, feeling a bit angry as he spoke quietly. Being surpassed by another version of himself is something that makes him a bit mad just thinking about it. All right, Uncle Vegeta. Yifeng just helped us kill Majin Buu and Evil Buu. Gohan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. If this continued, Uncle Vegeta was likely to get beat up. By the way, if you want to train, I can provide you with a time chamber. The time flow inside the time chamber is 30 times that of the outside world, which means that 30 days of training outside is equivalent to 1 day inside. How about that? Isn't it impressive? After finishing, Kane had a proud look on his face, obviously wanting Yifeng and the others to praise him. Hee. Lord Kaioshin is amazing. At that moment, Bestows smiled and supported Kane. Only 30 times? Goku, Gohan, and the others had calm expressions, even showing some disdain. You should know that the spirit time room on Earth has a time flow of 1 year. And the great Kaioshin of the time realm can only create a time flow of 30 times, which is indeed a bit weak. What else with your expressions? Kane looked at everyone in confusion. Shouldn't they be shocked and scream? But what else with the disappointment and disdain on their faces? I ask you, is the 30 times time chamber your limit? Yifeng looked at Kaiyan and suddenly asked, a flow rate of 30 times is already quite strong, you know? Creating a 30 times time house will require a lot of divine power. Kaiyan thought. Yifeng looked down on her and quickly said loudly, a 30 times time house is indeed my limit. Is that so? Yifeng slightly raised his eyebrows. From Kai Jun's eyes, it was clear that the 30 times time chamber seemed to be her limit. So there was a very important question. The spirit time chamber on Earth has a time flow rate of years, and it is also enhanced by times the gravity. Kai Jun is the god of time realm, and even she can only create a time flow rate of 30 times. So who exactly created the spirit time chamber on Earth? Although the answer is not very clear, it is obvious that the deity who created the spirit time chamber on Earth is definitely far beyond Kai Jun's existence. Chapter 194 Reward. Power of rules. It seems that this Dragon Ball world is not that simple. There are definitely countless hidden strong beings. Are you guys going to train or not? If not, then forget it, Kaiyan said with some annoyance. She was kindly helping them train, but they actually complained about her insufficient abilities. Of course, we will train. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, and it's better than the normal speed. Yifeng nodded and said. Trunks and Gohan quickly apologized to Kane. Then Kane brought Yifeng and son Wukong to the time chamber. Bardos and Lazuli stayed outside because they didn't need training. As for mastering ultimate freedom, he would find Bardos to study it when he had time. The time chamber that Kane mentioned was similar to the one on Earth, filled with a vast white space. Then there were 2 small rooms, which were filled with food. After bringing Yifeng and the others to the spirit time room, Kane left to observe the situation outside. The final time and space were not peaceful, especially with those guys from the demon realm. It looks just like the spirit time room on Earth. Son Wukong said as he looked around. The only difference was the absence of 10 times gravity. But it didn't matter, as 10 times gravity had no effect on them anyway. Trunks, come over here. I'll tutor you. Yifeng directly said to Trunks. Yes, Mr. Yifeng. Trunks excitedly replied and quickly ran towards Yifeng. Mr. Yifeng would be great if he could personally guide us. Does that guy Trunks even know who his real father is? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his face showing jealousy. All right, Vegeta, let's start training, Goku said to Vegeta. And so, time passed day by day. Meanwhile, in a dark space, there was a magnificent black hall. Are you saying that Ruim was taken care of by the Time Patrol? On the throne in the hall sat an old man with blue skin and white hair. His eyes were completely black with crimson pupils, and he wore dark red earrings on his elf-like ears. This person was the leader of the demon realm, Demon King Mechikabura. Chapter 194 Reward. Power of Rules. Please subscribe automatically. It seems that this Dragon Ball world is not so simple. There are definitely countless hidden powerful beings. Are you guys going to train or not? If not, then forget it, Kane said with some annoyance. She had kindly helped them train, yet they still complained about her insufficient abilities. Of course we will train. Even mosquito legs are meat. It's better than the normal speed. Yifeng nodded and said. Trunks and Gohan quickly apologized to Kane. Then Kane took Yifeng and son Wukong to the time room. Bardos and Lazuli stayed outside because they didn't need training. As for reaching the peak of mastery and ultimate freedom, he could find Bardos to study it later when he had time. The time room that Kane mentioned was similar to the one on Earth, with a vast white space inside. Then there were 2 small rooms filled with food. After bringing Yifeng and the others to the hyperbolic time chamber, Kane went out to observe the situation outside. The final timeline was not peaceful, especially with those guys from the demon realm. It's just like the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth, Son Wukong said as he looked around. The only difference was the absence of 10 times gravity. But it didn't matter, as 10 times gravity had no effect on them anyway. Trunks, come over here. I'll guide you. Yifeng directly said to Trunks. Yes, Mr. Yifeng. Trunks excitedly replied and quickly ran towards Yifeng. Mr. Yifeng could personally guide us. That would be great. Does Trunks even know who his father is? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, a look of jealousy on his face. All right, Vegeta, let's start training. Sun Wukong said to Vegeta. Just like that, time passed day by day. Meanwhile, in a dark space, there was a magnificent black hall. Are you saying that Ruim was taken out by the Time Patrol? On the throne in the hall sat an elderly man with blue skin and white hair. His eyes were pitch black with crimson pupils, and he wore dark red earrings on his pointed elf ears. This man was the leader of the demon realm, Demon King Mechikabura. He then looked down at the heavy demon god and asked, "Is that so, my lord?" Tawa, looking frightened, replied, "That girl from the Time Kaishin actually has such a character under her command?" Mechikabura was somewhat surprised and said, "I remember that the main force of the Time Patrol was annihilated in that battle, and the only survivor is that little brat Kane. Although she is the Time Kaishin, she has no power at all and is definitely no match for the demon gods. Yes, there are indeed some stronger opponents. We encountered them last time, but their strength is quite average. They definitely can't kill Ruim." Tawa spoke again. "When we took the Dark One-Star Ball, we did encounter a bit of resistance, which was that shape-shifting guy. But even so, they definitely can't be Ruim's opponents." "You're wrong, Tawa. Their individual combat power is average, but those guys can fuse. When we took the Dark Two-Star Ball, we almost let our guard down." Suddenly, Puting, who was by Gyuribi's side, spoke up. During the battle, although Gyuribi gained the power of the demon god, he still almost got into trouble. Those guys should never be underestimated. All right, I don't care what methods you use. Bring me all the Dark Dragon Balls within half a month. I've had enough of this broken body. Mechikabura suddenly spoke, his eyes emitting black flames filled with endless fury. He would definitely return to his peak form soon. He then looked down at Tawa and, Puting with a devilish tone, and said, "If you fail to complete the task in half a month, I think you will be very clear about your fate." "Understood, my lord." Looking at Mechikabura's angry expression, all the demon gods showed terrified expressions. The wrath of the Demon King was not something they could bear. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Time Nest for 10 days, completing the sign-in task. Reward: Power of Rules. Suddenly, the electronic synthesized voice of the system echoed in Yifeng's mind as he was training. Yifeng's body suddenly trembled. The power of rules. What is this? Yifeng couldn't understand this kind of thing for the time being. However, it was clear that as long as one touched the rules, it would definitely be a very powerful existence. What exactly is the system, the power of the rules? Yifeng was puzzled and silently asked in his heart. Reply to the host, to put it simply, it's similar to destruction. For example, the reason why the Omni King can effortlessly erase the universe is because, at this moment, the electronic synthesized voice of the system rang out again. Hiss! Hearing the system's voice, Yifeng gasped in shock. Is it that terrifying? This time, the reward was actually the power of rules. If he possessed the power of rules, did it mean he could also instantly destroy the universe? Like those gods of destruction, or even the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Host, you're overthinking it. The power of rules awarded by the system is the primary power of rules. You can indeed clear the universe like the Omni King or destroy gods. But your power of rules is ineffective against powerful characters like the Grand Priest and the Omni King, because they possess even stronger powers. It seemed the system understood Yifeng's thoughts, and its voice sounded directly. So that means it's completely useless? Yifeng, disappointment in the array. If one wants to destroy the universe, they can do it right now, without any power of rules. It's not useless. If the host wants to kill or control someone, they can plant the power of rules in that person's body. Once the power of rules is planted, you can kill a powerful being at the level of a high priest, the system explained again. The key is, how could one have a chance to plant the power of rules in the bodies of such powerful beings? Forget it. Anyway, it's a pretty impressive power. Although it's currently at a beginner level, it must have some effect. Chapter 195, Demigula terrified by the power of destruction. Just then, Bestows suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Lord Yifeng, you might need to step out for a moment. Lord Kai has encountered some trouble. Bestows said to Yifeng. Since the high priest had asked him to assist Yifeng, he naturally had to change how he addressed Yifeng. Is it someone from the demon realm? Yifeng asked. Yes, it seems to be a bit later than I expected, but has finally arrived. Yifeng smiled and said. He had long known that those little demons from the demon realm wouldn't give up easily, but he didn't expect them to come after him 10 days later. By the way, you can still call me Yifeng from now on. I'm not used to being called an adult. Yifeng looked at Bestows and said, all right, Yifeng. Bestows didn't refuse, but nodded directly and said. Then, several people walked out of the time house. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared, accompanied by a handsome stranger. Although this unfamiliar figure did not appear in the Dragon Ball canon, he was quite familiar. The demon Demigra, who betrayed the demon king Mechikabura, with bright red hair, light blue skin, pointed elf ears, and 2 red tear marks at the corners of his eyes. He held a magic staff in his hand. Damn it, I didn't expect you demons to be so active, daring to cause trouble in the time nest, Kai said, frowning tightly, his tone somewhat heavy. The Demigra before him had strength above Mira and Toa, and with his own power, he simply couldn't subdue him. Why not dare? Do you think the time nest now is the same as it was billions of years ago? Demigra looked down coldly at Kai. To be honest, if it were the time nest billions of years ago, I wouldn't even dare to think about it with 12 of my own guts. But now, I just know that a little girl is stationed here. Humph. Arrogant monster. Since you've come, then stay here forever. Kai suddenly spoke very defiantly to Demigra. After saying that, he quickly took 2 steps back and spoke again. Mr. Yifeng, it's up to you. The people behind, including Sun Wukong, looked bewildered. They had thought Kai had some powerful trump card to speak so confidently. They did not expect it to be like this. Yifeng was also taken aback, and his thoughts were the same as those of Sun Wukong and the others. It seems that Kaiyan is really just a decorative pillow. However, Yifeng still took a few steps forward and raised his head to look at Demigra. I was really startled by your tough attitude just now. I didn't expect your trump card to be finding a lowly human for help. Ha. Demigra laughed mockingly. Can a mere human be compared to the strongest archmage? It's truly a huge joke. Hearing Demigra's words, Yifeng's body slowly floated up, leveling with Demigra. Are you looking down on me? Yifeng, with a warm smile on his face, looked at Demigula and asked, a mere human dares to speak to a demon god like this? Demigula did not directly answer Yifeng's words, but disdainfully said, for many years, all the great wars have been battles between gods and demons. When have humans ever participated? All right, except for that one. Whoosh! Just as Demigula's voice fell, a purple light shot directly from Yifeng's fingertips, striking the handsome young man beside Demigula. Bang! Then, the front turned into purple starlight, disappearing without a trace. What? The power of destruction? In an instant, Demigula's pupils constricted, revealing a look of fear. He had seen this kind of thing before. The power of destruction was the nemesis of demon gods. It could be said that once hit, it could instantly reduce him to ashes. To this day, he still harbored a deep fear of destructive energy. Billions of years ago, how many demons and demon gods were annihilated by the power of destruction? Yifeng blew on his index finger and spoke in an extremely pretentious manner. I hate 2 types of people the most. One is those who lack the respect that humanity deserves, and the other is those who are more handsome than me. Unfortunately, it seems you both fit the bill. Of course, the demon god Demigra before him was indeed very strong. However, he still had the ability to kill him in an instant. How impressive. That demon seemed to be very wary of Mr. Yifeng. Son Gohan and Trunks, among others, exclaimed in shock. The demon named Demigra seemed to possess immense power, definitely surpassing that of Majin Buu and those like Beerus. Upon seeing Yifeng, he appeared so frightened. It seemed that he was wary of Yifeng's destructive energy. Sun Wukong stared intently at Yifeng and said, because Yifeng mentioned that the energy he used to eliminate Majin Buu and the evil spirit was called destruction. Of course, destruction is a divine skill, which has a significant restraining effect on demons and demon gods, Kane explained very proudly at that moment. It seemed that being a god made her very pleased. Lord Kaioshin, you're also a god, so you must have mastered this energy, right? Trunks and the others looked at Kane with anticipation and asked, well, I am a higher level Kaioshin of time. Destruction is the ability of a god of destruction. I don't need to master that. Kane stammered in response to Trunks and Sun Wukong's question. In fact, this ability is only mastered by the god of destruction. Vegeta disdainfully glanced at Kane and said, so you were just pretending to be impressive. Who exactly are you? You are clearly human. Why do you possess the power of destruction? Demigra looked at Yifeng in shock and asked, do you think you have a right to know? Yifeng coldly asked. In his eyes, Demigula was already a dead man, because it was too easy to kill him. Arrogant bastard. What does it matter if he possesses destructive power? Next time we meet, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. After Demigula's cold voice fell, he turned to leave the nest of time. Since you are here, how could it be so easy for you to leave? Yifeng's eyes shot out a gleam of light, and then his palms swiftly moved a few times. Demigula, after disappearing into space, suddenly drilled out from a nearby space. Chapter 196. Initial Trial of the Power of Rules. What is happening? When Demigula saw Yi Feng and the others again, a look of terror instantly appeared on his face. He clearly had just escaped using the power of time and space. How? Surprised, right? The surrounding space has already been tampered with by me. I said, since you've come, it won't be so easy for you to leave. After Yi Feng's cold voice fell, he suddenly appeared in front of Demigula. His palm pressed directly against Demigula's face. A ball of purple destructive energy gathered in his hand. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Demigula's face instantly showed a look of fear as he hurriedly waved his hands to plead for mercy. Having lived for billions of years, the longer one lives, the more afraid they naturally are of death. You don't want to be killed, huh? A glimmer of cunning flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. He had once seen in anime chaos that Demigula, after betraying the Demon King Mechacapra, had joined the dragon god Salama. Whether it's true or not is unknown, but if it is, he could actually make use of him. Do you know Salama? Yi Feng suddenly asked. What? How do you know Lord Salama? Demigula looked at Yi Feng in shock. Lord Salama had just broken free from his seal. How did this guy know about it? I'm asking you a question. Don't test my patience. Seeing Demigula's expression, Yi Feng was already sure that he knew Salama. I do know him. Demigula quickly nodded. At this moment, he didn't dare to tell any lies, as his life was hanging by a thread. And this human in front of him seemed to know a lot of things. The destructive energy in Yi Feng's palm slowly disappeared. And then he directly implanted a force of rules into Demigula's body. He wanted to see if this force of rules was really as powerful as the system claimed. At the same time, by controlling Demigula, he would be able to know the movements and actions of Salama and the others at any time. What did you put in my body? Demigula suddenly felt that something extra was in his body and asked in panic. It's nothing, just some powers beyond your imagination. However, with just a thought, you could instantly vanish without a trace. Yi Feng said calmly. According to the system, his power of rules should be able to kill the high priest. So a mere demon god like Demigula should be a piece of cake. Damn it, you want to control me? Dream on. Demigula furrowed his brows tightly and said to Yi Feng, Really? Yi Feng's cold voice fell, and then with a thought, Demigula felt a heart-wrenching pain. He sensed a terrifying and powerful force within his body, as if it were going to tear him apart. In just 1 second, he was sweating profusely from pain. Please, I beg you, spare me. I am willing to serve you. Just don't torment me anymore. This kind of supernatural feeling comes from the suffering of the soul, and he simply cannot resist it. This feeling is more unbearable than death. Painful. Weren't you quite tough just now? Yi Feng glanced at the pain-stricken Demigula and asked, What happened? I was wrong, Master. I truly was wrong. Please forgive me. Demigula pleaded in agony as he fell to the ground. What was going on? The mighty demon god, Demigula, was actually begging Yi Feng for mercy? Cain stared dumbfounded at the scene before him. After all, even in his worst moments, Demigula wouldn't be this pathetic, right? Although he didn't know what Yi Feng had done, it seemed that Demigula was in immense pain and fear. Sun Wukong frowned and spoke up. Only Bestows raised her delicate eyebrows, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yi Feng. She sensed something familiar yet daunting. This guy, Yi Feng, is really too complicated. First, it was the ultimate freedom technique, then the power of destruction, and now he has actually mastered such terrifying things. I'm really becoming more and more interested in him. Very good. I'm quite satisfied with your performance. Now, get lost. But remember, no matter where you are, I have enough power to completely kill you. Do you understand? Yi Feng spoke coldly to Demigula. No matter how far away Demigula was, he could make him completely disappear with just a thought. So he was not afraid of him betraying him. Yes, understood, Master. Demigula sighed in relief. Then his body flickered and he disappeared into the space. Hey, why'd you let him go? Cain looked at Demigula escaping and immediately became displeased. Asking reproachfully, Yi Feng clearly had the strength to kill Demigula just now. I naturally have my own plans. And pay attention to your tone towards me. I'm not one of those guys under your command. Yi Feng suddenly looked at Cain, his gaze cold as he said. Cain was startled by Yi Feng's look and instinctively took 2 steps back, wondering how this guy suddenly became so frightening. Then Cain didn't dare to speak again, because the high priest had told him to cooperate with Yi Feng's work as much as possible. So Yi Feng was not his subordinate. In fact, he was merely assisting Yi Feng's work. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, several sounds of air being cut through suddenly rang out. Then, one after another, figures appeared in the time nest. The demon gods like Tawa, Mira, Puting, and Gu lay by, as well as a large number of demons. What? How could these guys all enter the time nest? Cain looked at the densely packed demons in surprise and spoke up. Logically speaking, without his guidance, others would have no way to enter the time nest. Finally found you. It was really hard to track you down. Gu Lei Bai suddenly stepped forward, looking at Yi Feng and Kain with a sinister smile. He held a huge iron hammer in his hand, with decent strength, stronger than Super Saiyan 4 Goku and the others. Mr. Yi Feng, he is the bastard who stole the second star. At that moment, Trunks suddenly pointed at Gu Lei Bai and said, at that time, he and his father were about to defeat Cell, but Gu Lei Bai and Puting suddenly appeared, stole the second star, and injured both of them. Them? Hey, hand over the Dragon Balls, and I can spare you. Looking at Gu Lei Bai, Yi Feng said, Chapter 197, Going to Meet the Demon Realm King. What? Gu Lei Bai suddenly froze, not expecting the Time Patrol to be so arrogant now. I'll send the same words back to you. Hand over the Dark Dragon Balls, but due to your earlier arrogant attitude, I will still personally snap your neck. Gu Lei Bai made a twisting gesture and said fiercely to Yi Feng. In his view, the so-called Time Patrol was just a bunch of trash. These damn bastards are too reckless. Vegeta tightened his grip on his hair and then transformed directly into Super Saiyan 4, charging towards the demons. Vegeta! Dad! Uncle Vegeta! After calling out, Goku and Trunks also rushed out, directly engaging in battle with the demons. Overestimating yourselves. Mira, take care of those guys for me. Tawa coldly ordered Mira. Understood. Mira nodded and then charged directly towards Goku and Vegeta. Meanwhile, Mira, Puting, Gu Lei Bai, and the two demon gods looked at Yi Feng. It seems the Dragon Balls are with that guy. Let me take them and then tear them apart. Gu Lei Bai suddenly smiled sinisterly, and after his voice fell, he charged towards Yi Feng. Raising the giant hammer in his hand, he struck down towards Yi Feng. Gu Lei Bai's giant hammer contained immense power, causing the air to tremble. Then, Gu Lei Bai's charge strike was easily caught by Yi Feng with his palm. Is this the power of a demon god? Too weak. After Yi Feng's voice fell, a purple destructive energy appeared in his palm, directly destroying Gu Lei Bai's giant hammer. Although he could also crush it directly, that would consume a bit of power, which was too troublesome. What? Gu Lei Bai was shocked. What was going on? Quickly retreat, Gu Lei Bai. That guy just unleashed destructive power. Tawa, who was clearly well-informed, immediately recognized Yi Feng's destructive energy and quickly reminded Gu Lei Bai. However, Yi Feng gave Gu Lei Bai no chance to retreat at all. With a single strike, he instantly pierced through Gu Lei Bai's chest. Bida. Then Gu Lei Bai's body began to burn like ignited paper, slowly incinerating. Damn it, the information was wrong. No wonder Xiao Lu Mu was killed. This guy is too terrifying for us. Hurry and retreat, Tawa quickly said to everyone. Although she might be blamed by Lord Wangshun after returning, she knew very well that staying here would only lead to a dead end. It's not that easy, right? Yi Feng's ethereal voice fell, and then his hands formed a five-finger shape. Instantly, 10 beams of purple light shot out from his fingertips. The energy that left his fingertips was like little snakes, piercing through the bodies of nearly 100 demon people in an instant. Even Pu Ding and the other two demon people were no exception. The sounds of tragic screams echoed, and all the demons transformed into purple light spots in an instant. 2 seconds later, only Tawa remained. Impossible. What kind of monster is this? Tawa looked in terror at his comrades who were killed in an instant, his face revealing a look of fear. Is this guy really human? How powerful! Kain exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. This guy is simply a monster. It's known that even a single demon possesses the power to kill them. Yet now he wiped them all out in one go. This is not even all of Yi Feng's power. Looking at Kain's shocked expression, Bestows chuckled and said, Yi Feng seems to have used all his strength only once, and that was when he fought against all the destroyers. At that time, it seemed he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Hey, take me to find Majin Buu. Yi Feng coldly looked at the Tova in front of him and said, the reason I didn't kill you just now is not because of your impressive figure and exquisite face. It's because keeping you alive allows me to find the dark magic realm and meet that supreme being of the demon world, Mechakapura. What? You want to meet Lord Wangshin? Tova looked at Yi Feng in shock. Who is this guy? He seems very familiar with their demon realm. It's important to know that Lord Wangshun is not someone an ordinary human could know. That's right, take me to see him. Yi Feng said coldly again. The current Mechi Capulacan certainly hasn't regained the peak power of his youth. If he did, I really wouldn't have the courage to confront him. But now, I'm not afraid of him at all. In fact, I might even be able to kill him. All right, then I'll take you to meet Lord Mechi Capulacan. Tova nodded, showing no hesitation. She also had her own plans. The human in front of her was a bit too strong, and she was simply no match for him. However strong he might be, he could never be a match for Lord Wangshun. Once Lord Wang Shun deals with this human, the Dark Dragon Ball will naturally be obtained. Perhaps in this way, Lord Wang Shun might even absolve her of her negligence. Yi Feng knew that she wouldn't refuse, because refusing would only lead to a dead end, and she didn't want to die. Moreover, she had great confidence in Meichi Capula's strength, so she also wanted to meet Meichi Capula. Yi Feng, do you want to meet Meichi Capula? You're not joking, are you? Hearing the conversation between Yi Feng and Tova, Kai Jun raised an eyebrow. Meichi Capula is the king of the demon realm, with strength comparable to that of the Time King. Even though his power was greatly reduced after being sealed, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter how powerful Yi Feng is, she could never be Meichi Capula's opponent. Of course, I'm not joking. I'm very serious, extremely serious right now. Yi Feng said lightly. The discovery of the situation is under his control, and he has his own purpose for seeking out Meichi Capula. Besides, with a Meichi Capula whose strength is sealed, he is really not afraid of him. You're crazy. I feel like you're really crazy. Kyan looked at Yi Feng, feeling that this guy was like a madman. He had no idea about the power of the Demon Realm King God. Bestows, you can stay here with Lotzi Li. I'll be back soon. Yi Feng said to Bestows. Anyway, Bestows can't make a move, so it won't help to go. I understand, Bestows nodded, but he was also quite worried about Yi Feng. That Demon Realm King was indeed not an easy character. Chapter 198, The Indestructible Demon Shi. I want to go with you. I also want to see how powerful that Demon Realm King you mentioned really is. Sun Wukong appeared in front of Yi Feng and said, he had always been very interested in such high-level experts. If Kakarot is going, then I want to go too. Vegeta also felt the need to join, not wanting to be surpassed by that Kakarot guy. In the end, Son Gohan and Trunks also decided to follow along to take a look. Although their strength wasn't very strong, they should still be able to help a bit. Hey, lead the way. Yi Feng looked at Tova and said coldly. Tova glared at Yi Feng with a chilling look, her eyes filled with resentment. Once they reached the demon realm, she would make sure to torment this bastard, cutting his flesh piece by piece. Under Tova's lead, the group quickly found themselves in a dim and shadowy space. Everything was gray and hazy, resembling the primordial world before it was opened up. Is this the Dark Demon Realm? It's even more terrifying than hell. Sun Wukong and Vegeta furrowed their brows tightly. Just getting here gave them an extremely uncomfortable feeling. After searching for so long, it turned out to be hidden in a place like this. Kane thought in shock. In a place like this, even if given more time, it would probably be impossible to find anything. Then the group flew forward, and a massive demon palace appeared in their sight. It was somewhat similar to Beerus's destruction temple, supported by a huge tree trunk, but the color of that trunk was completely black. The entire space was filled with a sense of despair and death. That is the palace of the King God. Tova pointed at the palace before them and said. Yi Feng flashed and appeared in the palace. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others were clearly a bit tense. After all, even just the demon god was so powerful, and the Demon Realm King God was definitely an extremely strong presence. At this moment, Kane was obviously very afraid. Although she was a goddess and should have a natural restraining effect on demons, that old demon Mechikabura was no ordinary demon. Then everyone followed him inside. In the Great Hall, there were many demons, as well as 7 or 8 demon gods. The appearance of Yi Feng and others brought a chilling expression to Meichi Capula's face. Meanwhile, the other demons and dark gods were filled with an instant rage. Tawa, you better give me a proper explanation for what is happening here, Meichi Capula said, his brows slightly furrowing, a cold light emanating from his red pupils as he spoke to Tawa. However, his gaze remained fixed on Yi Feng, as he felt a familiar sense of danger emanating from this human. Lord Dark God, this human possesses destructive energy. He has killed all the companions who went with him, including Mira. He wishes to meet you. Hearing Meichi Capula's icy tone, Tawa instantly felt a sense of crisis, sweat trickling down from her chin into the deep valley of her chest, flowing downward. Oh, all your companions are dead. Why are you still alive? The cold glimmer in Meichi Capula's eyes flickered again as he cast a chilling gaze at Tawa. However, it seemed that Meichi Capula did not show any signs of concern over Yi Feng's mastery of destructive energy. Please, Lord Dark God, spare me. The remaining Dark Dragon Balls are with this human. I brought him here so you could obtain the Dark Dragon Balls. Tawa immediately knelt down, sensing a strong killing intent from Meichi Capula's tone. It seems this old demon wants to kill you, seeing that he is frail and weak. Let me help him kill you. After Yi Feng's voice fell, a trace of purple energy appeared at his fingertips, instantly penetrating Tova's head. Tova didn't even have time to let out a scream, before completely disappearing. Seeking death. The demon god in the hall saw Yi Feng's arrogant action and immediately wanted to kill him. Even Mejicapra's eyes filled with intense anger. This bastard actually killed his subordinate right in front of him. Although insignificant, it was a form of contempt and provocation towards him. Damn mosquito. Does he think that by mastering destructive energy, he can do whatever he wants in the demon realm? Megicapra slowly stood up and spoke to Yi Feng in a dark tone, without a bit of confidence. Do you think I would come to this birthplace? Yi Feng naturally did not fear Meichi Capula, because the magic power in his body was not strong at all. If it really came to a fight, he was not afraid of him. Interesting little ant. From you. I seem to see something familiar, Meichi Capula coldly said. Billions of years ago, there was also a very arrogant human who appeared. That arrogant Saiyan. However, you have killed so many of my demon gods, so you should not leave the demon realm. After Meichi Capula's voice fell, he directly signaled his subordinates. 7 or 8 demon gods, and all the demon warriors instantly attacked Yi Feng and Sun Wukong and the others. The few of them almost simultaneously transformed into Super Saiyans. Sun Wukong and Vegeta became Super Saiyan 4. Sun Gohan transformed into a mysterious form. And Trunks turned into Super Saiyan 2. Yi Feng also transformed into his full-power Super Saiyan form. Yi Feng's body moved in several instances, and 7 or 8 demons disappeared without a trace. The subsequent demons were easily defeated by Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Interesting, it seems you really are somewhat like that guy. Even in this transformation into a Saiyan. After Megicapula's voice fell, he waved the staff in his hand, and a surge of black magical energy instantly attacked Yi Feng. Various things are useless to me. Destruction. A faint voice came from Yi Feng's mouth, and then a wave of destructive energy shot out from his fingertips. Bila. The destructive energy, surprisingly, did not get destroyed upon contact with the black energy. Instead, it continued to rush towards Yi Feng without losing speed. What? Yi Feng was taken aback, and then a grass-green shield appeared around him. His arms quickly crossed in front of his chest. Bang! When the black magical energy struck the energy barrier, the barrier suddenly cracked, and Yi Feng was knocked back several dozen steps. Chapter 199, Going All Out, Super Saiyan 2. After being hit by the magical energy, Yi Feng felt a tingling sensation in his kidneys. This old guy looks very frail, but his power is surprisingly immense. Yi Feng slightly raised his eyebrows, secretly thinking. No wonder that guy appeared so calm when he heard about his destructive power. It turns out he wasn't afraid of his ability at all. It seems I've encountered a rather tricky opponent this time. He actually managed to block my attack. Interesting, quite interesting. While Yi Feng was shocked, Meichi Capula also showed a surprised expression. A Saiyan has reached this level, which truly makes me see him in a new light. Well, I'll give you a chance to live. If you submit to me, I can make you the second in command under one person in the demon world. But the prerequisite is that you obediently hand over the Dark Dragon Balls. Meichi Capula said to Yi Feng with a sincere expression. This guy seems really strong. And at such a young age, his future achievements might reach the level of that Saiyan. If he could be taken under my wing, he might play a significant role in the next great battle. It sounds quite tempting. Yi Feng smiled faintly and nodded, then continued. But I do have a bit of ambition. I'm not very interested in being the second in command. If you give me the entire demon realm, I can spare your life. Yi Feng's voice was faint, but made Meichi Capula's expression turn very gloomy. After all these years, I have never heard such foolish and brazen words. Meichi Capula's face gradually darkened. A genius, if he cannot be used for oneself, can only be destroyed. If he grows to that level of a Saiyan, he might truly pose a threat to me. Stop pretending. Your current power is completely unable to affect me. Yi Feng certainly did not take Meichi Capula's words seriously. At this moment, he could be described as extremely weak. Defeating himself was not that easy. Although my power is less than 1% of its peak, it is enough to deal with an ant like you. A cold look emerged in Meichi Capula's eyes, and then his crimson pupils completely vanished, replaced by a black glow, clearly indicating that he was ready to go all out. So confident, let's give it a try. The moment Yi Feng's voice fell, he launched an attack directly at Meichi Capula. As his body flashed out, he executed the perfect freedom ultimate skill, although the Meichi Capula in front of him appeared weak. As Kane had said, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. This guy's strength was already extremely terrifying. Yi Feng's fist slammed toward Meichi Capula, and Meichi Capula pointed his staff at Yi Feng's fist. Boom! At the moment when the silver energy flame collided with the black magic energy, the entire hall was instantly destroyed by a terrifying shockwave. Bang, bang, bang. The shockwave instantly hit Sun Wukong and the others, causing them to spit out a mouthful of blood and then fly out over 100 meters. Son Gohan and Trunks fainted on the spot. What a terrifying confrontation. Just a Kamehameha wave has severely injured us. Sun Wukong's face was extremely grim. He never expected there would be such a strong guy in this world. They originally thought that the Super One-Star Dragon was already very strong, but they didn't expect there would be so many people stronger than them. Damn it, I am a prince of all Saiyans. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, pounding the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness. They're also Saiyans. Moreover, he is a noble Saiyan prince. Being surpassed by Kakarot was one thing. He had already gotten used to it. But now, another Saiyan appeared, one that far surpassed them. Damn it, let's go. Their battle could probably destroy the entire demon realm. Kane's face was pale, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth, as he said to Son Wukong and Vegeta, if they endure a few more shockwaves of this intensity, they might be killed, although I want to see their battle. Let's go. Son Wukong frowned and then relaxed. Although he could still hold on, Gohan and Trunks could no longer withstand it. Then Vegeta carried Trunks, and Son Wukong carried Son Gohan, and the five left the Dark Demon Realm together. After the initial clash, a fervent look appeared in Yi Feng's eyes, feeling that the blood in his body was boiling wildly. It had been a long time. It seemed that aside from the time he faced the top 10 destroyers, he hadn't felt this passionate. Damn, if only my strength could return to its peak, I could easily kill this bastard. Meichi Capula's eyes were filled with rage. He knew that this little mosquito was nothing in his eyes. He didn't even bother to look at it. But now, with his strength weakened, he found it difficult to defeat him for the time being. How humiliating. Is this what they call a tiger falling to the plains? Although it will take some effort, you will ultimately die at my hands, and after Meichi Capula's voice fell, he waved his magic staff, and dozens of black magic arrows shot toward Yifeng. Yifeng tightly clenched his fists, and the silver light surrounding him surged forward. With a slight movement of his body, he easily dodged dozens of magic arrows. Then, with a gentle leap, a silver arc suddenly appeared in the air, and Yifeng was already in front of Meichi Capula, delivering a heavy punch towards him. Meichi Capula reacted quite swiftly as well, raising his magic staff to block Yi Feng's attack. Bang! Yi Feng's fist struck the magic staff, and the terrifying force directly sent Micah Capula flying. Micah Capula was sent flying for hundreds of feet, and the anger on his face grew even more intense. Damn it, stop being so self-important. Micah Capula erupted, black magical energy bursting forth from his body, swirling around him in dark flames. In that moment, Yifeng felt the pressure double. It was clear that Micah Capula was ready to go all out. Since that's the case, then let's give it our all. After Yi Feng's voice fell, he tightly clenched his fists, and a golden light suddenly erupted from his body. Golden lightning crackled throughout the entire demon realm. Chapter 200, Demon Realm King God, defeated. His golden hair stood upright, surrounded by golden lightning, and that golden aura instantly illuminated the entire dark demon realm. What's going on? That bastard's energy has increased again? Micah Capula frowned upon witnessing Yi Feng's Super Saiyan form. Can these guys really become stronger in battle? If that's the case, it could be a bit tricky. What's wrong? Demon Realm King God? Are you afraid now? Yifeng blinked his eyes and looked at Meichi Capula with a disdainful expression, asking, damn bastard, don't get too carried away. Do you think just because you've increased your power, you're my opponent? Meichi Capula's expression darkened as he coldly replied. There's no denying that this Scion's power has indeed received a significant boost, but for me, it's merely a bit more troublesome. If you want to be my opponent, you're still too inexperienced. You think too highly of yourself. After Yi Feng's voice fell, he directly charged towards Meichi Capula. This guy was not easy to deal with. His magical power was very strong, but his physical strength was average. It was obvious that after his weakened, his strength had also diminished. So this was a good opportunity for him to engage in close combat and use his super strength to defeat him. Bang, bang, bang. The two continued to collide, causing the entire dark magic realm to tremble, and the vast space-time felt like a small boat in the middle of a storm, ready to disappear at any moment. Damn it, this bastard. Meichi Capula was being pushed back step by Yifeng, who was like a sticky substance that wouldn't let go, making him feel powerless. Moreover, the ultimate freedom technique had almost maximized his speed, making him extremely fast. Even when he exerted all his speed, it seemed he was still slower than Yifeng. Bang, bang, bang. Yifeng continued his relentless assault, feeling incredibly and exceedingly at that moment. although he had fought against the Super One-Star Dragon and Julian with great difficulty. He had deliberately suppressed his ultimate freedom technique back then. While he was excited, he didn't feel the same way as he did now. The real fight was in the afternoon. The feeling of pushing speed and power to their limits was simply amazing. Bang! In the next moment, Yifeng's fist slammed into Meichi Capula's chest, sending him flying. Although they had been fighting for a long time, Yifeng didn't feel his stamina declining at all. Moreover, it felt like a sealed power was gradually being unsealed, with both speed and strength continuously increasing. Whoosh! Yifeng dashed out again, leaving a golden trail in the air. His speed astonishingly fast, like a comet streaking by. Almost in an instant, he appeared beside Meichi Capula and unleashed a series of storm-like attacks. The intensity of their battle grew, causing the entire Dark Demon realm to shake violently. Then, Yifeng delivered a heavy kick to Meichi Capula's face, causing him to crash headfirst into the ground. Damn it, this bastard's power keeps increasing. What kind of monster is this? Meichi Capula finally began to panic. Yifeng's strength was growing stronger with each passing moment, and his speed was increasing too. However, his own stamina, speed, and strength were continuously diminishing. It was all because of this body's limitations. If he had his prime body, he would definitely not be in this situation of lacking stamina. Meichi Capula, here's a big gift for you. Hearing that mocking voice, Meichi Capula quickly looked up and saw Yifeng hovering in midair, his fingertips supporting a massive golden energy ball. The energy ball radiated a dangerous aura. What? Wait a minute. Meichi Capula panicked, completely panicked. He felt an extremely dangerous sensation from that huge golden energy ball. If he got hit, he would have no hope of winning. Wait, where's my husband? Ugh, what am I thinking? Yifeng quickly drove away the filthy thought and shot the energy ball directly at Meichi Capula. Wait, Meichi Capula's screams echoed, and in that instant, his breath was rapidly declining. Boom! The energy ball instantly sank into the ground, creating a huge black hole in the entire dark magic realm. Oh, is the vitality so resilient? Yifeng looked down at the ground with some surprise and said lightly. At this moment, Meichi Capula's energy had not completely dissipated, and it was no wonder, as it was a being that even destructive energy could not annihilate. However, at this time, Meichi Capula's magical energy was already diminished to 1/10. Just then, Meichi Capula's body reappeared in Yifeng's line of sight. He struggled to stand up, looking extremely disheveled. His clothes were tattered, and he bore wounds of varying degrees. The magic wand in his hand was reduced to only half. Anger, indescribable anger, twisted Meichi Capula's features. Humiliation. This was an absolute humiliation. Even during the last battle between gods and demons, he had never been so miserable. Now, he was so helpless at the hands of a tiny human. How pitiful. But there was nothing he could do. His body was too weak, and he had already lost. Who would have thought he would be killed by such a small insect? It was truly unacceptable. But his unreliable body could no longer withstand the same energy ball as before. Yifeng's body suddenly appeared in front of Meichi Capula. A purple destructive energy appeared at his fingertips. Is this the Demon Realm King God? Do you think this broken body of yours can still withstand my advanced destructive power? Yifeng asked calmly. With just a thought, he could make the so-called Demon King God before him vanish without a trace. Dumnund. Mechikabura clenched his staff tightly. If looks could kill, Yifeng would already be riddled with holes. Chapter 201, the plan. Gathering the Dark Dragon Balls. What's wrong? Still want me to be your second in command? Yifeng looked at Meichi Capula mockingly and asked, Damn ants, if I had the strength of my peak period, I could crush you with just one finger. Meichi Capula roared angrily. Damn it, I am a dignified Demon Realm King God, yet I am being humiliated like this by a human. That damn bastard. Your peak period. Huh, I seem to be a bit interested in the power you had at your peak. Yifeng's gaze flickered, and he then spoke. Humph, don't you have the Dark Dragon Ball on you? As long as I borrow the power of the Dark Dragon Ball, I can restore myself to my peak. Don't you want to see my full strength? Then hand over the Dark Dragon Ball. Meichi Capula suddenly said with a cold smile. Of course, although it was a provocation. He said it with a glimmer of hope. Anyone with even a little bit of intelligence would never do something so foolish. And this little insect in front of him was clearly not that kind of fool. Would he restore his peak power and wait to be beaten by himself? Your suggestion is quite good. Let me think about it. Yifeng nodded seriously, then stroked his chin, actually considering it. Indeed, during his peak, Meichi Capula was incredibly powerful. And this is indisputable. As an enemy, he would be a very tricky opponent, especially for the current him. He would definitely be a very deadly enemy. But what if he were his subordinate? Then wouldn't he gain a strong power? In a Dragon Ball world, although he couldn't go around acting recklessly, at least he could fend off a lot of trouble. Moreover, he really had the ability to make Meichi Capula his subordinate. That was the power of rules he had just signed for. Since the system said his power of rules could control the Grand Minister, it should also be able to control Meichi Capula, right? And the opportunity right now is quite good. Meichi Capula is severely injured, and he has a great chance to inject his power of rules into his body. But what if he can't control him? Then he would be in big trouble. System, with the power of rules I currently possess, can I control Meichi Capula at his peak? Yi Feng suddenly asked in his mind. He had to confirm it. All guesses carry certain risks, so it was safer to ask the system. Responding to the host, with your current strength, you can fully control the peak period of Meichi Capula, because both the power of destruction and the power of rules are the nemesis of magic and evil. So the power of rules has a greater restraint on Meichi Capula. Moreover, as your strength grows, the power of rules will also grow. After Yi Feng's voice fell, the electronic synthesized voice of the system echoed in my mind. Is that so? That's really great. Excitement appeared on Yi Feng's face. Being able to control the peak period of Meichi Capra was very advantageous for him. In the future, if he had any unpleasantness with the Great Priest and the Omni King, he wouldn't be left isolated and helpless. By the way, what level of rule power does the Omni King possess? Can his rule power control anyone? Thinking of the Omni King, Yi Feng immediately asked curiously. The system replied, the Omni King possesses high-level rule power, far surpassing yours. However, the difference is that the Omni King's rule power can only destroy and eliminate, not control. The electronic, synthesized voice of the system rang out again. I see. No wonder after defeating them, the Omni King chose only to seal Salama. Yi Feng gently nodded and murmured to himself, you little bug, if you want to kill me, just do it quickly. Seeing Yi Feng in a daze, Meichi Capra didn't dare to move and felt quite uncomfortable. All right, I've changed my mind again, I won't kill you. Yi Feng smiled and said to Meichi Capula. Although he didn't have much ambition, and wasn't thinking of establishing any power, that was definitely not his original intention. However, he also understood that as his strength grew, he would encounter more and more problems and enemies. Therefore, in order to protect the people he cared about, he had to become stronger and inevitably do some things he didn't want to do, or things that went against his conscience. That's the reality. One cannot survive solely on good intentions. Do you think I would believe your words? I am the dignified Demon King, and you, a mere insect, shouldn't even think about humiliating me. Meichi Capula was much tougher than Demigula, or rather, he looked down on him deep down. That's why he was unwilling to submit in front of him. Well, if he couldn't control him, even after injecting the power of rules into his body, then he would have to be destroyed. To have fallen to such a level and still be so stubborn with his words. Yi Feng gently shook his head, then directly slapped Meichi Capula on the chest. At the moment Meichi Capula was sent flying, the power of rules was injected into his body by Yi Feng. What the hell did you put in my body? Meichi Capula naturally felt the changes in his body and angrily shouted at Yi Feng. Some good stuff. Things that will make you obedient. Yi Feng, what? You, a little bug, actually want to control the great Demon King? Meichi Capula first looked confused, then laughed in anger, shouting at Yi Feng. I really doubt if there's something wrong with your brain. Did I give you face? Looking at Meichi Capula's annoying smug face, Yi Feng felt a bit angry. This guy completely failed to see the situation before him. Feels good. 5 minutes later, seeing Meichi Capula's bruised face, Yi Feng suddenly felt much more relaxed inside. People are like this. Unless they get hit, they don't know how to behave. All right, next. I will fulfill your wish and let you become the peak version you've been dreaming of day and night. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he directly took out his 2 Dark Dragon Balls. What did you say? Let me return to my peak state? Are you kidding me? Meichi Capula looked at Yi Feng in disbelief and asked, does this little bug really have such a good heart? Or does he naively think that his little bit of energy can control his peak self? Do you have a choice? Hand over the Dragon Balls. Yi Feng once again pressed the destructive energy against Meichi Capula's forehead and spoke. Meichi Capula's brows were tightly furrowed. This was definitely the most humiliating moment for him. However, at this point, it seemed he could only believe in that 1 in 10,000 chance. Then, Meichi Capula waved his hand, and 5 Dark Dragon Balls appeared before everyone. Chapter 202. Meichi Capula at his peak. 7 Dragon Balls appeared simultaneously in front of Yi Feng and Meichi Capula. Meichi Capula looked excited, but then his expression became serious as he glanced at Yi Feng. Could this guy really restore him to his peak power? Or was he simply trying to trouble the Dragon Balls from his hands? Hey, you should know how to summon the Dragon God, right? Yifeng glanced at Meichi Capula and asked, how is the Dark Dragon Ball Shenron summoned? I truly have no idea. Meichi Capula nodded and then began to chant a series of incomprehensible words. Suddenly, the Dark Dragon Ball emitted a black light. Immediately, a massive black lightning shot into the sky, transforming into the form of Shenron, instantly surrounding the entire Dark Demon realm. Whoever summoned me, state your wish. I can grant any wish. The deep voice of Shenron echoed throughout the Dark Demon realm for a long time. Meichi Capula looked at Yifeng, and seeing that he had no reaction, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Let me regain my youth and the power of my peak. Language of the demon. After making the wish, Meichi Capula's body trembled with excitement. Soon, he would be able to return to his prime. He had suffered enough in this broken, worthless body. The first thing he would do after regaining his peak would be to completely kill this damned ant before him. This is very simple. After Shenron's deep voice fell, Meichi Capula's body was suddenly enveloped in black light. Then, a terrifying, suffocating aura emanated from the black flames. Ha ha! Suddenly, an exhilarating, maniacal laughter echoed from the black flames. As the black flames gradually dissipated, Meichi Capula's body appeared in Yifeng's sight. What a perfect power! At this moment, Meichi Capula's appearance had undergone a tremendous change. He was no longer that hunched figure. Now, Meichi Capula was tall enough to be compared to Yifeng at full power. Looking very strong, dressed in a black battle suit, with a red cape and a golden band holding back his silver-white hair. He had pale blue skin with 2 red tear marks at the corners of his eyes, looking quite imposing. A wicked smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Little bug, I truly thank you for your stupidity. As a reward, I will personally tear you apart. Finally, Meichi Capula turned his gaze to Yifeng, his tone calm, completely devoid of anger. After all, he had regained his peak power and no longer needed to be angry. Very good, your power satisfies me greatly. Although Meichi Capula's power before him was shockingly strong, Yifeng felt no fear at all. What does it matter how strong the power is? In the end, he would still become his subordinate. Little bug, let me show you the peak power and speed of the Demon Realm King God. After Meichi Capula's voice fell, his fist rushed directly towards Yifeng. The speed was incredibly fast, almost instantaneously appearing before Yifeng. Yifeng had no chance to resist at all. Bang! Meichi Capula's head landed on Yifeng's chest, instantly sending him flying. Puffed! Blood spurted from his mouth, and Yifeng felt as if his internal organs had been instantly displaced. What a powerful force. It's truly enjoyable. Yifeng was completely unperturbed, instead feeling extremely excited. This powerful little brother was impossible to find even with a lantern. Then, Yifeng's body was directly embedded into the ground, creating a massive pit 1,000 feet wide. Whoosh! In the next moment, Meichi Capula's body reappeared in front of Yifeng, and the smug look in his eyes was unmistakable. How is it, little bug? Are you satisfied with my peak power? Oh, by the way, I only used less than 1% of my strength just now. Meichi Capula looked at Yifeng, clearly not intending to attack him immediately, but rather wanting to showcase his own strength. At the same time, he was mocking Yifeng's foolishness. If he hadn't made that stupid decision earlier, he might have really been killed. But unexpectedly, he was so arrogant, which gave him a huge opportunity. Now, the roles were reversed, and he would definitely show him his cruelty. Ha ha ha. Satisfied, truly satisfied, TSK, TSK. It seems you are really strong. Yifeng stood up slowly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said to Meichi Capula, is 1% of your power this strong? Does that mean I need to reach a stronger transformation to match you? But it doesn't matter, as long as I have T fully grown. Meichi Capula will be my free punching bag. One unpleasant guy. It seems you really don't see your own situation clearly. Meichi Capula frowned and said. Yifeng's smile made him very uncomfortable. Logically speaking, after realizing his own strength, he should be scared enough to kneel and beg for mercy. At the very least, you should maintain the appropriate level of fear. But this bastard seems to not take it seriously at all. I have always been aware of my situation. It's you who hasn't figured out yours. Yifeng wore a strategic smile on his face as he spoke to Meichi Capula. You despicable little bug. Your arrogance is truly unparalleled. Since that's the case, I will completely erase you now. After Meichi Capula's voice fell, he directly attacked Yifeng with a palm strike. Now, his physical strength had returned to its peak, so dealing with such a little bug didn't even require the use of magic. Just as Meichi Capula was about to launch his attack, Yifeng suddenly focused his mind. Meichi Capula suddenly stopped his attack, clutching his head tightly with both hands, displaying an expression of immense pain. What is going on? Damn it, what have you done to me? Meichi Capula suddenly remembered that Yi Feng had injected a force into his body. Could that thing be causing trouble? Chapter 203. Meichi Capula, submit. Feeling uncomfortable, are we? Is there a tearing sensation, feeling that mysterious power swirling chaotically within your body, yet you have no way to stop it? Is that right? Yi Feng smiled faintly and looked at Meichi Capula, asking, what? You bastard, quickly tell me what's going on, or I'll tear you apart immediately. Meichi Capula showed a hint of pain and threatened Yi Feng. It seems you haven't realized your situation at all. If you want to tear me apart, go ahead and try. Yi Feng was certainly not afraid of Meichi Capula's threats. How could he easily let him gain the power of his peak period? As long as he wanted, he could make it disappear without a trace in an instant. This was the terrifying aspect of the power of rules. Damn you. What do you want? Meichi Capula's forehead bulged with veins as he spoke fiercely to Yi Feng. He never expected that after regaining his peak power, he would be in such a predicament. Not only had he failed to kill this little bug in front of him, but it seemed he was also being controlled by him, which was an enormous humiliation for a dignified demon realm king. What do I want? Is there a need to ask? Naturally, I want you to be my subordinate. Yi Feng straightened his clothes and spoke calmly. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you think I'll become your subordinate, you're delusional. You're nothing but a mere worm. What makes you think you're worthy of my submission? Despite enduring immense pain, Meichi Capula would never yield so easily. Very well, came the reply. I quite like that fiery temper of yours. Yi Feng's brows slightly furrowed. His stubbornness would only lead him to endure greater pain. Then with a thought, Meichi Capula es body suddenly inflatet. Except for his head, his entire body swelled up like a balloon, looking very comical. However, what seemed funny to others made Meichi Capula feel unbearable pain. A earth-shattering scream erupted from Meichi Capula's throat. This was definitely his most painful moment, as if his soul was about to explode in an instant. Now, if I just apply a little force, you will forever disappear from this world. With the peak power you have obtained, I believe you won't be so foolish, right? After all, it seems that I am not your only enemy. Yi Feng looked at Meichi Capula. Yi Feng was very clear that the Meichi Capula just now truly feared death. But that was because he was like a dying ember. His strength had diminished to a fraction of its peak. So while death frightened him, it wasn't something he particularly feared. However, now that Meichi Capula had regained all his powers, it was absolutely impossible for him to accept death. Although he hated himself deeply, he should hate even more those who had sealed him for billions of years, right? What do you want? Meichi Capula asked Yi Feng with a pained expression. Indeed, he did not want to die. He wanted revenge. He wanted to use his current power to kill those who had wronged him. But he also could not accept being subjugated under the foot of a mere human insect. I want to say what I've said again. You have 3 seconds to think about it. I can tell you clearly that I don't need a subordinate like you at all. After Yi Feng's cold voice fell, the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. Yi Feng showed no hesitation and did not slow down his tone. Instead, he spoke particularly quickly. Wait, I submit. Meichi Capula looked at Yi Feng's determined face and instantly felt intimidated. He was indeed frightened because he sensed Yi Feng's sharp, killing intent. If he did not agree to his terms, he might really be killed by him. It would have been better if this had happened earlier. There was no need to waste so much time. Seeing Meichi Capula's terrified expression, Yi Feng smiled faintly and then disconnected his control over the power of rules within Meichi Capula's body. Meichi Capula's body gradually returned to its normal form, and he began to gasp for breath. The heart-wrenching pain he had just experienced was truly unbearable. What do you want to do next? Meichi Capula asked, frowning and looking at Yi Feng. His life was now in someone else's hands, and he had no choice but to submit. From now on, you can continue with your own matters. You can do whatever you want, but I need you to appear before me immediately when I need you to do something. Do you understand? Yi Feng spoke in a commanding tone to Meichi Capula. For such a proud demon king, the more respect you give him, the less he takes you seriously. So from the very beginning, you must never show him a good face. Can I do anything I want? Meichi Capula asked, staring at Yi Feng in disbelief. Of course, Yi Feng nodded. He didn't currently need Meichi Capula's powers, but he knew he would one day. He understood that Meichi Capula was an ambitious person, so let him stir up some trouble. However, next time you speak, you need to change your tone. Yi Feng looked at Meichi Capula and said, now he was his master, and it was indeed a bit excessive to speak to his master in such a tone. I understand. Meichi Capula's expression changed, anger suddenly appearing on his face, but disappearing in an instant. He bowed his head and said to Yifeng, he used to be the supreme ruler of the demon realm, but now, under someone else's roof, he had to lower his head. All right, from now on, properly organize your demon realm. I need you to cultivate stronger demon gods, not like the garbage from just now. Yifeng once again spoke to Meichi Capula. There are guards, high priests, angels, and destroyers around the Omni King, so he also needs his own secret weapon. Of course, it's not to confront the Omni King and the others head-on, because he has no such intention. He just thinks that one day, if the Omni King and the High Divine Palace feel that his existence threatens their rule, he should have the power to protect himself. Chapter 204. The High Priest's Suspicions. I understand. Meichi Capula nodded and said to Yifeng, although he felt humiliated, like a dog, in order to survive and seek revenge, he could only do so. I know you want revenge, but if you want to take revenge, you should improve your strength as soon as possible and eliminate the power I left in your body. Yifeng looked at the unwilling Meichi Capula and said, of course, I am not afraid of you getting stronger. In fact, I very much hope you become stronger so that you can do more for me. As for lifting my rule power, that's just a joke. That kind of rule power will only strengthen as my own strength increases, so it's fundamentally unsolvable. Meichi Capula clenched his teeth tightly. I will definitely kill everyone, the ones who sealed me, and this little bug in front of me that has made me suffer so much humiliation. I will eliminate them all. By the way, to help you regain your peak power, I will use the Dark Dragon Ball. So I limit you to gathering all of them within a month and delivering them to the Nest of Time. After Yifeng commanded, his body suddenly disappeared into the dark magic realm. Everything he wanted to do had been completed, and now he could go to the Nest of Time for a good time. If he continued to travel through time and space, he wouldn't be able to rapidly increase his strength. After all, he couldn't be too conspicuous. Otherwise, it would be too easy for the High Priest and the King of All to keep an eye on him. Once he arrived at the Nest of Time, they wouldn't be able to control him. After Yifeng left, the Dark Demon Realm erupted with roaring sounds. The entire Dark Demon Realm was shaking violently. It was Meichi Capula venting his anger. Meanwhile, the people in the Nest of Time were anxiously waiting for Yifeng. It is known that Meichi Capula is the Demon Realm King God, an existence far beyond that of a demon god. Although they knew that Yifeng's strength was extraordinary, the possibility of confronting the Demon Realm King God seemed slim. Just as everyone was eagerly waiting for Yifeng, his figure suddenly appeared before them. You actually came back? Cain looked at Yifeng in shock, asking incredulously. To survive an encounter with the Demon Realm King God and return alive could only mean one thing, that he had killed the Demon Realm King God. But how could he achieve that? It is known that billions of years ago, even the Time King couldn't completely kill the Demon Realm King God, only managing to seal him in the Time Prison. So, was Meichi Capula resolved? Cain then asked in astonishment. What are you thinking? That old guy is incredibly powerful, and my destruction couldn't kill him, as you saw. Yifeng gave Cain a big eye roll and said, that's true. During the previous battle, my destructive energy really couldn't deal with Meichi Capula. Are you hurt? Is it serious? At this moment, Latsili walked in front of Yifeng and asked with concern on her face. She didn't care whether the Demon Realm King had been killed. She only cared about how serious Yifeng's injury was. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Yifeng shook his head while looking at Latsili, smiling as he spoke. Just then, Yifeng suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood was black, as if mixed with demonic energy. Hush, it seems the injury is quite serious. Baduosi's brows furrowed slightly, and she immediately walked to Yifeng's side to begin treatment. After a full minute, Yifeng's injuries were mostly healed, while Baduosi looked exhausted. Clearly, helping Yifeng had consumed a lot of her energy. That old guy is really strong, Yifeng said excitedly. With just 1% of my strength, I've already been injured like this. In fact, I've been pretending all along my injuries are not light. Although I have an immortal body that even the High Priest cannot destroy, that doesn't mean I won't get hurt. Moreover, the demonic energy of the Demon King is definitely not an ordinary energy attack. Hey, how did you escape from the Dark Demon Realm? Cain asked again. He was curious. He was really too curious. The man before him was like an unfathomable abyss, but he had a mysterious allure that made one unable to resist wanting to dig deeper. I used the power of instant movement and the power of time and space to easily escape. Yifeng shrugged and replied to Cain perfunctorily. Of course, he couldn't tell anyone about his power of rules, not even Razli. This was something he had to keep secret, and he absolutely couldn't let anyone know. If someone found out, he might face the danger of losing his life. Are you okay, Bardas? Yifeng looked at the weak Bardos and asked, "Healing your injuries must have consumed a lot of energy. Even for an angel, it would be hard to withstand such a drain." "It's fine. I just need to rest a bit." Bardos shook her head, indicating that she was okay. Because angels have a special constitution. They can restore all their energy just by resting. Well, that's good. This battle with Mechikapra has made me realize that my strength is still far from enough. So in the coming year, I will train hard. Yifeng looked at everyone and said, with Demigro watching over things on Salaman, there shouldn't be any major issues within a year. As for the demon realm, let Mechikapura handle it himself. After all, I only need his fighting power. As for that mysterious demon god power, I don't have high hopes for it. Even if it reaches the level of a destroyer god, it won't be of much help to me anymore. Vegeta, it seems our strength is still quite far off. We need to train hard. Sun Wukong said seriously to Vegeta. After witnessing the powers of Mechikapura and Yifeng, they realized just how much they still had to improve. I'll work hard even without you saying it, Kakarot, Vegeta said before walking straight into the time chamber. Meanwhile, in the hyperdimensional realm, at the Grand Priest Temple, it seems Mechikapura has fully restored his power. This could be a bit troublesome, the Grand Priest said, frowning. I never expected this guy to recover his full power so quickly. Could it be related to Yifeng? But thinking about it, Yifeng likely doesn't have that kind of ability yet. However, I still need to investigate the whereabouts of Dragon God Salaman, so I might not be able to pay attention to Mechikapura for now. That guy can be handled by the King of Time and Yifeng. It should be fine. The Grand Priest thought to himself, what a troublesome time this is. It seems that soon the universe's judgment and the time dimension will engage in another great battle. Sigh. I wonder how much of an impact that will have on the universe. Days passed, and Yifeng had already been in the time chamber for a month. By the time calculations in the time chamber are taken into account, it has been roughly over 2 years. Since recovering from his injuries inflicted by Mechikapura, Yifeng's strength has significantly improved. Now, Yifeng's power has stabilized at the full power Super Saiyan 2 form. It can be said that he is now much stronger than before. Alright, the month has come to an end. It seems Mechikapura should be coming to find me soon. Yifeng glanced at the time and murmured to himself. The deadline he set for Mechi Capula was to find the Dark Dragon Balls within a month and then bring them to the time Nest to hand over to him. Now that the time was up, it should be no big deal for Mechi Capula, given his strength, to find the Dragon Balls. After a quick wash, Yifeng stepped out of the hyperbolic time chamber. After having a meal, about half an hour later, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the space of the time nest. Everyone look, what is that? Trunks exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the suddenly appeared black hole. Everyone looked in the direction Trunks indicated and saw the enormous black hole. Moreover, within that black hole, an extremely powerful evil force emerged, a force that felt very familiar. Oh no, it's Mechi Capula, Kane shouted in terror. She recognized that aura very well. It was definitely Mechi Capula. So strong, that guy's energy has undergone a tremendous change. Kane's expression of fear deepened. This energy was unprecedentedly strong. It seemed that Mechi Capula had come prepared for revenge this time, while everyone else looked frightened. Only Yifeng remained very calm, as he knew the purpose of Mechi Capula's arrival. In an instant, Mechi Capula suddenly appeared in front of Yifeng and the others, followed by 4 or 5 figures behind him. What perfect timing! Yifeng glanced at Mechi Capula and said. After speaking, Yifeng turned his gaze to the familiar figures behind Mechi Capula. These guys were all faces that appeared in Dragon Ball Heroes. On either side of Mechi Capula were Fu and Has. Behind the two of them were the very familiar evil Saiyan Kamba, the fused Zamasu, and those two's fool people. This surprised Yifeng. Wasn't Has and Fu in front of him the bosses from Dragon Ball Heroes? And wasn't the fused Zamasu already destroyed by him? Why was he still appearing in front of him? Moreover, they were actually Mechi Capula's people, which was truly hard to believe. This is the Dark Dragon Balls you wanted, Mechi Capula said somewhat respectfully to Yifeng, then handed the 7 Dark Dragon Balls to him. Good job. And it seems that these guys you've gathered this time are much stronger than the previous ones. Yifeng took the Dragon Ball and directly placed it into his system backpack, speaking. At this moment, Kaioshin Kane and Sun Wukong, among others, were completely shocked. Firstly, they did not expect Mechikabura to have regained his peak power. Secondly, they were even more surprised that Mechikabura, who had regained his peak power, would show such an attitude towards Yifeng. It could be described as submissive, almost like a servant meeting his master. What on earth is going on? Undeniably, Yifeng is indeed very strong, but one must remember that Mechikabura is the demon realm Kaioshin, holding a supreme position. He could be compared to the Omni King and the Time King. Yet he is so afraid of Yifeng. What is happening? Yifeng, what is going on? Meichi Capra seems to be very afraid of you. Kain looked at Yifeng in fear and asked, Is that so? I just made a deal with him. Don't think too much about it. Yifeng said. He indeed only suited to make a deal with Meichi Capra, but this deal had not received his consent beforehand. What deal? Kain quickly asked. This is not something you should know. It's better not to ask. Yifeng glanced at Kain and said, These things I won't tell her. After all, right now, the only one standing on the same side as me is Lazuli. I don't trust anyone else at all, not even the controlled Meichi Capula. At this moment, the few Zamas in the background of Meichi Capula felt a surge of anger upon seeing Yifeng, feeling quite uncomfortable. This damn guy. Why does it have to be him? Of course, behind Sun Wukong and the others, Trunks had a look of terror on his face. That bastard. Wasn't he destroyed by Mr. Yifeng? How is he still alive? Trunks clenched his fists tightly and said in a low voice, Vegeta, those guys seem to be incredibly powerful. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows and spoke. TCH, do I really need to tell you? Their strength surpasses those demons, and they're filled with terrifying evil power. Vegeta also spoke in a low tone while clenching his fists. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. By the way, these are warriors I recently gathered from the universe. Each of them has their own abilities and can be said to be stronger than any demon. Meichi Capula looked at Yifeng and said, although she felt very displeased inside, with her life in someone else's hands, she could only comply. I said, you can handle your own matters. No need to deliberately inform me. Of course, I also need to inject some energy into these guys. After Yifeng finished speaking, his body suddenly flashed and appeared directly in the temple of Fu and has, pointing his index and middle fingers at the center of their brows. He injected the power of rules into their bodies. He didn't need any unstable factors. Chapter 206. Another breakthrough? Damn it. What has this guy injected into my body? Haz and Fu frowned tightly, looking at Yifeng with some irritation, muttering to themselves. They were both powerful beings, and being under the control of a human was an enormous humiliation for them. Take your dirty hands off me, human. Just as Fu opened his mouth, Meichi Capula turned around and landed a heavy punch on Fu's chest, causing Fu to feel as if his soul had been knocked out in an instant. Watch your words and actions, Fu, if you don't want to be eliminated. Meichi Capula said coldly to Fu. Before coming here, he had already warned these guys, but he didn't expect they still couldn't let go of their pride. He didn't want to be eliminated because of these idiots. Once he expels the energy from his body, it will be the end for this human. But clearly, now is not the right time. After being taught a lesson by Meichi Capula, Fu, despite his painful and unwilling expression, had no choice but to refrain from resisting Meichi Capula. Zamasu behind him was also extremely reluctant, but could only obediently let Yifeng inject the power of rules into his body. He had already been killed once, so he didn't want to be killed so easily this time. All right, let's leave it at that for now. Yifeng looked at the few people and clapped his hands, saying, these guys in front of me are all quite arrogant. It's impossible for them to easily listen to my words. However, as long as I inject the power of rules into their bodies, they will be at my mercy. If they don't want to listen to me and choose to remain arrogant, then I will have no choice but to destroy them. You can return to the Dark Demon Realm and do whatever you want. Yifeng glanced at Meichi Capula and said, if the story of Dragon Ball Heroes is not too different from the original, Meichi Capula might send Haz and others to test the strength of the Omni King. These matters are beyond my control. Let them create as much chaos as they want. The more intense, the better. Then I can observe their individual powers. All right, understood. Meichi Capula nodded and then directly led Haz and the others to disappear from the time nest. Yifeng, do you need to explain what just happened? Why does Meichi Capula treat you with such respect? It even seems like he is a bit afraid of you. After Meichi Capula and the others vanished, Kain asked Yifeng with a serious expression. This is not a trivial matter. As the god of time, I must get to the bottom of this. TCH, do I need to explain anything to you? Yifeng glanced at Kain and then walked directly into the time house. He had no need to concern himself with Kain. Even if the high priest found out about this matter, he could still deceive him. As for Kain, he didn't feel the need to explain anything to her. TCH, that arrogant bastard. Vegeta clenched his fist. Although he wouldn't listen to Kain either, he couldn't help but feel irritated by Yifeng's proud demeanor. After returning to the time house, Yifeng used his time-space power to appear in the Dark Demon Realm. Since he had been there before, he was quite familiar with the place. What brings you here? Mechikabura asked in surprise as he saw Yifeng. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to come? Yifeng glanced at Meichi Capula and said, of course not. Meichi Kapu quickly shook his head and said to Yifeng. Although he had 1,000 unwilling thoughts in his heart, he clearly dared not say them now. The people behind Mechi Capula, such as Haz and others, looked at Yifeng with some displeasure. All right, fight with me for a while, but if I get hurt, you're dead for sure, Yifeng said to Mechi Capula. After the last full-force battle with Mechi Capula, his body had improved a lot, so he needed to continuously become stronger in battles. And now, Mechi Capula was a very good training partner. Battle? Damn it, this bastard is too much. Mechi Capula felt like his teeth were about to be crushed. He had to fight himself, but also control his fighting power. How would he control that well? It was simply free training. He was a dignified demon king. However, although he thought this way in his heart, 2 minutes later, Yifeng engaged in a fierce battle with Mechi Capula again. Bang bang bang. The two continued to fight, and the entire Dark Demon realm was shaking continuously. At this moment, Yifeng had unleashed the full power of Super Saiyan 2 to the extreme. Mechi Capula also wisely suppressed his power to slightly stronger than Yifeng. Although this feeling was quite uncomfortable, he could clearly kill Yifeng with just a finger. How strong that bastard human could actually reach this level. Fu looked at Yifeng in shock, incredulously saying he had never looked down on humans, because in his eyes, humans were just little bugs, nothing to worry about. Although the Haz in front of him had some abilities, in his eyes, it was still just a little bug. But Yifeng made him change this view. Humans could actually be this strong. Although Lord Mechi Capula controlled his power, even so, being able to fight Mechi Capula like this was already quite remarkable. It really is more interesting to fight with you. Yifeng's face showed an expression of excitement. When fighting against Mechi Capra, he could go all out without fearing being killed by Mechi Capra. Although Mechi Capra felt quite frustrated, he was having a great time, and that was enough. Bang bang bang. The two continued to engage in intense collisions. The entire demon realm shook even more violently, and at that moment, Yifeng felt an incredibly vast force gradually erupting from within his body. The golden energy around him became denser and crackled with sound. Damn it, this bastard's power is increasing so fast. Mechi Capra's face showed a serious expression. He sensed that Yifeng's energy was rapidly growing, and Yifeng's body was like a giant container, continuously releasing energy. This feeling was so comfortable. Yifeng's face showed even more excitement, and the speed and strength of his learning became increasingly rapid. This guy, is he going to rely on my power to break through again? Mechi Capula frowned slightly, as he sensed a sudden surge of power within Yifeng's body, like a flood about to burst forth. Chapter 207, Breakthrough, Terrifying Might. Bang bang bang. Yifeng's power was growing stronger and stronger. Almost with every punch he threw, the strength within his body would increase. The golden aura was continuously rising, faintly hinting at a form that could surpass Mechi Capula. Of course, this was under the condition that Mechi Capula was suppressing his own aura. What was going on? Why was the human's aura constantly increasing? Was that guy a prodigy? The expressions on Fu and Haz's faces grew increasingly grim. To be honest, although they had been called over by Mechi Capula to bow down to a human, deep down, they were very unwilling and resentful, because they had never regarded humans as anything significant. They never expected that this human before them would become so powerful. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded from the air. Yifeng and Mechi Capula's bodies burst forth almost at the same time. At this moment, Yifeng's golden energy was becoming increasingly dense. On the opposite side, Mechi Capula's expression was somewhat unsightly. Because this guy's growth was simply terrifying, his combat power seemed to have doubled after just this short period of fighting. In the beginning, when he was suppressing his power, he could still maintain the upper hand. However, as the battle continued, he increasingly felt the strain. Until just now during their clash, that guy's strength seemed to have completely surpassed his own. So exhilarating, bring it on. Yifeng shouted and charged towards Mechi Capula again. The two engaged in a fierce battle once more. Half an hour passed like this. During this half hour, Mechi Capula continuously enhanced his own power. Boom! Another terrifying collision occurred between the two. The entire demon realm was smoothly split in half by the horrifying impact. Damn, this bastard. Mechi Capula looked at his demon realm with a very gloomy expression. Although he could completely restore the demon realm, it would consume his magic power. He really wanted to slap this little bug to death. At this moment, Yifeng was surrounded by golden flames, his chest rising and falling continuously. Such a long battle was not easy for him either. Moreover, his opponent was the demon realm king, Mechi Capula. Even though he suppressed his own power, he was still incredibly strong. Alright, today's battle ends here. I'm a bit sorry for destroying your demon realm, but I think you won't hold it against me, right? Yifeng smiled and looked at Meichi Capula, asking, of course not. Meichi Capula clenched his teeth tightly, almost biting them to pieces. The Demon World King is indeed broad-minded. Let's go. Yifeng waved at Meichi Capula and directly disappeared into the Dark Demon Realm. The subsequent matters can be left to Meichi Capula. Yifeng returned to the time house once again. Mr. Yifeng, where did you just go? Trunks hurried over and asked Yifeng. I just want to deal with some matters. Yifeng smiled and replied, oh, can you guide me on how to take a break? I want to become stronger, to be as strong as you. Trunks said seriously to Yifeng. After seeing Zamasu today, that feeling of helplessness and despair returned. If Zamasu could be resurrected, it meant that the Earth could potentially face the same situation again. If that day really comes, I absolutely cannot be as powerless as last time. Becoming as strong? Yifeng was taken aback for a moment, then after a pause said, it might be a bit difficult. However, there should still be hope to surpass Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Trunks nodded, realizing that he had indeed overthought things a bit. Mr. Yifeng's realm is not something one can simply achieve by desire. With Trunks' current strength, it's not that easy to surpass us. After hearing Yifeng's words, Vegeta scoffed and said with a disdainful expression, Trunks' current power is merely Super Saiyan 2, while he has long since reached the strength of Super Saiyan 4. The gap between the two is not just a small difference. Yifeng naturally would not pay attention to Vegeta, because in his eyes, Vegeta was too weak now. Weak enough for him to completely ignore his existence. Alright, Trunks, I might be about to break through, so let's put the training aside for now. Yifeng said to Trunks. During his recent battle with Majin Buu, he felt the power within him surging like a spring. And now, that power was uncontrollably bursting forth. He could clearly sense that he was likely about to break through. Okay, does Mr. Yifeng need us to go outside? Trunks quickly nodded and asked Yifeng. Let's go outside for now. The commotion when I break through might be quite big, and it wouldn't be good if I hurt you, Yifeng said seriously. His breakthrough this time might reach Super Saiyan 3, and that kind of power would definitely be unprecedentedly strong. Even Goku and Vegeta could potentially be hurt by this power. Alright, I'll go out right away. Dad, Uncle Goku, Brother Gohan, let us hurry up and go out. After Trunks nodded, he said to Vegeta and Gohan. Gohan nodded. He understood Yifeng's strength, so they had to be a bit more cautious. What a show-off. It's just a breakthrough. How could it possibly hurt us? Vegeta didn't believe Yifeng's words at all. It was just a breakthrough. How could it create any earth-shattering events? I also want to see how strong Yifeng will be after his breakthrough, Goku said with burning eyes. Yifeng is already unbelievably strong now, and his strength after the breakthrough is really something to look forward to. Dad, that is too dangerous. Let us hurry up and go out. At this moment, Gohan also reminded them. Yifeng's strength is something they have witnessed firsthand. No way, you two. Go out first at 1-9. Sun Wukong shook his head and said to Son Gohan. Seeing the determined gazes of Son Wukong and Vegeta, Son Gohan and Trunks had no choice but to step outside. It seems you two really aren't afraid of death. In that case, any accidents that occur will have nothing to do with me. Yifeng glanced at Vegeta and Son Goku and said. After finishing, Yifeng clenched his fists tightly. A deep roar came from his throat. Then, the entire time nest suddenly shook violently. The golden aura around Yifeng soared into the sky, and golden lightning appeared in the entire time house. Crack! The lightning struck the ground, and the hard ground instantly formed a deep pit. What? Son Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. Just a surge of energy can be this powerful. Chapter 208. Dragon God Salama. Boom, boom, boom. The time house was instantly in ruins, with countless large, deep pits appearing on the ground. Son Goku and Vegeta had to quickly dodge, as the power contained in that golden lightning could easily injure them severely. Rumbling. Meanwhile, outside the time house, the time nest was also shaking violently. What's going on? After feeling the violent tremor, Kaien's face showed a look of panic, and his eyes scanned the surroundings warily. Could it be that Mechikabura is causing trouble again? Don't worry, Lord Supreme Kai. It's just Yifeng breaking through. He really is an interesting little guy, Bardoss said lightly, looking at the time house. Just this aura alone can rival that of an angel. Moreover, Yifeng has not yet broken through. If he does, his strength will surpass my own. Yeah, Yifeng, what is that guy up to again? The god of the 12 universe, Cain, slightly relaxed her expression. Since it was Yifeng causing the commotion, there was nothing to worry about. What she was most concerned about was Meichi Capra. The current Meichi Capra had already regained the power of her peak period. It could be said that she could easily threaten her, so ever since she saw Meichi Capra, she felt like a startled bird every day. Such a strong aura, Mr. Yifeng is simply amazing. A fervent admiration sparkled in Trunk's eyes. Mr. Yefeng is definitely his idol and the goal he strives for. Well, Yefeng is indeed very powerful. Sun Wukong also nodded. It can be said without exaggeration that Yefeng is absolutely the strongest warrior he has ever seen, without a doubt. Boom! Just at that moment, the time chamber suddenly exploded. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were sent flying out, crashing heavily against the glass walls of the time nest. Fortunately, the glass walls were quite sturdy and didn't suffer significant damage. At this time, Yefeng stood in the center, surrounded by golden flames and lightning. Then Yefeng let out a loud roar, and that aura instantly soared into the sky, while Yefeng's golden hair began to grow longer. The golden lightning power wriggled through his hair like little snakes. How could he transform into Super Saiyan 3? Looking at the somewhat familiar transformation, Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Because he was most familiar with the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, it was definitely unmistakable. Don't be naive, Kakarot, this is not Super Saiyan 3 at all. Can't you see the golden lightning all over his body? Vegeta shot Sun Wukong a big eye roll and said coldly. Although it certainly looked similar to Super Saiyan 3, it was definitely not the same thing. The aura of Super Saiyan 3 simply cannot be compared. Ah, now that you mention it, that's true. Sun Wukong nodded and replied to Vegeta. At first glance, it indeed looks a lot like Super Saiyan 3, but upon closer inspection, there are many differences. Especially that fierce aura, which absolutely cannot belong to Super Saiyan 3. At this moment, Yefeng's golden long hair had already reached his waist, with a tuft of bangs framing his eyes, making his gaze even sharper. He was surrounded by golden lightning, but unlike Sun Wukong, Yefeng's eyebrows had not disappeared and remained as they were before. His body appeared even more robust, with every inch of muscle containing terrifying power. Such a strong force had undergone a qualitative change. Yifeng clenched his fists and excitedly spoke up. This power is so strong that it's hard to believe. What incredible aura. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others stared blankly at Yifeng and said, how could that guy be so strong, completely surpassing the gods? Kaijun's shock was even greater, unable to comprehend how a human could be this powerful. Not only has he surpassed the gods, but even I, an angel, have been surpassed, Bardos said with a gentle smile. The power of angels is definitely something that ordinary gods cannot compare to. However, at this moment, Bardos could clearly feel that Yifeng's strength had completely surpassed her own. Moreover, it should be noted that Yifeng also understood the power of destruction, the power of time and space, and the Ultra Instinct. If all of these were considered as combat power, then this guy is incredibly formidable. Just as everyone was in shock, the time nest returned to calm, and Yifeng walked step by step towards the others. He couldn't help but feel a bit excited in his heart. After all, he had just broken through to Super Saiyan 3. It should be noted that just a little over a month ago, he had turned into Super Saiyan 2 during the tournament. This speed of improvement is absolutely terrifying. This time, being able to break through is truly thanks to Mechikabura. Without his training partner, it would definitely not have been this easy for him to break through. Look what you've done to my time nest. Kain complained as she looked at the changed Yifeng, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. Strong individuals attract attention and admiration wherever they go. Haha, sorry, I got too excited just now and couldn't control myself. Yifeng smiled and said, to be honest, not destroying the entire time nest just now was me making a tremendous effort to control my emotions. I don't want the High Priest and the Omni King to know just how strong I really am, especially when it comes to the power of rules, which is something that cannot be discovered. And now, I can't trust either Bestows or Kane. TSK, this is going to cause me trouble for a long time. Kane pouted and said, at this moment, in another parallel universe, how is Demigra doing? Has he made contact with Mechikabura? A figure standing 9 feet tall asked Demigra. With light purple skin, black irises, and crimson eye sockets, his long black hair cascaded down to his waist, and 2 long black bone spikes protruded from the joints of his arms, emitting a chilling light. Behind him stood 3 figures who were very similar to Majin Buu, Evil Buu, and Beerus. However, it was clear that their strength far surpassed that of Majin Buu and Beerus. Additionally, the few of them wore grass-green earrings that were identical to Patera earrings. I am very sorry, Dragon God, I did not see Mechikabura this time, Demigra said with a frightened expression. He gritted his teeth. Not only did he fail to complete the task, but he was also controlled by that human. However, he could not tell Salamander the true purpose of Chapter 209, Haz's real goal, which was to kill the Omni King. Did you not see him? Dragon God Salamander squinted his eyes and looked at Demigra. Yes, because the Dark Demon Realm has changed its location. I cannot find it. Demigra quickly knelt on the ground in fear, trembling as he spoke. He was still afraid to let Salamander know about Yi Feng's existence. If Yi Feng were killed, he might also disappear. With even the slightest possibility of that happening, he decided that he could not let such a situation occur. After living for billions of years, his life was extremely precious. Useless fool, Salamander glanced at Demigra. If he didn't still need Demigra, he would have wanted to erase this incompetent fool immediately. All right, I have researched a way to resist destructive energy. You all come with me, Dragon God Salamander said to the group. If he wanted to kill the Omni King, he first needed to eliminate the angels and destroyers under him. His own strength alone was definitely insufficient, which was why Demigra and Mao were involved. When destructive energy becomes ineffective against them, those so-called destroyers will become easy targets. Just as Dragon God Salamander had developed a method to resist destructive energy, the 12 destroyers of the main timeline were also summoned by the Omni King and the High Priest. At this time, only the angels and Supreme Kais were guarding the divine realm and the universe across the 12 universes. After a month, the conspiracy of the Demon King, Mechikabura, finally unfolded. That was to have his subordinates start from the super universe where they resided, first to test the strength of the Omni King and the others. Mr. Yi Feng, I wonder if you can hear my voice? If so, I would like to talk to you. When Yi Feng was cultivating in the nest of time, a familiar voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Who could it be? Yi Feng frowned and muttered to himself. However, from his voice, it seemed he had no malicious intent towards himself, and even showed some reverence. Then, Yi Feng's body directly disappeared from the time house. The next time he appeared, he was in a strange space. Haze, is it you? Yi Feng looked at the figure in front of him with some surprise. Indeed, this guy was Haz, who had followed Meichi Kapu a few days ago. It's me, Mr. Yi Feng, Haz said respectfully, nodding and greeting Yi Feng. Oh, you seem to have changed completely. That kind of hatred and arrogance toward me has completely disappeared. Yi Feng looked at Haz with some surprise and said, this guy seems very sincere now, which makes Yi Feng unsure if the previous behavior was Haz's true nature or if this is. Sorry, I could only act that way because Micah Kappa was present. Haz said to Yi Feng with some guilt. You seem to have something difficult to say. Go ahead. What exactly is your identity and what is your purpose? Yi Feng asked somewhat impatiently. He didn't have time to waste on such a minor character. With a great battle approaching, his time was extremely precious. All right, actually, I am a human from the 18th universe, the one that was destroyed by the Omni King, and I am one of the remaining humans from that universe. Has tightly clenched his fists, and when he mentioned the Omni King, a clear look of anger appeared in his eyes. More precisely, it should be described as a deep-seated hatred. What? A human from the 18th universe? Yefeng suddenly exclaimed in surprise. It was hard to believe that Haz was actually a human, and one from the 18th universe that had been eliminated by the king. This news was indeed quite shocking. Yes, I am indeed a surviving human from the 18th universe. Haz nodded and said, then why are you by Micah Capula's side? And the magical energy in your body is quite substantial. Yi Feng looked at Haz and said, although he was a bit shocked just now, he was still half in doubt about Haz's words. This guy doesn't seem like a human at all. Because I want revenge. I want to kill the king of all. I want to commit God slaughter. A crazy hatred appeared in Haz's eyes. That bastard, the king of all, actually destroyed his own universe with just a flick of his finger. The entire universe, everyone, had no idea what they did wrong and just got wiped out like that. Every time he thought of that feeling of despair, his conviction became even stronger. He must kill the king of all, liberate all humanity, and let everyone truly gain freedom. Not to be erased without a trace with just a flick of a finger. Dream on, you think you can kill the king of all? Do you believe I can make you turn to ashes with just a flick of my finger? Also, I'm working for the king of all. Do you know what it means to tell me your intentions? Yi Feng asked faintly. Just based on Haz's desire to kill the All-King, he could kill him himself. Of course, that is in theory. You're also human, and I hope you can help me. Haz suddenly bowed to Yi Feng and pleaded. Although he had this idea, he realized that it was impossible to accomplish such a significant task as killing the All-King with his own strength. That is why he proactively allied himself with Mechikapura from the Dark Demon Realm, as they shared the same enemy. It doesn't matter who he serves because his goal is to eliminate the All-King and restore true freedom to everyone. Firstly, he wants to avenge the erased universe. Secondly, he likes humans, Nua Zhao Zhao. and doesn't want other universes to repeat the same tragedy. Don't be foolish. Do you think that allying with Mechakapura will allow you to defeat the All-King? Yifeng could see the hatred and sincerity in Haz's eyes. It was clear that he was not lying, but his thoughts were too far-fetched. Killing the All-King? He wouldn't be able to do that, even after cultivating for billions of years. The moment I saw you, I knew that Mechi Kupwola couldn't defeat the All-King, because he couldn't even defeat you. That is also the reason I came to seek your help. I can see that you are equally dissatisfied with the All-King's tyranny and love humanity just as much. I said firmly to Yifeng. TCH, don't judge me by your thoughts. I'm not as foolish as you. Yifeng's expression suddenly turned cold as he spoke to Haz. It is true that he was dissatisfied with the Omni King, but to say he deeply loved humanity? To hell with that. I only love myself. Chapter 210. System Task. Dual Cultivation with Bardos. Mr. Yifeng, you are also human. Can you really bear to watch a universe be destroyed for no reason? Has clenched his fists and asked Yifeng. If it doesn't threaten me, I won't care. Yifeng Sepuk, the king of all. That is still an unattainable existence for me. Wanting to kill the king of all? How easy is that? At least I can recognize my own position now. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any longer. Looking at Yifeng, Haz did not continue to cling on. Since that's the case, we don't share the same path, and it's clear that I misjudged Yifeng. It's fine, but I still advise you to be a bit smarter. You are too weak right now, not even comparable to the king of all's little finger. Yifeng spoke up softly as a reminder. Although he didn't like humans as much as Hearts did, after hearing his words, he seemed to have developed a slight fondness for him. At the very least, it far surpassed his feelings toward Frisia and the arrogant Zamasu. Thanks for the reminder. I'll take my leave now. Hearts clearly sounded somewhat disappointed before vanishing from Yifeng's sight. He had originally hoped to find a true ally, but now it seemed the long road ahead would still have to be walked alone. Sigh. It seems this Hearts is also a pitiable soul. Yifeng glanced at Haz and said, he had seen a few episodes of Dragon Ball Heroes before and had met Haz a few times. He always thought this guy should be similar to Frisia and Zamasu, all self-righteous individuals. But now it seemed that there was quite a gap between them. He just hoped that Haz would listen to him and not naively seek out the Omni King. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. After that, Yifeng returned to the Time Nest. His next goal was very clear and simple. That was to solidify his Super Saiyan 3 strength and then have Bardock teach him to master the Ultimate Instinct technique. A few days ago, he heard Bardock mention that Ultimate Instinct no longer required the deliberate application like Perfect Instinct. Instead, it was about maintaining the state of instinct all the time. In that case, it would be a perfect combination of Super Saiyan 3 and Instinct. By then, his strength would definitely reach new heights. After returning to the Time Nest, Yifeng happened to run into Kaioshin Kane. Yifeng, I was just looking for you about something, Kane suddenly said to Yifeng. Oh, I've never seen you so serious before. What is it? Yifeng looked at the serious-looking Kain and asked regarding our mission. Our goal is to stop Mechakapura and the Dragon God Salama. However, right now, not only have we failed to stop Mechakapura, but we've also allowed him to regain his peak power. This time, our mission has failed completely. At this moment, Kain seemed like a different person, with an expression that was quite serious. Failed. Yifeng similit faintly. For him, there was no failure, and everything was under his control. Therefore, our next goal is the Dragon God Salama, and this time we must succeed. We must stop Salama from becoming stronger. Kane said to Yifeng, if there is another accident this time, it would be a catastrophic disaster for all universes and all timelines. Once these two guys regain their powers, they will definitely become even stronger than before. All right, then I'll go and train well for a month. Yifeng simply responded lightly, a month? Does it really take that long? I have a very bad feeling lately, perhaps related to Dragon God Salama. Kain suddenly asked, a month seems a bit too long. Is it really that long? Do you think with our current strength, we can handle Dragon God Salama? Yifeng turned his head and stared at Kai Jun, asking. This little girl seems to not realize the real problem yet. Even if Dragon God Salama's strength has significantly diminished, he must still be quite powerful. The last time he went to find Mechi Capula was because he was relatively familiar with Mechi Capula. Moreover, he had 2 Dark Dragon Balls in his possession, which serve as leverage. However, he had no understanding of how to deal with Dragon God Salama, so he would absolutely not take such a dangerous risk. Well then, you should focus on your training. Hearing Yifeng's words, Kai-in could only nod. Yes, if they went to find Dragon God Salama, she wouldn't have the power to deal with him at all. In the end, they would have to rely solely on Yifeng. If he failed, then all of them could be killed. Yifeng's worries were completely justified. Then Yifeng walked into the time house. At this time, The time house had already been repaired by Cain. You're back? After returning to the time house, Yifeng suddenly noticed that Bestows was also in the time house. Huh? How did you get here? Yifeng looked at Bestows with some surprise and asked. Over the past few months, Bestows had never come to the time house. Didn't you want to learn the peak mastery of ultimate freedom? I can start teaching you right now. Bestows smiled sweetly at Yifeng and said, I was just about to ask you that. I didn't expect you to understand me so well. After hearing Bestows' words, Yifeng smiled and said that he indeed planned to learn the peak mastery of ultimate freedom with Bestows this time. Of course, I'm your angel, Bestows said playfully, which was rare for her. I have to say, Bestows is indeed very beautiful, especially when she stands up. Her small lips make it hard not to be drawn to her. In the past, Yifeng was quite concerned about Bestows' age, but now, with his current strength, age seemed less important. Ding! System task released. Please complete dual cultivation with Bestows within a month. Task deadline, 1 month, task duration, 24 hours. Just then, the electronic, synthesized voice of the system suddenly sounded. Yifeng was instinctively taken aback. What? Dual cultivation with Bestows? What kind of ridiculous task is this? And what's worse is that the task duration is 24 hours. It really doesn't treat itself like a human. Chapter 211. Fu's secret plan has begun. After the system issued the task, it vanished without a trace, leaving Yifeng in a daze. What kind of task is this? Why does it feel so unserious? The previous system was quite serious. The tasks were all relatively normal. How did it come to this? Hey, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Bestows suddenly asked. It's nothing. Let's get started. Yifeng glanced awkwardly at Bestows, feeling a sense of guilt as if he were a thief. However, he couldn't help but admire Bestows. Her well-proportioned figure and perfect facial features made her a true beauty. But trying to win Bestows over in a month to complete the task assigned by the system was not an easy feat after all. Angels had lived for billions of years, and they wouldn't easily fall in love. Although his current strength was slightly greater than Bestows's, he absolutely couldn't rely on force. If the High Priest and the King of All found out, it would be quite troublesome. Sigh. This system task really is quite challenging. Well, let us get started. Bestows nodded, feeling that Yifeng was a bit strange today, but she couldn't pinpoint what was off. The Supreme Freedom Technique mainly involves following the method of the body to reach the peak of the Supreme Freedom Technique. The first step is to forget oneself and return to the universe. Every cell in your body must calm down and feel everything in the universe's time and space. When you can achieve this, you can be considered to have entered the basics of the Supreme Freedom Technique. Bestows patiently explained to Yifeng. I'll try my best. Yifeng nodded and said to Bestows. Although he didn't fully understand what he was hearing and it sounded quite difficult, he believed he could still reach that level. The main thing was to calm down and let himself return to the entire universe. Then he would go on to feel the slightest, faint changes in the universe. It didn't seem too difficult to say, but it was definitely not easy to do. Indeed, 2 years had passed in Time House. Meanwhile, over 20 days had passed in the outside world. At this moment, Haz and others had successfully entered the main timeline. They had even created a prison planet in the main timeline specifically to monitor those who disturb the time and space. Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, I need both of you to carry out a mission this time. The Kaishin Cain said seriously to Son Goku and Vegeta. What mission? Vegeta coldly asked. That guy named Fu who followed Mechikabura to the time nest last time has caused disturbances in other timelines. It seems he has also captured many strong fighters from various timelines. Your mission this time is to investigate Fu's true intentions. Cain said very seriously to Son Goku and Vegeta. Since Fu is a subordinate of Mechikabura, we must pay extra attention to such a dangerous character. He is currently capturing large numbers of universe judges in other timelines, and he must have some bad plans. Those guys from last time, they seemed quite powerful. Son Goku thought for a moment and spoke. The ones who followed Mechikabura last time were all very strong. It would indeed be quite good to fight with them. Remember, your main objective is to investigate Fu's true intentions. Do not engage in battle unless absolutely necessary, understand? Cain reminded Son Goku and Vegeta again. She knew these guys loved to fight and were practically battle maniacs. Vegeta snorted coldly and disappeared into the black hole ahead. All right, I'll keep that in mind for now. Son Goku nodded and said to Cain, Good, then you must be careful. Remember to inform me of any situation. Although I may not be able to help much, Yifeng will definitely be fine. Cain said with a serious expression. The current situation was becoming increasingly chaotic, so there was no room for carelessness. At this moment, in the God of Destruction realm of Dragon Ball Super Timelines, Son Goku and Vegeta were undergoing training with Whis. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the God of Destruction realm. Whoa, it seems like we have a guest. Whis stopped his movements and looked at the newcomer. The person had light purple skin, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and had white hair tied back. A long sword was strapped to his waist. Who is that? Son Goku and Vegeta were both surprised and asked. It should be noted that not just anyone could enter the God of Destruction planet. Those who could come here were all powerful individuals. If it weren't for Whis, the two of them wouldn't have been able to reach the God of Destruction realm. It seems to be someone from the demon realm. Haven't they disappeared for over 1 billion years? How could they appear here? Whis also said with some confusion. And these guys dare to openly invade the God of Destruction realm. They are really quite audacious. Moreover, with Lord Beerus not around, I, as an angel, cannot take direct action. What? The demon realm? I haven't heard of that at all. Son Goku scratched his head, looking puzzled. You idiot. Have you forgotten about Majin Buu and the demon realm, King Dabura? Vegeta suddenly coldly reminded. Majin Buu and Dabura are typical demons, but their strength is rather average. All right, Buu and Dabura are indeed from the demon realm. The Kaioshin said that Dabura is the demon realm king. Son Goku finally recalled. But that demon realm king is really too weak. My Super Saiyan 2 power can easily kill him. Hello, Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta. At this moment, Fu walked directly in front of Son Goku and Vegeta, smiling kindly at the two. However, he completely ignored the angel Whis. What? This guy actually knows us? Both Son Goku and Vegeta were surprised and found it hard to believe. They didn't recognize this person at all. Hey, who exactly are you? How do you know us? Vegeta coldly stared at Fu and asked. This guy, being from the demon realm, must be guarded against, and he could sense an uncomfortable feeling from Fu's body. Chapter 212, Super Blue vs. Super 4. In response to Vegeta's question, Fu simply replied indifferently, because I am good friends with Trunks, and he is currently trapped in a prison. If you want to save him, come with me. After Fu's voice fell, he had already disappeared from the God of Destruction realm. What was going on? Son Goku had a confused expression, completely unaware of what had happened. Trunks was captured? Which Trunks are we talking about? Whis, do you know what happened? Son Goku looked at Whis and asked. Ho ho ho, I really don't know what happened. Whis smiled and said to Son Goku. Even if he did know, he couldn't tell Son Goku and Vegeta. Forget about that for now, Kakarot. Since Trunks is in danger, regardless of whether it is dangerous or not, we should go take a look. Vegeta said anxiously. No matter which timeline's Trunks it is, he is still my son, so I must take care of him. Yes, that's right, Vegeta. Let's go now. Son Goku no dead. If Gohan and Goten were in danger, he believed they would do the same. Then, Son Goku directly sensed Fu's energy from earlier and instantly teleported there. Whoosh! The next time they appeared, the two were on a massive planet. Or rather, it could be said that this was not just one planet, but several planets bound together by enormous chains. It looked like a prison. What? Where's this place? Son Goku and Vegeta both surveyed their surroundings, surprised at the thick iron chains above them. Hey Kakarot, do you feel that? What are those two energies? Vegeta suddenly frowned and looked at Son Goku. They felt two very familiar energies. Yes, I can feel it. Son Wukong nodded seriously, and at that moment, two figures wrapped in white flames flew towards Son Wukong and Vegeta. What? What is going on with those two? When Son Wukong saw the newcomers, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Vegeta felt the same, because the two figures flying towards them were none other than Son Wukong and Vegeta themselves. Although they were dressed differently, their appearances were almost identical. I don't know, but doesn't he feel like they're good people? Vegeta said coldly. To look exactly like myself, there must be a conspiracy. Just then, the other two Son Wukongs and Vegetas appeared in front of the time-traveling Son Wukong and Vegeta. What? What's going on with those two? Vegeta asked, looking at the time-traveling Son Wukong and Vegeta. Clearly, they had also been trapped on the prison planet. Son Wukong replied faintly. This prison planet is easy to enter, but very hard to leave. The two of them have tried many ways, but they simply cannot break through the barrier of this planet. Hey Kakarot, since the two of us can't break through with our strength, maybe the four of us can. After Vegeta said this, he looked at the time-traveling Son Wukong and Vegeta. Although they didn't seem very strong, they shouldn't be too weak either, right? That's right, Vegeta. Son Wukong also glanced at the time-traveling Son Wukong and Vegeta and said. Then, the two of them tightly clenched their fists, and a terrifying golden aura erupted from their bodies. Instantly, they transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Their bodies were covered in red fur, looking quite robust. What kind of transformation is this? Son Wukong looked in surprise at the Super 4 Son Wukong and Vegeta, muttering to himself. Is this also a transformation of a Saiyan? Why haven't T, I, and Vegeta ever touched this transformation? Could it be a higher level transformation? I don't know, but doesn't T seem very strong? Vegeta said faintly. It looks pretty cool, but I wonder how strong their combat power is. It seems I want to fight. Let us go, Vegeta. After Sun Wukong's voice fell, he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta also transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, because since the last tournament of power ended, he suddenly couldn't use his Ultra Instinct anymore. It seems he needs to practice more for a while. Almost in an instant, the four of them were fighting together. Bang bang. The moment the four collided, their bodies separated and landed back in their original positions. Oh, it seems that our counterparts from other timelines are quite strong. Super 4 Vegeta said to the Super 4 Sun Wukong beside him. Those two guys may not have any detectable energy fluctuations, but they are indeed very strong. Super 4 Sun Wukong nodded and said seriously. Then next, Kamehameha, Ultimate. Almost in an instant, Super 4 Vegeta and Sun Wukong unleashed their strongest attack. Kamehameha Wave, Ultimate Flash. Super Blue Sun Wukong and Super Blue Vegeta used the same attack against the two in front of them. Boom! The moment the energy waves collided, a terrifying force directly shattered the ground, creating cracks that spread in all directions. This clash lasted for half a minute, and the four of them were directly knocked back. Clearly, in this confrontation, they did not gain any advantage. As expected, they still can't break through. Super 4 Sun Wukong raised his head and looked at the intact barrier above, frowning tightly. He originally thought that with the strength of the four of them, they could shatter the barrier, but now it seems that it's still not possible. If that's the case, they want to be able to report the situation of the prison planet to King Kai. Hey, who are you two? At this moment, Super Blue Vegeta looked at the two and asked. These two are also very strong and difficult to deal with. We are Sun Wukong and Vegeta from another timeline. Super 4 Sun Wukong replied, but he was thinking about how to leave this place. Chapter 213. Conquering the Angel Bardos another timeline? Sun Wukong and Vegeta were first stunned, then quickly understood. Perhaps they, like future Trunks, came from other future timelines or parallel timelines. Their strength is okay. They haven't disgraced my name, Vegeta. Super Blue Vegeta said coldly as he looked at Super 4 Vegeta. This guy has strength, is not inferior to his own. TCH, ignorant. Super 4 Vegeta curled his lips and glanced at Super Blue Vegeta. By the way, did you come here to rescue Trunks too? Super Blue Sun Wukong asked Super 4 Sun Wukong and Vegeta, because they were brought here by that Frieza, saying that Trunks was being controlled. I wonder why the two of them appeared here. Trunks? No, we came here to investigate Frieza's intentions. However, the situation is a bit bad now. I can't get out of this space at all. Super 4 Sun Wukong frowned and said to Super Blue Sun Wukong, What? Who? Is that Frieza? Super Blue Vegeta asked curiously, feeling that guy was particularly strong. I will tell you when I have time later. Super 4 Sun Wukong said. Right now, they couldn't waste time. They had to break this space and leave here as soon as possible. Just then, Frieza's figure suddenly appeared in front of the four of them. Haha, not bad. You four are quite interesting specimens. Time Patrolman. You think you can shatter this space with battle shockwaves? That's impossible, Frieza said with a smug smile, clearly satisfied with his masterpiece. You bastard. Don't get too cocky. Super 4 Sun Wukong directly shot an energy ball at Frieza. However, Frieza lightly swatted it away, and the energy ball was sent flying. TCH, I knew that bastard was a good person. Super Blue Vegeta frowned and said to Sun Wukong, Hey, where did you say Trunks was locked up? Sun Wukong looked at Frieza and asked seriously. Trunks is right on this planet. Oh, you can go look for him yourself. By the way, I'll tell you this. If you want to leave this place, you can only find the Dragon Balls. After Frieza's voice fell, it disappeared directly into the space. That bastard. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and said angrily. This guy's just too arrogant. Hey, Kakarot, let us hurry up and find Trunks. Vegeta turned to Son Goku and said. The one he was most worried about was Trunks. Once they found Trunks, he would definitely teach that bastard Frieza a good lesson. Let us go. Son Goku nodded, and then both he and Vegeta disappeared from the spot. Soon, Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta also vanished from the place. They needed to find a way to leave here as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, while Frieza was causing chaos in the main timeline, Yifeng had been in the time chamber for nearly a year. 1 month outside was already 3 years in the time chamber. At this moment, Yifeng and Bardos were constantly sparring and training. You really are a genius. In just 3 years, you have mastered the ultimate technique of the ultimate instinct. Bardos Pudais Yifeng. Is that so? I feel like 3 years is already a long time. Yifeng smiled faintly and directly pulled Dosi into his embrace. Originally, he thought that the unorthodox system was just playing with him. How could anything happen with Dosi in just a month's time? But now it seemed there might still be a chance. Hey, I'm an angel, you know. Dosi pulled into Yifeng's arms, felt her jade-like face flush slightly, and said to him, "An angel? So what?" Yifeng looked down at Bestows, smiled, and said, "In the past, I used to care about age, but with the improvement of my strength, age really doesn't matter at all. Especially among angels, Bestows is still quite young, just like a young girl among them. Aren't you afraid that the high priest will find out and punish you?" Bestows spoke again. To be honest, the fact that Yifeng could hold her meant that she still held a place for him in her heart. However, she was also worried that if the high priest blamed them later, it would be troublesome. After all, the angels should not think about such things before fulfilling their duties. What's there to be afraid of? When the time comes, I'll naturally explain it to my father-in-law. After Yifeng finished speaking, he directly pressed his lips against Bedows's. The high priest was certainly very terrifying, but soon he should be able to possess the ability to no longer fear them. Suddenly, a layer of golden aura appeared around the two of them, enveloping them within it. Tick-tock, time slowly passed. A whole day quickly went by. After a full 24 hours, the layer of golden energy barrier that wrapped around Yifeng and Bestows in the time house finally disappeared. At this moment, both of their faces were slightly flushed, clearly having done some undisclosed things. Especially Bestows, who had an even more alluring and tempting vibe. "From today on, you are mine, Bestows." Yifeng tightly hugged Bestows and said, "This feeling is quite nice. First, Bestows is indeed very beautiful, and he quite likes her. Second, Bestows is an angel, and being able to win her over greatly satisfies his vanity. That's how most men are. The road ahead might be very, very difficult." Bestows looked at Yifeng with some worry and said, "Because my identity doesn't allow me to have feelings for anyone. Now, not only do I have feelings for a human, but I also, if my father finds out about this, I don't know what kind of punishment I would face. Don't worry, with me here, you don't have to be concerned about anything." Yifeng looked at the worried Bestows and comforted her. "If the high priest really wants to intervene, then we'll have to tear our faces apart." Chapter 214. Facing the two women, an awkward situation. Although it happened a bit suddenly, Bestows has now become his woman, so naturally, as a man, he has to protect her. Now there's one more person to protect. Yifeng thought to himself. Although angels may seem extremely powerful in the eyes of ordinary people, they are completely insignificant to the high priest and the omnipotent king. Once the rules of the angels are violated, one will be immediately eliminated. If he wants to protect Bestows, he must possess power that surpasses that of the high priest or the omnipotent king. The road ahead is long and arduous. It seems he still has a long way to go. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. Establish a relationship with Bestows within a month and maintain it for 24 hours. System reward, devouring power. Just at that moment, the electronic synthesized voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Devouring power? Yifeng had some doubts. What kind of ability was this devouring power? However, it sounded quite strong. Returning to the host, the devouring power, simply put, is a force that can devour the abilities and energy of others, the system explained, clearly aware of Yifeng's thoughts. Devouring the abilities and energy of others? Hearing the system's voice, Yifeng gasped. That's too perverse. So if I devour the demon world as 850th king, Mechikapura, I would gain his magic power and spells? If I devour the omnipotent king, wouldn't that mean I could obtain higher level rule powers? At this thought, Yifeng's face showed an excited expression. If that's the case, am I already invincible? As long as I devour these big figures, I would be in an invincible state. Host, don't get too happy too soon. You can only devour those who are weaker than you. As for Mechikapura, the high priest, and the omnipotent king, you currently cannot devour them. The system's synthetic electronic voice sounded again. Is that so? It doesn't matter, little by little. As long as I devour enough people, my strength will definitely increase. Yifeng was not discouraged. If he could swallow the high priest and the king from the beginning, wouldn't this game be a bit too monotonous? Hey, what's wrong with you? Seeing Yifeng's constantly changing expressions, Bestows asked. It's nothing, just thinking of some happy things. Yifeng replied lightly with a smile after hearing Bestows' voice. All right, by the way, Razli should also be your woman, right? Have you thought about how to explain it to her? Bestows suddenly asked. Although she didn't care that Yifeng had two women, if she did, she wouldn't have any relationship with him. She could manage not to care, but Razli might not be able to. After all, she was Yifeng's first woman. and it wouldn't be easy for her. It might be a bit troublesome, but don't worry. I'll handle this matter. Yifeng hugged Bardos tightly and said, although I know that this matter won't be easy for Razli to accept, since things have developed to this point, I must tell her the truth. I have crossed over to the Dragon Ball world, and it is impossible for me to be so ordinary, which man, after obtaining absolute power and ability, can remain aloof. If there is, then that must be a lie. Staying untainted in a chaotic world is just talk. Oomph. You didn't consider that at the time, did you? But I must tell you, having a relationship with you means I will completely give up my identity as an angel. If you dare to be irresponsible towards me, I won't let you off easily. Bardos looked at Yifeng and said, don't worry, I'm not the kind of heartless person, he replied. Yifeng similed, qui sit bados forahat, and said, if I can't even handle 2 women, then I must be too low, right? All right, let's go out first. Yifeng looked at Bados and said, what needs to come will come, and what needs to be faced must be faced, even though I haven't figured out the words to say yet. But when soldiers come, we will block them. When water comes, we will cover it with earth. Bados nodded, and then the 2 of them walked out of the time house. The door of the time house was suddenly opened, and Yifeng and Bados walked out. At that moment, Lazuli was waiting outside. When she saw Yifeng and Bados, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. As a woman, Lazuli immediately noticed the change in Bados. It was a very subtle transformation, a transition from girlhood to womanhood. Although, according to Bados' age, she could no longer be considered a girl, that transformation was still the same. In the time house, there were only the 2 of them, and it was easy to guess what had happened. You guys are out. It really has been a long time, hasn't it? Lazuli forced a smile and said to Yifeng and Bados, yes, we're out. Yifeng nodded, looking at Razali's forced smile, and he suddenly felt that Razali seemed to already know. Razali, I have something important to tell you. Yifeng gritted his teeth and mustered the courage to speak to Lazili. He really didn't know how to start, especially when he saw Lazili's strong smile, which made him feel like a big villain. He didn't know how to begin. 1 second, 2 seconds, a full 5 seconds passed, and Yifeng still hadn't organized his words. How should he say something like this? It felt like a man who had cheated on his wife, caught in the act, and didn't know how to explain. Oh, why are you stammering? It's fine, Lazili. He probably just wants to talk about how he has reached the pinnacle of his cultivation. She thought, TCH, what a useless guy. What's there to be embarrassed about? Seeing Yifeng hesitate for so long without speaking, Bados suddenly stepped forward, smiling as she spoke. Yifeng looked at Bados with a hint of guilt, then took a deep breath. Since it was done, he had to admit it. After all, he was a man. Lazili, that's how it is. Chapter 2:15. Heading to the first dimension, meeting the dragon god Salama. Yifeng had not said a word yet. He saw Lazili shoot a glare at Yifeng, then directly ran up to Bados. You don't need to say anything. I've actually always liked Sister Bados. Lazili suddenly said with a smile. This action left both Bados and Yifeng in a state of confusion. You know? Bados asked Lazili, looking a bit surprised. Of course I know. All your matters are written on your faces. I'm not a fool. Lazili replied with a smile, though her smile hid a lot of bitterness. So what if I know? It seems I can only play the fool. I'm sorry. This matter isn't as you imagine, Bados said apologetically to Lazili. No matter what, the 2 of them now have a clear relationship. It really feels a bit unfair to insert myself without any warning. Oh, I already said it's fine. I knew that guy wasn't honest from the start, Lazili said, glaring fiercely at Yifeng. A man so outstanding makes me feel a bit dim in comparison. So it's not surprising that such a thing happened. I'm sorry, Lazili. I really didn't think about hurting you, but my good feelings for Bados are genuine. Yifeng spoke emotionally to Lazili. Of course, aren't most scumbags like this when they deceive young girls? I had long anticipated that this day would come. I just didn't expect it to arrive so quickly, Lazili said. Now that it's come to this, what can be done? I can only accept it. No, la filipost, glaring fiercely at Yifeng, and said, if you dare to hide things from me again and do such things, I won't let you off. Don't worry. I won't dare anymore. Yifeng quickly replied with a forced smile upon hearing Lazili's words. Although Lazili might be feeling uncomfortable inside, it was evident that she had accepted the situation. From now on, I can only try my best to make it up to her. Sister Bados, how about we deal with him together later? Lazili then turned to Bados and said, if he dares to bully you again, I won't spare him, Bados quickly replied. It seems that the Lazili in front of me is much stronger than I imagined, and it seems she has already accepted this matter. Oh, come on, I'm almost starving. Let's quickly find something to eat. Seeing that the relationship between the 2 seemed quite good, Yifeng directly walked over and wrapped his arms around the waists of both women, then smiled playfully and said, knowing that Lazili is so understanding. I don't have to think of so many excuses. During mealtime, Kane once again spoke to Yifeng. Yifeng, now that you have practiced enough, shouldn't we discuss the dragon god, Salama, issue? Kane looked at Yifeng and said, women, by nature, possess a keen intuition. Kane clearly noticed the inappropriate relationship among the three of them. The dragon god Salama? Yifeng stroked his chin, thought for a moment, then nodded and said, I really should go meet that guy. Hearing Yifeng's words, Salama quickly asked, are you confident you could defeat Salama now? Looking at Yifeng, he seemed very determined. So it should be about right. What are you thinking? That guy's not easy to deal with. Yifeng gave Kane a big eye roll and said, although I haven't fought with Salama, it's easy to imagine that since the dragon god Salama is the former high priest, he must possess extraordinary strength. Even though his power has been significantly reduced due to being sealed, he is definitely not to be underestimated. All right, first tell me about Salama's situation, and by the way, do you know Salama's current location? Yifeng put a pudding in his mouth and asked Kane. Of course, I'm the king of time and space. There's nothing I don't know, Kane said proudly. This world is divided into 9 main time and space realms, and the Omni King and the Grand Priest are in the 6th realm. As for the dragon god Salama, he is currently in the 1st realm, Kane said briefly. The 1st realm? Yifeng was not very interested in these time and space. However, since the dragon god Salama was in the 1st time and space, he naturally became more interested in the 1st time and space. Well, it can also be considered a parallel time and space, but the 1st time and space is much larger in scale. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Earth in that time and space can completely rival a universe, Kane explained. What? Yifeng was suddenly taken aback. A single Earth is as vast as a universe? Is this a joke? It's really hard to contain my emotions. Perhaps that is the real Earth. By the way, since you know that the dragon god Salama exists in the 1st time and space, then the High Priest and the Omni King must also be aware of it. If they went, they could probably eliminate Salama in an instant. Why don't they go and instead ask me to deal with him? Yifeng asked seriously. He felt like he was being treated as a free thug. Do you think it's that simple? It's all because the Omni King is restricted. He cannot casually go to another timeline. That would be against the rules. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Omni King and the Grand Priest are powerful and hold high status. They are also subject to the constraints of time and space. Kane said to Yifeng with a proud expression. The Grand Priest and the Omni King are restricted, but for the God of Time, he can freely appear in any timeline. Look at how smug you are. Yifeng gave Kane a big eye roll. He always felt that the King and the High Priest definitely had the ability to travel through time and space. But for some reason, they just didn't want to take action themselves. Well, since we finished eating, let's go. Yifeng looked at Kane and said, since that's the case, let's head to the 1st time space. Speaking of which, I'm quite curious. Kane also said excitedly, Chapter 216, The Challenge of the Punch Superhero. As Kane spoke, a huge time-space black hole opened in front of several people. Let's go, this is the time-space wormhole connecting to the 1st time space. But there are many powerful beings in the 1st time space, so you all must be careful. Kane explained to Yifeng, this guy is truly the most worrisome one. Shouldn't you be the one who needs to be careful? Yifeng looked at Kyan and said, with my and Bestows' strength, there's really no need to be overly cautious. The one who should be careful is her. Then, the 4 of them leaped into the wormhole. Soon, they appeared in the so-called 1st space-time. Is this the 1st space-time? It doesn't seem to have any powerful aura at all. Yifeng looked around and then spoke. He did not sense the evil aura of the dragon god Salama, nor did he feel any divine energy. There are only a few ordinary auras, which should belong to some of the top humans on this earth, right? At this moment, in a not-so-spacious rental room, a small bald man dressed in a very plain yellow superhero suit suddenly frowned and said, Genos, did you feel that? Yes, teacher. Several very powerful energies. If they are monsters, the disaster level reaches God level. Genos said with a fearful expression. How is that possible? How could there be such powerful monsters? God level? That is absolutely unimaginable strength. Let's go take a look. I feel my blood starting to boil. Perhaps this time, I can have a good fight. Excitement suddenly appeared in the bald superhero's eyes. It's been years since I solved all the monsters by myself. Even those opponents I seriously used my combination punches against didn't make me feel any excitement. I can say that I have reached a level without rivals. And now, this exhilarating feeling is something he has never experienced before. Yes, teacher. Genos nodded and then directly followed the bald superhero out of the rental room. It seems some friends are coming our way. Bardas said, of course, but the auras of these friends seem very weak. The aura I've never felt before doesn't seem to belong to Earth's Z warriors. Yifeng nodded and said, because on Earth, he had felt the energy of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin, but the energies of those approaching him were completely different. Moreover, they were vastly different. To be honest, Yifeng had no interest in such a level of beings at all. Kaijun, can you find a location of the dragon god Salama now? Yifeng looked at Kaiyan and suddenly asked. He was only interested in the dragon god Salama and the evil gods under him. As for the little guys approaching him, he had no interest at all. The first time space is much larger than other time spaces, and I can't fight for Salama's position right now. Kaiyan said awkwardly. Damn, useless teammate. Yifeng gave Kane a big eye roll. Right now, he couldn't feel the aura of Salama, and he couldn't even feel the aura of Sun Wukong and the others. How strange. Could it be that Sun Wukong and the others have already been killed by the dragon god Salama? Whoosh. Just then, several figures suddenly appeared in front of Yifeng and the others. What? These guys look so familiar. Yifeng looked at the newcomers and suddenly spoke in surprise. There were a total of 6 people from right to left. The bald-caped hero Saitama, the handsome robot Genos, the straw hat man Luffy, followed by Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha. On the far left was Ichigo Kurosaki. What is going on? How could other anime protagonists randomly appear? Yifeng looked somewhat bewildered at the 6 people in front of him. There was Saitama and Genos from One Punch Man, Luffy from One Piece, Naruto and Sasuke from Naruto, and even Ichigo Kurosaki from Bleach had appeared. Hey, what is going on? Yifeng looked at Kane and asked. Logically speaking, these guys shouldn't be able to appear in the Dragon Ball world at all. Even if the time and space have changed, this is still the Dragon Ball world. What is going on? From their appearance, they should just be slightly powerful Earthlings, right? Kane did not understand Yifeng's meaning and replied. Yifeng thought for a moment and realized that Kane didn't know who Saitama, Naruto, and Luffy were. Interesting. A chaotic anime battle? Then Yifeng looked at the few people in front of him with curiosity and muttered to himself, Hey, who are you? At that moment, Naruto suddenly spoke up and asked, Who are you? Yeah, who are you? Saitama also asked excitedly. The guy in front of him was just too strong, and he couldn't help but feel excited. You better not have any ill intentions, or my Tensa Zangetsu might chop you into 1,000 pieces. Ichigo Kurosaki said coldly to Yifeng. It was really exciting to suddenly have so many companions. Luffy looked at everyone and excitedly said, As for me, I am a human who surpasses gods. Yifeng spoke elegantly and gentlemanly to the crowd in front of him. Indeed, he was a man beyond gods. His body contained immeasurable chakra. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Yifeng and spoke in a low voice. This guy is really strong. No matter who it is. He's got me so excited. Let's have a fight. After the voice of the bald hero Saitama fell, the atmosphere became serious. Then, with a push of his right foot against the ground exploded instantly, and at the same time, Saitama threw a punch towards Yifeng. What incredible speed. This bald guy is no simple character. Is this the full power of a teacher? The speed is so fast that it's hard to see clearly. Luffy, Naruto, and Genos looked astonished. Just now, Saitama's speed had indeed reached a limit. They couldn't even see Saitama's shadow. Bang! In the next moment, Saitama's fist heavily struck Yifeng's chest, producing a deep sound. Chapter 217. The time-space Sun Wukong and Vegeta what? Saitama was instantly shocked because his fist felt like it hit a steel plate, yielding no results whatsoever. One Punch Man? Is this all the strength you have? Are you just tickling me? Yifeng lowered his head, glanced at Chiyu, and spoke. It wasn't arrogance on his part. Rather, Chiyu's head was simply too soft to even be considered a tickle. No, it's impossible. That guy actually took a punch from the teacher head-on, Genos said in shock. He was very clear about the teacher's strength. Even monsters rated as dragon level could be easily killed by the teacher. However, just now, that guy took a punch from the teacher and was completely unscathed, not even moving an inch. This was incredibly shocking for him. That new guy is just too strong. At this moment, Naruto, Luffy, and Ichigo Kurosaki, among others, all showed expressions of astonishment. They could clearly feel that the power of that big bald guy was extremely strong. Yet, such a powerful force had caused him no harm at all, which indeed exceeded their expectations. It seems you are even stronger than I imagined. Chiyu, having achieved no result from his strike, was not overly surprised. Instead, he took a few steps back and said to Yifeng, of course, My strength is definitely beyond what you can imagine, because we are simply not in the same dimensional gap. Yifeng smiled faintly and said to Saitama, Although Saitama is the absolute protagonist in One Punch Man and his power is incredibly strong. It can be said that he's almost unbeatable. However, when it comes to the Dragon Ball world, his power seems somewhat insignificant. Don't jump to conclusions. I haven't even gone all out. Next, let me show you my ultimate technique, the Serious Series, repeated jumps. As Saitama's voice fell, his body began to jump back and forth at an astonishing speed, creating dozens of afterimages in an instant. Of course, this speed is relative. It's quite fast for people like Genos and Luffy, but for Yefeng, this speed is hardly worth noticing. In the next moment, Saitama suddenly charged towards Yefeng. Boom! Then, a low rumbling sound was heard. Saitama was sent flying directly, his body heavily embedded in the opposite rock wall. Throughout the entire process, he had no idea when Yefeng threw a punch. Such incredible speed, such powerful strength. Saitama's brows furrowed tightly. After just one attack, he felt as if the power within him had been completely sealed, and now he couldn't muster any strength at all. What a huge gap! It completely shattered his confidence and the excitement he felt earlier, although he was somewhat reluctant to believe it. This guy in front of him was just too strong. As he said, there seems to be a dimensional gap between them. Teacher? Genos glanced at Saitama, his face showing an expression of anger. The opponent is very strong. Everyone, let's go together. After Luffy said this, he formed hand seals and activated Gear 5th, his entire body turning black. A shining golden X symbol appeared on his chest, and his body grew as large as a small mountain. Naruto also transformed into Ninetales mode, his chakra surging wildly. Ichigo Kurosaki's Tensa Zangetsu was surrounded by purple energy. In the next moment, several of them charged towards Yefeng. And Sasuke Uchiha also launched an attack on Yefeng using his Sharingan. Boring. Although you are all rulers in your own realms, your power is simply too weak in front of me. After Yifeng fell behind, he gently swung his right hand, sending everyone flying out. Even a casual strike had already drained Naruto, Luffy, and the others of their strength. This bastard is too powerful. Just as he said, his strength might have surpassed that of God. Ichigo Kurosaki covered his chest and said in a low tone, "This is definitely the toughest opponent I've ever encountered. Far stronger than Aizen. Hey, we didn't come here just to bully weaklings, did we?" Looking at the fallen and incapacitated fighters on the ground, Kane reminded Yifeng. "Of course I know that, but can you find Salama?" Yifeng glanced at Kane and coldly asked, "To defeat Salama, we first need to find him. If we can't even locate him, how can we defeat him?" There was no way to sense their energy on Earth. It seemed that Dragon God Salama and his companions were hiding on other planets in the universe, Kane concluded. But this universe is just too vast. If Salama is hiding on another planet, I won't be able to find him at all. Just then, Yifeng suddenly felt several extremely powerful auras. "It's Whis." Bardoss suddenly spoke and looked straight ahead. Sure enough, at the moment Bardoss's voice fell, Whis, Beerus, Son Goku, and Vegeta appeared before Yifeng and the others. "Sister?" Whis looked at Bardoss in surprise and said, "It's been a while." "Whis, it's been a long time," Bardoss smiled and replied. "Aren't you in the 6th universe? Why did you come here alone? And it seems Lord Kampa is not around." Whis was a bit surprised because angels and destroyers are not supposed to act separately. "Hee, I no longer serve Lord Kampa. This is Yifeng. I am now his angel." Bardoss smiled and said to Whis. It seems that this version of Whis in this timeline doesn't know about Bardoss becoming Yifeng's angel. "Oh, I see." Whis nodded, somewhat understanding. "Huh. Bardoss has become that guy's angel, which means he's also a destroyer. This is incredible. A Saiyan can actually be a destroyer," Son Goku, behind Whis, said in surprise. The tail behind Yifeng is a symbol of the Saiyans. "That guy feels extremely strong," Vegeta frowned and said. "This kind of powerful aura I've never seen before. It far exceeds Destroyer Beerus. Yeah, he's really impressive. I'm a bit excited just looking at him." Son Goku grinned, smiling excitedly. Chapter 218, White God's Son Goku. What is going on? Why have so many powerful beings suddenly appeared? At this moment, Luffy, Naruto, and the others were all shocked, staring at the suddenly appearing Son Goku and Vegeta. They could feel the energy and chakra within them were extremely powerful. "I don't know. I've never encountered such strong individuals before." Ichigo Kurosaki shook his head. He had never seen such a powerful opponent either. It seems that even if a battle were to break out, the few of them would be of no use at all. They wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. "Hee. Yifeng is not a destroyer. He's quite special." Bardoss smiled and said to Son Goku's group. "What? Not a destroyer, but still has an angel by his side?" Upon hearing Bardoss's words, even Destroyer Beerus was somewhat surprised. It's known that the main task of angels is to train destroyers. By the way, I want to ask you, do you know where Dragon God Salama is? Yifeng glanced at Weiss and Beerus, directly getting to the point. Chatting with them was a waste of breath. He didn't have that much time to spare. What? You're talking about the dragon god Salaman, who created the Super Dragon Balls? Beerus asked, somewhat surprised. However, he soon realized how foolish his question was. This guy was accompanied by the angel Beerus, so it was understandable that he knew about dragon god Salaman. Sister, did you tell him this? Weiss asked curiously, as Yifeng appeared to be younger than Goku and Vegeta. It was indeed intriguing that he knew about dragon god Salaman from 10,000 years ago. No, Weiss. It was the Grand Priest and the Omni King who told him about dragon god Salaman. Our purpose for coming to this timeline is to eliminate dragon god Salaman. Beerus said directly to Weiss without hiding anything. What? It was actually the Grand Priest and the Omni King who informed him? That's quite surprising. Weiss looked at Yifeng a few more times. There was no denying that this Saiyan's power was indeed very strong. He might have even surpassed both himself and Beerus. Omni King? Who could this kid be? Beerus frowned. Anyone connected to the Omni King was definitely not simple. All right, stop looking at me with such curiosity. Have you ever seen Dragon God Salaman? Or have you received any news about him? Yifeng looked at the surprised Weiss and Beerus and asked again. At this moment, Saitama from One Punch Man, Naruto, and Luffy all had confused expressions. They couldn't understand at all what they were talking about. What are gods of destruction, Zeno, and the Grand Priest, and what's this Dragon God Salama? They had never even heard of these things. We have not found any traces of Dragon God Salama. But there have indeed been a few very evil presences appearing recently, which may be related to them, Weiss said seriously. Not long ago, these presences have been growing stronger. If those guys show up, it seems I will have some cleaning up to do again, Beerus said, clenching his fist and speaking. Forgive me for saying this, Beerus, but with your abilities, you can't possibly eliminate the evil gods. At that level of combat, you won't be of any help. Yifeng completely disregarded Beerus's face and directly spoke up. He wasn't trying to undermine him. He was just stating the facts. At this time, the dragon god Salama had likely already developed the power to resist destructive energy. Therefore, Beerus's ordinary destructive energy had no effect on those evil gods at all, and it could even enhance their power. What? Are you saying there are things in this world that destructive energy can't destroy? Little brat, it seems you don't understand the power of a god of destruction at all, Beerus said coldly, giving Yifeng a skeptical glance. Seeing Beerus's disbelieving look, Yifeng didn't offer any explanation. Instead, a trace of purple destructive energy appeared at his fingertips. He then shot it directly at the giant peak across from him. When the energy sphere hit the giant peak, the entire mountain suddenly vanished without a trace. Destruction? You, since you're not a god of destruction, how can you wield destructive energy? Beerus asked, staring at Yifeng in shock. It is known that only those at the level of destruction are qualified to wield destructive energy, and even angels like Wiz cannot possess it. Although I don't want to undermine you, the destructive energy I possess is far more advanced than what you have. Even the destructive energy I wield might not be enough to eliminate evil gods. Do you really think you can? Yifeng looked at Beerus and asked casually. At this moment, Saitama and the others were completely confused and couldn't figure out the situation. Wow, this guy's too strong. He has even mastered Lord Beerus's destruction energy. Sun Wukong excitedly rubbed his hands. It seemed like he hadn't encountered such a strong opponent in a long time. If he didn't have a good match, it would be a bit unreasonable. Hey, Yifeng, right? Can we have a match? Sun Wukong said directly to Yifeng with a face full of excitement. His own power was now such that even Lord Beerus was not his opponent. So when he encountered such a powerful opponent, he felt particularly excited. A match? Are you sure? Looking at the excited Sun Wukong, Yifeng said. Although he could sense the powerful divine power contained within Sun Wukong's body, he was still quite a bit behind if he wanted to fight against him. Of course, we need to have a match. You excite me a lot. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and got into a fighting stance. All right, since you want to see my power, I will oblige you. After Yifeng's voice fell, he tightly clenched his fists and directly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 2 combined with Ultra Instinct. Because the Son Goku in front of him was indeed stronger than any other Son Goku from different timelines. Such immense power. Then I'll give my all too. After witnessing Yifeng's strength, Son Goku became even more excited. He then unleashed his strongest power. Accompanied by a series of low growls. Son Goku instantly transformed. Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue. In the next moment, Son Goku's hair suddenly turned white, and a blood-red mark appeared on his forehead. Chapter 219, Super Saiyan 3 Versus. All Saiyan God Son Goku. Is this the White God? Yifeng looked at the transformed Sun Wukong with some surprise. The Sun Wukong in front of him had white hair cascading down to his shoulders, and a red V-shaped symbol appeared on his forehead, but inside the symbol, there were 2 additional lines. This meant that Sun Wukong's full form still had 2 suppressors. When those 2 lines disappeared, Sun Wukong's suppressors would completely vanish, turning him into a true full-power god. However, even in his current form, Sun Wukong was not easy to deal with. He never expected that this version of Sun Wukong would be so powerful. If Yifeng remembered correctly, Sun Wukong became a white god because of the emergence of evil Wukong and the death of Vegeta, which had triggered him. But it seemed that reality and the anime were still somewhat different. So how is it? This new form's power hasn't let you down, right? Sun Wukong asked Yifeng with a smile at the corner of his mouth after transforming into a white god. He had only recently comprehended this form, but the power was incredibly strong. I am indeed a bit surprised that you could reach this level. Yifeng nodded, unable to deny it. At this moment, Sun Wukong was indeed very powerful, but that was all. To become his opponent, he was still a bit lacking. Let me see your strength now. After Sun Wukong's voice fell, his body instantly attacked Yifeng. The speed of the white god was astonishing, almost appearing in front of Yifeng in an instant. Sun Wukong directly threw a punch at Yifeng's chest. Bang! The fist accurately hit Yifeng's chest, sending him flying hundreds of zhong and smashing through dozens of mountains. Yifeng, Lotzi Li called out with some worry. This was the first time she saw Yifeng at a disadvantage in a fight. Don't worry, he's fine. This kind of attack won't affect him at all. Bestows looked at Lotzi Li and said reassuringly. Undeniably, the Sun Wukong of this time and space was indeed strong, perhaps even reaching the level of an angel. However, with such power alone, he could not defeat Yifeng. It should be noted that Yifeng was immortal, and even his body could not be destroyed by the Grand Priest, let alone Sun Wukong, who was merely a Saiyan with divine power. Moreover, Yifeng had already comprehended the pinnacle of the ultimate freedom technique, making it very easy for him to evade Sun Wukong's attacks. His choice not to evade meant absolute confidence that he would not be injured. I thought you were a formidable opponent, acting so arrogant. But it turns out you only have this little strength, Beerus said disdainfully while looking at the flying Yifeng. Of course, if it were him, he would likely be knocked away by the white god Sun Wukong with one punch, although he didn't want to admit it. The current Wukong's strength had far surpassed that of this god of destruction. So powerful are these guys monsters? At this moment, Naruto, Luffy, Ichigo, and others who were watching the fight were all shocked. They couldn't even imagine this level of battle. If it had been them who got hit just now, they would probably have vanished by now. At that moment, Yifeng's body suddenly appeared beside Sun Wukong. Your strength was quite big just now, but it doesn't work on me. Yifeng smiled lightly and said to Sun Wukong, although the result was expected, you really are surprisingly strong. Sun Wukong smiled back and replied, I know very well how much power my fists hold. I had considered that I might not be able to inflict much damage on you. But it's hard to believe that I didn't cause even a little bit of harm. TCH, damn it. I never expected that besides Kakarot, there would be another Saiyan stronger than me. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, muttering to himself in frustration. Being surpassed by Kakarot time, and again, had already taken a toll on his pride. Now, unexpectedly, there was a Saiyan even more powerful than Kakarot. This was indeed a huge blow to Vegeta. Whis, what are the chances that Wukong can defeat that guy? Beerus asked Whis in a low voice. You're thinking too much, Lord Beerus. Although Wukong is very strong after becoming fully focused, he is still far behind that Saiyan named Yifeng. If you insist on asking what his chances are of defeating him, I can accurately tell you, there's absolutely no chance, Whis replied decisively. Indeed, there was no chance, because that guy had surpassed even the angels. Of course, if Wukong could lift those two restrictions, perhaps he could match Yifeng. TC, do you have to be so direct? Beerus rolled his eyes at Whis, feeling quite displeased. As the supreme god of this universe, it was rather uncomfortable to be surpassed by someone from another universe. Hey, I know you're strong, but I still want to challenge you. Sun Wukong said excitedly to Yifeng. Fighting against stronger opponents will make my own strength grow. All right, since you enjoy being beaten, I'll oblige you. Yifeng nodded and agreed to fight Sun Wukong. After all, opportunities to battle against the white god are rare. Moreover, he could take this chance to see if it was necessary to devour the white god Sun Wukong. Suddenly, Sun Wukong let out a roar, and the ground beneath him instantly cracked and collapsed. White flames were swirling with orange lightning on top. That aura felt as if it filled the entire world. What a terrifying presence, truly underestimated you. Yifeng frowned and looked at the white flames swirling around Sun Wukong and said softly, Sun Wukong, who had released all his power, was no weaker than himself. Little did anyone know, he still had two limiters in place. If both limiters were removed, then the true full power god would likely surpass him. Since that's the case, I will also give it my all. Yifeng's eyes revealed a serious expression. This time, he did not intend to use any abilities and wanted to fight Sun Wukong purely with strength. Accompanied by a roar, Yifeng instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Golden lightning surrounded him, and the entire earth trembled violently due to this overwhelming aura. Chapter 220. The terrifying devouring power. Two powerful auras soared into the sky, white and gold, each occupying half of the sky. So powerful. Upon sensing the auras of Yifeng and Sun Wukong, even Beerus frowned tightly, incredulously stating, I have witnessed Sun Wukong's strength, but this Saiyan before me is not inferior to him at all. He knew that his dignity as a god of destruction was significantly impacted. Of course, Vegeta beside him looked even more displeased. After all, both Sun Wukong and Yifeng were Saiyans, and now, in their battle, he, the Saiyan Prince, found himself completely unable to intervene. This was undoubtedly a tremendous humiliation. A low roar erupted from his throat, and then Yifeng and Sun Wukong charged directly at each other. There were no fancy moves, it was simply fists colliding with fists. Sun Wukong's strength was indeed formidable, and, if possible, he might be able to use his power to break through to Super Saiyan 4. Of course, this was also the reason he sought the Dragon God so long. He needed to fight against stronger enemies to unlock the potential within his body. Boom! The moment their heads collided, a muffled sound echoed from the impact site. The entire ground shook violently. A terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. Sensing the danger within the shockwave, Whis and Beerus quickly formed a light green barrier around themselves, protecting Lazuli, Vegeta, and Beerus. Bang bang bang. However, One Punch Man Saitama, Genos, Naruto, and Luffy were not so lucky. The moment they were hit by the shockwave, they spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying thousands of feet away, instantly losing consciousness, not knowing their fate. After the collision, Yifeng and Sun Wukong quickly separated, both seemingly extremely excited, their auras surging like raging flames. Wow, you really are strong. Sun Wukong laughed excitedly. That last clash was incredibly exhilarating. Let us do it again. Yifeng's fighting enthusiasm was completely ignited. As the roar fell, Sun Wukong and Yifeng attacked each other again. Bang bang bang. The fists of the two continuously collided, and the destructive force kept increasing. Within 1,000 meters, the aftermath of their battle had left the area in ruins. These two bastards, are they planning to destroy the Earth? Beerus frowned tightly, cursing under his breath. Although the Earth has a strong endurance, these two guys are beings that surpass the god of destruction, and their battle would probably be too much for the entire universe to bear. At this moment, golden and orange lightning flickered in the sky. The entire Earth trembled violently, as if the apocalypse was approaching. At the beginning of the battle, in terms of power and speed, Yifeng and Sun Wukong were evenly matched. However, as the battle progressed, it was evident that Sun Wukong was at a disadvantage. After all, Yifeng was a Saiyan who grew stronger with each fight, while Sun Wukong had just mastered the new form of White God, making it difficult for him to sustain his energy for a long time. As the battle continued, his physical stamina began to show significant problems. Boom! The two fists collided heavily again. In this clash, it was clear that Yifeng had the advantage, as Sun Wukong was knocked back 100 meters, while Yifeng only took 7 or 8 steps back. Hoo-hoo! After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Sun Wukong began to gasp for breath, and sweat started to bead on his forehead. Still unable to control the energy of the new form, Sun Wukong frowned, sensing that the energy within his body was very chaotic. Then, let me give you my final blow. After Sun Wukong's voice fell, he formed a flower shape with both hands, and terrifying silver-white energy gathered in his palms. Kamehameha! Without hesitation, Sun Wukong blasted the Kamehameha wave towards Yifeng. That bastard Kakarot, did he destroy the entire Earth beforehand? Looking at Sun Wukong, who was fully unleashing the Kamehameha wave, Vegeta shouted angrily. You should know that Kakarot's Kamehameha wave now could definitely destroy the entire Earth. Come on, I want to see just how powerful your Kamehameha wave really is. Yifeng's gaze shook, clearly not intending to evade Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. Then, he pressed both palms directly against Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. Boom! At the moment Yi Feng's palms made contact with the Kamehameha wave, his feet sank directly into the ground. His body was rapidly being pushed backward, but even so, Yi Feng felt an exhilarating sensation that almost made him cry out. Because when he came into contact with Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave, it seemed that he was gradually absorbing Sun Wukong's divine power. Could this be the effect of the power of devouring? Yi Feng's face showed a look of astonishment. He remembered that the system had once introduced that the power of devouring could absorb the abilities and energy of opponents weaker than oneself. Could it be that he was now devouring Sun Wukong's divine power? There was no time to be shocked. Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave was growing weaker, and his energy was rapidly declining. What was happening? Why was my power continuously diminishing? Sun Wukong's expression changed dramatically as he gritted his teeth. The next moment, Sun Wukong suddenly transformed back into his Super Saiyan blue form. It was evident that he had consumed too much energy and could no longer maintain his white divine form. Whis, what just happened? Beerus asked Whis with a serious expression. According to Wukong's divine power, he should not be able to revert to Super Saiyan blue so easily. Moreover, Beerus had clearly seen that Wukong's divine power had been absorbed by that Saiyan. If that was the case, then this guy was quite dangerous. Lord Beerus, it seems that Yi Feng has mastered some ability to absorb divine power. It's similar to the power of devouring or siphoning, but I'm just speculating, Whis said, staring intently at Yi Feng. If that were true, then this Yi Feng might grow to a terrifying level. After exhausting the last bit of his power, Sun Wukong finally stopped his attack. He then sat down on the ground, feeling somewhat weak, having reverted to his normal state, unable to maintain any transformation. What on earth is going on? It felt like my energy was being absorbed during the fight, Sun Wukong said, gasping for breath, a little shocked. Hey Kakarot, you actually lost even after becoming a full Saiyan god. That's so embarrassing, Vegeta said coldly, with his arms crossed over his chest. Although he said that, he felt a bit pleased inside, because Kakarot always surpassed him and stood at the forefront, which made him quite unhappy. Now that someone suddenly had the upper hand over him, he felt a bit better. Don't just stand there and talk without knowing the pain, Vegeta. That guy Yi Feng is extremely powerful, and during the battle, my energy was consumed quite rapidly. If you went up against him, you probably wouldn't last as long. Sun Wukong retorted directly. TCH, do you have to say it so bluntly? Vegeta rolled his eyes at Sun Wukong. He knew that his own strength couldn't match up to him, yet he still had to say it so directly, making him feel embarrassed. I didn't expect that just by absorbing Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, my energy would increase so much. Yi Feng excitedly felt the energy within his body and murmured to himself. If he could absorb all the powers of those evil gods, he could definitely transform into Super Saiyan 4. By then, combined with his various abilities, even the Omni King would have no way to erase him. Yi Feng, what should we do now? After Yi Feng defeated Sun Wukong, Cain walked up to him and asked, how do I know what to do now? You, the god of time, can't even find the location of Dragon God Salama. Yi Feng glanced at Cain and complained. This guy is really just a vase. Mr. Yi Feng, why don't you come with us to the Destroyer Realm first? We can discuss how to deal with Dragon God Salama together, Weiss suddenly suggested. Weiss, what are you talking about? You want to take these people to the Destroyer Realm? Beerus said seriously to Weiss. The Destroyer Realm is not a place for ordinary people, and he didn't have a good impression of Yi Feng. Lord Beerus, if Dragon God Salama really appears, do you have confidence in dealing with him? Weiss asked Beerus in return. With Beerus' strength, facing Dragon God Salama would be like striking a rock with an egg. There would be no chance of winning. Even with the combined strength of Super Saiyan Goku and Super Saiyan God Vegeta, their chances would still be minimal. It's important to note that Dragon God Salama was the previous Grand Minister, and his strength was formidable. Perhaps even the current Grand Minister might not be his opponent. And now, Yi Feng in front of them seemed very powerful. During his battle with Goku, just now, he definitely didn't use all of his strength. If he could handle Dragon God Salama together, then things would probably be much easier. Cut it out, he's just an evil god. I can destroy him in no time. Beerus said, crossing his arms and turning his head away defiantly. Of course, this was mainly for his own pride. He was very clear about the strength of Dragon God Salama. He was definitely not someone a destroyer could shake. Stop boasting, Beerus. With your current strength, you can't even defeat any of those evil gods, let alone Dragon God Salama. Yi Feng spoke directly to Beerus. It should be noted that Dragon God Salama came prepared this time. Remember that in the anime brawl, Dragon God Salama had already researched something that could resist destructive energy. Moreover, more importantly, they could absorb the divine powers of Beerus, Goku, and others, and then transform it into their own strength. This is somewhat similar to his own devouring power. He wondered whether it would be able to devour his energy or if he would be the one to devour it first. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Beerus initially wanted to refute, but after thinking it over, he ultimately held back because he had just witnessed that Yi Feng's level of destructive energy was indeed much higher than his own. If even he couldn't destroy the evil god, then he probably couldn't do it either. Alright, it seems that Lord Beerus has agreed. Let's go to the God of Destruction realm to discuss it. Whis said to Yi Feng and Bardos. What do you think? Bardos looked at Yi Feng and asked. Alright, since we haven't found the location of Dragon God Salama yet, let's go to the God of Destruction realm first. Yi Feng nodded and said, in this time and space. This must know more than they do. Once there's any movement, I can get the news of the first time. Wow, you're really strong. After we get to the God of Destruction realm, you must compete with me again. Sun Wukong said to Yi Feng with a grin. Compete? Haven't you already lost to me? Yi Feng glanced at Sun Wukong lightly and said, after defeating Sun Wukong once, I have lost much of my interest in him. Hee. Although I lost to you this time, I won't lose to you again next time. Sun Wukong clenched his fist and said confidently, it doesn't matter. The ending will be the same anyway. Yi Feng casually answered that the gap between him and Sun Wukong would only grow larger. Then, everyone headed straight to the God of Destruction realm. Meanwhile, in an unknown space, 5 figures suddenly appeared. Lord Salama, where are we going now? At this moment, Demigula asked with a face full of reverence. Now, let's first go to the first time space. The gods in that space seem quite strong. Once we've absorbed enough divine power, we can settle accounts with that little brat. Zeno, Salama said coldly. Of course, he had another purpose for going to the first time space. Due to certain rule restrictions, even Zeno couldn't freely traverse it. Chapter 222, Direct Confrontation. Intense pressure. Although his current power was great, there was still a gap in being able to contend with that little brat, Zeno. However, as long as Demigula and the others absorbed more divine power and grew rapidly, he could definitely defeat Zeno by merging them together. The way to make them grow quickly was to absorb as much divine power as possible. The combat power in the first time space was generally much higher than in other time spaces. This was also why he wanted to start with the first time space. Understood, Lord Salama. Demigula nodded, though his brow furrowed slightly. Recently, although they had developed a power to resist destruction energy, they still couldn't expel the energy from that Saiyan injected into their bodies, which made him particularly anxious. Let's go. After billions of years without fighting, my body feels like it's rusted. Dragon God Salama lightly swiped his fingers in front of him, creating a dark crack in space. Salama's body flashed and directly dove into crack. Following him, Demigula, Mao, Seabass, and Gu Qiaodas also disappeared into the time-space rift. At this moment, in the God of Destruction realm, Yi Feng and the others had already waited for a whole week. Why haven't we heard any news from Salama yet? So annoying, King Kai Kane said with boredom. He originally thought they would find Salama right away, but now, over a week had passed with no news. This situation couldn't continue, as their enemies were not only Dragon God Salama, but also the Demon Realm King God, Mechikabura, who is equally powerful. I have a very bad feeling. I think they should be appearing soon, Yi Feng suddenly said. He didn't sense any evil aura, but this feeling suddenly arose in his heart. What? You sense Salama's aura? Kane quickly asked upon hearing Yi Feng's words. No, it's just a gut feeling, and you don't have to be so excited. I can sense that this enemy is quite formidable, and I have no confidence in dealing with Dragon God Salama at all. Yi Feng glanced at the excited Kane and said, this feeling of danger had not even been experienced when facing Mechi Capula. This indicates that the upcoming Dragon God Salama is definitely an extremely powerful existence. Moreover, even now, with you, along with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, it would probably be very difficult to deal with them. Kane nodded. The excitement from earlier instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by a look of seriousness. All right, don't have such a grim face. When soldiers come, we'll block them, and when water comes, we'll cover it with earth. There'll always be a way. Yi Feng comforted. After a few more hours, they had just finished lunch. Suddenly, Yi Feng, Bestows, and Weiss spoke almost simultaneously with heavy tones, because at that moment, they felt several extremely powerful and evil auras. So powerful that it was almost unbelievable and incredibly evil. Is this the aura of those evil gods? Beerus frowned tightly. Each of these auras was very strong. Hee hee, looks like we can have a good fight again, Vegeta, Son Goku said, clenching his fists and looking excitedly at Vegeta. TCH, is it necessary to be that excited, Kakarot? Vegeta shot a glare at Son Goku and said coldly. He certainly felt those powerful auras, but unlike Son Goku, he wasn't excited. Instead, he felt some worry, because among these people, he was the weakest. It wasn't that he was afraid of losing or dying, but he didn't want Kakarot and the others to come and save him. It felt quite uncomfortable. All right, it seems the battle is about to begin. Let's go and face them. Yifeng glanced at Bardoss and said, as for whether Sun Wukong and Vegeta would go, it didn't really concern him. Anyway, among these people, only Sun Wukong could be of help. As for Vegeta and Beerus, their roles probably wouldn't be very significant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, everyone directly appeared on Earth. In the first dimension, the best place for battle in the 7th universe was indeed Earth. Fighting on other planets would likely result in instant destruction. The evil aura was growing stronger. Weiss frowned and spoke lightly. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of death. Although he was an angel and shouldn't easily die, the feeling was incredibly intense. Just then, a purple crack suddenly appeared in the sky. It opened up like an eye of heaven, and then a figure stepped out from the crack. With purple skin all over and long black hair cascading down to the waist, the crimson pupils emitted a chilling aura. Of course, the most important thing was not its appearance, but the strong and fierce aura it exuded, which was overwhelming. Even Yifeng felt an immense pressure. Dragon God Salama, Bardoss, and Weiss exchanged glances, looking at that familiar figure. They had seen Dragon God Salama when they were young. Back then he didn't have such an evil aura, but now he had completely fallen into darkness, and the evil energy was extremely intense. Is that the Dragon God Salama you speak of? Indeed, powerful. Just a single aura brings such terrifying pressure. Sun Wukong frowned and said, this guy's strength definitely far surpassed both himself and Yifeng. Whoosh whoosh. At that moment, 4 more figures appeared from the space-time crack, standing behind Dragon God Salama. Are those guys also that strong? Vegeta frowned, looking at the other 4 evil gods, and said in a heavy tone, any one of those evil gods is not something his Super Saiyan Blue form can rival. Oh, it seems my presence is quite significant, to be welcomed with such a grand scene. Looking at Yifeng and the others, Dragon God Salama spread his arms wide, adopting a regal demeanor, and spoke to the crowd. Chapter 223, The Battle of the Evil Gods begins. Oh, and there are 2 little angels, Salama said with a cold smile, staring at Bardoss and Weiss. By the way, there's also the little bug god of destruction. Indeed, all of you are the ones I dislike the most. Salama's tone was very flat, but one could hear the endless anger hidden within that flatness. Over the billions of years, his anger had been intensifying every second. Hurry up and get out of the 7th universe, or I will destroy you all. Looking at Dragon God Salama, Beerus showed no fear at all. Instead, he proudly said to Salama, no matter how powerful he is, as the god of destruction of this universe, he absolutely cannot let them run rampant. Oh, a mere little bug god of destruction dares to speak to me like this? Salama's eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a chilling light as he looked at Beerus and said, when I served as the Grand Minister, you guys were all very obedient. Just a sealed evil god for billions of years. Do you really think I would be afraid of you? Beerus showed no respect for Salama and retorted directly. Very well, I didn't expect there would be such a promising little bug among the gods of destruction. Salama coldly looked at Beerus, and since he dared to oppose him, he would have to crush them one by one. Lord Salama, let me take on that guy. At this moment, Seabass, who was behind Salama, suddenly requested. Seabass looked very similar to Beerus, the only difference being that he was entirely black and wore Egyptian accessories on his head. All right, then it's up to you, remember? The game of cat and mouse must be played slowly. If you end it too quickly, then it won't be fun at all. Salama reminded Seabass. Of course, the game must be enjoyable, but their strength also needed to be enhanced. To enhance their strength, they needed to leverage the divine power of Beerus and the others. Understood, Lord Salama. Seabass nodded, and then a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his lips. That despicable bastard. Having a face just like mine, I will never let you go. Beerus clenched his fists tightly and said to Seabass. Almost the moment Beerus's words fell, his body flashed out and appeared before Seabass. Bang! The next second, Beerus's fist heavily struck Seabass's chest, sending him flying and crashing into several mountain peaks. I thought you were something special, just trash that can't withstand a single blow. After punching Seabass away, Beerus spoke disdainfully. Originally, he thought the evil gods might be somewhat tricky, but now it seemed they were utterly weak. Umph, are those guys really that weak? Sun Wukong and Vegeta looked at the flying sea bass in surprise and said, although Beerus was indeed powerful for ordinary beings, for the white god Sun Wukong, he could only be considered average. If Beerus could easily suppress those evil gods, then the two of them should be able to handle it as well. Yifeng's gaze was fixed on Salama, who was his target. It seems you're very interested in me. At that moment, Salama suddenly looked at Yifeng and said, since the moment he appeared, this guy's eyes hadn't left him. I am indeed very interested in you. Yifeng nodded very sincerely. He was indeed very interested in Salama, especially in his strength. At this moment, Demigula, standing behind the dragon god Salama, looked at Yifeng with a face full of fear. This guy didn't know what kind of energy had been injected into his body, as he was completely unable to eliminate it. More importantly, he dared not tell dragon god Salama about this, because if he did, he would likely be killed and replaced by someone else, something he absolutely could not allow to happen. You really don't know your place, little brat. Do you think you are almost sure? Dragon god Salama looked at Yifeng with a mocking expression and said lightly. If the ancient Saiyan god Amoshur were standing in front of him, he might have felt a little apprehensive. But this little brat, in his eyes, was at most just a stubborn little bug. What? Amoshur? Isn't he the Super Saiyan god from fan-made anime? After hearing Salama's words, Yifeng's eyes suddenly lit up. So Amoshur really existed, and from Salama's tone, it seemed that Amoshur was also a very terrifying existence. Although it was a bit hard to believe, since even Salama and Mechikabura, these old guys, had appeared, it didn't seem so difficult to understand if the Super Saiyan god Amoshur were to appear as well. Oh, you seem to know Amoshur, Dragon god Salama said, somewhat surprised by Yifeng's expression. This little bug clearly had heard of the name Amoshur, which was why he reacted so surprisingly. I really didn't expect that after billions of years, there would still be someone who remembers them. Of course I know him, but I am not Amoshur. I am a Saiyan stronger than him. Yifeng tightly clenched his fist and calmly said to Salama, there is no denying that Super Saiyan God Yamoshi is indeed very powerful, and it seems that even the Ultra Instinct technique was created by him. However, my goal is not just to reach Yamoshi's level. I must surpass him. I must surpass everyone. Although this idea is a bit crazy and unrealistic, he firmly believes that the day will come. You are indeed very arrogant, but I wonder if you have the strength to match your arrogance. After Salama's voice fell, he gave an order to Gukio Das. Gukio Das naturally understood Salama's intention, and then a wicked smile appeared on his lips. After a sharp and piercing laugh, he attacked Yifeng. Gukio Das's original form is Majin Buu, but his strength and ability to resurrect far exceed that of Majin Buu. Yifeng's arms shook, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Although Gu Kaedesai's strength was not as strong as his own, he did not dare to be careless. These guys were all extremely powerful. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Yifeng immediately flashed out and rushed towards Gu Kaedesai. Chapter 224. Intense Battle, White God vs. Dragon God. Boom! The moment their fists made contact, the ground within 1,000 feet exploded. Huge debris spread out in all directions like meteor fragments. Gu Kaedesai's body was also sent flying by Yifeng's strike, directly crashing through several mountain peaks before finally stopping. Even Gu Kaedesai's arm had completely deformed. However, it quickly recovered, and the speed was astonishing. In the next second after recovering, Gu Kaedesai attacked Yifeng again. Come on, I will keep fighting until you submit. Yifeng also flashed his body and instantly appeared in front of Gu Qiaodas, delivering a heavy punch to Gu Kaedesai's face. Gu Qiaodas was once again sent flying. Although these evil gods can absorb their opponent's divine power, as long as he doesn't use Super Saiyan power and divine power to fight, but only uses his strength to beat him, he wouldn't be able to absorb it at all. Vegeta, let's go together. Sun Wukong turned his head and suddenly said to Vegeta. Since Yifeng and Beerus had already started fighting, the two of them naturally couldn't stand here idly. You don't need to teach me, Kakarot. Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong. Then his body suddenly flashed and directly attacked the evil god Mao, seeing Vegeta attacking him. The evil god Mao smirked, revealing a bloodthirsty curve at the corner of his mouth. The moment Vegeta launched himself, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. This was the highest transformation he currently possessed. Charge! Vegeta shouted, and then the energy ball in his hand continuously bombarded towards the evil god Mao. Boom. Soon, Mao's body was engulfed in the rolling thick smoke of the energy wave, and the ground kept collapsing, shaking the entire earth. Although Vegeta only had the power of Super Saiyan Blue, The frenzied energy wave attack was still quite powerful. Oof, I thought you were strong, but it turns out you're just trash that can't fight back. Vegeta looked at the massive explosion below and said coldly. In his view, the evil god Mal couldn't evade such a powerful attack. Don't be too confident, little bug. Your attacks aren't even worth scratching me. Just as Vegeta was feeling pleased, Mal's voice suddenly came from the thick smoke. Nanny? Hearing the mocking and disdainful voice, Vegeta hurriedly looked down and saw that the evil god Mal was standing there unscathed. His attack had caused no damage at all. What's wrong, surprised? Mal said with a proud expression. This is the power of the evil gods, such a powerful force. Absolutely not something you little bugs can imagine. The evil god Mal spoke in a sarcastic tone. His purpose was clear, to provoke Vegeta into delivering more divine power to him, thus making his own energy stronger. Stop being so arrogant, you bunch of trash. Next Vegeta will turn you into dust. After Vegeta's furious shout, he suddenly formed a barrier with both hands. And then a golden energy ball gathered from the palms of his hands. Oomph, what a fool, falling for it so easily. Mal looked at Vegeta, a triumphant and sinister smile appearing on his face. Ultimate Flash. Huh. After Vegeta's explosive shout, the energy ball in his palms merged into one and then blasted towards the evil god Mal. Boom. The energy erupted like a massive waterfall, instantly engulfing the evil god Mal within it. The ground was directly hit, creating a huge pit. Is it gone? Vegeta looked at the massive pit on the ground and muttered to himself. To be honest, after using the ultimate flash to its fullest extent, his physical stamina was greatly depleted. However, being able to eliminate that evil god wasn't too bad. Good job, Vegeta. If that's the case, then I'm going to. Sun Wukong smiled. Then his gaze intensified, and he clenched his fists tightly. A terrifying white aura erupted from his body. In that instant, the heavens and earth flickered with orange lightning power. Sun Wukong had transformed into full-power Saiyan. Oh, they're such a strong guy as well. I underestimated the strength of these little bugs. Seeing Sun Wukong suddenly transform into White God, Dragon God Salama showed a bit of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that after billions of years, such a powerful being could emerge among humans. He thought that Yamoshi was the limit of humanity. Hey, you're the leader of those guys, right? After transforming into White God, Sun Wukong directly looked at Dragon God Salama. From the previous evil gods references to Salama, it was clear that this guy was their core figure. Sort of. Dragon God Salama nodded. To be more precise, they're just a part of my power. Right now, they're working for me. Once they accumulate enough energy, I will merge them without hesitation. It's that simple. If that's the case, then let me defeat you. Sun Wukong's hands formed claws, taking a combat stance, confidently saying to Salama. He was quite confident in his current white god form. You arrogant fool. Do you really think you can defeat me? Dragon God Salama sneered at Sun Wukong's words. This time he had lifted his seal, and he was fully prepared. He wouldn't even look down on the king of all, let alone a mere Saiyan. Enough of the nonsense. Let's see if you can back it up. After Sun Wukong's voice fell, his body instantly charged towards Dragon God Salama. Bang! Then Sun Wukong's fist heavily struck Salama's chest. What? Salama was taken aback. How is this possible? This Scion's power and speed have reached such a terrifying level? But after a brief shock, he felt ecstatic. The stronger these people were, the more advantageous it was for him. Such powerful divine power was truly exhilarating. Chapter 225, Powerful Dark Absorption. But do you really think you can defeat the evil god with such power? Dragon God Salama lightly wiped the corner of his mouth, revealing a cruel curve, and said to Sun Wukong, evil gods can never be defeated because they will only grow stronger. When they become a complete energy form, that will be the moment their goals are realized. If I can't defeat you this time, I will unleash even stronger powers. So no matter what, I will defeat you. Sun Wukong tightly clenched his fists, veins bulging like little snakes squirming under his skin. You arrogant thing, do you really think you can do it? After Salama's disdainful words, his body directly flashed out and attacked Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong naturally was not to be outdone, also pushing off the ground with his toes and shooting out. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, countless sinkholes appeared on the ground. The air was filled with explosive sounds, and the entire space trembled violently. At that moment, the white god Sun Wukong and the dragon god Salama were continuously clashing their fists, using their fists and knees as weapons. Bang! Suddenly, Salama's fist heavily struck Sun Wukong's abdomen. Wow, As blood gushed from his mouth, Sun Wukong also delivered a heavy punch to Salama's face. The two of them flew backward almost simultaneously, crashing into the massive peak behind them. However, there was no pause. As they steadied themselves, they flashed out again. Bang, bang, bang. Rumbling. Their fists kept colliding, and the ground continued to cave in, creating an apocalyptic scene. Damn, this guy's power is truly too strong. If I keep fighting like this, I won't be able to win against him at all, Sun Wukong thought in shock while fighting. To defeat Dragon God Salama, I must find a new approach. I can't just rely on strength to overcome him. If that's the case, it might be quite troublesome. And my white god form can't be maintained for too long. Whoosh. After thinking this, Sun Wukong suddenly teleported and appeared in midair. Kamehameha. He then instantly gathered energy and launched a Kamehameha wave towards Dragon God Salama. This foolish thing came just in time. Salama smirked, looking at the imposing Kamehameha wave with no fear at all. Instead, he was quite excited. This was an immense divine power, and once he absorbed it, his energy would receive a significant boost. As the voice fell, Dragon God Salama spread his arms wide, giving up all resistance, allowing Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave to strike him. Rumble. The Kamehameha wave instantly hit Salama, causing the ground beneath him to collapse, and the surrounding area was shaken by the residual waves, creating a giant pit over 1,000 feet deep. However, soon after, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave vanished like a massive waterfall falling into the sea, disappearing without a trace after stirring up some waves. This power is truly overwhelming. It feels so good. Excitement shone in Dragon God Salama's eyes. Sun Wukong's earlier attack provided him with a lot of energy. It could be said without exaggeration that he was no longer a match for him. However, to gain more energy, this battle needed to continue. What's going on? Why is this guy completely unscathed? Sun Wukong looked at Salama in horror, his tone low. His Kamehameha wave was his strongest move, yet Salama appeared completely unharmed after being struck. This is too bizarre. If that's the case, I really don't have the advantage in this fight, unless I break through further, but that's too difficult. After all, I haven't fully mastered the white god form yet. What is wrong, little bug? Just this much has already shocked you? Seeing the astonished expression on Sun Wukong's face, Dragon God Salama mocked him. TCH, I can't deny you're indeed strong, maybe even stronger than that Euphone guy, but I won't lose to you. Sun Wukong smirked, revealing his usual confident demeanor. Then he clenched his fists tightly, and a terrifying white aura erupted from his body. Rumble. The moment the aura exploded from him, the surrounding debris was blown away, clearly indicating that Sun Wukong's momentum had increased once again. Good, just like that. The stronger you become, the more excited I get. Watching Sun Wukong grow stronger, Salama's smile grew even wider. After enhancing his aura, Sun Wukong once again flashed out, attacking Salama. Meanwhile, Vegeta was staring intently at the ground. He wanted to confirm whether the evil god, Mare, had been killed by him. Hee. At that moment, a devilish scream rose again. Rumble. The ground suddenly exploded, and the body of the evil god, Mare, leaped up. Clearly, he was completely unscathed, and that evil power was growing stronger. How could this be? My ultimate flash clearly hit him head-on. Vegeta was also dumbfounded. Although his Super Saiyan blue form wasn't as strong as Kakarot's, being hit by his ultimate flash shouldn't have been so easy. Yet this guy in front of him seemed to have not only sustained no injuries, but also gained a significant boost in power. The dark absorption is truly too strong. This feeling is incredible. The evil god Mare felt extremely excited. If he kept growing stronger, perhaps he could surpass Salama. All right, your performance time is over. At this moment, the evil god, Mare, suddenly said to Vegeta, because the Vegeta in front of him, despite having some strength, was still too weak compared to Sun Wukong and Euphone. He needed to switch to a stronger opponent to absorb more energy. What? You damn bastard, don't underestimate me. Vegeta shouted angrily, then flew directly at the evil god Mare. TCH trash. In the next second, the evil god, Mare, suddenly appeared in front of Vegeta and heavily elbowed him in the back. Chapter 226. The Birth of the Strongest Destroyer. Wow. Vegeta's pupils suddenly constricted, and then a mouthful of bright red blood spewed out from his mouth. His body then crashed heavily to the ground, and as he tried to push himself up with his arms, he found he was completely unable to muster any strength. Damn, just one attack made me lose all my power? A look of terror appeared on Vegeta's face, if that's the case. The gap between him and Mare was not trivial at all. More importantly, if he couldn't muster any strength now, he wouldn't be able to help anyone else. And Kakarot and that phone were still fighting. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable for him. Poor little bug, your strength is too weak. I'll send you to hell now. A sinister expression appeared on the evil god, Mayor S' face, as he smiled at Vegeta before launching an energy ball directly at him. Vegeta saw Beta in danger and quickly called out, wanting to rescue him. However, in the next second, the body of the dragon god, Salama, suddenly appeared in front of Goku. Hey, your opponent is me, don't meddle. The dragon god, Salama, grinned wickedly, clearly indicating that Goku's rescue mission had already failed. It's over. Am I going to be killed again? TCH, I'm really not willing to accept this. Vegeta tried to clench his fist, but he couldn't tighten it at all. Then he said with a very ugly expression, why is it always like this? The gap in strength between me and them is just too huge. Especially that bastard Kakarot, always ahead of me, rubbing my dignity as the Saiyan prince into the ground. Just as the energy ball was about to hit Vegeta, a golden light flashed and directly pierced through the energy ball of the evil god Malboom. The energy ball exploded in midair, blooming like fireworks. Dad! At that moment, a figure suddenly stepped through the air and appeared in front of Vegeta. Trunks? Vegeta looked at the person in front of him with a surprised expression. This Trunks was not from his timeline. How did he end up here? Moreover, being saved by his own son did not make him feel good, and it was somewhat uncomfortable. Are you okay, Dad? Trunks quickly helped Vegeta up and asked anxiously. Hey, Trunks, you little brat, how did you end up here? Vegeta coldly questioned without giving Trunks a good tone. It's a long story, Dad. I don't even know why I'm here. Trunks shook his head, saying that it felt like he was forcibly brought here by some mysterious power. As for who was responsible, he was not sure at the moment. TCH, you can't help at all by coming here. Those opponents are just too strong. Even I am not their match. Vegeta glanced at Trunks and said, although he didn't want to discourage Trunks, it was absolutely impossible for him to fight against those evil gods with his power. I can feel it too. These evil beings are indeed very powerful. But how dare they hurt Dad? I will definitely make them pay, Trunks said coldly, his angry gaze fixed on the evil god Mal. Oh, another ignorant one has come? It seems the game is getting interesting. The evil god Mal said to Trunks with a sardonic tone. Yes, soon the game will become very interesting. Ha ha ha. After Trunks' voice fell, he shook his arms, taking a stance. A terrifying aura erupted from his body in an instant, surrounded by golden flames. Trunks transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2. Trunks, step back. You're not a match for that guy. Seeing that Trunks had merely transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta quickly said sternly. It wasn't that he looked down on Trunks, but the evil god in front of them was indeed too powerful. Even his Super Saiyan blue form could be easily defeated. Trunks with Super Saiyan 2 strength was like striking a rock with an egg. Trunks ignored Vegeta's words and flashed out, directly attacking the evil god Mal. A foolish little bug, daring to fight me without even reaching the realm of gods? Mal sneered as he watched Trunks fly towards him. However, his dark siphoning ability could only absorb divine power, not ordinary strength. So he had already lost interest in such small characters. As Mal's voice fell, his body instantly appeared in front of Trunks, and he punched Trunks in the stomach. Boom! The moment the deep collision sound rang out, Trunks' body flew backward, crashing heavily against a mountain hundreds of feet away. TCH, that bastard's power is really strong. Trunks frowned tightly, feeling the burning pain in his stomach and muttering to himself. After that, Trunks looked at Vegeta, knowing that his next actions would hurt his father's pride. But in order to completely eliminate the evil god in front of them, he had no choice but to transform once again. I hope Dad won't be too hurt by this. After muttering to himself, Trunks clenched his arms tightly. Oh, it seems you have an even stronger transformation. If so, my interest in you seems to have increased a bit. At this time, the evil god Mal spoke again with a cold smile. You bastards, I will never let you destroy the earth. And next, let's see if you can still laugh. Ha ha ha. As Trunks' voice fell, a deep roar erupted from his mouth. In that instant, blue energy exploded from Trunks' body, shattering the mountains behind him into pieces. Rumble. Immediately after, the entire ground began to tremble. What is happening? How can that guy Trunks have such a powerful aura? At that moment, an unparalleled look of shock appeared on Vegeta's face. This is impossible. My son absolutely cannot surpass me. Chapter 227. Devouring the Evil God Gajiras. What? Is that Trunks' aura? So strong. Even Goku, who was fighting the dragon god Salama, was very shocked when he felt Trunks' aura. He didn't expect Trunks to become this strong. It seems like he has gained an additional divine power, and it's particularly powerful. If that's the case, I might be able to absorb even more divine power. Feeling that powerful force, the dragon god Salama felt no worry whatsoever. Instead, he was even more excited and delighted. Ha ha ha! The deep roar continued, and Trunks's divine aura grew stronger, with blue flames mixed with lightning. Wherever the lightning struck, it destroyed everything in its path. What? That little bug actually completed its transformation in an instant. At this moment, even the evil god Mal was somewhat surprised as he looked at Trunks. It should be noted that Trunks' power before him had completely surpassed that of the earlier Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. After a full half-minute, Trunks' transformation was finally complete. At this point, Trunks looked somewhat similar to Super Saiyan's second stage, with incredibly developed muscles. His long hair was messily standing up, and the only difference was that his hair and eyebrows had turned completely blue. Moreover, his pupils had disappeared, and his eyes were hollow. Look, what a powerful force. I am Trunks, the strongest god of destruction in history. Trunks clenched his fists tightly and said proudly to the evil god Mal. Then, he tightly gripped his hands, and two massive energy swords appeared in them. Ha! Trunks let out another roar, and then a blue energy column shot up into the sky, enveloping Trunks within it. Subsequently, Trunks' clothes transformed directly into the attire of a god of destruction. It was clear that at this moment, Trunks had completely become the strongest god of destruction. No, it's impossible. Has Trunks really surpassed me? This was absolutely impossible, even my son. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with rage and unwillingness. For a moment, so many people had surpassed him. If Kakarot and Yefeng, as well as those evil gods, had surpassed him, he could still accept it. But now, even his own son had surpassed him. This was absolutely unacceptable. Now, I will destroy you in the name of the god of destruction. After Trunks' cold voice fell, he flew towards the evil god Mal with his energy, swords in hand. Damn it, that little insect's energy is somewhat problematic. I must avoid the dual swords in his hands at all costs. The evil god Mal looked at Trunks, furrowing his brows as he spoke. He could clearly sense that after Trunks transformed, there was a strange change in the energy being emitted. Then, the evil god Mal clenched his hands, and a purple scythe suddenly appeared in them. Following that, he also burst forth, engaging in battle with Trunks. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between Beerus and the evil god Seabass was ongoing. Because Beerus relied too heavily on divine power and the energy of the god of destruction, he was not only failing to inflict any damage on Seabass, but his energy was also noticeably declining, while Seabass was growing stronger. Huff, huff. What the hell is going on? Beerus gasped heavily, clearly feeling a significant strain on his stamina. He looked at Seabass with cold eyes and said, "During the battle, my stamina has decreased significantly, but that guy seems to have taken no damage at all. What is even more incomprehensible is that my proud destructive energy has no effect on him. At this rate, it seemed unlikely that he could win against him. What's wrong? Beerus? Are you ready to give up just like that? I haven't had enough fun yet." Seeing Beerus, who was suffering from massive stamina depletion, Seabass provocatively said he needed to become stronger, and he needed more divine power. As the god of destruction, Beerus just happened to meet that need. Don't get too carried away, you little ant. Beerus was instantly enraged by Seabass's words, raising his hands high as terrifying purple destructive energy gathered in his palms. In just an instant, the destructive energy had grown to the size of a basketball court. This time, I will completely eliminate you. The fierce light flickered in Beerus's eyes, and after his cold declaration, the energy ball in his hands was hurled directly at Seabass. This guy still has such strong energy? That's simply unbelievable. If I want to completely absorb it, it seems there's a certain level of danger. Watching the terrifying destructive energy hurled by Beerus, Seabass furrowed his brows tightly. Although their dark siphoning ability was very strong, their own capacity for endurance had its limits. Once the absorbed energy reached the threshold their bodies could handle, it would be extremely dangerous, even potentially leading to exploding their bodies. Boom! The destructive energy instantly engulfed Seabass, then exploded violently on the ground. In an instant, the entire ground was flattened by hundreds of feet. Oomph! I thought you were something great, you arrogant little ant. Beerus disdainfully glanced at the completely vanished Seabass and coldly spoke. However, although he had successfully eliminated the evil god Seabass, he had also reached a limit in his stamina. Now, even Super Saiyan Blue's power could easily defeat him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between Yefeng and Gojada's was ongoing. You've absorbed a lot of energy. Now I need to switch places. Looking at the smug Gojada's across from him, Yefeng said coldly. The reason he had fought with Gojatas for so long was to allow him to absorb more divine power. This way, he could become stronger. Huh? Gigi. After hearing Yefeng's words, Gojatas was first taken aback. Then a sinister smile appeared on his face. It was obvious he was mocking Yefeng for his arrogance. After all, they had been fighting for so long, and he had already absorbed enough divine power to become even stronger. The idea of Yefeng defeating him was simply a dream. Instant transmission. Devouring power. In the next moment, Yefeng directly teleported in front of Gojatas, placing his palm on Gojatas' chest. Chapter 228. All Saiyans plus 100-fold KO can what? Such speed. When Yefeng suddenly appeared in front of Gojatas, a look of terror appeared on Gojatas' face. They had fought for so long, and Yefeng's speed had not reached such a terrifying level. Could it be that he had not been serious until now? Surprised? That's right. Yifeng's lips curled into a slight, mischievous arc as he spoke to Gu Kaidesai. Almost the moment Yifeng's palm pressed against Gu Kaidesai's chest, the power within him surged out like a flood breaking through a dam. What is happening? What are you going to do to me? Gu Kaidesai was completely panicked, as his power was continuously draining away at an alarming rate. At this speed, it would take only a few seconds for all of his energy to be completely siphoned off. But what was even more frustrating was that he had no way to resist, and could only watch helplessly as his energy kept flowing away. What to do? That's such a foolish question. After a pig is fattened, what do you think can be done? Yifeng smiled faintly and said to Gu Qiaodas, "You better let go of me quickly, or I'll definitely kill you." Gu Qiaodas shouted loudly at Yifeng. At this moment, he was very afraid, as his strength had already diminished by half. If things continued like this, he would really be doomed. What is going on? Gu Qiaodas' power was actually weakening. At this time, Dragon God Salama also sensed the change in Gu Qiaodas and frowned, muttering to himself, "Impossible. Each of them possesses the ability of dark siphoning. Logically, they should only grow stronger when fighting against these beings with divine power. There is absolutely no reason for them to weaken, unless they were instantly defeated." But now Gu Qiaodas' energy was actually decreasing, which puzzled him. Just as Salama was shocked, Gu Qiaodas' energy had already been completely absorbed by Yifeng. After his energy was absorbed, Gu Qiaodas collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. This guy's power is indeed not weak. Yifeng looked at his hands with excitement, feeling the sudden surge of energy in his body. He excitedly said, after devouring Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, his energy had received a significant boost. However, the energy he absorbed that time was still less than half of Gu Qiaodas's. If he could devour all the other evil gods, his power would definitely reach a terrifying level. What's going on? Has Gu Qiaodas already been defeated? Seabass and Mar also noticed that Gu Qiaodas had lost his combat capability. They didn't expect that Gu Qiaodas, who possessed siphoning power, would fail so quickly. Truly useless. In contrast, Seabass had already firmly suppressed Beerus. Just a moment ago, he had risked absorbing all of Beerus's massive destructive energy ball. This meant that Beerus no longer had any hope of winning. He was now just struggling for survival, merely toying with him. Damn it, that guy's become stronger again. Does this mean I will be forever under his control? At this moment, the only one not fighting, Demigra, looked at Yifeng in terror, muttering to himself. Among the 5 evil gods, except for Salama, who was very strong, the other 4 had similar combat capabilities. Since Yifeng could easily devour Gu Qiaodas's power, it meant he also had the ability to absorb the powers of other evil gods. Damn it, that ant's power has increased again. It seems that among everyone present, his energy is the strongest. In that case, let us change the target of the battle. Dragon God Salama looked at Yifeng and immediately changed his attack target. Although Sun Wukong in front of him was also strong, he seemed to be far behind Yifeng. In order to quickly gain more energy, he could only temporarily fight Yifeng. You are actually distracted during battle. You really look down on me, don't you? Just as Dragon God Salama turned his gaze to Yifeng, Sun Wukong's fist heavily struck Salama's chest. Bang! The terrifying force directly sent Salama flying. Bang, bang, bang! Instantly shattering several mountain peaks. You little bug, don't get too carried away. Salama rubbed his chest, anger flashing in his eyes. His ultimate goal was the Omni King, but he didn't expect to be humiliated time and again by these little bugs. This was absolutely intolerable for him. Whoosh! Then, Salama's body flashed out, almost instantly appearing in front of White God Sun Wukong, and similarly punched Sun Wukong in the chest. Boom! Sun Wukong's body retreated thousands of zhang, and the ground was plowed into 2 shocking deep ravines. My energy is continuously diminishing. If this continues, I will definitely lose. Sun Wukong frowned tightly, thinking to himself. He still couldn't fully master this new form of Ultra Instinct, so during the battle, his energy was depleting quite rapidly. Even if he exerted all his strength to maintain it, he still felt a sense of exhaustion. No, I absolutely cannot lose this battle like this. Sun Wukong tightened his fists, a determined look appearing in his eyes. Since Ultra Instinct can't defeat Dragon God Salama, then I can only enhance my power again. Give up resistance, little bug. Humans can never defeat gods. Dragon God Salama looked down on Sun Wukong with disdain, speaking in an elevated tone. I have to admit you are powerful, but do not underestimate the will of humanity and our potential. Next, I will challenge the limits of Ultra Saiyan, although that powerful force may tear my body apart. But now, there is no other way. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flickering slightly, because next, it was very likely that his body wouldn't be able to withstand that terrifying power and would be torn to pieces. Kaioken. A deep voice came from Sun Wukong's mouth, and then he clenched his fists, a crimson aura instantly erupting from his body. The ground beneath him collapsed, and debris floated in the air. Huh. Sun Wukong's roar echoed throughout the world for a long time. Chapter 229. Aren't you just a soft persimmon? Immediately, the crimson aura shot into the sky, forming a massive pillar of light. The entire world seemed to be tinted crimson at this moment. What the hell is going on with that guy? His energy has undergone a huge change. 50 times. Damn it, doesn't this bastard have any limits? Dragon God Salama tightly clenched his fists, a look of horror appearing in his eyes. Indeed, he had completely underestimated humanity's potential and limits. Sun Wukong had truly exceeded his expectations at this moment. Moreover, if this powerful energy continued to grow, it might even surpass his own. 100 times. Kaioken. Accompanied by Sun Wukong's roar, his energy directly increased 100-fold. The Kaioken multiplied by 100 on top of Ultra Instinct was definitely a suicidal enhancement, because with one careless move, his body could explode from that powerful energy. Boom! The entire Earth trembled violently, and even the entire universe was filled with Sun Wukong's aura. Impossible. Human energy could never reach this level. Salama shook his head like a rattle drum, unable to believe it at all. At this moment, Sun Wukong's strength had far surpassed that of an angel. His current self, without the circumstances of other evil gods, could not even exert 1,000th of his power. Is this the aura of Sun Wukong using the 100-fold Kaioken? At this time, Yifeng also felt Sun Wukong's powerful aura. Although he didn't want to admit it, at this moment, Sun Wukong had indeed surpassed him, in the form of Super Saiyan 3. Or rather, even after he upgraded again, he might not be stronger than him. Kakarot, that bastard, has become stronger again, repeatedly trampling on my pride. Damn it, I will never forgive these bastards. Vegeta felt the energy from Goku and clenched his fists tightly. His face was filled with unwillingness and humiliation. At this moment, they were all fighting, and even his own son was so much stronger than him. He had always claimed to be the pure-blooded Saiyan prince, but now it seemed like a joke. The battle continued, and Demigro was preparing to join the fight, targeting Vegeta. At this point, only Vegeta and Yefeng were left to fight him. However, he was very aware of Yefeng's strength, which was definitely beyond what he could handle, especially since Yefeng had infused his body with mysterious power. He could make himself disappear without a trace with just a thought. So, his only opponent could only be Vegeta. Then, Demigra appeared directly in front of Vegeta. You damn bastard, did you come looking for me because you think I'm an easy target? Looking at Demigra standing before him, Vegeta tightened his fists and said angrily. He hadn't fully recovered from the blows dealt by Kakarot and Trunks, and to his surprise, this bastard came to provoke him. What, aren't you? Demigra smirked coldly and retorted. At this moment on the battlefield, it was indeed true that Vegeta was the weakest. There was no doubt about it. He was the easy target. You bastard, absolutely unforgivable. Vegeta's face was filled with bulging veins, and his eyes burned with fierce flames. Although he was the weakest in the field, the feeling of being called out like this was truly unbearable. Huh. With a roar, Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. After a brief rest of over 10 minutes, although his strength hadn't fully recovered, it was still manageable for him to turn into Super Saiyan Blue. As he transformed, Vegeta unleashed dozens of energy balls with both hands. He immediately launched a barrage of attacks. Boom! The area where Demigra was standing quickly exploded, and his body was engulfed by thick smoke. After the chaotic energy attacks, Vegeta gasped for breath. His stamina had not completely recovered, and he had just consumed a lot of energy, so he was facing severe stamina issues again. It was likely that he would have difficulty maintaining Super Saiyan Blue. Suddenly, Demigra's body appeared behind Vegeta. "Your attack is quite impressive, Vegeta. One of those energy balls actually hit me, but clearly this battle is very boring," Demigra said with a cold smile. "What? How can this bastard be so fast?" Vegeta's pupils constricted tightly. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Why was everyone stronger than him? And so much stronger at that? Just then, Demigra slapped Vegeta's face with his backhand, sending him flying. His body skidded across the ground for hundreds of meters. What? A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, and he instantly returned to his normal state. Although he desperately tried to stand up again, Demigra's earlier attack was too heavy, and Vegeta couldn't get up. "I thought you could entertain me, but it seems I overestimated you. Since you're so weak, then die." A light blue energy beam appeared at Demigra's fingertips and shot toward Vegeta. Almost at the same moment, a green figure appeared in front of Vegeta and deflected Demigra's attack with a backhand strike. "What? There's actually someone else." Demigra frowned. The feeling of being interrupted like this was quite uncomfortable. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, a figure appeared behind Demigra and, without saying a word, delivered a heavy hand strike to his neck. Bang! Demigra was sent flying. "What?" Vegeta and Yefeng looked up and saw two familiar figures. It was Gohan and Piccolo. "Uncle Piccolo, please help check on Uncle Vegeta. I'll take care of that evil god," Gohan said confidently to Piccolo. At this time, he had trained for 3 years in the hyperbolic time chamber with Piccolo. His strength had long surpassed the peak of Super Saiyan Blue. Dealing with a demon god was absolutely within his capabilities. "Whatever, it seems like there's still an evil god left for me," Piccolo shrugged and said nonchalantly. Although he was also eager to know how strong he had become, he decided to let Gohan have the first battle. "Don't overestimate yourself, you fool. That guy's terror is definitely beyond your imagination. You should team up." At that moment, Vegeta suddenly reminded Piccolo. Although both Gohan and Piccolo were not weak, they still fell short compared to his Super Saiyan Blue form. Neither of them was even a match for their opponents, let alone the evil god who was much stronger than him. Did they really think that training for a few years in a hyperbolic time chamber would allow them to surpass him? No need. That kind of guy can be handled by Gohan alone. Piccolo glanced at Vegeta and calmly replied. He was very clear about how strong Gohan was. Moreover, the improvements they made during their training in the hyperbolic time chamber were absolutely beyond their imagination. TCH, ignorant fools. Soon you will realize how terrifying the enemy you are facing is. Hearing Piccolo's calm voice, Vegeta sneered. Since they wouldn't listen to his advice, let them experience the terror of the evil god. "Vegeta, this isn't like what you used to say." Piccolo looked at Vegeta again and said in a still calm tone. The old Vegeta was proud and unyielding. Even when facing the much stronger Majin Buu, he had never looked so weak. Who would have thought that a few evil gods could scare him like this? After saying that, he turned his gaze to Gohan. "You little bug, how dare you sneak attack me? Your despicable actions will surely be met with 100-fold punishment." Demigra's body appeared in midair, his eyes flickering with immense rage as he looked at Gohan and Piccolo. "The feeling of having my attack interrupted is truly unpleasant. Is that so? Then let me show you the full extent of my training results." Son Gohan looked at Demigra with disdain. After training for 3 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, he was now able to perfectly merge the power of anger, mysterious energy, and Super Saiyan Blue. This had formed a new power, a fusion of the 3 energies, allowing him to defeat any enemy. Suddenly, Son Gohan spread his arms wide, and then a terrifying power erupted from his body. The entire ground trembled, cracked, and collapsed. Blue lightning descended from the sky, and blue energy swirled around Son Gohan like flames. Boom! The ground continued to shake. At this moment of Son Gohan's transformation, everyone was shocked. What? Is this Gohan's energy? It has become this powerful? Son Goku, who was fighting the Dragon God Salam, suddenly froze, whispering in shock. He never expected that Gohan had gained such immense power, far surpassing Super Saiyan Blue. However, he was now facing a significant problem, feeling completely drained. Although he had just used the Kaioken times 100 to briefly suppress Dragon God Salam, as the battle prolonged, this guy was catching up to him, even surpassing him. Moreover, his physical stamina was weakening. What kind of power is this? Impossible. Vegeta was completely dumbfounded at this point, his pupils contracting, eyes flashing with unwillingness, shock, and various complex emotions. He never imagined that besides his own son, Kakarot's son had far surpassed him. Thinking of this, Vegeta felt his dignity being trampled upon. Is this Son Gohan's power? It seems these guys have become incredibly strong. Feeling Son Gohan's overwhelming divine energy, Yifeng also expressed his surprise. It is known that in other timelines, many Son Gohans have become mere Gokus. This Son Gohan from this timeline could actually merge the three powers within him, which is indeed quite impressive. What? How can this little bug possess such powerful energy? Demigorgon was also shocked by the power emanating from Son Gohan, as it far surpassed Vegeta and even himself. If he didn't possess the ability to absorb darkness, he might really be unable to handle this little brat. What's wrong, Demigorgon? Don't tell me you're already scared with just this amount of power. Son Gohan, who had fused the three powers into the strongest new form, wore a proud expression as he spoke to Demigorgon. His demeanor was reminiscent of a god, very arrogant, and one might say a bit carried away. Damn bug, don't think that just because your power has increased a little, you can act so arrogantly. Demigorgon was also provoked by Son Gohan's arrogance. No matter how he fought, as long as his body contained divine power, he would never be his opponent. Unless he could eliminate him in an instant, of course, that was absolutely impossible. Are you sure I've only gotten a little stronger? Son Gohan smirked, and the moment his voice fell, his body flashed and almost instantaneously appeared in front of Demigorgon. Bang! The next second, Son Gohan's fist struck Demigorgon's abdomen without warning. A mouthful of sour bile spewed out, and Demigorgon grimaced in pain, his pupils showing crimson cracks. How is this possible? Just one punch, and I'm hurt this badly. How can this bastard power be so strong? Demigorgon was filled with turmoil, his stomach feeling like it was being trampled by thousands of divine beasts. But it's not over. Son Gohan smirked again, then heavily kneed Demigorgon in the chest. Bang! Another deep sound echoed as Demigorgon's body flew upwards like a rocket. Whoosh! Then, Son Gohan vanished again. When he reappeared, he was already above Demigorgon. And then he brought his fist down heavily on Demigorgon's head. Boom! When Demigorgon's body crashed into the ground, it instantly kicked up clouds of dust. Chapter 231. The Rapidly Changing Situation. TCH too weak. Son Gohan glanced at the Demigorgon lying on the ground, his eyes filled with disdain. He originally thought the evil god was powerful, but it turned out to be nothing special. Don't get carried away, you damn little bug. I will repay your humiliation 1,000-fold. At this point, Demigorgon was furious, surrounded by a pale blue aura, his pupils burning with raging anger. Then he leaped up and directly attacked Son Gohan. Whoosh! Whoosh! Demigorgon's fists attacked Son Gohan like a machine gun. Although his attack speed was very fast, it had no effect at all easily dodged by Son Gohan. You really are only at this level. It seems I overestimated you a bit. While dodging Demigorgon's attacks, Son Gohan provocatively remarked. Of course, although his tone was very arrogant, he had the capital to be arrogant. Right now, Demigorgon was indeed no match for him. Alright, I've lost patience with this boring battle. After Son Gohan's indifferent voice fell, his fist came crashing down on Demigorgon's face. Accompanied by a crisp sound, Demigorgon's neck was directly broken by Son Gohan's punch. Then his body flew sideways, embedding into the rocks. This time, I will completely finish you off. A serious look finally appeared in Son Gohan's eyes. He then formed his palms into a flower shape, and terrifying blue energy gathered from his palms. The energy was incredibly powerful, containing the force to destroy the world. Son Gohan was very confident that this attack would definitely annihilate Demigorgon without any surprises. Meanwhile, Son Goku, who was almost exhausted, also chose to go all out. His movements were almost identical to Son Gohan's. Kamehameha. Almost at the same instant, Son Goku and Son Gohan unleashed their Kamehameha waves towards Dragon God Salam and Demon God Demigorgon. Boom! At the moment when two Kamehameha waves were unleashed simultaneously, clear cracks appeared all over the earth. The cracks shimmered with a crimson light, flowing like lava. The earth shook continuously for a whole minute before it finally settled down. At that moment, everyone turned their attention to the area of the terrifying energy fluctuations. As the dust cleared, two trenches, 1,000 feet wide, appeared on the ground, looking as if they had been burned by flames, covered in scorched black dust. Had the problem been resolved? Everyone was very curious and looked towards the end of the trenches, wanting to confirm whether the powerful attacks from Son Wukong and Gohan had killed Salam and Demigorgon. How could this not be enough to deal with them? At that moment, Son Wukong's expression was very grave because he could still feel the presence of Dragon God Salam, and it was even stronger than before. Although he didn't know what that guy had done, it was certain that he was no longer a match for him. He had already exhausted his strength. Even Vegeta, or a weaker opponent than Vegeta, could easily defeat him. What was going on? My Kamehameha wave didn't kill Demigra? Gohan was equally bewildered. Just a moment ago, he had been very confident that his Kamehameha wave could definitely kill the evil god in front of him. But the result was that the guy seemed completely unharmed, and instead, his power had become even stronger. Be careful. Gohan, they seem to be able to absorb our strength. Just then, Piccolo suddenly spoke up to remind them. Because the attacks from Sun Wukong and Gohan were incredibly powerful. If nothing unexpected had happened, they could definitely have killed Dragon God Salam and Demigra. But now, they were completely uninjured, not harmed in the slightest. Even more terrifying was that their strength had increased significantly once again, which made it very obvious that they could absorb divine power and make themselves stronger. If that was the case, then the situation was very grim. It certainly seemed that way. Gohan looked at Piccolo, nodded, and said, aside from this explanation, there shouldn't be any other reasons. Gohan, those guys are too strange. I suggest we attack together. That might give us a chance to win. At this moment, Piccolo frowned and suggested, no need, Uncle Piccolo. Although he just absorbed my Kamehameha wave and his strength increased a lot, he still has a long way to go to be my opponent. Even though he knew Demigra had become stronger, Gohan did not agree to Piccolo's request because he felt he could handle it alone. Don't be overconfident, Gohan. Before Piccolo's voice had faded, Gohan's body had already charged towards Demigra. Oof, you little bug, you made me suffer a lot just now. So now it's your turn to pay? Demigra's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he tightly clenched his right hand, and the aura around him instantly pierced through the clouds. The intensity of that aura was vastly different from before. Bang! When Gohan's fist struck Demigra, it was easily caught by Demigra. What? Gohan was suddenly shocked, not expecting that after absorbing his Kamehameha wave, this guy's power had become so strong. Little bug, I really appreciate you giving me power to absorb. Just now, I almost thought I was going to be killed, but it seems I'm quite lucky. Now let's see if you're as lucky. After Demigra's cold voice fell, his right fist heavily smashed into Gohan's chest. Bang! Following that, Gohan was instantly sent flying. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Just one punch had caused him significant injury. Chapter 232, The Strongest. Super Saiyan God Vegeta. Bang bang bang. Gohan's body instantly shattered 3 or 4 mountains before crashing heavily to the ground, skidding for hundreds of feet before finally stopping. That hurt. After taking a heavy blow, Gohan's body instantly bent like a cooked shrimp. Then he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a serious look appeared in his eyes. He hadn't expected that in just a few minutes, their roles had completely reversed. He had just used all his strength, but he couldn't even land an attack on Demigra. Buzz. Then, Gohan clenched his fists tightly, and terrifying blue energy erupted from his body once again. Although the aura remained, the strength of the energy had clearly diminished compared to the beginning. After taking a heavy blow, his energy had dropped very rapidly. Whoosh! Just then, Demigra's body instantly appeared behind Gohan. Is this all you have? I'm so disappointed. Then Demigra mimicked Gohan's previous tone. Damn it, this guy's speed is incredibly fast. The seriousness in Gohan's eyes deepened. He hadn't clearly seen Demigra's movements just now. He hadn't expected that after absorbing his energy, he would become so terrifying. This time, he might have overestimated himself. All right, your time to perform is over. After Demigra's cold voice fell, he punched Gohan squarely in the face. Bang! The moment the dull sound rang out, Gohan's body flew away like a cannonball. Another mouthful of blood spewed out, and he reverted to his normal state. It's over. I no longer have the strength to deal with him. Gohan gritted his teeth tightly, regretting it deeply in his heart. If he had listened to Uncle Piccolo's advice from the start and teamed up, they would probably have dealt with Demigra quickly. But now, with Demigra becoming so powerful, he had almost lost his fighting ability. Even if he teamed up with Uncle Piccolo now, they would definitely not be a match for Demigra. Damn it, that kid still can't change that bad habit. Vegeta gritted his teeth and scolded Gohan. It had been the same when facing Majin Buu. If he hadn't been so reckless, Majin Buu would have probably been killed by him long ago. Now it seemed that the situation was quite dire. Piccolo also frowned. Although his strength had increased significantly, after learning the Namekian martial arts, his strength was definitely not weaker than Gohan's. But since Gohan was easily defeated by Demigra, if I go on stage now, the outcome probably won't be much different. Forget it. Even if there's no chance of winning, I still want to give it a shot. Piccolo clenched his fists tightly. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Piccolo's body. The entire Earth shook with this aura, and at the same time, Piccolo's body underwent some changes. His originally grass-green skin turned dark green, his pupils completely disappeared, leaving only hollow eyes. 2 orange tear marks appeared at the corners of his eyes. In order to completely eliminate you destructive monsters of Earth, I have no choice but to transform into a monster myself. After Piccolo's voice fell, his body instantly flashed out and directly attacked Demigra. What? That bastard Piccolo has become this strong too. Seeing Piccolo's new transformation, which far surpassed his own power, Vegeta felt as if he had been stabbed hard in the heart. That feeling was simply suffocating. It was one thing to be surpassed by the evil gods and Saiyans, but now even an Namekian was climbing over him? No, I am the proud prince of all Saiyans, Vegeta, possessing the purest bloodline of the Super Saiyan God. How can I allow these bastards to surpass me one by one? Why? Why does the most noble blood of the Super Saiyan God flow in my veins? Why am I still so weak? Impossible, absolument inforgivable. Vegeta's body trembled violently, his veins bulging, his pupils continuously contracted, filled with unwillingness. Clearly, I should be the strongest existence. I am the strongest Saiyan. Why? Why must I be surpassed again and again? Why have even some evil gods and Namekians surpassed me now? Damn it. Huh. Then Vegeta let out a roar, as if he wanted to vent all the unwillingness, humiliation, and anger in his heart. Boom! Along with Vegeta's roar, the entire Earth began to shake violently. The ground's debris exploded, and in just an instant, that explosion spread for thousands of miles. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned to Vegeta again. What? Vegeta's aura is so strong. Dad, is that Dad's aura? Is he finally going to break through? Vegeta, this guy's aura has unexpectedly surpassed Goku's in an instant. What's going on? That Saiyan had already completely lost his fighting power, right? Why has he suddenly become this strong? In this instant, Vegeta became the center of attention. Everyone's eyes were focused on him because that aura had already surpassed Son Goku and the dragon god Salama. Huh! Vegeta roared again, and in the next moment, a crimson energy shot up into the sky, creating a massive energy pillar. Then, Vegeta's hair turned white. The roar gradually faded, and Vegeta's figure appeared in everyone's sight. At this moment, Vegeta's hair had turned pure white, with a blood-red V-shaped symbol appearing on his forehead, of course, with a blood-red line within the V symbol. This indicated that Vegeta had broken through a limiter. At this moment, Vegeta's power indeed surpassed Son Goku, because Goku's full Super Saiyan God form had 2 limiters. Vegeta's pupils turned white, and his irises had completely turned blood-red. At the same time, 2 blood-red tear marks appeared at the corners of his eyes. Is this the full Super Saiyan God form? I knew I could reach this level. I am the proud prince of all Saiyans, with the purest blood of the Super Saiyan God flowing in my veins. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, the excitement gradually turning into calm. At this moment, although he had been looking forward to it for a long time, he should have imagined it long ago. Chapter 233, The Strongest Saiyan. I didn't expect even Vegeta to break through to this level. The calmness in Whis' eyes gradually turned into surprise. He had always thought Goku's talent was a bit stronger, but now Vegeta had unexpectedly surpassed Goku. This indeed caught him off guard. It's quite normal, Whis. Vegeta's talent is indeed a bit better than Goku's, and more importantly, that guy trains even harder. At this time, Beerus also spoke up. Although I don't know this timeline's Vegeta, I have seen Vegetas from other timelines, especially during the time chamber, where I personally witnessed everyone's training methods. Speaking of which, it seems I was a bit mistaken. Whis looked at Beerus and replied. However, regardless, Vegeta has now become stronger than Goku, which is a good thing for them. Because as the battle progresses, Goku has already fallen into a disadvantage, and it's obvious that his fighting power is not on par with the dragon god Salama. Especially those guys. They seem to be able to absorb divine power and become even stronger. Of course, it's not just Goku. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction Trunks, and Son Gohan and Piccolo are all at a disadvantage right now. If this continues, the battle will be extremely unfavorable for them. Then, let's start with you, you bastard. To practice. After Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan God, he turned his gaze toward the evil god Mao, because that bastard had just tormented him quite a bit. It's time to pay him back double. Trunks, step back. Vegeta flashed and appeared right in front of Trunks, coldly commanding him. Dad, these evil gods are very strange. They keep getting stronger during the battle. I think we should team up and eliminate them as quickly as possible. Trunks looked at Vegeta and said seriously. During the battle with the evil god Mao, She personally experienced the growth of the evil gods. And not just the evil god Mao. All the evil gods seemed to strengthen during the fight. Enough nonsense. I've already become a super Saiyan god, and these little ants pose no threat to me at all. Vegeta coldly replied to Trunks. I am a super Saiyan god, and my power has already surpassed Kakarot. If I still need to team up with Trunks to deal with an evil god, then I am too weak. Dad, don't be too careless. Although you've become stronger, it's still a bit dangerous to face an evil god alone. After hearing Vegeta's words, Trunks frowned tightly. Dad's personality is really hard to change. Once he has strength, he starts to run wild. With his personality, it's absolutely impossible for him to eliminate the evil god in an instant. If given the chance to grow, they will soon surpass Vegeta. This is something he absolutely cannot allow. Get lost. Vegeta seemed a bit impatient, his fists clenched tightly, and a surge of energy erupted from his body, directly causing Trunks to be pushed back several dozen meters. Then he instantly flew towards the evil god Mao. Bang! In the next second, Vegeta's fist directly struck Mao's chest. Under the terrifying force, Mao's chest instantly caved in, and his body was sent flying. Vegeta followed closely. He must repay the humiliation inflicted by this guy 1,000 times over. Of course, he wouldn't rush to kill him. Instead, he would beat him death punch by punch. On the other side, after absorbing Goku's strongest Kamehameha, the Dragon God Salama had become even more powerful. That aura made Goku's heart tremble with fear. Damn, I have completely run out of strength. It seems I'm going to be killed by that guy. Goku felt that being able to stand at this moment was already thanks to his strong willpower. Now, as soon as the Dragon God Salama makes a move, he would definitely be completely killed. What's wrong, human? Weren't you just confidently talking about the so-called potential of humans? It seems you're only at this level. So let me completely eliminate you. After Salama's voice fell, his body flashed and appeared almost instantly in front of Goku. He threw a punch at Goku, holding nothing back. As he intended to kill Goku, he had already absorbed enough energy, and now Goku was of no use. Moreover, his physical stamina had reached its limit. Whoosh! Just as Salama's punch was about to land, Goku's body suddenly vanished from spot. What happened? Salama frowned and then looked toward the short distance away. At this moment, Goku was being supported by Yifeng. Did you save me? Thank you. Goku smiled helplessly at Yifeng, expressing his gratitude. He thought he was done for. But even though Yifeng saved him, the final outcome would still be the same. Because those evil gods were just too strong. They were simply not something they could handle. No need to thank me. You have already done what you needed to do. So leave the rest to me. Yifeng glanced at Sun Wukong and spoke. Although he would be fighting against the Dragon God Salam, his purpose was different from that of Sun Wukong and the others. Sun Wukong and his companions were fighting to protect the Earth and guard the universe. Yifeng's goal was simple. Salam was strong enough to help him reach a higher level. At the same time, he could absorb Salam's energy. If he could inject the power of rules into Salam's body during the battle, that would be fantastic. After all, this guy was incredibly powerful after turning into a full demon. Oh, it seems that it's time to change opponents? Salam looked at Yifeng and spoke. Although he felt a bit frustrated for not killing Sun Wukong, it didn't really matter. Sun Wukong was not worth mentioning now. It didn't matter whether he was killed or not. That's right, starting now, the opponent has changed. Your opponent is me, the strongest Saiyan Yifeng. Yifeng took a step forward, his eyes radiating a sharp light as he spoke. From now on, this is the first battle in my journey to become stronger. Chapter 234 versus Salama. What? The strongest Saiyan? You might be overestimating yourself, little bug. Speaking of the strongest Saiyan, it probably refers to the Super Saiyan God, Yamoshi. The Dragon God Salama glanced at Yifeng with a mocking expression, then casually said, "There's no denying that the Saiyan named Sun Wukong just now is indeed very strong. Especially after he exhibited the so-called 100-fold Kaioken, his power reached a terrifying level. But it's just terrifying. Compared to Super Saiyan God Yamoshi, he's still lacking a lot. Because that guy is someone who can match me at my peak. Yamoshi? Maybe he is indeed as powerful as you say. But I must tell you that I will definitely be stronger than him." Yifeng glanced at Dragon God Salama with a calm expression, then confidently said, "No matter how powerful Yamoshi is, he will definitely not be my opponent in the end. Because I will continuously grow stronger in battle." Just now, the fight between Dragon God Salama and the god of all, Sun Wukong, allowed me to absorb a lot of energy. Very arrogant. You are quite an interesting guy. I hope your strength is not proportional to your arrogance, Dragon God Salama said with interest as he looked at Yifeng. If you are really as strong as you claim, then I would be very pleased, because then I would be able to absorb even more divine power. And at that time, that little king would definitely not be my opponent. Rest assured, my strength will not disappoint you. After Yi Feng's faint voice fell, he clenched his fists tightly. In an instant, a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Yi Feng instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, which is currently his strongest form. Of course, his Super Saiyan 3 is not something an ordinary Saiyan can compare to. Oh, it seems you have a bit of power. But if you think you can defeat me with that, then you are underestimating yourself. Dragon God Salama was slightly surprised. However, that surprise quickly faded away. You must not be careless. That guy is indeed very strong. Sun Wukong looked at the calm Yi Feng and reminded him. In the previous battle, he thought that with his full Saiyan form, he could defeat Dragon God Salama. But after the fight, he realized there was a significant gap between them. Especially that guy who could absorb his divine power and turn it into his own energy. Don't worry, I naturally have my own plans. Yi Feng glanced at Sun Wukong and said. After that, he turned his gaze to Dragon God Salama and continued. Now let me show you whether I am as reckless as you say. After Yi Feng's voice fell, his body suddenly flashed out, instantly appearing in front of Dragon God Salama. His speed no less than that of the all-race god Sun Wukong. The self-important jumping clown, Dragon God Salama, glanced indifferently at Yi Feng, then similarly threw a punch. Compared to Sun Wukong, just now, Yi Feng was indeed a bit too weak now. Bang! Buzz! The moment their fists collided, the entire earth shook violently, and a huge shockwave swept out in all directions. Boom! Instantly, the ground collapsed, creating a massive pit, and the surrounding peaks were flattened. Step by step, after the punches collided, Yi Feng's body was directly knocked back several hundred meters. This guy has immense power. Yi Feng quickly shook his arms, frowned, and muttered to himself. After exchanging a punch with the Dragon God Salama, Yi Feng felt a tingling sensation throughout his entire arm. Moreover, it was clear that the guy hadn't used all his strength to fight him. The next moment, the Dragon God Salama suddenly appeared in front of Yi Feng, a smug smile on his lips, and arrogantly said, "What kind of little bug are you? I only used 30% of my power, and you're already this helpless?" The tone of the Dragon God Salama was filled with disdain. Of course, he had the right to be disdainful, because in front of him, Yi Feng truly was just a little bug, and it would be very easy for him to crush him. 30% power? Hearing the words of the Dragon God Salama, Yi Feng did not refute, but instead calmly replied. It was undeniable that he was indeed very weak in front of the Dragon God Salama, especially since this guy had just absorbed enough divine power from Sun Wukong. His strength had far surpassed what it was at the beginning. However, what he didn't know was that just from that brief encounter, Yi Feng had absorbed a lot of his power. Yi Feng's devouring ability allows him to consume all powers. In contrast, Dragon God Salama and other dark gods can only absorb the energy of divine power. Therefore, the longer the battle lasts, the stronger he becomes. While Dragon God Salama cannot absorb his own power, although he is currently very strong, he is still just a Super Saiyan 3 and does not possess divine power. However, the premise is that he cannot use Ultra Instinct. What's wrong? You seem to have already started to fear? Dragon God Salama said mockingly as he looked at Yi Feng. No wonder, his current power has already reached an extraordinary level. How could he possibly be his opponent? Fear? You think too highly of yourself, don't you? Yi Feng raised the corner of his mouth and said softly. As soon as the words fell, Yi Feng's body flashed out again, instantly appearing in front of the Dragon God Salama. Whoosh, whoosh, bang, bang. The fists of the two kept colliding, and with each collision, Yi Feng could feel that he was absorbing a tremendous amount of energy. Although his arms were already feeling numb, this did not affect Yi Feng's excitement at all. Due to the bloodline in his body, when fighting against a stronger opponent, his adaptability was very strong. As the duration of the battle increased, his strength would grow stronger. Moreover, coupled with his devouring power, this rate of becoming stronger was extremely terrifying. Chapter 235. The battle situation is dire, struggling against Vegeta. Damn it. Why can't I fight right now? Sun Wukong watched Yi Feng and the Dragon God Salama battle, clenching his fists tightly. He felt very unwilling because at this moment, Yi Feng, Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo were all fighting, while he was the only one waiting here. This feeling made him, a battle fanatic, very uncomfortable. Whis, is there any way for you to help me restore all my energy? Sun Wukong could only place his hopes on Whis. Because Whis is an angel, perhaps he might have some methods. Don't look at me. I can't help you restore energy. Whis shook his head and said seriously to Sun Wukong. Normally, he might be able to help Sun Wukong, or even if he treated his injuries now, it would be completely fine. However, wanting to help him restore all his energy was obviously impossible, because the energy of the full Saiyan was originally stronger than his own. And Sun Wukong had just used the hundredfold King Kai fist, which had already harmed the foundation of his body, to recover from his injuries and restore him to full energy form. Perhaps only the Grand Minister and the Omni King could do that. Even you can't help. Then can I really not fight? Sun Wukong looked at Whis with some disappointment and murmured softly. Although he felt very unwilling, he could only be a spectator now. Moreover, he was very clear that his injuries were severe. Sister, do you think Yi Feng could defeat the Dragon God Salama? Whis then looked at Bardos and asked calmly. I don't know. Bardos shook her head and replied. Although deep down she really hoped Yi Feng could win. And of course Yi Feng's strength was also very formidable. However, she couldn't guarantee that he could contend with the Dragon God Salama, because that guy had existed since ancient times, and his foundation was extremely strong. Even if he had been sealed for billions of years, having moved his foundation, after all, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Although Yi Feng is very strong, he has only lived for a few decades, so in comparison, Dragon God Salama does have a greater advantage. If even my sister lacks confidence, it seems that Yi Feng's chances of winning are not great. After hearing Bados' ambiguous answer, Weiss spoke up. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the fact is indeed so. To completely defeat Dragon God Salama, it is likely that either Father or the Omni King will have to intervene. After Bados said this calmly, she once again turned her gaze to Yi Feng and Dragon God Salama. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Beerus had been completely defeated. Due to expending too much energy, he could only passively take hits now. Damn it, this bastard dared to treat a god of destruction like this. Beerus furrowed his brows tightly, with a raging anger burning in his eyes. As a god of destruction, he had never been so embarrassed as he was today. Being humiliated by an evil god like this. Absolutely unforgivable. A god of destruction? You won't be one for long, because next, I will completely kill you. After the voice of the evil god Seabass fell, his body flashed out in an instant. Bang! Seabass's speed was incredibly fast, not giving Beerus any chance to evade. His fist struck Beerus's chest directly. A mouthful of purple blood spurted from Beerus's mouth, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. He landed heavily at the feet of Weiss and the others. Lord Weiss, you're no match for him, Weiss said to Beerus with a serious expression. The guy has become even more powerful after absorbing Beerus's divine energy. Now, not to mention Beerus, even Goku may not be his opponent. Damn it, I am a dignified god of destruction, and I can't even destroy that thing. Beerus tightly gripped the stones on the ground, instantly crushing them into powder. The unwillingness in his eyes was almost tangible. Weiss, can you contact the Grand Priest and the Omni King? At this moment, Beerus suddenly asked, although he was very angry and wanted to deal with all the evil gods himself. Reason told him that these evil gods were no longer something he could handle. Just one of the evil gods had rendered him completely powerless. The once most powerful Goku had already lost his fighting ability. Although Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo had all become very strong, as the battle time increased, their advantages were dwindling. Even if Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan God, he would probably be completely defeated in a few more minutes. I'm sorry, Lord Beerus, although I can contact the Omni King and the Grand Priest. They won't show up unless it's absolutely necessary, due to certain restrictions. Weiss shook his head and said to Beerus. He also realized the seriousness of the problem. However, they couldn't easily disturb the Omni King and the Grand Priest. TCH, although I really don't want to admit it, if this continues, we might all be killed. Beerus clenched his fists and looked at everyone's battles, saying, at this moment, Yi Feng was obviously at a disadvantage against Dragon God Salama, although he could still cope. It was clear that this kind of battle couldn't last much longer, because Dragon God Salama, like the other evil gods, would gain significant power as time passed. However, Yi Feng, like them, would have greater physical consumption the longer the battle lasted. They just didn't know that Yi Feng was not as vulnerable as they imagined. Lord Beerus, I think it's better if you don't jump to conclusions. Yi Feng might surprise all of you. At this moment, Bados suddenly smiled faintly and said to Beerus. She knew that Yi Feng still had many trump cards he hadn't revealed. Really? After hearing Bados' words, Beerus turned his head to look and then asked with some confusion. Bados was not someone who made baseless claims, but he still didn't believe that Yi Feng could really be strong enough to handle Dragon God Salama. Bang bang bang. At this moment, Gohan, Piccolo, and Trunks were all defeated. Meanwhile, the evil gods Mao, Demon God Demigra, and Seabass were simultaneously dealing with Super Saiyan God Vegeta. Damn bastards. Now I'll show you how powerful I, Vegeta, am. Looking at the three evil gods in front of him, Vegeta showed no fear and said coldly. Chapter 236. Signs an impending breakthrough. Let's all attack together. This guy is not simple. Demigra glanced at the evil god Mao and the evil god Seabass and said. At this moment, Vegeta was completely different from when he first started. His power had greatly increased, although each of them possessed the ability to absorb dark energy. Vegeta's strength was too overwhelming. If they were not careful, they might not even have time to absorb Vegeta's energy before being directly killed. I must absorb all this powerful divine energy. The face of the evil god Seabass revealed a greedy expression, with an evil smile as he spoke. I won't let you have it all to yourself. I won't spare this divine energy either. The evil god Mao also had a wicked smile on his face, looking at Vegeta as if he were looking at a delicious cake. All right, let's go together. The moment Demigra's voice fell, his body flashed out and directly attacked Vegeta. The evil god Mao and the evil god Seabass were naturally not far behind, appearing in front of Vegeta in an instant and launching a frenzied attack on him. Although the three of them were far from Vegeta's level, they still found it somewhat challenging to deal with him when they worked together. Damn you garbage puppets. I'll completely destroy every one of you. After Vegeta's voice fell, he punched the evil god Mao hard in the face, sending him flying. The moment he knocked Mao away, he kicked Demigra hard in the chest, causing Demigra's chest to collapse. Then, Vegeta's body instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already above Seabass, striking down with both fists on Seabass's head. Bang! Boom! When Seabass's body crashed to the ground, it created a massive pit 1,000 feet deep. Two huge mushroom clouds shot up into the sky. Clearly, although the three of them had become very powerful after joining forces, they were still no match for the fully unleashed god of destruction, Vegeta, who had already removed one of his restraining devices. You filthy trash. I will destroy you right now, Vegeta said, looking at the three on the ground as he gathered a terrifying energy ball in his hands. This time, he did not use his ultimate flash but opted for a regular attack. He felt that Demigra and the others were simply not his opponents. Regardless of whether they could absorb his energy, the gap between them was unbridgeable. Even a regular energy attack from him could completely annihilate them. Boom! Vegeta's energy balls continuously struck Demigra's people, causing the ground to instantly collapse and crack. Demigra's followers were engulfed by the rolling smoke. Has it been resolved? At this moment, Goku, Gohan, Trunks, and Beerus all looked at the ground with curiosity, questioning what had happened. They never expected that in the end, all of them would be defeated and that they would need to rely on Vegeta's strength to eliminate the other evil gods, especially Goku and Beerus, who felt quite uncomfortable. Despite their strength far exceeding Vegeta's, they were astonished that in just a few minutes, Vegeta had completely surpassed them. Not yet. It seems Vegeta might be underestimating them a bit. After hearing Trunks' question, Whis replied lightly. In fact, Vegeta had known from the beginning that the evil gods could absorb their divine power, but he had become overly arrogant and did not use all his strength to kill the evil gods, opting instead for a regular energy attack. This allowed the evil gods a chance to grow. It must be said that while Vegeta had become stronger, his personality had not changed at all. He had become a bit too arrogant with just a little power. Meanwhile, in another battle, Yefeng was already able to contend equally with the dragon god Salama. Damn! This little brat's energy is rising rapidly during the battle. What on earth is going on? Salama was increasingly horrified. He had originally thought he could easily deal with this guy, but unexpectedly, it had become quite tricky. Moreover, just this growth over a few minutes had put immense pressure on him. This growth rate completely surpassed that of Super Saiyan God Yamushi, who had lived for hundreds of millions of years, while this little being had only been fighting him for a few minutes. What's wrong? Dragon God Salama, are you starting to feel scared? Yefeng provocatively asked, looking at the frowning Salama. His improvement during the battle was indeed terrifying, even shocking to himself. He hadn't experienced such a growth rate while fighting Mechikabura. Arrogant little bug, don't get too full of yourself. Do you really think Dragon God Salama only has this much power? Salama clenched his fists tightly, feeling quite uncomfortable being taunted by a human brat like this. He had only used 70% of his power because he was preparing to reserve some strength for dealing with the Omni King and the Grand Priest. But since this little brat was so rampant, he might as well take care of him first. Next, I will fight with all my strength. Little brat, prepare to die. A strong killing intent appeared in Salama's eyes as he attacked Yefeng. Finally ready to fight with all your strength? Bring it on. Yifeng gritted his teeth and then his body suddenly darted out. Bang, bang, bang. The two fists kept colliding, and Yi Feng felt a surge of power awakening within him. It was an incredibly strong force, as if it were about to explode out of his body at any moment. This feeling? Could it be that he was about to break through? Upon sensing that familiar sensation, excitement suddenly appeared on Yi Feng's face. It seemed that during his battle with the dragon god Salama, he not only absorbed enough energy, but also significantly enhanced his own combat power. Therefore, he might be facing a breakthrough situation now. Chapter 236, Death Energy Sphere. Although he didn't know what level he would break through to next, his intuition told him that after reaching the next level, he would become extremely powerful. Yi Feng thought excitedly in his heart. Bang! Following that, Yi Feng and the dragon god Salama once again collided heavily with their fists. Rumble. The force of the punch shook the entire space, making it rustle. Yi Feng's body retreated a distance of 1,000 feet, while the dragon god Salama also retreated about 100 feet. It turns out this guy had also held back some of his strength. Yi Feng squeezed his tingling fist and murmured to himself while looking at the dragon god Salam. At that moment, Yi Feng felt the energy within his body surge forth like a spring. It seemed he was about to break through. Then, Yi Feng clenched his fist tightly, and that overwhelming power erupted from his body in an instant. Accompanied by a roar, a golden beam of light enveloped Yi Feng, shooting straight up into the sky. What is happening? Is that guy about to break through again? Vegeta was the first to notice Yi Feng's change, his eyes filled with shock. This guy clearly doesn't possess divine energy, so why is his power so formidable? Not only can he fight with the dragon god Salam, but now he is showing signs of breaking through again. It seems Yi Feng is really about to break through. This little guy is truly hard to figure out. Bardos had an unusual expression on her face and spoke up. It's worth noting that Yi Feng had only broken through to Super Saiyan 3 less than a month ago. Unexpectedly, he now shows signs of another breakthrough. He seems even more surprising than Super Saiyan God Yamosi. He really is strong. He has no divine energy in his body, yet his power far exceeds that of Goku and Vegeta. Whis was equally astonished. They had never seen such a situation before. Perhaps Yi Feng is the true transformation of a Super Saiyan. The transformation that Vegeta and I have might be considered a wrong transformation. Goku looked at Yi Feng with a faint smile and said to everyone, "Actually, I've seen this kind of transformation from Yi Feng before. It just didn't reach such a high level. TCH being surpassed by the Scion's time, and again really is quite uncomfortable. However, if he can defeat the dragon god Salam, I wouldn't mind that much." Destroyer Beerus looked at Yi Feng, who was enveloped in the golden beam of light, and smirked. A few years ago, he was the invincible being of the 7th universe, and now, in just a few years, so many guys have surpassed him. To be honest, that feeling is quite uncomfortable. I thought I was strong enough, but it turns out that guy's power matches all of us. Gohan looked at Yi Feng, his eyes filled with surprise and bewilderment. At the same time, he yearned for that kind of powerful strength. Trunks and Piccolo nodded in agreement. Their thoughts were the same as Gohan's. They originally thought that after becoming stronger, even if they weren't the strongest, they would definitely be at the top. But unexpectedly, after several rounds, they still could only watch from the sidelines. What is wrong with that guy? Is he trying to break through during battle? The dragon god Salam frowned tightly. Yi Feng was now able to match him as an opponent, fighting evenly. If he breaks through again, wouldn't that mean he would no longer be his opponent? No, he must be stopped. A cold glint appeared in the dragon god Salam's eyes as he raised his palms to gather a terrifying energy ball, condensing it from his palms. The energy ball instantly expanded to the size of half a basketball court, a crimson energy ball surrounded by black lightning. One could feel that the energy ball contained the might to destroy the world. It could be said that, if not controlled, even a tiny bit of energy from this energy ball could annihilate the earth. Want to become stronger? Stop dreaming. How could I allow such a thing to happen? The dragon god Salam roared loudly, although he felt that human was not worth his efforts to mobilize such power to eliminate him. But he had to admit, this human had threatened his plans. Therefore, he must kill him no matter what. After the dragon god Salam's judgmental voice fell, the energy ball shot directly towards Yi Feng. Oh no, Yi Feng is breaking through. He can't fight back at all. If he gets hit by such a terrifying energy ball, the outcome would definitely be dire. Everyone's hearts trembled as they watched the powerful energy ball launched by dragon god Salam, their brows tightly furrowed. During the breakthrough, Yi Feng couldn't use any offensive or defensive means, so now he was in great danger. More importantly, they couldn't help at all. Because the energy ball from Dragon God Salam was simply too terrifying, it was absolutely beyond their capability to handle. The only one who could catch the energy ball was Vegeta, but he was currently surrounded by Demigra and others, unable to spare a hand to help Yifeng. Even if he could free up his hands, given Vegeta's personality, he certainly wouldn't help Yifeng. After all, their relationship wasn't that deep. Or one could say they had no relationship at all. What to do? Yifeng is being attacked. If he get killed, I might die too. At this moment, it was just Bardos who was anxious. Even Demigra was quite nervous. He was even very scared because Yifeng had once told him that if he died, the energy left in his body would explode, and he would definitely be killed as well. But now he couldn't betray the Dragon God Salam, because the outcome of betraying him was also death. Moreover, even if he tried to stop the Dragon God Salam now, he didn't have the strength to do so. Realizing this, Demigra, who wanted to rely on Vegeta, could only stop his attacks. He hoped to place all his hopes on Vegeta. If he didn't attack, perhaps Vegeta could free up his hands to rescue Yifeng. One must say his plan was not bad, but Vegeta was too focused on attacking the three of them and had no intention of helping Yifeng. Aren't you very strong? I'd love to see how you handle the current situation. Vegeta glanced at Yifeng with a faint smile, muttering to himself. Chapter 137, Breakthrough New Form. A massive energy sphere came crashing down towards Yifeng like a mountain pressing down. To others, this level of energy sphere was something that even Yifeng, at his full strength, might not be able to handle. Moreover, Yifeng was currently in the process of breaking through, and under such circumstances, he simply couldn't exert his full power to counter the energy sphere. So, although they were reluctant to admit it, the hope that Yifeng could withstand the energy sphere was very slim. However, at this moment, Yifeng, enveloped in a golden light beam, appeared very calm as he looked at the gigantic energy sphere flying towards him, showing no signs of worry. Instead, he was extremely excited. Such a massive energy sphere, while indeed a devastating blow for others, felt like a tremendous source of nourishment for him. If this could help him elevate to a higher level, then he would gladly accept all of this energy. Yifeng looked at the huge energy ball, and suddenly a golden light shot out from his eyes. He then said, "Devouring power." The moment his voice fell, the massive crimson energy ball had already come into contact with the golden light pillar. In that instant, Yifeng's body resembled a giant vortex. When the energy ball hit, there was not only no explosion, but even the slightest ripple seemed to have not been stirred up. It felt like a gentle stream gradually merging into the ocean, with absolutely no signs or collisions. What is happening? Is my energy ball being absorbed? Watching the incredible scene unfold before him, Dragon God Salama's heart was churning with waves of shock. It was simply hard to believe that the energy ball he had just condensed, which contained the power of death, could be absorbed without even causing a ripple. He could destroy the entire universe in an instant if he wanted to. To think that this terrifying energy ball, upon hitting Yifeng, had not stirred up anything at all. It was completely absorbed by him. Could it be that Yifeng also understood the dark absorption ability? Impossible. That was a power he had researched specifically to counter the gods. He was just an ordinary Saiyan. There was no way he could master such an ability. I refuse to believe this. This time, I will make you completely disappear. Dragon God Salama's eyes spewed flames of anger. He then raised both hands again, and a massive energy ball coalesced once more. This time, the energy ball was also a huge crimson color, surrounded by even more terrifying black lightning power. The strength of this attack had increased exponentially. You disgusting little bug. This time, you will completely disappear. After Dragon God Salama's furious roar, the energy ball surged toward Yifeng once more. Even if that guy understood the dark absorption ability, such powers surely had their limits. Having just endured such a strong attack from him, he must have reached his absorption limit, right? Therefore, this time's energy ball would definitely take his life. But did that guy's energy ball have no limits? At this moment, Beerus and Son Goku looked at Dragon God Salama with expressions of shock. They had originally thought that the previous energy ball was Salama's limit, but unexpectedly, he had condensed an even more powerful energy ball now. At this rate, even if Yifeng was formidable, it would be difficult for him to block it. Did Yifeng have any confidence? This time, even Bestows frowned slightly and said softly, "I believe in him. He can definitely do it." Just then, Razlie had a faint smile on her face, clearly showing great confidence in Yifeng. Having followed Yifeng for so long, she had witnessed many dangerous battles, but he had always managed to turn danger into safety. Or perhaps he had simply been suppressing his strength in battle. Therefore, She was very confident that he would still achieve victory in the end. Do you really believe in him that much? Beerus asked curiously, looking at the determined Rasley. Of course, Rasley replied without looking at Beerus. There's still a bit missing. It just feels like something is still lacking. However, Salama's energy will play a crucial role in my breakthrough. Yifeng clenched his fists tightly. He felt that the energy within his body had reached a state of fullness, but he still sensed that he needed a breakthrough opportunity. He then turned his gaze to the energy ball of the dragon god Salama. Perhaps this would be his best chance to break through. As the enormous energy ball was about to make contact with Yifeng, the golden beam of light instantly transformed into a massive golden vortex. The golden vortex spun relentlessly, as if possessing an incredibly powerful devouring force, directly engulfing the huge energy ball. Just at the moment the energy ball was swallowed, Yifeng suddenly let out a piercing scream. It seemed as if he was enduring some immense pain. At that moment, Yifeng's body appeared in front of everyone, looking as if he had inflated 2 or 3 times. He resembled a balloon, looking quite comical. However, everyone could feel that within Yifeng's body was a terrifying power. Such a strong force. It felt as if his body was about to explode. With his body stretched like a basketball, Yifeng felt immense pain, as if he might burst at any moment. But he thought to himself, with this energy, let me break through. After Yifeng's explosive roar fell, the golden light beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. In an instant, it shot up into the sky, the dazzling golden light wrapping around Yifeng completely. Did he succeed? Yifeng successfully broke through. At the moment the golden light erupted, Yifeng's aura surged, increasing by hundreds of times, or even more. Everyone could feel that aura, and their faces showed excitement. It is no exaggeration to say that Yifeng's energy had far surpassed that of the dragon god Salama at this moment. This feeling was simply amazing. Just then, the sound Yifeng was enjoying came from within the golden light. Soon after, the golden light gradually faded away, and Yifeng's body reappeared in front of everyone. However, at this moment, Yifeng's appearance had completely changed. It could be said that besides his face, Yifeng was entirely different. Chapter 138, Super Saiyan 4. Please subscribe automatically. At this moment, Yifeng's appearance closely resembled that of Super Saiyan 4. To be precise, he looked more like Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, because at this time, Yifeng's entire body was covered in red fur, and he looked very strong. A long red tail was trailing behind him, swinging flexibly. Even more eye-catching was Yifeng's hair, which was now longer, messy, and bright red. However, Yifeng's pupils remained golden, unchanged, radiating a sharp cold light. So handsome. Lazuli looked at Yifeng, who had completely changed and was not frightened by his current form. Instead, she gazed at him with infatuation, murmuring to herself. To be honest, Yifeng was indeed very handsome at this moment. Both his facial features and physique were more defined. Bardos also had a glimmer of admiration in her eyes, although she didn't express it as openly as Lazuli. It was clear that she also liked Yifeng's current form. What's going on? Why have I never seen Yifeng in this form before? Sun Wukong looked astonished. He thought that after Yifeng transformed again, he might become a Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, or even directly transform into a full Super Saiyan God. But he never expected that Yifeng would take on this appearance. Although there were many Saiyans, no one had a transformation like Yifeng's. I still can't sense his divine aura, but that guy is ridiculously strong. Beerus stared closely at Yifeng and said heavily, "This guy has far exceeded my imagination. His strength is incredibly powerful. Perhaps only the Grand Minister and Zeno could match him. Damn, I didn't expect a Saiyan pig to be such a strong existence." Looking at it this way, perhaps we have hope. Was finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Yifeng's new form. Although Yifeng didn't possess the pure goodness like Sun Wukong and Vegeta, as long as he could deal with the dragon god Salama and the others, he didn't mind. What is going on? Why have I never seen that guy's transformation? Vegeta's eyes showed a look of horror. Although he felt strong enough now, Yifeng's aura still made him very wary. This indicates that his strength is very strong. At least it exceeds his full Super Saiyan God strength. Damn it, I finally became a full Super Saiyan God, the strongest Saiyan, and unexpectedly, just a little while later, I was surpassed by someone. This is really frustrating. Vegeta clenched his fists, a very displeased expression in his eyes. Although Yifeng was on their side, it was always uncomfortable. Bang! Just when Vegeta was feeling displeased, the evil god Seabass suddenly punched him hard in the face. Although Vegeta was powerful, he was still knocked away by such a surprise attack. Then Seabass and Mal quickly flew towards Vegeta, launching a series of attacks. Meanwhile, the demon god, Demigra, finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yifeng wasn't killed, it meant he wouldn't die either. As for what would happen next, that would be discussed later. You bunch of bastards. How dare you sneak attack me? I will personally kill each of you. After being surpassed by Yifeng, Vegeta was already somewhat annoyed, and now being ambushed only added to his frustration. In the next second, his body flashed out and charged towards Seabass and Mao. However, after absorbing enough energy for Vegeta, Seabass and the other strength grew particularly fast. From being completely crushed by Vegeta at the beginning, they had now slightly gained the upper hand. At this moment, Vegeta also realized that if he continued to fight like this, he would definitely be surpassed, without any doubt. Damn it, that guy actually completed his transformation. What is even more infuriating is that he succeeded using his energy. The dragon god Salama gritted his teeth tightly, almost grinding them to pieces. If the higher-ups hadn't given Yifeng so much energy, he probably wouldn't have broken through so easily. Thinking about it now, it really makes one a bit angry. This feeling of being filled with power is just amazing. Super Saiyan 4? It's truly an unprecedented sense of strength. Yifeng tightly clenched his fists, feeling extremely satisfied with his brand new transformation. He could sense that after this transformation, he had not only gained a tremendous boost in speed and strength, but his body's durability had also become exceptionally strong. He could now withstand the energy waves from the king's electrical attacks. Dragon God Salama? Looking at you, are you scared? The excitement on his face gradually faded, and then Yifeng turned his gaze towards Dragon God Salama, provocatively asking. His current power far surpassed that of Dragon God Salama. It could be said that it would be very easy for him to kill him now. Scared? How arrogant and complacent, you little bug. Do you think completing the transformation makes you my opponent? Dragon God Salama's eyes were filled with raging fury. The appearance of this bastard disrupted his rhythm. He hadn't intended to merge so quickly, but now it seemed that without merging, he had no hope of defeating him. No, there should be another possibility, but he wanted to reserve that as his strongest killing move for the final confrontation with the king and the high priest. TCH, such a cooked duck, still being stubborn. Yifeng coldly glanced at Salama. The next second, his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Fast, extremely fast. So fast that even Vis and Bestows, the angels, couldn't clearly see how Yifeng moved. Bang! The next moment, a low rumbling sound echoed in the air. Then Salama's body was directly sent flying out. This time, Salama's body was knocked out of Earth, shattering several planets along the way. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from Salama, and his breath began to weaken. Just one strike, and I've sustained such serious injuries. Damn it. Salama clutched his chest, a pained expression on his face. Chapter 239, Come Out. Super Dragon Balls. Whoosh. The next second, Yifeng's body reappeared in front of the dragon god Salama. Then he grabbed the dragon god Salama by the neck and lifted him high. Now it seems like you look more like a little bug. Yifeng had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, disdainfully facing dragon god Salama. At the moment he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, the gap in strength between him and Dragon God Salama had already widened significantly. Now he was far stronger than him. Don't get too cocky, little bug. Do you think this is enough to defeat me? He had to admit that Salama was indeed strong now, but even so, the final victory would definitely belong to him. Dragon God Salama's eyes were filled with fury, but he spoke with great confidence. He still had his final trump card left to use, and once he employed it, even the Grand Priest and the Omni King would not be his match, let alone a mere Saiyan. Oh, is that so? If I'm not mistaken, you're planning to fuse with a few other evil gods, right? You've lived for hundreds of millions of years. Can't you be a little less naive? Do you really think I would give you that kind of opportunity? Yifeng looked at Dragon God Salama with a playful smile, then coldly spoke up. It must be said that after transforming into his full magical form, Dragon God Salama is indeed extremely powerful. Even with the Omni King merging with his guards to become a complete form and using the ultimate freedom technique, he is still no match for the full power. Although he has now transformed into Super Saiyan 4, a level of strength that even surprises himself, he does not believe he is a match for the Omni King. He is even quite self-aware, knowing that the gap between him and the Omni King is still quite large. What? You actually know about fusion? Dragon God Salama looked at Yifeng with some surprise, incredulously saying, the matter of fusion is only known among the 5 evil gods. Why does this Saiyan in front of him know about it? Could it be that there's a traitor among them? Of course, I am fully aware of everything about you. After Yifeng's voice fell, he directly threw the dragon god Salama away. Boom! Then Salama heavily crashed onto the ground. At this moment, Salama looked quite disheveled. Even after absorbing the power of the Omni King Son Goku, he was no match for Yi Feng now. How impressive! Dragon God Salama was completely no longer his opponent. Beerus and Whis looked at Yi Feng in astonishment, completely unable to believe it. They didn't expect that after just completing a transformation, this guy's strength had increased by hundreds or even thousands of times. Incredible! The Saiyan body contains such terrifying potential and energy. From Yi Feng's current strength, he has indeed surpassed Dragon God Salama. If nothing changes in between, this battle is surely ours to win. A faint smile appeared on Bardas's face, with a hint of pride. After all, Yi Feng is her man, although their relationship might not necessarily receive the blessing of the Grand Priest. As long as Yi Feng's strength is strong enough, surely father won't say anything. Wow, it's really unbelievable. The Saiyan can become this powerful. Son Goku looked at Yi Feng with excitement and said, he originally thought that after transforming into the Omni King, his strength was already quite formidable. But unexpectedly, upon encountering Yi Feng, who had transformed once more above Super Saiyan 3, his strength had reached such a level. It's truly astonishing. Damn, that bastard. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. The stronger Yi Feng became, the more displeased he felt inside. After all, he was from another timeline, and it was even more uncomfortable to see Kakarot surpass him. At this moment, Vegeta's situation was quite unfavorable. In fact, he could have killed the three evil gods with full force from the beginning, but because he wanted to torment them slowly, he had given them a lot of divine power. Now, the three of them working together had made things quite tricky for Vegeta. It was estimated that soon, he would be completely at a disadvantage. Just then, Yi Feng also appeared on Earth, stepping heavily on Dragon God Salama's chest. The former Grand Priest Dragon God Salama, actually being stepped on by me, how do you feel now? Yi Feng's lips curled up as he mockingly asked. He hadn't expected a breakthrough so quickly. In less than a month, he had reached Super Saiyan 4. Of course, the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber didn't count, which would amount to several years. Damn it, you damn little bug, I will never let you go. Dragon God Salama clenched his fists tightly, anger boiling in his eyes. To be humiliated by a mere human underfoot was an immense shame. Only with this human's blood could he wash away this humiliation. Oh, is that so? You are currently beneath my feet. How do you plan to not let me go? Yi Feng asked calmly. To be honest, it is definitely not the limit of Dragon God Salama now. After merging with other evil gods and becoming the full demon, Dragon God Salama is the strongest existence. In fact, he is very much looking forward to fighting the full demon, as it would significantly enhance his own strength. However, at the same time, he is somewhat worried because the full demon is absolutely a very powerful existence. If he allows Dragon God Salama to become the full demon, and then he cannot handle it, it would be quite troublesome. Ha ha ha. Do you think I have no other trump cards? Or do you think I can only gain stronger power after merging? If that's all you think, I can only say you are too naive. At this moment, Dragon God Salama suddenly burst into laughter. What? Are you trying to deceive me? Seeing the confident expression on Dragon God Salama's face, Yi Feng frowned and said, you will know soon enough, but I still want to thank you for helping me retrieve the Super Dragon Balls. Come out, Super Dragon Balls. A sinister look appeared in Dragon God Salama's eyes as he suddenly shouted. At that moment, the Super Dragon Balls in Yi Feng's system backpack suddenly flew out uncontrollably. What? What is happening? At the moment he saw the Super Dragon Balls separating from his body, a serious expression suddenly appeared on Yi Feng's face. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 240. Devouring the Super Dragon Balls, 7 Super Dragon Balls hovered above the Earth, like 7 golden yellow planets surrounding the Earth in the center. What? Those are the Super Dragon Balls. Beerus and the others immediately recognized that what was before them were the Super Dragon Balls created by Dragon God Salama. What has happened? It seemed that the Super Dragon Balls flew out from Yi Feng's body. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others all had puzzled and confused expressions. Even the Angel Whis nearby was somewhat surprised. Although Yi Feng is very powerful, he is still just an earthling. How could his body possibly contain something like the Super Dragon Balls? Moreover, it's not just one Super Dragon Ball, but a total of 7. Although he doesn't know what's going on, he has an uneasy feeling. Vans looked at the 7 Dragon Balls surrounding the Earth, furrowing his brows tightly and whispering. The Super Dragon Balls were created by the Dragon God Zalama, and although Yi Feng somehow obtained them, the fact that they were summoned by Zalama this time is definitely not a good thing. Beerus naturally knows why there are Super Dragon Balls in Yi Feng's body. However, he is currently very focused on the battle at hand, so he doesn't have time to explain the reasons to Whis and Beerus. Damn it, the Super Dragon Balls are out of control. Yifeng furrowed his brows and said in a low tone. Although he had always known that the Super Dragon Balls were created by the dragon god Salama, he completely forgot about it during the recent battle. Or rather, he never took it seriously. Now that the Super Dragon Balls have been recalled by the dragon god Salama, it seems to be a bad thing. Huh. Just as Yifeng was lost in thought, the dragon god Salama suddenly clenched his arms, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Immediately, the entire ground collapsed into a massive pit, while the dragon god Salama's body floated in midair. Ha ha! Although your previous actions deserve death 1,000 times over, I still want to thank you for bringing the Super Dragon Balls here. A cruel expression appeared on the dragon god Salama's face, with a sinister curve at the corner of his mouth as he spoke to Yifeng. Originally, his plan was to let the other leaf gods absorb enough divine power, and then he would merge with the other evil gods. In that case, he would have a 50 chance of defeating the Omni King and the Grand Priest, but now, if he possessed the Super Dragon Balls, his chances of defeating them would at least rise to 70. You don't need to rush to thank me. Even if the Super Dragon Balls are under your control, do you really think you are my opponent? Yifeng's expression quickly returned to normal. Looking at Salama with a calm face and disdainfully said, he was very clear about the effects of the Super Dragon Balls, which could grant any wish. However, since the dragon god Salama was its creator, the capabilities of the Super Dragon Balls were likely limited and could not exceed those of dragon god Salama. He was still very confident in his Super Saiyan 4 form. He believed he could fight against dragon god Salama at his peak. Truly a confident little bug. But your confidence makes me feel disgusted. Dragon god Salama clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shooting out flames of anger. After all these years, even the Omni King had only sealed him and did not humiliate him. Yet this little Saiyan dared to insult him. Even trampling on the dignity of the dragon god was an enormous humiliation for him. Only by killing this little bug in front of him could he alleviate the anger in his heart. Right? You also make me feel very disgusted, so I am prepared to kill you. After Yifeng's cold voice fell, he instantly vanished from the spot and reappeared right in front of the dragon god Salama. Bang! Accompanied by a deep collision sound, the body of dragon god Salama was sent flying thousands of miles away. A mouthful of purple blood was spat out, as the immortal Yifeng's current strength completely surpassed that of dragon god Salama. Damn bastard, I will absolutely not let you go. Feeling the pain in his body, dragon god Salama was filled with rage, his face written with fury. He could not forgive the repeated humiliation inflicted upon him. Then, the two wild boar-like horns of dragon god Salama suddenly shot out a scarlet light. In that moment, 7 Super Dragon Balls suddenly flew towards dragon god Salama. In just a few seconds, all 7 Super Dragon Balls drilled into dragon god Salama's body. What is going on? That guy has devoured the Super Dragon Balls. Seeing dragon god Salama's actions, everyone's brows furrowed tightly, revealing a serious expression. This is bad. I have a very bad feeling, Wai said in a very low tone. He had never felt this way before. It was extremely dangerous and threatened his own life. Devoured the Super Dragon Balls? Yifeng also had a heavy tone, as he felt the divine aura of the dragon god Salama rapidly expanding at this moment. That power was quite enormous. If a comparison had to be made, his strength should have reached the level of the High Priest and Mechikabura. At this time, the body of the dragon god Salama also underwent a transformation. His entire body turned golden, with 7 Dragon Balls embedded in his chest. This felt strangely familiar. Looking at the transformed dragon god Salama, Yifeng suddenly thought of the Super One-Star Dragon that appeared in Dragon Ball GT. It seemed that the dragon god Salama had also devoured the Super Dragon Balls. Becoming Super Salama, the dragon god had become even more powerful. At this moment, Seabass and Mal both turned their gazes toward the dragon god Salama, their words tinged with excitement and enthusiasm. Because the stronger the dragon god Salama became, the greater the hope of him not ruling this world. Indeed, the dragon god Salama had become even stronger, and so had they, hadn't they? Demigor smiled, looking at the panting, full-power god Vegeta across from him, and said, after half an hour of battle, Vegeta is no longer our opponent. Moreover, they had absorbed enough divine power. If they fused now, the strongest full demon in history would be born. Chapter 241, Vegeta's Desperate Battle. Demigor was right. That guy Vegeta, although he had lost most of his energy, still had divine power in his body, which was a treasure that needed to be excavated. Now, let us 3 divide it. Our strength will become even stronger then. Seabass looked at Vegeta with a cold gaze, not hiding the greed and desire in his eyes. Because Vegeta's divine power was simply too immense. Even if divided among the 3 of them, it would still be a very powerful energy. I completely agree with Seabass's statement. Demigra smirked. Then his body flashed and directly attacked Vegeta. Only by becoming stronger could one grasp their own fate. Perhaps when his strength increased, the power left in his body by Yi Foam would be expelled. Damn it, you stinky fish and rotten shrimp think you can absorb my energy? You're overestimating yourselves. Vegeta's eyes were filled with anger. Although he said this, he had to admit that during the time spent fighting them, he had consumed a lot of energy. And while their individual strength was not as great as his, when they worked together, it made him feel very challenged. Ha ha ha. Then Vegeta shook his arms, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. When angry, a person's body often generates tremendous energy, especially in a Saiyan like Vegeta. The entire earth trembled, clearly. Even after losing some power, Vegeta was still very powerful. What strong power! That guy Vegeta, after consuming so much energy, is still this strong. His strength has truly surpassed mine. Looking at Vegeta at this moment and feeling that overwhelming power, Son Goku sincerely said. Vegeta had always wanted to surpass him, and now he finally did, and he was much stronger. Wow, Vegeta has indeed become much stronger. His strength has at least reached the level of an angel. But even so, he is still no match for the evil god, Whis sighed. If Vegeta had the intention to kill the evil god from the very beginning of the battle, perhaps he would have had a chance of victory. But because this guy initially planned to torture the evil god, he provided them with enough divine power. Now, wanting to kill them would be a bit difficult. After all, Vegeta's divine power had been absorbed by almost half. Moreover, Demigra and Seabass had significantly increased their strength. That bastard Vegeta will never change this bad habit of his. Beerus furrowed his brow tightly and said angrily, if the dragon god Salama had Vegeta to deal with, it would be easier on his mind. After all, Vegeta could be considered his junior disciple, trained by Whis. Furthermore, Vegeta was from this timeline, so killing the dragon god Salama wouldn't be too embarrassing for him as a destroyer. But if in the end, all the enemies were taken down by that Yi Foam, it would be a huge loss of face for him. After all, he belonged to another timeline. Go for it, Dad. Go for it, Uncle Vegeta. Hang in there, Vegeta. At this moment, Trunks and Gohan both looked serious as they cheered for Vegeta. If Vegeta lost, it would be abnormal. They would have no chance of turning the battle around at all. Seabass, Mal, let's take him down together. Demigra glanced at Seabass and Mal, spoke to the Birdman. Then his body flashed out and directly attacked Vegeta. Seabass and Mal's speed was also astonishing. They almost instantly attacked Vegeta. Come on, with just you few. You're no match for me, Vegeta. As Vegeta's voice fell, he charged toward the three of them. Boom! 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 All four of them were incredibly fast, and only black lines could be seen in the sky, each creating sonic boom rings. The ground continued to collapse, creating enormous craters. At this moment, although Vegeta's energy had been largely depleted, the so-called skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Vegeta was still not someone they could contend with. Even when the three of them worked together, they could only fight Vegeta to a standstill. Damn it, how does that bastard Vegeta still have such powerful strength? Demigra retreated hundreds of feet, leaving the battle to Seabass and Mal. He had to think of other ways. If this continued, he might accidentally be counterattacked and killed by Vegeta. Vegeta's strength was immense. This possibility existed. The situation had reached this point. They absolutely could not fail. It seemed he had to give up the plan to continue absorbing Vegeta's divine power and completely defeat him. Devil's Binding. After making up his mind, Demigra suddenly formed several seals in his hands, and a dark energy circle condensed between his palms, directly encircling Vegeta. What? At that moment, Vegeta, who was fighting Seabass and Mal, suddenly found his body bound. With his focus divided, he was hit hard in the chest by Mal's punch. His body crashed heavily to the ground. Damn it, these despicable creatures from the demon realm know how to play dirty with sneak attacks. Vegeta turned his gaze toward Demigra, and after his voice fell, he forcefully shook his arms, shattering the black energy circle that bound him. In the next second, his body suddenly appeared behind Demigra. You coward who only knows how to attack from behind, Dai. Vegeta's fist was engulfed in white flames as he slammed it down heavily onto Demigra. Feeling Vegeta's fury and that overwhelming energy, Demigra secretly cursed. Demon's protection. Suddenly, a layer of black barrier appeared around his body. Buzz. When Vegeta's fist made contact with that barrier, it produced a piercing, buzzing sound. Then, the energy barrier was instantly shattered, and his fist struck heavily against Demigra's back. Boom! Vegeta's punch sent Demigra's body folding in half. From the looks of it, A normal person wouldn't survive such a blow. Rumbling, Demigra's body crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a massive pit of tremendous width. At that moment, Demigra looked as if his spine had been completely broken, his upper and lower body seemingly disconnected, and a look of extreme pain was evident on his face. Chapter 242, The Strongest Battle. Ugh. Demigra spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, his face looking quite grim. However, Demigra was a demon god, and his body structure was naturally very different from that of a human. Even though his body had just been folded by Vegeta's punch, it was only the magic power within him that was damaged. His body was not severely harmed. Soon, Demigra stood up once again. This guy, although much of his divine power had been absorbed, still possessed terrifying strength. Feeling the burning pain in his body, a serious expression appeared in Demigra's eyes. He was a demon god, and after absorbing a large amount of divine power in the previous battle, his strength had significantly increased. No matter where he was in time and space, he was now a top-tier existence. He never expected that Vegeta, who had consumed half of his divine power, could injure him with just one punch. This guy must not be underestimated. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dragon God Salama had transformed into Super Salama after devouring the Super Dragon Balls. His entire body radiated a golden glow, with several golden spikes appearing at his elbows. Exceptionally sharp. Wow. The feeling of such surging power flowing within his body was simply delightful. Although he had anticipated an increase in strength after devouring the Super Dragon Balls, he never expected it to rise this much. It felt like his strength had returned to its peak state. Demigra looked at his new body, excitement evident in his eyes. The boost in power after devouring the Super Dragon Ball shocked even him, since his strength had increased so much. It was time to properly deal with this human who had humiliated him several times. This power was simply overwhelming. He felt an unprecedented pressure. Looking at Dragon God Salama's new form, Yifeng said in a low voice, "I originally thought my Super Saiyan 4 strength was already very powerful. But after sensing Dragon God Salama's power, I realized there is still a significant gap between us. In his prime, Dragon God Salama is definitely a formidable presence. Hey human, are you ready to be killed by me?" After basking in his powerful strength for a full 2 minutes, Dragon God Salama slowly lifted his head and looked at Yifeng. Although this Saiyan in front of him was also very strong. If it weren't for his repeated attempts to humiliate him, he might have considered letting him become a demon god as well. But since he chose the path of death, he could only fulfill that wish. You might be overestimating yourself a bit. Although you've become strong now, to kill me, you probably still lack the qualification. Hearing Dragon God Salama's words, Yifeng scoffed dismissively. He wasn't boasting. It was just that Dragon God Salama was not capable of killing him. You really are confident. I've said it before, I hate your confidence. After Dragon God Salama's voice fell, his body instantly flashed out. In that moment, his speed was so fast that even Whis and the others couldn't see clearly. This was enough to prove that Salama's improvement was indeed terrifying. At the moment Dragon God Salama's body vanished, Yifeng's body also disappeared. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by deep collision sounds, the entire earth shook violently. Every shake caused huge cracks to appear in the ground. Sonic booms continuously erupted in the sky, clearly indicating that their battle had surpassed the level that Whis and Bardos could comprehend. Damn, these 2 bastards are too strong. If this continues, the entire earth will be destroyed. Beerus, the god of destruction, said with some anger. After all, destroying planets was his job as a god of destruction. Seeing a demon god and a human destroy it right under his nose was naturally quite frustrating. What can we do? If they keep fighting like this, the earth probably won't last a minute. We said calmly. Their battle was now something that no one could stop. At this moment, Bardos also spoke up. After Dragon God Salama devoured the Super Dragon Balls, his strength was now on par with the Grand Priest, so even if the Grand Priest came, he probably wouldn't be able to stop their fight. What should we do? If the earth is destroyed, doesn't that mean everyone on it will be killed? Sun Wukong said with some concern. The reason he became so strong and always wanted to grow stronger was to use his strength to protect the earth. So he absolutely could not let the earth be destroyed. Given the current situation, the destruction of the earth seemed inevitable. However, don't worry. As long as Dandy is alive, the Dragon Balls on Earth won't disappear. That way, even if the humans on Earth are killed, we can still use the Dragon Balls to wish for the Earth to return to its original state. Looking at Sun Wukong's appearance, Piccolo quickly spoke up. He understood Sun Wukong's style of doing things very well. If the Earth were to be destroyed by the 2 of them, he would try to stop them even if it meant being killed. However, although Sun Wukong had reached the level of a full-fledged god, there was still a huge gap compared to Yifeng and that Salama. He couldn't stop the destruction of the earth at all. The only way was to wait until the earth was destroyed and then use the Dragon Balls to revive it. You're smart, Piccolo. As long as Dandy is alive, the earth will be fine. I'll focus on gathering all the Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong said, and then his body flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. He needed to find the Dragon Balls on Earth before it was destroyed so that when the battle between Yi Feng and Dragon God Salama was over, he could have the Dragon God revive the Earth. Chapter 243, The Strongest Encounter. Power of Space due to using instant transmission. Sun Wukong quickly gathered all the Dragon Balls on Earth. The Earth is about to explode. We need to leave here quickly. At this moment, the vibrations of the Earth were becoming more and more intense, and red magma was seeping out from the surface. Deep trenches thousands of feet wide appeared, with magma and seawater continuously bubbling out. Meanwhile, the sky was still filled with thunder and lightning, with sonic booms occurring one after another. Beerus quickly said to Sun Wukong and the others, "If the entire Earth explodes, the power will be terrifying. Even if I am a god of destruction, I won't gain any benefit. After all, this Earth in this timeline is much larger than in other timelines. All right, let's hurry and go. Oh, by the way, I need to go to the Kaioshin's realm to bring Dandy back." After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he used instant transmission again. In just a few seconds, Dandy and Mr. Satan were brought over by his son Wukong. "Are you all ready? If you're ready, we'll go to the God of Destruction's planet," Whis asked everyone. "Wait a minute, Mr. Whis, my dad is still fighting." At this moment, Trunks said anxiously. The battle on Vegeta's side was very intense. Vegeta's divine power was depleting rapidly, while those three guys were like cockroaches that couldn't be killed. As the battle time increased, their strength grew stronger. Therefore, Vegeta was now struggling a lot. If it were all close combat, it would be somewhat manageable. But that Demigra guy understood some magic, and attacking from a distance made Vegeta very uncomfortable. Moreover, it was also very hard to defend against. Based on Vegeta's personality, I estimate that we won't be able to take him away. Whis looked at Vegeta, who was still fighting, and said calmly. Although he didn't know Vegeta particularly well, he had spent a few years with him. So he understood this guy's character to some extent. Unless he was completely defeated, he would never leave here. Then I'll stay on Earth. I want to fight alongside Earth and Dad, Trunks said with a determined expression to Whis and Sun Wukong. "No, Trunks, you absolutely cannot stay here," Sun Wukong said sternly. Trunks was not just an Earthling. He was also a god of destruction from another timeline, so he definitely couldn't die. But before Trunks could say anything else, he was interrupted by Whis. "Wukong is right. You really can't stay here. Although your strength is strong, in front of those few people, you can't help at all. Leaving here so that Vegeta won't worry is the biggest help," Whis said seriously to Trunks. "Mr. Whis is right. You should leave with us, Trunks." Gohan looked at Trunks and also advised him. With Trunks' strength, staying here wouldn't help at all. Since that's the case, then fine. Faced with everyone's persuasion, Trunks could only nod. "Sister, do you want to come back with us?" Seeing that Trunks had agreed, Whis turned his gaze to Bardoss and Lazuli. Since Bardoss and Lazuli had a special relationship with Yi Feng, he needed to ask for their opinion. Bardoss looked at the battle in the sky, furrowed her brows, and after thinking for a moment, she said, "All right, we'll go to the God of Destruction realm. I am an angel and cannot engage in battle, so I can't help Yi Feng much. Even if I weren't an angel, with my current strength, I can't get involved in their battle. Staying here would only be a burden to Yi Feng, and that is not what I want. All right, then let us go now." After Whis' voice fell, he lightly tapped the ground with his staff, and suddenly a grass-green barrier appeared around everyone. They quickly disappeared from Earth. Bang, bang, bang. Rumble. Yi Feng and the Dragon God Salama were still engaged in a fierce battle, and at this moment, the Earth had already been torn apart. Bang. Suddenly, Salama's fist slammed heavily into Yi Feng's chest, sending him flying thousands of feet away. I won't give Yi Feng any chance to catch his breath. Salama's body reappeared right in front of him. The golden spikes on his elbows instantly pierced through Yi Feng's chest. "Oomph. A little bug is just a little bug. You're still too tender to compete with me." Looking at his spikes piercing through Yi Feng's chest, Salama smugly mocked him. Although this little bug was bouncing around a bit, he was simply no match for the peak version of himself. "Don't get too carried away. Do you really think such an attack could hurt me?" Yi Feng suddenly raised the corners of his mouth, a teasing look appearing in his eyes. His immortal body was not something to be taken lightly. Even the High Priest could not destroy him. The Dragon God Salama's current strength was at most at the level of the High Priest, so how could his attacks possibly harm him? What? An immortal body? After a brief moment of surprise, Dragon God Salama quickly reacted. It seemed that this guy possessed immortality, but that kind of thing was only relative. As long as his strength far exceeded Yi Feng's, he could easily erase him. Just as Dragon God Salama was surprised, Yi Feng's left hand grabbed Salama's thorn, and then his right fist, surrounded by a golden aura, struck mercilessly at Salama's chest. Bang! Dragon God Salama's body was instantly sent flying. Then, Yi Feng's body suddenly disappeared, and even his presence could not be sensed. When Yi Feng reappeared, he was already behind Dragon God Salama, and then he gathered all his strength and slammed heavily towards Salama's back. However, this time the attack was easily dodged by Dragon God Salama. Space power? What a surprising little bug. He actually mastered space power? Surprise appeared in Dragon God Salama's eyes, but it soon turned into joy. Once he absorbed Yi Feng's divine power, the space power would become his own. Chapter 244. The Earth Explosion, the Final Battle. This guy is indeed the strongest opponent I have ever encountered. Yi Feng frowned and said in a low voice, looking at the Dragon God Salama. Because of his spatial power, there was no warning at all when he attacked. Yet he was able to defend against his attack at the same time he was hit, which was indeed quite impressive. But it's not over yet. Whoosh! After Yi Feng's cold voice fell, he disappeared this time. He didn't believe that the Dragon God Salama could handle all his attacks. Whoosh! Time stopped. The power of space. Yi Feng's body kept appearing in various positions, launching sharper attacks against Dragon God Salama. Bang bang bang. However, each attack was easily deflected by Salama, making Yi Feng's expression more serious. If this battle continued, it would be quite difficult for him to defeat Dragon God Salama. This slippery little bug is really good at provoking my abilities. Although Dragon God Salama was not hit by any substantial attack from Yi Feng was like a slippery loach, making it impossible for Salama to land a hit on him, which made him very uncomfortable. This feeling of frustration was no less than when he was sealed by the Omni King back in the day. This time, I will completely eliminate you, little bug. After Dragon God Salama's voice fell, a huge golden energy ball suddenly appeared in his palm. Finally ready to go all out? It seems Earth is doomed. Looking at the powerful energy ball in Dragon God Salama's palm, Yi Feng frowned and said, Salama clearly intended to defeat him completely. He could sense his firm resolve from the energy ball. Such a strong divine power. Is that bastard planning to destroy the entire Earth? As he felt the vast evil energy akin to the universe, Vegeta turned his gaze towards Dragon God Salama, his eyes filled with a heavy expression. An attack of this magnitude could indeed easily destroy the Earth. Perhaps not just the Earth, even they could potentially be killed directly. What's going on? Is Lord Dragon planning to kill us too? At this moment, not only Vegeta, but even Demigra and others became tense. The energy ball condensed by Dragon God Salama could definitely kill them easily. Moreover, they didn't possess spatial power, so they had no ability to escape even if they wanted to. Ultimate Flash. Watching Dragon God Salama condense a powerful energy ball, Yi Feng gathered all his energy. His strongest attack technique, the Ultimate Flash, was learned from Vegeta in Dragon Ball GT. He found that the Ultimate Flash was indeed very powerful, especially when combined with his current strength. Almost in the same instant, both Yi Feng and Dragon God Salama roared, and their energy balls shot towards each other. In an instant, the world changed color, and Vegeta and Demigra looked on in fear at the two energy balls. That bastard is actually using my Ultimate Flash. This is bad. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and then released them. He had indeed become stronger, surpassing Kakarot to become the full Saiyan. But even so, in the terrifying clash between Dragon God Salama and Yi Feng, there was no way to resist or stop it. They could only watch helplessly as the Earth they wanted to protect was destroyed, and perhaps they would be killed as well. The two huge energy balls had not yet collided, but the terrifying pressure had already caused the sky to flash with massive lightning, and the ground was constantly collapsing, with the existing cracks becoming even larger. Magma and seawater mixed together, turning the entire ground into a crimson sea. If one were to look at Earth from the outside at this moment, it would be a sight of devastation, full of holes. Moreover, the cracks were emitting a scarlet glow. Boom! Just as quickly as it was said, in almost an instant, the two enormous energy balls collided. The already devastated Earth exploded instantly, like a massive firework blooming in the universe. The Earth exploded. At this time, in the realm of destruction, Whis' expression slightly changed, and then he spoke. Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Piccolo did not speak but clenched their fists tightly. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness and reluctance. They had always been diligently protecting the Earth, and now it was just destroyed like this. This feeling was quite suffocating and uncomfortable. They could still feel the presence of Dragon God Salama. Those guys were unharmed. Beerus said with a heavy expression, whether it was Yi Feng or Dragon God Salama. Neither had been injured in this explosion, as their auras had not weakened at all. Even Vegeta and the other evil gods showed no signs of weakening. Great. That is okay. Compared to the others, Trunks spoke excitedly. He originally thought that such a powerful attack collision, combined with the explosion of the entire Earth, would mean that even if his father transformed into a full Saiyan, it would be impossible not to be injured in such an explosion. But now, although he didn't know what had happened, his father was not dead, and his aura remained strong. So he didn't have to worry for the time being. At this moment, the worries on the faces of Bardos and Laz also gradually disappeared, because Yi Feng was fine, especially for Lazuli. Although she was very sure Yi Feng was strong and would definitely not die, she still felt very worried about Yi Feng, listening to Bardos's tone. As this time the enemy he faced was completely different from those encountered before. It far exceeded her expectations, so although she appeared calm on the surface, she was still very concerned about Yi Feng. At this moment, in the vast universe, Yi Feng and Vegeta stood to one side. Meanwhile, Dragon God Salama, Demigra, Mar and Zabas stood opposite Vegeta and the others. Thank you, Lord Dragon, for saving us. Demigra wore a joyful expression of having survived a disaster and quickly said respectfully to Dragon God Salama. Just now when the Earth exploded, Salama had rescued them in an instant. Otherwise, they would have turned to cosmic dust along with the Earth. Chapter 245. The plan to fuse Vegeto. Mar and Zabas also wore joyful expressions of having survived a disaster. In fact, when the two massive energy balls collided, they felt they were about to die. Because with Dragon God Salama's personality, he would never save them. In the eyes of Dragon God Salama, they hardly held any weight. If there was any use for them, it should be to help him achieve fusion and become the full demon form. Facing Demigra and the others' excited and grateful gazes, Dragon God Salama merely snorted. Indeed, while their strength was strong, they could be considered top-tier experts in any time and space. But to him, their only purpose was to help him achieve the full demon form. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have bothered to save these useless beings. Thank you. On the other side, Vegeta spoke to Yi Feng somewhat awkwardly. After all, he rarely expressed gratitude, but just now Yi Feng had come to his rescue. This was a life-saving grace, and deep down, he felt quite grateful. Don't thank me. I saved you purely because you're still useful. Don't think I didn't notice your actions and thoughts when I was in danger before. Yi Feng glanced coldly at Vegeta and said, when he was in danger before? Vegeta seemed very pleased to see that situation. The reason he helped him just now was definitely not out of compassion or overflowing sympathy. It was indeed because Vegeta still had a significant role to play later, and he couldn't die like this for the time being. After hearing Yi Feng's words, Vegeta frowned. Although Yi Feng's words were not pleasant to hear, it made sense to think about it. They were not related, and if he wasn't useful, there was no need for Yi Feng to save him. More importantly, as he said, when he was in danger before, Vegeta had been a cold observer. Let's go. The upcoming battle will depend on you and Son Goku. I need a rest for a bit. Yefen glanced at Vegeta and spoke. As others sensed that his aura hadn't diminished, or that his strength hadn't suffered any damage, he himself was very clear that the explosion just now, along with the huge energy ball from the Dragon God Salama, had indeed left him with some hidden injuries. Let me fight Kakarot? What a joke. Vegeta furrowed his brows, looking at Yefen in disbelief. Although he and Kakarot could both transform into their full Saiyan forms, he wouldn't naively think that this meant they were qualified to battle the Dragon God Salama. That guy was simply too strong. How could it be? The proud prince of Saiyans, Vegeta, would actually say such a thing? Yi Feng looked at Vegeta and teased, because Vegeta has always maintained a proud demeanor. TC. Vegeta snorted coldly and then fell silent. Although he was arrogant and had a strong sense of pride, the gap between him and that guy was simply too vast. So much so that he couldn't even muster his usual arrogant confidence. All right, let's go. There will be a way. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he directly grabbed Vegeta's shoulder, and the two disappeared into the universe. His goal was simple, to fuse Vegeta and Son Goku into the all-powerful Vegeto. After the fusion, they might not be able to defeat the Dragon God Salama, but at least they should be able to hold him off for a long time. Of course, there was also the possibility that the all-powerful Vegeto could actually defeat the Dragon God Salama. Damn it, those two little bugs actually escaped. Seeing Yi Feng and Vegeta suddenly vanish in front of him, the Dragon God Salama tightly clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. Others might think Yifeng still seemed normal, but he knew that in the recent clash, Yifeng was completely at a disadvantage. So he had been thinking of completely killing Yifeng after the earth exploded, but he didn't expect that this bastard would escape. However, you can't run away. I can already sense your energy. Immediately, a cruel smile appeared on the face of the dragon god Salama. As long as they hadn't escaped this timeline, he would soon be able to find them. After his voice fell, the dragon god Salama, along with Demigra and the others, also vanished into the universe. Whoosh whoosh. Yifeng and Vegeta returned to the god of destruction realm. Are you okay, Yifeng? Bardos quickly asked upon seeing Yifeng and Vegeta appear together. Although she couldn't sense anything different about Yifeng, she still felt a bit uneasy. I'm fine, but I need to rest for a bit. The upcoming battles will depend on those two. Yifeng first shook his head at Bardos, then turned his gaze to Son Wukong and Vegeta, saying them, Are you kidding? Although Wukong and Vegeta are both very powerful, there is still a significant gap in strength when facing Dragon God Salama. Asking them to fight now is like sending them to their deaths. Before anyone else could speak, the destroyer Beerus quickly rebutted. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. With Wukong and Vegeta's current strength, they really can't contend with Dragon God Salama. Whis also nodded and said, The strength of Dragon God Salama is definitely not something they can handle. Vegeta, though unwilling, realized that what Whis and Beerus said was true. The gap between them and Dragon God Salama was quite large. If they teamed up, they indeed wouldn't be able to defeat Dragon God Salama. However, I think you all should know that after Son Wukong and Vegeta fuse, their power will increase significantly. Full power Gogeta should be enough to handle the current Dragon God Salama. In response to Beerus and Whis' doubts, Yifeng calmly replied, What? Are you saying that I should use the fusion technique of the Metamorans with Vegeta? Son Wukong asked in surprise after hearing Yifeng's words. If he and Vegeta fused, their power would indeed increase a lot. Maybe they could really defeat Dragon God Salama. But the current problem is that Vegeta might not be willing to fuse. You want me to fuse with Kakarot? No way, I won't do such a shameful thing. Vegeta crossed his arms and pouted, refusing. Chapter 246, Full Power Gogeta. Please subscribe automatically. If you don't want to fuse, that's fine. After all, it just means you guys will be killed. Yifeng shrugged and coldly replied after hearing Vegeta's words. He was speaking the truth. Although the Grand Priest and the Omni King had ordered him to kill Dragon God Salama, he was also intent on getting stronger. But if his life was threatened, he would not hesitate to use his spatial powers to escape. Compared to life, escaping might be a bit shameful, but it was not a big deal. As for Son Wukong and Vegeta, since they didn't want to fight, then let them die. It had nothing to do with him anyway. If the entire universe is destroyed, what do you think you'll escape to? At this moment, Beerus spoke. Yifeng's attitude really makes me very uncomfortable. That guy seems to completely disregard me, the god of destruction. I have plenty of places to escape to, which you wouldn't be able to understand. Yifeng glanced faintly at Beerus and said, Do you want to fuse? Do you want to resurrect all the Earthlings? You could decide for yourselves. Anyway, I need to heal for a while after this. Whether to fight or not depends on your wishes. I just suffered some internal injuries and need to adjust a bit. Although I am immortal, I can still feel pain and some damage. Especially when facing a master like Dragon God Salama. Just at that moment, Dragon God Salama suddenly appeared on the Destroyer planet with Demigra and others. Did you think you could escape somewhere? Just because you ran here, did you think I couldn't find you? Dragon God Salama said coldly, a sinister curve at the corner of his mouth. TCH, that bastard actually found us. Beerus frowned tightly, realizing that a great battle in the Destroyer realm was inevitable. Although this Destroyer realm is much sturdier than Earth, it probably wouldn't withstand these guys' destruction. This seems a bit troublesome. Whis also narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing a dangerous vibe. Hey Vegeta, how about we fuse? Because if we don't, we're definitely not a match for that guy. Son Goku looked at Vegeta, asking heavily. I don't care about fusing, but it's mainly Vegeta who refuses to agree. Vegeta coldly responded. Although he had fused with Kakarot a few times before, that was only because of the urgent situation. Now, it wasn't a last resort, and he definitely didn't want to fuse with that annoying guy. Vegeta, do you want to watch Earth never be able to resurrect? And Bulma and the others not come back? Son Goku looked at Vegeta earnestly, knowing that Vegeta cared most about Trunks and Bulma. Bulma? Hearing her name, Vegeta's brows furrowed slightly. It was obvious he was very concerned about Bulma, who had died in the explosion along with Earth. So no matter what, he had to resurrect Earth and Bulma. All right, after a moment of thought, Vegeta finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Actually, thinking back, It always seemed to be like this. First he was unwilling, and then he had no choice but to fuse. "Oh, are you discussing who'll die first?" Dragon God Salama coldly remarked after observing the situation. In any case, these people in front of him would not escape death today. Now, they were just deciding who would die first. "You damn bastard, don't get too cocky. Kakarot, let's fuse quickly. I can't wait to beat that arrogant bastard down." Seeing Dragon God Salama's arrogant demeanor, Vegeta clenched his fists and said fiercely, "Okay, I understand, Vegeta." Son Goku nodded seriously, and then the two separated. Whiz. After Goku and Vegeta fuse, will they really be able to defeat Dragon God Salama? Although he always knew that with Goku and Vegeta's strength, they shouldn't be able to match Dragon God Salama, he couldn't help but be curious about their fusion. I'm not very sure, Lord Whis. But judging by Yefeng and Goku's appearance, they should become very strong. Whis shrugged. He also didn't know how strong Goku and Vegeta would become after fusion. At that moment, Son Goku and Vegeta stepped forward with somewhat embarrassed steps, and then their index fingers accurately pointed toward each other. In that instant, the entire Destroyer Realm was completely covered by white light. At the same time, an incredibly powerful aura suddenly emerged from the Destroyer Realm. Such powerful divine power. Is this the strength of Son Goku and Vegeta after fusion? Beerus's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, this power was incredibly strong. It was definitely not just the combined strength of Goku and Vegeta, but seemed to be infinitely expanding. Even Whis, who is usually calm and composed, now showed a look of shock. It was simply unbelievable that their combined strength could become this strong. It could be said without exaggeration that their combined strength had completely surpassed Yefeng. Perhaps Dragon God Salama was no longer their opponent now. What is going on? Why is this aura so powerful? Dragon God Salama's pupils shrank tightly as he sensed the aura of Gogeta. Shock and fear appeared in his eyes. Such strength, incredible power. Demigra and Seabass beside Dragon God Salama trembled due to that terrifying power. It's hard to believe their combined strength is even greater than I imagined. Yifeng pressed his lips together, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint arc. This guy's strength far surpassed his own now. The battle between him and the Dragon God Salama would definitely generate immense energy. As long as he absorbed that energy, his power would once again grow stronger. This was his ultimate goal. Chapter 247, Strength comparable to the Omni King, the strongest white god Wakita. Request for automatic subscription. This guy is truly hard to imagine. Leaf Maple was very much looking forward to the upcoming battle between Gogeta and Dragon God Salama. Regardless of who wins or loses, the energy produced will be absolutely enormous. As long as he absorbs that energy, even if he can't break through again, he will definitely grow to an unexpected level. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, the white light in the entire God of Destruction realm gradually faded, revealing Gogeta's body within view. At this moment, Gogeta was surrounded by white flames, dressed in the special attire of the Metamorphs. His white hair fluttered in the wind, with long bangs dancing before his brow. A proud arc hung at the corner of his mouth, along with a confident smile. Most importantly, the inverted V on Gogeta's forehead was completely free of the limiter, which meant he had reached the state of full power. This feeling was quite familiar to Gohan and Piccolo. Such strong energy, their restrictions had been completely lifted. This meant that they might now possess power comparable to the Omni King. Beerus clenched his fists tightly, fear evident in his eyes. Although he had thought that they might become very strong after merging, he never expected that they would possess strength comparable to the Omni King. Yes, Lord Beerus, Gogeta indeed should possess power comparable to the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Whis nodded, the worry on his face gradually disappearing. With Gogeta so strong, he should be able to defeat Dragon God Salama. Dad has become so strong. Is this the power of full transformation? Gohan's face also showed a look of disbelief. At the beginning, they thought they had become very powerful. But now, in front of the merged Gogeta, they felt as small as ants. Gogeta right now is indeed beyond our imagination. Piccolo also nodded seriously, and to be honest, after learning the Namekian martial arts, he thought his strength should surpass Goku and Vegeta. But now it seemed the gap between them was still quite large. Damn, that bastard's power has greatly increased. And although he didn't want to admit it, perhaps he was not his opponent now. Dragon God Salama clenched his fists tightly, panic appearing in his eyes, because that guy gave him a dangerous feeling. What to do? Lord Dragon God. At this moment, Demigra and Seabass also had fearful expressions. He couldn't fully believe that the strength of the two after merging could crush them into pieces in an instant. A bunch of useless trash. What is there to be afraid of? If we really can't win, can't we just merge? Looking at the three behind him, trembling in fear, Dragon God Salama cursed fiercely, feeling embarrassed for having such weak companions. Just then, Gogeta stepped towards Dragon God Salama, his eyes flashing with arrogance. This power is truly amazing. I didn't even expect that the power after merging would become so strong. Gogeta said with a smile as he walked towards Dragon God Salama. This feeling is indeed quite comfortable. Dragon God Salama, are you ready to die? Gogeta spoke lightly after appearing before Dragon God Salama. He was absolutely confident he could kill Dragon God Salama. Damn little insect, thinking you can be so arrogant just because you've gained a bit of power? Dragon God Salama's eyes twitched, clearly furious. He originally thought that with his current strength, he could easily crush these little insects, and there was no need for merging. However, the development of the situation seemed to be a bit different from his expectations. Is that so? Then let me show you my power. After Gogeta's voice fell, his body suddenly disappeared, leaving only a swirl of white flames in place. Boom! At the same time, a deep sound rang out, and Dragon God Salama's body flew out at the speed of light. Rumble! When he crashed into Beerus's palace, the hard palace collapsed with a loud crash, directly turning into dust. A mouthful of blood was spewed out from Dragon God Salama, with a fist imprint appearing on his chest, and his left chest caved in. It was evident that Gogeta's earlier attack had caused significant damage to Dragon God Salama. Incredible, he actually injured Dragon God Salama with just one punch. Is this the power of Dad and the others after merging? It's too strong. At that moment, everyone stared blankly at Gogeta and the flying Dragon God Salama. They never expected that the merged Gogeta could injure Dragon God Salama so severely with just one punch. It's a sure win. Gogeta's power is indeed too strong. At this moment, Beerus also had an excited expression on his face. Although it wasn't he who defeated Dragon God Salama, it was certainly much better for Gogeta to defeat him than for Leaf Maple to do so. I hope those two don't get too overconfident and quickly finish this. Just then, Piccolo suddenly expressed his concern. Based on their behavior after merging, both Gogeta and Vegeto had a tendency to be overly arrogant. There's no helping it. Great power often leads to blind arrogance. Dad, hurry up and defeat Dragon God Salama. We absolutely cannot let him get stronger. Gohan naturally knew that they would become very conceited after merging, so he quickly reminded. What mattered now was the safety of the entire universe. So there could be no mistakes, because if Gogeta made a mistake, the entire universe could be destroyed. I understand, Gohan. Gogeta turned back, smiling at Gohan. Then he charged towards Dragon God Salama again, fully aware of the seriousness of the situation. The Earth had already been destroyed, and if he failed this time, the entire universe, or even all universes, would face annihilation. Gogeta's body appeared before Dragon God Salama. Bang, bang, bang. Then he unleashed a frenzied attack. In just a few seconds, Dragon God Salama's body was completely deformed. All right, next I will completely destroy you. After Gogeta's cold voice fell, he raised his right hand high, and a colorful energy ball gathered in his palm. Soul Eraser Power. Chapter 248. The Great Battle erupts full power. The Soul Eraser charged directly towards the Dragon God Salama. It is known that Goku and Vegeta, in their normal state, could obliterate the hellish evil wave without a trace. Although the Dragon God Salama in front of them is powerful, it should be noted that Goku and Vegeta are no longer in their normal state. They have transformed into the White God form, having removed all their limiters. The power of the Soul Eraser has become even more immense. What kind of energy is this? Why is it so powerful? When Puss felt the energy in Goku's hand, his eyes twitched violently. His body even trembled slightly because that energy made him feel an enormous sense of danger. Moreover, that energy was even more destructive than his own breakthrough energy, and its intensity was hundreds of times greater. Although he had known since early on that Goku's power was beyond his imagination, this was still somewhat unexpected, right? That energy was too destructive. Even the angels, Whis and Beerus, wore expressions of shock. It was almost unimaginable. This level of destructive power could probably rival the erasure abilities of Lord Zeno. This should be enough to completely eliminate the Dragon God Salama, right? At this moment, Piccolo and Gohan looked on with anticipation. If this energy couldn't kill the Dragon God Salama, it would prove that this guy was just too strong. Or could it still not be enough to completely kill him? Yefeng's perspective is quite different from others. At this moment, Gogeta's Soul Eraser has abilities comparable to those of a god of destruction and the erasure abilities of Zeno. It can eliminate many things from the world, especially evil energy, which it can perfectly counter. If it were against an unprepared dragon god Salama, Gogeta's current abilities could completely take him down. However, since this guy dares to trouble Zeno, he must have made thorough preparations. If the abilities of the god of destruction and Zeno's erasure have no effect, then a similar ability like the Soul Eraser shouldn't be very effective either. What's going on? That energy sphere contains destructive power. Are we really going to be killed? At this moment, Demigra and Seabass's people all wore expressions of terror, because the destructive power contained in Gogeta's energy sphere is far beyond what they can counter. Destroy it for me, Dragon God Salama. After Gogeta's roar, the Soul Eraser in his palm shot directly toward Salama. Damn, my body can't move at all. I can't dodge. Dragon God Salama wanted to evade, but he had suffered heavy injuries earlier and couldn't move at all. He could only watch helplessly as Gogeta's Soul Eraser came crashing down on him. Boom! The moment the energy sphere struck Salama, the ground cracked instantly, and a massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky. In Dragon God, Salama's body vanished without a trace. Did we succeed? Beerus and the others looked expectantly at the explosion site. Such terrifying destructive power should easily annihilate Dragon God Salama. Moreover, they couldn't feel Salama's energy or life fluctuations anymore. We spoke up. From the moment the energy sphere exploded, he indeed could no longer sense Dragon God Salama's presence. Yeah, Dad and the others are so powerful. They took down Salama with just one strike after fusing. Son Gohan and Trunks exclaimed excitedly. The power after fusion is indeed so strong, it is beyond imagination. No, it didn't succeed. Perhaps Dragon God Salama has become even stronger. Just as everyone was excited, Yefeng suddenly spoke with a serious tone. That's right. Dragon God Salama has indeed become stronger. Strong enough that even Whis and the others can't sense his presence. What? How is that possible? His energy has completely disappeared. Upon hearing Yefeng's words, everyone looked at him in surprise. Clearly, Dragon God Salama's energy and life fluctuations had completely vanished. There was no reason for him to still be alive, especially given the strength of Gogeta's attack. It was not impossible to completely annihilate Dragon God Salama. Just wait and see. Facing the doubts and disbelief of everyone, Yefeng did not explain, but simply said lightly. After Yefeng's words fell, everyone's gaze turned to the explosion site. At this moment, the thick smoke was gradually dissipating, revealing a massive pit in the ground. However, Dragon God Salama's body had completely vanished. TCH, he's really a troublesome guy. Looking at the explosion site, Gogeta frowned and muttered. Just as Yefeng said, Dragon God Salama indeed had not been taken down. On the contrary, he had absorbed the power of Gogeta's Soul Eraser. He had now become even stronger. Almost simultaneously with Gogeta's voice, Dragon God Salama's body suddenly appeared in midair. The previously battered body, which Gogeta had beaten, had now returned to its original shape. A golden light instantly illuminated the entire god of destruction realm. This is really annoying. Just a moment ago, I thought I was going to be killed. Dragon God Salama's gaze turned to Gogeta, a slight smile on his lips. However, the ferocity and anger in his eyes were evident. If it hadn't been for the last moment when he absorbed Gogeta's energy, he might have truly been killed. However, this time, he absolutely would not allow any unforeseen events to occur. You disgusting ants, repeatedly disrespecting me. You have thoroughly angered me. Next, I will teach you all a cruel lesson, one by one. Dragon God Salama's tone was calm, but it was clear that he was genuinely angry this time. If this continued, he might really face a setback, and before even battling Zeno and the Grand Priest, he could be killed by these little bugs. That was something he absolutely would not allow. Therefore, he decided to end all pointless probing from now on and begin merging with other evil gods to transform into a full demon form. He would completely annihilate this group of ants. Chapter 249, Nightmare. Full Demon Salama. Please auto-subscribe. You all prepare to merge. After making up his mind, Dragon God Salama looked at Demigra and Seabass. Yes, Lord Dragon God. Demigra and Seabass nodded quickly. Just now, Gogeta's strength made them feel the threat of death. Although they were not particularly willing to merge, it seemed better to choose merging than to face death. What is going on? Are those guys also preparing to merge? Gogeta looked at Dragon God Salama and Demigra's group, frowning as he spoke. At first, he hadn't noticed, but each of them had a Patera earring on their ears. These bastards have been fully prepared from start. No, they absolutely cannot be allowed to merge. Gogeta directly gathered a massive energy sphere in his palm. Although he wanted to fight against a stronger opponent at this moment, he was very clear that he bore not only the stakes of winning or losing, but also the fate of the entire universe and all universes. If he lost, perhaps all universes would be destroyed. Therefore, he could not take risks. Take off your earrings. Dragon God Salama ordered Demigra and the others, who quickly complied. They understood very well that if they did not follow Dragon God Salama's orders, their only fate would be death. At that moment, Gu Qiaodas unexpectedly appeared in front of Demigra. Hadn't that guy been severely injured by Yefeng and left on Earth? Everyone's faces showed shock upon seeing Gu Qiaodas. Moreover, they hadn't seen Gu Qiaodas just now. How did he suddenly appear? There was no time for everyone to be astonished. At the moment when Dragon God Salama and the others took off their earrings, a mass of black-purple energy enveloped the five of them. Boom! At that moment, when Vegeta's energy sphere hit the mass of black energy, it suddenly exploded. Then the entire God realm was shrouded in darkness, as if it had suddenly lost all light. Boom! Almost at the same time, black and purple hurricanes descended from the sky, piercing through the entire God of Destruction realm. If one were to look from the outside, they would see a layer of purple-black aura enveloping the area around the God of Destruction realm. What? No, it's impossible. It's almost incomprehensible. An aura even stronger than Vegeta, yes. Upon sensing that powerful evil aura, fear appeared on everyone's faces, especially Beerus, whose expression was filled with even greater fear. He had never felt such a strong aura before. Even the Omni King and the Grand Priest had never displayed such a powerful divine energy. How infuriating! That bastardess energy has increased by thousands of times. At this rate, I'm afraid I won TB's match. Vegeta clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes filled with unwillingness. This Gaius aura is extremely evil and particularly immense. It has definitely surpassed limits. Moreover, and more importantly, his fusion only lasts half an hour, and he cannot sustain a long battle. After half an hour, the fusion will automatically break, and he will become a fish on the chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. But right now, he has no way to suppress the Dragon God Salama. How could this happen? Trunks had a face full of fear, as if he had encountered some terrifying monster. It felt as if the entire multiverse was trembling. What kind of monster has been born? The angel was furrowed his brows, his eyes also filled with fear. This power has already threatened the multiverse and the multiverse timelines. If no one maintains it, the entire multiverse is likely to be destroyed. Just when everyone was in extreme panic, Yifeng's eyes shot out sharp light, staring at the purple-black flames. I wonder if it will succeed? Yifeng's gaze was fixed on the purple flames, softly murmuring to himself. He had planted the power of rules within Demigula's body, and now Demigula and the Dragon God Salama had completely fused, becoming a part of him. He wondered if his power of rules could still be effective now. If it could, then he would be the biggest winner in this battle. Boom! The God realm was still erupting in explosions, now riddled with holes. This series of violent explosions lasted for a full 2 minutes, and then the purple-black energy gradually dissipated. The darkness. So this is the power of omnipotence. I can feel infinite energy flowing within my body. A deep voice sounded first. Then a black figure emerged from the explosion, surrounded by orange flames. The black body was covered with white patterns, the most prominent being a clock-like object on its chest. In the center of the 12 small white dots was an inverted V symbol. What is that thing? Beerus and Son Gohan frowned tightly. Not only had the form changed, but the pressure was so immense that it felt as if the entire universe could not contain it. The pressure was so strong that it felt like their bodies were about to be crushed. At this moment, T380 Nanks and the others could hardly bear it. If it weren't for Bardas's protection, Razri would have likely collapsed under that immense pressure. It was too powerful. In his presence, there was no thought of resistance. Piccolo clenched his fists and then relaxed them again. They were simply not on the same level, completely from a different dimension, let alone fighting. It seemed that the Dragon God Salama could crush him with just a finger. Whoosh! Suddenly, the full power Salama pointed his index finger, and a purple-black energy burst forth at incredible speed, so fast that even Yi Feng couldn't fully see it. Just then, Gogeta's body suddenly flashed, appearing in front of Son Gohan, and with a strong swing of his right hand, he batted away the attack from the full power Salama. What has happened? Looking at Gogeta in front of him, Son Gohan was completely baffled, unaware of what had just occurred. You bastard, I'm ending you now. Gogeta glared at the full-power Salama, his body bursting forth. This bastard actually wanted to kill Gohan. It was absolutely unforgivable. In an instant, Gogeta appeared in front of Salama. Bang! Then his fist heavily struck out. Chapter 250. Gogeta breaks through again. Gogeta's fist hit the full-power Salama's chest with great force. Nanny? The moment he hit, Gogeta's expression changed drastically because his fist had no effect on the full-power Salama's chest at all. It was as if he had struck a solid steel plate, not even budging. What? Gogeta's attack had no effect at all. How is this possible? Seeing the scene before them, Piccolo and Beerus looked terrified, although they knew very well that the fused Dragon God Salama was incredibly powerful. To take Gogeta's punch without any damage was simply absurd. This guy's a bit too freakish. It only showed that the gap between them was too great. Gogeta was no longer a match for Salama. Whis said with a heavy tone. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. Just a few minutes ago, Gogeta had an absolute advantage, but now it seemed their roles had reversed. Gogeta was simply no match for the fused Dragon God Salama. What's wrong, little bug? You seemed so imposing just now. Why has your fist become so soft? Truly disappointing. The Dragon God Salama's eyes shot out fierce crimson light, his cold tone mocking. This feeling of being filled with power, with energy constantly flowing through my body, is truly exhilarating. Damn bastard, don't get too complacent. After Gogeta's voice fell, his fist smashed heavily towards the full-power Salama again. Bang! However, this time, Gogeta's punch was caught by the full-power Salama. In front of a true, omnipotent being, all attacks were futile. You little bugs should be aware of your place. After the full-power Salama's voice fell, a punch heavily struck Gogeta's chest. Bang! Boom! Gogeta's body was instantly sent flying, shattering several mountains before finally coming to a stop. However, at this moment, Gogeta's expression was extremely grim, and he felt intense pain in his chest. Damn, just a casual punch, and I've sustained serious injuries. This guy is indeed incredibly strong. Gogeta clenched his fists, speaking in a low voice. The gap between them was truly too vast. If this continued, Gogeta would undoubtedly be defeated. At this moment, Whis and Bardoss spoke at the same time. From the recent battle, it was clear that the gap between them was enormous. If Gogeta did not possess stronger power, he was simply no match for the full-power Salama. Damn it, I thought I could easily resolve this. How did it turn into this situation? Beerus frowned tightly, speaking in a very somber tone. If this continues, all the universes will be destroyed. Moreover, since the situation has evolved to this point, why haven't the Omni King and the Grand Priest come to help? Do they really want to watch all the universes be destroyed? Look, what weak creatures you are. Your existence in this universe is simply an insult to it. So now, I will send you to hell. It seems more suitable for you. After the full power, Salama finished speaking. A purple-black flame appeared at his fingertips, aimed at Gogeta. To him, everyone else posed no threat. The only ones who could threaten him were the fused Son Goku and Vegeta before him. As long as he dealt with them, the others would be nothing to fear. You think you can kill me like this? You really underestimate me. Gogeta's eyes showed seriousness, and then he clenched his fist tightly, unleashing an energy beam towards the Dragon God Salama. Boom! The energy beam exploded. Oh, it was actually blocked. That is somewhat surprising. The full power Salama said indifferently. But even if it was blocked, what difference does it make? In the end, they cannot escape the fate of being killed by me. It's just a matter of time. You monster, now I will show you my true power. Gogeta said seriously to the full power Salama. What? All of my power? Are you trying to intimidate me? Ignorant little bug. It seems you have no idea how powerful the Almighty God is. After hearing what Vegeta said, the demon Salama was momentarily stunned. Then he coldly laughed and said, right now, even if the Omni King came, he wouldn't take him seriously, let alone a merged little bug. What's going on? From what Vegeta said, it seems he hasn't used all of his power. Is that true? Beerus suddenly asked. A bit excited. If that's the case, then they have hope. I don't know, but based on their personality after merging, it's completely possible for them to conserve their strength. Piccolo thought and said, because Vegeta's personality tends to favor that. It seems that guy still has even greater power that he hasn't unleashed. Yefeng glanced at Vegeta and quietly muttered to himself. He could indeed feel a more powerful force emanating from Vegeta's body. It seemed that the real battle was about to begin. Suddenly, a loud roar erupted from Vegeta's throat. Then a white beam of light shot into the sky, thousands of feet wide, completely enveloping Vegeta. At the moment the white beam surged upward, Vegeta's energy began to rapidly expand. What? That little bug's divine energy is increasing rapidly. Impossible. He is just a mortal. How could he reach such a level? Even the full demon Salama was somewhat shocked this time. He originally thought that transforming into his full demon form would allow him to easily crush this little bug. But unexpectedly, after his power increased, this detestable little bug's strength also rose accordingly. The entire god of destruction realm trembled violently, as if it were the end of the world. Damn it, I won't let you succeed, die. Full demon Salama gathered a huge purple-black energy ball in the palm of his hand and blasted it directly at the massive light beam enveloping Vegeta. Boom! However, when the energy ball hit the beam, it merely exploded without causing much destruction. Soon after, the white beam gradually disappeared, revealing Vegeta to everyone's sight. However, at this moment, Vegeta's form had undergone a significant change again. Chapter 251, Full God Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta versus Full Demon Salama. What? They actually transformed into Super Saiyan 3? Piccolo, Son Gohan, and the others looked at Vegeta in astonishment. Because at this moment, Vegeta's appearance had changed drastically. His white hair hung down to his waist. His brow bone had vanished, and his eyes were even more charming. The aura surrounding him had also changed significantly. This form, isn't it the same as when Goku fought against me on North Kai's planet? Beerus immediately recognized Vegeta's current form. However, it was certain that after transforming into full god, Vegeta's power increase far exceeded that of a typical Super Saiyan 3. That energy was incredibly strong. It could be said to be on par with full demon Salama. It was indeed surprising that full Saiyan Vegeta could transform into Super Saiyan 3. Yifeng was equally surprised as he spoke. He originally thought that after the fusion of Son Wukong and Vegeta, the white god Gogeta would be the ultimate form. But he didn't expect that they could still transform into Super Saiyan 3 on top of that. It was indeed a bit shocking. It seemed that their upcoming battle would generate an enormous amount of energy. As long as he could absorb that energy, his strength would definitely reach a new level. What on earth is going on? Why can that human repeatedly break through his limits? The demon god Salama was extremely frustrated at this moment. According to his original plan, he could easily take care of these annoying little bugs. However, every time he was about to eliminate them, they would suddenly break through their limits and increase their power. This feeling was really uncomfortable. No matter what form you take, today I will definitely tear you all to pieces. The demon god, Salama, tightened his fists, and a tangible fury appeared in his eyes. Is that so? Then come try it. Gogeta didn't take the threat from the demon god, Salama, seriously. He waved his hand towards him and smiled lightly, saying that he wasn't afraid of the demon god Salama with his current strength. Oof. You're an ungrateful little bug. The dragon god Salama snorted coldly, and his body suddenly exploded forward. His speed was incredibly fast. Aside from Gogeta and Yifeng, there probably wasn't anyone present who could see the movements of the demon god Salama clearly. In an instant, the demon god Salama was in front of Gogeta, throwing a punch. Come on. Gogeta shouted loudly, with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes, and met the dragon god Salama with a punch as well. Boom! The moment their fists made contact, the ground exploded. Debris flew out like bullets in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Almost instantaneously, Puffs, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Trunks were hit by the debris, spitting out blood. Then their bodies were heavily thrown back 100 yards. Whis, Beerus, and Razlie were protected by Yifeng and did not suffer damage from the shockwave. The destructive power generated by just one punch was so immense. Beerus held his chest, purple blood flowing from his fingers. His face looked very grim as he said in a low tone. After all, he was a god of destruction. Yet he was injured by the shockwave to this extent. If it were in the past, he definitely wouldn't have been able to tolerate it. But now, it seemed that he had become a bystander. During the clash, Gogeta staggered back several dozen steps, feeling a tingling sensation in his entire arm. This guy's power is even stronger than I imagined. Oof. But the more this happens, the more my blood boils. Gogeta was not deterred by suffering a slight setback. Instead, he became even more excited. It was hard not to feel thrilled in such a battle of strength. Has this little bug's power really risen to this level? The demon god, Salama, frowned, his eyes interwoven with anger and surprise. However, I just used 70% of my power. Now, I will completely kill you. After Salama's voice fell, he flew towards Gogeta again. He hadn't gone all out just now because he felt that even if Gogeta had become stronger, There was no need for him to use all his strength. But now it seemed that this guy's power was beyond his expectations. So now he must use all his strength to kill him. Don't underestimate people. You used 70% of your power, but I estimate I've only used 50%. Gogeta raised the corner of his mouth and said with a faint smile, since he had just transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and hadn't fully mastered this power. He had only used about 50 or 60% of his strength in the previous battle. Since he wanted to go all out, he would accompany him for another good fight. After saying that, Gogeta also burst out. Bang, bang, bang. Then everyone could only see huge sonic boom circles appearing in the sky. With the sound of the sonic boom, the entire God of Destruction realm trembled violently. Damn, if this continues, my realm of gods will probably be destroyed, Beerus said angrily. However, even though he was very angry inside, he felt completely powerless. In front of those people, he felt weak like a little bug. Perhaps a casual energy wave from them could completely obliterate him. Such immense energy. Compared to the worries of others, Yifeng looked excited, because the energy generated by these two in battle was extraordinarily vast. After absorbing that energy, he could clearly feel his strength continuously increasing. Moreover, the speed of that enhancement had never been so rapid. Gogeta's fusion time had already exceeded 20 minutes, which meant he had 10 more minutes to absorb their energy. He wondered if, after absorbing it all, he could fight against the demon god Salama. Leaf Maple estimated in his heart. At this moment, the battle became increasingly intense. HAAA! Vegeta and full demon Salama shouted simultaneously, and then their fists collided heavily. At the moment their fists met, a huge shockwave spread outwards. The entire God of Destruction realm was instantly split in two. Vegeta and full demon Salama were both violently pushed back, but it was clear that in this collision, Vegeta had the upper hand. Vegeta only retreated a few dozen meters, while full demon Salama was pushed back several hundred meters. Chapter 252, 100 times Big Bang Attack Kamehameha. How is this possible? After stabilizing his body, full demon Salama showed a shocked expression. He had now transformed into his full demon form, and logically speaking, even if the Omni King came, it would be impossible for him to be in such a sorry state. But this Saiyan in front of him, how could he possess such immense power? Could it be that his strength has surpassed the Omni God? Wow, how impressive. He actually pushed back full demon Salama. Benz and the others, enduring excruciating pain, looked at Vegeta in astonishment, clearly finding it hard to believe. After all, the power of Salama after fusing into full demon was incredibly strong. They had to end this quickly, as their fusion had already lasted for 20 minutes. They needed to completely defeat full demon Salama in the next 10 minutes. Vegeta did not feel joy at having the upper hand. He was very aware that their fusion could only last for half an hour, and after half an hour, the fusion would automatically cease. To fuse again, they would have to wait another half an hour. If he couldn't completely deal with full demon Salama in the next 10 minutes, then after the fusion failed, they would definitely be killed. Whoosh! Then, Vegeta's body flashed out. He only had 10 minutes left. He must completely resolve Salama in this time. Damn it, you've been given face, huh? I will utterly destroy you. Full demon Salama shouted angrily, and then his body charged toward Vegeta as well. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two were fighting again. The intense battle quickly turned half of the God of Destruction realm into rubble. Such powerful energy, I can feel my body changing. At this moment, Yifeng had no mood to pay attention to the battle between the two. Instead, a huge vortex appeared above his head. The energy generated from their fight was continuously being absorbed into his body. After absorbing enough energy, he felt a slight trace of wanting to break through again. However, it was forcibly suppressed by Yifeng, because he couldn't break through yet. If Vegeta were to lose, he would probably have to step in again. The current situation was that after Vegeta's defeat, the Omni King and the Grand Minister would likely appear. This way, when they fought against the ultimate evil, he would be able to absorb a large amount of energy and divine energy. His current opponents were not only the ultimate evil, but also the Omni King and the Grand Minister, who also posed a threat to his safety. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to stabilize his growth. It would be best if, after this battle ended, he could completely crush the Omni King and the Grand Minister. Salama, this is my final move, and this time, I will completely resolve you. A determined look appeared on Vegeta's face. It wasn't that he wanted to end the battle quickly. It was because the time for their fusion was about to expire. If they couldn't defeat Salama this time, they would be completely out of options. Want to defeat me? Do you think you can fight me for a while and not know your place? Don't get too carried away. The ultimate evil Salama tightly clenched his fists, filled with a violent aura. These bastards really don't take me seriously, do they? 100 times, Big Bang attack. Vegeta pressed his palms against his right side, and terrifying crimson energy began to coalesce from his palms. The power was tremendous. Even thousands of miles away, Beerus and the others could still feel the immense pressure. Are Dad and the others preparing for the final strike? Son Gohan said with a serious expression. This pressure was incredibly strong. It felt as if his body was about to be crushed. It seemed so because the fusion time is only half an hour and time is about to run out. If they don't use all their power to fight, they probably won't have any hope. Piccolo furrowed his brow, his face serious. But they've been in a stalemate for so long. Now Vegeta wants to defeat the ultimate evil Salama in an instant, which seems a bit unrealistic. Whis said with a somewhat profound tone. Although Vegeta's attack was indeed very strong now, if he could truly defeat Salama in an instant, he probably wouldn't have dragged it out for so long. So the situation was quite bad. After hearing Whis's words, everyone's faces were filled with seriousness. Yes, if Vegeta's strongest attack could defeat Salama, he probably wouldn't have waited until now. Little bug, do you plan to use this attack to defeat me? You're a bit too naive, aren't you? Looking at the powerful Kamehameha that Vegeta had gathered, the ultimate evil Salama was surprised. However, such an attack could not possibly defeat him. Immediately, Salama also brought his palms together, condensing a massive purple-black energy ball. That terrifying energy was not inferior to Son Goku's 100 times Big Bang attack. Although it might not be able to defeat you, at least it should be able to inflict some damage, right? As long as it can cause you some damage, then Gohan and the others can still fight. Vegeta was not that naive. He naturally knew that resolving Salama now seemed a bit unrealistic, because their strengths were equal, even if he was slightly stronger. Defeating Salama was very difficult. Moreover, that guy could still absorb his divine power, even after merging. So the longer the battle went on, the faster his energy consumption would be, while Salama wouldn't lose any energy. On the contrary, his energy would increase. Therefore, his plan was to inflict as much damage as possible on Salama with his strongest attack. That way, Gohan and Yi Feng might have a chance to defeat Salama. Then, Vegeta exerted force with both palms, directly launching the 100 times Big Bang attack toward the ultimate evil Salama. Almost at the same second, the ultimate evil Salama also hurled the massive purple-black energy ball above his head. Buzz! The moment the two massive energy balls collided, the entire universe seemed to fall into silence. Boom! Just the next second, the entire God of Destruction realm instantly turned to dust. Chapter 253, Whis rescues Beerus. The collision of the two massive energy balls produced shockwaves, forming a huge circle that swept outwards in all directions. In that instant, countless surrounding planets, including the two nearby universes, were directly destroyed. At this moment, a golden energy barrier appeared around Bardos and Whis, wrapping everyone inside. Did you save us? Piccolo and Son Gohan looked at Yi Feng with grateful expressions. The only one who could have saved them from the earlier explosion was probably Yi Feng. Even Whis, as an angel, might not have been able to do that, as it had instantly destroyed 3 universes. Whis first glanced at Yi Feng, frowning tightly, and whispered, "At this moment, it's as if we are in a void, as the 7th, 6th, and 8th universes have been destroyed in the earlier explosion. It seems that Vegeta has already failed." At this time, Whis looked into the distance and said, "The previous attack did not completely kill Salama. That means Vegeta has already failed. Since you all care so much, let us go take a look." Yi Feng's expression was somewhat serious as he looked at the people present and said. Suddenly, a whooshing sound pierced the air, and everyone transformed into streams of light and fled. At this moment, in the central area of the vast starry battlefield, the swirling cosmic dust gradually dispersed, revealing its true form. In a scene of emptiness, a tall figure floated in the air, surrounded by endless waves of purple-black energy. Although affected by the previous fierce battle, the momentum was still terrifyingly strong. The people present were stunned. They could not believe that Salam had emerged completely unscathed, which was utterly shocking. Damn it, is Salam really this strong in his full form? After such a terrifying energy wave explosion, he surprisingly sustained very little injury. Could this be the true power of the full demon? It was truly despairingly powerful. The expressions of the crowd were filled with shock, and many felt a renewed sense of despair creeping over them. Goku and Vegeta clenched their fists, their teeth grinding with tension, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, Beerus stepped forward, staring intently at the scene before him, his voice laced with intense anger as he said, "You bastard, you actually destroyed the 7th universe directly. I want to let this go." As soon as these words were spoken, the full demon Salam abruptly raised his head, his pure white pupils fixed on Beerus. Slowly speaking, "Are you dissatisfied, little bug of a destroyer?" Instantly, a powerful aura erupted around him, and his cold words froze the scene, stating, "You're the weakest person here now. Killing you is like killing a chicken to scare the monkey." After his words fell, Salam's body erupted with soaring energy, and in an instant, he vanished from his spot. The next moment, he appeared right in front of Beerus without any warning and directly threw a punch. Beerus immediately felt as if a life planet was colliding with him, and he sensed immense pressure enveloping him. Boom! A loud explosion sounded in his ears. Beerus made no attempt to retreat. Instead, he straightforwardly swung his fist to counterattack. It seemed Salam had no intention of killing Beerus immediately. After the collision, everyone felt the overwhelming power akin to a supernova explosion. Buzz! A golden light burst forth, and the powerful recoil swept through the area, causing the two figures to be forcefully blown away. Again, Beerus shouted, the strong energy waves surging dramatically, purple flames swirling around him, transforming into blinding streams of light shooting forward. Oomph! Salam said nothing but curled his lips into a sinister smile, unleashing a blazing black light as he charged forward, swinging his fist. Bang! 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 The two began to collide like a torrential downpour, and in the intense physical combat, neither could gain the upper hand. But Salam in his full demon state quickly gained the advantage. "I told you, even if you are a destroyer, you will die at my hands." Salam grinned wickedly, his eyes filled with determination, and at this moment his attacks only intensified. "Let's talk." Beerus spat. Although his expression was grave and strained, he continued to output high-intensity attacks. The powerful energy of the full demon supported him through hundreds of exchanges, and from the outside, it looked like meteors colliding, dazzling light erupting brilliantly. "It's time for you to witness the true power of this god." Salam, with a wild grin, raised his right hand above his head, gathering energy into a ball that he then slammed down. Boom! Like a pillar supporting the heavens crashing down, an extremely powerful attack struck Beerus, causing pain to appear on his face as he coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. Beerus instantly lost all combat ability and fell into a severely injured and unconscious state, plummeting for thousands of kilometers. As he fell, his powerful body collided with the void, the sound of explosive cracks echoing in his ears. "Beerus, little bug, this is your moment of demise." The light radiating from Salam illuminated his surroundings, and the energy he had gathered formed a spherical shape, which he launched with a roar. Boom! A light sphere darted through the starry universe, rapidly catching up to Beerus's plummeting figure, and, just as it was about to reach him, it exploded with a thunderous roar. Buzz! The light blotted out the sky, and the spectators witnessed the dazzling scene of the ultimate light explosion, seeing countless light years of starry space annihilated. This terrifying destructive power truly left people feeling shaken. The onlookers, realizing what was happening, looked over and found that after the cosmic dust settled, the scene was not what everyone had imagined. Beerus had not died. At this moment, a tall figure holding a staff appeared before everyone, cradling none other than Beerus himself. And this person was Whis. The unexpected had happened. Whis had intervened at a critical moment to save Beerus, but although it was surprising, it was also within reason. Whis could not possibly watch Beerus die like that. Whis was enveloped in a crystalline halo, which looked fragile but was incredibly sturdy, successfully blocking Salam's terrifying attack thanks to this barrier. Chapter 254. The Death of Whis. The Arrival of the King. "Just a little angel, and you want to stop me?" Salam looked down at Whis with disdain and said, "There is no one who can protect those I want to kill, not even the king or the grand priest. As long as I'm here, I want to let you lay a hand on Lord Beerus." Whis's expression turned serious as he shook his staff, releasing a strange power, and Beerus slowly floated out from his arms. "TCH, you don't know how to die. Since you insist on meddling, I can only kill you first." The full demon Salam's face was filled with cold, killing intent, and in an instant he transformed into a burst of purple-black light shooting toward Whis. Whis showed no signs of panic. Instead, a look of seriousness crossed his light blue face. He firmly gripped his staff and gently shook it, causing the black magic ball within to emit ripples, and blue-green, strange energy surged forth. Salam's lips curled into a sinister smile, the waves erupting from his body, shaking the universe, capable of easily tearing apart reality. In an instant, the battle between the two officially began. Meanwhile, the onlookers had already caught Beerus's body, with Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo all looking tense. The full demon Salam was just too strong. Even the angel Whis was completely no match for him. Vegeta is not a match for Salama in this state. It seems that no one can truly restrain Salama anymore. Although Whis is Beerus's master, the current Salama has far exceeded the power of the gods, and Whis may be in danger now. Everyone's eyes were fixed ahead, their hearts filled with worry for Whis. At that moment, a violent beam of light fiercely scattered towards them, and everyone sensed the terrifying power being unleashed. At this time, Goku suddenly turned his head, his pupils constricting. This is bad. A sense of foreboding arose in everyone's hearts, especially Goku, who could hardly contain himself and wanted to rush forward. In the depths of the starry sky ahead, the dragon god Salama was ruthlessly beating Whis, who was covered in wounds and showed no resistance to Salama's attacks. Whis's staff was already broken, and the magical orb on it had turned pure white due to exhaustion of power. Bang, bang, bang. Salama's fists and feet struck like a machine gun, with every blow being a lethal attack. Whis was now severely battered, covered in injuries, continuously spewing blood from his mouth, occasionally mixed with bits of flesh from his organs, and was sent flying by a punch that was comparable to a planet's collapse. The scene was quite tragic. It was evident that Salama's murderous intent had risen. Whis was likely to become the first person to be killed. Whis, one of the sons of the Grand Minister, and possessing formidable combat power as an angel, was even stronger than Beerus's master, yet he still could not contend with Salama in his complete state. The battle lasted only a moment, ending in Whis's devastating defeat. It was truly astonishing that the god of destruction of the seventh universe and the angels were so easily overwhelmed. At this moment, the dark energy surrounding Salama surged, and looking at the barely breathing Whis, he showed no extra expression on his face, only raising his hand and contemptuously saying, "Now you can die." As his words fell, the light of his heart became even more dazzling, ultimately condensing into an incredibly blinding sphere of light that exploded in Whis's direction. No. Beerus opened his eyes at this moment, watching the scene unfold before him, and tears began to flow slowly as he screamed. The brilliant light enveloped the starry sky, and everyone witnessed this scene, their serious faces showing a hint of sorrow. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed, and the rising flames were comparable to the mushroom clouds of dozens of planets, rivaling the destructive power of a dying star. The celestial bodies within millions of kilometers of the starry sky turned into cosmic dust. The resulting cosmic storm caused people to stagger backward, and everyone looked at this scene in horror, inevitably filled with sorrow in their hearts. Such terrifying destructive power was enough to annihilate the entire space-time. Even if Whis were stronger, there would be no chance of survival. Now, the opposing camp was missing a top-tier combat power, and those who had some interactions with Whis felt quite uneasy, especially Goku and Vegeta, who had trained under Whis's guidance. Their relationship had become one of both teacher and friend. Now, watching their close friend being killed by Salama, an overwhelming hatred naturally arose in their hearts. "I am sorry, Whis, but I don't have the power to save you now, and I can't save you either. At the moment you exerted your full strength, you should have known your fate." Although Yifeng felt some emotions, Whis's death had little to do with him. Moreover, at the moment he struck, he already knew his own fate. "Damn it, you bastard." Wukong gritted his teeth, making a grinding sound, his eyes already filled with bloodshot veins, and the clenched fists were making a popping sound like frying beans. "I will go kill him," Vegeta shouted in a deep voice, generating a strong aura around him, ready to rush forward for a desperate battle with Salama. "Vegeta, wait. Don't be impulsive." Piccolo grabbed his hand at that moment. He too was filled with anger, but rushing in now would be a suicidal act. Moreover, Wukong and Vegeta had already separated from their fusion state, and their individual strengths were not enough to contend with the opponent. Right now, none of you are a match for Salama. Yifeng's voice slowly emerged, uttering a stinging yet real statement. "Are we all supposed to wait to be killed by Salama?" Trunks spat as he spoke, his expression filled with unwillingness. At that moment, Salama was already walking towards them, as if teleporting through the void. "Ants, it's your turn now." A chilling voice resonated as the opponent raised his right hand, creating a crackling sound in the air, and terrifying power began to spread around. "Salama, You have killed the angel Whis, and you will surely face the punishment of the angels. A delicate and ethereal voice echoed, immediately causing strange waves to surge around. A petite figure floated down from the starry sky, with an oval face, red and blue skin, and a small body, the youthful face bearing a serious expression. Behind him stood two tall figures, like two pillars supporting the sky. Zeno. Beerus's eyes nearly popped out upon seeing this petite figure, his shock evident on his face. Zeno. Goku's voice rang out from behind. Zeno turned around, and, upon seeing Goku, a heavenly smile spread across his face. The others also recognized this supreme being of the universe, their faces displaying unexpected joy. Has Zeno finally arrived? Yifeng's eyes were bright as he looked at the shining figure in front of him, the King of All's appearance instantly becoming the focus of the entire city. King of All, I finally see you. Salama gazed at the King of All, a trembling voice emerging from his throat. The King of All was also observing the other party, his innocent face filled with solemnity. Chapter 255, The King of All's Guardian. The hand of God Weiss knew he had died. Only then would the King of All and the others come here. Beerus looked ahead with piercing eyes, a hint of moisture appearing in his eyes, and then said, it was precisely because he chose to sacrifice himself that the gods would intervene in the actions of other gods. Therefore, Weiss sacrificed himself to protect us. Upon hearing Beerus's words, everyone showed expressions of sudden realization. Subsequently, their faces twisted with a terrifying look. That bastard Salama was truly unforgivable. Where's the Grand Minister? Why hasn't he come here? Beerus looked around, a puzzled expression on his face. It wasn't that he didn't believe in the King of All, but Salama's power was simply too terrifying. The Grand Minister was busy merging the multiverse. The previous battle of the gods had torn apart time and space. Reality had fallen into chaos, and although the Grand Minister was strong, he could not maintain it forever. Time and space could not be easily repaired. They had already been eroded by dark energy. The guard on the left side of the King of All spoke in a calm tone, answering Beerus's doubts. Enough, you little brat. I've waited a long time for this day. You will taste my determination for revenge. Salama fixed his gaze on the body of the King of All, his expression filled with cruelty and coldness, and anger. This anger has been suppressed in my heart for millions of years. I made a mistake by not erasing you not long ago. The King of All finally spoke, his youthful voice sounding like a divine punishment descending. Continuing, but it won't happen now. As his words fell, the King of All raised his right hand, slowly lifting it high into the air, his expression turning indifferent, as if a creator ready to annihilate all. Disperse. Though there was not a hint of energy surrounding him, the unique might of the King of All was already evident, and his intentions were instantly captured by everyone. Beerus, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others watched this scene, speechless, their expressions filled with terror. Son Goku shouted to everyone, get as far away from here as possible. Although those present heard this, it was already too late to escape, especially since the King of All had not given them the opportunity. Suddenly, a white light appeared on the small hand of the King of All, and the weak glow quickly became dazzling, ultimately completely obscuring the starlit sky of this universe. As expected, everyone was enveloped within, having witnessed the King of All destroy a universe on the spot. The power of creation and destruction was supreme, and even the Grand Minister could not stop it. So people believed that this chaotic battle would finally come to an end. At this moment, the King of All widened his eyes, his face showing fluctuations for the first time. When the white light gradually dissipated, everyone realized they were unharmed. But they saw the familiar figure still standing in front of them, Salama, now grinning wickedly, looking down at the crowd with disdain. The demon Salama had surprisingly emerged unscathed. Everyone wore shocked expressions. They had seen for the first time that the King of All's erasure ability had failed, indicating that even the King of All could not eliminate the demon. How powerful must he be? I understand now. Beerus's eyes widened. Speaking rapidly, he was already prepared. The evil god has energy against the destroyer. No matter how the destructive power is unleashed, it cannot erase him. The previous fusion enhanced this ability. They came prepared. Surprised? The demon sneered, looking down at everyone. Did you think I would come here just to let you kill me? My guardian is the strongest warrior in the multiverse. The King of All pointed towards Salama, commanding, kill him. Let's go. The two great guardians beside the King of All spoke in unison. And before his words had fully fallen, they transformed into streaks of light, racing forward. A powerful aura swept through, causing the ground to collapse by a meter. and the airflow rustled the king of all's clothes. Swish! Their speed exceeded the speed of light in an instant, and by the time the demon reacted, his eyes had shrunk into the size of needles, and the Guardian's storm-like attacks had already arrived. Boom! The attack from the left Guardian was the fiercest, a punch striking directly at Salama's abdomen, the overwhelming power instantly turning his face a shade of green. Before he could retaliate, the right Guardian had already unleashed a torrential attack. Bang! A heavy kick that surpassed the speed of light slammed into the Guardian, and the vast power erupted upon contact with the demon, sending him flying like a rocket for thousands of meters. Boom! After falling from a great height, he slid countless meters on the ground, instantly shattering the surface of the planet. Time seemed to be riddled with holes. This frenzied, storm-like attack, each strike equivalent to the force of an asteroid collision, completely surpassed the limits observable by the naked eye, so that those present had not yet reacted when the demon had already sunk deep into a giant pit. Wow, amazing! Goku's eyes were nearly popping out. The opponent's combat power was terrifyingly strong. The proud Vegeta's face was also filled with shock, his mouth wide open and unable to close. Is this the true power of a god? Truly worthy of being the strongest warrior in the multiverse? This power is simply earth-shattering. My goodness, if even the two great guardians are this strong, how powerful must the king of all himself be? The worldview of those present was once again shaken. Countless questions arising in their minds, yet they were filled with confidence in this battle. The two great guardians floated in the air, left and right forming an unmatched momentum, precisely observing the scene ahead, their expressions filled with solemnity. Hee. The demon suddenly burst out laughing, saying, "Truly worthy of the hand of God. Your combat power is indeed remarkable. Are you so scared you can't even stand up?" The left guardian's expression was mocking, and then he stepped forward, addressing the right guardian. "Partner, let me fight him. You observe and collect important battle data, and join me when the time is right to take him down." As his confident words fell, his fighting spirit soared to the sky. Everyone clearly heard him, and their expressions showed surprise. Vegeta was even more shocked, exclaiming, "Could it be that he wants a one-on-one?" Although the others did not speak, they clearly understood in their hearts. "You damn shopkeeper!" The Demon King has now risen from the deep pit, coldly uttering the words, "I will tear your limbs from your body." Before his words had even finished, a powerful wave of energy erupted behind him, charging forward in an instant. In his complete state, Salamander's speed was equally astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the guard, and without anyone noticing, he had raised a fist the size of a sandbag, roaring forward with immense power. "Great! Let's fight like this." I felt the power within my body growing explosively. The strength of the King S-Guard was almost on par with Gogeta and even more sustained. At this rate, I would soon be able to break through again. At this moment, the most excited was Yi Feng. As long as the King and the Demon King engaged in battle, the beneficiary would definitely be him. Just as Salamander was merely a centimeter away from the guard, time seemed to freeze at that moment, and everything around turned into a white blur. Although it felt like an eternity, in reality, it was only a brief 0.00001 seconds. Even Salamander was caught off guard, and it was in this extremely short time that the guard had already found the angle of Salamander's attack. Buzz! A flash of white light passed, and the surroundings returned to normal, while Salamander's deadly fist had already come crashing in, colliding with the guard's hands that had formed a block. Everyone held their breath, watching this scene, but what happened next was incredibly thrilling. Bang! 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 The intense sounds of fists colliding echoed continuously, and everyone could only see the rapid shadows of fists and feet flashing by. In just a breath's time, they had exchanged nearly 100 blows. The onlookers were dumbfounded, not expecting this guard to be so powerful, able to fight evenly with Salamander so quickly, already reshaping their perception of their combat strength. Bang! 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 After several more exchanges, the guard's speed reached its peak, and combined with his nearly flawless combat technique, he appeared to be at ease in the battle against the Demon King Salamander, always finding openings in the latter's moves. Under the fierce onslaught of punches, Salamander's offensive had been disrupted, and the guard took the opportunity to press the attack, unleashing several unmatched strikes in an instant. Boom! The overwhelming explosive force impacted Salamander, creating a massive roar that echoed across the battlefield, and the Demon King's body was violently pushed back, creating a pit in the ground that sank a full meter deep. Onlookers were once again astonished. They could hardly believe the guard had managed to gain the upper hand. In their view, It wouldn't be long before Salamander was defeated. However, there were no injuries on the Demon King. On the contrary, his momentum remained as deep and powerful as ever. Now, half squatting on the ground, his expression was somber, and a humming sound resonated as he said, "Excellent combat skills, but I think I've found the secret." With a sudden, forceful stomp of his right foot, an immense wave of power erupted from Salamander, charging forward like a missile once again. The prepared guard showed no hesitation and directly swung a punch. Bang! A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed as the guard's heavy fist halted in midair. And it was the Demon King's incredibly hard arm and elbow that had stopped this powerful impact, pausing their collision for a full second. Although the time was brief, for many, it felt like a long moment. Especially for the guard himself, a strong ripple surged in his typically calm gaze. His combat skills were among the top in the entire multiverse, yet he didn't expect the Demon King Salamander to see through them, which left him utterly astonished. He had always felt he was strong enough, with combat experience already formidable, but he never imagined that the King's Guard would possess such rich combat skills. However, now I no longer needed to fight him. I could learn his combat techniques and experience just by observing. After a brief moment of shock, Yifeng slightly raised the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself. After their battle ends, his strength and combat skills would be no weaker than theirs. When did Salamander adapt? Sun Wukong and the others were taken aback and couldn't help but step forward to speak. At this moment, the battle resumed, and the guard had completely retracted the fluctuations in his eyes. In an instant, his aura was condensed, and without a sound, the punches and kicks once again collided. Bang, bang, bang! The dense sound of impacts rang out as the two continued to clash for about 100 exchanges. However, this time, unexpectedly, the guard and Quan Mo were locked in a stalemate, and the originally intricate and difficult techniques were all precisely blocked by Quan Mo, resulting in the guard's efforts becoming futile as his stamina continued to deplete. The expression on the guard's face grew increasingly serious, yet his movements became more fierce and intense, leading to a prolonged stalemate between the two. Whoosh! The two figures visibly merged, moving in a flash like a rainbow, continuously shuttling and colliding in the high sky. Bang! 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 The rainbow light in the air stirred up dazzling brilliance, breaking through layers of spatial barriers at high speed, creating a continuous sound of breaking air. At this moment, the scene in people's eyes was incredibly splendid and intense. The impact of their battle directly penetrated the atmosphere of this decaying space, occasionally causing powerful explosions that left the entire spacetime riddled with holes. At this moment, the fierce battle was in full swing above, and those below were also watching intently, especially Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others whose eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, another blue figure rushed into the clouds. Another guard had joined the battle, and in his complete state, his attacks were even more fierce, directly disrupting the rhythm that Salamander had painstakingly found and continuously expanding the advantage, creating a grand explosion that formed a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Bang! The guard's sudden hand strike fell, directly smashing down on Quan Mo, causing Salamander to turn into a streak of light and plummet to the ground. As the battle above gradually approached its end, the two guards positioned themselves, one above and one below, their clothes flapping without wind, and they immediately hovered above Quan Mo. Are they going to combine for a big move? Vegeta was stunned and couldn't help but ask. At this moment, the guard above clapped his palms together, producing a vibrating and crisp sound. Now, under the name of the Hand of God, a majestic voice echoed, capturing everyone's attention. Let me show you true power. The guard above formed complex seals with his hands, suddenly creating intricate and mysterious hand signs. At this moment, the terrifying power began to brew, and everyone felt a stir in their hearts. I don't think I've ever witnessed such power. Piccolo looked up at this scene, speechless. As the guard, the Omni King of the multiverse, we declare your death sentence. This voice, like heavenly might, resonated as the guard below clasped his hands together and raised them above his head, while the guard above formed mysterious seals. The iron rod above his head shot out light, and the godlike guard precisely aimed at Quan Mo. In the next moment, both erupted with red light. Boom! The crimson light, carrying terrifying power, instantly pierced through countless spatial barriers and struck directly at Quan Mo below. This inexplicably terrifying energy erupted, instantly affecting and destroying the entire planet, greatly impacting everyone present. Under this crimson energy, the surroundings turned into cosmic dust, and everyone felt as if they had fallen into a hellish abyss, experiencing immense heat and fear. Synopsis: Reborn in the Dragon Ball world. Starting from the Dragon Ball GT timeline, with initial rewards of Ultra Instinct and the strongest Super Saiyan bloodline. Signing in on the day of slaying Zamasu in the future timeline rewards an immortal body. Signing in on the Destroyer planet rewards Destroyer energy. Signing in the Dragon Ball Super timeline rewards time, control power.